Chapter 1. Cruel Truth. All three daughters are not my biological children. That's impossible. How could this be possible? The man, sitting in the corner of the hospital hallway, hadn't moved for an entire day. His bloodshot eyes looked like those of a mentally deranged person in a state of stupor. In his mouth, only a few words were repeated. He refused to accept this cruel fact. However, the last line on the DNA paternity test result that he still held onto was glaringly clear. Based on the appraisal results, there was no biological father-daughter relationship between Xuanhuan and Xuanhua, Xunyu, Xunli. Perhaps the sunshine in the south shines on the northern wind. Perhaps time is blown away, never to be seen again. Perhaps the story only leaves one unforgettable person behind. The abrupt ring of a mobile phone finally snapped Xuanhuan out of his deeply distraught state, gradually bringing him back to reality. Damn you. You bold little bastard, Xuanhuan, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. How dare you misuse such a large amount of engineering funds without my knowledge, after I promoted you as my engineering assistant? 1 million yuan. If you can't pay it back within 3 days, prepare to spend the rest of your life in jail. As soon as Xuanhuan put the phone call to his ear, an outburst of furious scolding came from the other side. Wu Gu, this time, I've let you down. In response to the raging scolding from the other end of the phone, Xuanhuan simply replied with a hoarse voice, then hung up with exhaustion. At this point, he knew he was at a dead end, uncaring about whether he would go to prison or not. Now, his mind was filled with anger and frustration, and he just wanted to rush back home to confront the woman there face to face. Why treat me like this? Why do something so despicable? I make money carrying bricks all year round on construction sites, always working hard to raise these 3 daughters. But who exactly are their fathers? With these thoughts in mind, Xuanhuan, like a beast consumed by anger, ran madly towards home after leaving the hospital. Come on, baby, I've been missing you so much. Inside the room, a tall and handsome man panted heavily as he started touching a pretty young woman inappropriately. Stop it, Xuanhuan has just gone to work on the construction site, and you're already doing bad things to me again. No, don't. Although the young woman said no, she had a lewd expression on her face, moving her body proactively towards the man's embrace. Hee, my good buddy is just a simpleton. Even if this guy comes back, what could he possibly do to me? With a smug laugh, the handsome man continued to grope while arrogantly saying, this fool probably doesn't even know yet. The 3 children he worked tirelessly to raise, they're all Miao Tianming's daughters. As he spoke, his expression grew more smug as he chuckled evilly. It's all thanks to this fool blindly following your orders, secretly diverting that 10 million yuan to me. Otherwise, my company might really have faced a capital chain break crisis. Bang. Just then, the room door was suddenly kicked open. This sudden event shocked both Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan standing in the doorway with red eyes full of rage, Luo Weiwei's heart quivered involuntarily. She hastily distanced herself from Li Tianming, fumbling to straighten her disheveled clothing. On the other hand, when Li Tianming saw Xuanhuan appearing unexpectedly, he showed no panic at all. Instead, he leisurely pulled up his pants in a challenging manner, deliberately flashing a contented expression. Xuanhuan glanced at Luo Weiwei, whose face was still flushed from passion, then looked at Li Tianming with an air of satisfaction. His emotions surged like a flood. Shock, disbelief, frustration, anger, but mostly pain. Intense, excruciating pain. One was his girlfriend from high school, whom he treated with deep affection and considered his perfect and virtuous wife. The other was his close friend who grew up together in the orphanage. Though they weren't blood-related, they shared a brother-like bond. He thought of him as his sole confidant and best friend. And yet, it was precisely these 2 people, who had such close ties with him, that now betrayed him together, turning him into the biggest joke in the world. Wife. Xuanhuan, his eyes bloodshot, staggered into the room step by step and thrust the paternity test result toward Luo Weiwei, speaking in a raspy, low tone. I want you to tell me with your own mouth, this isn't true. Even at this moment, he still addressed her as wife. It was simply because the blow he was currently suffering was too great, and his mind was utterly unable to accept the reality before his eyes at this moment. In other words, he was still trying to get a self-deceptive comforting reason from Luo Weiwei's mouth. Since you already know everything, then I have nothing more to worry about. Luo Weiwei took the appraisal document, glanced at it, and directly crumpled it up, tossing it into the trash can. She retorted confidently, I just want to ask you, I made our 3 daughters take your surname for so many years. Is blood relationship really that important? She paused for a moment. Without regard for Xuanhuan's increasingly unpleasant expression, she revealed an even crueler truth. And since we're at this point, I'll tell you, I'm already pregnant with my 4th child, but its father is still not you. All my children belong to Tianming. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart quivered, a streak of bloody tears involuntarily slid down his face, and his voice became choked as he questioned Luo Weiwei in accusation. I've treated you so well, why do you treat me like this? Why? Tears of a man do not fall easily, unless they hit the deepest sorrow. Such cruel facts caused him to shed tears uncontrollably, tears mixed with blood. You ask me why? When Luo Weiwei heard Xuanhuan questioning her, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Instead, her smirk deepened. I, Luo Weiwei, am the schoolflower. You are nothing more than a town dog. It's only Miao Tianming, with good grades, handsome looks, and ambition, who could be the Prince Charming I truly admire. She paused again. Her pretty face showed both arrogance and mockery as she coldly sneered, adding further. Xuanhuan, You don't need to feel sentimental in front of me either. Let me tell you another fact. I, Luo Weiwei, have never actually had any intimate relations with you. You're unworthy to touch my body. Haven't you noticed? Every time you wanted to get close to me, I would always come up with excuses beforehand to get you drunk, leaving you unconscious. How laughable. For so many years, you foolishly thought of me as your virtuous wife. You are merely a pitiful creature living in your own fantasy. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Elder. After hearing Luo Weiwei's words, Chen Nan was so enraged and heartbroken that he couldn't help trembling all over. He was so mad that he couldn't even speak. He had never expected that all the efforts he made for Luo Weiwei were categorized by her as a dog-in-heat behavior. He also didn't expect that he not only failed to win Luo Weiwei's heart, but he also never won her body either. In other words, he became the biggest fool on earth. Chen Nan, you've seen it yourself. Weiwei has always been my woman, Li Tianming. She never belonged to you. At this moment, Li Tianming couldn't help but sneer maliciously as he looked at Chen Nan, whose anger had reached its boiling point. It was like looking at a clown. Li Tianming didn't conceal his disdainful gaze as he mockingly said, I am actually quite grateful to my good buddy who not only helped raise my daughter for 7 years, but also transferred me 10 million yuan, which solved the difficulties of my company. Asshole, give back the 10 million yuan for the project cost. Upon hearing what Li Tianming said, Chen Nan could not help but have bloodshot eyes, his last strand of reason consumed by fury. Finally, he exploded. With a murderous glare aimed at Li Tianming, he lunged forward with clenched fists, roaring like a crazed beast. Bang! Before Chen Nan could land a punch, Li Tianming reacted quickly by grabbing Chen Nan's shoulder and violently throwing him to the ground with a backflip move. Chen Nan fell hard onto the ground, emitting a muffled cry. His body writhed in agony for a while. Before starting my own company, I worked as a fitness coach. You wanted to fight me? Truly an unrealistic thought. Li Tianming let out a cold snort as he pressed his foot down on Chen Nan's chest, a proud sneer twisting his face as he declared, Chen Nan, now you finally see why I've always disliked you. As she watched Chen Nan suffer beneath Li Tianming's boots, Luo Weiwei felt not a bit of guilt or sympathy. Instead, she felt pride and admiration for Li Tianming's strength and excellence. With arms crossed, she looked down at Chen Nan struggling painfully on the ground and said through a contemptuous grin, in terms of looks, you can't match Tianming. For brains, you're still inferior to Tianming. When it comes to career, you definitely lag behind Tianming. Even in a fight, you're still no match for Tianming. So tell me, how could someone like you, such a useless man, possibly deserve my affection? Why should I even have your child? Did you understand my meaning clearly, right? Li Tianming slightly bent down and provocatively patted Chen Nan's cheek, his smug face declaring, Chen Nan, in front of me, Li Tianming, you have always been nothing but garbage. In my heart, you've never been my good brother. Seeing the growing pain on Chen Nan's face brought him a sick pleasure, prompting him to chuckle sinisterly before adding, oh yeah, there's something else I forgot to mention. Not long ago, I reported to your construction company about you secretly embezzling 10 million from the project fund. I estimate you'll be facing jail time soon. Provoked relentlessly by Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming's taunts, Chen Nan immediately attempted to rise, ignoring his pain and trying to kill them both. At the sight of this, Luo Weiwei screamed in fear and instinctively retreated a few steps back. Li Tianming glared fiercely, then kicked Chen Nan squarely in the head, causing him to immediately lose consciousness and pass out. An unknown amount of time passed. Chen Nan slowly woke up from unconsciousness. Now, both Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei had already left, with Luo Weiwei taking all of her belongings. Bearing the excruciating pain in his body, Chen Nan struggled to get up. With hollow eyes, he scanned the emptied rented apartment, filled with confusion, sadness, despair, and deep powerlessness. Rose Bar. After leaving the rented house, Chen Nan entered the bar like a walking corpse, booking a luxurious private room equipped with a bed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to get drunk, hoping that alcohol would numb his senses and erase the pain inflicted upon him by Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. However, bottle after bottle of fiery liquor poured down his throat, yet still failed to deliver the numbing effect that came with drunkenness. All he could think of were the repulsive faces of those treacherous bastards, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. The night deepened. Already heavily intoxicated, Chen Nan lay on the bed inside the private room, in his dazed state. Suddenly, he felt a waft of fragrant breeze, followed by a warm and exquisite female body that seemed to collapse into his arms. Hot so hot. In Chen Nan's hazy consciousness, he heard the intermittent cries of the other person. Her soft and weak voice was enough to captivate one's soul. What made it even harder for him to resist was that she began kissing and touching him, clinging onto him like an octopus in heat, boldly exploring forbidden territories. At this moment, already driven wild by alcohol and with blurred consciousness, Chen Nan couldn't possibly resist her advances. Breathing heavily, he pinned her beneath him, immediately reciprocating her advances. That night, he officially became a real man. At the same time, boom. Suddenly, Chen Nan's mind seemed to explode with a loud sound, followed by a profound, elderly voice resounding within. Ha! Truly protected by heaven. I have waited for 1,000 years, and finally, our Chen family has a descendant with the pure Yang constitution. The cultivation technique I obtained by chance, the great Mystic 3 Life Classic, requires extremely strict conditions. Not only must one possess the pure yang constitution, but also before the age of 25, not a single drop of yuan essence can be leaked. Descendant, through the will of heaven, you meet both conditions and are thus worthy of inheriting everything from me. As the elder's voice faded away, a massive influx of information suddenly surged into Xuanhuan's mind. Martial arts techniques, medical marvels, alchemical methods, geomancy skills. Everything was included, encompassing a vast and comprehensive knowledge. As this torrent of information forcefully flooded in, Xuanhuan instantly sobered up by half, shock overwhelming his heart. Before he could react further, the overwhelming amount of information caused his head to throb painfully, and he fainted on the bed. Chapter 3. Rebirth. The next morning, Xuanhuan's eyebrows slightly trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. The next second, he abruptly sat up in bed, shocked beyond belief. This is too absurd, but this legacy that Chen family patriarch speaks of seems to have been forcibly etched into my mind. It feels like it wasn't just a dream. Rather than questioning its reality, why not try practicing the Taishan Sin classic? With this thought, Xuanhuan eagerly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and immediately entered a mystically profound state by following the cultivation method of the Taishan Sin classic. About 40 minutes later, Xuanhuan suddenly shivered, his bones crackling, producing an odd sound like popping beans, while a layer of black material was expelled through every pore. What incredible strength! My whole body is filled with power. Opening his eyes, Xuanhuan, feeling the metamorphosis of his body, instantly wore a look full of astonishment. He was confident. His current full-strength punch could easily kill a bull. When a person cultivates martial arts, by unblocking the conception and governor vessels, their essence refines and eliminates impurities, granting superhuman strength. This kind of strength is called internal force, or also known as true qi. Xuanhuan was deeply moved within his heart. Based on the knowledge imparted through the legacy of the Chun family patriarch, he had judged his current situation. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan suppressed his agitated emotions and decided to head to the bathroom for a thorough rinse. However, when he pulled back the covers to get out of bed, he noticed a streak of fresh blood on the sheet, causing him to momentarily freeze. The woman who slept with me last night, I don't even know who she is. She was also a virgin, yet I, a stranger, ended up taking her first time so easily. Xuanhuan's gaze flickered uncertainly, his heart brimming with both curiosity and doubt. Last night, he drank quite a bit, and could only vaguely remember a woman getting into his bed, actively enticing him into engaging in sexual intercourse. As for what her name was or what she looked like, he knew nothing. Unfortunately, after waking up from the bed, she had already left before him, otherwise he would have really liked to meet her face to face. Well, since she chose to leave so quickly, maybe she doesn't want to have too much entanglement with me. Things like this happen often at bars. We'll consider it just a fleeting encounter of destiny. Shaking his head, Xuanhuan didn't think too much further. He walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and began washing off the impurities that were excreted from his body. The Taishan San classic I am cultivating is divided into 9 levels, and it seems each level can awaken a unique innate ability. Just now, I broke through to the first level and obtained the innate ability of Fiery Purple Eyes. Fiery Purple Eyes has various abilities such as penetration vision and replication. Its most powerful feature is said to be capable of seeing through all deceptions, discerning the yin and yang of everything, making it a nemesis to evil spirits and demonic entities. One day, if I manage to cultivate to the 9th level and master all the innate abilities, would I become someone comparable to the divine figures from myths? While rinsing his body, Xuanhuan couldn't help but reflect on the Taishan San classic he was cultivating. He was thrilled by the might of this skill. After all, this manual was full of unknown mysteries. The Chun family patriarch had accidentally discovered it, and even he himself hadn't cultivated it. The Taishan San classic is so extraordinary that it might have already surpassed the realm of ordinary martial arts manuals. No wonder the conditions for cultivation are so strict, needing to possess a pure yang constitution and maintaining chastity until the age of 25. However, cultivating this skill does seem to have its drawbacks. It forcefully ignites the yang fire toxin that I've accumulated within my body for 25 years. This yang fire toxin is unique to pure yang constitutions and makes me prone to being burned alive. Given the intensity of the yang fire toxin inside me, I will probably be consumed by my own desire fire within 3 years. To solve this fatal problem, I must find 10 women with pure yin constitutions within 3 years and extract 10 primordial yin essences from them to thoroughly calm down the yang fire toxin inside me. Perhaps fate indeed intervened subtly. The woman I slept with last night turned out to have a pure yin constitution. Yet in the coming few years, I must urgently find another 9 women with pure yin constitutions and complete dual cultivation with them to survive. When the excitement gradually faded from Xuanhuan's mind, thoughts of the lethal drawbacks brought about by cultivating the Taishan San classic made him feel an intense headache. To find so many women for dual cultivation in such a short period of time, this was practically forcing him to become a universally despised scumbag and womanizer. The most critical issue was that women with pure yin constitutions were not easy to find. One must know that an unbroken virgin does not necessarily represent a pure yin constitution. The pure yin constitution is extremely rare. Xuanhuan didn't feel he had such good luck to encounter another woman with a pure yin constitution who would willingly give herself to him. After a moment, forget about it. No matter how much I think about it now, it's useless. Xuanhuan suddenly shook his head, his emotions gradually calming down. He muttered to himself. At this point, I might as well try out the penetration vision of fiery purple eyes first. Thinking thus, Xuanhuan immediately gathered his true qi into his eyes. As his pupils slowly took on a tinge of purple, his vision suddenly penetrated through the wall and probed into the neighboring private room. At that time, in the neighboring private room, there was a plump, elderly, and extremely ugly fat woman along with a handsome young man playing some kind of crazy palm-slapping game. Damn, who has such a strong preference? Seeing such an eye-burning scene upon using his penetration vision for the first time, Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh and felt waves of disgust in his heart. However, when he fully recognized who the young man was, his face instantly darkened with a menacing aura as he coldly spat out 3 words. Li Tianming. On the other side, Li Tianming rode on top of the old fat woman and exerted another wave of forceful attacks before hastily finding an excuse to temporarily leave the battle area. Shit, that ugly old sow has kept me occupied all night without letting me leave. Every time she comes to play with me, she has to be satisfied until she's full before she'll stop. To get her money, I have to overconsume yang drugs each time. In the public restroom corner of the bar, Li Tianming swallowed 2 pills while muttering insults under his breath. Li Tianming ran a beauty company, and the fat sow he referred to was one of his company's super VIPs. She spent millions every year at his company. Therefore, whenever she came to see him, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself to keep her entertained and compliantly play the role of a duck awaiting her demands. In fact, the reason Li Tianming had the capital to open a beauty company was thanks to previously working as a fitness coach, during which he relied on his handsome and tall appearance to lure rich old women. Unfortunately, these wealthy old women weren't lush housewives in their prime. They were mostly aged and overweight matrons whose ages could even rival that of grandmothers. Just as Li Tianming finished consuming the yang drug and planned to return to the private room for more rounds, suddenly, a freezing voice filled with mockery echoed. Li Tianming, who would have thought you had such a heavy taste? I wonder what Luo Weiwei thinks about it. It seems like both of you really are a pair made for each other. Chapter 4. It's time to pay the price. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, you piece of trash. Li Tianming turned around upon hearing the voice and saw Xuanhuan standing at the bathroom door. He first felt a bit surprised, then his face was full of contempt. With a cold laugh, he taunted Xuanhuan. So what? Are you thinking about being a tattletale? Even if Weiwei finds out I spent the whole night with that old sow, do you think Weiwei would break up with me and end up with you? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan had no expression on his face. He didn't say a word, but started walking towards Li Tianming step by step. I must warn you, you useless piece of crap. All the daughters Weiwei gives birth to are my children. Do you think she will break up with me just because of these little things? Li Tianming let out a nasty chuckle, filled with provocative words. After hearing Li Tianming's words, Xuanhuan's expression remained steady, and his light steps kept a stable rhythm as he got closer to Li Tianming step by step. Back then when Weiwei was pregnant, in order to not get expelled from school when things were exposed, I had her approach you and deliberately engage in a relationship with you. Pathetic, you believed it all, thinking that the baby inside her was yours. Foolishly, you abandoned your excellent studies and quit school with her. In the 7 years since, you have been helping me support them both. At the end of the day, you, this waste of space, were nothing more than our chosen pawn. Xuanhuan's calm reaction was slightly unexpected for Li Tianming. He felt very annoyed by this and immediately recounted the past events with Luo Weiwei, continuing to provoke Xuanhuan. He twisted his psychology, eagerly hoping to enjoy the sight of Xuanhuan and becoming furious again like yesterday. First, uncontrollably enraged and mad, then losing reason charging at him to fight, finally powerless, being stepped on by him. However, Li Tianming was disappointed. Facing his successive provocations, Xuanhuan remained unperturbed from start to finish, displaying a serene calmness. Li Tianming couldn't know that the Xuanhuan before him was no longer the same Xuanhuan from yesterday. The current Xuanhuan has inherited the legacy of the Chun family elder, leading to a drastic change in his mindset. Now, he is fully equipped with a strong confidence to handle everything. Are you done blabbering nonsense? At this moment, Xuanhuan was already standing in front of Li Tianming and spoke. He looked at the Li Tianming before him and said lightly, "It seems you've misunderstood one fact. I don't care about your petty affairs with Luo Weiwei right now. I have zero interest in it." Pausing briefly, he smirked meaningfully and added, "Turning misfortune into fortune, perhaps I should thank you two scumbags. If it weren't for you enabling me to remain untouched physically, how could I possibly have gained such an unprecedented opportunity?" Xuanhuan appeared calm, and his tone was even, yet Li Tianming's face changed color as a mysterious chill enveloped him. "What do you mean?" For some unknown reason, Li Tianming suddenly felt a surge of unease, prompting him to ask instinctively. "The meaning is that I am now capable of reclaiming what belongs to me." Xuanhuan suddenly grinned maliciously, the warmth vanishing instantly, turning cold, including beating you to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck out immediately, throwing a punch at Li Tianming. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing Xuanhuan suddenly attack him, Li Tianming immediately let out a derisive laugh and quickly attempted to repeat his previous move, grabbing Xuanhuan by the shoulder and attempting to throw him down. Li Tianming had worked previously as a fitness coach, studied a few years of freestyle boxing, and combined with his towering physique, among ordinary people, his skills could be considered decent. However, as formidable as he may be, he still only existed within the realms of an average person. How could he compare to the thoroughly transformed Xuanhuan of today? Bang! In an instant, before Li Tianming could make any movements, Xuanhuan's punch sent him flying. He violently crashed into the bathroom wall and finally landed on the ground pitifully. Worth mentioning, this punch delivered by Xuanhuan did not utilize any internal energy. It was merely a simple forceful blow. Still, Xuanhuan's seemingly simple punch caused Li Tianming to nearly question reality. How? This can't be possible. How could I, Li Tianming, fall victim to one strike from someone as weak as Xuanhuan? What's going on here? Painfully curled up on the ground, trying to stand up and continue fighting with Xuanhuan, Li Tianming found himself unable to do so temporarily. His heart roared silently with doubt. If one punch kills you outright, it'd lack drama. After all, shouldn't we give you the chance to repay your debts? Xuanhuan leisurely walked over to Li Tianming's side, then abruptly grabbed Li Tianming's neck with a single hand in a rude manner. As if he were lifting a chick, Xuanhuan lifted Li Tianming completely off the ground, suspending him in the air. He slightly tilted his head up, half closing his eyes, and gazed at Li Tianming, whose face was contorted in agony, saying through an insincere smile, "Dear buddy, when do you plan to return my 10 million project funds?" Though Xuanhuan's words seemed to be suggesting negotiation, the grip of his fingers on Li Tianming's neck continually increased, never giving Li Tianming the chance to speak. Instantly, Li Tianming felt a terrible sensation of impending death, his face turning purple. His almost white eyeballs were filled with nothing but fear and dread. Cough, cough, cough. He tried desperately to tell Xuanhuan something, but could only produce an unpleasant grating sound from his throat. Excellent. Your sincere reaction to death has already informed me that you don't seem to intend to evade repayment. Seeing the moment was ripe, with a faint smile on his face, Xuanhuan relaxed his fingers slightly, allowing Li Tianming to resume breathing. After Li Tianming gasped for several breaths of air and had recovered somewhat, Xuanhuan's faint smile had vanished without a trace. He coldly demanded, "Remember, I'm only giving you one chance to choose. Would you rather I spend 10 million to buy your life, or do you prefer returning that 10 million to me now? Answer me." Your 10 million I haven't touched yet. It's in my pocket. I will return it to you right now." The recuperated Li Tianming made his choice almost without hesitation, hastily trembling as he spoke. At this moment, he had no time to think about why the waste of space Xuanhuan in his past eyes suddenly seemed like a different person, so fierce and terrifying. After all, Xuanhuan's fingers were still pinching his neck, and Li Tianming harbored no doubt that if he made the wrong choice, he would suffocate and die in the next second. After all, the death-like feeling Xuanhuan had given him just moments before was far too real. Chapter 5. Inescapable Punishment. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately extended his other hand and took out the bank card from Li Tianming's pocket. This bank card, not long ago, had been handed over to Luo Weiwei by Xuanhuan himself, with the password being his own birthday. He believed that at this moment, Li Tianming would not dare to lie to him. The 1 billion yuan in it was most likely untouched. That said, the reason he risked misappropriating this 1 billion yuan of project funds was because he had been deceived and lured by Luo Weiwei. Luo Weiwei had said then that she wanted to use this 1 billion yuan to invest in short-term funds, earning some interest to improve their living conditions, and soon repaying it promptly to cover the misappropriated amount. But where did Xuanhuan know that after handing her this 1 billion yuan, Luo Weiwei turned around and gave it to Li Tianming? More disgracefully, after receiving this 1 billion yuan, Li Tianming actually reported him to the company, causing this matter to be discovered so quickly. Li Tianming pushed things to such extremes, which left no way out for him, wanting him to tread the sewing machine in prison forever, without any chance for a comeback. Thinking of this, after retrieving the 1 billion yuan, Xuanhuan's originally intended 5 fingers to release Li Tianming's neck suddenly increased their force again. His eyes gleamed with intense, killing intent. Sensing the force transmitted through Xuanhuan's fingers once more, Li Tianming instantly felt overwhelming terror, especially when confronted with the undisguised cold, killing intent in Xuanhuan's eyes, making him tremble with fear. His face turned purplish-green again, his expression filled with extreme pain. Taking advantage of the time before complete suffocation enveloped him, he struggled to say, "Hack, I have already returned you your 1 billion. Hack. Please don't kill me. You did indeed return me 1 billion, but death may be avoided, yet punishment cannot. Our accounts are still unclear, and I never said I'd let you off easily." Xuanhuan placed the bank card in his pocket, laughing coldly as he spoke. Pausing for a moment, it seemed as if he thought of ways to retaliate against Li Tianming. The palm pressing on Li Tianming's neck immediately emitted a trace of almost imperceptible true qi, and a hint of mockery curved at the corner of his lips. "Li Tianming, you will soon experience what it means to be worse off alive than dead." As these words came out of Xuanhuan's mouth, Li Tianming was immediately terrified to the core. However, just as he thought Xuanhuan was about to do something, Xuanhuan released him and then left directly. Huff, huff. Large beads of sweat fell from Li Tianming's face as he panted heavily. It wasn't until a while later that he managed to recover. He truly thought just now that he might die at the hands of Xuanhuan, but now that Xuanhuan let go of him voluntarily, it showed that Xuanhuan had only been trying to scare him. Damn it, I shouldn't have been scared like that by the useless Xuanhuan. I should have kept that 1 billion for myself. What can he possibly do to me? Li Tianming touched the red marks on his neck, beginning to regret internally. Looking in the direction Xuanhuan's figure disappeared into, His face couldn't help but show a look full of malice. He clenched his teeth and thought darkly. You wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll get my revenge. Regarding the punch Xuanhuan delivered earlier, Li Tianming didn't consider it to be very formidable. He believed it was merely due to his own exhaustion after battling extensively with that old sow that allowed Xuanhuan to exploit the situation. F***K. Without that 1 billion, my company will face financial chain rupture problems. Looks like I need to keep that old sow entertained thoroughly, trying to think of ways to manage through them. Such were his thoughts, as Li Tianming took out 2 yang drugs from his chest and swallowed them, deciding that even if it meant draining his kidney function, he must satisfy the terrifying demands placed upon him. In a moment, Li Tianming returned to the private room. That rich and elderly, ugly old woman immediately pounced on him like a tiger. Bearing the nausea within, Li Tianming put on a smile and proactively engaged with her. Their clothes swiftly began to be shed. Just as they reached the final step and Li Tianming was preparing to take action, suddenly, Li Tianming involuntarily shivered. Subsequently, he could not control his rifle, discharging all at once, then becoming limp and deflated like a punctured balloon. This sudden occurrence instantly caused the old rich woman to furrow her brow and made Li Tianming himself feel taken aback. His complexion turned an unpleasant liver color. Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? The match hadn't even begun and it was already over. Displeasure clearly showed on the ugly old woman's face. Weren't you quite strong before? Why aren't you capable now? Are you starting to disdain me? Ms. Zhang, don't talk like that. A white rich beauty like you. How could I possibly disdain you? Being able to play with you is absolutely the greatest honor for someone like me. Upon hearing the rich old woman's words, Li Tianming quickly scrambled to cover his mistake and started insincerely flattering her. Noticing the old woman's expression ease somewhat, he grinned awkwardly and justified. Sister Zhang, my failure to satisfy you this time is entirely my fault. It must be due to how physically exhausted I've been lately. Give me a few days to rest and recuperate, and next time I absolutely won't let you down. I will make sure you have an unforgettable experience. As he verbally placated the rich old woman, Li Tianming inadvertently recalled Xuanhuan's parting words. You'll soon know what it feels like to wish for death. Instantly, an inexplicable sense of unease and irritability crept into his heart. After all, he had just taken several doses of potent yang drugs earlier, yet now his body was behaving abnormally, incapable even of mounting an erection. It can't be. How could someone as useless as Xuanhuan possibly possess such abilities? I'm probably overthinking this. Maybe I am just too worn out from recent stress. However, Li Tianming soon dismissed these feelings as absurd, so his anxiety and restlessness faded away accordingly. All right then, if that's what you say, we'll make another appointment later. Upon hearing Li Tianming's explanation, the rich old woman nodded in satisfaction, showing no suspicion. She gave his handsome face a quick nibble before smiling slyly and stating, Xiaoming, just so you know, Sister Zhang has made clear, if next time you still fail to please me, whether or not I continue with your beauty salon skincare treatments might remain undecided. Hearing this, Li Tianming hastily thumped his chest, assuring her while putting on airs as though ready to sacrifice everything for love. Sister Zhang, there's nothing for you to worry about. Next time, I'll ensure your utmost pleasure. That's good. Seeing this, the elderly woman finally nodded contentedly. An almost predator-like grin spread across her ugly fat face. Chapter 6. Phone Call. This side, Xuanhuan, who had just walked out of the Rose Bar, looked up at the clear blue sky outside, and involuntarily a smile curved on his lips. He had forcefully reclaimed the 10 million yuan project fee and used means beyond Li Tianming's understanding to make him forever lose the ability to be a man. Thinking about what he had done just now, he felt that his mood had become incredibly relaxed. There was no longer any trace of yesterday's desperate oppression in his heart. Life is truly unpredictable, just like this weather. Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, he was betrayed and deceived by Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming and faced with the threat of imprisonment. But now, after obtaining the inheritance from the Chun family's patriarch, he had achieved an overnight reversal of fortune. Just as Xuanhuan was contemplating this, his phone suddenly rang. Uncle Zhao, it's me and... Xuanhuan took out his phone, glanced at the caller display, then placed it near his ear with a tone full of respect. You rascal, how many times have I told you not to call me Uncle Zhao? You can just call me Dad. Don't I, old Zhao, deserve to be called father after adopting you from the orphanage? On the other end of the phone, a robust laughing scolding voice sounded, and from the sound, one could tell that the speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Uncle Zhao, you've misunderstood me. Even though Xuanhuan knew the owner of the phone on the other end spoke partly in jest, he still responded seriously. I may call you Uncle Zhao, but in my heart, you've long since become a father figure to me. Pausing for a moment, he somewhat bashfully added, I don't want to change my way of addressing you as Dad, because I fear Aunt Fong might be unhappy. I don't want the two of you to argue because of me. Though Xuanhuan and Li Tianming grew up in the orphanage together, unlike Li Tianming, when Xuanhuan was 12 years old, he was luckily adopted by Zhao Guowen and Fong Ying, thus leaving the orphanage. However, regarding adopting Xuanhuan, Fong Ying seemed reluctant and never fully accepted being called mother by him. Because of this disagreement, the couple had no shortage of arguments over matters concerning Xuanhuan. You kid always think too much. Don't you know your aunt's temperament? She looks somewhat materialistic on the surface, but she has a kind heart, Zhao Guowen replied. Uncle Zhao, I understand what you're saying. I know Aunt Fong is fundamentally a good person deep down inside, and even if she has some opinions towards me, She's never really let me down, said Chunnin sincerely. It's good that you understand this, kid. No matter what happens, you need to remember forever that our Zhao family are your relatives. You're no longer a helpless orphan, Zhao Guowen said solemnly. After delivering these words earnestly, he then proceeded to reveal the purpose of his phone call, changing the subject. Nan, Luo Weiwei called me. She said she's already broken up with you and claims that you've always suffered from male dysfunction, unable to lead a normal life between a man and woman, so she could not bear it anymore and ended up having 3 daughters with Li Tianming. He paused. The voice of Zhao Guowen on the other side became heavy all at once, adding, she also says that you've selfishly misappropriated 10 million yuan in engineering funds and are soon going to face imprisonment. Are these things true? Uncle Zhao, what Luo Weiwei says cannot be trusted. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chunnin explained immediately. I do not have male dysfunction. The 3 daughters of Luo Weiwei were conceived behind my back with Li Tianming. From start to finish, this was all a case of deceit and exploitation by both Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei against me. This added more insight into the face of Luo Weiwei, as he realized that the woman didn't hesitate to report him before accusing herself. Not only had she betrayed and deceived him, but she had also sought high moral ground to set her own image. How utterly shameless. Who would have thought something like this would happen? If there weren't legal restrictions explicitly written down, I'd certainly lock them up and send them in for 3 or 5 years of reform. Upon hearing Chunnan's explanation, Zhao Guowen was instantly furious. As a deputy team leader of the criminal police unit, who detested wickedness all his life, the deeds committed by Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei were indeed atrocious. Nan, you haven't yet answered me. Did you really embezzle that 10 million yuan? Zhao Guowen suppressed his anger and hurriedly asked again. Yes. Chunnan pondered for a moment, then answered. But, Uncle Zhao, you don't have to worry. I've already returned the 10 million yuan in time. The company has decided not to hold me accountable. The matter has been resolved. His words were half true and half false, as he didn't reveal the entire truth to Zhao Guowen, fearing that the latter might worry too much. After all, in his view, he had already reclaimed that 10 million yuan. As long as he returned it immediately, everything would be fine. That's good. It's better now that this matter is settled. Upon hearing Chunnan's response, Zhao Guowen on the other end of the phone obviously let out a huge sigh of relief. He didn't dwell on the topic any further, changing the subject with a laugh. Come back for dinner tonight. Our family of 5 hasn't had a reunion meal for a long time. Yalan and Yaki, the 2 sisters, miss you very much. Uncle Zhao, I'd rather not. Chunnan immediately wanted to decline politely as usual, because he felt going back for dinner might upset Aunt Fong. Besides, Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaki were Uncle Zhao's daughters, but even those twin sisters couldn't possibly miss him that much. In particular, Zhao Yalan had disliked him ever since the day he entered the Zhao family. She never treated him kindly. Enough. Today is Yalan and Yaki's birthday. If you come back for dinner, your Aunt Fong will also be happy. That's settled. I'm hanging up now. Zhao Guowen from the other end seemed to know Chunnan would decline, so he interrupted Chunnan's words, leaving some sentences before directly ending the call. Seeing this, Chunnan helplessly smiled. Since Uncle Zhao had said it so clearly, it looked like there was no way for him not to go this time. Thinking about this, Chunnan was about to put his phone back into his pocket when another unfamiliar number called in. As soon as he answered the call, a menacing voice came through from the other side. Boy, if you don't want to end up dead without a proper burial, you'd better come over to the unfinished building at the northern part of the city. Chapter 7. Righteous and Emotional. Who are you? Chunnan frowned slightly. The moment the other party spoke, they were already threatening him, and it was from a strange number, which left him rather perplexed. Kid, I'm Li Daqiang. The person on the phone said coldly with a laugh. Don't pretend to be dumb or truly stupid. How could you privately use my 10 million yuan and not even know who I am? You're asking for trouble. The man didn't allow Chunnan to say anything before viciously continuing. Enough talking. I'll give you 40 minutes to immediately come to the unfinished building in the northern part of town to return the money and apologize. If you don't dare to come, not only will you die a horrible death, but Wu Tao, who's covering for you, will die too. After saying that, the person on the other end of the line, Li Daqiang, hung up directly. Chunnan's face turned increasingly grim after finishing this call. Although he did not know Li Daqiang personally, the name wasn't unfamiliar to him because Li Daqiang was the backer of his construction company. He had previously heard from his foreman, Brother Wu, that Li Daqiang wasn't an ordinary construction company boss. It seemed like he also had close ties with underworld figures, and no one dared to provoke him. Why would Brother Wu say yesterday that he'd give me 3 days to pay back, but now Li Daqiang is demanding repayment? Could it be that Brother Wu was helping me all along by suppressing this matter and not reporting it upstairs? Based on what Li Daqiang said on the phone, Chunnan quickly associated it with something and felt a deep sense of unease arise in his heart. Not good. Brother Wu might already be in Li Daqiang's hands. He's in danger. Realizing this, Chunnan wasted no time. He immediately hailed a taxi and rushed directly to the unfinished building in the north of Jiangzhou City. In Jiangzhou, there were 5 major families dominating the area. These families had been entrenched in Jiangzhou for a long time, wielding immense power, almost able to manipulate wind and rain at their whim. The locals respectfully called them the 5 great families. Among these, the Yang family was the most powerful clan, practically functioning as local rulers. At this very moment, inside an extravagant estate belonging to the Yang family, the ostentatious swimming pool witnessed Yang Hao, the heir of the Yang family, behaving like a frenzied beast, showing absolutely no mercy or consideration towards the young model beneath him as he relentlessly pounded her. Despite being severely abused, the young model showed no sign of resistance. Instead, she painstakingly synchronized her movements with Yang Hao's rhythm, fearful of displeasing him. She knew well that Yang Hao was currently in a terrible mood, filled with intense anger. If she dared to make him unhappy now, she could end up dead without a sound on the streets within seconds. Master Yang, I've investigated as you asked. This is the information about the person who defiled Miss Qin last night. At this point, a robust man resembling a bodyguard approached with a file in hand. Upon seeing this, Yang Hao immediately stopped abusing the model. He took the file from the bodyguard. Opening it, inside was a photo of a rather plain-looking man and basic information such as age 25, grew up in an orphanage, works at a construction site, etc. Careful inspection revealed none other than Chun Nan's personal data. Damn, the beautiful woman I worked so hard to court ended up losing her virtue to such a nobody. It's infuriating. Qin Bingyue, this despicable woman, clearly doesn't appreciate my attentions. Last night, when I drugged her, instead of submitting to me, she chose to sleep with some random bricklaying fool. That's unacceptable. Upon finishing reading Chun Nan's information, Yang Hao's facial expression contorted, reaching the peak of rage and frustration, verging on madness. After a while, when Yang Hao calmed down, he coldly ordered the bodyguard, Zhang Biao, arrange someone as soon as possible to take care of this guy named Chun Nan. Since he touched a woman he shouldn't have, he must pay with his life. Yes. Zhang Biao responded humbly, his eyes flashing with sinister light. Meanwhile, at the unfinished building in the northern part of Jiangzhou City, a corpulent man with a thick neck adorned with a large gold chain was mercilessly beating a dark-faced man with a baseball bat. This middle-aged to elderly dark-faced man had his hands tightly tied behind his back and hung in the air, leaving him no choice but to endure the beating. From time to time, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. The fat man swinging the bat was Li Daqiang, and the man being beaten was none other than Wu Tao. Around them stood more than 10 ruffians and gangsters dressed sloppily, some holding steel rods, others holding machetes, looking at this scene with playful glances. You've been with me for quite some time, and I've treated you well. Yet, I never expected you to dare deceive me. The thing I hate the most is when others lie to me. Li Daqiang struck Wu Tao again fiercely with the baseball bat while sneering coldly. If I hadn't discovered earlier that the kid took 1 million yuan from me, were you planning to keep covering for him and not tell me about this matter? Mr. Li, Chun Nan is young, and he only made a temporary mistake by misusing the company's money. Please give him some time. I believe he will return the money. Wu Tao gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, speaking weakly. After dropping out of high school, Chun Nan had been working on construction sites under Wu Tao's guidance. Wu Tao knew that Chun Nan was an orphan raised in an orphanage, so he had always looked after him very carefully. Over the years, Wu Tao had come to view Chun Nan as his own younger brother in his heart. You truly have feelings and loyalty for that kid. Even at this critical moment, you're still pleading for him. You should take care of yourself first. Li Daqiang snorted mockingly in disdain for what he saw as misplaced brotherhood. He glanced at his watch before saying viciously, "There's only 1 minute left out of the 40 minutes. It seems like the kid won't show up. As I said before, if he doesn't come, then you can't leave here alive." Having said that, Li Daqiang gave a subtle nod to the strongest-looking thug, signaling for him to step forward and deal with Wu Tao. This tall, burly man immediately bowed respectfully and walked towards Wu Tao with a steel rod in hand. "You can die now." He grinned cruelly at Wu Tao, and then swung the steel rod powerfully, aiming directly at Wu Tao's head with a fierce whistling sound slicing through the air. At this very moment, Wu Tao closed his eyes with a pale face, accepting what seemed like his inevitable fate. But exactly at this same instant, a shadow of a figure. Chapter 8, Timely Arrival. At the exact same moment, a figure suddenly darted forward and blocked Wu Tao's path. Bang! In an instant, the figure shot out a hand with lightning speed. Accompanied by a muffled sound, they abruptly grabbed the rebar that was about to strike Wu Tao's head. The next second, before the muscular thug even had time to react, this figure kicked out with alarming speed. The thug instantly let out a wail of pain as he was kicked more than 10 meters away, landing heavily injured on the ground. This figure, of course, was none other than Chun Nan, who had arrived at just the right moment to save the day. This sudden turn of events caused Li Daqiang and the rest of the thugs to all change expression, momentarily stunned in place. "Who the hell are you, kid?" Realizing the situation, Li Daqiang immediately scowled and demanded angrily. He felt somewhat uneasy inside. The man appeared frail, yet had managed to kick his tallest and strongest henchman far away. Could it be that he was a trained fighter? Upon hearing this, Chun Nan did not respond verbally to Li Daqiang. Instead, he first went forward and untied the hemp rope binding Wu Tao's hands, lowering him gently from the air. Chun Nan, you shouldn't have come." Wu Tao, noticing something strange happening, opened his eyes and seeing Chun Nan's arrival, weakly said. His current mood was complicated, filled with both relief and concern. He felt relieved because he had indeed not misjudged the person. Chun Nan dared to confront his own mistakes directly instead of being a coward fearing death. However, his concern was that Chun Nan's arrival seemed unable to change anything and might even lose his life for nothing. "Wu Ge, this matter started with me, so I can't not come. You've been severely injured. Sit down and rest a bit." Chun Nan supported the heavily bruised Wu Tao, letting him sit on the ground. Without saying much more, he calmly added, "Let me handle this matter." "Anan, Kid, don't mess around. You're no match for them. Seeing Chun Nan's eerily calm demeanor, Wu Tao became alarmed, fearing that Chun Nan might, in youthful impulsiveness, do something irredeemable. Quickly, he advised, "You don't be impulsive. Beg for mercy properly from Big Brother Qiang, admit your mistake, and ask Big Brother Qiang to give you a few days leeway. Then we'll think of ways together to pay back that 10 million. Kid, so you're Chun Nan." Hearing Chun Nan's conversation with Wu Tao, Li Daqiang couldn't help but sneer. "Not old, but quite brave, aren't you? To dare take 10 million yuan from my pocket privately. How could you dare stick your hand into mine? Where's my money? Here's the 10 million. I didn't spend a penny. Here it is returned to you." Chun Nan pulled out the bank card he had retrieved from Li Tianming and threw it towards Li Daqiang. "Didn't spend a penny?" Li Daqiang instinctively caught the bank card, looked over at the expressionless Chun Nan standing nearby, and was inwardly surprised. He originally thought that since Chun Nan had risked secretly moving his 10 million, there would be little chance of getting it back. But unexpectedly, Chun Nan handed it over so quickly. Wu Tao, upon realizing that Chun Nan had managed to return the misappropriated 10 million so swiftly, felt both delighted and relieved, grateful that Chun Nan hadn't squandered it recklessly. "The money has been returned to you. Our accounts should now be settled, correct?" Chun Nan said aloud. "Boy, settling accounts with me isn't going to be that easy." Li Daqiang laughed coldly. "Do you really think I care about just this paltry 10 million? What I care about is respect. I'm still the hall master of the Goldfish Association. If I let you go this easily, how would I maintain my reputation on the streets? What do you want then?" Chun Nan, seemingly unaware of the threat underlying Li Daqiang's words, showed no extra emotion on his face, only asking this one simple question. "Kid, since you've paid back the 10 million, I'll spare your life." Li Daqiang, watching the overly calm face of Chun Nan, furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably restless. But he wasn't about to be deterred by such an odd unease. He still coldly laughed and told Chun Nan, "I offer you two choices. Either you fork over another 10 million as interest, or you sever one of your arms. It will serve as the lesson I deliver to you." "Cut off an arm?" Chun Nan's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a chilling coldness in his gaze. "That's simple." As soon as those words fell, he gripped his left arm with his right hand and twisted hard. Snap! With the crackling sound of bone breaking reverberating throughout the abandoned building, Chun Nan's left arm immediately bent at an exaggerated angle, clearly broken. Crazy bastard. Chun Nan's self-inflicted injury, without any hesitation, instantly left Li Daqiang and the gang of hooligans feeling startled, their entire bodies suddenly enveloped by a chilling coldness. Two words involuntarily flashed through their minds. And Wu Tao's face grew even paler, frightened by Chun Nan's actions. "Kid, you're ruthless. Let's consider this matter settled. We are now even." Regaining his composure, Li Daqiang subconsciously rolled his throat, his voice somewhat lacking in confidence. He had been mixing on the streets since childhood, witnessing all kinds of ruthless people, but someone as brutal as Chun Nan? He'd truly never seen one before. After all, being cruel to others sometimes doesn't necessarily mean someone is really ruthless. But someone who could be cruel to themselves, that represents real ruthlessness. "Let's go, brothers." In front of such a ferocious person like Chun Nan, Li Daqiang was unwilling to linger any longer and immediately prepared to leave with his gang of hooligan followers. "Hold it." Just then, Chun Nan blocked Li Daqiang and his crew from leaving, forcefully preventing them. "Boy, what do you mean by that?" Li Daqiang frowned and asked. "I embezzled 10 million yuan from you, and I admit my fault in that matter. But I've already paid off your debt, and also cut off one of my arms as repentance according to your demand. Now, it's my turn to settle accounts with you." Chun Nan pointed at Wu Tao, whose body was riddled with injuries, and coldly laughed. "This was caused by your beating. Do you think you can easily leave here? So kid, what do you want?" Li Daqiang's face turned serious, teasingly said. Though Chun Nan was indeed ruthless, it didn't mean he was intimidated. Especially now that Chun Nan had already lost one arm, it wasn't worth him fearing anything. In his opinion, even if Chun Nan was somewhat skilled in martial arts, he still had more than a dozen hooligan underlings. What difference would that make? Facing Li Daqiang's mocking inquiry, Chun Nan thought that if he hadn't arrived in time, Wu Gu would have definitely died at the hands of Li Daqiang and his gang. Immediately, fury began to gather in his eyes, and he coldly muttered one sentence. "I want you all dead." Chapter 9. Kneeling to beg for mercy. "I want you dead." As soon as Chun Nan said this, Li Daqiang and the gang of hooligans immediately turned fierce eyes on him, their faces turning extremely ugly. And Wu Tao, upon hearing Chun Nan's words, had just relaxed after seeing Li Daqiang leading his group away, but now his heart jumped into his throat again. Terrified, with a face as pale as paper, he hurriedly pleaded. "Big brother Daqiang, Chun Nan's mind is not right today. He's just joking with you. Please don't take offense." While pleading with Li Daqiang, he also desperately signaled Chun Nan with his eyes, suggesting that he should know when to stop and not be foolish enough to confront Li Daqiang. "Kid, you're indeed crazy, but an incredibly stupid one at that." Li Daqiang paid no attention to Wu Tao's plea, glanced at the emotionless Chun Nan, and then said coldly with a darkened face, "Since you're so damn determined to find death, it's not my fault anymore." Saying this, he showed a trace of cruelty in his eyes, then waved his hand and ordered the hooligans harshly. "All of you go together, chop him up for me." "Yes." Upon receiving Li Daqiang's command, the hooligans who already detested Chun Nan let out a collective roar and swarmed towards Chun Nan like bees. Their looks were ruthless. Some held machetes while others wielded wooden sticks. Such a ferocious charge would likely terrify any ordinary person into collapsing on the spot. A motley crowd. Xuanhuan sneered coldly. Even before these hooligans could reach him, his figure suddenly darted forward, meeting them head-on. He was like a fierce lion rushing into a flock of sheep, terrifyingly aggressive, with every punch or kick accompanied by a thug's scream of pain. In less than a minute's time, the more than 10 hooligans armed with dangerous weapons didn't even touch the hem of Xuanhuan's clothes, and already all lay on the ground, each either dead or severely injured. At that moment, the unfinished building became eerily silent, devoid of any extra sounds, only filled with the faint cries of pain from the hooligans. You, Li Daqiang stared wide-eyed, looking at the distant Xuanhuan whose expression remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. Li Daqiang couldn't help trembling all over, feeling a cold chill rising from his feet to his scalp. Based on the kick Xuanhuan threw earlier, Li Daqiang had assumed that Xuanhuan might have been a somewhat skilled martial artist. But what he never expected was for Xuanhuan to be powerful to such an extent, capable within the blink of an eye of cutting down more than a dozen of his subordinates, like slicing melons. Even more terrifying was the fact that despite having lost an arm, Xuanhuan still displayed combat prowess far beyond normal limits. Could this kid possibly be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Xuanhuan's extraordinary skills instantly brought to mind a certain possibility for Li Daqiang, making him sweat profusely, unable to suppress the shiver in his legs. After all, Li Daqiang wasn't unfamiliar with the strength of an ancient martial artist, because the president of his own Golden Fish Society was also a cultivator possessing transcendent power. Wu Tao, witnessing this scene, also wore a look of immense shock, his emotional waves barely lesser than those of Li Daqiang. He and Xuanhuan had worked together at the construction site for years, believing himself quite familiar with Xuanhuan's capabilities. Yet at this moment, Xuanhuan seemed suddenly alien to him, making it hard to associate this currently invincible and merciless figure with the once familiar image in his memory. It's your turn. Having dealt with the hooligans, Xuanhuan began to approach Li Daqiang step by step, saying calmly, "Speak. How do you wish to die? I'll give you the choice to select your method of execution." Big brother, please don't kill me. I beg you not to kill me." As soon as Xuanhuan spoke, Li Daqiang was terrified to the point of his face turning ashen white. His legs went limp, causing him to fall on his knees and begin kowtowing and begging relentlessly. The cold and hard cement floor quickly rubbed his head raw until blood came, yet he dared not let out a sound of pain or stop bowing at all. At this moment, faced with the cruelty and strength that Xuanhuan had shown, under this intense threat of death, all the status and dignity Li Daqiang carried from being the wealthy boss of a construction company and the hall master of the Jiangzhou Underground Force, the Golden Fish Society, all of it was thrown away without hesitation, cast into the abyss like feeding dogs. "Xuanhuan, don't act rashly." At this moment, Wu Tao finally reacted, hurriedly saying, "Killing him isn't worth it, and besides, he has treated me well in the past, and never delayed paying our hard-earned wages." He also felt it incredible that he would one day see the scene of Li Daqiang kneeling down and begging for mercy, let alone that this person was actually Xuanhuan. "Since Brother Wu speaks up for you, I will not take your life." Xuanhuan looked down at the Li Daqiang who was kneeling before him and coldly said, "I'll give you two choices. Either you come up with 10 million yuan as Brother Wu's medical fees, or you cut off one of your arms as a lesson from me." The reversal of fortune could not be more dramatic. It was the same two choices, only this time the initiative had shifted to Xuanhuan, who was now setting conditions for Li Daqiang. Big brother, I am willing to pay the 10 million yuan medical fee." Though he knew Xuanhuan was taking advantage of the situation unreasonably, Li Daqiang almost didn't hesitate in making his choice. He just wanted to survive and wasn't ready to lose an arm. He stopped bowing, fumbling to pull out the bank card from his chest pocket, stammering, Big brother, this 10 million yuan is yours which you've returned." "Oh no, the money here originally belonged to you. I'm returning it to you." In his heart though, he felt extremely humiliated, thinking it was extremely bad luck to encounter someone like Xuanhuan, someone whose ruthlessness might stem from being a practitioner of ancient martial arts. After all, he originally came here to collect the debt, but ended up not only empty-handed but also barely escaping death. "Brother, with such immense power under your command, there would be countless wealthy tycoons eager to voluntarily hand over money. Why do you have to work on a humble construction site like ours? Is there really any fun in pretending to be weak when you're so strong?" At this moment, Li Daqiang didn't dare harbor any thoughts of retaliation against Xuanhuan. All he had was a growing sense of resentment. Still, while he yearned to voice these complaints to Xuanhuan's face, he dared not. "I'll take this 10 million yuan on behalf of Brother Wu. Now our accounts are settled, and you can get lost." Xuanhuan, naturally, had no idea about Li Daqiang's grievances. After reclaiming the bank card, he ignored Li Daqiang and directly walked towards Wu Tao. Chapter 10, Xuanhuan's Change. Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang felt as if a great burden had been lifted off his shoulders and quickly scurried away from the abandoned building. As for the life or death of those hooligans under his command, he didn't give it a second thought. "Wu Go, how are your injuries?" Xuanhuan helped Wu Tao to his feet and asked with concern. Looking at Wu Tao, who was covered in wounds from the beating and almost lost his life because of his involvement, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty and apologetic. "I've rested for a while now, and I'm feeling much better. The injuries are nothing serious, just some bruises." Wu Tao wasn't particularly concerned about his own condition. Instead, he glanced at Xuanhuan's broken left arm and said anxiously, "As for you, Nan, your injuries seem much worse than mine. You need to go to the hospital immediately. Wu Ge, my arm is fine. Just look. Chen Nan's face broke into a faint smile. Then, with his right hand grabbing his left arm, he twisted it violently again. Snap! With a clear sound of bone grinding, the exaggerated angle of Chen Nan's left arm was forcibly realigned, clearly having been reconnected. This. Wu Tao stared open-mouthed, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit an egg. It wasn't until quite a while later that he gradually came to his senses, sighing bitterly. Nan, it's only been one night, yet you've changed so much. If I didn't know there could never be another Chen Nan in this world, I'd think you're someone else. He referred to the changes not only in terms of Chen Nan's abilities suddenly reaching an unimaginable level, but mainly concerning his personality. In Wu Tao's memory, Chen Nan had always been a kind-hearted, innocent young man, who was even overly gentle to the point of appearing weak on the construction site, having suffered no shortage of bullying from some seasoned workers. However, the cruelty Chen Nan displayed toward Li Daqiang and others earlier, as well as his cold demeanor towards himself, completely overturned Wu Tao's perception of him. Wu Ge, a lot has happened to me over this one night. Chen Nan nodded upon hearing this, fully understanding what Wu Tao meant. Being simultaneously betrayed by his first love and best friend, discovering that none of his 3 daughters were biologically his own, and realizing that he had raised children for another person for 7 years straight. Under such heavy blows, it would be hard for any man not to suffer mental breakdown or question human nature. In such desperate circumstances, he unexpectedly inherited the legacy of an elder from the Qin family, and it was inevitable for his outlook on life and behavior to change. They say when a person experiences significant ups and downs, their character changes drastically, and this change itself represents personal growth. A lot happened. Wu Tao was startled. Wu Ge, these matters are in the past now. I don't care anymore. Chen Nan nodded without much explanation. Suddenly, he pulled out a set of silver needles from his chest and smiled. Wu Ge, I've mastered some ancient medical techniques, and I can heal your injuries. Among the legacies Chen Nan inherited, there were numerous astonishing medical arts that could bring the dead back to life or regenerate flesh, as the Chen family's ancestor was originally a cultivator who entered the Tao through medicine. As for the set of silver needles in his hands, they were bought specifically when he passed by a hospital on his way to the abandoned building, prepared for any contingencies. You know medical techniques too? Upon hearing this, Wu Tao naturally looked puzzled and instinctively wanted to ask more. But recalling how Chen Nan had just dislocated his own arm and then reconnected it, he suppressed his doubts and jokingly said, "All right, go ahead and treat me. If you really can, it'll save us a trip to the hospital." Chen Nan nodded, immediately pulling out 3 needles of varying lengths. He silently channeled his internal energy and began to apply them to 3 mystical points on Wu Tao's body. The needle technique he used was called 3 heavenly needles, which worked wonders for contusions like Wu Tao's and internal bleeding. Soon, Wu Tao felt a warm current flow through the 3 needles into his body. To his astonishment, the bruising on his body disappeared before his eyes, and the pain and discomfort rapidly faded away. This time, Wu Tao was utterly shocked, almost unable to believe what he was witnessing. "Nan, how do you feel?" By the time Chen Nan finished withdrawing the needles and asked him this question, Wu Tao finally reacted, exclaiming happily, "Oh Nan, you truly are extraordinary. I'm already fine." Now looking at the smiling Chen Nan, Wu Tao felt as if he was staring at an alien. Superhuman martial prowess combined with unparalleled medical skills, indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. He now felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, as if he were dreaming. He truly couldn't figure out where Chen Nan had suddenly learned these incredible skills from. "Wu Ge, it's good that you're fine." At this moment, Chen Nan pulled out a bank card from his chest pocket and handed it to Wu Tao with a smile. "This card has 10 million on it. It's the medical fee that Li Daqiang paid you. The password is my birthday. You know it, Wu Ge." "Nan, I can't accept this. You've already healed my wounds, so there's no need for any medical fee. Even if I went to the hospital, it wouldn't cost this much." Wu Tao immediately declined. This was 10 million yuan. Even if he worked himself to death at the construction site, he wouldn't make this much money in 3 lifetimes. How could he possibly accept it? "Wu Ge, you've suffered because of my problems. Please take this money." Chen Nan knew Wu Tao would refuse, so he forcefully shoved the bank card into Wu Tao's hand and said, "With what just happened, Li Daqiang certainly won't let you work at his construction company anymore. With this 10 million, you can completely pursue whatever you want to do." Pausing for a moment, a teasing smile flickered across his face as he added, "Wu Ge, I know about your secret with Sister Huang. You just didn't have the money to marry her before. Now with this amount, your lifetime decision can be settled quickly." The sister Huang Chen Nan mentioned was the plump woman Huang Xuanhuan, who cooked for the workers at the construction site. Though she was a divorced single mother raising a child, marrying her wasn't easy. She came from the Xinjiang area, and rumor had it that her dowry started at 388,000 yuan. "You little scoundrel, how did you find out about my situation with Sister Huang?" Wu Tao blushed furiously upon hearing this, laughing and scolding. Upon hearing Chen Nan mention Sister Huang, Wu Tao instinctively glanced at the bank card in his hand. Thinking back to all the abilities Chen Nan had displayed earlier, he finally nodded. "All right, I know you've become incredibly capable now. I'll consider this 10 million as a loan from you, Wu Ge. If you ever need money, remember to ask me anytime." Chen Nan was not wrong. He had lost his job, and he was also getting old without being married yet. But this sum of money was more than enough to change the gears of his fate, allowing him to marry the woman he loved. At this moment, Wu Tao was deeply moved, never expecting Chen Nan to just give him this enormous sum of money. In the future, He would countless times recount to others how lucky he was to have met Xuanhuan, considering it the greatest fortune of his life. Chapter 11. Zhao Guowen's Concern. Huafu Neighborhood. This was a medium to upper-class neighborhood with complete living facilities. Due to its location in the old district of Jiangzhou, the housing prices here were not artificially inflated, and many families enjoyed choosing this area to buy homes. The family of Zhao Guowen, who had adopted Xuanhuan, lived in this neighborhood. After parting ways with Wu Tao, Xuanhuan arrived at the neighborhood around 5 in the evening. Zhao Guowen had told him on the phone about the birthdays of Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi, insisting he must come back for dinner, leaving him no excuse to decline again. It's been so long since I've been back. I wonder if Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong would be upset with me. Standing outside Zhao Guowen's door with a cake in hand, Xuanhuan felt a bit uneasy. 7 years ago, despite the objections of Zhao Guowen and his wife, he had given up his excellent high school studies, dropped out with Luo Weiwei, and rented a place to work, rarely returning here since. It seemed it had been 2 years since his last visit. A moment later, phew, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, quelled his uneasiness, and pressed the doorbell. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from inside, and soon the door opened, revealing a face with a square jawline. Uncle Zhao, I'm back. Seeing the owner of the square jawline, Xuanhuan immediately smiled and greeted him. Nan, I knew it would be you, you rascal. Come in quickly. Seeing Xuanhuan standing outside, Zhao Guowen instantly showed a warm smile as he guided Xuanhuan inside. As he entered, he saw Fong Ying bustling about in the kitchen. He quickly raised the cake in his hands and greeted her with a smile. Aunt Fong, I've come back for Yalan and Yaqi's birthday. Who said it's Yalan's birthday today? As her mother, how could I not know? Am I suffering from dementia already? Fong Ying didn't show any warmth upon Xuanhuan's return. She merely glanced at him indifferently before speaking dryly. Haha. Realizing the sarcasm in Fong Ying's tone, Xuanhuan awkwardly laughed, unsure what to say. He hadn't remembered Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi's birthdays, but had followed Zhao Guowen's lead over the phone. Now it seemed Zhao Guowen had lied just to get him home for dinner. That's settled then. That's what I told Nan. Zhao Guowen stepped in to defuse the tension, scolding Fong Ying slightly. The boy hasn't been home for such a long time. I just wanted him to join us for dinner and reunite. You should be happy. Don't always have that sour face. How do you know I'm not happy? Fong Ying shot a glare at Zhao Guowen, feigning annoyance while saying, since he brought back the cake, it's fine to celebrate Lin Lin and Chi Chi's birthday earlier. Really, you're too talkative. With that, she stopped paying attention to Zhao Guowen and Xuanhuan, continuing her work in the kitchen. Upon hearing Fong Ying's words, Xuanhuan felt a warm feeling rise within him. All the uneasiness that weighed down his heart completely dissipated, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Uncle Zhao was right. Aunt Fong was indeed someone with sharp words, but a kind heart. Nan, dinner won't be ready soon. Let's drink some tea first. This time you came back, you should spend more time chatting with Uncle Zhao. Sitting on the living room sofa, Zhao Guowen prepared some hot tea, smiling warmly as he invited Xuanhuan to join. Uncle Zhao, are Yalan and Yaqi not back yet? Sitting on the sofa, Xuanhuan wasn't sure what else to say to Zhao Guowen, so he smiled and asked. They're back. The two sisters are talking privately in the bedroom. Zhao Guowen's face carried a hint of helplessness as he chuckled and joked a bit. When these two girls were younger, they loved sticking to me. Now that they've grown up, they refuse to chat with their old dad. Truly, daughters grow up too fast. Suddenly, he suppressed the smile on his face, shifting the topic. Nan, if things with Luo Weiwei are truly over, then let them end. It's Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming who wronged you. Don't feel disheartened. Life must go forward. Zhao Guowen had insisted on having Xuanhuan come back for this meal, not only because he wished for a family reunion, but also because he wanted to personally comfort Xuanhuan. In his eyes, after experiencing such an event, Xuanhuan would definitely be deeply affected, and there was even a possibility he might take extreme actions. After all, as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, he had seen too many tragedies caused by matters of love and affection. I understand what you mean, Uncle Zhao. Xuanhuan nodded lightly, his expression calm. I no longer care about Luo Weiwei's affairs now. Whatever happens between her and Li Tianming has nothing to do with me. What Xuanhuan said was true. He no longer had any intention to care about the trivial matters between Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming. All he could think of now was how he could, within 3 years, quickly find 9 women with pure Yin constitutions for dual cultivation, obtaining 9 more xuanhuan Yin energies so he might live on. Hey, looking at this kid's face, she must have really hurt him deep. The calmer Xuanhuan appeared, the more Zhao Guowen felt that he had been severely affected by the matter. His concern deepened. It won't do. It seems I need to find someone to keep an eye on this kid and all the time, in case he does something extreme. Zhao Guowen silently resolved, while thinking inwardly. Externally, Zhao Guowen showed no sign of worry as he smiled at Xuanhuan and said, it's good that you've let it go. Luckily, you haven't yet registered your marriage with Luo Weiwei. You two were not legally husband and wife after all, and those 3 children aren't biologically yours, so they wouldn't impact your future happiness too much. That's true, Uncle Zhao. Xuanhuan nodded. Indeed, he hadn't yet taken the marriage certificate with Luo Weiwei. Before, it was just him naively referring to her as his wife. Recalling it now, Luo Weiwei's refusal to register their marriage, and even those 3 daughters who never called him dad, truly told a lot. However, lost in Luo Weiwei's web of lies, and working hard all year to make money, Xuanhuan had subconsciously chosen to evade these questions. I suppose you don't work on construction sites anymore, do you? Zhao Guowen asked, remembering the incident involving 10 million yuan from project funds. Uncle Zhao, I'm unemployed right now, Xuanhuan honestly admitted. Well, great. I happened to hear Yaki mention that her company is recruiting security officers. Are you interested? Zhao Guowen chuckled as if struck by inspiration. Before Chun Nin could respond, a clear, silver bell-like voice interrupted them. Dad, my sister's company is none other than the famous Qin Group. The person in charge of the company is known in our Jiangzhou as a snowflower, talented and beautiful Qin Binghua. Her company isn't one just anybody can get into. Chapter 12, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan. Chun Nin looked in the direction of the sound. He saw two beautiful young ladies, identical in appearance and height, walking out of the bedroom with their arms affectionately linked. They were Zhao Guowen's twin daughters, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan. Though identical in appearance and height, their personalities and clothing styles were complete opposites, making it easy to tell them apart. The elder sister, Zhao Yaqi, was more introverted and shy. She wore a white cinched waist-long dress, paired with white canvas shoes. Her lovely face had no makeup, her jet black hair casually draped over her fragrant shoulders. She exuded a reserved yet youthful charm, with a demeanor as gentle as a kitten. The younger sister, Zhao Yalan, however, was very extroverted and open. Her pretty face bore heavy smoky makeup, her head of bright pink wavy hair vividly styled. She wore a cropped short-sleeved shirt that revealed her slim waist, and a pair of ultra-short denim pants almost reaching her thigh roots, fully displaying her sensuous and fiery side. The one who had just spoken was none other than Zhao Yalan, who had always detested Chun Nan. When Chun Nan saw the two walk out, he was instantly struck by shock, falling into a trance. The reason for his discomposure wasn't because he hadn't returned for a long time and discovered that Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan were far more beautiful than before. Rather, it was because he realized that these twin sisters possessed pure Yin bodies. To be precise, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Liqui both had half-pure Yin bodies. Each carried part of an innate Yuan Yin energy. Combined, they formed a complete cycle of innate Yuan Yin energy. Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan are twins born from the same mother, so it is quite normal that they each possess half of this innate Yuan Yin energy. If I can obtain this single stream of innate Yin energy from within them, then my chances of survival would increase significantly. However, if I want to successfully obtain this full Yuan Yin energy, I will have to engage in a three-person encounter with both sisters simultaneously. Such a scenario feels too dreamlike. Not to mention whether or not they would agree. I doubt I could pass the hurdle set by Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong. I cannot possibly force these two sisters to undergo dual cultivation with me just for my own sake. If I do that, what difference would I be from a beast? It would be better if I die. It's better to give up. This innate Yuan Yin energy within them is likely something I will not be able to obtain. In the brief period of losing himself, all sorts of thoughts flashed through Chun Nan's mind. Hey, look at your lecherous expression. Have you never seen a woman? Seeing Chun Nan transfixed while looking at herself and her sister, Zhao Yalan immediately displayed a flash of disgust in her eyes, scolding him angrily. Really disrespectful. Zhao Guowen glared at Zhao Yalan, reprimanding. Nan is your older brother. How dare you speak to your brother like that? Puff, 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 he doesn't share any blood relation with me. I'll never admit him as my brother. Don't you know, Dad? Neither my sister nor I have ever called him brother. Zhao Yalan stuck out her tongue teasingly, completely unafraid of Zhao Guowen's rebuke, replying curtly. You. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Guowen's square face turned crimson with anger. For a moment, he was speechless with fury. He didn't know what sins he had committed in his past life, causing Zhao Yalan's rebellious phase to be exceptionally prolonged. Now at 23, not only did she dress like a delinquent, but she also often enjoyed going against him. Uncle Zhao, calm down. Don't let such trivial matters affect your health. Regaining his senses, Chun Nin quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling and saying. Zhao Yalan's attitude towards him was something Chun Nin had expected long ago. Although he was 2 years older than Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi, these twin sisters had indeed never called him brother. In Chun Nan's opinion, Zhao Yaqi's refusal to call him brother stemmed from her overly shy and introverted nature. As for Zhao Yalan's reluctance to call him brother, it was purely due to her dislike of him. You're faking goodness again, just like you used to. Despite being gone for so long, you're still as insincere as ever. Just looking at you makes me nauseous. Upon seeing Chun Nan console Zhao Guowen, Zhao Yalan immediately humphed and sneered. She had always disliked Chun Nan, thus naturally interpreting every word and action of his as hypocritical. Chi-Chi, you. Couldn't you hold back a little? The elder sister, Zhao Yaqi, seemed unable to stand it any longer either, gently tugging on Zhao Yalan's sleeve. Perhaps it was because there was one more person, Chun Nan, in the house. Zhao Yaqi, who had a rather introverted and shy personality, spoke with her head slightly lowered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, without any air of being the elder sister. Sis, all right then, I won't bother with him anymore. After hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yalan finally gave Chun Nan one last fierce glare before speaking. She didn't listen to her father, Zhao Guowen, but she was always very obedient to her sister, Zhao Yaqi, because their relationship has been close since they were children. The two sisters walked hand in hand into the kitchen to help Fong Ying prepare dinner. Anan, this girl Yalan is not well disciplined by me, her father. Don't take her behavior too seriously. Seeing Zhao Yalan calming down, Zhao Guowen sighed helplessly with a smile, and immediately said to Chun Nan, Uncle Zhao, it's fine, I won't dwell on it. Chun Nan shook his head slightly, and responded with a smile. It's time for dinner. Just then, with Fong Ying's shout, Zhao Guowen and Chun Nan ended their casual chat on the sofa, and it was time for dinner. Nan, since Yaki's company is hiring security guards, you should follow Yaki to start working at her company tomorrow. This time you need to follow Uncle Zhao's advice. At the dinner table, Zhao Guowen brought up this topic again. However, this time he wasn't asking about Chen Nan's preference, but making the decision for him directly. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's decision for Chen Nan, Zhao Yaki ate quietly without showing any disagreement. But Zhao Yalan couldn't help but frown, though she didn't say anything out loud. The glance that she shot towards Chen Nan revealed her disdainful expression entirely. In her eyes, her sister's company belonged to Qin Bingyue of Snowflake. How could someone like Chen Nan, a useless waste, be qualified for recruitment? Fang Ying also did not look favorably upon Chen Nan. Looking at Chen Nan as he silently ate, there was an unmistakable sense of regret in her gaze, as she sneered coldly. You must also meet the requirements to be hired as a security guard. That's Qin's company, which is renowned throughout Jiangzhou. Without educational qualifications, even to be a security guard, they would refuse. We advised him back then not to drop out of high school, but to study hard for the college entrance examination and get admitted into a good university. But what did he do? He insisted on becoming some sort of sentimental fool, foolishly quitting school along with someone else's woman. Now that he found none of her 3 daughters are his own, he's returned here to vent his grievances. Chapter 13, Living Together. Back then, an old Taoist priest said that our family had too much yin energy and not enough yang, so we needed a boy to bring us wealth and good health. We adopted him from the orphanage. At that time, we admired his excellent academic performance and hoped he would bring us a better life in the future. But now the events between Chen Nan and Luo Weiwei, after Luo Weiwei informed Zhao Guowen via phone, naturally could not be hidden from other family members such as Fang Ying, Zhao Yalan, and Zhao Yaki. Well, you really know how to bring up unpleasant subjects. Seeing Fang Ying's intention to continue speaking, Zhao Guowen quickly waved his hand to cut her off, glaring and saying, "These things are all in the past. Why do you have to bring them up again? You just indulge him." Seeing Zhao Guowen was indeed angry, Fang Ying quietly threw out this sentence before she stopped talking any further. "Anan, don't listen to Aunt Fang's nonsense." Zhao Guowen showed a trace of a smile on his face, trying to soften his tone, and said, "Even without that old Taoist priest's words, Aunt Fang and I had already planned to adopt a boy. We chose you at the orphanage because your character impressed Uncle Zhao." Pausing for a moment, he added with a laugh, "To tell you the truth, back then Li Tianming in the orphanage also had equally excellent academic performance as you. And that guy even secretly begged us to adopt him, but Uncle Zhao just couldn't see anything admirable about him. I realized he fundamentally wasn't a good person." Choosing this moment to reveal this story to Chen Nan, Zhao Guowen feared that Fang Ying's words might hurt Chen Nan's self-respect. After all, from Zhao Guowen's perspective, Chen Nan had already been deeply affected by the matters concerning Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming, so there was no need for more harm. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Nan's eyes flickered with understanding. He did not dwell long on the topic, only to shift with a laugh. "Uncle Zhao, if you really want me to apply for the security position at Yaki's company, I won't disappoint you." Only now did he realize why Li Tianming, during high school, deliberately allowed Luo Weiwei to approach him, not choosing another classmate, instead opting for this childhood friend who had grown up with him in the orphanage, to become their scapegoat. It turns out all this happened because Zhao Guowen chose to adopt him and not Li Tianming, which caused Li Tianming's internal resentment. In other words, from the moment Li Tianming realized Zhao Guowen and his wife chose not to adopt him, he never saw Chen Nan as a good friend again and started to hold a grudge against him. Haha. Well, then Uncle Zhao will be looking forward to your successful job offer. Upon hearing Chen Nan's confident declaration, Zhao Guowen felt his purpose with those words was fulfilled, immediately bursting into hearty laughter. He can succeed in getting the job. How unlikely. Seeing Zhao Guowen in high spirits, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but throw cold water on the situation, muttering these words with her lips curled up. "Anan, here's what I've thought out for you." Ignoring Zhao Yalan's comments, Zhao Guowen smiled warmly at Chen Nan, saying, "Since you're going to work in the same company as Yaki, why don't you live together with her? The apartment Yaki rented near her company is also large enough to accommodate both of you." This was Zhao Guowen's true intention. By letting Chen Nan and Zhao Yaki work in the same company, and also having them live together, Zhao Guowen wanted Zhao Yaki to accompany Chen Nan during this period to prevent him from doing anything extreme. After all, just earlier he had made a decision to find someone who could keep an eye on Chen Nan during this time. Thoughtfully considering, his elder daughter Zhao Yaki was undoubtedly the best choice. No way. Not possible. As soon as Zhao Guowen spoke, before Chen Nan, the party concerned, could even respond, Fang Ying and Zhao Yalan immediately put down their chopsticks and almost simultaneously refused. At this moment, however, no one noticed that Zhao Yaki, another party involved, when she heard Zhao Guowen's decision, hastily lowered her head, her long-sealed heart began to beat, and a subtle flush crept onto her jade-like ears. "Uncle Zhao, living together with Yaki probably isn't suitable," Chen Nan coughed dryly, tactfully refusing. After all, since there was no blood relationship between him and Zhao Yaki and they were not real siblings, a man and a woman living alone in one house inevitably brought some inconvenience. Most importantly, due to the poison of yang fire inside his body and the existence of some innate primordial yin energy within Zhao Yaki, he could only look but not touch, which truly subjected him to inhuman torment. This was like the unbearable feeling of a person who had been thirsty for 3 days in the desert, always seeing an oasis water source but being unable to drink from it. There's no question of suitability or not. You have to listen to Uncle Zhao. That's settled. Zhao Guowen waved his hand and immediately smiled. I absolutely disagree. Seeing her husband Zhao Guowen actually planning to let Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi live together, Fang Ying suddenly slammed the table angrily and said, Zhao Guowen, are you serious? A man and a woman living together day and night. Aren't you afraid of sending your daughter into the tiger's mouth? Even if you disagree, I've made my decision. With a stern face, Zhao Guowen argued with Fang Ying, causing the two of them to fall into a deadlock. I say, Dad and Mom, how can both of you be so confused? At this moment, Zhao Yalin's glossy eyes darted about as she seemed to come up with a way to break the deadlock, interjecting with a laugh. Whether or not Xuanhuan lives with sister, shouldn't only sister herself get to decide? If she disagrees, there's nothing you can do to force her, right? In Zhao Yalin's opinion, based on her sister's shy and introverted nature, she would certainly refuse her father's proposal. However, to her surprise, agree. As soon as Zhao Yalin finished speaking, even before Zhao Guowen and his wife could ask, Zhao Yaqi softly uttered these two words while slightly lowering her head. Sister, what did you say? Zhao Yalin was momentarily taken aback, thinking she might have misheard. Your sister said agree, so stop disrupting things here, young lady. Zhao Guowen gave Zhao Yalin a glare, then showed a trace of a smile as he said to Zhao Yaqi. Yaqi, after all, you are the most sensible. Letting Anan stay with you will set my mind at ease as a father. You, as a father, may feel relieved, but I, as a mother, don't. Fang Ying angrily glared at Zhao Guowen and then thought for a moment before saying, a man and a woman living alone is unsuitable. If they really must live together, then Yalin must also move in. She hadn't expected that her elder daughter Zhao Yaqi would agree to live with Xuanhuan. Since she had no better plan now, this compromise solution, making Zhao Yalin also move in, seemed reasonable. In her view, accidents could happen with one man and one woman living together, but surely nothing would happen with one man and two women under the same roof, right? Chapter 14. Thoughts stirring. Mom, you can't be serious? Upon hearing Fang Ying's suggestion that she move in too, Zhao Yalin immediately voiced her displeasure. I don't want to live with Xuanhuan. Do you really think it's a good idea to let me and my sister fall into the tiger's mouth by moving there? As for Fang Ying's decision, Zhao Guowen nodded in agreement, refraining from saying much more. In his eyes, it wasn't bad for Zhao Yalin to move in too. Letting her live with Xuanhuan might even help mend their strained relationship. You sure have high opinions of him. Fang Ying tapped Zhao Yalin on the forehead and scolded playfully. If Xuanhuan has the ability to make you and your sister willingly walk into danger, then, as your mother, I'll allow you two to live together. So what? All right. We're getting more unrealistic by the minute. The matter is decided. Yalin will move in too. The three of you should go over tonight. Zhao Guowen waved his hand, putting an end to the discussion. Seated at the dining table, Xuanhuan could only watch helplessly as Zhao Guowen arranged his job and accommodation without giving him any room to decline. However, the two last sentences spoken by Fang Ying, make you willingly walk into danger and live together, revived some thoughts that Xuanhuan had almost abandoned. Unbidden fantasies started swirling through his mind. To cultivate simultaneously with both sisters, this might not be entirely impossible. That evening, Xuanhuan, harboring mixed emotions, along with Zhao Yalin who looked utterly unwilling, moved into Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment under Zhao Guowen's insistence. Zhao Yaqi had rented a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment suite, perfectly accommodating all three of them, each with their own private bedroom. Yaqi, I didn't expect you to live in such a great place alone. Looking around the fully furnished apartment with premium living conditions, Xuanhuan chuckled and said, looks like working at Qing Group really gives you great benefits. He had been renting places outside for the past 7 years, so he instantly recognized that a place like this would cost at least 10,000 yuan in rent alone. So naive. Before Zhao Yaqi could respond, Zhao Yalin arched her nose proudly and boasted. My sister got into Qing Group straight after graduating from university. She's the youngest senior pharmaceutical researcher at Qing Group, earning over $1 million annually. With that, she sneered at Xuanhuan and mocked. A dirtball like you who used to carry bricks at construction sites probably wouldn't earn $1 million yuan worth of savings in a lifetime. You should really thank my sister. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a chance to live in such a nice house. Lily, don't say that. Zhao Yaqi tugged at Zhao Yalin's sleeve, her blushing face slightly embarrassed. You're right. I do owe gratitude to your sister. However, making $1 million isn't hard for me. Xuanhuan replied lightly with a smile. Previously, if he were still carrying bricks at the construction site, Zhao Yalin's words would have certainly made him feel somewhat inferior. But now, as the inheritor of the ancient legacy of the Chun family ancestor, making $1 million was merely a matter of moments, so money was no longer something he cared about. Without going into details, today he had forcefully given Wu Tao 10 million yuan. Boastful nonsense. Hearing Xuanhuan casually mention how earning $1 million wasn't difficult, Zhao Yalin despised him even more, coldly retorting. I never realized, aside from being hypocritical, you are also such a big liar. It's up to you whether you believe or not. If you think I'm lying or fake, that's fine. I don't need to prove anything by deliberately earning $1 million just for you. Xuanhuan suppressed his laughter and responded calmly. Zhao Yalin always gave him a chilly reception, so he no longer intended to go out of his way to please her for the sake of respecting Uncle Zhao's face. Though he fantasized about one day completing dual cultivation with Zhao Yalin and Zhao Yaqi, that didn't mean he was ready to become someone's yes-man just to win their favor. After all, he treated Luo Weiwei sincerely in the past, but she only ever saw him as a yes-man, never letting him touch her physically. What kind of attitude is this? Seeing Xuanhuan talk back like this, Zhao Yalin erupted in anger, unleashing verbal attacks directly at Xuanhuan. I call you a liar, and you actually have the nerve to argue. What's so great about you? You're just an orphan with no one to raise you. Smack. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Chunnan didn't say a word but immediately slapped her across the face. How dare you hit me? You. Startled by Chunnan's slap, Zhao Yalan held her cheek, looking at him in disbelief as she struggled to process what had just happened. Consider yourself lucky to only get a slap. If it weren't for Uncle Zhao, Aunt Fong, and Chi-Chi's sake, with just those 2 words, wild child, I swear you'd already be dead. Chunnan sneered coldly. After saying this, he ignored Zhao Yalan completely, giving Zhao Yaqi a slight nod in greeting before walking straight into his bedroom. Wah, sister, look how he hit me. Wah, how dare he lay a finger on me. Only after Chunnan disappeared into his room did Zhao Yalan come back to her senses. Clutching her reddened cheek marked by the imprint of a hand, her eyes instantly watered up as she leaned on Zhao Yaqi's shoulder and burst into tears. Lingling, though Chunnan shouldn't have hit you, calling him an orphan with no one to care for him isn't nice either. Glancing toward the direction of Chunnan's bedroom, Zhao Yaqi sighed, while gently patting Zhao Yalan's back. You know he grew up in an orphanage. He absolutely despises being called a wild child. Wah, I didn't mean to insult him like that, wah. I was just so mad. Zhao Yalan continued sobbing, trying to explain through her tears. Sister knows you're not someone who would say such things deliberately. Zhao Yaqi gave a gentle nod with a small smile, then quietly reminded her. Still, Dad said that Chunnan has been deeply hurt by Luo Weiwei's actions, so his emotions might be unstable lately. It's probably best if you don't antagonize him like usual. After dinner, Zhao Guan had specifically instructed her to pay more attention to Chunnan's emotional state, preventing him from doing anything extreme during this difficult time. In her opinion, based on how Chunnan lost control and hit Zhao Yalan for the first time, it was clear his condition was far from good. Chapter 15. Car Accident Murder. The next morning, the sky had just begun to lighten with the first hint of dawn when Chunnan got up. He left Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment and went to a secluded corner in a nearby park, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged as he began cultivating the Taishian Sanqing Classic. According to the annotations and detailed explanations of the Taishian Sanqing Classic, this time every day when the sun rises, the purple energy comes from the east, and the vital energy of heaven and earth is at its most active stage. Thus, this is also the best time for cultivating the Taishian Sanqing Classic. In Chunnan's view, since he had inherited the legacy of the Chun family ancestor, he could not afford to be lazy in his cultivation, but must firmly seize this great opportunity to reverse his fate. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that Chunnan stopped cultivating and ended his practice of the Taishian Sanqing Classic. He returned to the apartment. By then, Zhao Yaqi had already woken up and prepared breakfast, which was egg noodles for just the 2 of them. Chunnan noticed that Zhao Yalani was still asleep, but he wasn't particularly surprised by it. Previously, he had heard Zhao Guan say that Zhao Yalani was a freelancer, having more than 10,000 followers online, and was also a somewhat famous little internet celebrity in Jiangzhou. Sister Zhao Yaqi also knew that Zhao Yalani stayed up late for her live streams at night, and had difficulty waking up in the morning. Therefore, she didn't prepare breakfast for her. After eating breakfast with almost no conversation between the 2, Zhao Yaqi drove her own beetle car, taking Chunnan to her workplace, which was Qin Group. The things Linolin said to you last night, don't take them to heart. In the car, Zhao Yaqi pressed her lips lightly, and suddenly whispered softly to Chunnan. It's fine. I hit your sister just after moving in, which made me feel quite embarrassed too. Chunnan looked at Zhao Yaqi, who was seated at the driver's seat, sharing the same face with Zhao Yalani. He smiled and opened his mouth, saying, Still, there are big differences between you and your sister, even though you look alike. If your sister had a character like yours, there would definitely be many people pursuing her too. Upon hearing Chunnan indirectly complimenting her, Zhao Yaqi instantly blushed red, feeling flustered and not knowing how to respond momentarily. She could only pretend to focus seriously on driving. Seeing Zhao Yaqi's face turning rapidly red, Chunnan couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth, finding it amusing. During the time he was adopted by the Zhao family, Zhao Yaqi easily became flushed and shy whenever she spoke a few words with him. Even now, so much time had passed and she had graduated and started working, yet she remained just as shy and hadn't changed at all. Yaqi, do you have a boyfriend now? Chunnan's eyes gleamed, and he asked with a smile. Actually, this was an unnecessary question because he knew both Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalani did not have boyfriends yet. On one hand, Zhao Guan had already informed Chunnan about this matter. On the other hand, neither Zhao Yaqi nor Zhao Yalani had lost their virginity, meaning the innate primordial yin energy within their bodies had not been lost yet. No. Upon hearing Chunnan asking her this question, Zhao Yaqi's cheeks turned even redder, and her heart felt as if little deer were wildly running around, full of nervousness. She only answered with one word, and her voice was so soft it was almost impossible to hear. However, with Chunnan's current hearing ability, he naturally could hear clearly what Zhao Yaqi said. He quickly seized the moment, earnestly looking at Zhao Yaqi, and asked another important question. Do you like anyone? This question was crucial to him because he knew Zhao Yaqi's character. Although she usually appeared shy and introverted, her will towards people and matters was actually unusually firm. In other words, once Zhao Yaqi liked someone, there would be no way for him to make Zhao Yaqi voluntarily double cultivate with him, and he would ultimately have to give up on this source of innate primordial yin energy. Upon hearing Chunnan ask her second question, Zhao Yaqi immediately trembled all over, the blush on her beautiful face immediately spreading down her neck and to her ears, and her heart felt utterly chaotic. It was only after quite some time that she finally gathered her courage and bashfully spoke out another word in a small voice. Yes. Ah, that's how it is. Although Zhao Yaqi's voice was even quieter than before, Chunnan still heard her clearly, feeling a bit regretful and disheartened. Yaqi, can you tell me who you? But soon, Chunnan let go of his emotions and smiled while intending to continue speaking something else, only halfway through his sentence. Be careful. Suddenly, Chunnan shouted loudly, reacting extremely fast as he placed his hand on the steering wheel and abruptly twisted it to the left, immediately altering the car's trajectory. Squeak. And at the very next second, right before their eyes, a large truck suddenly charged into the original trajectory of Zhao Yaqi's car, narrowly missing it by a hair's breadth. Phew. Zhao Yaqi, who had already slammed on the emergency brakes and stopped the car, was drenched in cold sweat as her delicate hands clung to the steering wheel. Her face turned pale from the scare, and she couldn't help but breathe heavily, feeling deeply shaken. If it weren't for Chunnan's quick reaction and his fast grip on the steering wheel to shift the car out of harm's way, both she and Chunnan would likely have been killed instantly in a violent collision with the truck. Apart from looking slightly pale, Chunnan remained calm. With his current martial prowess, even if he hadn't managed to dodge in time, he could still have protected himself and Zhao Yaqi without any issue. The reason why Chunnan's face looked so grim was because he had noticed something unsettling about that truck's unexpected attack. It didn't seem like an accident at all. In other words, this was a targeted murder attempt via staged car accident. The real target of this car crash isn't Yaqi. She wouldn't get involved in such trouble. 9 out of 10 times, this is aimed at me. What exactly is going on? Who wants to kill me? Recently, I only have grudges against Li Daqiang and Li Tianming. Li Tianming is just a conniving little man, and he doesn't have the ability to hire someone to kill me. That leaves only Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang hangs around gangs. He previously claimed he was the chief of the Goldfish Society, so he certainly has the capacity to send people to stage a car accident to kill me. However, Li Daqiang's frightened expression toward me yesterday didn't seem fake. He shouldn't dare to retaliate against me. Well, there's no point overthinking this now. If it really is Li Daqiang trying to kill me, I'll find the answer when I meet with this Goldfish Society. A glint of determination flickered in Chunnan's eyes as he gazed at the truck that had already disappeared at the end of the traffic flow. He made up his mind. Chapter 16, Qin Group. At the moment when the large truck crashed into them, Chunnan reacted quickly. He placed one hand on the steering wheel while operating it, and simultaneously untied his seatbelt, pressing his body against Zhao Yaqi's to ensure she wouldn't be hurt. The posture of their bodies pressed together was undeniably full of ambiguity. Thus, as Chunnan let his thoughts drift aimlessly without moving, a now calm Zhao Yaqi noticed that she had been tightly embraced by Chunnan. The feeling of security he provided made her heart beat extremely fast. Her beautiful face flushed red with shyness. From close range, she slightly tilted her head up and stole a glance at Chunnan's refined face. The deep emotions hidden in her eyes gradually spread out. Her memories flew back to when Chunnan was first adopted. Back then, Chunnan was 12 years old, and she was 10. Her personality was introverted and timid, often bullied behind her back by bad classmates. She didn't dare to tell Zhao Yalan and Zhao Guowen. After being newly adopted by Zhao Guowen and transferred schools, Chunnan discovered this situation. He would always immediately appear to protect her, shouting angrily at those who bullied her with his thin, frail frame. I'm her brother. Who dares to bully her? Since then, gradually, Chunnan's slim but incredibly secure hero-like figure was etched in her mind. Simultaneously within her heart, a secret seed named Love's Infatuation was deeply planted. Di. The horn sound from the car behind startled both Zhao Yaqi and Chunnan back to reality at the same time. Both quietly gathered their scattered thoughts. Yaqi, let's go. It seems parking here is not allowed. Chunnan sat back in his seat, retied his seatbelt, and smiled consolingly while saying, You got scared, but just now was an accident. You don't need to be afraid anymore. It's all past. Although he figured out that it was a deliberately staged car crash murder attempt, to prevent Zhao Yaqi from being frightened, and also to avoid pulling her into it, he did not inform Zhao Yaqi about the actual situation. With a rosy face, Zhao Yaqi softly hummed in response. Then, she stepped on the gas pedal, continuing to drive toward the Qin Group. Jiangzhou is a capital mainly developing its economy through the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Its pharmaceutical-related industry scale ranks only second to the famous 3 pharmaceutical cities in Long Country. Therefore, in Jiangzhou, whether big or small, pharmaceutical companies number not 1,000 but hundreds at least. Qin Group is mainly a company focused on researching drugs. Under the leadership of Qin Bingyue from the Qin family, its developmental scale has grown increasingly larger, already involving industries related to beauty skincare products, health supplements, disease-specific medications, and more. Since Qin Bingyue took over the Qin Group, in just a few short years, it has become one of the top 2-star pharmaceutical companies in Jiangzhou, making countless older entrepreneurs in Jiangzhou bow down before her youthful talent. While possessing such commercial acumen, Qin Bingyue's high beauty is another major aura. Her pretty looks coupled with her cold demeanor have earned her the title of an icy flower in the business world, a truly breathtakingly beautiful and frosty president. At this moment, Zhao Yaqi drove with Chunnan to a commercial building. This towering commercial building with 66 floors is where the Qin Group is located. Zhao Yaqi skillfully parked the car outside the group's square, but did not bring Chunnan into the commercial building. Instead, she headed directly towards an inner square inside. This inner square is the place where Qin Group recruits security guards on site. Under Qin Bingyue's leadership, even the most ordinary security guard receives famously good treatment. So many people come for recruitment, with hundreds standing in the square. I never expected so many people to apply just for the position of a security guard at Qin Group. Xuanhuan scanned the densely packed crowd in the square and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. President Qin is renowned far and wide. Many people fight tooth and nail to work in her company. Zhao Yaqi lightly nodded, her pretty face lighting up with a hint of a smile as she spoke softly. Her talent for drug research was quite high. Not long ago, while she was still in her internship period, many well-known pharmaceutical companies had formally recruited her ahead of time, including some with better benefits than the Qin Group. She chose to work for Qin Group not only because it was a local company in Jiangzhou, but also because she held great admiration for Qin Bingyue. Wait for me here for a moment. Zhao Yaqi gently tugged at the edge of Xuanhuan's clothes, pointed at the handsome young man at the recruitment desk, and whispered lowly. The person in charge of the security recruitment over there is Wang Chao, a university senior that I know. I'll go talk to him, and you'll definitely get hired. Good. Xuanhuan nodded and smiled. Once I successfully get hired, I'll cook you a big dinner when we get back tonight as a token of gratitude. Actually, he didn't need to accept Zhao Yaqi's help at all, but since she was kindly offering assistance, he didn't want to let her down. He had quickly glanced at the recruitment conditions for the security position earlier, and it seemed Qin Group wasn't overly concerned with the applicant's educational background. Instead, they focused more on physical fitness. For him, this was undoubtedly a direct guarantee of successful employment. Zhao Yaqi lightly hummed in response with a slightly flushed face, then headed towards the recruitment table. She walked over and said something softly to the handsome young man at the recruitment desk, while keeping her head slightly bowed. The handsome young man glanced in Xuanhuan's direction before finally nodding with a smile. It's settled then. We can just go ahead with the hiring process. Upon returning to Xuanhuan, Zhao Yaqi's beautiful face wore an exceptionally bright smile, which was rare for her. Being able to successfully assist Xuanhuan with his employment made her very happy. After hearing this, Xuanhuan gave a smiling nod and immediately followed Zhao Yaqi to the recruitment table. Chi, isn't this the first time you've ever asked me to do something? Seeing Zhao Yaqi bring Xuanhuan over, Wang Chao didn't rush into handling Xuanhuan's hiring. In fact, he didn't even glance at Xuanhuan once. All his attention was completely focused on Zhao Yaqi. Wang Chao gave Zhao Yaqi what he believed to be a charming smile and said with laughter, "You're asking me to use my influence to hire someone, so I, as your senior, will treat you to dinner tonight. You wouldn't refuse me again, would you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqi's initial smile, which she had worn proudly as she accompanied Xuanhuan over, instantly disappeared. She couldn't help but lower her head slightly, falling into silence for a moment. Wang Chao had agreed just fine earlier, yet now that she'd brought Xuanhuan here to complete the hiring process, he suddenly threw out this demand. She knew that he had been pursuing her all along, but since her heart already belonged to someone else, how could she possibly accept his advances? Chapter 17. Clean up your mouth. Xuanhuan frowned slightly upon hearing Wang Chao's words. Zhao Yaqi was so pretty and had a likable personality, so it wasn't surprising to Xuanhuan that she had admirers in the company. But the guy in front of him was clearly using the authority of the hiring officer to indirectly threaten Zhao Yaqi into having dinner and dating with him. Such behavior was disgusting. Chi, all your senior wants is to invite you for a meal, not to do anything to you. Why are you hesitating for so long? Seeing that Zhao Yaqi had remained silent without agreeing, the smile on Wang Chao's lips gradually disappeared as his face turned unpleasant. He paused for a moment. Pointing at the many job applicants in the square, he used this method to further pressure Zhao Yaqi, feigning embarrassment and saying, "Look, there are so many job seekers here, and the company only has 5 recruitment spots. Now if you ask me to let someone else join through backdoor means, well, it's really hard for your senior." He was very familiar with Zhao Yaqi's character and knew that using this method would likely manipulate her into agreeing to have a meal and date with him. In the past, Wang Chao couldn't manage to take Zhao Yaqi out for dinner because she had always intentionally kept her distance from him. Now, for the first time ever, Zhao Yaqi was making a request of him, so naturally he wouldn't miss this good opportunity. "All right, senior, I'll agree." Sure enough, after being provoked by Wang Chao's persuasion tactics, Zhao Yaqi bit her lips lightly, preparing to meet Wang Chao's demand. "I won't agree." Before Zhao Yaqi could finish her sentence, Xuanhuan suddenly stepped forward and said coolly to Wang Chao, "Get rid of your disgusting attitude. I can join by applying myself. No need for the backdoor means you talk about. You cannot coerce Yaqi in such a way." As the person responsible for recruiting security staff, I hire whoever I want. Even if you meet the recruitment conditions, I can still keep you out of the company. Wang Chao sneered coldly. "It doesn't matter whether I join Qin Group or not." Xuanhuan smirked sarcastically. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Zhao Yaqi's delicate hand, a teasing curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "However, open your dog eyes and look carefully. I'm Yaqi's boyfriend. There's no way Yaqi will be with you. Forget about it." The reason he said he was Zhao Yaqi's boyfriend was naturally to help her completely get rid of Wang Chao's harassment. Although he hoped to successfully join Qin Group to reassure Zhao Guowen. If the other party wanted to use this event to pursue Zhao Yaqi coercively by threats, then it was impossible. Surprisingly finding her hand held by Xuanhuan and hearing him say that he was her boyfriend, Zhao Yaqi felt a tremor in her heart. Her face blushed deeply, and subconsciously, she lowered her head shyly. This scene of Zhao Yaqi's shyness fell right into Wang Chao's eyes, who immediately believed everything Xuanhuan said. The flames of anger burned in his eyes. In an instant, he lost all the gentlemanly demeanor he usually pretended to have in front of Zhao Yaqi. His words were as nasty as they could possibly be, coldly speaking. Zhao Yaqi, don't pretend. Pretending to be pure all the time in front of me. I thought you were such a pure girl, but you're just a second-hand woman. All this while pursuing Zhao Yaqi. He had always believed that she was one of those rare chaste girls. But now, knowing that Zhao Yaqi already had a boyfriend, his psychology twisted instantly, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. Hearing these offensive and sharp remarks from Wang Chao, Zhao Yaqi's eyes involuntarily reddened. The introverted Zhao Yaqi didn't know how to rebut or yell at Wang Chao, and could only keep her head down, tightly pursing her lips. If Chunnan weren't holding her hand, she might have run off crying directly. Zhao Yaqi, you're still pretending to be innocent in front of me, aren't you? You're nothing but. Seeing Zhao Yaqi's demeanor, not only did Wang Chao show no restraint, he continued to say more rude things. Slap. Chunnan could no longer tolerate him and directly slapped him with a strong force. Ah! Wang Chao let out a scream of pain mid-sentence, flying sideways, smashing several recruitment tables along the way until finally landing heavily on the ground like a burlap sack. His previous slap on Zhao Yalan was merely a symbolic punishment to teach her a lesson, whereas this slap on Wang Chao was delivered without any mercy. Since your mouth is so dirty, I'll use my palm to teach you how to clean it up. Chunnan glanced at Wang Chao lying painfully on the ground, slowly pulling back his own palm while smiling coldly. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers at the scene in the square instantly gasped in shock. They were astonished that Chunnan would dare to physically assault the recruitment officer right under everyone's watchful eyes. And they were even more shocked by the sheer power of Chunnan's slap. Zhao Yaqi, watching this unfold, was left speechless with her eyes wide open, unable to process what had just happened. The commotion caused by Chunnan's slap was so loud that it inevitably drew the attention of quite a few people from within Qin Group, and a large number of security guards were already rushing over. Absolutely outrageous. Who dares to attack someone here? A tall, attractive woman dressed in a professional suit, accompanied by a young man and woman as well as over 10 security guards, hurried toward the scene. Even before she arrived, she angrily shouted out a question. Who is this beautiful woman? She seems to be from Qin Group, with such a strong presence. Could she be Qin Binghua, the CEO of Qin Group? No, she isn't Qin Binghua. She appears to be the sales director of Qin Group, Qin Yun, who shares the same father but a different mother with the CEO. That's correct. Before I came, I did some basic research, and I can confirm she is not General Manager Qin Binghua. As this group quickly approached, there was a noticeable stir in the square. People began whispering, asking questions, and offering answers. Job applicants for the security position asked aloud while those in the know provided replies. Chunnan glanced at the newcomers upon hearing their voices. He seemed to have recognized someone familiar amidst the crowd, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. He didn't know the tall woman dressed in the professional suit, but he did recognize the young man and woman standing beside her. That pair wasn't anyone else but Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. What a small world. It really is karma that brings enemies together. Why are these two despicable individuals, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei, here? A flash of coldness passed through Chunnan's eyes, as a tinge of surprise welled up within him. Chapter 18 Luo Weiwei's Superiority. Director Qin, you must uphold justice for me. Upon seeing the arrival of Qin Yun and her group, Wang Chao, despite his pain all over his body, quickly struggled to get up from the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. As Qin Yun approached, he clutched his already battered face, pointing at Chunnan and filing a grievous complaint. Look at this guy. He came to our company to apply for a security guard position. I strictly followed the company's rules and refused to give him preferential treatment. So he flew into a rage and hit me. After a pause, he added, dragging Zhao Yaqi into the story, saying, Director Qin, this guy was brought by our company employee Zhao Yaqi. It was she who told me to let him in through the back door. The company should dismiss her immediately. Wang Chao's words were clearly twisting the truth. In reality, it was because he failed to successfully pursue Zhao Yaqi that led to his verbal abuse towards her, prompting Chunnan to punish him. But in front of Qin Yun, he omitted any mention of the cause. Director Qin, it's not like this matter involving Chunnan. Seeing Wang Chao blatantly lying, Zhao Yaqi mustered up her courage and stepped forward at once, attempting to explain the situation on behalf of Chunnan. There is no place for you to speak here. Qin Yun interrupted Zhao Yaqi directly, not giving her any chance to explain, rudely saying, Don't think just because you're the youngest pharmaceutical researcher in the company, we Qin Group wouldn't dare fire you. If it wasn't for my sister, I would have kicked you out long ago. You'd better not think too highly of yourself. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Zhao Yaqi's eyes watered, and she lowered her head, tightly pressing her lips together. She felt both wronged and remorseful, unsure how she could help Chunnan in this situation. Truly impressive. Seeing Qin Yun indiscriminately reprimanding Zhao Yaqi without knowing the full context, Chunnan took a step forward and said indifferently, not distinguishing right from wrong and turning black into white, is this your Qin company's style? What are you qualified to say? Qin Yun glanced at Chunnan, a look of disdain flashing across her eyes as she coldly laughed. You came to our company to apply for a security job, assaulted the recruitment manager, and now you dare to stand up and talk back to me? I don't even know where you're getting such audacity. She paused for a moment before adding coldly, people like you, ignorant and baseless garbage, will never deserve to join our Qin Group. Today you've assaulted someone in our company, and I will make sure you pay the price. Director Qin, I recognize this man. Li Tianming gleefully looked at Chunnan and sneered, saying, his name is Chunnan. He's just a waste of space. He has some grudges against me, and I hope you can properly discipline this kid. He has been conducting business dealings with Qin Group and is one of their old customers for purchasing bulk quantities of beauty drug products. Naturally, his relationship with Qin Yun, the sales director, is close. Ever since being disciplined by Chun Nan in the Rose Bar 2 days ago, Li Tianming had harbored resentment and wanted an opportunity to settle the score. Now that Chun Nan had physically assaulted someone within the Qin Group and was discovered by him, he was certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Chun Nan, you obviously will never gain my affection. At this point, Luo Weiwei also raised her proud head high in front of Chun Nan, looking down on him disdainfully and saying, "That's all you'll ever be, whether working construction carrying bricks or doing nothing more than serving as a gatekeeper security guard, destined to be a hopeless flounder forever stuck at the bottom of society." Pausing for a moment, she revealed a look of bliss in front of Chun Nan, proudly continuing, "The quality of life that Tianming brings me is far beyond what you could ever achieve. My mom lives back home with Tianming's 3 daughters, and he built them a villa to live in. These are things you cannot even imagine." Speaking finally, she mocked Chun Nan harshly. "You can never close the gap between you and Tianming. Just look at your stupid actions, trying and failing to get a security job at Qin Company and then resorting to violence. Clearly, you are nothing but a brainless waste of space." It was today while accompanying Li Tianming to discuss business with Qin Yun when Luo Weiwei unexpectedly met Chun Nan. Seeing Chun Nan struggle to secure a simple security position at the Qin Group made her feel incredibly superior, confirming even more strongly her belief that Li Tianming was truly her Prince Charming. Notably, Li Tianming had informed Luo Weiwei about returning the 10 million yuan engineering payment to Chun Nan, which is why she did not find it strange that Chun Nan was still standing there unarrested. Of course, Li Tianming did not reveal to Luo Weiwei the actual circumstances of Chun Nan forcing him to repay the money. According to Li Tianming, the 10 million yuan was returned only after Chun Nan had knelt down and desperately begged him to do so. In response to Luo Weiwei's words, Chun Nan simply chose to ignore them, finding it not worth his time to bother. All he felt towards Luo Weiwei now was a pure aversion akin to avoiding the plague. There were no other lingering emotions left for her. He certainly had the power to retaliate against Luo Weiwei, and even send her silently to the presence of King Yama. This was entirely within his capability, but there was no need. On one hand, Luo Weiwei was pregnant, and he wasn't cruel enough to stoop to such inhumane acts as harming an innocent fetus, even if it was Li Tianming's. On the other hand, just a few days ago, he had ensured that Li Tianming could never function as a man again. As time passed and Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei realized the gravity of this issue, those days ahead would be excruciating for Luo Weiwei, a punishment worse than death. More importantly, Chun Nan knew what skills and abilities he possessed now. He firmly believed that the achievements he would gain in the near future were absolutely incomparable to someone like Li Tianming. When he soared to heights beyond imagining, Luo Weiwei would then see how absurd and laughable her words were today. Seeing that Chun Nan showed no reaction at all and blatantly ignored her, Luo Weiwei, who had always enjoyed a strong sense of superiority over Chun Nan, instantly felt inexplicable anger rise in her chest, believing that Chun Nan was trampling on her self-respect. In her mind, Chun Nan had always been her loyal, devoted lackey. Even if she betrayed and deceived him, his reaction should not have been this indifferent. To put it another way, if Chun Nan were to express hatred and anger towards her now, she might actually feel better inside. "Director Qin, my husband Tianming is right. This piece of garbage assaulted your company personnel, and I also believe he needs to be taught a lesson properly." Failing to derive any sense of superiority from Chun Nan, Luo Weiwei immediately turned fiercely against him and spitefully said to Qin Yun. Chapter 19, Breaking Someone's Limbs. "Mr. Li, Miss Luo, you can both rest assured." Qin Yun gave Chun Nan a contemptuous look and coldly sneered, "Since he has offended you as well, I'll take this opportunity to get even for all of us. Miss Qin will teach him a profound lesson." With that, she sharply waved her hand at the more than 10 security guards she had brought along, giving them a cold command. "You, go up there and beat him severely. Break his limbs directly. If by any chance you kill him, it won't be your responsibility. I'll take care of it myself." After Qin Yun said these words, the crowd in the plaza couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Although Qin Yun looked pretty and seemed gentle, her methods were extremely ruthless. Right off the bat, she wanted to break someone's limbs and didn't hesitate to declare that killing him was an option. She certainly was overbearing. These more than 10 security guards, upon hearing Qin Yun's words, could not help but exchange glances, all of them hesitating inwardly, and for a moment they did not move against Chun Nan. In their opinion, Qin Yun indeed went too far. Although Chun Nan slapped Wang Chao, it wasn't necessary for such severity, breaking his limbs altogether. Upon hearing Qin Yun planning to cripple Chun Nan, Zhao Yaqi's beautiful face immediately turned slightly pale with fear for Chun Nan. She anxiously tugged on the hem of Chun Nan's clothes and hastily stammered, You should leave quickly. Don't worry, she can't do anything to me." Chun Nan let out a light laugh, offering Zhao Yaqi some quiet reassurance while simultaneously shielding her behind him. "All of you, what are you waiting for? Dare you defy the orders of this young lady?" Seeing the hesitation from the security guards, Qin Yun's temperament flared up like that of a noble young miss. She became furious in public and began shouting angrily, "You useless fools! If you don't act now, I will fire each and every one of you, and have you dismissed without second thoughts. Together, attack him." Upon hearing Qin Yun threaten to dismiss them, the expressions of these more than 10 security guards immediately changed. They then ceased wavering, each taking their batons in hand, and rushing towards Chun Nan with clenched teeth. They couldn't afford to give up their jobs at Qin Group, so they followed Qin Yun's instructions, attacking Chen Nan. At this moment, watching the security guards wave their sticks wildly as they rushed en masse toward Chen Nan, Qin Yun finally revealed a satisfied smile on her face. Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei wore faces filled with schadenfreude, already imagining the pathetic sight of Chen Nan having his limbs broken. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaqi, witnessing this scene, instantly became completely white-faced, her heart rising into her throat. As for the applicants at the square, they felt sympathy and pity for Chen Nan in their hearts. Many people closed their eyes, unable to bear watching what would happen to him next. Simultaneously, faced with the more than 10 security guards rushing towards him, Chen Nan let out a cold humph, his body moving swiftly as he took the initiative to charge forward. His movements were lightning fast, reaping down the guards effortlessly. With just a simple punch or kick, one guard would fall. Most of these security guards were ordinary people. Among them were a few ex-soldiers with decent martial skills, but in front of Chen Nan, none of them could make even the smallest splash. In just a dozen seconds, all the more than 10 security guards fell to the ground without exception, suffering from pain on their faces. Chen Nan knew that these security guards attacked him unwillingly. They were merely common workers, so he did not use harsh force, only rendering them temporarily unable to stand. Upon seeing how Chen Nan defeated these security guards as easily as cutting melon and chopping vegetables, Qin Yun's satisfied smile immediately froze. Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei's looks of schadenfreude also transformed instantly into ones of pure terror. Zhao Yaqi, observing Chen Nan, who possessed superhuman abilities to effortlessly knock down more than 10 security guards, was speechless, covering her little mouth in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. As for the other onlookers in the square, they all displayed looks full of shock, and, for a moment, everyone entered a petrified state. The young miss of the Qin family really acts high and mighty, casually talking about breaking others' limbs. After dealing with the more than 10 security guards, Chen Nan subsequently walked toward Qin Yun, speaking indifferently. Since you enjoy breaking others' limbs so much, let me give you a taste of what it feels like to have your limbs broken. You stay away from me. Realizing that Chen Nan didn't seem to be joking around, Qin Yun instantly paled, instinctively stepping back a few steps, trembling as she called out. She had assumed that since Chen Nan was applying for the security position, he was just a regular nobody who she could bully. She never expected that Chen Nan would possess such formidable skills. Chen Nan, let me tell you, it's best if you don't make any reckless moves. Li Tianming, the first to regain his senses, suppressed his shock over Chen Nan's incredible prowess and immediately coldly warned. Director Qin is actually Ms. Qin Bingyue's younger sister. If you dare to so much as touch a hair on Director Qin, the Qin family will never let you off. Inwardly, Li Tianming was roaring in confusion, unable to comprehend why Chen Nan's martial skills had suddenly become so powerful. It was like living through an unbelievable nightmare right in broad daylight. After all, he himself was quite confident in his own skills, having trained in freestyle boxing for several years. Even so, if faced with these more than 10 guards all at once, he too would certainly be beaten mercilessly into submission. At this moment, Li Tianming realized clearly that it wasn't because he had weakened in the bar earlier that he got knocked out by Chen Nan. It was because Chen Nan had already possessed this kind of capability all along. Is that so? Upon hearing Li Tianming's warning, Chen Nan sneered contemptuously and slowly responded, "If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. But if they dare to offend me, I will surely retaliate." As he said this, he cast a cold glance toward Li Tianming and sarcastically retorted, "Li Tianming, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Do you still think I, Chen Nan, am the same weak, easily bullied waste of space as before?" The moment those words left his lips, Chen Nan made a swift move, instantly reaching Qin Yun's side, giving her no time to react. Next thing they knew, terrified, Qin Yun watched helplessly as Chen Nan fiercely grabbed her arm, and without any mercy, gave it a sharp twist. Snap! Aya! With the sound of a clear bone fracture echoing through the air, Qin Yun's scream of agony reverberated throughout the entire plaza. At that moment, a pin-drop silence could have been heard. Complete deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Chapter 20. Qin Bingyue, the Snowflake. At this very moment, Qin Yun's Tenjiao Song, anguished scream, echoed clearly throughout the entire square. Chen Nan's brutal act of swiftly twisting and breaking Qin Yun's arm left all the people present completely stunned, plunging the scene into a dead silence. It was only after quite a while, the crowd in the square finally came to their senses, one and all feeling utterly shocked. Among those applying for security positions, they looked at Chen Nan standing calmly not too far away and couldn't help but shiver, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. Too crazy. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, who would have dared to believe that Qin Bingyue's sister, Miss Qin Yun, heiress of the Qin family, would actually end up with her arm broken like this? What made the situation worse was that the person responsible wasn't some wealthy young master from a powerful background. He was just another ordinary applicant like them for the security job. After regaining their composure, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei also wore faces pale as chalk, written across with expressions of sheer terror. Chen Nan's brutal act against Qin Yun startled both of them significantly. Neither had expected that Chen Nan would actually make Qin Yun experience what it truly feels like to have a limb broken. Luo Weiwei was particularly shaken emotionally. Between Chen Nan's incredible skills to easily take down many security guards and his ruthlessly decisive actions, everything seemed extremely foreign to her. Is the person I see before me still the timid, talentless weakling I know? With an unpleasant expression on her face, Luo Weiwei looked at the back of Chun Nan, for the first time feeling self-doubt creep into her mind. Compared to Luo Weiwei's psychological impact, Zhao Yaqi didn't have so many complicated emotions. Seeing Chun Nan impulsively break Qin Yun's arm filled her heart only with panic and worry, unsure of how this entire mess could possibly be resolved. Wang Chao also witnessed the scene where Chun Nan broke Qin Yun's arm. Terrified though he was, he also felt a tinge of relief rise within him. Previously, when he got slapped hard by Chun Nan, he'd harbored resentment toward him, even hating it enough to grind his teeth in anger. Now, considering Qin Yun's outcome, Wang Chao suddenly felt that what happened to him was no big deal at all. How does it feel to have your limbs broken? Having forcefully twisted and broken one of Qin Yun's arms, Chun Nan looked as if he'd merely performed a trivial task, remaining exceptionally composed as he nonchalantly said, "If this pain isn't enough to leave a deep impression on you, Miss Qin heiress, then I wouldn't mind breaking another one of your arms. You're a lunatic." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yun, whose face was already pale due to the excruciating pain of the broken arm, instantly lost all color from her cheeks. President Qin Bingwe has arrived. At this precise moment, someone suddenly shouted in alarm. Everyone in the square immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the shout. They saw Qin Bingwe, dressed in a pure white custom-made suit jacket, accompanied by a middle-aged woman resembling a secretary, briskly stepping out from the commercial building of the Qin Corporation, wearing high heels as she walked rapidly towards them. Truly deserving of her nickname, a flower in the snow, Qin Bingwe indeed possessed a stunningly beautiful face that could make anyone fall for her. Her features were refined and strikingly three-dimensional, her skin white as snow. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied into a bun, revealing a slender, delicate neck adorned with a precious necklace sparkling with tiny glimmers of light. Her elegant figure stood tall and slim, rivaling any top model without exaggeration. There was just one small regrettable aspect. Her clear, glass-like beautiful eyes seemed to always carry a hint of solitude and coldness, causing her entire person to emanate a frigid aura. While maintaining a graceful demeanor that exuded inviolability, this naturally brought about a sense of distance between her and others. So beautiful, so aloof. Many people in the square, upon directing their gazes onto Qin Bingwe, involuntarily thought of these 6 words. Shit, is it really her? But Chun Nan, the moment he caught sight of Qin Bingwe, seemed to realize something. His mind went blank momentarily, yet his facial expressions changed rather dramatically. Never imagined that President Qin Bingwe from the Qin Corporation would personally visit the site where security personnel are being recruited. That person who broke the arm of Qin President's younger sister certainly drew attention, bringing Qin President here. Actually, I respect him. He's not a coward who can be bullied, but a real man. This guy did something extremely reckless, which definitely spells trouble. The Qin family won't let this slide. We will watch and see how President Qin plans to handle him. There will definitely be some good drama. Seeing Qin Bingwe stride toward them caused a major stir in the square. Some people sympathized with Chun Nan, while others gloated over his misfortune. Many people present believed that Chun Nan's audacious act of breaking Qin Yun's arm was akin to piercing a hole in the heavens, and his fate following this would surely not be favorable. Chun Nan, you're too arrogant. How dare you lay a hand on Director Qin Yun? Now President Qin Bingwe is here, so just wait. Upon seeing Qin Bingwe approach quickly, Li Tianming immediately jumped in first with malice, intending to say something to Chun Nan. However, midway through his words, when a cold glare from Chun Nan swept over him, he was instantly terrified, turning red-faced as he swallowed back the rest of what he was about to say. Chun Nan, even if your martial skills are now impressive, in my eyes, you will always be a waste of space. You've offended the Qin family, and there will be no good outcome for you. Lacking the courage to provoke Chun Nan again, Li Tianming could only bitterly curse under his breath. What's going on? Qin Bingwe, accompanied by her female secretary, approached and cast her beautiful gaze first upon Qin Yun, Wang Chao, Zhao Yaqi, and Chun Nan, the main parties involved. She then couldn't help but frown slightly, her delicate face turning cold as she asked a question. No one noticed that her gaze lingered 2 seconds longer on Chun Nan. President Qin, this matter. Hearing Qin Bingwe's inquiry, Zhao Yaqi understood that given Qin Bingwe's fair and impartial character, there might still be a chance for resolution. Gathering her courage, she prepared to step forward and respond. President Qin, it's like this. However, Wang Chao deliberately took precedence before she could, pointing at Chun Nan and starting to speak. This entire incident is completely Zhao Yaqi's fault. She brought this guy to apply for our group's security position and had me pull strings to get him a job as a security guard. I stuck to my principles and refused to do it for this guy, who turned out to be a violent maniac. Not only did he slap me angrily, but he also ended up breaking Director Qin Yun's arm. This statement continued to twist facts. Wang Chao made no mention of his rude remarks toward Zhao Yaqi or the initial reason, which was Qin Yun arrogantly commanding the security guards to cruelly break Chun Nan's limbs. Chapter 21. Handling the situation. This kid is just too arrogant. He dares to apply as a security guard at our Qin group and has the nerve to openly assault someone. Wang Chao, with his swollen face resembling that of a pig, pointed at Chun Nan once more, then maliciously fueled the fire by complaining. Mr. Qin, it doesn't matter that I got slapped, but Director Qin Yun had her arm broken by this guy. You must handle him properly. We can't let him off easily. Joey, please take Director Qin Yun to the hospital for a checkup first. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Qin Bingwe's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She didn't jump to conclusions about the matter right away. Instead, She immediately addressed the personal secretary who accompanied her. All right, Ms. Qin. Xiao Xan nodded slightly, quickly stepping forward to support Qin Yun, whose face had already turned ashen white from the excruciating pain of her broken arm, her consciousness gradually fading. They left the square. Qin Yun naturally could not compare with Chun Nan. Even though Chun Nan had previously severed one of his own arms, he remained calm enough to knock down Li Dachong and others. But Qin Yun was just an ordinary woman, and not fainting on the spot already counted as a good result. Now you explain what happened in this situation. After having her personal secretary take Qin Yun to the hospital, Qin Bingyue still refrained from hastily concluding the matter. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Yaqi and asked. She wasn't like Qin Yun, easily believing everything Wang Chao had said. She wouldn't make a decision solely based on one-sided claims without knowing the truth of who was right or wrong. Director Qin, the matter went like this. Earlier, I brought Chen Nan here. Seeing that Qin Bingyue hadn't ignored her, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but feel delighted inside. She summoned her courage once again and bravely stepped forward, recounting every detail of the incident in full to Qin Bingyue. She did not hide the fact that she initially questioned Wang Chao regarding whether Chun Nan could be hired as a security guard. Neither did she conceal how Wang Chao used his power to force her into going out to dinner with him, or how Wang Chao later insulted her continuously, prompting Chun Nan to slap him. Hearing Zhao Yaqi's account, Qin Bingyue's beautiful expression grew visibly colder, almost frosty. Director Qin, that's not the way it happened. Zhao Yaqi is lying. Listen to me. Aware that Zhao Yaqi's story was not beneficial to him, and sensing the change in Qin Bingyue's expression, Wang Chao's heart sank suddenly. His nervous demeanor showed as he hurried to say something in defense. That's enough. There's no need for you to say anything more. Qin Bingyue cut Wang Chao short coldly, stating, corrupt intentions, abuse of power, sowing discord. We Qin Group will not tolerate people like you. Go directly to the personnel department after this and resign. It had taken her just a few years to bring Qin Group to its current scale, so she naturally was not unintelligent nor easily swayed. Also, given that Zhao Yaqi had been personally recruited by her, Qin Bingyue was quite familiar with Zhao Yaqi's character. Therefore, she could instinctively judge who was speaking the truth. Upon hearing that Qin Bingyue wanted him to resign, Wang Chao's face turned deathly pale instantly, feeling as if the sky had collapsed all at once. He was far from being as talented as Zhao Yaqi to get hired purely on his own abilities. The reason Wang Chao was able to work at Qin Group was partly due to his own efforts and largely because of a distant relative's help. If Qin Bingyue fired him now, he would definitely have great difficulty finding a company as good as Qin Group again. Essentially, his career prospects would be completely ruined. Is your name Chun Nan? Qin Bingyue stopped paying attention to Wang Chao. Her beautiful eyes suddenly shifted onto Chun Nan, coldly asking a question. At this moment, as Qin Bingyue's gaze finally fell on Chun Nan, everyone present couldn't help but unconsciously hold their breath. Everyone wanted to know how exactly Qin Bingyue would deal with Chun Nan next. After all, Chun Nan violently broke Qin Yun's arm. Even if they were half-siblings through the same father, she was still Qin Bingyue's sister. At this time, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei's faces both reappeared with smug expressions, and Wang Chao's gaze was filled with hate, glaring fiercely at Chun Nan. Zhao Yaqi looked thoroughly worried, constantly praying inside for Chun Nan's safety. How much she hoped that a miracle could happen at this moment. How much she wished that Qin Bingyue would show leniency and not pursue responsibility for Chun Nan breaking Qin Yun's arm. I am Chun Nan. Chun Nan's lips curled into a smile as he nodded slightly. This matter is indeed our Qin Group's fault first. As you just saw, I've already let the person in charge of hiring security guards resign. Facing Chun Nan's smiling lips, a hint of discomfort flashed across Qin Bingyue's delicate face, but she quickly recovered her icy demeanor and said coldly, no matter what the reason, you should not have resorted to violence while applying for the security position at our group. The fact that you hit someone is your mistake. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chun Nan's smile gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow, asking, so, what do you want me to do? Since you made the mistake of hitting someone, you should bear the consequences of your actions. Qin Bingyue maintained her cold expression throughout, standing poised like a professional female executive, and spoke coolly to Chun Nan. First, you need to cover Director Qin Yun's medical expenses. Second, you must issue a written apology to our Qin Group. Third, you will. Wait. Interrupting Qin Bingyue's ongoing list of demands, Chun Nan hastily waved his hand to cut her off, shrugged his shoulders, and directly replied, you can stop there. None of the conditions you proposed are acceptable to me. He felt somewhat irritated deep inside. He hadn't expected her to be so serious about this. Could it really be that she didn't care about their one-night affair? If it was truly his fault, fulfilling those conditions wouldn't be an issue. However, he did not acknowledge that he had done anything wrong. To put it another way, how could he stand idly by and let Miss Qin Yun play her wealthy young lady antics, instructing the guards to brutally break his limbs, pretending as if nothing happened? Seeing that Chun Nan interrupted her without hesitation and outright rejected her resolution conditions, Qin Bingyue's beautiful face became colder, and her gaze locked onto Chun Nan like frosty springs. Chun Nan displayed an unperturbed demeanor, with profound eyes revealing no ripples. Fearlessly, he met her piercing glare. Thus they stared at each other, deadlocked in silence. Chapter 22, The Way of Apology. Seeing Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan locked in a stalemate, the people present held their breath, each with their own thoughts as they watched this scene without making a sound. Many were somewhat impressed by Chun Nan's courage. They didn't expect him to still be so assertive in front of Qin Bingyue, showing no sign of yielding. Fine. After a moment, Qin Bingyue suddenly nodded slightly, the sharpness in her gaze gradually fading as she coldly stated, I don't need you to cover Qin Yun's medical expenses, and I won't impose any additional conditions on you. I only have one request. You must apologize to our Qin group. As soon as these words left Qin Bingyue's mouth, the crowd in the plaza immediately felt very surprised, realizing that Qin Bingyue was clearly backing down and merely giving Chun Nen a token symbolic punishment. They did not see the heavy punishment for Chun Nen that they had imagined. Wang Chao, Li Tianming, Luo Weiwei, and others' faces immediately turned unpleasant, but Zhao Yaqi revealed a faint smile on her delicate face, instantly relaxing a great deal. In her view, this result was already good. Qin General essentially did not pursue responsibility from Chun Nan for hitting someone. Next, all Chun Nan needed to do was to apologize to the Qin Corporation, and then everything that had happened would pass. Upon hearing what Qin Bingyue said, Chun Nan thought about it for a while, then nodded, grinning as he said, this requirement is barely acceptable, but I'll apologize my way. With that, he casually plucked a rose from a flower bed within the square, handed it to Qin Bingyue, and chuckled lightly as he said, you're the president of Qin Group. My offering you a red rose represents an apology to your Qin Group. Would that work? This guy's crazy. The way Chun Nan apologized caused everyone in the square to widen their eyes in shock, unable to help feeling astonished, and a single thought came to mind. Who exactly was Qin Bingyue? She was none other than the stunning female CEO known as the Ice Flower throughout Jiangzhou, a dream lover countless men could only admire but never touch. Cold, distant, unapproachable. That was her defining characteristic. Yet now, Chun Nan, bold as if possessed by a bear heart or leopard gall, was apologizing to Qin Bingyue with a red rose picked casually, a manner more akin to indirectly confessing his feelings to her than genuinely apologizing. Wasn't it clear that Chun Nan had lost his mind to act like this? At this moment, Wang Chao, Li Tianming, Luo Weiwei, and others were also deeply shocked at Chun Nan's action of offering a red rose to Qin Bingyue as an apology. Their reaction was almost comparable to when Chun Nan had broken Qin Yun's arm earlier. Besides being shocked, smirks filled with gloating spread across Wang Chao, Li Tianming, and Luo Weiwei's faces. In their opinion, Qin Bingyue had originally given Chun Nan a chance, but his reckless behavior would certainly anger Qin Bingyue, leading to dire consequences for him. And when Zhao Yaqi saw this scene, the calmness she had previously felt disappeared, and her pale complexion revealed intense concern. Desperately worried, she quickly moved forward, intending to stop Chun Nan's actions. Before she could take any action, an unprecedented event caught her off guard, leaving her completely stunned and frozen in place. Fine. Facing the red rose Chun Nan handed over, after a brief moment of distraction, Qin Bingyue extended her delicate hand and took the rose herself, her expression remaining indifferent as she said, on behalf of the Qin Group, I accept your apology, and this matter is hereby resolved. She paused for a moment. Her crystal-like eyes deeply gazed at Chun Nan once more before adding coldly, if you still wish to apply for the security position at Qin Group, come with me. I will personally process your employment application. Having finished speaking, Qin Bingyue immediately walked away in her high heels, leaving the square and heading toward the commercial building of the Qin Group. Seeing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he followed her shadow into the commercial building, stepping away from the square. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew through the square where Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan had just left. Only the crowd remained, enveloped in chaos. Every person present, without exception, widened their eyes, their expressions uniformly dumbfounded. Not until a while later did they gradually regain their senses. Heaven, I wasn't mistaken earlier, right? Ice Flower, Qin Bingyue actually accepted that man's red rose and offered to personally facilitate his entry. One individual instinctively rubbed their eyes hard, suspecting they might have hallucinated, questioning whether they had indeed seen what just transpired. You didn't see wrong. President Qin really took the initiative to accept his rose and even said she would personally help him get employed. This is just unbelievable. Someone immediately exclaimed in shock, their face full of astonishment. In the square, as Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan left, the sensation they caused began to gradually dissipate. What on earth is going on here? Why didn't Qin Bingyue explode in anger? Why did Qin Bingyue accept the rose? Why did Qin Bingyue personally arrange for Chun Nan's employment? What is the relationship between Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan? Wang Chao, Li Tianming, and Luo Weiwei all had extremely unpleasant expressions, feeling a great imbalance and reluctance within their hearts. They also found it hard to believe what they had just witnessed. These few people were not fools. After careful consideration, they vaguely guessed that there was probably some kind of connection between Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan, definitely not just strangers. Otherwise, how could Qin Bingyue, known as the Snowflower, possibly show such abnormal behavior around Chun Nan? At this moment, Luo Weiwei, seeing that Chun Nan apparently had some sort of connection with Qin Bingyue, was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of anger. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Just a few days ago, Chun Nan was still a brick-carrying loser with nothing to his name. How could he know Qin Bingyue, who was 100 times more excellent and beautiful than herself? A miracle has truly happened. On the other hand, Zhao Yaqi wasn't pondering much about the relationship between Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue at all. Her pretty face flushed red out of excitement. Now she was brimming with joy. Though the recruitment process for Chun Nan as a security guard had been full of twists and turns, causing her heart rate to rise several times, the end result was good. Chun Nan was unscathed and successfully hired into the Qin Group. In the future, they would be able to work together and spend a lot of time with each other. Thinking about these things made Zhao Yaqi's heart beat incessantly. Chapter 23, Palace Cold Disease. Qin Bingyue and Xuanhuan had no idea that the gesture of one person apologizing by sending a red rose, and the other forgiving by receiving it, caused such a huge sensation on the square. To put it another way, even if Qin Bingyue and Xuanhuan knew, they wouldn't give it a second thought. Because only Qin Bingyue and Xuanhuan were clear that the true meaning behind that single red rose was deeply symbolic to them. On this side, Qin Bingyue led Xuanhuan into the commercial building of the Qin Group, got on the dedicated elevator, and went straight up to the top floor, the 66th story, walking directly into her CEO office. By a large bay window stood an entirely white desk, on which sat merely a laptop computer and a small pot of moth orchid. On the other side, there were several pale leather sofas surrounding a small coffee table. Xuanhuan scanned the area as he entered and found that Qin Bingyue's office wasn't as luxurious as he'd imagined, but rather elegant and simple in its decoration. All right, now there are only the two of us. Qin Bingyue took her place at the CEO's position, casually throwing the red rose sent by Xuanhuan into the wastebasket before her eyes intensely stared at Xuanhuan as she coldly questioned him repeatedly. How did you know the person that night in the bar was me? Now that you've come to my company, are you planning to use this matter to threaten me? I've already approved your application to join our security team. What else do you want? When she met Xuanhuan at the plaza, she recognized him as the man who spent the night with her at the bar. She silently intended to pretend like she didn't recognize Xuanhuan. Because she knew when they had relations, Xuanhuan was under the haze of drunkenness and didn't recognize her. But when Xuanhuan pulled out a red rose and handed it to her, she instantly realized that he had also identified her from that night. After all, the bar where they had been together a few days ago was called Rose Bar. In Qin Bingyue's view, Xuanhuan was simply using the red rose as a reminder to pressure her for some benefits. After all, as the well-known female president of Jiangzhou, if this news got out, it would be very detrimental to her reputation. More importantly, it could cause serious negative effects on the entire Qin Group, possibly leading to a stock price decline. Miss Qin, it seems like you've misunderstood something about me. Xuanhuan felt a little irked seeing Qin Bingyue throw away the rose he sent directly into the trash can. Still, he wasn't going to bicker over such a small matter and patiently explained. Firstly, I didn't know beforehand that you were the woman I spent time with at Rose Bar a few days ago. It was only after seeing you just now that I realized this fact, and as for how I found out, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. He paused briefly, then sitting down on the sofa by himself, he continued speaking. Secondly, using our previous encounter as leverage to extort benefits is something I, Xuanhuan, have not yet become so trivial about. Furthermore, I consider such behavior beneath me. At this point, a pair of black, deep-set eyes belonging to Xuanhuan seriously gazed at Qin Bingyue with a face beautiful enough to topple kingdoms as a slight smile curved his lips. Thirdly, Miss Qin, my visit to your Qin Group really is only because I wish to join as a security guard. There is nothing else. Please stop overthinking it. Admittedly, Qin Bingyue was undeniably beautiful. Just looking at her made one feel satiated with beauty. If it weren't for her icy personality that kept others miles away, the number of suitors might stretch endlessly from the far north to the distant south. Recalling the night in the bar a few days ago when he spent the night with this stunning beauty and acquired the first pure innate essence energy from her, Xuanhuan couldn't help but be swept away with emotion. I originally came to work at the Qin Group just to make Uncle Zhao feel reassured, but unexpectedly, Qin Bingyue turned out to be the woman I slept with that night. This counts as an unexpected bonus. Although I've already obtained the innate essence from her, her pure constitution will not change. If I can practice dual cultivation with her more times, it will still greatly benefit me. Xuanhuan quietly thought to himself. Though such thoughts were in his mind, Xuanhuan also knew the chance to be with Qin Bingyue again was quite slim. At least currently, he could not think of any method that would make someone as aloof as Qin Bingyue agree to practicing dual cultivation with him. To put it differently, their relationship in the bar that night was purely an accident that occurred due to both being unconscious and unaware. Upon careful reflection, Qin Bingyue's condition at the time did seem subtly off. Do you really think a few words from you will make me trust you? Hearing Xuanhuan's explanation, Qin Bingyue remained completely unmoved. Her pretty face, always wearing a cold mask, said frostily, your say-so is not enough. We must sign a confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement? Xuanhuan was surprised upon hearing this, and just as he was about to say something, suddenly, Qin Bingyue let out a muffled groan of pain without warning, as if enduring some inhuman torture. Her whole lithe body began to tremble slightly, her stunning face paled instantly, and her sweat dripped down like rain. Miss Qin, is there something wrong with your body? At the sight of this, Xuanhuan immediately approached Qin Bingyue's side, gripping her wrist to feel her pulse while saying, let me take a look. What are you doing? Let go. With her delicate hand suddenly caught by Xuanhuan, Qin Bingyue, amidst her agony, revealed a flicker of anger in her eyes and instinctively tried to break free. You have a very rare case of palace cold disease. The intense pain in your lower abdomen right now indicates that this palace cold illness has flared up. However, Xuanhuan's brief explanation made her abandon her struggle instantly. Can you diagnose illnesses? In the midst of her pain, Qin Bingyue's facial expression revealed an extra touch of surprise. She was astonished that the other party could accurately determine her illness merely through a pulse check. Yes. Xuanhuan nodded, avoiding unnecessary chatter, and directly stated, Miss Qin, I know an ancient massage technique that can temporarily relieve this kind of pain for you, but it will require your cooperation. How should I cooperate? The acute pain brought on by the flare-up of the palace cold disease became increasingly severe, causing Qin Bingyue's complexion to grow paler and her speech to start trembling and become unsmooth. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's inquiry, Chunnan quickly explained earnestly, "Just take off your clothes." Chapter 24, Ancient Massage Technique. Don't touch me, I don't need your treatment. When Chunnan asked her to take off her clothes, Qin Bingyue's eyes immediately turned cold. Even in her extremely painful and weakened state, she still decisively pushed Chunnan away. A few days ago, she had been drugged by Yang Hao and lost her virginity to a stranger. Although she appeared normal these past few days and acted as if she didn't care, deep inside, she was very hurt. In the quiet nights, she cried a lot. Now, the man in front of her actually wanted her to take off her clothes again, this time under the pretense of treatment. How could she possibly agree? After all, which clean-minded woman wouldn't cherish her chastity? Especially a cold and proud woman like Qin Bingyue who values her virtue immensely. You woman, if you don't want to be painfully tortured to death, then stop moving. Seeing Qin Bingyue stubbornly resisting his treatment, Chunnan's face turned grim. He forcefully removed her little suit jacket in a swift and decisive manner, quickly lifted her white blouse underneath, and directly placed his hand on her abdomen. Qin Bingyue's skin was smooth and tender, like a touch of mutton fat jade, but just feeling it made Chunnan's heart shake slightly, causing him to feel somewhat distracted. At that moment, the sudden severe pain caused by the cold uterus condition left Qin Bingyue weak and frail. Her delicate face became extremely pale from the pain, making her unable to do anything other than lying face down on her office desk. She couldn't prevent Chunnan's actions anymore. All she could do was stare at him with furious eyes and grit her teeth to utter one trembling word. "Go away. You women are always too concerned about your face, suffering needlessly. I'm treating you for your own good. Why so resistant? And besides, haven't I already touched your body before?" Chunnan sneered and ignored Qin Bingyue's murderous glare. He gathered all his focus and began channeling his internal energy fully, using the ancient massage technique passed down to him to rub her abdomen. If Qin Bingyue hadn't shared that particular relationship with him, he would have definitely walked away without bothering to treat her. No matter how much pain she was in, it was irrelevant to him. After all, even if she were the stunning beauty of Jiangzhou known as the Snowflower, he wasn't going to degrade himself like a dog. But there are no ifs in this world. Since they'd already had that connection, regardless of whether or not he liked her, he at least couldn't stand idly by while Qin Bingyue suffered in pain. Besides, haven't I already touched your body before? Chunnan's words pierced through Qin Bingyue's mind sharply, making her feel indignant and humiliated as never before, losing every ounce of her usual aloofness. She glared at Chunnan fiercely, ready to fight against him despite everything. Can you really treat me? However, soon Qin Bingyue suddenly felt a strange warmth emanating from Chunnan's palms, which genuinely alleviated her excruciating pain in her abdomen. Her heart trembled, and her anger gave way to shock. Although Chunnan had diagnosed her condition through his pulse-taking earlier, she didn't truly believe he possessed the ability to cure her, thinking he was just taking advantage of the situation. After all, she suffered from an extreme case of uterine cold, a congenital chronic disease since birth. She had consulted countless renowned doctors, but none could provide a cure or even relieve her pain slightly. In the past, when her condition flared up, she simply endured the pain alone. "Just don't move," Chunnan softly reminded her, continuing to earnestly operate his internal energy. Using the ancient massage method, his palm continuously massaged Qin Bingyue's lower abdomen. Qin Bingyue's body indeed felt soft and smooth to the touch, providing an exquisite sensation. Yet, at that moment, Chunnan couldn't indulge in any other thoughts. The ancient massage technique was quite complicated, requiring complete concentration, and consumed a great deal of his internal energy. Just giving Qin Bingyue this short massage had cost him a large amount of energy, making his complexion slightly pale. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, as exhaustion swept over his entire body. Upon hearing Chunnan's gentle warning, feeling the temperature transmitted from his palms, and seeing how hard he was working for her treatment, expending a significant amount of mental and physical strength, a rare blush appeared on Qin Bingyue's delicate face. She experienced an unfamiliar and inexplicable feeling in her heart, something she had never felt before. However, soon after, she quickly masked her unusual feelings and reverted to her usual cold demeanor, simply nodding slightly in response to Chunnan's inquiry. All right. It wasn't until more than half an hour had passed. Huff. Chunnan let out a deep breath, slowly removing his palm from Qin Bingyue's lower abdomen. There was a look of profound exhaustion on his face as he said, "My treatment is complete." He didn't expect that using this ancient massage technique to suppress Qin Bingyue's uterine cold would consume so much of his internal energy. Just this brief treatment for Qin Bingyue almost left him completely exhausted. "You, wipe off your sweat." Seeing how weak Chunnan looked after treating her, Qin Bingyue wanted to ask him if he was okay. But as the words reached her lips, she found herself unable to say it directly to Chunnan. In the end, she handed him a tissue, saying only this sentence. Chunnan didn't notice Qin Bingyue's momentary hesitation. Casually taking the tissue offered by Qin Bingyue, he wiped the sweat off his face while lightly asking with a smile, "Miss Qin, how do you feel now?" "I'm fine now. I didn't expect that you actually have the ability to treat me." Upon hearing Chunnan's inquiry about her condition, Qin Bingyue, whose complexion had already returned to normal, couldn't help but display a hint of discomfort on her delicate face before giving a slight nod. Although Chunnan's method of treatment was a bit too intimate, making her feel somewhat ashamed. After being massaged by Xuanhuan, she truly felt very well now, completely refreshed, as though the intense pain caused by the severe episode of uterine cold had never occurred at all. Chapter 25, Cure Method. Xuanhuan still has a lot of skills now. Upon hearing the acknowledgement from Snowflower Qin Bingyue, Xuanhuan, who inherited the legacy of the Chun family's elder ancestor, wanted to confidently say such a sentence in front of Qin Bingyue. But he knew that with Qin Bingyue's personality, deliberately showing off in front of her would only cause her aversion and dislike. Therefore, he could only respond this way mentally to Qin Bingyue. Miss Qin, I must remind you beforehand. Although your extreme uterine cold disorder has temporarily been suppressed by my ancient massage technique, it might erupt again at any time. Xuanhuan extinguished his small thoughts of wanting to show off, and instead solemnly said these words to Qin Bingyue. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but his eyes flashed, adding, I believe Miss Qin yourself should be quite aware that since something happened between us, the cold pain caused by your extreme uterine cold disorder is probably much stronger than before when it used to happen. When giving Qin Bingyue a previous pulse diagnosis, he had already fully understood her physical condition. He actually somewhat admired Qin Bingyue. He never expected that over all these years, this woman had always been able to endure the episodes of her extreme uterine cold disorder all by herself. If it were a slightly less strong-willed, ordinary woman, after so many years, she would have likely been driven to madness by the disease and ended up committing suicide. You see, Qin Bingyue's uterine cold was not an ordinary case of uterine cold. The level of pain during her extreme uterine cold episodes was no less severe than the intense pain a woman goes through during childbirth. In other words, each time Qin Bingyue suffered from her uterine cold episode, it was equivalent to enduring the severe pain of childbirth. You are not wrong. Hearing this, Qin Bingyue frowned tightly, coldly saying, After that night, not only has the frequency of my uterine cold disorder increased, but the level of pain during episodes also seems to be accumulating gradually. She was also somewhat puzzled as to why her uterine cold became so severe after losing her virginity. The intensity of the pain during the latest episode was more violent than ever before. If it hadn't been for Xuanhuan's massage treatment, she might have directly fainted from the pain. Miss Qin, it's actually not impossible to completely solve your problem with the uterine cold. Xuanhuan coughed dryly and said with a smile. At this moment, he felt somewhat uneasy inside. On one hand, the sudden severity of Qin Bingyue's extreme uterine cold was due to losing herself to him, and he had taken that innate energy from her body. On the other hand, if Qin Bingyue wanted to cure her extreme uterine cold entirely, she would need to undergo dual cultivation with him and use his pure yang energy within his body to harmonize it. What method? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue's icy gaze immediately brightened with a flash of excitement as she asked impatiently. She had endured the torment of her extreme uterine cold for far too long. The pain and bitterness endured were known only to her. Suddenly hearing Xuanhuan saying there was a way to cure her extreme uterine cold, regardless of how cool and aloof her character was, she was unable to remain calm. Cough. My method is that you need to be my girlfriend. Xuanhuan coughed dryly once again, and, glancing at the visibly excited Qin Bingyue, chose a tactful way to express the meaning of dual cultivation with her. Little did he know, Qin Bingyue didn't understand what he meant at all. Become your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue couldn't help but pause momentarily. Then, thinking that Xuanhuan intended to threaten her using this situation, her expression turned cold instantly, and she rejected him outright. Don't think about this kind of thing. Even though we've already had relations, it was merely an accidental mishap, not my intention. I don't have any feelings for you, and I will not be your girlfriend. Pausing for a second, she didn't shut down all conversation, continuing on to say, unless being your girlfriend, if you really have a way to cure my uterine cold, I can hire you to treat me. You just name your price. Had this unreasonable demand not been made by the man in front of her, considering he truly managed to suppress her uterine cold, she would have flipped out and become angry long ago. Miss Qin, you've misunderstood my intention. Whether you like me or not isn't important. Whether you want to be my girlfriend or not is not significant either. After listening to Qin Bingyue's statement, Xuanhuan shook his head lightly. Then, no longer bothering to beat around the bush, he spoke straight away. The important thing is, if you want to thoroughly cure your uterine cold, then you must undergo dual cultivation with me. Pausing for a moment, he was also worried that Qin Bingyue might not fully understand the meaning of dual cultivation, so he immediately added, dual cultivation means using the most primitive method of intercourse to promote the exchange of yin and yang energy between men and women. In simpler terms, it's about men and women. Enough. Qin Bingyue suddenly interrupted Xuanhuan forcefully, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger as she said coldly, You don't need to continue. Even if I die from the pain caused by my extreme uterine cold, there is no way I will let what happened that night repeat itself. I've already made it clear that I have no feelings for you. Xuanhuan had explained things to such an extent that if she still didn't understand, it would reflect poorly on her intelligence. Previously, she hadn't thought along these lines, believing that Xuanhuan's suggestion of her becoming his girlfriend was merely for the sake of appearances to boost his pride. But she didn't expect that Xuanhuan's so-called cure for her extreme uterine cold actually entailed going to bed with him again. She couldn't possibly agree to such a thing. Even if this method truly could cure her extreme uterine cold, she wouldn't be able to accept it. At the very least, she was incapable of accepting this at the present moment. Miss Qin, I'm just suggesting this approach. Whether or not you choose to go along with it is entirely up to you. Xuanhuan smiled helplessly, saying sincerely, If you come to a decision later, you can always find me for dual cultivation. I guarantee your extreme uterine cold will be completely cured. Her reaction was actually within Chunan's expectations. He knew that given Qin Bingyue's icy and aloof nature, she wouldn't agree to dual cultivation right away. Yet, he chose to openly state this anyway. On one hand, he really did want to engage in dual cultivation with Qin Bingyue, as she was a pure entity. He didn't want to play too many mind games, and this presented an opportunity to frankly share his thoughts. On the other hand, he didn't want Qin Bingyue to feel hopeless about her extreme uterine cold, thus planting a seed of hope for resolving the issue. Chapter 26. Contact me anytime. If you ever change your mind, you can contact me anytime for dual cultivation. Chunan's two sentences immediately made Qin Bingyue's pretty face as cold as frost, her expression even colder, causing her chest to heave with anger. This man before her clearly didn't understand who she was. Did he truly think of her as some random woman? Although she felt very angry inside, Qin Bingyue also noticed that when Chunan spoke these words, his eyes carried a clarity, lacking the lecherous gaze other men often had when looking at her. This was why she didn't unleash her anger on the spot. My body is none of your business, and this matter ends here. You may leave now. Qin Bingyue forcibly suppressed her rage and said coldly, I will honor my promise and personally arrange for someone to handle your security employment process. You can start working in the company's security department right away. After a pause, she seemed to remember something, so this time she didn't bring up signing a confidentiality agreement with Chunan. She merely added coldly, remember what you just said? Once you step out of this door, the relationship between us is purely hierarchical within the company. I do not wish to hear any gossip about this. Of course, Miss Qin, rest assured. Though Qin Bingyue didn't elaborate, Chunan naturally understood what she implied. He nodded with a faint smile. As for what happened between us at Rose Bar, I won't reveal it to anyone, nor will I use it to threaten you. My purpose in coming to your Qin Corporation is merely to work as an ordinary security guard and make a living. Speaking, he seemingly adjusted to his role and appropriately changed the address. Miss Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll head down to work. The security department is on the 6th floor. Without saying more, Qin Bingyue coolly reminded him, and then turned away, opening her computer to continue her work without another glance at Chunan. Chunan chuckled lightly, deciding not to disturb Qin Bingyue further, and turned around to leave her office. Just what kind of person is he? Lifting her head slightly again, Qin Bingyue looked at the back figure of Chunan walking away, furrowing her eyebrows thoughtfully. The medical skills displayed by the man while treating her extreme gynecological condition were far from what one would expect from an ordinary security job candidate. This left her quite curious about Chunan. Not to mention, just based on the fact that he boldly proposed going to bed with her again like a light-hearted joke was something an ordinary man would never dare to do. Most men in front of her, the icy beauty and top female CEO, would be filled with inferiority and rarely talk fluently to her. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Qin Bingyue's office, thoughts crowded Chunan's mind. When he checked Qin Bingyue's pulse, he realized her condition was actually more serious than she imagined, potentially threatening her life. It wouldn't take long before her illness might flare up again, likely worse than this time. He wasn't sure if his massage techniques would still control it. If indeed her condition worsened and she refused dual cultivation with him, should he simply stand aside and watch her die? Or should he actively save her and force the dual cultivation then? Though not necessarily liking Qin Bingyue yet, he absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her. After all, Qin Bingyue was his first real woman, and her influence played a critical role in enabling him to receive the inheritance from the elder of the Qin family. Claiming no special feelings for her would be false. His tangled thoughts flowed in his mind. By now, Chunan had already descended to the 6th floor via the elevator. This level housed the security department of the Qin Corporation. The security department of the Qin Corporation, called a corporate department, more resembled a medium-sized indoor gym. There were only 2 or 3 security rooms and surveillance rooms. The remaining spacious area was filled with various fitness equipment such as treadmills, squat racks, punching bags, and even a square boxing ring. Stepping out of the elevator, seeing such an arrangement of the Qin Corporation's security department, Chunan felt somewhat surprised. At this moment in the security department, since it was during working hours, most security personnel were on patrol at their posts, so there weren't many people present. Only a few newly shifted off guards were chatting idly, resting briefly here. These few security guards, upon seeing Chunan walk in, immediately revealed wary expressions. They instantly stopped their idle chatter and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Chunan naturally also noticed these security guards and was not at all surprised by their reactions upon seeing him. After all, earlier in the square, when Qin Yun ordered them to break his arms and legs, they were all beaten up by him instead. Why you? You are the newly hired security staff, right? At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a security uniform quickly walked out of the security captain's office with a thick yet stiff, forced smile on his face. Hi, I'm Wu Wei, the deputy captain of the security department. The higher-ups just called to inform us. On behalf of the security department, I welcome you to join us. This young man not only possessed extraordinary martial arts skills, but also had the guts to directly break Director Qin Yun's arm. The key point was that he ended up completely fine afterward and even apologized to General Manager Qin Bingyue by giving her a rose. Moreover, General Manager Qin personally handled his employment procedures. What happened in the square earlier was already clear enough for him. Chunan was definitely not an ordinary person, absolutely someone far beyond his ability to offend. Hello, my name is Chunan. Just call me in. Chunan nodded, taking the initiative to ease the awkwardness caused in the square, smiling as he said, no need to be formal. You look older than me, so I'll just call you Brother Wu. I hope Brother Wu will take good care of me in the future. Although he was amused inside, he clearly understood why Deputy Captain Wu Wei also showed such fear towards him. There was no other reason. It was because he beat Wu Wei up too during the incident in the square. Haha. Alright then, from now on, I'll call you Yuan. A simple address of Brother Wu from Chun Nen made Wu Wei burst into laughter. His impression of Chun Nen greatly improved, and the fear he felt towards him vanished without a trace. Chapter 27, Goldfish Entertainment Center. Come on, Nan. Wu Wei led Chun Nan into the best decorated security room, smiling broadly, and said, "Take a look, this will be your personal office from now on." It was originally our security captain xuanhuan's office, but he suddenly took a long leave a few days ago and won't be coming back to work for several months. It just happens that it's available for you. He paused. Then he added with a smile, "As for your work arrangements, I haven't thought about it yet, so you don't need to punch in or out and can do what you want freely. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind." Then I thanked Brother Wu for his consideration. Chun Nen nodded slightly and responded with a smile. He naturally understood Wu Wei's obsequiousness and goodwill. How could the latter not have planned his work arrangement yet? By arranging him into the independent office of the security captain and exempting him from punching in or out, it was as if Wu Wei wanted Chun Nan to easily receive a salary. Such treatment was evidently not something an ordinary security guard would enjoy. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Wu Wei's gesture of kindness. "Nan, you're too polite." Wu Wei patted Chun Nan on the shoulder and grinned. "Actually, everyone in the security department should thank you." "Thank me?" Chun Nan couldn't help but be stunned, then asked with confusion, "Brother Wu, what do you mean by that? You gave Wang Chao a good lesson, and now he has finally been fired by General Manager Qin. All of us grassroots security staff are extremely happy, so we should thank you." Wu Wei laughed. Pausing for a moment, he went on to explain. "You don't know, Wang Chao is our leader supervisor in the security department. He exploits and bullies us no end. None of our security team members have been spared intentional difficulties by him, especially after Captain xuanhuan took leave. This guy has become even more reckless, bullying our colleagues these past few days to the point where they're all fuming inside. If it wasn't for the difficulty in finding a job at the Qin Group which supports our livelihoods, everyone would have beaten him up by now." After hearing Wu Wei's words, Chun Nen nodded slightly, understanding why the other person had expressed gratitude. With Wang Chao's type who bullies others relying on his position, acting arrogantly with any bit of power, working under such a person would indeed be quite miserable. Now, since Wang Chao was fired by Qin Bingwei because of him, naturally Wu Wei and others didn't have to endure the grievances anymore. "Nan, talking about this, perhaps all the brothers in our security department still owe you an apology." Unexpectedly shifting the subject, Wu Wei continued awkwardly. "We moved against you in the square before, but it was out of necessity. However, please believe us, though we might dare to hit you a little. If we were really going to break your arms and legs, we absolutely would not dare. Even if Director Qin Yun backed us up, we commoners would never dare. It was all just pretense back then." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan nodded, giving a faint smile. "Brother Wu, I trust what you say, which is why I didn't hurt you severely. I merely temporarily took away your ability to stand. Yes, all of us here have been beaten by you, but in the end, we realized our injuries weren't even superficial scratches. Thanks to your restraint." Wu Wei expressed his gratitude with a nod, admiringly commenting, "Nan, your martial skills are truly remarkable. Big Brother thinks you may even match our Captain xuanhuan's strength." He paused briefly. Glancing at Chun Nan, he jokingly added with particular emphasis, "You mustn't underestimate me. I was actually once a top-notch Special Forces soldier, and after retiring, I became Deputy Security Captain at the Qin Corporation. So basically, I can tell if someone really has genuine skills with just one glance." "Is your captain very strong?" This question sparked Chun Nan's interest involuntarily. "Not just strong, but exceedingly strong." Wu Wei nodded heavily, acknowledging with merely 8 words, fully representing his respect and admiration for xuanhuan's prowess. "I didn't expect the security captain of the Qin Corporation to be so impressive." Seeing how much Wu Wei respected Captain xuanhuan, Chun Nen genuinely gained some interest and joked, "Then when he returns to work, I'll try to have a go with him." "Haha. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to the day you two face off." Upon hearing Chun Nan's statement, Wu Wei's eyes lit up immediately, laughing heartily. Next, after chatting idly with Chun Nan for a few more sentences, Wu Wei left to work, leaving Chun Nan alone in the security captain's office with nothing to do. "Just now, I spent a lot of true energy treating Qin Bingwei for her uterine cold syndrome. This is the perfect time to restore my true energy." After Wu Wei left, Chun Nan thought this and immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa, closing his eyes slightly. Without hesitation, he began circulating the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture to start restoring his internal power. The Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture was indeed a mysterious and powerful unique martial arts technique. In just the short time it took to drink a cup of tea, his true energy was already full once again, completely restored to its peak state. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel refreshed both mentally and physically. Although his true energy had been restored, he did not get up from his cross-legged sitting position, but continued to circulate the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture, entering a state of cultivation. He thought that Wu Wei hadn't assigned him any tasks yet anyway, and since he was bored, he might as well work hard to improve his own strength. Time passed minute by minute, and before long, it was already noon. It wasn't until Zhao Yaqi called him to invite him to lunch that Chun Nen ended his meditation. The two ate at the employee cafeteria of the Qin Group. During the meal, the introverted Zhao Yaqi did not ask about anything that happened in the square earlier, such as the speculations of many people regarding the relationship between him and Qin Binghua. Because for Zhao Yaqi, as long as Chun Nan successfully joined the Qin group, that was enough. After the two finished eating lunch, they returned to their respective departments to continue working. Of course, Chun Nan was still bored during work hours, so he could only continue to circulate the Tai Xian 3 Live scripture and enter the cultivation state again. In the evening, Chun Nan found a large entertainment center located in the northern part of Jiangzhou City, named Goldfish Entertainment Center, and a hint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Goldfish Entertainment. I wonder if you are the ones who tried to run me over today? Chapter 28. A chance encounter with Zhao Yalan. The Goldfish Entertainment Center is the largest entertainment center in the northern part of Jiangzhou City. Chun Nan had heard Wu Tao mention it before. This Goldfish Entertainment Center is an asset of the underground force known as the Goldfish Society. Since Li Daqiang is the hall master of the Goldfish Society, I am right to come here. This is the fastest place to find Li Daqiang. Thinking this way, a sharp glint crossed Chun Nan's eyes, and he subsequently strode into the Goldfish Entertainment Center. Upon entering the entertainment center, he headed straight for the bar and dance hall area, knowing that such venues would offer better chances of bumping into members of the Goldfish Society. At that moment, inside the spacious hall of the bar and dance club, colorful lights were rapidly flashing and changing, paired with high-decibel music that seemed to ignite passion. Hundreds of young men and women twisted their bodies wildly in the middle of the dance floor, fully enjoying the nightlife of a bustling metropolis. Surrounding the dance floor were rows of leather sofas encircling various tables, where many couples sat clinking glasses and drinking, their yells echoing throughout the noisy, lively environment. What's she doing here? Chun Nan entered the bar hall and scanned his surroundings. Unexpectedly, he spotted a familiar figure and immediately frowned. There she was, appearing to be around her early 20s. Her pretty face wore heavy smoky makeup, adorned with pink-dyed wavy hair. She wore a black strapless top that revealed her snow-white shoulders, paired with ultra-short jeans. She looked extremely sultry and sexy. She wasn't anyone else but Zhao Yaqi's twin sister, Zhao Yalan. Zhao Yalan didn't notice at that moment that Chun Nan's gaze was on her. She was sitting on a sofa, playing finger-guessing games and laughing heartily with several young men. During this time, these men kept finding excuses to get her drunk. Clearly, these young men had ill intentions towards her. No wonder I couldn't see her when I came back from work with Yaqi. This foolish woman actually ran off to such a place alone to drink heavily with strangers of questionable character. Seeing this, Chun Nan shook his head helplessly, then retracted his gaze and continued searching for members of the Goldfish Society. He didn't go over to greet Zhao Yalan, nor did he plan to lecture her. After all, she was an adult who needed to bear the consequences of her own actions. Most importantly, Zhao Yalan had always looked down on him, so even if he tried to intervene, she wouldn't listen to him, instead probably hating him more than ever. On this side, Zhao Yalan never noticed that Chun Nan had arrived here. After clinking glasses again with a youth dressed in designer labels, wearing a trendy earring, she stood up smiling and said, "Mr. Su, sorry, but I suddenly have urgent matters to attend to and must leave now. Let's all play and drink together next time." Zhao Yalan was a self-media worker who relied on the internet for a living, and this young man was one of the few big spenders who lavishly tipped her. In the face of such big spender invitations, she found it hard to continually decline them, so she usually took a few sips with them. However, she knew this behavior carried certain risks. Deep down, she understood that they tipped her purely for her beauty. Indeed, she was a female online celebrity known for her good looks and figure, but she wasn't the type who earned solely by selling her body. Therefore, she also had her own strategies. When she thought the drinks were enough, she would find an excuse to disengage and retreat. This was one of her response tactics. "Don't go." As soon as Zhao Yalan stood up to leave, Su Liang grabbed her wrist and grinned, saying, "Lenine, it's too early to go now. The young master isn't done drinking yet. Leaving so fast like this is rather disrespectful to me." "That's right. Lenine, Mr. Su has spent a lot of money to be your top supporter. Now you're not staying to accompany Mr. Su for more drinks? That's not very proper, is it?" One of the youths with a hoarse face chimed in with a wicked smile. "Yes, exactly. Mr. Su has plenty of money at home. Spend more time drinking with him, and he won't skimp on giving you tips." Another thin youth named Zhang Dekue and Lian also persuaded her, urging her on. These two are Su Liang's followers. As a second-generation rich kid, Su Liang often idled his days away in food and revelry, favoring playing with online celebrities. His current target was Zhao Yalan. As Su Liang's lackeys, they hadn't been lacking in opportunities to enjoy some of the benefits either. They usually got the chance to take over the celebrities whom Su Liang tired of after indulging in them. This time, the target Zhao Yalan is a supreme beauty among the best, and in person, she was even more beautiful than when she live-streamed. Naturally, they couldn't let her go. "Sorry, Mr. Su, but I really have an emergency this time." Zhao Yalan didn't fall for the two men's coaxing. She skillfully withdrew her wrist from Su Liang's grasp and said with a smile, "Next time, I'll definitely join you both until we're drunk. All right, since you have an emergency, I won't force you." Ignoring Zhao Yalan's resistance, Su Liang once again grabbed her wrist and grinned. "But Lingling, at least drink one last cup with me. You owe me that before I let you leave." As he spoke to Zhao Yalan, he subtly winked at Zhang Dekue and Lian. Understanding Su Liang's intentions immediately, Zhang Dekue and Lian seized the opportunity while Zhao Yalan was distracted talking to Su Liang. They deftly coordinated their movements, expertly slipping a powdered substance into Zhao Yalan's glass. All right, I can't not give Mr. Su this much respect. I'll finish this cup." Zhao Yalan hadn't noticed their actions. After hesitating briefly, she picked up her glass and drank it all in one gulp. She thought just one more cup wouldn't be enough to get her drunk, so she saw no way to refuse further. Mr. Su, I finished the drink. Now I really must leave. After finishing the drink, Zhao Yalan chuckled nervously, gently trying to wriggle free of Su Liang's grip as a sign for him to release her wrist, preparing to leave. Leave? Su Liang released Zhao Yalan's wrist on his own accord, but his face twisted into a sinister smirk. Do you really think you can walk away now after giving me that small excuse? It isn't that easy. Zhao Yalan's little trick of making excuses to suddenly leave was something he'd seen plenty of times before. There was no way he'd let her go that easily. Hee, if you were willing to come out to meet Mr. Su, then don't go back tonight. Stay and keep Mr. Su company properly. GG, exactly. Once you're done playing with Mr. Su, why don't you play a bit with us too as well? Zhang Dekue and Leon, Su Liang's lackeys, also revealed their lecherous grins one after another. Chapter 29. Who can save me? Upon hearing their unabashed and lewd words, Zhao Yalan's face turned cold instantly, and she was about to lash out with an angry tirade. But at that moment, she suddenly felt dizzy, her head becoming heavy and muddled, leaving her swaying unsteadily on her feet. What have you done to me? Fear flashed across Zhao Yalan's face as she struggled desperately to stay conscious while angrily questioning them. Despite her evident rage, her voice was weak due to the drugs in her system. Of course, we just added something to your glass of wine. Facing Zhao Yalan's weakened accusation, Zhang Dekue immediately replied with a sly grin. It's something that will make you feel euphoric soon enough, Leon added, his tone dark and sinister. You two, stop chatting so much nonsense with her. Su Liang glanced at the crowd in the bar's main hall and ordered Zhang Dekue and Leon. It's too noisy and public here. Take her into the private room first. Though lively and chaotic, the bar's main area wouldn't quickly notice what they were doing, but this act wasn't something they could publicly admit to. Hearing this, Zhang Dekue and Leon nodded and quickly forced Zhao Yalan onto her feet, dragging her toward one of the bar's KTV private rooms. Weakened by the drug coursing through her veins, Zhao Yalan felt powerless, her consciousness slipping rapidly. There was no resistance left in her at all. To outsiders, it seemed like Zhang Dekue and Leon were simply supporting a drunken Zhao Yalan. Hee, Lin, I'm going to spoil you properly. You'll surely feel satisfied. Hardly had Su Liang placed Zhao Yalan on the couch inside the private room when his eyes lit up with lust. Without delay, he prepared to strip off her clothes and start assaulting her. Peng Dekue and Suan watched from the side, unable to suppress the rolling of their tongues. Their gazes burned hotly with desire. Su Xiao had indeed hooked an attractive prey online. Zhao Yalan, whether in terms of appearance or figure, could be called top-notch. They both admitted having bedded many women, but never someone of her caliber. Mr. Su, I got my period, please spare me. As Su Liang started removing her clothes, fear flickered in Zhao Yalan's eyes. She fought desperately to remain alert, trembling weakly as she pleaded. She always chose the days when her period came to meet the big brothers she connected with on dating apps. This was one of her strategies for handling such situations. In the past, this tactic had often made her opponents retreat, as many men would grimace and choose to withdraw upon learning of her period. I don't care. Instead of hesitation, Su Liang licked his lips in a twisted manner and sneered. I'm going to do you regardless if your period has come or not. Blame yourself for being too alluring to our young lord. You shouldn't do this. My father is the deputy captain of the criminal police. If you dare to touch me, he will certainly catch you. Taking advantage of her last bit of lucidity, Zhao Yalan trembled and blurted out again. Panic began welling up in her heart. Su Liang's uncontrollable beast nature terrified her. It forced her to use her final trump card, revealing her father Zhao Guowen's identity to try and intimidate him. Zhao Guowen is your dad. After hearing Zhao Yalan's statement, Su Liang's face changed slightly, and he immediately stopped trying to remove her clothes, hesitating in his mind. The famed incorruptible deputy captain of the criminal police in Jiangzhou, Zhao Guowen. Even though Su Liang, the heir of one of the 5 great families, might not have met Zhao personally, the name was far from unfamiliar to him. He had not expected that Zhao Yalan, whom he had met online, was actually Zhao Guowen's daughter. Master Su, now what should we do? Shouldn't we leave her alone? Right? Mr. Su, this woman's father is the deputy captain of the criminal police. If we mess with her, we'll get into trouble. Upon learning Zhao Yalan's father was the deputy captain of the criminal police, Zhang Dakui and Leon also showed unpleasant expressions, their hearts filled with panic. Bullshit about trouble. A fierce glint passed over Su Liang's eyes as he clenched his teeth and muttered. So what if her father is Zhao Guowen? I'll still sleep with his daughter. What can he possibly do to me? Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have thought of a plan and smirked maliciously. Afterward, we will film a documentary with her. If she dares tell her father afterward, then I will release the video online, destroying both her reputation and her father's. Hee, ingenious move, Mr. Su. I'll grab my phone and start recording right away. Mr. Su, you're truly clever, filming the live-action drama of reality. Ha ha ha, I must record it to keep as a souvenir. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Zhang Dakui and Lian's eyes immediately lit up. As they showered Su with flattery, they quickly took out their respective phones to prepare for filming. Linyan, you've heard what I said, haven't you? If you dare to tell your father about this, you know the consequences. Su Liang's gaze was filled with fiery desire as he stared at Zhao Yalan, whose face had turned pale, and he chuckled darkly. No sooner had his words faded than he eagerly reached toward Zhao Yalan, beginning to unbutton her spaghetti strap blouse. Suddenly, without warning, Su Liang let out a cry of pain and abruptly withdrew his hand that was in the process of undressing Zhao Yalan. It turned out that Zhao Yalan had summoned all her remaining strength to deliver a fierce bite to Su Liang's hand, making it her last act of resistance. Slap. You damn bitch, how dare you bite me? Once regaining his composure, Su Liang flew into a rage, striking Zhao Yalan across the face and growling venomously. I'll ruin you tonight. No, I'll let my gang of brothers take turns after I'm done with you. Who can save me? Upon hearing this, despair and fear flickered intensely in Zhao Yalan's eyes. She could not utter another word but instead weakly prayed in a trembling voice, hoping against hope that a miracle might happen at this moment. Hee, no one will come to save you now. You're destined to be my plaything tonight. Just surrender to me willingly. Su Liang laughed sinisterly before once again reaching out to Zhao Yalan with an eager hand. By this point, due to the drugs fully taking effect, Zhao Yalan no longer had the strength to struggle, and her consciousness was fading rapidly. Bang! At that very moment, the private room door was suddenly kicked open by someone with brute force. A figure walked in, and a cold yet authoritative voice resounded sharply. While I'm here, who dares touch her? This sudden occurrence caused a tear to roll down from the corner of Zhao Yalan's eye while she was on her final thread of fainting awareness. It was her tear of relief and overwhelming joy. Chapter 30, Su Liang's Howl. At the critical moment, Chun Nin suddenly kicked open the private room door, shouting as he strode in. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? The sudden incident gave Su Liang a great shock. After realizing what had happened, he immediately burst into cursing at Chun Nan. He had already been ready to take off his pants and get down to business, but Chun Nan's sudden interruption caused his erection to wither away instantly, which naturally made him furious. Boy, do you even know the rules? I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you. You dare to interrupt young Master Su's fun. Boy, it seems like you're tired of living. Zhang Dekue and Lian, upon seeing Chun Nin barging in by kicking the door, began hurling curses filled with menace. Facing their angry scolding full of threats, Chun Nin remained expressionless and chose to ignore it completely. Looking at Zhao Yalan, who was unconscious, eyes teary but still wearing her clothes more or less intact, he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved inside. It seemed he hadn't arrived too late. Zhao Yalan had only fainted due to being drugged, and nothing inappropriate had happened yet. He had roamed around the entire bar's hall without finding any relevant clues about the Golden Fish Society members, so he could only return to this hall area. After coming back to this area, he noticed right away that Zhao Yalan had vanished, immediately giving him a bad feeling. He then began searching for Zhao Yalan's whereabouts. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to quickly locate Zhao Yalan in this private room, using his fire-eye purple pupil's penetrating ability. Even if his relationship with Zhao Yalan wasn't very good, he couldn't stand idly by while she was in danger since she was Uncle Zhao's daughter. Boy, this young master is talking to you again. Aren't you pretending to be deaf? Seeing that Chun Nin came in without paying attention to him, but kept focusing on Zhao Yalan, Su Liang's face darkened further. With a cold voice, he questioned again. Just who the hell are you? What relation do you have with her? He also realized that between Chun Nin and Zhao Yalan, there should be some familiarity. It doesn't matter who I am or what relationship I have with her. Upon hearing this, a flash of icy coldness crossed Chun Nan's eyes as he said indifferently, what matters is that you've thought impure thoughts about her. The next consequence will be very severe for you. My consequence will be severe? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Su Liang first hesitated before bursting out laughing wildly. Huh? Boy, do you even know what you're saying? You must have water in your brain. Haha, young Master Su. I think this boy's brain must be broken if he could say such ignorant things. Exactly. Ha ha ha. This kid actually dared to intimidate young Master Su with threats. It looks like his brain is seriously messed up. In response to Chun Nan's statement, Zhang Dakuai and Lian were filled with mocking expressions in their eyes, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Clearly, these people were used to being arrogant and didn't take Chun Nan's words to heart at all. Boy, do you even know who this young master is? Su Liang slowly calmed down from his wild laughter and looked at Chun Nan with an eye for a clown, sarcastically saying, this young master's surname is Su, the second son of one of the 5 major families, the Su family. In the whole Jiangzhou, who would dare to claim that this young master will end up badly? And you're the first. So, Chun Nin couldn't help but let his gaze flicker as he started walking towards Su Liang. So, if you come over here and immediately kneel down begging for mercy, it indeed would be a wise choice. Su Liang spoke with full mockery on his face, assuming that Chun Nin had heard his identity and came over to prepare to beg for forgiveness. After all, in the past when he drugged women for amusement, he had encountered people like Chun Nin before. But after revealing his family background, without exception, those people always ended up kneeling down to plead for mercy. From his point of view, the current Chun Nin wouldn't be any different either. As Zhang Dakuai and Lian watched Chun Nin approach Su Liang, they assumed Chun Nin wanted to grovel and plead for forgiveness. Their gazes were filled with amused looks. Kneeling and begging? Are you talking about yourself? Chun Nin walked right in front of Su Liang and suddenly revealed a sneering grin. This smile quickly turned cold. I certainly won't accept your kneeling and begging. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly slapped hard. With a loud sound of slap, Su Liang was instantly slapped away with a powerful force, colliding against the wall of the private room before heavily crashing to the ground. The next second, before Su Liang could react, he suddenly moved his figure and appeared beside Su Liang like lightning, delivering a brutal stomp straight to the latter's groin. Crack! Ah! Su Liang's face contorted with pain, and he immediately let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. Xuanhuan's stomp had directly caused his testicles to rupture completely, leaving him with no male function. Since you enjoy scheming and playing with women so much, I'll make it so you can never play with women again. This punishment is very reasonable for you. Listening to Su Liang's pitiful screams, Xuanhuan showed no emotional fluctuation as he slowly withdrew his foot from Su Liang and spoke expressionlessly. It wasn't unjustified that Xuanhuan had used such severe force on Su Liang. If he had arrived half a step later, Zhao Yalan would have fallen victim to Su Liang's intentions. If that really happened, not only would he fail Zhao Guowen, the semi-innate yuan essence within Zhao Yalan would also dissipate and vanish. Xuanhuan's actions were fast and brutal. Such an extremely visual and shocking scene right before their eyes instantly left Zhang Dekuei and Lian speechless, unable to react in time. When Zhang Dekuei and Lian finally snapped back to reality, they immediately drew in a cold breath, filled with fearful expressions. The two stared at the calm-faced Xuanhuan, frightened to the point where their legs trembled weakly, too scared even to breathe audibly, and dared not approach to help Su Liang up. At this moment, the commotion created by Xuanhuan was too loud. Su Liang's cries of pain echoed throughout the entire private room. This immediately caught the attention of the bar staff. Outside, many security personnel for the bar and dance hall were quickly walking towards this private room. In a short while, a muscular bald man with a scarred face and tiger-like shoulders walked in, leading a group of security people in a ferocious manner. He scanned the situation inside the private room upon entering. When he saw Su Liang lying on the ground, holding his groin and groaning in pain, his expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed. As the head of security for the whole Golden Fish Entertainment Complex, he naturally knew Su Liang, the young master of the Su family, who was a regular customer in this bar area. Chapter 31, Gao Hu. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? After glancing around the situation in the private room, the bald and muscular man coldly questioned everyone. Though his words were questioning all present, his sharp gaze immediately locked onto Xuanhuan. Apparently, he had already guessed that the person who dealt severely with Su Liang was this slightly refined-looking young man. Brother Hu, this guy dared to hurt young Master Su so brutally. You must surely help him seek justice. Yes, Brother Hu. He acted so recklessly on your territory. You simply can't let this guy off easily. Upon seeing Gao Hu arrive with a group of people, Zhang Dekuei and Lian felt reassured instantly, as if they now had someone to rely on. Kid, you actually dared to harm young Master Su like this. You're finished, no one can save you. That's right. Young Master Su is the great-grandson of the Su family of the 5 great clans. This is suicide. After whispering into Gao Hu's ear, the two men then proceeded to threaten and abuse Xuanhuan. Annoying. Xuanhuan immediately scoffed and moved swiftly before anyone could react, dashing towards these two people and throwing punches without any words. Bang bang. With Xuanhuan's 2 punches thrown, Zhang Dekuei and Lian were instantly spitting blood, getting thrown away with 2 loud cries of pain. Both men suffered severe blows from Xuanhuan's punches, leaving their bones shattered, spinal nerves damaged. They would likely spend the rest of their lives paralyzed in bed. Their fates were not much better than Su Liang's. Seeing this scene, all present suddenly changed their expressions, drawing in deep gasps. Cruel means impressive skills. Gao Hu's pupils constricted momentarily, and his heart couldn't help but tremble greatly. He was the only person among those present who could clearly see Xuanhuan's movements. The latter's punches looked simple, yet were delivered clean and swift with immense power, definitely not something an ordinary person could unleash. Kid, your hands are quick and ruthless. Gao Hu laughed coldly and said to Xuanhuan, you dare to act in front of me, which means you really don't intend to leave here alive. I don't kill nameless individuals. Give me your name. Who the hell are you? Even though he judged that Xuanhuan was a martial arts practitioner, he had not the slightest hint of fear. There was no other reason. He himself was also a martial artist, confident that his own skills wouldn't be inferior to Xuanhuan's. I heard this place is the jurisdiction of Jinyu Association. Are you one of Jinyu Association's members? Xuanhuan didn't answer Gao Hu's question, instead asked, why am I making such a ruckus? One part is for teaching a lesson to people like Su Liang, the other part is to intentionally draw attention from the bar side. In other words, since this is Jinyu Association's territory, since earlier he couldn't find Jinyu Association's people, he had to take initiative to make them come find him. Kid, since you know this is our Jinyu Association's turf, how dare you still stir up trouble and beat people? Before Gao Hu could say anything, a hall supervisor with dyed yellow hair arrogantly confronted Xuanhuan. Look carefully, the one standing in front of you is none other than the hall master of our Jinyu Association. Everyone with insight in Jiangzhou addresses our master respectfully as Brother Hu. Pausing briefly, he sneered wickedly, adding, youngster, standing before our Brother Hu, you dared to throw punches. This isn't just disrespecting Brother Hu, it's also showing disregard for our entire Jinyu Association, simply asking for death. Kid, dealing with you doesn't require Brother Hu to lift a finger personally. We underlings alone can make you leave here lying dead. Having said this, he ordered about 7 or 8 hall supervisors who came to the private room, charging aggressively toward Xuanhuan. Stop. Gao Hu suddenly halted his subordinates' moves, addressing the hall supervisor with dyed yellow hair gravely. Huang Mao, he's a tough opponent, not someone you can handle. None of you should attempt attacking him. I will personally deal with him. Yes, Brother Hu. Hearing this, the nickname called Huang Mao hall supervisor was startled inwardly and respectfully nodded afterward. He naturally understood what Gao Hu meant by tough opponent. This indicated the person was a martial artist with remarkable skills. Brother Hu. Brother Hu, don't kill him too quickly, cripple this kid. I want to torture him to death personally. Only then can I avenge my deep grudge. At this moment, Su Liang, gradually recovering his strength, couldn't help but shakily voice full of hatred. Although he was still holding his crotch and curled up on the ground unable to stand, he could now slightly bear the intense pain of his crushed testicles. Master Su, I will do as you said. This is the only favor I, Gao Hu, will grant your family. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Gao Hu immediately nodded. Kid, you've heard Master Su's demand. A flash of ferocity appeared in Gao Hu's eyes. He pulled a tiger claw knuckle guard from his chest pocket, fitting it onto his fingers, and coldly smirked at Chunnan. Rest assured, I won't kill you instantly, but you will inevitably suffer some pain since I intend to beat you to near death. After hearing these words, Chunnan couldn't help but sneer softly without saying much else. He indifferently spoke for words. Overestimating oneself. Chapter 32, Li Daqiang's arrival. What an arrogant kid. Upon hearing this, Gao Hu immediately glared angrily and shouted, watch out. As the words faded, suddenly, it could be seen that he delivered a rushing punch with nothing fancy at all, directly attacking Chunnan from the front. His fist was mighty, and along with a set of alloy-forged tiger claws, it undoubtedly possessed formidable destructive power. Humph. Chunnan sneered coldly and did not foolishly choose to face Gao Hu's tiger-clawed fists with his bare fists. Instead, with agile movements, he slightly shifted and evaded the punch like lightning. The next second, as he dodged Gao Hu's punch, Chunnan simultaneously clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and swung swiftly, opting for a side strike on Gao Hu. Seeing this, Gao Hu couldn't help but retract his punch attack hastily and crossed his hands in front of his chest in a rush to take up a defensive posture. Bang! With Chunnan's punch landing, Gao Hu instantly changed expression, unable to stop himself as he slid backward, his feet tearing through the private room carpet until he collided with the wall. Only then did his body finally come to a stop. Witnessing this scene, Huang Mao and others under Gao Hu's command were visibly startled, their eyes filled with shock. They had followed Gao Hu for years and naturally understood just how skilled he was. Yet, within this single exchange with Chunnan, Gao Hu seemed to have fallen into disadvantage. Kid, I have to commend you. Didn't expect you to be so young yet so incredibly skilled. I underestimated you. Gao Hu's expression gradually turned more serious as he coldly said to Chunnan. From this brief confrontation, the martial arts prowess displayed by Chunnan, both in terms of speed and strength, left Gao Hu feeling deeply astonished. If I tell you I haven't taken you seriously and simply regarded you as a tool for testing my skills, will you believe me? Upon hearing Gao Hu's praise, Chunnan scoffed mockingly in response. Before engaging, he had secretly scanned Gao Hu using his fiery golden eyes. Though the opponent's vitality and sinews far surpassed those of ordinary people, Gao Hu hadn't yet opened his run and du meridians, and his dantian held not a trace of internal energy. He could barely be considered half a martial artist. You're too arrogant. Though Chunnan spoke the truth, Gao Hu perceived it as an outright provocation, which pushed him into a state of rage. Killer intent surged in his eyes. Ignoring any previous promise made to Su Liang, Gao Hu roared, you die today? Damn you. Words still echoing. He charged again toward Chunnan. Accompanying a piercing wind-breaking sound, he unleashed his full-force tiger punch aiming directly for Chunnan's life. A flicker of coldness crossed Chunnan's gaze. Now realizing Gao Hu harbored killing intentions, he no longer had any interest in prolonging the fight, preparing instead to retaliate in kind. Looking for death. Just then, Chunnan coldly snorted and unleashed a fierce punch infused with true qi directly aimed straight at the opponent. Bang! The fists clashed. The might of Chunnan's true qi-filled punch was immense. The force shattered the alloy tiger claw on Gao Hu's hand and, without pause, struck violently against his chest. Pooh! Gao Hu's complexion instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward, finally crashing into the wall before hitting the ground hard. With a single punch, Gao Hu lay incapacitated, severely wounded. At this moment, complete silence descended upon the private room. Both Huang Mao and those under Gao Hu, as well as the prostrate Su Liang lying on the ground, revealed expressions of shock. They involuntarily felt a chill down their spines. None of them had anticipated that Chunnan wasn't bluffing. Upon taking the fight seriously, his skill proved incredibly potent, able to bring Gao Hu down in one punch. At this point, having grievously injured Gao Hu with a single punch, Chunnan showed no intention of ceasing. Icy killing intent enveloped his whole body as he took step after step towards the severely wounded Gao Hu, speaking coldly. You want to kill me, so there's no need for me to go easy on you. Tell me how you wish to die, and I'll grant your wish. Seeing Chunnan, emitting such chilling killer intent, walking towards him, the gravely injured Gao Hu could not suppress a wave of panic rising across his face. Furthermore, Gao Hu's subordinates like Huang Mao were terrified to the point of trembling legs, wishing to rush over and fight Chunnan to save Gao Hu. However, suppressed by the display of Chunnan's overwhelming power, they dared not summon even a shred of courage. Just then, suddenly a desperate plea rang out. Mr. Chun, please show mercy. At the sound of these words, a stout man with a round figure and a thick gold chain around his neck rushed into the private room in haste. It was none other than Li Daqiang, the very target person Chunnan came here looking for. Brother Chang. Upon seeing Li Daqiang's arrival, Huang Mao and others exhaled a breath of relief, quickly greeting him respectfully. Mr. Chun, What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Li Daqiang, who had rushed in, ignored the greetings of Huang Mao and others, as well as Gao Hu lying heavily injured on the ground. Instead, he immediately smiled and greeted Chen Nan. His smile carried an unhidden touch of flattery. Not a coincidence at all. I came here specifically to find you. Chen Nan shifted his gaze from Gao Hu to Li Daqiang, wearing a half smile as he said this. Find me. Li Daqiang looked at the faint smile on Chen Nan's face and couldn't help but shiver inwardly. He cautiously responded with feigned laughter. I wonder, Mr. Chen, what brings you to look for me? His heart was pounding, full of confusion. Wasn't everything between them settled at the unfinished building? Why was he being sought out again? I believe you should know that I used to work at your construction site moving bricks, always quiet and very timid, with few grudges against anyone. Chen Nan did not directly answer Li Daqiang's question, but instead chuckled and said a few seemingly unrelated sentences. Very timid? Upon hearing these harmless words from Chen Nan, Li Daqiang recalled how ruthless Chen Nan had been in cutting off his own arm. Now seeing Gao Hu lying severely wounded and practically half dead, Li Daqiang immediately felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and his lips began trembling. Yet, he dared not voice any sarcastic remarks about Chen Nan's claim, realizing that the next part of his words would be crucial. As expected, Chen Nan's smile gradually faded, and his tone shifted abruptly. However, something strange happened to me today. On my way to work, a large truck suddenly rammed into me. I have been pondering over it, wondering who could possibly. It wasn't me. Before Chen Nan could finish his sentence, Li Daqiang turned pale with fright and hastily defended himself. Mr. Chen, I swear upon the lives of my entire family, I absolutely did not send anyone to do such a thing. If you think I'm responsible for this incident, then go ahead and kill me now. I'll accept it without any argument. Chapter 33, Shock. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's black, deep-set eyes slightly narrowed, and he stared coldly at Li Daqiang for a while without uttering a word. Under Chen Nan's icy gaze, Li Daqiang began to sweat profusely, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to make even a sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 10 long seconds, as Li Daqiang was about to succumb under the psychological pressure, ready to kneel down and beg Chen Nan for mercy. It doesn't seem like it's you. The coldness in Chen Nan's eyes instantly dissipated, and only then did he speak these words. Upon hearing Chen Nan's conclusion, Li Daqiang let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and smiled wryly, saying, Mr. Chen, I really feared that you thought it was me. I've already experienced your skills. How dare I have any intention of revenge against you? That short span of 10 seconds had soaked him in cold sweat, making it feel longer than 10 years. Seeing Li Daqiang being intimidated by Chen Nan's few words and a glance until he appeared thoroughly frightened, Huang Mao and other members of the Goldfish Association were all left speechless. In their impression, though Li Daqiang often seemed shrewd and slippery as the hall master of the Goldfish Association, how could such a person ever be scared to this extent by a young man? But Gao Hu, who lay on the ground badly injured, wasn't particularly surprised by this scene. Only he clearly knew that with just one punch from Chen Nan, he was brought to this sorry state, indicating that Chen Nan was certainly no ordinary person. And there was an even greater possibility that Chen Nan might be someone as formidable as the chairman, a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Well, now that it's determined it's not you, I have nothing more to discuss with you. At this moment, Chen Nan gestured with his hand toward Li Daqiang, preparing to pick up Zhao Yalan who was unconscious, and leave. Wait. Li Daqiang suddenly spoke, stopping Chen Nan from leaving. What is it? Chen Nan glanced at Xuanhuan lying on the ground, then also at Gao Hu, similarly gravely injured, and subsequently sneered at Li Daqiang. Are you planning to stand up for them and stop me from leaving? Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. How would I dare stop you? Please give me a moment first. I need to handle something. Li Daqiang hastily apologized with a smile. Speaking, his apologetic smile turned into a faint smirk as he addressed Xu Yang lying on the ground. Mr. Su, I see your injuries are quite severe. You suffered these wounds on the premises of our Goldfish Association, so I will arrange for people to send you to the hospital, and we'll cover all medical expenses. But your issues with Mr. Chen end here. He paused. His faint smirk disappeared immediately, his tone filled with open threats as he added coldly. If afterward your family causes trouble for Mr. Chen, it means opposing our Goldfish Association. Let me clearly inform you, Mr. Chen is currently our most esteemed guest at the Goldfish Association, and this is per our chairman's wishes. When Li Daqiang said this, it shocked both Gao Hu who was lying injured and Huang Mao and others, leaving them surprised and stunned inside. Chen Nan couldn't help but furrow his brows in confusion, completely lost. He'd never even met the chairman of the Goldfish Association, and had no idea why the chairman intended to do this or when exactly he became their honored guest. Xu Yang, hearing Li Daqiang's words, looked extremely disheveled, his resentment and anger reaching a peak. Phew. Intense emotions worsened Xu Yang's injuries, causing him to suddenly vomit blood, before losing consciousness completely. Seeing this, Li Daqiang waved his hand, summoning several Goldfish Association attendants to carry out Xu Yang, who had fainted, along with Zhang Dakawei, and Lian who had been unconscious for some time, to send them all to the hospital. Of course, Gao Hu was also sent to the hospital. Sorry, Mr. Chen. After dealing with the issue involving Xu Yang and others, Li Daqiang plastered his face with ingratiating smiles again and took the initiative to say, I have taken the liberty of handling these few people on your behalf. I hope you don't mind. Though what he did clearly helped Chen Nan, taking on the subsequent trouble caused by Xu Yang being severely beaten on Chen Nan's behalf, His behavior showed great tact as he apologized to Chun-Nan for his actions. I don't know your Goldfish Association chairman. Give me a reason why the Goldfish Association should help me. A flash of wisdom crossed Chun-Nan's eyes as he directly asked the question. Given his current ability, though he wouldn't harbor even a trace of fear or hesitation towards the 5 families rumored to be influential in Jiangzhou. After all, he had rendered Su Liang, the young master of one of the 5 major families, the Su family, childless, which would inevitably lead to some trouble and earn him the enmity of the Su family. Now, the Goldfish Association was actually incurring the wrath of the Su family on behalf of a complete stranger like him, so he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Mr. Chun, there is truly nothing that escapes your notice. Upon hearing Chun-Nan's inquiry, Li Daqiang nodded, grinning sheepishly as he said, I've mentioned to our chairman about how formidable you are, so now our chairman wishes to meet you. Pausing briefly, he glanced at Chun-Nan, whose brows were slightly furrowed, then quickly added, Mr. Chun, don't misunderstand. The matter of you injuring Gao Hu, our association won't hold it against you. Our chairman simply wishes to make friends with you and hopes you'd honor us by coming over for a cup of tea. Hearing this, Chun-Nan pondered for a moment, then slightly nodded and responded indifferently. Lead the way. I'll go and meet your chairman. Since Li Daqiang had spoken to such lengths, he could hardly refuse to meet the chairman of the Goldfish Association, especially since he owed them a favor already. He also wanted to see what kind of a remarkable person the chairman of the underground force, the Goldfish Association of Jiangzhou was. Chapter 34, the president of the Goldfish Club. Upon hearing Chun-Nan's agreement to go with him to see the president, Li Daqiang immediately beamed with joy, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Mr. Chun, what about this young lady? Should I send someone to escort her back? Li Daqiang gestured vaguely towards Zhao Yalan lying unconscious on the sofa, and then asked with a smile. No need. She will return when she wakes up herself, said Chun-Nan. He could clearly see that Zhao Yalan had merely been given an ordinary sleeping draft, so once the effect wore off, she would wake up quickly. All right, Mr. Chun. Li Daqiang nodded and confidently patted his chest as he spoke. Rest assured, no one will dare to hurt a single hair of this young lady in our Goldfish Club's territory again. He knew the special relationship between Zhao Yalan and Chun-Nan, thus hastily providing this guarantee. Let's go, meet your president. Chun-Nan nodded slightly upon hearing this and said nothing more, stepping out of the private room first. Meanwhile, Li Daqiang took Chun-Nan on the elevator, arriving at the 7th floor of the Goldfish Entertainment Complex. Although the Goldfish Entertainment Complex covered quite an extensive area, it was still a large flat-style building. Hence, the 7th floor was its top level. Mr. Chun, our president likes quietness. This 7th floor is the private living area for our president and her daughter. As Li Daqiang led Chun-Nan out of the elevator, he spoke with a smile. Ordinarily, apart from myself and Gao Hu, the 2 leaders of the Goldfish Club, the president doesn't allow anyone else upstairs. You are the first outsider to come here. What kind of person is your president? Chun-Nan nodded and couldn't help but ask a question. Because he had previously worked at Li Daqiang's construction company, Wu Tao had often told him about how powerful people were in the Goldfish Club and how nobody dared to mess with them in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chun, we've arrived. You'll know what kind of person our president is when you go in. Hearing Chun-Nan's inquiry, just as Li Daqiang had reached the door, he intentionally left a little suspense, smirking. Then, he lightly knocked on the door and respectfully said, President, the person has arrived. Bring him in. Inside there was a brief silence, followed by a slightly tingling response. The president of the Goldfish Club is a woman? Hearing this voice, Chun-Nan instantly raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Mr. Chun, please enter. Having received the instruction from the Goldfish Club's president, Li Daqiang immediately pushed open the door and gestured invitingly towards Chun-Nan with a smile. Chun-Nan nodded slightly and stepped inside, only to find himself in a spacious hall decorated luxuriously yet without an ounce of vulgarity. On the couch in the hall sat a mature woman around 30 years old and a Lolita girl. The woman about 30 years old. She had a beautiful oval face with an hourglass figure that was alluring in every contour, dressed in a black slit dress, which subtly revealed glimpses of boundless spring allure. Her eyes twinkled with a bewitching glint. Her sensual red lips sported a tear-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, making her appear extremely seductive and alluring. A fox spirit, Jiangshi reincarnated. These words applied to her wouldn't seem exaggerated in the slightest. As for the Lolita girl, she had an exceptionally adorable baby face, but possessed a body figure just as stunning as the mature woman's, if not more exaggerated when comparing curves alone, drawing attention inevitably. Chun-Nan immediately widened his eyes upon entering and seeing the 2 women on the couch, his heart shaken violently. It wasn't due to the mature woman that he felt disoriented. It was because of the Lolita girl. For no other reason, he realized that this doll-faced Lolita girl was actually a pure in-body. President, this is Mr. Chun I mentioned earlier. Li Daqiang entered together with Chun-Nan and immediately respectfully introduced him to the mature woman on the couch. While saying this, however, he slightly lowered his head, never daring to stare directly at the mature woman for fear of succumbing to a common male affliction. He understood clearly in his heart that their president was extremely seductive and alluring, a dream lover for countless men, but she also wielded brutally vicious methods, being comparable to a rose with thorns laden with poison. An influential brother in a powerful street gang had once glanced at her too many times and consequently, his eyes were gouged out by her, after which she completely dismantled his gang's influence. I see. You may leave now. The mature woman lazily moved her jade-like hand while speaking. Yes, President. Upon hearing this, Li Dazhang nodded respectfully and immediately turned to leave. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall fell into an awkward silence. The mature woman's enchanting gaze lingered on Chun Nan, seemingly with no intention of inviting him to sit down. The lowly girl had a lollipop in her mouth, her big, shiny eyes also curiously watching Chun Nan. But Chun Nan did not speak either. He wore an expression of calmness, his gaze shifting between the two women as he observed them, inevitably lingering a bit longer on the lowly girl. The president of the Goldfish Club in Jiangzhou was a woman, and furthermore, an alluring beauty. This indeed came as quite a surprise to him. Still surprising as it was, compared to the president's allure, he was more interested in the lowly girl. After all, this lowly girl before him was a pure yin body, possessing Xingyin Zhi, and one might say it concerned his very life and fortune. After a while, the mature woman suddenly drew her gaze away from Chun Nan. She finally broke the eerie silence in the hall, gently smiling at the lowly girl and saying, "Xiaoyu, go to your bedroom first. Mommy needs to entertain our distinguished guest next." Chapter 35, Jin Hongmei's shock. "Mommy, I understand." Upon hearing this, the young girl nodded obediently and stepped out of the hall into her bedroom. Before leaving the hall, she cast a curious glance at Chun Nan. Immediately, he responded with a kind smile, which caused her pretty face to turn slightly red. Having noticed this scene, the mature woman furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but she always felt that compared to herself, the other party seemed more interested in her daughter. If it weren't for his clear eyes, indicating he didn't seem like someone with sinister thoughts, she would have been overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to kill him. "I heard someone ruin Master Su's big son tonight. As one of the 5 major families, the Su family isn't easy to provoke." The mature woman suddenly leaned lazily sideways on the sofa, accidentally exposing a large stretch of her snow-white long legs from the slit in her black dress. The beautiful allure spread throughout the entire hall. Her eyes flickered with charming allure, and a seductive smile graced her bewitching face, her voice carrying a soft and tingling quality as she smiled and asked Chun Nan, "The guy has quite some guts. May I ask what should I call you?" What a femme fatale. Seeing that every smile and gesture of hers possessed infinite charm, Chun Nan couldn't help but flush slightly, his eyes revealing a fiery passion, his heart unhelpfully racing faster. The words femme fatale spontaneously appeared in his mind. Although the other party wasn't of the pure yin body, she seemed to possess an innate seductive constitution, and any normal man would find it difficult to control himself. And so did Chun Nan. Huff. Chun Nan took a deep breath, quietly activated the Tai Xian Senshin Classic, instantly returning to his calm demeanor. "This man is interesting." Jin Hongmei observed Chun Nan's quick transformation and immediately formed a preliminary evaluation of him in her heart through the sparkle of her enchanting gaze. In the past, just a hint of her charm could drive countless men wild. The slightly delicate-looking young man in front of her could snap out of her seduction so quickly, which indeed made her feel somewhat surprised. "Chairman Jin, your question is somewhat redundant." Chun Nan, now back to his composed self, promptly answered Jin Hongmei's question. He casually sat down on the sofa opposite Jin Hongmei and said with a faint smile, "My name is Chun Nan. Your hall master of the Goldfish Association, Li Daqiang, should have also given you a detailed introduction of me." "Certainly." Jin Hongmei nodded with a trace of flirtatious smile still lingering on her cheeks. Her voice continued to exude its bone-tingling charm, yet there was an underlying hint of threat in her words. "Li Daqiang said you might be a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Mr. Chun, I wonder if this is true? If not, perhaps you won't be able to leave this door tonight." "Haha, whether I am or not, Ms. Jin, you may as well try it out." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but sneer and directly confronted her threat head-on. At this moment, both spoke with smiles on their faces. Unaware people might think they were chatting like good friends. However, the atmosphere in the hall had abruptly become stiff. "Mr. Chin speaks truly humorously." Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, Jin Hongmei shook her head helplessly and slowly rose from the sofa, her alluring smile gradually disappearing. "However, trying that will just mean, we'll try then." As soon as the sound faded, her inner energy erupted, her delicate hand drawing a piercing sound as it slashed through the air, fiercely striking toward Chun Nan who remained seated on the sofa. "You're coming." Chun Nan appeared to be prepared. As Jin Hongmei's palm struck, he too had already channeled his internal energy, raising his hand from his seat on the couch to meet her with another forceful strike. Bang! Palm against palm. Jin Hongmei's expression immediately changed, her body retreating uncontrollably 7 or 8 steps before finally stopping. In contrast, Chun Nan remained firmly seated on the couch like a mountain, showing no movement whatsoever. What kind of internal cultivation method does this person practice, possessing such refined internal strength? Jin Hongmei, standing steadily though disheveled, looked at Chun Nan sitting calmly on the couch, shock evident in her eyes. Through this testing exchange of strikes, she already knew that Chun Nan was indeed, as Li Daqiang had said, a proper ancient martial artist who had successfully opened his run and do meridians. But what astonished her deeply was, she found that Chun Nan's cultivation level was clearly the same as hers, just entering the hidden force stage, but his internal energy seemed incredibly pure. In other words, the amount of true energy in Chun Nan's dantian was the same as hers, but the quality manifested by their true energy was worlds apart. This was precisely why she had been overwhelmingly overpowered in their exchange. It was like comparing a block of tofu to a rock. Even if they weighed the same, when forced to collide, the rock could effortlessly crush the tofu. "Mr. Chun, I After that one move, Jin Hongmei's mind raced with countless thoughts. Realizing she was most likely no match for Chunnan, she decided to call it quits immediately. One more round. But before she could finish her sentence, Chunnan shouted excitedly and launched another palm strike at her without hesitation. He had already guessed that Jin Hongmei wanted to stop, but as the first ancient martial artist he had encountered, curiosity had ignited within him. Besides, she had threatened him earlier. So how could he let this go so easily? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing Chunnan relentlessly attacking her again, Jin Hongmei's eyes turned cold instantly, revealing the ruthless side of her as the president of the Goldfish Association. Fish swimming technique. Faced with Chunnan's incoming palm strike, she cried out, her body moving gracefully in mysterious agile steps, just like a fish gliding through water, effortlessly dodging his attack. For a moment, their figures intertwined under the hall's lights. Chunnan took the offensive, while Jin Hongmei assumed a defensive stance. A minute passed. With this technique, Jin Hongmei managed to easily evade dozens of powerful palm strikes charged with Chunnan's true energy. Jin Hongmei was well aware that directly competing in internal strength with Chunnan would result in certain defeat. Thus, she immediately employed this martial skill to wear down Chunnan's internal energy through prolonged combat. She was confident that once Chunnan was almost exhausted, it would be her time to win. Chapter 36. Terrifying Talent. How extraordinary this woman's movements are. Chunnan's internal true energy circulated without interruption, and he again violently struck out with his palm. Jin Hongmei effortlessly dodged it, leaving him amazed. Such situations kept repeating over and over. He was very clear that if they were just talking about raw power and speed, Jin Hongmei was far inferior to himself. During their combat, he could easily find her weaknesses and strike at her with his palms. But every time the wind from his palm was almost about to reach Jin Hongmei, she would manage to narrowly evade it using her wondrous movements. Chunnan now felt as though he was trying to catch a fish in murky water. He had already grabbed hold of the fish, but the fish's body was too slippery and could always escape from his grasp with ease. It seems that this woman is planning to ensure her own position remains safe and drag me until I run out of strength before defeating me. If I only have these skills and keep on going like this, there's a possibility I might actually be defeated under her hand. Jin Hongmei's intentions were obvious, and naturally Chunnan could detect them quickly. As he fought against Jin Hongmei, a flash of sharp insight crossed his eyes, and silently thought, this is the perfect moment to test the copying ability of Fire Eye Purple Pupil. Thinking so, Chunnan suddenly sped up the pace of his palm strikes, while the true energy inside him raged wildly as though there was no end. Accompanying each sharp gust of palm winds, he relentlessly attacked Jin Hongmei. Futile efforts. Seeing the increase in Chunnan's attacks, Jin Hongmei's beautiful eyes showed a flicker of mockery, and she immediately coldly hummed as she quickened the application of her fish-like body technique, still able to easily dodge Chunnan's palm winds one after another. In her opinion, Chunnan's actions were utterly foolish, only accelerating the depletion of his own inner energy, causing him to lose faster. Take this palm. Chunnan continued heedlessly, pushing his internal true energy to its peak, increasing the speed and power of his palm strikes to the extreme. The air was pressed and howled loudly, and countless palm shadows completely covered Jin Hongmei. Utterly stupid. Seeing this, the look of mockery deepened in Jin Hongmei's eyes, and she immediately let out another cold snort. However, facing Chunnan's imposing and extensive palm shadows, she did not dare relax even a bit, immediately bringing her fish-like body technique to its ultimate state. But exactly this moment was what Chunnan was waiting for. Right now is what I've been waiting for. It was seen that a hint of purple secretly emerged from the depths of Chunnan's pupils, looking intently at Jin Hongmei executing the fish-like body technique with all her might during their battle. Instantaneously, his vision reflected the complete movement route and execution techniques of this martial art. With an insightful way of learning by replication, he mastered the skill directly then and there. The game should end here. After gaining command over the fish-like body technique, Chunnan couldn't help but flash Jin Hongmei a toothy grin. Immediately thereafter, he began applying this technique himself, treading swiftly and sticking closely to Jin Hongmei, before finally delivering a powerful palm strike. Bang! Phew. Faced with this palm from Chunnan, Jin Hongmei had no way to dodge anymore, and was forced to spew out a mouthful of blood. Her whole person flew backward before heavily crashing onto the ground with serious injuries. How could this be possible? How can you know my fish-like body technique? With her face deathly pale, Jin Hongmei supported herself half lying on the ground, her pair of beautiful eyes unblinkingly gazing at Chunnan, unable to believe what she saw. The fact that he also managed to display the fish-like body technique stirred up tremendous waves of shock within her. The fish-like body technique was an inherited martial arts skill from her family lineage, making it as unique as her exclusive move. It was absolutely impossible for anyone else to possess this skill. Yet now, Chunnan had shattered her understanding right before her eyes, executing the same fish-like body technique in front of her. Naturally, this left her deeply astonished. If I told you that I learned this technique on the spot after watching you perform it, would you believe me? Chunnan lightly smiled, offering Jin Hongmei a vague answer. He obviously wouldn't reveal his Fire Eye Purple Pupil's copying ability and directly expose it to Jin Hongmei. Everything regarding the Tai Xian San Sheng Jing and other inheritances passed down by the old patriarch of the Chun family were the deepest secrets he guarded fiercely. No one, absolutely no one, was allowed to know about them. Deep down, he clearly understood that exposing these things while lacking sufficient power would do him nothing but harm. Learned on the spot. This seemingly effortless remark from Xuanhuan instantly made Jin Hongmei's pupils contract, leaving her dumbfounded as her mind blanked out completely. It wasn't until quite a while later. She finally recovered, taking a deep breath, her charming gaze fixing onto Xuanhuan without saying much more, tightly biting her lips as she muttered, "You're a freak, you're truly terrifying." Her words referred not only to the fear-inspiring power of Xuanhuan, but also far more to his extraordinary martial arts talent. If it weren't for fish-like body technique, being a unique family heirloom from her ancestors, and knowing fully well that Xuanhuan was absolutely incapable of lying about this, even if you were to beat her black and blue, she wouldn't dare believe that someone in this world could possess such an absurdly high martial talent, someone who, just after exchanging blows for a moment, could self-learn another's martial art without any teaching. It should be known that she herself started training in fish-like body technique from a young age, working hard for over 20 years, and only managed to completely master this skill last year. A freak? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth before faintly smiling and saying, "President Jin, I'll take it as a compliment." He paused briefly, then he took one step at a time toward Jin Hongmei, adding lightly while smiling, "You lost. Our bout ends here. Thanks to you, I now have a good understanding of my current skills." I haven't lost yet." Seeing Xuanhuan approaching her, Jin Hongmei's complexion immediately changed, assuming Xuanhuan intended to kill her. She struggled to stand up, but discovered she lacked the strength to do so, only managing to pull at her wound further, causing another mouthful of blood to spew out. "Big meanie, don't touch mommy." Suddenly, at that moment, a cute little figure darted out from the bedroom, swinging a small fist directly heading towards Xuanhuan. This cute figure, of course, wasn't anyone else. It was Jin Hongmei's daughter, Jin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, don't go there." Seeing her daughter rushing towards Xuanhuan, Jin Hongmei turned pale with sudden fright and hurriedly shouted. However, the irrational Xiaoyu didn't heed Jin Hongmei's cries at all. Angry, she had already reached right in front of Xuanhuan and struck him with her fist. Chapter 37. An unexplained sense of guilt. When Jin Xiaoyu rushed toward him, Xuanhuan was about to say something, but before he could finish, she had already thrown a punch at him. Xuanhuan revealed an expression of helplessness and could only raise his palm to meet the attack. He didn't intend to harm Jin Xiaoyu. He merely wanted to forcibly stop her outburst. Bang! The moment their fist and palm collided, Xuanhuan's face changed abruptly as he felt a purely powerful force rush towards him, numbing his palm and causing his entire body to retreat several steps due to inertia. Innate godly strength. Xuanhuan steadied himself and couldn't help but widen his eyes as he stared at the enraged little girl, astonished. He hadn't expected that, despite having no trace of true energy in her, looking like a gentle and cute young girl. Her strength would surpass the ordinary, completely exceeding the level of normal humans, hence catching him off guard and making him suffer silently. "Big bad guy, you for bullying my mom. I will beat you to death." Jin Xiaoyu paid no attention to Xuanhuan's astonishment. She angrily screamed and charged forward with another swing of her fists. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's gaze flickered as he once again shot out a palm to meet her attack. This time, Xuanhuan was prepared mentally and physically, so he faced Jin Xiaoyu's punch without any more surprises. Bang! Palm met fist. It was evident how effortlessly Xuanhuan managed to block her attack. His palm encased Jin Xiaoyu's delicate fists as she strained herself to the limit, her pretty face turning red, yet unable to advance even an inch further. "Little girl, you should calm down first." Witnessing the complete loss of reason in Jin Xiaoyu's mind, her eyes bloodshot, Xuanhuan sighed helplessly and swiftly pulled out a needle from his chest pocket, pricking it into a point on her chest in the blink of an eye. Using medical arts akin to the plum blossom needle-pointing hand, seen in movies and TV shows, this wouldn't harm Jin Xiaoyu, but would immobilize her temporarily. What did you do to Xiaoyu?" Seeing this scene, Jin Hongmei's heart trembled immediately, fearing Xuanhuan might do something to Jin Xiaoyu. Still half lying on the ground heavily injured, her beautiful eyes filled with icy killing intent, she coldly said, "Do whatever you want with me. If you dare to touch a single hair on my daughter, I swear, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I won't let you go." "Mama woo-woo, Xiaoyu doesn't want you to die, woo-woo." Being unable to move after being held in place, when Jin Xiaoyu heard the word death, spoken by Jin Hongmei, her big black eyes instantly welled up with tears, which streamed down her cheeks. "Miss Jin, have you both misunderstood something?" Witnessing this situation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but cough dryly, realizing that the mother-daughter duo had misunderstood him. In an aggrieved tone, he explained, "I wouldn't do anything to either of you. More importantly, I wouldn't do anything to your daughter. I've already stated before that our fight has concluded. There's no personal feud between us, nor am I particularly harboring ill feelings against the Golden Fish Association." It was originally Jin Hongmei who attacked him first, yet now with these sudden actions from the mother-daughter duo, it made him appear unreasonable, inexplicably creating within him a sense of guilt. After Xuanhuan's words, Jin Hongmei paused momentarily, her pupils flashing uncertainly, as if judging whether Xuanhuan's words were truthful or not. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's statement, Jin Xiaoyu immediately stopped crying. "If you're not a big bad guy, why did you severely injure my mom?" Ceasing her tears, Jin Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose slightly, her big, black eyes glaring at Xuanhuan as she asked indignantly. Uncomplicated like Jin Hongmei, she directly and boldly questioned Xuanhuan about the critical issue that caused the misunderstanding. "Severely injuring your mom with one strike was unintentional on my part. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chun Nan seriously answered Jin Xiaoyu's question and said, I just became a martial artist after breaking through the barriers of Ren and Du meridians. Under full operation of true energy, I currently lack complete control over my own power. He hesitated for a moment. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he continued. Moreover, since I have the ability to severely injure your mom, I naturally also have the capability to heal your mom's wounds. Is that really true? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Jin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Her innocent nature made her almost reflexively believe Chun Nan's words. With a pair of adorably bright and wide black eyes, she flitted them around excitedly and hurriedly said, Big brother, then please treat mommy quickly. If you can cure mommy, Xiaoyu can forgive you. All right. Chun Nan smiled and nodded as he pulled out the fine needle from Jin Xiaoyu's body, restoring her ability to move. While pulling out the needle, his eyes inevitably glanced at Jin Xiaoyu's chest, causing him to subconsciously swallow and feel a bit parched in his throat. This girl had an adorable doll-like face, but her chest was impressive enough to make any woman envious and jealous. He wondered how such a body developed. Big brother, it turns out I couldn't move because of this needle. Your skills are really amazing. Upon seeing Chun Nan remove a fine needle from her body, Jin Xiaoyu's black eyes lit up with understanding, showing amazement. In her fury earlier, and given Chun Nan's speed, she had no idea that it was this method that immobilized her. Big brother, please treat mommy quickly. Once able to move again, Jin Xiaoyu firmly believed Chun Nan's words and immediately led him to Jin Hongmei's side, urging him eagerly. She said, her eyes brimming with concern, and then turned to Jin Hongmei. Mommy, you'll be fine. Big brother will heal you. Upon hearing her daughter's innocent words, Jin Hongmei slightly parted her red lips, intending to say something, but stopped. Seeing Jin Xiaoyu's worried face, she finally gave a silent nod. At this point, she no longer had the right to question anything about Chun Nan. Since he stated he bore no ill will toward her and her daughter, it was certainly the best possible outcome. After all, Chun Nan was originally invited by her. If he had the ability to severely injure her, and also the capability to heal her wounds, it only meant one thing. This man was worth every effort to build a relationship with. Chapter 38, Ancient Massage. Girl, help your mom lie down on the sofa first. I will now give her acupuncture. Chun Nan squatted down to take Jin Hongmei's pulse first, and then said so. Jin Hongmei's injuries were indeed not slight. They were even more severe than he had estimated. He did not expect that a palm strike with his true energy would be this powerful, far surpassing what he originally thought was enough to kill a bull. It was only because of Jin Hongmei. If it were the previous Gao who took that strike from him, Gao would have likely turned into a lump of blood by now. I know, big brother. Jin Xiaoyu slightly nodded and gently helped Jin Hongmei to lie down on the couch in the living room. President Jin, I know you doubt my medical skills, but you can rest assured. Since your injury is caused by me, naturally, I will find a way to cure you. Chun Nan glanced at Jin Hongmei, pale-faced on the couch, took out 3 needles of different lengths from his bosom, and said with a faint smile, I'll start by giving you acupuncture to dissolve the blood stasis in your body, and then I'll use an ancient massage technique as an auxiliary method to completely heal your injury so that you won't be left with any hidden illnesses. He prepared to use the 3 needles of xuanhuan, which he used before on Jin Hongmei. However, Jin Hongmei is different from Wu Tao. She is an ancient martial arts practitioner with a constitution distinct from ordinary people. Plus, her injuries are caused by his true energy. Therefore, treating her requires more effort. Simultaneously performing acupuncture, an ancient massage technique must be used as an auxiliary. Since he has promised Jin Xiaoyu to treat Jin Hongmei, he naturally needs to do his best. Mr. Chun, I understand, please begin. Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, Jin Hongmei lightly nodded and closed her beautiful eyes that emitted a tipsy glow. Seeing this, Chun Nan nodded and immediately inserted the 3 needles of varying lengths accurately into Jin Hongmei's 3 acupoints according to the method of the 3 needles of xuanhuan. This person really does understand the art of medicine. As the 3 needles from Chun Nan penetrated her body, though Jin Hongmei had her eyes closed, she could not help but feel shocked. She instantly felt a change in her body, realizing the pain from her injury significantly decreasing. President Jin, next I'll start the ancient massage on you. Voices of warning from Chun Nan reached her ears, followed by the sensation of a hand moving on her body. Subsequently, a warm stream of true energy flowed into her body, gradually repairing her injuries. What kind of internal cultivation technique does this person practice? His internal force is not only extremely pure, but also extraordinarily profound. Unexpectedly, as the warm current of Chun Nan's true energy entered Jin Hongmei's body, she seemed to instantly uncover something, thus being overwhelmed with shock, waves of turmoil surging in her heart. Previously, during their one-on-one exchange with Chun Nan, she only noticed how exceedingly refined his true energy was, a quality beyond her reach. Now, she discovered once again that Chun Nan's true energy was profoundly abundant, signifying that even the amount of true energy stored in his dantian was something she couldn't rival. When both engaged in combat, the martial prowess aura emanating from both of them was the initial level of latent force. There was no doubt about it. What left her incredulous was that, at the same level of attainment and latent force, the disparity in strength between her and Chun Nan was incredibly vast. You see, the degree of refinement of one's internal force often represents an ancient martial artist's explosive power during combat, whereas the profoundness of internal force represents an ancient martial artist's combat endurance. In other words, judging by this, Even without stealing her martial techniques and movements, Chun-Nan might not necessarily have lost to her in their earlier clash. Because perhaps, even before she depleted all of Chun-Nan's true energy, she would have exhausted herself first. After all, although using the sliding fish movement for fighting didn't cost her much true energy, it certainly wasn't devoid of the need for true energy support. Right at this moment, Chun-Nan had no idea that recklessly channeling his true energy into Jin Hongmei's body while administering treatment through massage had such a great impact on her. He even hadn't realized yet just how potent and unique the inner force he derived from cultivating the great mystery Three Lives Canon was. After all, even Chun family's elder ancestor hadn't practiced this particular technique. Furthermore, his entry into the martial path barely lasted several days, and among the ancient martial artists he currently encountered, Jin Hongmei was the sole one. President Jin, the body parts one need to massage next may be somewhat offensive to you. Please forgive me. At this point, even before Jin Hongmei had fully settled from the shock within her heart, a few more words of warning from Chun-Nan resonated beside her ear. Immediately after, she felt Chun-Nan's palm placed on the Danzhong acupoint in front of her chest, beginning to knead and massage. This spot was too sensitive, causing Jin Hongmei to instantly open her half-closed beautiful eyes. Unable to help herself, she slightly parted her red lips and emitted a long and alluring sound that evoked numerous imaginations. That, President Jin, should I continue? Upon seeing Jin Hongmei displaying such a seductive demeanor, Chun-Nan immediately turned red-faced and ears brightened. Instinctively, he retracted his palm, stopping the massage. His voice quivered as he spoke. Actually, I have already completed more than half of your treatment. Your injuries are mostly fine now. I can prescribe a few doses of medicine for you. Taking them for a period will ensure full recovery. Jin Hongmei's irresistibly charming face, voluptuous figure, and sophisticated mature aura combined perfectly to create an authentic enchantress, who to every normal man is nothing short of a most lethal poison capable of causing loss of rationality. Chun-Nan's entire adolescence had been deceived and dominated by Luo Weiwei. The number of women he'd actually interacted with was lamentably small. In essence, he was still practically a newcomer to physical intimacy, having just unexpectedly lost his virginity. As he gave Jin Hongmei therapeutic massages, he couldn't help but grow increasingly distracted and agitated. Now with Jin Hongmei's allure revealed fully, how could this vigorous young man, harboring the toxic threat of deep-set internal fire within him, remain calm? Hearing Chun-Nan's anxious inquiry, and noticing the pure innocence reflected in his flustered face, Jin Hongmei's stunning eyes sparkled. Her gaze directly locked onto Chun-Nan, as if she had discovered a whole new world, bringing her inexplicable joy. Very interesting. That guy acted so ruthlessly earlier, yet being young and excelling in both martial arts and medicine. I thought he could entirely ignore my charm, but it turns out he is still inexperienced in this aspect, like a newly developed novice. Chapter 39 Atmosphere. Mr. Chun, taking medicine is too much trouble, and the medicine tastes so bitter. I've been afraid of taking medicine since I was a child. Jin Hongmei seemed to have immediately found a way to get a grip on Nan Chun. She promptly changed her posture on the sofa to a more alluring one, inadvertently revealing a long stretch of snow-white legs from her black slit dress. Her voice carried an irresistible feminine charm as she smiled and said, "Since you have a way to cure me, then continue with the massage until you completely heal me." What a bewitching woman. Upon seeing this scene, Nanshan couldn't help but unconsciously roll his throat, feeling even more parched, and a strange wave of heat throughout his body. This woman is truly a female demon. Seeing this, Nanshan couldn't help but instinctively roll his throat once more, becoming increasingly parched with a mysterious sense of burning heat all over his body. This big sister really is a little fox spirit. Upon witnessing this scene, Nanshan could not help but subconsciously roll his throat, feeling even more parched with a mysterious sense of intense heat enveloping him. Big brother, mommy is right, medicine is too bitter. Little fish doesn't like taking medicine either. At this moment, Jin Xiaoyu nodded in strong agreement and giggled, saying, "You promised little fish that you would fully cure my mommy. You can't go back on your word." "All right, President Jin, since that's the case, I'll continue to give you a massage treatment." Nanshan took a light breath, suppressing the sudden surge of restlessness within him, and immediately grinned as he said. Both Jin Hongmei and Jin Xiaoyu had spoken to this extent, so he could only continue to massage Jin Hongmei. The crucial thing was, Jin Hongmei herself wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of by him. If he, a man, didn't dare to lay his hands on her, it would be too embarrassing. "Mr. Chun, what are we waiting for? Hurry up." The awkward change in Chun Nan's expression did not escape Jin Hongmei's sharp eyes. She found this man even more intriguing, and immediately looked at Chun Nan with a pair of intoxicating eyes, exuding a powerful allure as she beckoned him with her pale jade hand. Cough. Unable to help himself, Chun Nan let out a dry cough, making a great effort to steady his mind. Subsequently, he nodded slightly, extending his palm once again to press on Jin Hongmei's chest region at the Zhongtan acupoint, and began to rub while circulating his internal energy. As soon as Nanshan placed his palm down and made movements, a rosy flush appeared on Jin Hongmei's face, her lips parting involuntarily as she emitted a sound that could instantly lull one into a dream. "Mr. Chun, your treatment method is too effective, making me feel extremely comfortable all over. I can't help but make sounds, will you mind?" Jin Hongmei looked at Chun Nan, whose face was red, as if she hadn't noticed the latter's embarrassment, and asked with a smiling expression. "I don't mind." With a flushed face, Chun Nan took some time before managing to croak out these few words. That's good. Then let's continue. Upon hearing this, Jin Hongmei nodded with a smile, but a cunning glint flashed through her eyes. Xuanhuan nodded silently, his face flushed, continuing to massage Jin Hongmei with discomfort. Next, Xuanhuan didn't know whether Jin Hongmei did it intentionally or unintentionally, but every time his hand moved, Jin Hongmei would let out an unusual sound, each time varying in rhythm. This made him unable to suppress his fantasies. Alongside the stimulation common to any normal man, he also felt an intense dryness and unbearable heat in his mouth. If he were to describe his feelings now in a few sentences, it would be that his spirit was happy, but his body suffered greatly. Overall, it was an extreme torment. What made Xuanhuan even more speechless was that he didn't know whether Jin Xiaoyu was genuinely too innocent, or if there was truly something missing in her brain. At this moment, she couldn't seem to perceive how awkward the situation was for him and ended up adding fuel to the fire instead. Mommy, does Big Brother's method feel this comfortable? Indeed, curiosity filled Jin Xiaoyu's twinkling big eyes as she laughed and said, when I get injured in the future, I also want Big Brother to massage my chest. I want to experience this soothing treatment method. Hearing these words from Jin Xiaoyu, while massaging Jin Hongmei's chest, Xuanhuan subconsciously glanced at Jin Xiaoyu's chest with his peripheral vision. Instantly, his entire body jolted, his face turning bright red like a cooked shrimp, and the heat in his body surged to its peak. Jin Hongmei, born with a seductive disposition, and Jin Xiaoyu, possessing a pure yin constitution. Seemingly at this moment, they simultaneously launched a form of intangible hormonal attack on him, making the suffering and torture he endured beyond comprehension. Xiaoyu, you cannot. This is an adult treatment method. Your age is still too young. It is inappropriate now. Jin Hongmei also realized that her daughter's statement was inappropriate, so she quickly interrupted Xiaoyu's thought process. While emitting enticing sounds under Xuanhuan's therapeutic massage, she spoke intermittently. All right, mommy, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoyu didn't think too much and immediately nodded her head in a obedient manner, smiling as she said, I'm 16 years old now. In a couple of years, when I turn 18 and become an adult, if I get injured, I will ask Big Brother to use this treatment method on me. My ancient massage therapy is over. Right at this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly interrupted the mother-daughter conversation, taking his palm off Jin Hongmei's chest, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he said, President Jin, how does your body feel right now? The amount of true energy he expended treating Jin Hongmei's injury was far less than what he used earlier today to treat Qin Bingyue's extreme uterine cold. In other words, the reason his forehead was sweating was entirely due to the overly intimate atmosphere during Jin Hongmei's treatment, which caused the buildup of internal fiery tension in his own body. If he continued treating Jin Hongmei like this, he truly feared that he might end up doing something inhuman. I never expected Mr. Chen's medical skills to be so incredible. They are truly no less remarkable than your martial arts abilities. After getting up from the sofa, Jin Hongmei could feel the refreshed sense of well-being in her body and sincerely praised. As she spoke, a smile graced her enchanting beautiful face as she extended her delicate hand toward Xuanhuan, smiling as she said, Mr. Chun, let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Jin Hongmei, and I am the president of the Goldfish Association. I wonder if I have the honor to make friends with you. Chapter 40, Brother and Sister Title. President Jin, I am Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also smiled and reintroduced himself, extending his hand to grasp the other's jade-like hand. Jin Hongmei's jade hand was as soft as if it had no bones, smooth with a touch of coolness. This indescribably wonderful sensation was enough to make any man lose himself. Of course, he extended his hand to grasp Jin Hongmei's without any wicked intentions, merely wishing to express his goodwill and show that he was willing to accept her as a friend. It seems like it's an honor to be friends with Mr. Chun. Although our martial arts abilities are both at the preliminary level of dark force, I'm far from being your opponent. Seeing Xuanhuan responding to her handshake, Jin Hongmei couldn't help but feel happy, and her charming smile looked exceptionally radiant and enchanting. She knew clearly in her heart that based on the skills Xuanhuan had displayed, whether in martial arts or medical skills, especially in martial arts, he would definitely rise to prominence one day, and his future was limitless. Upon learning that Xuanhuan was willing to befriend her, she quickly seized the opportunity to deepen her relationship with Xuanhuan and smilingly continued, Mr. Chun, since we're friends now, calling me President Jin makes us seem somewhat distant. I'm a few years older than you, so why don't we refer to each other as siblings? You can call me Mei Jia, older sister Mei, and I'll call you Nan Di, younger brother Nan. What do you think? Mei Jia. Hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Xuanhuan nodded slightly and called out confidently, Giggles, Nan Di. Jin Hongmei giggled and replied, finally happily ending the handshake with Xuanhuan. While pulling back her jade hand, she casually brushed her slender fingers over Xuanhuan's palm. This made Xuanhuan's face redden once again. Noticing this, Jin Hongmei became even more amused and her laughter couldn't help but make her delicate body tremble slightly, unintentionally radiating an extremely alluring charm. Female demon. Xuanhuan, feeling awkward and flustered, could only inwardly criticize under his breath. Xuanhuan coughed dryly, and in order to cover up his awkward situation, changed the topic saying, Mei Jia, actually without hiding anything from you, you're the first ancient martial artist I've encountered. In fact, there's a question regarding martial arts that I'd like to ask you, hoping you could help me resolve my confusion. Am I the first ancient martial artist you've met? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Jin Hongmei was instantly taken aback, then smiled brightly. Nan Di, feel free to ask whatever questions you have, and as long as I know them, I will answer without reservation. After pausing for a moment, she seemed to remember something and added with a bright smile. However, let me clarify beforehand. If you want to discuss martial arts with me, it would be futile. My martial arts skills are at the same level as yours, my power is much lower than yours, and my talent in martial arts is far behind yours. Her words were not flattery. The latter was able to master the fish swimming body technique by himself during their exchange, a martial arts talent so astonishing it defied belief. Mei Jia, the level you mentioned earlier about entering the Dark Force realm, is that the classification of today's martial arts levels? Xuanhuan ignored Jin Hongmei's indirect praise of him, and with a flash in his eyes, asked straightforwardly, "Could you tell me in detail about the situation regarding ancient martial artists?" It wasn't until after inheriting the legacy of Chun family patriarch that his understanding completely opened, becoming a cultivation practitioner beyond ordinary people, knowing that the way of martial arts exists. However, his time in the martial world was too short, thus his common knowledge of martial arts was greatly insufficient. Primarily, the elder of the Chun family was an ancient person from 1,000 years ago, and many of the martial arts basics that Xuanhuan inherited from him weren't applicable to modern times. That's why Xuanhuan didn't truly understand his own position in terms of strength. He didn't know which level his martial arts proficiency was in. Situations regarding ancient martial artists? Hearing Xuanhuan's question, Jin Hongmei was immediately stunned and couldn't help but feel puzzled. She didn't understand why Xuanhuan, who was himself an ancient martial artist, would ask such a basic question, and how come he seemed unfamiliar even with the division of levels in martial arts. Regardless of the doubts in her heart, facing Xuanhuan's question, she immediately nodded slightly and smiled. Alright, since Nandi wants to thoroughly understand the conditions of ancient martial artists, I can tell you everything I know. Mummy, can I listen too? At this point, upon hearing the conversation between Xuanhuan and Jin Hongmei, little Hong Yu's cute face brimmed with curiosity as she puckered her lips to interject a question. It was her personality that made her more curious than others. Naturally, she felt curious about the practitioners of ancient martial arts who possessed extraordinary powers. For this reason, she had asked Jin Hongmei a great deal about these things in the past. But for some unknown reason, despite Jin Hongmei herself being a practitioner of ancient martial arts, she was never willing to talk to her about such topics, nor teach her any martial skills. If you really want to listen, then you can listen along. Upon hearing this, Jin Hongmei let out a soft sigh and helplessly smiled, nodding her head. Of course, she knew well that Jin Xiaoyu had been born with superhuman strength and understood that if Xiaoyu were to practice martial arts, she would have a certain innate advantage. However, she wasn't very willing for Jin Xiaoyu to become an ancient martial arts cultivator like herself. On one hand, practicing martial arts was too arduous, and it was uncertain whether Jin Xiaoyu could endure the hardships. On the other hand, although the martial world was extraordinary and beyond the reach of most ordinary people, it was filled with too much violence and conflict. She didn't want Jin Xiaoyu to be exposed to it excessively and preferred her to remain an ordinary person. Brother Nan, please sit down and have a cup of tea. I'll answer your questions now. Jin Hongmei's face once again showed a charming smile as she invited Xuanhuan to sit on the sofa, preparing a pot of hot tea. Chapter 41, Resolving Doubts. Brother Nan, practitioners of ancient martial arts like you and me can be briefly referred to as ancient martial artists. Every ancient martial artist cultivates the anciently inherited martial arts to the point where they can unblock the Ren and Du meridians, granting themselves a power that surpasses ordinary people's cognition. This power is called internal force or true qi. Jin Hongmei glanced at Xuanhuan, who was attentively listening, poured him a cup of hot tea while smiling and continuing to speak. According to what I currently understand, the martial way realm is roughly divided into 3 major realms: hidden power, manifest power, and transcendent power. Each realm is further subdivided into the stages of beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Hold on, Sister Mei. You mentioned earlier that our martial way realm is only at the beginner level of hidden power. Does this mean we're actually as common as dirt? At this point, Xuanhuan couldn't help but interjected with a somewhat dejected tone. Brother Nan, how could you have such an absurd thought? Upon hearing this, Jin Hongmei couldn't help but chuckle, giving Xuanhuan a disdainful look before saying, as long as one becomes an ancient martial artist, there's no such thing as being as common as dirt, because approximately 99 out of every 100 martial arts practitioners spend their entire lives unable to unblock the Ren and Du meridians and become ancient martial artists. If you want to successfully cross this threshold, apart from the tremendous effort required over time and finding suitable cultivation methods, which I'll set aside for now, the most important factor is innate bone and aptitude. Perhaps among 10,000 people, only one will possess this martial aptitude. After hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but pause, then asked instinctively, Sister Mei, isn't it really that difficult to unblock the Ren and Du meridians and become an ancient martial artist? When he first started cultivating as an ordinary person and unblocked the Ren and Du meridians to officially become an ancient martial artist, it only took him 40 minutes. Of course, it's very difficult. Jin Hongmei nodded emphatically and once again shot Xuanhuan a disdainful look with her beautiful eyes, perplexed by his seemingly ignorant question. She said impatiently, my own bone and aptitude aren't exactly bad either. I've practiced ancient martial arts since childhood and spent 25 years of hard cultivation just to unblock the Ren and Du meridians. Do you think that's easy or not? It's indeed very difficult. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded contemplatively and subtly agreed. He naturally wouldn't deliberately boast in front of Jin Hongmei about having unblocked the Rin and Du meridians in just 40 minutes. From what he now realized, this matter was quite shocking, and if revealed, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm throughout the entire martial world. She paused for a moment, then sighed softly and continued. Being able to successfully unblock the Rin and Du meridians and become an entry-level ancient martial artist under the hidden power realm already makes me extraordinarily favored by heaven and earth. Each advancement in the cultivation of ancient martial arts is incredibly difficult. To break through to a larger realm is harder than ascending to the heavens. If I managed to break through another level during my lifetime and attain the minor accomplishment stage of the hidden power realm, I'd be extremely grateful to the heavens. As she finished speaking, she suddenly stared straight at Chen Nan, her eyes glowing with intense curiosity as she smiled and said, "But, Brother Nan, your martial talent far surpasses mine. You might even have the potential to reach the manifest power realm in your lifetime. As for how far you can go within this second major realm, I simply can't conclude." Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Chen Nan chuckled lightly, feeling she underestimated him slightly. He confidently replied, "Sister Mei, my life goal is the third major realm. I believe I can break through to the transcendent power realm." To avoid Jin Hongmei thinking he was boasting too much, he made sure his statement sounded half real, half false. The truthful part was that he indeed had confidence to break through to the transcendent power realm. The fabricated part was that breaking through to the transcendent power realm wasn't his lifelong goal. It was his goal within the next 3 years. But what Chen Nan didn't expect was that, despite his subtle and low-key expression, Jin Hongmei still believed he was boasting and dismissed his claim as mere daydreaming. "Nan, what did you say? Can you actually break through to the transcendent power?" Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Jin Hongmei immediately froze, momentarily questioning whether she had misheard. "Yes." Chen Nan nodded and repeated confidently, flashing a smile as he added, "I firmly believe that in my lifetime, I can break through to the transcendent power realm. Big brother, you're amazing. I believe in you." Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Jin Xiaoyu couldn't help but beam with admiration, instantly raising her little fists to cheer for Chen Nan. Giggles. Meanwhile, Jin Hongmei clearly heard Chen Nan's words this time and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. It was as though she'd just heard the funniest joke in the world, her body shaking with amusement and tears streaming down her cheeks. Evidently, she completely disbelieved Chen Nan's statement, thinking that he was exaggerating too much. "Mei sister, is the goal I set really that amusing?" Seeing Jin Hongmei's reaction, how could Chen Nan not understand her thoughts? Instantly, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. "Mommy, this isn't good." Jin Xiaoyu also stood up for Chen Nan, pouting and muttering in agreement. "Ho ho, sorry, Brother Nan, I usually don't laugh this much, unless it's irresistible." After hearing this, Jin Hongmei wiped away her tears and gradually stopped laughing. She paused for a moment. Then she glanced at the puffed-up Jin Xiaoyu and at the depressed expression on Chen Nan's face, shaking her head slightly and softly said, "Only the fearless are ignorant. Perhaps you two fundamentally don't understand how formidable the third major realm of martial arts is, which makes you think it's so easy to break through into transcendent power. Mei sister, tell me specifically what kind of martial arts realm transcendent power truly is?" Chen Nan couldn't help but be intrigued, laughing as he asked. He wasn't genuinely upset by Jin Hongmei's burst of laughter, nor did he want to specially prove anything right then. Because in his view, regardless of how formidable this level might be, he had full confidence to achieve the goals he had set. This powerful self-confidence came from the legacy of the ancestral Qin family he had inherited, and from the cultivation of the Tai Xian San Sheng Jing. Upon hearing Chen Nan's inquiry, Jin Hongmei nodded slightly, an unusual solemnity appearing on her charming face as she began to explain. When one's martial skills reach the transcendent power realm, they can be called a Grand Master. At this level, ancient martial artists can project their internal force outward. Their true chi becomes strong enough to form an external field, enabling them to kill with a snap of their fingers or by striking empty space. Their combat strength almost defies reality. Bullets and guns cannot harm them in the slightest. Therefore, those who break through to transcendent power are also known as half-man half-god. Chapter 42, Prominent Families. At this point, Jin Hongmei paused for a moment, specifically glancing at Chen Nan, but found no ripple of expression on his face, revealing calmness. On the contrary, Jin Xiaoyu's big, glossy eyes sparkled with excitement after hearing her words, filled with admiration. In fact, Huajin ancient martial artists are too powerful. I have no qualification to come into contact with such an existence, and I cannot explain it to you in great detail. I can only give you a brief introduction according to the rumors. Not seeing the reaction from Chen Nan she had imagined, nor the similar one from Jin Xiaoyu, Jin Hongmei couldn't help but smile faintly, and then jokingly said, "Nandit, I wonder if you've also heard about the Wang family in Yanjing, the Qin family in Modu, the Ma family in Yangzhou, and the Li family on Xuanhuan Island." Of course. Chen Nan nodded slightly and smiled as he said, "Sister Mei, every family you mentioned is a wealthy and powerful prominent clan. Any informed Longwa citizen would know at least something about them. The Wang family of Yanjing is a real estate giant. Its patriarch, Wang Dachuan, was ranked as Longwa's wealthiest individual just a few years ago. Modu is the first international capital of Longwa. Qin Feng, heir to the Qin family, is a well-known playboy whose antics have been enthusiastically spread among the youth of Longwa, who call him the Little Demon King of Modu, which indirectly highlights the immense energy held by the Qin family of Modu. As for the Ma family of Yangzhou and the Li family of Xuanhuan Island, they too are famous prominent families that enjoy equal social status and public recognition. Sister mentions these families because she wants to tell you that these families became prominent clans because each has produced a Huajin ancient martial artist, all of whom are still alive today. Jin Hongmei lightly nodded and smiled as she explained. After all, the reason prominent families are called such isn't simply due to their enormous wealth and power as perceived by the general public. I didn't expect that the strength of one Huajin ancient martial artist could prop up an entire prominent family. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, there was finally some surprise on Chun Nan's face. He was surprised not by the immense strength of a Huajin martial artist, but rather that his understanding of the prosperity behind the prominence of these clans required a Huajin-level martial artist at their core. In other words, he had previously believed that with enough wealth and power, one could break through societal strata in the modern world. But he realized now that in the shadows, the rule of survival of the fittest still reigns supreme. Ancient martial artists who achieve Huajin level are considered master founders capable of creating sections. Naturally, they establish their own families into influential, prestigious clans that bring fortune to future generations. Jin Hongmei nodded with a smile. After pausing for a while, an envious look came over her graceful face as she added wistfully. Those who break through to Huajin level are also known as semi-human, semi-divine figures, not only because they wield unimaginable power that challenges reality, but also due to their remarkably long lifespans. According to legends, the lifespan of every Huajin martial artist can easily surpass the life expectancy limits of ordinary people, allowing them to live to be at least 200 years old. This is the fundamental reason why these prominent families maintain their enduring prominence. Live to be 200 years old. Upon Jin Hongmei saying this, Chun Nan instantly revealed a shocked expression, truly startled. It was normal for practitioners of ancient martial arts to possess extraordinary abilities and longer lifespans than most ordinary people. But indeed, he never thought the Huajin realm martial artist's longevity could reach such an exaggerated degree. Brother Nan, sister tells you all this just to make you understand how incredibly difficult it is to break through to the Huajin level. Every ancient martial artist who achieves Huajin breakthrough is a true prodigy of heaven, not only with exceptional martial talent, but also with a bit of fate and opportunity. Seeing such a shocked expression on Chun Nan's face, Jin Hongmei gave a satisfied nod, smiling teasingly. Do you still believe you can break through to the Huajin level in your lifetime? Martial talent includes two aspects: martial arts talent and physical foundation qualifications. Martial arts talent refers to insight, while physical foundation determines one's potential, ultimately deciding the upper limit of someone's achievements in martial arts. In her view, Chun Nan could easily still learn her martial technique, yu skill so effortlessly. Moreover, Chun Nan's internal force was pure and profound. His cultivation method was undoubtedly one of the highest difficulties. However, this merely confirmed from the side that Chun Nan's martial arts talent was fiendishly gifted. As for how Chun Nan's innate bone qualifications were, she currently had no way to draw a conclusion and naturally couldn't believe he could break through to Huajin. Big brother, hearing mommy say this, those Huajin ancient martial artists must truly be immensely powerful, and it seems breaking through may indeed be incredibly difficult. Jin Xiaoyu, upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, didn't blindly cheer Chun Nan on anymore. Instead, she tactfully chimed in with these remarks. I still have confidence. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Chun Nan didn't say much. He merely smiled faintly and responded with this short sentence. Nandit, you're a man sister may can't quite figure out. Seeing that after a brief look of surprise, Chun Nan remained brimming with confidence, Jin Hongmei chuckled and shook her head slightly, choosing not to dwell further on this topic. Gradually suppressing the smile on her face, she suddenly sighed. Ancient martial artists at the Huajin level are too far removed from us, but my Golden Fish Association is currently facing a real crisis. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at Chun Nan, who wore a puzzled expression, sighed wryly, and without reservation said, Nandit, I won't hide it from you. The reason I invited you here and deliberately tested whether you're an ancient martial artist was for a purpose. I want you to help me get through this crisis. Would you be willing to do so? Sister May, your Golden Fish Association dominates the underground forces in Jiangzhou. How could it possibly encounter a crisis? Hearing this, Chun Nan immediately furrowed his brows and asked. After all, this was only their first meeting. Even though he now willingly called her Sister May, he certainly wouldn't rashly agree to help without fully understanding the situation. After all, Jin Hongmei herself was also an ancient martial artist, and the crisis her Golden Fish Association faced might very well involve other ancient martial artists as well. Chapter 43, Arena Combat. Nan, you're too generous with May sister. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Jin Hongmei shook her head slightly and said with a bitter smile, Our Goldfish Society may have some influence in the Jiangzhou area, but we absolutely dare not claim to dominate all of Jiangzhou's underground forces. May sister, what do you mean? Are there other underground forces in Jiangzhou? Chun Nan couldn't help but ask curiously after being taken aback. He was just a construction worker in the past, learning about the Goldfish Society from Wu Tao, and he truly had no idea that there were other underground forces in Jiangzhou. Of course. Jin Hongmei nodded without any intention of hiding this from Chun Nan, replying in a solemn voice. In fact, there are 3 major underground forces throughout Jiangzhou. Our Goldfish Society only controls the northern part of the city. The southern part is Iron Hand Gang's territory, while both the eastern and western sections belong to the Black Wolf Gang. The Black Wolf Gang is the largest underground force in Jiangzhou. In the past, our Goldfish Society could tacitly ally with the Iron Hand Gang to maintain a tripartite balance of power against the Black Wolves. Everyone coexisted peacefully with mutual restraint. However, I just received a secret message not long ago indicating that the Black Wolf Gang seems to be making moves within the Iron Hand Gang's territory, yet the Iron Hand Gang has made no response whatsoever. At the end of her statement, she sighed deeply and looked worried as she added, "These signs are far too abnormal. I even suspect that the Iron Hand Gang might have secretly submitted to the Black Wolf Gang. Nan brother, this matter might be beyond my ability to seek your help." Hearing these words from Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan immediately shook his head and declined. "I'm uninterested in territorial disputes among the underground forces in Jiangzhou. I can't possibly help by directly wiping out the Black Wolf Gang for you." He wasn't an irrational person. Since Xuanhuan, president of the Goldfish Society, was a martial artist, it was certain that there were also martial artists in the Black Wolf Gang. There was no way to know their level of strength. Although his actual combat capability far surpassed Xuanhuan's, he was still only at the initial stage of hidden energy cultivation. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could act arrogantly in the circle of martial artists. Even if he wanted to improve his relationship with Xuanhuan, he wasn't foolish enough to put himself in danger. "Nan brother, don't misunderstand. How could sister ever expect you to go so far?" Xuanhuan responded quickly. "The land disputes between our three major underground forces in Jiangzhou aren't as extreme as you imagine. We resolve all disputes through arena martial arts contests." Arena martial arts contests? Nan was startled momentarily. "That's correct. It's a martial contest where we simply disable our opponents until they concede." Xuanhuan nodded and explained. "Our Goldfish Society has agreements with the Black Wolf Gang and the Iron Hand Gang. Every 3 years, there will be an arena-style martial competition. Through such methods, we settle any disputes or conflicts between the underground forces." After pausing briefly, she looked at Xuanhuan and continued. "Nan brother, our Goldfish Society and the Black Wolf and Iron Hand Gangs will each send 3 people to take turns competing on the arena. Whichever gang's representative wins, their gang will have the say in redividing the power territories." "May sister, you mean to suggest that you want me to represent your Goldfish Society in this arena combat?" After hearing Xuanhuan's words, how could Xuanhuan not understand her meaning immediately? "Yes." Xuanhuan gave a slight nod and bluntly stated, "Nan brother, in 3 days, it will be our several gangs' martial arena contest. Let me be honest, I am genuinely uneasy this time, thinking the Iron Hand Gang probably already surrendered to the Black Wolf Gang. The boss of the Iron Hand Gang is a martial artist, and the Black Wolf Gang has 2 martial artists, all of them cultivating at the same level as us, the entry stage of Dark Force. If the Iron Hand Gang surrenders to the Black Wolf Gang, combined they would have 3 martial artists, whereas our Goldfish Society has only me, a single martial artist. My lone strength wouldn't be able to compete with them. At that point, should such a situation arise, I fear they will use this arena match as a chance to completely destroy my entire Goldfish Society." She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with earnest plea, looking straight at Xuanhuan and saying, "Nan brother, I hope you can lend a hand this time and help sister out. Will you agree?" "Of course." As she watched him, deep in thought, she hurriedly added, "Even if you don't help me, sister won't blame you because this matter is indeed dangerous. A single misstep could cost you your life. May sister, according to what you've said, they have 3 martial artists on their side. Even if I agree to represent your Goldfish Society, adding us together still makes only 2 martial artists, which doesn't seem like a winning strategy against them." Xuanhuan's eyes flashed as he spoke. "Nan brother, you're too modest." Seeing Xuanhuan starting to give in, Xuanhuan couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face, praising with a laugh. "Sister has great confidence in you. Although your cultivation level is only at the entry stage of Dark Force, your actual combat ability is very powerful. After our bout, I still can't determine the depth of your strength." Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile. "Besides, I anticipated the possibility that Iron Hand Gang might surrender to Black Wolf Gang, so I wasn't completely unprepared for this arena martial arts competition. I've already found a helper among ancient martial artists at the Dark Force entry stage. Now that you have shown up unexpectedly, I no longer have any concerns." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xuanhuan finally nodded and faintly smiled. "Since Sister May has spoken to such an extent, then I can lend you a hand. Brother Nan, rest assured, Sister won't let you help me without recompense." Relieved that Xuanhuan had agreed to assist her, Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief and grinned as she said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll give you something." With those words, she left the hall, swaying her graceful and alluring figure as she quickly headed toward her own room. At this sight, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel curious about what Xuanhuan would gift him. "Big brother, thank you for agreeing to help my mom." Just then, Jin Xiaoyu, who had been listening to Xuanhuan's conversation with Xuanhuan, was also beaming with joy and gratitude as she said, "Little fish has noticed long ago that mommy hasn't been eating or sleeping well because of this matter. Now, with your help, mommy doesn't need to worry so much anymore." Pausing briefly, she cheerfully added, "Big brother, you wouldn't know, but mommy was planning to transfer me to a school far away these past few days. But now it looks like I don't have to transfer to a strange place where I don't know anyone because of this." "Oh, it's like that." Xuanhuan nodded, and then suddenly remembered something, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy as he asked in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, Big brother helped you with such a big favor. Would you be willing to help Big brother with a favor?" Chapter 44. You shouldn't fall in love. Help you out. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaoyu was instantly startled. She then patted her chest and said without hesitation, "Big brother, Xiaoyu is willing to help you." Seeing the innocent-looking Jin Xiaoyu, Chunnan couldn't help but stare, instinctively rolling his throat. As he thought of the possibility that he might have to harm Jin Xiaoyu in the future, a strange sense of guilt arose. Of course, even if he were to practice dual cultivation with Jin Xiaoyu, it would still be 2 years later, after she turned 18. After all, harming a minor was an inhumane act that he could not bear to do. Fortunately, calculated by time, it should be in time before the yang fire poison inside his body fully erupts. As for whether Jin Xiaoyu will agree to practice dual cultivation with him at that time, that can only go with the flow. Chunnan, realizing this, couldn't help but cough dryly and seriously said, Xiaoyu, you're just 16 now. You should start high school soon. And at your age, you should focus on studying hard so you can enter a good university. He glanced at Jin Xiaoyu, who was watching him with sparkling eyes, and made himself appear more proper as he continued solemnly. The favor Big Brother asks of you is also for your own good. I want you to promise me that before you go to college, you must never taste unripe fruit or fall in love with any boy. Can you do that? Once Xiaoyu enters college and turns 18, he can find a way to cultivate dual cultivation with Xiaoyu and successfully obtain the innate primordial yin energy within her. However, before entering university, he must ensure that Xiaoyu doesn't get into relationships with others. Given her contrasting appearance of looking younger yet more developed, she's bound to attract numerous admirers. If she loses her virginity to some yellow-haired youth, and thereby leaks the primordial yin energy within her body, everything will be wasted. After all, Jin Xiaoyu belongs to the type with large breasts and somewhat dim-witted personality. Her character is too simple-hearted, and it is indeed necessary to make an oral agreement with Xiaoyu beforehand to guard against bad students or young hoodlums in society. Must not taste unripe fruit, must not fall in love with any boys. Upon hearing these 2 sentences from Chunnan, Xiaoyu's adorable baby face suddenly flushed red all over. It seemed that she immediately lowered her head, afraid to look at Chunnan directly with those sparkling big eyes. Nervously rubbing the corners of her clothes, her cheeks blushed crimson as she trembled and said, Big brother, Xiaoyu hasn't decided how to respond to you yet. I'll let you know next time. After saying this, she ignored Chunnan, her face red with embarrassment, and rushed quickly into her bedroom. Seeing the unreasonable reaction of Jin Xiaoyu to his words, Chunnan couldn't help but feel awkward and began to worry. He had already given her very plausible reasons why she shouldn't have early romances and lose herself prematurely. Would this cause her to uncover his real intentions? Snicker, brother Nan, what did you say to Xiaoyu that made her run off shyly like that? Jin Hongmei, holding a faded secret manual and returning to the living room, saw Jin Xiaoyu run into her bedroom with a red face. Curiously, she giggled and casually asked, Sister Mei, it's nothing. Chunnan quickly hid his awkward expression and smiled as he said, I told Xiaoyu to focus on her schooling and not engage in early romance, which would allow her to enter a good university. Brother Nan, your statement is reasonable. I often teach her the same thing, replied Jin Hongmei, nodding slightly while smiling and giving no further thought to it. She came over and sat on the couch, handing the faded secret manual in her hands to Chunnan, laughing, and said, Brother Nan, since you've agreed to help me through this crisis, this is my reward for you. The art of star capture. Upon receiving the faded secret manual, Chunnan's eyes brightened immediately, seeing the 3 large characters written in traditional script clearly on the cover. With interest, he flipped through a few pages and remarked while smiling, Sister Mei, is this a martial arts technique? Martial arts techniques are divided into combat techniques and internal cultivation methods. Combat techniques are used for battle, while internal cultivation methods are used for practice. Both complement each other. He was unfamiliar with the current martial realm classifications, but he wasn't unacquainted with the divisions within martial techniques, as there was mention of it in the ancestral heritage of the Qin family. That was also the reason why, after practicing the great profound 3 lives scripture initially, he could quickly determine that this technique exceeded the scope of ordinary martial techniques. That's correct. Jin Hongmei nodded, having no intention of hiding anything from Chunnan, and explained with a smile. Our Jin family ancestors may not have produced warriors of the transformed force level, and thus cannot claim to belong to a martial art family. However, we barely count as a lineage that passes down martial knowledge. There are 3 martial techniques passed down in our family. One is internal kung fu, and the other 2 are combat techniques. I used the swimming fish body method during our fight earlier. It's one of the combat techniques. The other one is this star capture technique. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Chunnan nodded and stopped flipping through the manual any further, smiling as he said, Sister Mei, since this is a family martial art handed down from your ancestors, it wouldn't be right for me to learn it. I'll return this combat technique to you. I promise that I will participate in the arena fight 3 days from now. Time has been long from ancient times till now, and many valuable martial arts manuals have already been lost. Thus, every martial arts manual that has survived holds great value. You should keep it. Hearing this, Jin Hongmei shook her head and laughed. While we were fighting just now, you had already secretly learned our Jin family's swimming fish body method. It doesn't matter if you also learn this combat technique. After pausing briefly, she added with a smile, my martial talent cannot compare with yours. Sister Mei spent decades just learning the swimming fish body method, so leaving this star capture technique with me would be useless. All right then, Sister Mei, I will accept it. Hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Chunnan slightly nodded his head and didn't decline again. He indeed lacked martial skills right now. Although he received the inheritance from the old ancestor of the Qin family, there actually weren't any additional martial techniques inside. In other words, the only method the Chun family's ancestor left him was the great profound three-live scripture, essentially forcing him to cultivate this soul method. Chapter 45, Breakthrough. Sister May, since there's nothing else, I'll head back first. After receiving this martial art technique, Chunnan smiled as he rose from the sofa and prepared to leave. Tonight, even though he did not find out who was behind the car accident intended to kill him, his visit to the Goldfish Society was still worthwhile. He learned many things about martial arts from Jin Hongmei, which greatly broadened his understanding of this world. Most importantly, he unexpectedly discovered that Jin Xiaoyu has a pure, Yin constitution. Brother Nan, don't rush to leave. After finishing their serious talk, Jin Hongmei noticed that Chun Nan was ready to go and immediately put on her usual flirtatious demeanor again. She reclined on the sofa, revealing her snow-white long legs under her black slit dress, her captivating gaze staring directly at Chun Nan while her seductive laugh sent shivers down his spine. Just now your palm strike really hurt me. Sister feels uncomfortable in the chest again. Would you mind giving me another massage? Sister May, I'm leaving. Seeing that Jin Hongmei started behaving improperly again, Chun Nan instinctively swallowed hard. His face turned red instantly, and he felt a wave of burning heat overwhelming his whole body. Having no more resistance, he wisely chose to turn around and leave this time. As Chun Nan avoided her, Jin Hongmei's seductive laughter grew even more unrestrained, echoing endlessly in the hall. Chun Nan left the Goldfish Entertainment Center and returned to Zhao Yaqi's large apartment suite. It was almost 11 p.m. by then. He activated his fire-eye purple pupil-penetrating vision ability and glanced into Zhao Yalin's room out of concern, only to find that she had safely returned here as well. She lay sprawled ungracefully on the bed, fast asleep. However, what made his blood boil was discovering this woman had a peculiar habit of sleeping nude while drooling in her sleep. Just one glance. Chun Nan's face flushed instantly, his breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded fiercely, feeling his blood pressure spike to the highest point of his life. He quickly deactivated his fire-eye purple pupil vision ability, afraid to look any longer. Right now, his inner fire was even more intense than when he was with Jin Hongmei. Another look, and he feared his yang fire poison would instantly lose control, making him unable to resist intruding into Zhao Yalin's room. With a sudden movement, Chun Nan rushed into the bathroom as fast as possible and began washing his body continuously with cold water. Meanwhile, at the same moment, in a high-end VIP ward, Su Liang lay on the hospital bed, connected to an 4 drip and emitting low groans of pain. Director Huang, how is my son's injury? A middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Su Liang asked a white-coated expert chief doctor. Mr. Su, I've done my best. The director surnamed Huang shook his head and sighed. That person's attack was too severe. Your son's testicles are completely ruptured, and even if we arrange for surgery immediately, it's already too late. After a brief pause, he added, Mr. Su, you need to prepare mentally. It's likely your son won't be able to engage in sexual activity for the rest of his life. Then Director Huang, if I could invite Dr. Go, is there a chance my son can be cured? Su Kuan's face looked extremely grave as he asked reluctantly. Although Su Liang isn't his only son and Su family lineage will not come to an end because of this, the mother of Su Liang passed away early, so Su Kuan loved Su Liang the most among all his children. Now seeing his most beloved eldest son become like this, it filled him with a desire for murder. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he might also be powerless. Director Huang shook his head again and sighed. Of course, he knew exactly who the renowned Dr. Gu mentioned by Su Kuan was. The Gu family is a famous medical lineage in Jiangzhou, holding a position higher than even the 5 great families in terms of prestige. Dr. Gu Yu, known as Master Gu, is the current head of the Gu family. Dad, I hate that bastard, turning me into this state. You absolutely must not let this bastard go unpunished. I want him dead. Lying on the hospital bed, Su Liang twisted his face, full of resentment as he roared. Every thought of never being able to have women again fills him with unimaginable pain, making him feel each moment worse than death itself. Relax. In the domain of Jiangzhou, no one dares to harm someone from our Su family so badly. That young punk dared to harm you like this. Dad will certainly avenge you, letting that punk suffer till death to relieve your hatred. Su Kuan replied with a grim expression. After a short pause, he frowned, but his mind wasn't completely overwhelmed by anger. He spoke firmly. However, as you mentioned before, the woman from the Goldfish Society seems willing to offend our Su family and is also trying to protect that guy. So this matter needs careful consideration. No, Dad, I don't want to wait that long. I can't afford such time. I want to see this little punk die in front of me right now. Su Liang roared with anger uncontrollably. You calm down first. Su Kuan barked at him with disappointment. Then a flash of brilliance crossed his eyes as he spoke grimly. Dad won't let you wait for too long. There's already secret information circulating among Jiangzhou's high society elites. In a few days, the arena battle between the 3 major underground forces in Jiangzhou will begin. After this, the underground forces in Jiangzhou will undergo a complete reshuffling. It appears that Tai Shou Gang, Iron Hand Gang, has submitted to Hei Lang Bang, Black Wolf Gang, so Goldfish Society won't last much longer. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he coldly added, by the time Goldfish Society is gone, there'll be no protection left for that kid. He will surely die. I will make him fully understand how foolish it is to become an enemy of the Su family. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to turn white with dawn, Shinning got up early from bed and came to a secluded corner of the park. Taking advantage of the best cultivation period during sunrise, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged under a big tree, cultivating the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic. As time passed minute by minute, suddenly, Xuanhuan's whole body trembled violently. The energy in his dantian surged restlessly, as if it had instantly broken through some invisible barrier, strengthening considerably. Realizing this situation, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. I've broken through. Chapter 46. Administering acupuncture to save a life. Is this the power of the preliminary achievement in hidden strength? Xuanhuan clenched his fist, clearly feeling that his strength had taken a step up. Excitement welled up inside him as he silently thought. It's only been 2 days, and I've already broken through from entering hidden strength to achieving the preliminary mastery over it. The speed far exceeds my expectations. Perhaps within about a year, I can even break through to transformation strength. This wasn't a pipe dream. He himself was the pure yang body that Xuan family's patriarch had awaited for 1,000 years, practicing the incredibly mysterious Tai Xian 3 Life Classic. This fully provided him with the chance to achieve his goal. However, if Jean Hongmei were to know about this idea of Xuanhuan's, she would likely think he was crazy. Not just Jean Hongmei. Almost everyone in the martial arts world would probably think he had lost his mind to fantasies. Huff. Xuanhuan exhaled lightly, suppressing his excited emotions, and took out the martial arts skill book, Qin Xing Shou, gifted by Jean Hongmei, preparing to learn this technique. He was now threatened by the venom of yang fire, so every second mattered as he strived to increase his strength in order to take control of his destiny and find more chances to practice dual cultivation with sufficient purine women. Lost in thought, Xuanhuan activated the Fire Eye Purple Pupil Replication ability and began flipping through the manual for Qin Xing Shou. In no time, he rose from his meditative state, already having mastered this martial art skill completely through the Fire Eye Purple Pupils Replication ability. This martial art skill was neither a form of boxing nor palm techniques. It was unique because it allowed one to grab objects from a distance or capture people midair. Let me give it a try. A flash of keen insight crossed Xuanhuan's eyes as he executed Qin Xing Shou, reaching out towards a branch a little ways away. The next moment, the branch, despite there being no wind, broke off due to an inexplicable suction force. Then, as if pulled by an invisible thread, flew directly into Xuanhuan's palm. With my current internal energy, I seem only able to grasp things within 5 meters. Xuanhuan muttered quietly, feeling somewhat annoyed in his heart. Although this martial skill was very distinctive, superficially appearing akin to what a practitioner at the transformation strength realm could do, externalizing their inner strength. If used in actual combat, it seemed to be somewhat ineffective and unlikely to have any real impact. Well, anyway, I have the Fire Eye Purple Pupil Replication ability, so there will be plenty of opportunities ahead to master powerful martial techniques. Xuanhuan shook his head and did not dwell on it further. He thus concluded his training, left the secluded corner of the park, and started treading along the circular lake path paved with green stones, planning to return to Zhao Yaqi's apartment. At this point, sudden commotion came from ahead. Within his line of sight, a group of grandmothers who had gathered early in the morning for square dancing formed a circle, chattering animatedly about something. A short while later, Xuanhuan approached closely and noticed an elder man dressed in Tai Chi training clothes lying painfully on the ground, his consciousness already impaired. Although the square dancing grandmothers were watching, none dared approach to check, afraid of accidentally getting involved in some unforeseen trouble. Since I've encountered this, it must be fate, so let me lend a hand and treat him. After hesitating for a moment, a flash of resolve lit up Xuanhuan's eyes, and he pushed forward past the circle formed by the square dancing grandmothers. He went straight to the side of the elder man, knelt down, and began diagnosing him by checking his pulse. Young man, are you a doctor? Xuanhuan's actions immediately drew the attention of the square dancing grandmothers, one of whom quickly asked, I'm not a doctor, but I can cure illnesses. As Xuanhuan checked the elder man's pulse, he casually responded. He didn't have a medical license, so indeed, he wasn't strictly speaking a doctor, but the medical skills passed down to him far surpassed those of any ordinary doctor. Young man, since you're not a doctor, don't go messing around. What if something happens? You won't be able to escape responsibility. That's correct. We've already used his phone to call someone. His granddaughter is on her way and will be here soon. Exactly, young fellow. These days, good Samaritans helping others often end up being extorted. It's best if you stay out of it. Upon hearing Xuanhuan admit he was not a doctor, a few more caring grandmothers immediately chimed in with warnings. In response, Xuanhuan shook his head, saying nothing more, and pulled out the acupuncture needles he carried with him, beginning to administer treatment to the elder man. He had finished taking the elder man's pulse, and the latter's condition was serious, having come on suddenly enough to be life-threatening. If he didn't act, the elder might die before his granddaughter arrived. If it were the old him, upon seeing this situation, he might have turned around and walked away, also fearing to get entangled in any trouble. But now, with the medical skills passed down by the elder of the Qin family, he naturally had enough confidence to handle all situations. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since heaven has given him this ability, he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Seeing that Xuanhuan had not listened to their advice and had already begun treating the elder, the onlookers among the aunties shook their heads and did not say anything more. A few minutes passed. Xuanhuan finished administering acupuncture to the elder and was about to remove the needles to conclude the treatment. What are you doing? Don't touch my grandfather. At this moment, an angry yet delicate shout suddenly came from somewhere. Xuanhuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman wearing a white pleated skirt paired with a light blue shirt quickly walking over. Beside her was a young man with deep-framed glasses and a fair complexion. This young man was carrying a wooden medicine box. "This miss, please don't misunderstand me. Your grandfather's condition was very dangerous. I was just giving him an emergency acupuncture treatment." By the time the beautiful woman and the young man approached, Xuanhuan had already removed the fine needles from the elder's body and explained a few words as he spoke. The beautiful woman who approached didn't pay any attention to Xuanhuan. She immediately squatted down, her pretty face full of worry, anxiously calling out to the elder still in a coma. "Grandpa, relax, Yuyan, let me examine Xin grandfather." The young man knelt down, patted the shoulder of the beautiful woman, and comforted her softly. He then began taking the elder's pulse. Soon, he finished checking the pulse and revealed a confident smile, saying, "Yuyan, your grandfather has no major problems. I estimate his recurring high blood pressure caused him to faint. A special efficacy pill for Xin grandfather will solve it." Having said that, he took out a black pill from his wooden medicine box and administered it to the elder. Chapter 47. Gu Qitian and Xun Yuyan. "Qitian, thank you. It's all because of your help." Upon hearing this, Xun Yuyan let out a long sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile as she expressed her gratitude. This person before her was Gu Qitian, the grandson of Gu Yu, also known as Gu the medicine master, and he was the most outstanding medical prodigy among the younger generation of the Gu family. His words would certainly not be wrong. It seemed that her grandfather had indeed suffered from a recurrence of his old high blood pressure problem. "Yuyan, these are minor issues. If there is ever anything wrong with Grandpa Xin in the future, you can come to me." Hearing Xun Yuyan praise him, Gu Tianqi felt as if wrapped by a spring breeze, his heart blooming with joy, and he quickly responded with a full smile. He had been pursuing Xun Yuyan recently. Now that he had cured Xun Yuyan's grandfather, it was a major demonstration of his skill. After this incident, he believed the day he would successfully win her over would soon arrive. Upon hearing this, Xun Yuyan blushed slightly, softly responding with a single hum. She naturally knew that Gu Tianqi was courting her. The background of Gu Tianqi was no worse than hers, and he was an excellent medical prodigy, so she couldn't help but feel some goodwill towards him. The reason why she had not yet agreed to be Gu Tianqi's girlfriend was simply because she wanted to test him for a while, to see whether he truly loved her. "Miss, I must remind you that your grandfather did not fall into a coma due to high blood pressure." At this moment, Xuanhuan furrowed his brows and could not help but speak up. "Are you even a doctor?" Xun Yuyan's eyebrows knitted together, and only now did she start to take a look at Xuanhuan, asking a question. "I may not be a doctor, but I can treat diseases. Your grandfather was in a very dangerous situation earlier. If I hadn't treated him with acupuncture, he might have already passed away," said Xuanhuan calmly. What a colossal joke. As soon as Xuanhuan spoke, Gu Qitian immediately sneered, looking at Xuanhuan with eyes full of disdain and rudely said, "You aren't even a doctor, yet you boast about being able to treat illnesses. If you want to swindle money, you should at least find a plausible excuse." How absurd. Evidently, he had immediately categorized Xuanhuan as a fraudster without hearing his side. "I don't know who you are, and I don't wish to know either." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xun Yuyan immediately stiffened her features, coldly telling him, "You performed acupuncture on my grandfather recklessly just now, but I won't hold it against you. You may leave. Miss, I'll give you one final warning. Your grandfather's illness hasn't been completely cured. His condition will still be perilous over the next 2 days. He has." Xuanhuan frowned, wanting to directly tell Xun Yuyan the actual condition of the elder, and then he would leave. Enough. To his surprise, Xun Yuyan interrupted him outright, her voice growing colder. "If you don't leave right away, I'll call the police. I'll accuse you of fraud." In her view, every time Xuanhuan mentioned her grandfather's critical condition, it was undoubtedly an intentional curse against her grandfather. After hearing what Xun Yuyan had said, Xuanhuan's expression turned uncertain, but he didn't care to say another word, and left without hesitation. He had never considered himself a saint, and since doing good had brought about misjudgment, he concluded that perhaps he shouldn't do such good deeds again. "Yuyan, this kind of person should not even have been allowed to leave. It's just because you're too gentle and kind-hearted." Gu Tianqi looked at the departing back of Xuanhuan and coldly laughed. "If it were me, I would send this kind of garbage straight to operate a sewing machine. One should show mercy when possible. Since my grandfather is fine, let's put this matter to rest." Xun Yuyan shook her head slightly and murmured softly, "Cough, cough. Yuyan, what are you doing here?" At this moment, the elder who had fallen into a coma coughed, and then opened his eyes, waking up. Upon seeing his granddaughter, he subconsciously asked, "Grandpa, you've awakened." Seeing the elder awake, Xun Yuyan couldn't help but feel excited, and she relaxed entirely. She hurriedly explained, "You went to the park for morning exercise, and you collapsed because of your hypertension attack. Someone used your phone to call me, which allowed me to arrive in time." While speaking, she also carefully helped the elder up gently. Hypertension attack. Upon hearing what her granddaughter Xun Yuyan said, Shinshan suddenly became confused. Though he understood clearly that he had the chronic issue of hypertension, the dizzy sensation during its attack was something he was quite familiar with. However, the pain he endured earlier was unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. It didn't seem like the effect caused by hypertension. That's correct. At this point, Gu Qitian nodded and behaved very politely in front of Shinshan, smiling as he said, "Grandpa Shun, rest assured, I've already taken your pulse, and it is indeed a hypertensive crisis. With my treatment, you are now fine." "Oh, I see." Shinshan's eyes revealed a look of realization as he nodded and smiled. "Xiao Tian, You are truly the genius grandson of old Go. Just by treating me, I can determine that you have inherited your grandfather's true medical teachings. He had been in great pain while unconscious, vaguely sensing someone applying needles to him, which gradually alleviated his suffering. Now, hearing Guqitian's words, he assumed it was Guqitian who had administered the acupuncture earlier. Grandpa Shun, you flatter me. I've only learned a fraction of what my grandfather knows. I must continue to strive and improve. Upon being praised by Shinshan, Guqitian's heart soared with satisfaction, though he maintained an outward appearance of humility, modestly responding. Ha, good. Young people should be humble and continuously strive for self-improvement. Hearing Guqitian's words, Shinshan burst out laughing, his appreciation growing even more, as he immediately took hold of Gu Tianqi's arm, inviting him. Xiaotian, let's go, come to my house, and we'll share a drink this morning. All right, Grandpa Shun. At this, Guqitian was overjoyed, eagerly responding. He had visited the Shun household many times, but this was the first time Shinshan had shown such warmth towards him. It was clear the old man was beginning to accept him as a future grandson-in-law. And Shun Yuyan, seeing her grandfather Shinshan's actions, couldn't help but blush slightly, instantly realizing her grandfather was setting her up with Guqitian. The three left the park, all smiling gently. From start to finish, no one mentioned Chun Nan's existence. Chapter 48. I'm no longer single. Here, Chun Nan returned to the apartment from the park. Zhao Yaqi was just as she was yesterday, already up and ready with breakfast prepared for both of them. 2 bowls of egg noodles. Yaqi, since I moved in here with you, you've been preparing breakfast for me every day. It's quite troublesome for you. Seated at the dining table, Chun Nan glanced at Zhao Yaqi sitting opposite him and chuckled sheepishly. Today Zhao Yaqi looked as plain as usual. She didn't wear a trace of makeup. She wore a light white striped shirt paired with a pair of sky blue denim pants, and stepped into a pair of white flats. Her whole being radiated a pure aura. It's no problem. You get up early every day to exercise, which is great. Zhao Yaqi shook her head and gave a faint smile as she softly replied. A girl as beautiful and virtuous as you, whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future truly has a tremendous blessing. Chun Nan teased with a laugh. Yesterday, Zhao Yaqi had answered his question in the car, indicating that she seemed to have someone she liked. He felt somewhat gloomy inside, not knowing which brute had acted so fast, managing to snatch away Zhao Yaqi's affection so quickly. Now that Zhao Yaqi already had someone she fancied, if he wanted her to willingly engage in dual cultivation with him, it was undoubtedly a difficulty akin to climbing to the heavens. Upon hearing Chun Nan teasing her, Zhao Yaqi's pretty face turned beet red instantly, and her little heart thudded nervously. She instinctively lowered her head slightly, avoiding Chun Nan's gaze. Neither anyone nor you will be my sister's boyfriend. Just then, Zhao Yalan, who had gotten up from the bedroom wearing only a strapless sleep dress, overheard Chun Nan's remark and immediately retorted rather rudely. She sat beside Zhao Yaqi, with an alert look in her eyes like guarding against wolves, and then warned Chun Nan. I warn you, don't have any designs on my sister. She already has someone she likes, so it's best for you to give up those improper thoughts. The two sisters were extremely close, and naturally, she knew that her elder sister had always harbored a secret crush on a man she adored. However, what made her feel very helpless was that her sister was too shy, and whenever she asked who this person was, Zhao Yaqi refused to disclose it. Yalan, you mustn't say such things. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Yaqi tugged at her sister's clothing hem at once, urging her quietly. Sis, you've already got someone you like, so they haven't said anything wrong. Grumbling unhappily, Zhao Yalan pouted. As she spoke, her bright eyes blinked curiously, shifting the topic. But sis, many times before when I've asked you who you liked, you refused to tell me. Can you at least tell me now? With a slight pause, she glared disdainfully at Chun Nan again, coldly adding. Sis, just boldly say who you like, allowing this guy to let go, preventing this toad from dreaming about you any further. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Chun Nan also became intrigued, directing his gaze toward Zhao Yaqi, intensely curious to know who exactly she fancied. As for Zhao Yalan mocking him, he completely ignored it, feeling it unworthy of his attention. When Zhao Yaqi heard Zhao Yalan asking her that question, with Chun Nan staring straight at her too, her delicate frame trembled instantly. The blush spreading across her rosy cheeks reached down to her ear roots right away. Her head drooped, so low it was almost touching her chest. Her nervousness was utterly unhidden. After a long while, she whispered barely audibly. I don't want to say. At this moment, if she were to declare whom she liked, it would practically equate to a direct confession to Chun Nan. How could she possibly find the courage to utter it aloud? Well, what's there not to say? I really don't understand you. Seeing the abashed expression on her sister Zhao Yaqi's face, one that indicated her desperate embarrassment wanting to escape, Zhao Yalan gently waved her hand helplessly and said, Never mind, sis. I understand your nature. It's clear you can't bring yourself to speak it. Next time, I won't ask then. As Chun Nan heard Zhao Yaqi's reply, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. He realized that if Zhao Yaqi herself wouldn't voluntarily say, asking anyone else would simply be futile. Sis, you dare not say who you like, but I'm different. I dare boldly say who I like. Knowing her earlier question had put her sister Zhao Yaqi in an embarrassing position, Zhao Yalan promptly changed the subject. Raising a clenched fist suddenly, she grinned happily at Zhao Yaqi, saying, Sis, I want to officially announce that your younger sister has finally ended her singlehood. Got out of singlehood? Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Yaqi was immediately startled. She then raised her head and softly asked in succession, Lily, have you started dating a boyfriend? When did you start dating? She was fully aware of her younger sister Zhao Yalin's personality. Though the latter usually dressed in an open and fiery way, seemingly like a reckless girl, she had never actually dated anyone. On one hand, this was due to the family atmosphere. Their father Zhao Guan had educated them sisters since they were young to keep themselves pure and taught them how to discern the good and bad qualities of men. On the other hand, Zhao Yalin's open and lively character always dreamed of being a female knight, so for ordinary men, it was extremely difficult to catch her eye. This was also the main reason why her younger sister had remained single all along. However, now her younger sister Zhao Yalin suddenly told her that she was no longer single, and she couldn't help but feel very curious. Sis, calling him my boyfriend might be a little premature. Zhao Yalin clutched her sister Zhao Yaqi's arm and said with a grin, I'm not officially together with him yet, but I've already determined he is my Prince Charming. In the future, he will definitely become my boyfriend, so announcing it early to you won't cause any issues. So who is this person you're talking about? Hearing Zhao Yalin's words, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but ask again. She found herself slightly exasperated with her younger sister. Claiming she was no longer single turned out to be something far from happening yet. Sis, let me tell you in detail first. The smile on Zhao Yalin's face gradually faded, and she couldn't help but angrily say, You wouldn't know, last night I went to meet a big spender who'd recently showered me with gifts. But this bastard was just trash. He not only forced me to drink, but also drugged my drink to attempt some foul misconduct. Chapter 49, Offering Herself. Lying, such a thing is extremely dangerous. Hearing Zhao Yalin's words, Zhao Yaqi instantly turned pale with fear and said shakily, Sis always tells you, you can live stream all you want, but under no circumstances should you meet netizens in private. Why won't you listen to me? She noticed last night that Zhao Yalin seemed somewhat dispirited upon returning, but never would she have imagined that her younger sister went through such a perilous situation. Sis, don't worry. Am I not safe and sound here? Seeing her sister so terrified by the matter, regret flickered in Zhao Yalin's eyes, and she quickly patted Zhao Yaqi's back, comforting her. Relax, from now on, I'll absolutely listen to you and won't privately meet any more netizens. This time, it was almost disaster. Recalling Su Liang and his group's lecherous eyes from last night, she couldn't help but feel terrified, and the memory lingered hauntingly. Because of this, as soon as she came back last night, she had resolved that she wouldn't do such risky actions anymore. That's good. With Zhao Yalin's assurance, Zhao Yaqi, as the elder sister, nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. After pausing for a moment, a relieved Zhao Yaqi suddenly guessed something and smiled, asking, Liling, were you able to return safely thanks to the help of the future boyfriend you mentioned? Although the classic hero saves beauty trope may seem cliché, such cases often lead to the rescued woman easily falling in love with the hero. These situations happen quite frequently, especially in the case of Zhao Yalin, who since childhood dreamt of being a female knight, making her even more susceptible to admire real-life heroes. Right on. Zhao Yalin enthusiastically nodded and grinned, saying, Sis, you're correct. Last night, when I was drugged and my mind was muddled, he showed up at the last minute and saved me. After pausing for a second, her gaze became resolute, raising her delicate fist as she added, Even though I didn't clearly see his face at the end, I'll definitely find him. He bravely stepped forward to save me. He's the great hero in my heart, and I want to be his girlfriend. Last night, lying on the sofa, she had reached the edge of despair and collapse. That blurry figure kicking open the door and confidently declaring, With me here, who dares touch her, left an unforgettable impression on her that she'd carry for life. It filled her young heart completely. The feeling of going from death to life is something that those who haven't truly experienced it can never comprehend. Liling, you don't even know him, nor what he looks like, yet you're already claiming you want to be his girlfriend. Listening to her younger sister's unreliable statements, Zhao Yaqi could not help but shake her head slightly, smiling while teasing her. What if he's ugly? What if he's already married? Or what if he doesn't think much of you? I don't care if he's ugly. If he's married, then I will silently wish him well. And if he doesn't fancy me, I'll persistently pursue him until he agrees to be my boyfriend. Zhao Yalin responded cheerfully, proud of her clever idea. Hearing Zhao Yalin's increasingly unrealistic comments, Zhao Yaqi shook her head with a smile, not wanting to add anything more. Hey, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? Concluding her conversation with Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yalin finally noticed a strange gleam in Xuanhuan's eyes as he kept staring at her, making her bristle with irritation. I've seen your body before too, you know. Upon hearing Zhao Yalin's irritated tone, Xuanhuan couldn't help but reminisce about his brief glance from last night, inwardly commenting on it. Then, he suddenly said to Zhao Yalin, If I tell you that the great hero in your heart is me, will you believe me? Do you think I would believe you? On hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yalin instinctively countered without hesitation, her voice full of unrestrained sarcasm. To believe that the person who saved her was Xuanhuan felt just as far-fetched as thinking aliens did. You indeed won't believe. Xuanhuan indifferently replied, not bothering to explain anything further to her. He anticipated Zhao Yalin wouldn't easily trust him, considering how deep-seated her prejudice against him was. Sis, why have you only cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles? Where's my breakfast? Seeing the way Xuanhuan acted, Zhao Yalin inexplicably felt anger rising within her. Wanting to lash out at Xuanhuan, she remembered the slap he delivered yesterday, and so complained instead. Though her words seemed to be complaining about Zhao Yaqi, her eyes were actually fixed on the bowl of egg noodles in front of Xuanhuan, untouched by him. I thought you would sleep until noon as usual, so I didn't cook breakfast for you. Upon hearing Zhao Yalin's words, Zhao Yaqi immediately stood up from the table and softly said with a smile, Liling, It's all my fault. Shall I go and cook you a bowl of egg noodles? Sis, don't bother. There is already one ready. It was as if Xuanhuan had been waiting for Zhao Yaqi to say this. She seized the opportunity and moved the bowl of egg noodles from in front of Xuanhuan to herself. In an extremely sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Who says you are someone's nanny? This person stays in your house for free, and now every day you have to cook his breakfast. It's truly shameless." After uttering these words, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating the egg noodles with big bites, not giving Xuanhuan a chance to open his mouth to defend himself. "Xuanhuan, my chopsticks have touched this bowl of egg noodles. I'll go and cook another one for you." Seeing this, Zhao Yaqi shook her head helplessly, sending a look of apology toward Xuanhuan, and then wanted to head to the kitchen. "Yaqi, please sit down and eat your breakfast. I'll go and cook myself." Xuanhuan stood up and stopped Zhao Yaqi's actions, smiling while he spoke. After finishing his sentence, he didn't wait for Zhao Yaqi to say anything and went directly into the kitchen. The elder ancestor of the Chen family was exceptionally skilled in medicine, but also a food enthusiast. Therefore, within the inheritance granted to him, there were countless secret recipes for exquisite dishes. Now that he had the perfect opportunity, he didn't mind trying them out. Chapter 50, Delicious Egg Noodles. Lin, do you really dislike Xuanhuan that much? As Xuanhuan's back disappeared into the kitchen, Zhao Yaqi looked utterly helpless and couldn't help but ask. She didn't know why, but her younger sister Zhao Yale seemed to naturally clash with Xuanhuan. Their relationship had never been good. "Yes, I just dislike him." Zhao Yale also glanced at Xuanhuan's retreating figure before she turned her nose up and responded instantly. Hearing this as an elder sister, Zhao Yaqi shook her head slightly and didn't say anything further. Sitting in front of the dining table, she was somewhat lost in thought and lacked the mood to pick up her chopsticks and eat the egg noodles. She was pondering what method could possibly improve the relationship between her sister Zhao Yale and Xuanhuan. A short while later, the kitchen suddenly filled the air with whiffs of fragrance, instantly bringing Zhao Yaqi back to her senses. Her face involuntarily revealed a hint of surprise as she lifted her eyes towards the direction of the kitchen, saying with some astonishment, "It smells so good. I wonder what breakfast Xuanhuan has cooked. Who cares what he has cooked? Anyway, I'm not eating the breakfast he has made." Zhao Yale also smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen. She couldn't help but feel a little curious inside, but her words were still firm in refusal. Not long after, Xuanhuan, with a touch of a smile on his face, carried out a plate of breakfast and retook his seat at the dining table. Egg noodles. Seeing the breakfast Xuanhuan had prepared, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but pause for a moment, then subconsciously pressed her lips together, curiously asking, "Xuanhuan, the bowl of egg noodles you cooked smells absolutely amazing." She felt quite surprised in her heart. She hadn't expected that although Xuanhuan had made the same dish as her, it smelled even more enticing. She wondered how exactly he did it. "It not only smells great, but tastes even better." Seeing Zhao Yaqi's interest piqued by the delicious scent, Xuanhuan immediately exchanged his well-cooked bowl of egg noodles for hers, smiling as he said, "Yaqi, this is my own unique recipe for cooking noodles. It's extremely tasty. Have a try first. Eat mine, and I'll eat yours." It is commonly known that the taste of noodles entirely depends on the flavor of the broth. The noodles Xuanhuan cooked were based on a secret family recipe for the broth. Luckily, Zhao Yaqi's kitchen was well equipped with all necessary ingredients, so within minutes, he managed to whip up this distinctive flavor. When it came off the heat, he tasted a bit of the broth, and its deliciousness surpassed his imagination. "No need, I'll eat this bowl of egg noodles." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yaqi quickly attempted to speak up, but before she could finish her sentence, Xuanhuan had already picked up the chopsticks and started eating, leaving her cheeks flushed red. "He's eating the egg noodles I've already eaten from. Aren't we sharing something indirectly intimate?" Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yaqi blushed deeply, lowering her head while her heart raced wildly, a sense of unusual sweetness swelling uncontrollably in her chest. Thinking about this, her lips involuntarily curved slightly upward with a hidden, private smirk, and she ceased trying to stop Xuanhuan from eating her egg noodles, instead beginning to eat his homemade noodles herself. These egg noodles are truly delicious. Taking the first bite, Zhao Yaqi's face expressed both surprise and bewilderment, as she inadvertently exclaimed out loud in admiration. She frequently cooked meals for herself and had spent no small amount of time researching food, yet she never would have guessed that Xuanhuan's cooking skills were this refined. Though they both cooked the same egg noodle dish, the difference in taste was like heaven and earth apart. "Sister, it's just a bowl of noodles. Could the stuff this guy cooks be so delicious?" Seeing her usually shy and reserved sister showing such a rare expression because of a bowl of egg noodles, Zhao Yale was unable to contain her curiosity and asked. As the saying goes, out of 10 girls, 9 might be foodies, and Zhao Yale was one of those 9 like her sister Zhao Yaqi. Delicious. Realizing her inadvertent lack of decorum, Zhao Yaqi turned her crimson face down and whispered softly in response. "Yaqi, if it's good, have more. I can cook it for you regularly." Xuanhuan nodded, then smiled. "TCH, who cares?" Zhao Yale pouted and muttered under her breath. Though she mumbled these words, deep down, she couldn't help but feel curious. Was it truly this delectable? After finishing breakfast, Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi drove to Qin Corporation for work. This time, considering safety, Xuanhuan personally took over driving. On the road, no further unexpected accidents or crashes occurred, allowing them to arrive smoothly at Qin Corporation's parking plaza. Xuanhuan had barely stopped the car and was about to get out when his mobile phone suddenly rang. "Xuanhuan, it's quiet in the car. Answer the call in the car, and I'll wait outside. Then we'll go inside together to start work." Realizing that someone was calling Xuanhuan, Zhao Yaqi considerately finished her sentence and got out of the car first. Upon noticing this, Chunnan slightly nodded his head, took out his phone, and saw that the caller was none other than Zhao Yaqi's father, Zhao Guan. Mr. Zhao, this is Nan. Chunnan immediately pressed the answer button and held it to his ear. Ha. Nan, yesterday Yaqi told me that you successfully landed a job as a security officer at Qin Corporation. Good work, I knew you could do it. From the other end of the phone came Zhao Guowen's hearty laughter, clearly delighted that Chunnan had secured a position at Qin Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. It's also thanks to your blessings and Yaqi's help that I could secure this job at Qin Corporation, Chunnan said warmly, with a grateful smile. All right, no need for modesty. I've heard from Yaqi that you managed everything based solely on your own abilities. I'm truly proud of you. Zhao Guowen's voice became lighter. With you having a stable job at Qin Corporation, I can finally rest assured. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chunnan smiled and was about to respond when a sudden burst of noise came from the other side before he could speak. Though the sound of the commotion was faint over the phone, Chunnan's sharp hearing allowed him to hear every word clearly. Zhao Guowen, if you're at ease, I'm not. Letting my daughter live together with him, I'm not okay with that. I didn't ask you to call just so you two could chat casually. Hurry up and get to the point. Fangying, if Nan hears what you're saying, you might make this child feel disheartened. What's there to worry about? Haven't I already followed your wishes by arranging for Yale to move in as well? Stop being unreasonable. Ooh, Zhao Guowen, how dare you scold me now? Let me remind you, I, Fangying, was once a wealthy young lady. And when I chose to marry you without hesitation, did you ever accuse me of being unreasonable back then? Chapter 51, Blind Date. Uncle Zhao, can you and Aunt Fong please not argue? Upon hearing this, Chunnan hesitated for a moment and chose not to listen further. He quickly said to Zhao Guowen on the other side, Aunt Fong said you called me because there was something important. Is there anything you want to tell me? He paused for a second. Then he suggested on his own initiative, Uncle Zhao, if it doesn't work out, I might as well move out of Yaqi's rental apartment. This little matter is trivial. You two don't need to quarrel over this. From what he had overheard in their conversation, it was now clear to him that Zhao Guowen and Fangying were arguing again due to matters concerning him. After Chunnan said this, the clamor from the other side immediately quieted down, and Zhao Guowen did not respond for a while on the phone. Apparently, both Zhao Guowen and Fangying on the other side did not expect Chunnan to hear all of their conversation. Humph. After a long pause, Zhao Guowen awkwardly coughed and then responded to Chunnan. Nan, my boy, don't misunderstand. Your Aunt Fong did not mean for you to move out. She just introduced you to a girl from a colleague's family, hoping you could find time at noon to go on a blind date and have lunch with that girl. He hesitated for a moment. With a tinge of helplessness in his voice, he continued, smiling wryly. Uncle Zhao thought since you've just broken up with Luo Weiwei, you wouldn't be ready to start dating someone else so soon, so I didn't want to bother you with this matter. But your Aunt Fong didn't even consult me, and she went ahead and arranged this blind date for you. By the end of the explanation, Zhao Guowen, on the other side of the phone, before Chunnan could respond, added, Nan, if you don't want to go, you don't have to feel awkward about it. Uncle Zhao won't force you to have lunch with that girl. I'll let Aunt Fong cancel this blind date. He has always believed that Chunnan must have suffered a great psychological blow from his breakup with Luo Weiwei. In his view, asking Chunnan to go on a blind date now would be like sprinkling salt directly on an open wound. Well, Uncle Zhao, I thought you were going to tell me something serious? Turns out it's such a good thing. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chunnan couldn't help but chuckle slightly and replied with a laugh. Uncle Zhao, these days, men outnumber women, and many people struggle to find wives. It's wonderful that Aunt Fong is taking the trouble to introduce me to a girl. I'm happy for her efforts, and you really don't need to quarrel with her over such a trivial matter. Just a few days after moving in to cohabit with Zhao Yaqi, Aunt Fong had already introduced him to a blind date. He understood very well why Aunt Fong was doing this. She wanted him to stop entertaining any ideas about Zhao Yaqi, to avoid them getting too close due to cohabitation. As for Zhao Yalan also living together with him, Aunt Fong apparently had no worries at all, knowing that Zhao Yalan has always despised him. Aunt Fong really thinks too much. Introducing me to a girl is redundant when Yaqi already likes someone else. Even if I had designs on her, I wouldn't know where to start. Chunnan helplessly criticized silently in his heart. Nan, by the tone of your words, does that mean you are willing to go on this blind date? Upon hearing Chunnan's words, Zhao Guowen on the other end of the phone immediately raised his voice significantly. Evidently, he was quite surprised that Chunnan agreed to go on a blind date. Of course, Uncle Zhao. Please send me the address for the blind date. After I finish work, I will head over right away to have lunch with the girl, confirmed Chunnan with a smile. Though naturally unwilling to attend such a blind date, he knew the outcome, whether successful or not, would have no meaning to him. However, to prevent Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong from quarreling over his affairs again, he figured he had to have lunch with the blind date, just as a formality to placate them. All right, since you are willing to go, I'll send you the address right away. Sighing lightly, Zhao Guowen also understood that Chunnan was deliberately saying those words to prevent them from fighting. The topic concluded, Zhao Guowen chatted casually with Chunnan for a few more sentences, and then hung up. Not long after, a message arrived on Chunnan's phone, the restaurant address sent by Zhao Guowen for the blind date. Looks like I won't be able to have lunch at the cafeteria of Qin Corporation with Yaqi today. Chunnan glanced at the restaurant address on his phone and shook his head helplessly. While thinking about it, he decided to inform Zhao Yaqi waiting outside in advance. Somebody is being robbed. Help! Just at that moment, a panic shout came from outside. Chunnan's expression suddenly changed as he recognized this voice to be Zhao Yaqi's. Without hesitation, He flung open the car door and darted out. In his sight, he saw Zhao Yaqi standing in the square, helplessly pointing at a black and thin young man, her delicate face filled with anxiety. The gaunt young man was clutching her handbag, rushing quickly through the square and fleeing away. Yaqi, I'll get it back for you. Xuanhuan calmly consoled Zhao Yaqi before his body suddenly moved. With rapid actions, he followed the direction the skinny man had fled towards. After crossing the square, the emaciated man did not run onto the streets crisscrossed by thoroughfares, but instead immediately entered an underground parking lot. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan relentlessly pursued him directly into the parking lot. Upon entering the underground parking lot, Xuanhuan saw the lean young man stop escaping. Instead of fleeing further, he turned around and looked at Xuanhuan with a mocking grin on his face. It seemed as though his eyes were treating Xuanhuan like prey that should be running away. Kid, your speed isn't bad at all. Nearly ran me out of breath. The lean young man sneered coldly as he addressed Xuanhuan with mockery. If you've chased me so doggedly, do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke to Xuanhuan, he carelessly tossed the bag he had stolen from Zhao Yaqi to one side. You came after me intentionally. A gleam of sharp insight flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes as he said coldly. Or rather, you and your gang were deliberately targeting me. Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, the black and thin man was momentarily startled. Then his face twisted into a sinister smile as he growled fiercely. Boy, your mind isn't dull, but the fact that you came here alone proves that you're not smart enough. His words just settled. And immediately, surrounding the underground parking lot, a large group of thugs emerged in droves. They instantly surrounded Xuanhuan. There were over 50 of these hooligans, each wielding machetes and looking every bit like ferocious gods and fierce fiends. Chapter 52, The First Killing. Yesterday's accidental car crash should have been your doing, right? Surrounded by so many hoodlums, Xuanhuan remained calm, narrowing his eyes and saying, I'm curious, who exactly wants me dead so badly? Kid, that's an unnecessary question. The thin, dark-skinned man ignored Xuanhuan's question, sneering and saying, You're about to die. Where do all these questions come from? Next year's today will be your anniversary of death. You are definitely going to die today. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately scoffed and then walked towards the thin, dark-skinned man, calmly saying, Since you refuse to answer properly, I'll beat you until you do. What a reckless kid. Seeing that Xuanhuan showed no fear on his face and instead walked towards him like a bull-headed youth, the thin, dark-skinned man couldn't help but laugh coldly. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he immediately gestured a big hand at the hooligans. Attack for me. Just kill him. Yes, Brother Fei. After receiving the indication from the thin, dark-skinned man, these hoodlums all responded with one voice, then began waving their machetes, charging at Xuanhuan in unison. Overestimating oneself. Seeing this, Xuanhuan immediately snorted coldly, and his body suddenly moved, not showing any signs of hesitation in his actions. He was like a fatal ghost, moving swiftly through the crowd, while these hoodlums holding machetes couldn't even catch his shadow before they fell to the ground, emitting cries of pain. There was absolutely no unexpected occurrence. In merely a minute's time, these hoodlums had all collapsed heavily on the ground, each of them emitting cries of painful moans. Xuanhuan's fast and fierce actions left the leading thin, dark-skinned man wide-eyed and completely stunned. He turned pale with fright, his lips uncontrollably trembling, unable to utter a word. Now he fully understood why Xuanhuan had always remained exceptionally composed from start to finish. Turns out the person he was dealing with was someone as skilled as the Grim Reaper. Brother Fei, right? Can you answer my question now? After resolving these hoodlums, Xuanhuan continued walking toward the thin, dark-skinned man, indifferently asking, I don't want to repeat my question. Consider carefully whether or not you will honestly answer my question. Seeing Xuanhuan approaching again, Brother Fei, the nickname for the thin, dark-skinned man, started sweating profusely, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Thud, thud. Xuanhuan's footsteps resounded in the empty underground parking lot. It felt as if they were directly stepping onto the heart of the thin, dark-skinned man. Each heavy thud made him extremely tense, sounding just like a death warrant. Bang. When Xuanhuan was within 3 steps of the thin, dark-skinned man, he could no longer bear the oppressive aura Xuanhuan brought. His legs gave way, and he knelt down. Beg mercy. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Please, big brother, don't kill me. It was evident that the thin, dark-skinned man began frantically knocking his head on the ground, continuously trembling and begging Xuanhuan for mercy. Lift your head up, speak. Who wants me dead, and who sent you? Xuanhuan looked coldly down at the thin, dark-skinned man kneeling and frantically banging his head on the ground, harshly questioning him. Big brother, I really don't know who wants to kill you. Hearing this, the thin, dark-skinned man immediately stopped knocking his head, lifting it slightly and quaveringly replied. It's a man called Zhang Biao. He gave me some money and a picture of you, telling me to take care of you secretly. Who is Zhang Biao? Xuanhuan's eyes flickered as he continued to ask coldly. At the sound of this name, he knew he had never met this person. Big brother, I really don't know. We've only ever been in contact online. If you don't believe me, I can show you our transaction records. The thin, dark-skinned man answered shakily without hiding anything. Great, I've finished asking my questions. Hearing these words from the thin, dark-skinned man, Xuanhuan nodded slightly, unwilling to continue asking more questions. He knew clearly that if the other side contacted this man online, there would probably not be much useful specific information gained from him. Big brother, I've answered all your questions. Please let me off. Please don't kill me. After answering Xuanhuan's questions, the thin, dark-skinned man knew that the next moment would decide his life or death, and promptly began knocking his head repeatedly and begging for mercy. Rest assured, I am a very timid person. I dare not kill. A glint of coldness flickered in Xuanhuan's eyes. He simply reached out and patted the thin, dark-skinned man on the shoulder, sneering as he uttered a few words before picking up Zhao Yaqi's bag and turning to leave. Phew. Seeing Xuanhuan so cleanly turn and walk away, the thin, dark-skinned man couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief as he immediately got up from the ground. He glanced at Xuanhuan's retreating back, disappearing entirely into the depths of the underground parking lot, then looked down at all the thugs lying heavily injured on the floor, his face contorted with resentment as he muttered venomously. You disabled so many of my brothers in one go. You'd better not give me a chance. If I get the opportunity, I will absolutely kill you, you son of a dog. Just as this thought crossed the thin, dark-skinned man's mind, suddenly, an inexplicable stabbing pain shot through his heart, and his heartbeat quickened drastically, causing his complexion to suddenly pale drastically as his expression twisted in extreme agony. Unable to suppress a painful groan, the thin, dark-skinned man clutched his chest with both hands and slowly collapsed onto the ground, his pupils growing gradually hollow and unfocused until they completely lost all light. Even in his final second before death, he could not fathom why his heart had suddenly developed such an issue. On the other side, in about a minute's time, that guy must have already checked in at the King of Hell's palace. As soon as the thin, dark-skinned man perished, Xuanhuan, who had just stepped out of the underground parking lot, accurately passed judgment in his heart, speaking silently to himself. When patting the thin, dark-skinned man on the shoulder just now, he had secretly injected a tiny stream of true energy into the man's body, making it look extremely plausible that the thin, dark-skinned man would suffer a sudden cardiac arrest after his departure. The thin, dark-skinned man had accepted someone else's assassination job and repeatedly attempted to kill him for money, and Xuanhuan naturally had no intention of letting the man off easily. After all, if he were not a highly skilled martial artist well-versed in ancient combat techniques, under the circumstances posed by those thugs earlier, any ordinary person would have been left without a trace. To put it simply, his principle was always, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them, but if they do offend me, I will retaliate. Chapter 53, Modesty Between Men and Women. Phew. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, barely suppressing the storm of emotions in his heart. This was his first act of killing, although it was done using secret medical techniques. But to say that there wasn't even a hint of nervousness in his heart would be complete nonsense. Yesterday, an accidental car crash was orchestrated. Today, another similar event occurred. It seems whoever is behind this wants me dead, so I need to find out who this person is as soon as possible. Otherwise, this will never end. After regaining his calm, Xuanhuan's eyes began to glimmer with uncertainty as he whispered to himself. At this moment, all I know is someone named Zhang Biao wants to kill me. Who exactly is Zhang Biao? Is there anyone else behind him? I don't know anything about this, but maybe Jinyu Society can help investigate. Jinyu Society is one of the 3 major underground powers in Jiangzhou, with extensive connections across all levels of society. In terms of information channels, they are far-reaching and possibly more efficient than the government authorities when it comes to investigating things like assassinations. Thinking thus, Xuanhuan took out his phone and made a direct call to Jin Hongmei. South brother, we just spent one night apart, and you're already calling sister. Do you miss me? As soon as the call connected, Hongmei's sultry laugh came through from the other side, filled with suggestive innuendo. Despite speaking through the phone, Xuanhuan couldn't help but blush deeply, causing his mouth to feel dry and tongue-heavy. Cough. Xuanhuan forced a dry cough to steady his nerves, realizing that in this area, he was no match for Jin Hongmei. Therefore, he went straight to the point. Sister Mei, I'm calling you because I want your help in investigating something. Nan brother, tell me what you need investigated. As long as I can help, I'll do my best. Hongmei's tone on the other end became serious upon hearing this. Someone wants to kill me, but I have no clue whatsoever. I hope you could help me look into who's after me. Xuanhuan walked back towards the square where Zhao Yaqi waited while talking gravely to Hongmei over the phone. Someone wants to kill you? Hongmei on the other end sounded immediately startled. All her flirtatious undertones were gone as she asked coldly with a note of confusion. We've already warned the Su family not to take any form of retaliation against you. Could it be that the Su family has insisted on sending people after you? Not the Su family. Before Hongmei finished speculating, Xuanhuan immediately negated her conclusion. Last night at the entertainment center, he had just disabled Su Liang. Yet, before he offended the Su family, there was already an incident of an unexpected car crash arranged by a thin dark man intended to kill him. Clearly, the thin dark man wasn't sent by the Su family. They had absolutely nothing to do with each other. South brother, please share the specifics with sister then. Hongmei continued asking on the other end of the phone. Sister Mei, here's the situation. Xuanhuan nodded and recounted the entire story of yesterday's accident and the recent incident at the underground parking lot to Hongmei, without holding back any detail. A person called Zhang Biao. South brother, sister understands now. I will deploy all available resources to investigate this individual. Once I get any leads, I will let you know immediately. After hearing Xuanhuan's full account, Hongmei quickly pledged her cooperation. Sister Mei, thank you very much. Xuanhuan replied with gratitude. So South brother, since sister is helping you with this favor, my chest still feels uncomfortable. You should find time to give sister a massage again. Once the formalities were concluded, Hongmei on the other end exposed her seductive nature once more, her sultry giggle sparking all kinds of lewd thoughts. Even though she knew Chun-Nan was being targeted, she wasn't concerned about him getting involved in accidents. The reason is simple. Chun-Nan's abilities are strong enough. In short, there won't be more than 10 ancient martial artists in the whole Jiangzhou area. To her knowledge, none of these martial artists within the region would pose any mortal threat to Chun-Nan currently. After all, Jiangzhou isn't a major metropolis, and most of these acknowledged martial artists merely possess skills at the entry level of dark force cultivation. There haven't been many instances of advanced dark force cultivators appearing. Hearing Hongmei's words, Chun-Nan's mind instantly replayed last night's intimate scene, flushing red. Cough. Sister Mei, let's discuss this later, I'll hang up first. With an awkward cough, he ended the call with Jean Hongmei. A moment later, Chun-Nan returned to the square. Upon seeing his figure, Zhao Yaqi, who had been anxiously waiting, breathed a huge sigh of relief. From chasing the thin dark man to the underground parking lot, and then returning here after making a phone call to Jean Hongmei, it actually took no more than 10 minutes. Yaqi, the thief who snatched your bag has been driven away by me. Here is your bag. I have retrieved it for you. Chun-Nan approached with a hint of a smile on his face and handed the bag over to Zhao Yaqi. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Zhao Yaqi the actual situation in order to prevent her from being overly worried. Chun-Nan, are you injured anywhere? Does any part of your body hurt? Zhao Yaqi didn't take back her bag, but instead used her delicate hands to check if Chun-Nan had any injuries, while anxiously questioning him full of concern. Perhaps even she herself hadn't noticed, but under her state of disarray caused by worry, she had unintentionally broken through an emotional barrier and taken a small step closer to Chun-Nan. Yaqi, don't worry, see, I'm fine. Upon seeing Zhao Yaqi's action, warmth surged in Chun-Nan's heart, and he voluntarily turned around once. He knew that Zhao Yaqi had experienced quite a fright, so to divert her attention, he immediately joked. Yaqi, men and women should maintain modesty between them. We are still standing in the square. It wouldn't look good if we're seen by others. If you want to feel my body, we should at least find a secluded place without people around. As soon as these words left Chun-Nan's mouth, Zhao Yaqi trembled slightly, pulling her delicate hands back instantly like she had been electrocuted. Her concerned expression was quickly replaced by a blush, and she looked down shamefully in embarrassment. Chapter 54, Fire Accident. However, it wasn't long before Zhao Yaqi realized the smile on Chun-Nan's face and immediately understood that he was deliberately teasing her. She quickly snatched her bag from Chun-Nan's hand, her face slightly flushed as she softly stomped her foot and murmured, "You're so annoying." After speaking, she turned away from Chun-Nan and ran briskly towards the Qin Group building. Unnoticed by others, a faint trace of sweetness curved her lips at the very moment she turned. Yaqi's temper really can't handle jokes about men and women, Chun-Nan remarked with an awkward dry cough, thinking his words had been too much, possibly making Zhao Yaqi dislike him. He shook his head helplessly and started walking towards the Qin Group building to go to work at the security department. At noon, after finishing his shift, Chun-Nan left the Qin Group building, took a taxi, and headed directly to the blind date location. 10 minutes later, suddenly, ahead came a cacophony of sounds. The flowing vehicles stopped abruptly, and the taxi Chun-Nan was in was also stuck in the traffic. "Sir, I'm sorry." The taxi driver apologized preemptively, fearing Chun-Nan might get impatient and leave. He explained, "There's a fire ahead. We may have to wait here for a while. I'll just get out here. I'll pay you the full fare without any deductions." Upon hearing this, Chun-Nan nodded, paid the driver the full fare, then got out of the car. He didn't need the driver's explanation. Even he noticed the loud sirens and blazing fire up ahead. Clearly, the fire ahead wasn't minor, and there was no telling how long the road would be blocked. Since he had promised Zhao Guan to meet his blind date on time for dinner, he couldn't renege on his word, or else Zhao Guan and Fang Ying's faces would lose face. With that thought in mind, Chun-Nan decided to walk past the fire control zone, then take another taxi to the blind date location. At this moment, an 18-story residential building was ablaze with sparks, thick smoke rolling out. "Everyone, please stay safe. Retreat quickly, don't get too close." A fire captain on site yelled loudly, his expression grave as he tried to manage the disorder around him. Right at that moment, several Jiao Audi cars raced up and screeched to a stop at the scene of the fire. Several government officials quickly stepped out. Judging by their attire, they were evidently leaders of high rank. The man at the forefront had a square face, sporting a beer belly, wearing heavy black-rimmed glasses. "Huang Vice Mayor, what brings you here personally?" Seeing this middle-aged man approach, the fire captain immediately greeted him warmly. "How is the situation now?" Huang Zhen's expression grew somber as he waved off formalities and went straight to the point. He was the Jiangzhou official in charge of this sector, and upon learning of this serious fire, immediately interrupted a meeting to rush over. In a few days, the newly appointed mayor of Jiangzhou would assume office. At such a critical juncture, if an accident occurred under his jurisdiction and caused major casualties in the fire, it would be difficult to evade responsibility. "Huang Vice Mayor, the fire in this residential building has been preliminarily controlled, and most of the residents inside have been safely evacuated. However, as the fire captain truthfully reported the current situation to Huang Zhen, his sentence was cut short. You must be the leader, right? Wailing. Leader, please, save my 2 children. Wailing. My 2 children are still trapped upstairs and haven't come out yet. At this moment, a woman suddenly rushed forward and knelt down before Huang Zhen, sobbing and begging for mercy with broken heart cries. Sister, please get up first. Huang Zhen reacted swiftly, helping the woman up, consoling her urgently. Please calm down first. Protecting the lives and property safety of the people is our duty. We will do everything we can to safely rescue your 2 children. As he spoke, he turned to look at the fire captain and asked sternly, "What happened? There are still 2 children in the building who haven't evacuated." Huang Vice Mayor, I was about to report to you. The fire captain hurriedly continued to update the fire conditions and said, "This sister is the resident of the 18th floor involved in the incident. According to her earlier statement, she went out to buy vegetables and forgot to turn off the stove while boiling water, causing the fire. But now is not the time to dwell on the cause of the accident. Just give me the key points." Huang Zhen waved his hand to cut off the fire captain's words and asked solemnly with a serious expression, "Her 2 children have not evacuated yet. Wasn't it said that the fire was under preliminary control? Why haven't you rescued those 2 children until now?" Huang Vice Mayor, here's the situation. Upon hearing this, the fire captain stopped momentarily, then hurriedly continued. The 18th floor is too high for our rescue equipment to effectively extinguish the fire, so the flames spread quickly on that floor. Based on our drone investigation, the sister's 2 children are currently unconscious and unable to cooperate with our rescue operations, making it extremely difficult for us to rescue them. We can only send people directly inside to carry out the rescue. He paused briefly. Seeing Huang Zhen's expression turn increasingly grim, he quickly added, "Rest assured, Vice Mayor Huang, we're already finding ways to send personnel into the 18th floor for rescue, and it will just take some time, about 15 minutes. After hearing what the fire captain had to say, Huang Zhen's face softened somewhat as he gave a slight nod. Rescuing a fire on the 18th floor indeed presented a significant challenge, and he knew that the firefighters were doing their utmost without any slack. There's no time. Wailing, my 2 children both have hereditary asthma. Wailing, they can't endure the smoke-filled environment. They won't last this long." The woman involved in the incident did not feel relieved upon hearing the exchange between Huang Zhen and the fire captain. Instead, she cried even more violently. She suddenly knelt down again at Huang Zhen's feet, panic-stricken and could only cry and beg, "Please save my children." Wailing, "Leader." Wailing, "I implore you, save them. Sister, please get up." Huang Zhen promptly helped the woman to her feet once again. Without immediate solutions, he could only console her repeatedly. "Don't worry. No matter the cost, we will do everything in our power to rescue your 2 children." Chapter 55 Climbing to the 18th floor. Hey, those poor 2 kids, with so much smoke caused by the fire and their hereditary asthma, they must be in a very dangerous situation now. Yes, considering the current situation, it seems like the chances of those 2 children surviving are slim, and the likelihood of the firefighters rescuing them safely is extremely low. The onlookers, witnessing the heart-wrenching scene of the woman involved kneeling and crying to Huang Zhen, couldn't help but feel sorry for the 2 children, their hearts heavy with unease. Human hearts are made of flesh, and there's compassion for parents everywhere. Anyone who watches helplessly as their 2 children fall into danger would react just like this woman involved, only able to cry endlessly in despair. "Look, who is that person?" Just then, some sharp-eyed onlookers noticed a thin figure swiftly climbing from one floor to another along the windows and eaves, and immediately let out a shout of surprise. My goodness, could he really intend to climb up 18 floors with his bare hands to rescue those 2 children? Wow, he's a true hero. This sudden exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention to that thin figure, causing many people to gasp in astonishment. "Captain Zhang, is that young man one of your firefighters?" Huang Zhen also immediately noticed the figure rapidly climbing the building and asked, furrowing his brows. No, the fire captain naturally saw that thin figure too. His expression was filled with panic as he shook his head and hurriedly said, "Vice Mayor Huang, I apologize. This is our oversight." This person rushed through the cordon line, impulsively wanting to save the 2 children alone. "I'll have someone stop his reckless behavior right away. This is an 18-story high-rise. If he runs out of strength or loses his footing, even a slight mistake can lead to another fatal fall accident. Without any safety measures, even the most agile firefighter wouldn't dare attempt such a perilous rescue mission. Or rather, this simply isn't a rescue task that can be accomplished by one individual." Wait. Huang Zhen suddenly stopped the fire captain with a gesture, looking at the quickly climbing figure, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Take another look carefully. This person isn't ordinary. Perhaps he truly has the capability to rescue those 2 children. So fast." Upon hearing this, the fire team hastily looked back at the figure, and they were all instantly shocked. In just a short conversation with Huang Zhen, the figure had already climbed to the 10th floor. What astonished him more was that the figure didn't seem exhausted yet, not slowing down even a bit. It continued effortlessly toward the 18th target floor. The victimized woman, upon hearing Huang Zhen's words, immediately ceased her crying. She looked at the incredibly brave figure, and her previously dim, despairing gaze gradually lit up. Heaven, is this person Superman or something? He's absolutely incredible. Hurry, quick, record this. This is undoubtedly a blockbuster news piece worthy of trending hot searches. The onlookers, of course, also noticed the prowess of that figure and were stunned, several becoming so emotionally stirred that they couldn't help but pull out their phones to start recording. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan, who was swiftly ascending the building, paid no attention to how much shock his actions had brought to the crowd present. He had seen, while passing by the fire scene, the heart-wrenching sight of the victimized woman sobbing over her trapped children, and without hesitation, chose to step in and help. As long as those 2 children haven't been completely burned to death, then I still stand a chance of saving them. I hope they can hold on. Xuanhuan muttered inwardly. Being a child who grew up in an orphanage, he understood the pain of losing close family members more than anyone else, which made him especially unwilling to see a grim outcome. Soon, Xuanhuan reached the 17th floor, with the fire floor just above. With both hands gripping the edge of the roof, he expelled his internal energy forcefully, utilizing the powerful inertia to break through the window glass, executing a fluid backward flip directly into the 18th floor. The fierce flames and thick, billowing smoke obscured the vision inside the floor. Xuanhuan immediately activated the penetrating vision of his fire-eye purple pupil and instantly located the two unconscious children lying in the bedroom. They were a brother and sister pair, one a boy of about 3 or 4 years old, the other a girl around 7 or 8. The fire was growing larger every second. Xuanhuan didn't have time to think. He rushed into the bedroom, quickly grabbed the two children with both hands, then ran to the window he had broken through earlier and leapt directly down. In the startled cries of countless onlookers, Xuanhuan landed steadily with the two children onto the safety air cushion that the firefighters had prepared well in advance. This was an 18-story fall. Even though he was a martial artist of ancient arts, without the safety air cushion, jumping down like this would most likely result in being smashed into a pulp. At least with his current level of skill, he wouldn't be able to land safely without the assistance of the air cushion. After successfully rescuing the two children to safety, medical personnel who had been ready for some time immediately surrounded him, taking the children from his arms to perform emergency care on the spot. Young man, you've got quite the skills. At this moment, Huangjin quickly approached Xuanhuan and smiled as he said, your act of bravery that put your life at risk has filled everyone here with admiration and emotion. It has caused all the citizens of Jiangzhou to respect you deeply. His mood couldn't help but improve significantly. With the two children now successfully rescued by Xuanhuan, it meant that there would be no casualties in this fire accident. May I ask who you are? Xuanhuan looked at the man, confusion evident on his face. Sir, this is Deputy Mayor Huang of our city. Before Huangjun could reply, the fire captain who followed closely behind introduced him to Xuanhuan. Oh, Deputy Mayor Huang. Realizing the man's identity, Xuanhuan was slightly startled, and then responded with a smile. I just happened to pass by the fire scene and merely did what should have been done. As long as the two children are safe, that's all that matters. He had barely finished speaking, when a sudden heart-wrenching cry burst out from the side. Chapter 56, Proactively Networking. My children. It was the involved woman who was crying bitterly while lying over the two children. Huangjun's expression changed, and he immediately ended his casual conversation with Xuanhuan as he hurried over and asked, what happened? Director Huang, these two children were hit by thick smoke at the fire site. Coupled with an acute asthma attack, they had already stopped breathing during their unconsciousness. We really couldn't save them. A female doctor in a white coat didn't dare to conceal anything, explaining with a sigh. Stopped breathing. Upon hearing this, Huangjun's face turned ghastly pale. He thought Xuanhuan's brave intervention would have been enough to save the children, but alas, it was still too late. No, my children aren't dead yet. Please, doctor, save my two children, save them. The involved woman could not accept this cruel reality. She tightly clutched the doctor's hand, sobbing and pleading repeatedly. Sister, please bear it. Your two children truly have. The doctor shook her head. Although her heart was heavy, she intended to speak according to the facts. Perhaps I can save these two children. At that moment, Xuanhuan, walking over, directly interrupted the doctor's words. Young man, do you also practice medicine? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Huangjun immediately asked, looking skeptical. The female doctor and the fire captain furrowed their brows slightly, doubting what Xuanhuan said. Despite being shocked by Xuanhuan's skills in saving the children from the building, they understood that having the ability to rescue someone does not necessarily equate to the ability to heal. Young man, can you save my children? Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the grieving mother felt as if a drowning person had caught hold of a lifeline, and immediately grabbed Xuanhuan's hand, crying out shakily. Please, please save my children. I beg you. Because Xuanhuan had heroically saved her two children just moments ago, she inexplicably trusted him completely, without questioning his words. Sister, don't worry, I will do my best. Xuanhuan gave a firm nod, saying nothing more, and quickly squatted down to feel the pulses of the two children. Just as I predicted, these two children haven't been without a heartbeat for long. They are indeed still savable. After checking both children's pulses, Xuanhuan let out a small sigh of relief. Thinking along these lines, under the astonished gazes of Huangjun and others, he took out the acupuncture needles from his pocket and began treating the children. In merely 3 minutes, he finished and stood up, concluding the treatment on both children. Young man, seeing you taking the pulse and administering acupuncture needles, so you're actually a traditional Chinese medical practitioner too. Seeing how fast Xuanhuan had finished the treatment, Huangjun couldn't help but laugh wryly, consoling. Life and death are obstacles none of us can leap over. You've done all you could for these two children. Both the fire captain and the female doctor also slightly shook their heads, believing that Xuanhuan had merely made a futile effort. Deputy Mayor Huang, both children are fine now. After hearing Huangjun's previous consolation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly before saying straightforwardly. It only required 1 minute to treat them, but to cure their hereditary asthma thoroughly, I spent an extra 2 minutes. What did you say, young man? Upon hearing these words, Huangjun immediately widened his eyes, momentarily thinking he might be hallucinating. Let me check. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, the female doctor crouched down immediately to examine the children. When she detected the two children's heartbeats using the stethoscope, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A miracle. The two children are actually alive again. She had double-checked thoroughly before. The two children definitely had no heartbeats left, meaning the next step should have been issuing a death certificate. However, after Chun-Nen administered acupuncture for just a few minutes, the two children were somehow revived. What else could this be but a miracle? At this time, the two children provided direct evidence affirming Chun-Nan's words. Mom, Mom. The sister and brother slowly opened their eyes and woke up, shouting upon seeing the woman. Linger, Xiaodong. Thank goodness you're safe. You've scared Mom half to death. The woman hugged her children tightly and burst into tears again, overwhelmed with joy. Seeing the scene, all those present were moved and instinctively focused their attention on Chun-Nan, their expressions filled with intense shock and admiration. No one would have thought that not only had Chun-Nan climbed up to bravely rescue the two children, but he also managed to bring them back to life. Such agile prowess, such medical ability. How could it not leave every person present shocked and admiring? Young man, I never would have guessed that you possess not only such excellent skills, but also such remarkable medical expertise. At such a young age to be this capable is truly surprising. Huang Zhen looked at Chun-Nan, realizing he couldn't see through this young man at all, so he sincerely expressed gratitude. Thanks to your presence here, otherwise these two children might have faced dire consequences. On behalf of the entire Jiangzhou capital, I want to thank you for your act of righteousness. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly smiled and asked, Young man, what's your name? Deputy Mayor Huang, my name is Chun-Nan. Chun-Nan smiled and replied, Brother Chun, hello. Huang Zhen extended his hand toward Chun-Nan with kindness and said with a smile, Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Huang Zhen. I wonder if we could get to know each other and become friends. Leaving aside the incredible agility, the medical skill of this young man before him was indeed impressive. In his estimation, Chun-Nan's medical abilities wouldn't be inferior to Gu Jia's patriarch Gu Yu, certainly making him worth approaching humbly for friendship. The surrounding crowd saw Deputy Mayor Huang Zhen of Jiangzhou lowering his status and actively seeking acquaintance with a young person, and they were greatly astonished. But after the initial surprise wore off, these people recalled Chun-Nan's recent actions and began to think that Huang Zhen reaching out to befriend Chun-Nan seemed like a reasonable move. It's an honor for me, Chun-Nan, to make friends with Brother Huang. Chun-Nan immediately extended his hand to grasp Huang Zhen's firmly, replying in a respectful yet composed tone. Haha, Brother Chen's disposition. I like it, brother. The respectful yet amicable title, Brother Huang, that Chun-Nan used caused more admiration to flicker in Huang Zhen's eyes, making him burst into joyous laughter. Chapter 57, Lin Yuanyuan's Snobbishness. Following that, Chun-Nan chatted idly with Huang Zhen for a few sentences. After accepting the verbal gratitude of the woman involved who was full of thanks, he quickly left the fire scene. He still had to rush to a blind date, and naturally couldn't stay there any longer. Moreover, his presence there wouldn't be of much help anymore. Half an hour later, Chun-Nan got out of the taxi and came to a high-end restaurant named Xuanhuan. The place where Zhao Guowen sent him for the blind date was this very restaurant. He walked into the restaurant and looked toward the spot where the blind date had been pre-booked. A young woman was already seated there. She was dressed exquisitely and had a face of considerable beauty. Is my blind date actually her? When Chun-Nan clearly saw the features of that young woman, he froze momentarily, feeling utterly surprised. He recognized this young woman. She was his former high school classmate, Lin Yuanyuan. He dropped out in the second year of high school, but even after so many years, he still remembered Lin Yuanyuan vividly, simply because she had left a profound impression on him. On one hand, Lin Yuanyuan's academic performance was exceptionally outstanding, often ranked second in their class, just behind him each time. On the other hand, she was the only girl in school who had confessed her love to him openly. Lin Yuanyuan once secretly invited him to the school rooftop and expressed her affection. At this moment, Lin Yuanyuan also noticed Chun-Nan walking into the restaurant, but she seemed not the least bit surprised. With an impatient expression, she gestured for him to come over quickly. Yuanyuan, it's been a long time. Chun-Nan couldn't help but blink. He immediately sat down across from Lin Yuanyuan, smiling and greeting her warmly. He and Lin Yuanyuan were both top students. They used to discuss study problems a lot when they were in school, so they got along quite well. Naturally, he addressed her as Yuanyuan, just like when they were in school back then. However, Lin Yuanyuan had indeed changed a great deal from before. In Chun-Nan's memory, Lin Yuanyuan was petite, with heavy round glasses perched on her nose, making her overall somewhat like Zhao Yiqi, a simple and unadorned girl. But seeing Lin Yuanyuan now, she was dressed in luxurious fashionable brands, adorned with precious jewelry around her ears and neck, with an elegant makeup that completely erased her former innocence. Had it not been for a familiar small red birthmark near her ear, he would have truly failed to recognize her as Lin Yuanyuan. Chun-Nan, you're late. Lin Yuanyuan paid no attention to Chun-Nan's greeting. She glanced at him arrogantly, not concealing the disdain in her words, and said unhappily, Now we're all adults. Even though we were classmates in high school, after such a long time, calling me Yuanyuan is inappropriate, isn't it? People who don't know might think you've already become my boyfriend. After Lin Yuanyuan spoke these words, Chun-Nan froze immediately and realized instantly. Not only did Lin Yuanyuan's appearance change drastically, her personality and way of dealing with others had also undergone a complete transformation. She was no longer the Lin Yuanyuan in his memory. Simply put, Lin Yuanyuan had grown very snobbish. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. I didn't expect my blind date to be you. Upon realizing this, Chun-Nan's smile immediately faded slightly, and he cleverly changed the way he addressed her, explaining, On my way here, I encountered a fire accident and helped rescue two children. so I arrived a bit late. Pausing for a moment, he added with a faint smile. Besides, I reached here less than a minute past our agreed-upon time, so it doesn't really count as being late. He could understand Lin Yuanyuan's changes inside and out. After all, society is not like school. Society is essentially a complicated vat of colors where people can easily be transformed into something different. Even he himself, after experiencing Luo Weiwei's betrayal and deceit, had unknowingly changed quite a bit. In other words, not everyone can remain true to themselves like Zhao Yiqi, who maintained her modesty and simplicity throughout her life from studying at school to working professionally, seemingly always retaining a timid and pure heart beneath her plain exterior. You ran into a fire accident on your way, and you saved 2 kids. Hearing Chun Nan's explanation, Lin Yuanyuan was filled with disbelief at once, sneering. Chun Nan, if you want to show off in front of me, there's no need to use such an excuse. You used to be an honest and obedient model student while studying, and I never imagined that you'd turn out to be so adept at seducing women and boasting now. Seeing that Chun Nan seemed about to say something more, she cut him off again with a wave of her hand and said, All right, I'm hungry now, let's order some dishes first. After we finish eating, we can talk about each other's situations during this blind date. After saying this, she no longer paid any attention to Chun Nan, calling the waiter on her own initiative and beginning to place an order. Miss Lin, I don't think the 2 of us can eat so many dishes. I don't think it's necessary to order so much. As Lin Yuanyuan kept marking off items on the menu, Chun Nan immediately furrowed his brows and couldn't help but speak up. The dishes Lin Yuanyuan had ordered were not only numerous, but also all expensive high-end ones. Clearly, 2 people wouldn't be able to eat all of them. This was pure wastage. Chun Nan, I am already giving you a huge face by coming out for this meal with you. If you cannot even afford the meal, do you even need to come on a blind date with me? Lin Yuanyuan continued marking off items on the menu while casually replying to Chun Nan with a few sentences filled with an arrogant sense of superiority. Hearing these words from Lin Yuanyuan, Chun Nan's expression turned slightly grim, and he felt an impulse to simply get up and leave. However, he thought that if he did that, Zhao Guan and Fang Ying might feel awkward, so he forcibly suppressed this impulse. He had originally come here just to deal with the blind date situation, yet Lin Yuanyuan showed absolutely no consideration for their old classmate relationship and openly treated him as a sucker. He wanted to see how this familiar yet strange Lin Yuanyuan would treat him next. All right, bring these dishes first. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Come back when I call you. Lin Yuanyuan handed the menu over to the waiter and arrogantly instructed. She had naturally noticed that Chun Nan's expression was unappealing, but it didn't concern her in the slightest. After all, in her heart, she genuinely believed that coming out for a blind date with Chun Nan was already a tremendous honor for him. Chapter 58, Kneeling to Borrow Money. Very soon, the dishes that Lin Yuanyuan had ordered were one by one served on the table by the waiter. Lin Yuanyuan didn't bother to invite Chun Nan at all, and started enjoying her meal on her own after picking up the chopsticks. Although many of the dishes were high-end and expensive, she only took a bite from each before putting down her chopsticks, obviously finding them unappetizing. This caused her to call over the server halfway through her meal and order several more precious dishes that she hadn't tried yet. Chun Nan watched this scene expressionlessly, without saying anything more to Lin Yuanyuan, nor moving his chopsticks even once. At this moment, no matter how delicious the dishes were, he was too lazy to lift his chopsticks. More importantly, he didn't want to be the sucker paying for this meal. He wouldn't move his chopsticks, and naturally wouldn't pay the bill either. 20 minutes later, after Lin Yuanyuan had already eaten and drunk her fill, she finally put on an act and asked Chun Nan a question. Why aren't you eating? Don't these dishes suit your taste? Miss Lin, let's not beat around the bush. Chun Nan didn't feel like exchanging polite words with Lin Yuanyuan and bluntly said, Since we're both here for a blind date, let's talk about our respective situations according to the rules. If it's not suitable, then consider this as catching up with an old classmate. Even though he was just going through the motions, it was still necessary to follow the process in order to complete the format of a proper blind date. He knew very well that the dating wouldn't succeed, but he still needed a reasonable explanation to give Mr. and Mrs. Zhao when he returned home. Sure, if you say so. Lin Yuanyuan sneered and nodded arrogantly. I graduated from a renowned finance university in Nanjing, and I now work at Huaxia Bank, one of the big 5 banks. I'm the lobby manager at the Jiangzhou branch, responsible for serving wealthy VIP customers and major business owners. My annual income is at least 600,000 yuan. She paused briefly. Then she looked at Chun Nan disdainfully and boastfully added, In just a few years after graduation, I bought a house and a car in Jiangzhou entirely on my own, and my parents are proud of my achievements. She thought herself to be very outstanding and originally considered coming for a dinner blind date to be beneath her. But when she learned from her mother that her dating partner this time was her former classmate, Chun Nan, she immediately agreed to come to the dinner. She agreed not because she still harbored any feelings of love or wanted to marry Chun Nan. Rather, she wanted Chun Nan to know how excellent she has become, and for him to regret rejecting her confession. Of course, even if Chun Nan had accepted her confession back then, given her current insights and standards, she would have considered him far unworthy of her and would absolutely not have continued pursuing a relationship with him. Chun Nan, I did have some good feelings for you in the past, but you rejected me for Luo Weiwei. Even though I don't care about you anymore now, you should definitely regret it. After finishing her introduction, Lin Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel refreshed inside, as if she could already see the look of remorse on Chun Nan's face. Miss Lin, it seems you are indeed very successful. However, after hearing Lin Yuanyuan's words, Chun Nan remained unperturbed. simply giving a perfunctory agreement. Without a trace of emotional burden, he began to introduce his own situation and said with a faint smile, "My job is just an ordinary security guard. I don't own a car or a house right now, so I guess we two are not a match." After finishing speaking, he got ready to leave, thus bringing their blind date to an end. Wait. Seeing Xuanhuan so calm and nonchalant, showing no signs of regret on his face, and even planning to end the blind date himself, Lin Yuan suddenly felt uncomfortable and sarcastically remarked, "Xuanhuan, it seems to me that you've already gotten used to being a lazy waste of life. You probably don't know this yet, but among our entire class, you and Deng Mingho are the ones who have fared the worst." She paused briefly before coldly adding, "To be honest with you, I'm organizing a class reunion tonight, and your buddy Deng Mingho will also attend. He plans to shamelessly kneel before all classmates to beg for money, and I see you will eventually fall into the same miserable fate as him. Why does Deng Mingho need to borrow money?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xuanhuan instantly sat back down again, frowning and asking involuntarily. Ever since he started high school, Deng Mingho had been his desk mate, and they were extremely close friends. He understood Deng Mingho's character and temperament. Unless faced with an overwhelming calamity, there was no way he would ever lose his dignity and beg his classmates on his knees for money during a reunion. As for whether Lin Yuan's story was true or not, he didn't doubt it for a second. As the class monitor, Lin Yuan naturally had a very clear understanding of each student's situation. "Why should I tell you why he wants to borrow money?" When Xuanhuan asked her, Lin Yuan completely ignored him and instead scoffed mockingly. "Even if I told you his situation, do you really think you have the means to help him with your current sorry state? You're just a low-level security guard earning a few thousand yuan. Don't waste time offering meaningless verbal concern. Tell me the gathering location. I will attend this alumni reunion." After hearing her words, Xuanhuan didn't bother to argue with Lin Yuan and immediately asked another question. Since Lin Yuan wouldn't tell him, he would go ask Deng Mingho in person to fully understand the matter. "You're going to attend this alumni reunion?" Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and then sneered. "Xuanhuan, if you want to participate in the reunion, as the class monitor, I welcome it. However, I must warn you that both Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei will be attending this time. You won't need me to tell you how awkward it'll be for you, right?" Pausing briefly, she added sarcastically, "Tianming now owns a company and is the most successful businessman among our classmates. Everyone wants to use this opportunity to build a relationship with him. There's such a big gap between you two now, so I advise you to give up any thoughts about Luo Weiwei." The emotional drama involving Xuanhuan, Luo Weiwei, and Li Tianming had already spread widely within the alumni group over the past few days. Now everyone knew that Luo Weiwei and Li Tianming were secretly a couple, and Xuanhuan had unknowingly been raising someone else's child for 7 years. Precisely because of this knowledge, Lin Yuan felt deep down that having dinner with Xuanhuan under the pretense of a blind date was an act of giving him face while belittling herself. Chapter 59. The Four Young Lords of Jiangzhou. "Miss Lin, are you done talking?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xuanhuan paid no heed whatsoever and replied indifferently, "Whether Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei attend the school reunion or not has nothing to do with me. My ties with them have ended long ago. You can now tell me the gathering's address." At the beginning of his relationship with Luo Weiwei, his good friend Deng Mingho had earnestly warned him many times, telling him that Luo Weiwei had ulterior motives. He explicitly told him they were not suitable for each other and urged him not to drop out of school because of Luo Weiwei. Unfortunately, he not only didn't listen to Deng Mingho's advice at the time, but also doubted his well-meaning intentions, angrily shouting at Deng Mingho back then. He even dropped out of school without informing Deng Mingho, causing them to lose contact ever since. Regarding this matter, there was inevitably a thorn in his heart, feeling he always owed Deng Mingho an apology. This time, when he learned Deng Mingho was facing difficulties, if he had no ability, it would be fine. But since he did have the capability now, he certainly had to lend Deng Mingho a hand. The classmate gathering starts at 7 tonight, at Fuguei Farm. You can come if you wish. In response to Xuanhuan's inquiry, Lin Yuan harbored no intention of hiding the truth. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth as she answered directly. In her view, Xuanhuan attending the classmate gathering would essentially amount to nothing more than inviting humiliation upon himself. "I will surely attend." Xuanhuan nodded slightly, then rose from his seat, saying calmly, "Miss Lin, I imagine you coming here wasn't really for matchmaking. If there's nothing else, let's end this farce between us." Having said that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Lin Yuan stretched out her hand and held on to Xuanhuan, arrogantly stating, "Xuanhuan, whether this matchmaking is a farce or not, my coming out to eat with you counts as giving you face. Settle the meal tab before leaving." "Miss Lin, your face is too expensive for me, Xuanhuan, to afford." Xuanhuan glanced at the table full of expensive dishes, then said indifferently, "The food was eaten by you alone. Naturally, the bill must be settled by you." Having said that, he pushed aside Lin Yuan's hand and walked straight toward the exit. "Indeed, a pauperous waste. Your whole life will be like this, forever unable to enjoy 4 dishes." Watching Xuanhuan's back about to walk out of the restaurant, Lin Yuan couldn't help but look extremely displeased, cursing silently inside. She felt increasingly that her previous judgment must have been wrong. How could she ever have developed feelings for someone like Xuanhuan? On the other side, inside a luxurious club, Yang Hao, the crown prince of one of the 5 great families, the Yang family, was seated on a sofa drinking red wine and conversing with 2 playboy young lords. One of these playboy big shots had a conspicuous rooster hairstyle, wore large steel hoop earrings, and possessed a towering muscular physique. This muscular youth was none other than the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the 5 great families, Zhoulong. The other playboy young lord was a slick-backed, oiled-up gentleman, wearing white-rimmed glasses, appearing scholarly and clean-cut. He was similarly the eldest son of one of the 5 great families, the Feng family, Feng Wenyuan. Jiangzhou had 5 great families, Yang, Su, Zhou, Feng, and Shun. These 5 great families had always worked together, jointly monopolizing over 80% of Jiangzhou's medicinal herbs, thus maintaining a very amicable relationship. Among them, only the current master of the Shun family lacked male offspring. All the other 4 family heads had sons. Therefore, people locally referred to Yang Hao, Zhou Long, Feng Wenyuan, and Su Liang collectively as the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, with their relationships remaining exceptionally close. Mr. Yang, is the chunin you mentioned really that difficult to handle? At this moment, Zhou Long drank a large gulp of red wine and then questioned. Of course, Yang Hao slightly nodded his head, glaring fiercely. This guy messed up my affairs. He touched Qin Bingyue's body. Yesterday's car accident failed to kill that guy. So in the morning, I secretly hired dozens of desperate thugs to deal with him. Yet surprisingly, it still didn't succeed. After pausing, he looked at the thoughtful Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, chuckling derisively. Zhou Lord, Feng Lord, haven't I already told you, last night in the bar, the person who crushed Su Young Master's balls, making Su Young Master a eunuch, is this guy named Chun Nan. As fellow members of the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, when Su Liang ran into trouble last night, the 3 immediately went to visit him at the hospital. When they found out that the person who stepped on Su Liang's balls, the one who slept with Qin Bingyue, was the same man, Yang Hao was truly shocked and surprised beyond measure. Young Master Yang, dozens of desperados couldn't deal with that guy. It seems this kid has remarkable skills. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Zhou Long nodded and grinned wickedly. What do you plan to do next against that kid? Just say the word, brother will fully support you. Yang Xiao, Zhou Xiao's words represent my stance as well. Feng Wenyuan adjusted his glasses frame and lightly chuckled in agreement. Although none of them had met the man named Chun Nan, after he offended Yang Hao and now Su Liang, they, as the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, would naturally not let Chun Nan off easily. To put it another way, on the turf of Jiangzhou, no one in the past dared to mess with the 4 young lords. Now that someone dared, there must be a heavy price to pay. This kid is hard to deal with. We need to find an opportunity. Let's hold off for now. Yang Hao shook his head slightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam as he spoke. According to what young Master Su said, it appears this guy has some kind of intimate relationship with the Goldfish Gang. Since even the Su family hasn't moved yet, we few individuals should also avoid hasty actions. He didn't expect at all that Chun Nan, who seemingly by accident slept with Qin Bingyue, was just a low-profile passerby, someone he could manipulate however he wanted. However, it was now clear that Chun Nan not only had formidable skills, but also had connections with the underground force known as the Goldfish Gang, making him definitely not an easy target. In that case, I'll follow young Master Yang's lead. When the time comes, young Master Yang just needs to inform me, and whether manpower or resources, there won't be any issues. Zhou Xiao's meaning is also my opinion. Hearing Yang Hao's words, Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan exchanged glances before nodding one after another and declaring their positions. Haha, come on, let's toast. For the stance taken by Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, Yang Hao's face revealed a satisfied look, and instantly he raised his glass with a burst of laughter. After finishing this drink, he stopped talking about Chun Nan, a hint of lust emerging in his eyes as he smiled slyly, and said, Zhou Xiao, Feng Xiao, I heard that this club has recently welcomed a batch of high-class beautiful ladies. Do the 2 of you have any interest in playing? Chapter 60 Class Reunion. Mr. Yang, I have no interest in the hostesses here. I've had enough to drink, so I'll be off. Upon hearing this, Feng Wenyuan immediately smiled and shook his head lightly before bidding farewell and standing up to leave. You know me, Mr. Yang. I have even less interest in these hostesses. I'd rather find my own fun. We'll meet up for drinks another time, gentlemen. Zhou Long also rose from the sofa, grinning as he placed down his wine glass and followed suit, leaving the club. These 2 are still the same as ever, more abnormal than normal. Among the 4 great young lords of Jiangzhou, it seems only I remain a normal man. Seeing Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long leave successively, Yang Hao felt not an ounce of surprise, merely shaking his head with a sneer. Feng Wenyuan appears scholarly, but his tastes are peculiar. He exclusively indulges with pregnant housewives, making him a classic example of a sophisticated degenerate. Zhou Long is tall and muscular, a strong bodybuilder, yet his orientation is problematic. He doesn't like women, only men. As for Su Liang, who used to enjoy women just like Yang Hao, now has been castrated by Chun Nan. Night. Rich Farmer's Manor. Though called a manor, it isn't located in the suburbs but within the city limits of Jiangzhou itself, a place for gatherings that truly exemplifies finding peace amidst hustle. The manor only contains 9 private rooms, each complete with a rustic courtyard styled after a farmhouse, creating the sensation of instantaneously transporting city-dwelling wanderers back to their hometowns and allowing them to fully immerse in the rural atmosphere. It's challenging to find such a place for gatherings within the city, which is why Rich Farmer's Manor has consistently thrived in business, requiring reservations well ahead of time. At this moment, room number 7 at the Rich Farmer's Manor. A grand round table was laden with fine fruits, delicacies, and wines, with the edges occupied by young men and women already seated around it. These were none other than classmates from Chun Nan's high school class who came for this reunion. Among them, Lin Yuanyuan, Li Tianming, Luo Weiwei, and several others, were already seated, occupying prime positions right next to each other at the center of the gathering. Laughter echoed throughout, as everyone exchanged cheerful banter, creating an ambience brimming with liveliness. However, observant individuals could plainly see that most of the group revolved around conversations with Li Tianming, every word laced with subtle flattery. Class monitor, I've heard that Xuanhuan works as a security guard now. Will he come to this reunion? Just then, a plain-looking man, riddled with pockmarks, turned toward Lin Yuanyuan to inquire. When he questioned Lin Yuanyuan, his face twisted into a mocking smirk, his tone filled with undisguised ridicule. This unappealing man was Zhang Yang, once a troublemaker in the class with abysmal grades, someone who during school days always found fault with Xuanhuan, who topped their class academically. Knowing about the strained relationship between Xuanhuan and Li Tianming, Zhang Yang brought up Xuanhuan intentionally, aiming both to humiliate Xuanhuan in front of everyone else and ingratiate himself with Li Tianming. That's correct. I accidentally met Xuanhuan while shopping, told him about the reunion's address and time, and he said he would definitely come. Hearing Zhang Yang mention Xuanhuan, a touch of derision crept onto Lin Yuanyuan's delicate features as she responded coolly. But now, the reunion is almost over, and nearly everyone is here except this guy. I reckon he won't come. She certainly wouldn't disclose during the class reunion her lunchtime meeting with Xuanhuan for a blind date, deeming it an utterly embarrassing act to lower herself by dating someone like him. Class president, stop looking out. I bet that Xuanhuan simply didn't dare to show up. On cue, Zhang Yang interrupted with a grin. With Tianming here, how can that guy possibly dare? If he insists on continuing pursuing Weiwei, he'll only make a fool out of himself. Precisely what Zhang Yang said. Tianming now is a successful entrepreneur, and Weiwei was our school flower. They two are indeed a perfect match, whereas Xuanhuan, he's merely trying to swallow a swan like a toad. Another male classmate quickly chimed in. Ho ho, your metaphor is somewhat crude. I think Xuanhuan is nothing but a haughty frog dog who kept clinging onto Weiwei for 7 or 8 years without avail. Weiwei never gave him a chance. He's but a slobbering dog at Weiwei's feet, a female classmate agreed. Zhang Yang, everything you people have said makes sense, and as the person involved, I wholeheartedly agree. As they listened to the humiliating comments about Xuanhuan, Li Tianming's face lit up with a satisfied smile, and he chuckled in agreement. Ha ha. With Li Tianming's words trailing off, everyone immediately burst into joyous laughter. Their laughter brimmed with mockery of Xuanhuan as well as sycophancy toward Li Tianming. Among all present, apart from a few classmates who remained silent in neutrality, only one male classmate, slightly plump in build with a round face, revealed a trace of anger in his gaze. He couldn't help but feel indignant for Xuanhuan. Everyone at the scene knew that in this matter between Xuanhuan and Luo Weiwei, Xuanhuan was merely the deceived victim, while Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei were the ones morally corrupted. Yet, these people fawned over Li Tianming so much that they didn't mention the truth at all. Instead, they kept mocking Xuanhuan, distorting the facts by alleging it was Xuanhuan who constantly pestered Luo Weiwei. Their faces, their behavior, it was truly repulsive. Den Mingho, you seem to disagree with what we've said? Having noticed the unmasked anger on the face of the round-faced male classmate, Li Tianming asked him with a faint smirk. I remember you used to be Xuanhuan's seatmate, right? You two were good friends, weren't you? You're absolutely correct. Den Mingho nodded without hesitation and replied. I was good friends with Xuanhuan. We used to be good friends, and we still are today. He paused for a moment. Then he glanced around at those present mocking Xuanhuan and added. I'm not someone who confuses right and wrong, nor am I one who abandons morality for personal gain. Even though Xuanhuan left school halfway through, he will always remain my best brother. While saying this, Den Mingho heavily emphasized phrases like confusing right and wrong, abandoning morality for personal gain, and best brother. Upon hearing Den Mingho's words, Li Tianming and the others' expressions instantly darkened. Those ridiculing Xuanhuan had certainly heard the implicit criticism of themselves when Den Mingho talked about confusing right and wrong and abandoning morality for personal gain. And Li Tianming also understood that the phrase, best brother, in Den Mingho's mouth carried a tone of contempt towards him. After all, everyone in the entire class once knew how Xuanhuan regarded Li Tianming as his best brother. But now, Li Tianming's actions made them disgusting, completely violating the meaning and value behind the term, best brother. Chapter 61, $100 per kowtow. Deng Mingho, what are you sneering about? As the class monitor and organizer of this reunion, Lin Yuanyuan immediately rebuked coldly. If you're going to attend this reunion, speak properly and don't ruin everyone's mood. Yuanyuan, you shouldn't have let this guy attend the class reunion. He's as repulsive as that waste Xuanhuan. Luo Weiwei glanced at Deng Mingho and said coldly, Luo Weiwei is right. Such a person is annoying and doesn't deserve to be here. Zhang Yang immediately got up from his seat, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed a wicked grin on his face. Deng Mingho, will you leave voluntarily, or should I throw you out? He did this to ingratiate himself with Luo Weiwei. After all, Luo Weiwei's current relationship with Li Tianming was well known. Winning her favor would be akin to courting Li Tianming. Wait. Li Tianming suddenly waved his hand and smiled, saying, Zhang Yang, don't get rough. We're all classmates here. Since it's a class reunion, Deng Mingho naturally has the right to participate. Pausing for a moment, he added with a smirk, although my relationship with Xuanhuan isn't good now, if he came to the reunion, I, Li Tianming, would warmly welcome him. Once Li Tianming spoke these words, Zhang Yang instantly froze, and after realizing, quickly flattered with a laugh. I see that Brother Ming truly has a broad perspective. If Brother Ming you've spoken, then I won't drive him away. Others present, upon hearing Li Tianming's words, also felt somewhat surprised inside. Only Deng Mingho didn't think much of Li Tianming's remarks, silently scoffing in his heart about his hypocritical face. He knew very well that Li Tianming inviting Chun Nan to the reunion was just about showing off his superiority and humiliating Chun Nan in the process. It had been such a long time since they last met. Although he wanted to catch up with Chun Nan too, under such circumstances, he actually wasn't too keen on seeing Chun Nan come to the reunion. Zhang, I heard you're still unemployed at home. This call of Brother Ming made Li Tianming feel greatly satisfied. Laughing, he said, I remember you used to fight a lot during school, and your martial skills were decent. My company lacks a security captain earning 10,000 yuan a month. Are you interested? Brother Ming, I am willing. Zhang Yang was delighted inwardly. Excitement showed on his face, and he nodded fervently. He was the one who cared most about flattering Li Tianming among those present, and it was all for the benefit of such an opportunity. He hoped Li Tianming could help bring him along. Seeing this, everyone looked at them enviously, thinking that Li Tianming must indeed have become a wealthy big boss, casually giving Zhang Yang a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan per month. Most of them couldn't achieve that kind of wage. Thinking this, the group started imitating Zhang Yang, shamelessly calling Li Tianming Brother Ming and flattering him more openly. Such results were exactly what Li Tianming wanted to see. Haha, laughter erupted from him as he basked momentarily in pride and his vanity being thoroughly fulfilled. The purpose of attending the reunion was for this exact moment. However, soon, when Li Tianming noticed that only Deng Mingho seemed to have no intention of bowing down and licking his boots, it finally annoyed him enough to decide that Deng Mingho deserved a lesson. Deng Mingho, you're participating in this reunion for a certain purpose, aren't you? Li Tianming smirked playfully, then said, I heard from the monitor that your father's company went bankrupt, and your dad jumped off a building after being chased by creditors. Now he lies in the hospital in a vegetative state, and your mom also fell ill over this matter and is hospitalized too. You've come here to kneel and beg for money from your classmates. You're right. Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, Deng Mingho nodded without denying it. Before coming here, he did have this idea, to borrow some money to cover the medical expenses for his parents' lives. But once arriving here, that thought vanished completely. Because of how these people mocked Chun Nan earlier, he realized that even if he were to discard his dignity and beg for money from them, not only would he likely receive none, but it would probably only invite more mockery. In other words, the classmates he once knew had largely changed after stepping into society, becoming self-serving and practical. If you want to borrow money, I have plenty. Li Tianming brought the suitcase under his foot onto the table, opened it to reveal stacks of $100 bills, and then said with a mocking smile, Here, this is 1 million yuan. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I'll lend you $100 per kowtow. How about that? This 1 million yuan was originally intended to show off in front of Lin Yuan as funds for her to manage his finances. 1 million yuan. Seeing Li Tianming casually take out 1 million yuan in cash, everyone's eyes lit up with greed, and they couldn't help but gasp. The visual impact of 10,000 yuan in cash is already strong, let alone 1 million yuan. One kowtow gets you $100. Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, Deng Mingho's face turned pale with a surge of anger welling up inside him. With this 1 million yuan, his current predicament could indeed be alleviated instantly. The key issue was, even if he smashed his head until it bled, he wouldn't borrow more than 10,000 yuan, obviously implying Li Tianming's offer to lend money was false. Intentionally mocking him was the real intention. Deng Mingho, what are you waiting for? Brother Ming is willing to lend you money. Why aren't you seizing the chance to kowtow? Seeing that Deng Mingho didn't move, Zhang Yang immediately chimed in mockingly with great enthusiasm. Yes, Deng Mingho, why are you just sitting there like an idiot? Hurry up and kowtow to Brother Ming. Haha, one kowtow can borrow you $100. If this were my good fortune, I'd have already started kowtowing to Brother Ming long ago. That's right, Deng Mingho. It's not easy borrowing money these days. Just kneel down quickly. Led by Zhang Yang, several male classmates who wanted to curry favor with Li Tianming joined in laughing and urging Deng Mingho on. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan and Luo Weiwei both wore smirks on their lips, finding amusement in the situation. But a few female classmates felt uncomfortable in their hearts, thinking Li Tianming's behavior went too far, trampling Deng Mingho's dignity underfoot. Li Tianming, isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? A girl with a clear-cut face finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. After all, we're all classmates. If you truly want to lend Deng Mingho money, then just do so to help him through difficulties. There's no need for this kneeling and kowtowing performance, is there? Xiaolan, thank you for speaking up for me. Deng Mingho suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with pain and inner turmoil, bitterly saying, I'm desperate for money right now, and what they said isn't wrong. Kneeling once earns me $100. For me, this is a good thing. After saying these words, in the midst of Zhang Yang's amused expressions, he walked over to Li Tianming's side, ready to kneel and kowtow. However, at this very moment, a familiar light laugh suddenly rang out. Howsy, if you need money, I'll give it to you, but I certainly don't agree with you bowing down to anyone. Chapter 62, Everyone's Mockery. The words had just fallen silent. A young man with a slightly refined face and a thin figure walked in gracefully. Chun Nan. Upon seeing him, everyone present showed expressions of surprise. How did you come? Deng Mingho's eyes brightened as well. He then seemed to recall something and sighed, saying, This class reunion, you really didn't need to come. Necessary. Xuanhuan patted Deng Mingho on the shoulder without any extra talk and said directly, "How's he? I heard you're in trouble. How much money do you need? Tell me, and I can give it to you." In fact, he had arrived here a few minutes ago, hearing all the conversations inside the private room. However, he received a strange call outside the door and made another phone call to an acquaintance, which delayed him for several more minutes. He was also deeply touched in his heart. He didn't expect that Deng Mingho still considered him a good brother all this time. Even now, facing Li Tianming's sarcastic ridicule, he still chose to stand up and defend himself. "And I'm glad to see your sincerity." Deng Mingho shook his head lightly, with a bitter smile. "But I'm heavily in debt right now, and my parents are lying in the hospital, costing a lot. Let's not talk about it." In his view, Xuanhuan was just a common security guard living frugally. Where would he have spare money to help him? "How's he? Whatever amount you need now, I can provide." Xuanhuan patted Deng Mingho's shoulder again and said with a smile, "Moreover, your parents' illness, I can actually cure." "Xuanhuan, haven't seen you for so long, and you're already talking big. Now you don't even plan out your bragging anymore." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's conversation with Deng Mingho, Zhang Yang immediately sneered, glancing at Xuanhuan's outfit worth less than 200 yuan from a street market. His eyes were filled with contempt as he mocked. Deng Mingho took over his father's debt and is burdened with at least several million yuan of debt now. Just look at your sorry self. Can you afford so much money? After a pause, the disdain on his face deepened, continuing, "And what did you say? That you can cure his parents' disease? Do you think you're a divine doctor or something? You even dare to boast like that? In my opinion, you've come here just to act as a funny clown. Are a few million that much?" Xuanhuan sneered and then nodded calmly. "You're right, I am indeed a divine doctor right now. Ha ha, ha ha ha." Upon hearing that Xuanhuan not only treated several million as nothing but also admitted to being a divine doctor, everyone except Deng Mingho burst into laughter. "Xuanhuan, I see you're completely out of your mind. You shouldn't have come here. You should go straight to the psychiatric hospital." Zhang Yang laughed until tears streamed down his face, making loud noises and mocking. "Xuanhuan, I didn't expect that after being rejected by Wei Wei, you'd develop mental problems. This is all my fault," Li Tianming said with a full sense of superiority, smirking wickedly. When Xuanhuan joined Qin Corporation as a security guard previously, he even seemed to have established a connection with Qin Bingwei of Qin Corporation, which did indeed shock him. But, at the end of the day, Xuanhuan was merely a common security guard, having a vast gap compared to the successful businessman he had become today. A waste remains a waste. Luo Weiwei looked at Xuanhuan disdainfully and sneered. "Xuanhuan, now all you can do is talk big to seek attention. By doing so, you make me Luo Weiwei look down on you even more. Xuanhuan, will you die if you stop blowing smoke? At noon, you boasted about saving 2 children in a fire. Fine, let that pass. But now, coming here and claiming to be a divine doctor, I think you're beyond redemption." Lin Yuanyuan shook her head slightly, already feeling utterly disappointed with Xuanhuan, mocking him. Although others didn't speak, their laughs continued unabated. Clearly, they all thought that Xuanhuan was boasting. "You, Zhang Yang, you have lung cancer at its terminal stage, and I judge that you won't live more than 3 months. You, Luo Weiwei, suffer from sunlight depression, and now the fetal heartbeat in your body is extremely unstable. I judge that recently you can't stop vomiting and have diarrhea. You, Lin Yuanyuan, currently have plum blossom toxicosis. I judge it stems from chaotic personal life, probably infected by some man, isn't it?" At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly pointed at these people with his finger, casually blurting out their physical conditions. Pausing a moment, he finally pointed at Li Tianming with his finger, his lips curling into a meaningful smile, adding, "As for you, Li Tianming, you are currently suffering from irreversible male dysfunction, completely losing the ability of being a man. I judge that you have recently been unable to engage in marital relations. It's quite reasonable to say that you're now a eunuch." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, people couldn't help but exchange glances. The private room fell silent instantly, descending into absolute quietness for a moment. 10 seconds later, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Everyone in the private room burst into uncontrollable laughter once again. Clearly, these people still entirely didn't believe what Xuanhuan had said. Not mentioning the conditions of Zhang Yang, Lin Yuanyuan, and Luo Weiwei, based on what Xuanhuan said alone, that Li Tianming has completely lost his manhood. They wouldn't believe it 10,000 times over. "I have late-stage lung cancer, and I won't live more than 3 months." Right at this moment, Zhang Yang was one of those laughing the hardest, his laugh filled with mockery towards Xuanhuan. "Haha, Xuanhuan, seeing how seriously you tell absurdities makes me want to die from laughing at you." Li Tianming, Luo Weiwei, and Lin Yuanyuan also laughed loudly along with him. However, if someone sharp-eyed carefully observed, they would notice that their smiles were extremely forced, as ugly as it could possibly be. Zhang Yang might not know his own health condition, but these three knew all too well about themselves. They were inwardly shocked and disbelieving since the verbal diagnoses made by Xuanhuan were completely accurate. But at this point, in order to maintain their dignity, there was no way they could admit that what Xuanhuan said was correct. On the contrary, they had to act as though they knew nothing, joining everyone else in roaring with ridicule at Xuanhuan. It wasn't until much later that Zhang Yang's group finally began to settle down their laughter. Now when looking at Xuanhuan, their gazes already contained unmasked contempt. Deng Mingho, although he hadn't ever mocked Xuanhuan, his complexion started turning somewhat unnatural. He didn't understand what was going on with Xuanhuan now. After such a long time apart, why did he start talking nonsense, unable to hold back his tongue? Chapter 63, Unyielding Words. After the laughter of everyone settled down, Chun Nan, alright, I'll tentatively believe that you are a divine doctor. Zhang Yang was not planning to let this topic slide so easily. He wanted to continue seeing Chun Nan embarrassed. Thus, with a mocking tone, he deliberately said, however, since you're such a miraculous doctor with such high medical skills, why do you still look so impoverished? The clothes you're wearing don't even cost more than 200 yuan, it seems. Zhang Yang, ha, don't hurt others' faces or expose their weaknesses so directly. Perhaps Chun Nan is just intentionally being low-key. One female classmate chimed in sarcastically. That's right. I think perhaps Chun Nan is playing a sly fox and pretending to be a pig to eat tigers. His net worth might already be higher than our Ming Ge. Another male classmate laughed sarcastically. Net worth higher than mine? Li Tianming immediately sneered after hearing this. Then he dumped all his million cash onto the table, creating an eye-catching pile of money. He mocked without any restraint. Chun Nan, I can easily take out 1,000,000 yuan in cash. You, as this so-called divine doctor, probably won't earn this much in your entire life. How can you possibly compare with me? At this point, Li Tianming no longer cared how Chun Nan had known his private matters from the past few days, about him being unable to engage in intimacy. Now, all he wanted was to maintain his sense of superiority, proving the gap between Chun Nan and himself to the group. I have no interest in money. Chun Nan couldn't help but laugh lightly, and said playfully, Li Tianming, since you want to compete with me, I'll achieve my first small goal by making $1 billion, showing you how utterly wrong you are about underestimating me. Saying this, he immediately took out his phone and called someone. Right in front of everyone, he told them, I've changed my mind. I will treat your grandfather, but my fee is 1 billion yuan in cash. Within 15 minutes, I expect 1 billion yuan in cash to appear before me. After saying this, he hung up. 1 billion yuan for treatment fees? And it has to be cash. Seeing Chun Nan make this seemingly serious call, and hearing these astonishing words over the phone, everyone was momentarily stunned. When they finally processed what happened, am I hearing this correctly? This kid says he charged 1 billion yuan in cash for treating someone. This guy must be some kind of genius talent. Zhang Yang, none of us heard wrong. I think Chun Nan here has completely lost his mind. People couldn't stop laughing for the third time at this statement, with Zhang Yang laughing so hard that he started slapping the table. The laughter was persistent and harsh. The mockery aimed at Chun Nan reached its peak. Deng Mingho's face also turned crimson. With this shocking statement from Chun Nan, Deng Mingho was almost ready to find a crack in the ground to hide. This round of mockery towards Chun Nan lasted the longest compared to the previous 2 times. It took full 5 minutes before the laughter subsided. As the laughter settled down, those people looked at Chun Nan with eyes completely filled with disdain, treating him as nothing more than a clown. Alright, that's enough. Just then, Lin Yuan, who organized the class reunion, shot a look of disgust at Chun Nan and waved her hand, saying, Don't bother paying attention to him anymore. Now his skin has become so thick that boasting like blowing up the sky is merely for seeking attention. Anyway, it's time for the gathering, so let's eat and drink. Not a single person present believed in the call that Chun Nan made, and naturally, neither did she. Wait. Luo Weiwei suddenly stood up from her seat, pointing at both Chun Nan and Deng Mingho, and coldly laughed. Yuan, I lose all appetite having these two around. Why don't we just kick them out? Weiwei this. Hearing Luo Weiwei's words, Lin Yuan instantly turned to look at Li Tianming, asking silently for his opinion. Even though she had organized this reunion, the key figure was actually Li Tianming, the successful individual in the classmates' eyes. And earlier, Li Tianming had indeed said that there would be no objection if Chun Nan and Deng Mingho attended the class reunion. Class monitor, if Weiwei dislikes them, then let them leave. Li Tianming casually took the floor, gesturing at Chun Nan and Deng Mingho like dismissing garbage, with an air of overwhelming superiority and laughter. Chun Nan had already become the joke of the whole scene. In contrast, the vanity he had desired to obtain was amply satisfied, making it clear that Chun Nan and Deng Mingho no longer held any value in staying any longer. This is a class reunion. Chun Nan pulled on Deng Mingho's arm, sitting down by himself, and sneered. We are also members of the class, so naturally we have the right to attend this gathering. He paused for a moment. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he added, Besides, the entire Fuguwei farm is going to be mine soon. If I, Chun Nan, don't want to leave, who dares make me go? Once again, Chun Nan's words caused quite a stir. However, at this point, no one in the room burst into laughter. They had come to see him entirely as a clown, becoming numb to whatever he said. And stop talking. Let's leave together. Deng Mingho quickly tugged at Chun Nan's sleeve, not wanting to bring up kneeling to Li Tianming to borrow money anymore, and quietly said, These people look down on us because we haven't done well. We will only be ridiculed if we stay. It's better if the two of us go out alone and share a drink. Mysterious doctor, 100 million yuan cash, Fuguwei farm being mine soon. The words spoken by Chun Nan were certainly meant to astonish. Not only did others present find it hard to believe, but even he felt there was no way to trust them completely. Howsy, there's no need to rush. Chun Nan calmly picked up his chopsticks to eat a piece of braised pork, while laughing lightly, and saying, Some people don't want us to have fun, so why should we let them have their fun? All the good wine and dishes are already here. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Shit, you deaf bastard. Zhang Yang suddenly slammed the table and rose from his seat, rudely telling Chun Nan and Deng Mingho, You two pieces of trash. Ming has told you to get lost, so why don't you just go? Who says garbage needs to go? Chun Nan retorted instantly. The garbage I'm talking about is you leaving. Without realizing it, Zhang Yang immediately shouted an insult. But when he noticed many classmates' stifling laughs, he realized he'd walked right into Chun-Nan's trap. Seething with anger, he rolled up his sleeves and stormed toward Chun-Nan, snarling fiercely. You dare call me garbage? I've been itching to teach you a lesson for a long time now. I won't believe I'm not Zhang until I give you a proper thrashing. Chapter 64, Repulsive Face. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Yang had already taken quick steps to Chun-Nan's seat and abruptly extended his palm, intending to rudely grab the collar of Chun-Nan's shirt, quicker than words could express. Suddenly, Chun-Nan's chopsticks moved like lightning to clamp down on Zhang Yang's fingers. Then with a sudden exertion of force, snap! As the crisp sound of bone friction was transmitted, Zhang Yang immediately let out a scream of pain, causing his face to twist in agony, and he collapsed onto his knees before Chun-Nan. This sudden scene made all present gape in astonishment, and everyone quickly gasped in shock. After regaining their senses, the expressions of everyone who looked at Chun-Nan changed immediately. The contemptuous air that had viewed him as if a clown was somewhat mitigated. In their views, it seemed Chun-Nan had not only improved significantly in rhetoric skills over time, but also apparently increased in boldness, actually resorting to violence against Zhang Yang. One must remember, Zhang Yang had always enjoyed using physical violence for fighting and had been the class troublemaker, making most people keep a respectful distance, fearing to provoke him. Deng Mingho was also shocked internally, looking at Chun-Nan sitting next to him, whose eyes shone brightly, as if discovering a new continent. And Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei upon seeing this, although the expressions on their faces were difficult, there wasn't even the slightest hint of surprise. They too had recently witnessed Qin Nan's cruelty from the Qin Corporation side. If someone like Qin Yun, the younger sister of Qin Bingwei, could fall victim to him, how could it possibly be surprising when Zhang Yang became a target? I've already said it. You have only 3 months left to live. As an old classmate, I suggest you treasure your remaining life. Chun-Nan sneered while observing Zhang Yang on the ground, writhing in pain. I don't want to quarrel with a dying man, but you'd better not come bother me again. Upon finishing this sentence, he loosened his grip with the chopsticks and actively let go of Zhang Yang. Little bastard, how dare you? Clutching his swollen finger, Zhang Yang stood up instantly, furious, and grabbing a stool as he attempted to attack Chun-Nan again. But as he noticed the utterly freezing gaze from Chun-Nan, an inexplicable chill spread through him, prompting him subconsciously to stop his action, halting his curses right away. God damn it. What is this mysterious feeling of terror? Why did I get scared by someone like Chun-Nan? This is truly embarrassing beyond measure. Amidst strange looks from others, Zhang Yang's face turned crimson, holding a stool, aware of how disgraceful his current state appeared, yet unable to bring himself to strike Chun-Nan, leading to suppressed anger roaring inside. Zhang Yang, don't move. At this point, Lin Yuan, stepping forth as the class president, interjected diplomatically and spoke. We're classmates here. Gathering for this reunion isn't easy. Just put down the stool, will you? All right, President, this time I'll give you some face. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhang Yang promptly seized the opportunity and put the stool down, nodding pretentiously. However, anyone on site could easily perceive that Zhang Yang was cowed in facing Chun-Nan. Chun-Nan, since Zhang Yang has magnanimously chosen not to pursue the matter, you should apologize to Zhang Yang immediately. Lin Yuan then directed her gaze towards Chun-Nan, coldly saying, after apologizing, you should immediately leave this gathering. We do not welcome violent individuals. President Lin, your statement is too one-sided. Before Chun-Nan could utter a word, Deng Mingho frowned and retorted indignantly. Everyone saw clearly just now. It was Zhang Yang who started wanting to act violently towards Anan. Anan merely retaliated properly. How does it become Anan being labeled a violent thug through your words? Deng Mingho, when exactly did it become your turn to speak? Completely disregarding Deng Mingho's logical argument, Lin Yuan responded icily. You're worse off than Chun-Nan. Who gave you the qualification to speak here? Your act of begging Li Tianming on your knees earlier was truly disgusting. Pausing slightly, she continued frostily. Perhaps what Weiwei mentioned before was correct. I probably shouldn't have invited you to this class reunion. The reunion doesn't welcome you either. So why don't you go out together with Chun-Nan? You? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Deng Mingho couldn't help but turn red in the face, momentarily rendered speechless from fury. He had always believed that Lin Yuan was a girl with excellent academic performance and admirable character traits, even harboring unspoken affection for her during high school. But Lin Yuan's attitude now made it impossible for him to associate her with the girl he remembered from first love. Lin Yuan, you're excessively arrogant. Lin Yuan's words were far too sharp and unpleasant, causing Chun-Nan's face to immediately darken as he retorted without the slightest courtesy. You've truly changed a lot. I underestimated your snobbish nature. Believe me, I'll make you regret these words of yours. If you really were an extraordinary doctor, if you could genuinely earn 100 million yuan, this Fuguei farm resort would truly belong to you. In that case, I, Lin Yuan, would definitely feel immense regret. Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst into giggles at this, her laughter dripping with disdain and mockery. She jeered sarcastically. Chun-Nan, the arrogant one is you. You're the person who has changed the most. You're no longer the diligent student who always ranked first in academics and had limitless prospects ahead of you. Now, all you are is someone who talks big and spouts useless nonsense. You're nothing more than trash now. After speaking, she completely ignored Chun-Nan, suddenly turning to Li Tianming and saying, Tianming, there are 2 pieces of trash here trying to stick around unwillingly. I know you're acquainted with the owner of this Fu Gui farm resort. Could you ask him to come over and help us get rid of these two people? Of course, no problem. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Tianming flashed a smirk, realizing his opportunity for self-promotion had arrived again, and nodded promptly, replying, I'll get Manager Wei over here right away. Having said that, Li Tianming immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. He also deliberately turned on speaker mode so that everyone present could hear clearly. Hello, Manager Wei, it's Li Tianming. Once the call connected, Li Tianming greeted the other person proactively, even lacing his laughter with a hint of flattery. Oh, it's Mr. Li, is there something you need? From the other side came a perfunctory response from a middle-aged man. Manager Wei, it's not much trouble. Li Tianming, well aware of the other person's wealth and status, which far surpassed his own, avoided revealing his intent up front. Instead, he chose his words carefully and smoothly, laughing lightly as he continued. This isn't exploiting your connection. It's just that I've booked a private room at your Fu Gui farm resort. I'm currently having a class reunion in room number 7 of your resort. The main reason I'm calling you is simply to thank you. Chapter 65, The Boss of Fu Gui Farm. Mr. Li, it's just a small matter, nothing serious. If there's nothing else, that's all for now. The middle-aged man on the other side responded indifferently. Wait a moment, Mr. Wei. Seeing the middle-aged man about to hang up the phone, Li Tianming finally grasped the right moment and said with a smile, I actually have encountered something here and need your help to deal with it in person. He paused for a while. Afraid that the middle-aged man on the other end might refuse, he quickly changed his tone and added, Mr. Wei, I know the private club has recently imported a batch of premium wines. When time permits, I will invite you for a proper drink. Although he and Wei Gang had known each other for not long, they were introduced at an exclusive high-end private club some time ago. The so-called princesses of that exclusive club were extraordinary beauties, and at the time, they enjoyed themselves immensely. His invitation to Wei Gang to drink wine at that private club was naturally not solely about drinking. It was mainly an invitation for the other party to enjoy the pleasures provided by the female princesses. What he referred to as a batch of premium wines actually meant a new group of high-class princesses. However, since Luo Weiwei was present, he didn't want to be too explicit. Haha, Mr. Li is too kind. You're a customer consuming on my territory. Customers are always our gods. Since you've encountered trouble, it's only natural I come over. Wait for me a few minutes. The middle-aged man on the mobile phone obviously understood the implications in Li Tianming's words, and the tone of his response immediately became more enthusiastic. All right, I'll be waiting for Mr. Wei's arrival in room number 7. Li Tianming nodded with a full face of smiles, and then hung up the phone. Wow, Big Brother Ming actually knows the boss of Fu Gui Farm. It's always been heard that the private rooms of Fu Gui Farm are hard to book. Now I understand how the class president could arrange the alumni reunion here. This is thanks to Big Brother Ming. Big Brother Ming is awesome. It's rumored that the boss of Fu Gui Farm, Wei Gang, is closely related to the underground force called Jinyu Society. Amazingly, Big Brother Ming even manages to have connections with such high-level figures. Big Brother Ming, Ali Bin respect no one but you. I'll toast you a glass. So will I. Here's to you, Big Brother Ming, take it easy. After Li Tianming finished making this call, everyone started talking enthusiastically, filled with admiration for Li Tianming. Some, in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with Li Tianming, already raised their glasses and stood up, taking a bow to honor him first. At this moment, Li Tianming's face shone with a flush of satisfaction, unable to stop smiling, as if he had reached the peak of his life. His vanity was greatly satisfied, and he felt elated. Actually, there were many other ways to make Chunnan and Deng Mingho leave. There was no real necessity for the boss of Fu Gui Farm, Wei Gang, to come here in person. In other words, he deliberately let Wei Gang come in person just to show off in front of his classmates. Nan, we should hurry and leave. Seeing Li Tianming actually made a call and summoned Wei Gang, Deng Mingho got up from his seat hurriedly, with undeniable tension on his face, and urgently said to Chunnan, I've also heard my father mention before that this boss of Fu Gui Farm, Wei Gang, is an extremely troublesome character. He is backed by the underground force Jinyu Society, and possibly Fu Gui Farm is directly owned by Jinyu Society. How's please sit down. There's no need to be so nervous. Chunnan calmly held Deng Mingho's arm, making him sit down again, and said with a smile, You're right, Fu Gui Farm is indeed currently owned by Jinyu Society, but soon, it will belong to me. He paused for a while. As if he remembered something, he chuckled and added, By the way, Howsy, your family used to run businesses, and I remember you told me you like doing business as well. After Fu Gui Farm transfers into my name, I wonder if you'd be interested in helping me manage the farm. Just before entering this private room, Chunnan made a phone call to someone he knew well. That someone is the leader of Jinyu Society, Jin Hongmei. Chunnan learned Deng Mingho urgently needed money, and originally planned to transfer 1,000,000 yuan from Jin Hongmei, which he would return later when an opportunity arose. However, upon learning Chunnan was attending an alumni gathering at Fu Gui Farm and was assisting Deng Mingho financially, Jin Hongmei immediately decided to give the entire Fu Gui Farm to him outright, along with all the accumulated funds on its account. According to Jin Hongmei, this Fu Gui Farm is to be Chunnan's remuneration for supporting Jinyu Society in a crucial upcoming competition in a few days. Haha, Chunnan, you're really stubborn until you hit rock bottom. Even at this point, you still have the guts to talk big. No doubt left in my mind now. Your brain must be filled with water. Upon hearing Chunnan's statement, Zhang Yang jumped up immediately, loudly jeering. He dared not lay another hand on Chunnan, but that didn't mean he wouldn't hurl insults. His fingers were still red and swollen with excruciating pain. and he couldn't wait for Wei Gang to show up. He hoped that Wei Gang would harshly teach Chun Nan a lesson. Li Tianming, Luo Weiwei, Lin Xuanhuan, and others heard Chun Nan's words and coldly shook their heads with mocking smiles. In their eyes, Chun Nan's brainless boasting was entirely unworthy of any further response from them. Anan, what kind of situation are we in right now, and you still have the nerve to crack jokes with me? When Deng Mingho saw Chun Nan smiling as if everything was fine while speaking these words, he completely ignored them. Anxious, he grabbed hold of Chun Nan's arm and urged, "We need to leave right away, or else it'll be too late." Deng Mingho's words were yet to finish. Suddenly, Wei Gang's voice reached out before his physical presence appeared. His coarse laughter suddenly resounded from outside. "Haha, Mr. Li. I had no idea what trouble you've encountered that made it necessary for me to come over personally." Upon hearing this voice, "It's over." Deng Mingho's face instantly turned deathly pale, and his whole body went limp. Subconsciously, he let go of Chun Nan's arm, and those two words surfaced in his mind. He'd heard his father talk about Wei Gang before. Though Wei Gang ostensibly had the identity of a businessman as the owner of Fuguwei Farm, behind the scenes, he was utterly ruthless and unprincipled in his actions, possibly even with blood on his hands. A few seconds later, a man less than 160 centimeters tall, obese and round like a ball, his face filled with ugly scars, wearing a flowery shirt and big patterned pants, entered with several security personnel. This middle-aged man was none other than Wei Gang, the boss of Fuguwei Farm. "Mr. Wei, your arrival is truly an honor. Welcome, welcome." Seeing Wei Gang enter the private room with his entourage, Li Tianming immediately got up from his seat and greeted him with a fawning smile. Then, gesturing toward Chun Nan and Deng Mingho with disdain, he said mockingly, "These two caused a disturbance in our alumni reunion private room, ruining everyone's good time. We hope you can help punish them and kick them out." Chapter 66 Wei Gang's domineering nature. "Mr. Li, you are not acting honorably." Wei Gang glanced around at the people present, only giving a contemptuous look to Chun Nan and Deng Mingho before turning away his gaze with dissatisfaction as he said, "I thought you invited me over for something important, but it turns out to be such a trivial matter. I am very busy with work and do not have the leisure to specially come here to be your enforcer. Mr. Wei, sorry for troubling you over this minor issue. It's my fault." Upon hearing this, Li Tianming suddenly felt alarmed inside and quickly forced a smile, saying, "You don't need to worry. Afterward, you can pick any auspicious day and I will surely invite you to that exclusive club for a great time as an apology. To go play at that exclusive club, I can do that myself anytime. Mr. Li, would you consider me, Wei Gang, the kind of person who lacks a bit of petty money?" Wei Gang carelessly chuckled in jest. He paused momentarily. Then, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he pointed a finger towards the three female classmates present, his tone taking a lewd turn. "Director Li, I see the caliber of princesses at that club is not as high as your few female classmates. How about this instead? I'll teach these two young men a proper lesson for you. But these women shouldn't go back tonight. Stay and keep me company with a drink." The three classmates he referred to were Lin Xuanhuan, Luo Weiwei, and Xiaolan, who earlier spoke up for justice on behalf of Deng Mingho. Upon Wei Gang's words, everyone present instantly changed their expressions dramatically, a hint of anger flashing in their eyes. Most of the classmates present felt indignant on behalf of Lin Xuanhuan and Luo Weiwei, while Deng Mingho felt outraged for Xiaolan. As for Lin Xuanhuan, Luo Weiwei, and Xiaolan, the subjects of this matter, Luo Weiwei and Xiaolan were filled with fear and panic upon hearing Wei Gang's remarks, whereas Lin Xuanhuan became mentally more active instead. Chun Nan remained completely composed and completely ignored Wei Gang's presence, focusing entirely on drinking wine and eating all through from start to finish. He rushed here after work without dinner and was indeed quite hungry now. Truly speaking, the dishes at this rich farm resort weren't bad at all. It made sense they had earned a unique reputation in Jiangzhou. "Mr. Wei General Manager, could you possibly be joking with me?" Upon hearing Wei Gang's words, Li Tianming also had a rather unappealing expression. Still, stepping close to Wei Gang's side, he forced a grin nonetheless, laughing nervously as he said, "I believe you're just joking with me. Without beating around the bush, the female classmates you mentioned already have boyfriends. One of them is even my girlfriend." Everyone present knew that Wei Gang's offer for a drink was definitely not as simple as merely drinking. Naturally, everyone was clear about what Wei Gang actually intended. Slap. Just as Li Tianming finished speaking, Wei Gang abruptly slapped him hard, immediately bursting into abusive language. "You bastard, who the hell do you think you are? I called you Director Li out of respect. Without that respect, you're nothing at all." Suddenly hit by Wei Gang, Li Tianming's heart ignited with rage, wanting to retaliate, but didn't dare, left red-faced and awkwardly standing still, unsure how to handle the situation. Now he started regretting inviting Wei Gang, who turned out to be such an unruly and licentious man. If letting his girlfriend Luo Weiwei stay overnight with Wei Gang happened, then all his dignity and pride would be utterly ruined. Witnessing this scene, many people present couldn't help showing signs of fear. No one expected Wei Gang to be so brutal and domineering, openly betraying any semblance of friendliness without warning. At the same time that these people feared Wei Gang, their previously established respect for Li Tianming dropped significantly. They believed Li Tianming was too cowardly in front of Wei Gang. Wei Gang publicly proposed sleeping with Luo Weiwei and also struck Li Tianming in public, yet Li Tianming didn't even dare to say a word. Clearly, Li Tianming was not as capable as they had imagined. "Ah, so you're General Manager Wei." At this moment, Lin Xuanhuan, instead of being intimidated by Wei Gang's dominance, took the initiative to approach and chat with Wei Gang, smiling brightly as she said, "Director Wei, please don't get angry. It's only about you wanting us girls to keep you company tonight, right? Since Wei Wei and Xiaolan don't want to, I, Lin Yuan, would be more than happy to comply." She worked as the bank manager and has served various characters without much ado. One more Wei Gang wouldn't make much of a difference. Although Wei Gang was short and fat, and his appearance was rather ugly, the key was that he had money and status. She might even seize this opportunity to flatter Wei Gang. In her view, the issue of her current dignity was completely worthless compared to the benefits she might obtain from Wei Gang in the future. "Your name is Lin Yuan, right? You're really interesting. I like you." Upon hearing this, Wei Gang's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately reached out roughly to pull Lin Yuan into his arms with a lecherous grin. "Mr. Wei, stop it, I don't like that." Lin Yuan gently patted Wei Gang's chest. Though her words sounded like refusal, her body voluntarily rubbed against him. "Ha ha ha." Wei Gang's face instantly showed signs of enjoyment as he burst out laughing uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, quite a few people present couldn't help but feel unpleasant, already shocked by Lin Yuan's shameless bold moves, and feeling embarrassed and ashamed on her behalf. As the class monitor and organizer of this reunion, Lin Yuan actually shamelessly displayed such relations with Wei Gang right here in front of everyone, making many people feel humiliated. Chen Nan said Lin Yuan suffered from plum blossom poison disease due to chaotic private life. Could it be that what he said was true? At this moment, several classmates observing Lin Yuan's behavior suddenly recalled Chen Nan's earlier words, unable to resist thinking of such a notion. Enough! Wei Gang stopped laughing wildly and released Lin Yuan, then addressed Li Tianming with an insincere smile. "Director Li, your classmate Lin Yuan will stay with me tonight whether she is your girlfriend or not. Moreover, those other two women I pointed at earlier must also accompany me for the night. Surely, you wouldn't mind, would you?" On hearing Wei Gang's words, Li Tianming turned crimson with fury, his mouth opening dryly without uttering a word. In everyone's eyes, Li Tianming not speaking up was undoubtedly tantamount to direct surrender. Seeing that Li Tianming dared not voice any objections, both Luo Weiwei and Xiaolan turned pale, their hearts sinking into icy despair. Especially Luo Weiwei, whose look towards Li Tianming involuntarily reflected a shade of disappointment for the first time. "I do mind." Just then, Deng Mingho suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "I'm telling you, your actions are no different from forcibly abducting women in broad daylight. I could call the police outright." Seeing Xiaolan almost reduced to tears, and recalling how she had spoken kindly for him before, courage ultimately overcame fear within him, prompting him to stand up boldly against Wei Gang. Chapter 67, Easy Victory. Didn't expect there to be a hard bone here. Wei Gang shifted his gaze to Deng Mingho and sneered. "So it seems what Mr. Li said was not wrong. On my turf, there are still people who dare to cause trouble. I haven't even bothered with you yet, but you've already stepped forward on your own." Pausing for a moment, he couldn't hide the fierceness in his eyes as he growled menacingly, "You damn fool. You must want to die? I see you're tired of living." As Wei Gang finished speaking, the few security guards he had brought with him immediately began to slowly move towards Deng Mingho. Each of these security guards was tall and muscular, with sinister tattoos visible on their biceps. They didn't look like easy targets. Seeing this scene, everyone present was too frightened to utter a sound, and Deng Mingho's face turned pale with fear. "Had a full meal and drink. It's also good to warm up by fighting." Just then, Chen Nan wiped his mouth with a tissue and finally stood up from his seat. He patted Deng Mingho's shoulder and said lightly, "Howsy, don't worry. There's no one here who can hurt us." To Chen Nan's words, Deng Mingho bitterly shook his head and did not take them seriously. Meanwhile, the others, upon hearing Chen Nan speak, also shook their heads silently, believing that he was making reckless boasts at such a critical moment. Too mindless. What arrogance. Wei Gang coldly snorted and smirked at Chen Nan. "Another fool tired of life. Looks like your bones are harder than this kid's. Being so overconfident on my turf, you're the first one." As he spoke, Wei Gang signaled to the security guards with a wave of his hand and roared fiercely, "Take them down. Give those ignorant little bastards a thorough beating." With this order from Wei Gang, the tattooed security guards rushed over in high spirits, fists flying toward both Chen Nan and Deng Mingho. At this moment, chaos erupted in the private room, with many timid female classmates screaming in panic. "Oh Nan, move back and let me deal with these bastards." Seeing the situation, despite being scared, Deng Mingho reacted quickly and grabbed a chair to shout furiously. In his opinion, Chen Nan looked frail and would likely be defeated in one punch. However, the next scene made him completely dumbfounded. Whoosh. The instant Deng Mingho finished speaking, Chen Nan turned into a blur, meeting the tattooed security guards directly, effortlessly crushing them like an elephant trampling ants, with brutal simplicity. With a single punch, each of the guards was sent flying one after another. In less than 3 seconds' time, these tattooed security guards lay on the ground, incapacitated. This sudden scene caused everyone in the room to widen their eyes, instinctively remaining motionless where they stood. The commotion instantly vanished, and the female classmates' screams came to an abrupt halt. For a while, amidst the spacious private room, only the anguished moans of the beaten security guards could be heard, creating an eerie atmosphere. After quite some time had passed, people eventually recovered, feeling astonished to no end, unable to stop gasping in shock. Observing how Chen Nan easily defeated several towering, tattooed security guards, yet remained calm with nary a hint of exhaustion or change in expression, Deng Mingho rubbed his eyes hard. almost thinking he was seeing things. Lin Yuan, Xiaolan, and others all had looks of disbelief, as if they were meeting Chun Nan for the first time. Zhang Yang instinctively pulled his neck inward, inexplicably feeling relieved that he hadn't impulsively fought against Chun Nan earlier. As for Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei, their emotional fluctuations weren't as pronounced since they already knew Chun Nan was highly skilled. Back in the Qin group, more than 10 security guards had been defeated by him effortlessly, so it wasn't surprising when faced with just a few tattooed guards. Damn it, it's unbelievable. How did this waste, Chun Nan, suddenly become so powerful? Li Tianming felt extremely disheartened seeing Chun Nan make a name through sheer skill, and could only bitterly think to himself, Chun Nan, even if your martial prowess is exceptional, you have now thoroughly offended Wei Gang. Offending Wei Gang means offending the Goldfish Club. Let's see how long you can keep going. At this very moment, among all the people present, Wei Gang's complexion was undoubtedly the worst. Though shocked by Chun Nan's martial skills, he wasn't intimidated but rather glared angrily at Chun Nan. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a trained fighter, but injuring my men equals opposing the Goldfish Club. He paused for a bit. He added with a cold sneer, my cousin is the hall master of the Goldfish Club, Li Daqiang. If you have the guts, wait for him. I'll call him over right away. Good, I'll give you the chance to rally people. Hurry up and call your cousin. Don't make me lose patience. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan shrugged indifferently and said with a sardonic smile, Humph. After hearing Chun Nan's words, Wei Gang couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He didn't say any more nonsense, but immediately took out his phone to prepare to call Li Daqiang. However, by sheer coincidence, at this moment, Li Daqiang called him first. Wei Gang answered quickly and whispered a few simple sentences into the phone to Li Daqiang. Not long after, he hung up the phone. Haha, kid, you're really unlucky. My cousin happens to be coming here on some business. He's bringing his people over now. Even if you wanted to run, there would be no way out for you. Absolutely doomed. After finishing the phone call, Wei Gang laughed arrogantly with pride. Pausing for a moment, he scanned everyone in the private room and arrogantly continued. Tonight, I'm extremely displeased. None of you at this classmates gathering will leave easily. Right after his words, they heard a series of urgent footsteps approaching from outside. Clearly, a group of people was rapidly heading their way. Hearing Wei Gang's threats and combining it with the sound of those footsteps, everyone in the private room except for Chun Nan and Lin Yuan felt their hearts begin to race with fear. Their palms began sweating with anxiety, and their hearts jumped up into their throats. Chapter 68 Mr. Chun. Very soon, a plump man with a large gold chain around his neck and a round body rushed into the private room with a group of men in suits. This plump man was none other than one of the hall masters of Goldfish Society, Li Daqiang. The suit-clad men brought by Li Daqiang all exuded an air of ferocity, numbering over 100, instantly filling up the spacious private room. All the young men and women attending the school reunion were inexperienced and had never seen such an imposing show of force before. At once, their faces turned ashen, panic-stricken. At that moment, many people instinctively glanced at Li Tianming, believing him to be the most successful person here, and naturally expecting him to handle this situation better than them. However, when they noticed the fear and panic on Li Tianming's face, which was no less than theirs, despair quickly gripped their hearts. Just then, cousin, you came just in time. Upon seeing Li Daqiang arriving, Wei Gang immediately broke into a smile, moving forward eagerly to greet him. However, Li Daqiang did not even spare him a glance, walking past him hurriedly straight to where Chun Nan was standing. Without even wiping the sweat from his brow, he bent down at 90 degrees and greeted respectfully, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun. Following Li Daqiang's words, the over 100 men in suits swiftly took off their sunglasses and bowed deeply toward Chun Nan in unison, shouting loudly, shaking the entire private room. Dead silence. Even a pin drop could be heard. This reversal happened too quickly. At this moment, Wei Gang's smile froze on his face, completely frozen in place. Deng Mingho also stared wide-eyed, while Li Tianming, Zhang Yang, Lin Yuan, Luo Weiwei, and others, without exception, all entered a dumbfounded state, filled with confusion. It wasn't until quite a while later. Everyone gradually began to regain consciousness, staring at Chun Nan who remained composed throughout, emotions such as shock, doubt, disbelief, and more surging within them. Among everyone present, only Deng Mingho, who had a good relationship with Chun Nan, wanted to directly ask what was going on, but it was clearly inappropriate to chat idly under the current circumstances, so he forcibly suppressed his urge to inquire. All right, there's no need for such a big show. Chun Nan waved his hand dismissively, smiling faintly and saying, Masterly, was it your president who called you? Yes, Mr. Chun. Hearing these words from Chun Nan, Li Daqiang finally dared to straighten his body, pulling out a property transfer agreement from his briefcase and nodding respectfully. Our president has sent me to handle the ownership transfer procedures for Rich Farm Resort. After you sign on this document, Rich Farm Resort will officially become your property. After these words left Li Daqiang's mouth, Deng Mingho, Li Tianming, Zhang Yang, Luo Weiwei, Lin Yuan, and the rest of those who came to the class reunion experienced another wave of tumultuous emotions, feeling disbelief and shock. None of them had expected that Chun Nan's previous words would now turn into reality so miraculously. Rich Farm Resort was actually about to belong to him. Brother, what exactly is going on here? Finally snapping back to his senses, Wei Gang couldn't accept the unfolding scene for a moment, pointing his finger at Chun Nan, red eyes furiously demanding. You tell me why? Why do you show such respect to this little punk? I have always been managing the Rich Farm Resort. Why are you handing it over to him now? What exactly does he deserve? He originally thought that his cousin Li Daqiang had come here to punish Chun-Nan and give him support. Instead, his cousin Li Daqiang not only didn't stand up for him, but acted like a grandson in front of Chun-Nan, something he found hard to accept. What made him even harder to swallow was that his cousin Li Daqiang intended to simply hand over the rich farm resort he had been managing to Chun-Nan. Shut up. Upon hearing Wei Gang's words, Li Daqiang's face immediately changed. He kicked Wei Gang down with one foot. As he mercilessly continued kicking Wei Gang, he cursed angrily. You blind fool. How dare you disrespect Mr. Chun? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Rich Farm Resort is a property of the Goldfish Society. The president can gift it to whoever she wants. There's no need for you to interfere. Only after kicking his nephew Wei Gang unconscious, wide-eyed, did Li Daqiang wipe his cold sweat, hurrying to apologize respectfully to Chun-Nan. Mr. Chun, my dim-witted nephew actually dared to offend you. I'll definitely keep him well disciplined afterwards. Please, out of your magnanimity, don't take it personally. The young man in front of him, confirmed by the president, was indeed a true martial artist of ancient arts, and based on what the president mentioned, his skills surpassed hers significantly. In other words, the upcoming competition among the major underground forces would determine the survival or demise of the entire Goldfish Society, and the young man before their eyes was a key figure in this matter. In comparison, giving away Rich Farm Resort was really not a big deal. All right, for the sake of your president, I'll let this matter slide. Chun-Nan nodded, then signed his name on the transfer agreement handed to him by Li Daqiang, smiling faintly as he said, I accept Rich Farm Resort. Mr. Chun, since there's nothing else, I'll withdraw with my men, so as not to disturb your class reunion any longer. Upon seeing Chun-Nan taking over Rich Farm Resort, Li Daqiang seemed to know that Chun-Nan was attending a school reunion here. Immediately, he courteously said this. He came quickly and left just as fast, even having people drag away Wei Gang and those tattooed security guards who were injured by Chun-Nan before departing. As Li Daqiang and others left, for a time, the private room returned to tranquility, an eerily unsettling kind of quiet. Everyone stared at Chun-Nan blankly. Since Chun-Nan didn't speak, no one dared to say a word either. The way these people looked at Chun-Nan had actually all changed. But what remained consistent was that there wasn't even a trace of mockery left in anyone's gaze, as if looking at a fool. Instead, their eyes were full of unfamiliarity. Howsy, you don't recognize me anymore? Chun-Nan suddenly chuckled softly, helplessly addressing Deng Mingho. As for the others, it could be forgiven. But even his best friend, Deng Mingho, was looking at him with that unfamiliar gaze. This stirred some slight helplessness within him. Haha, Nan, you're truly incredible. That single cry of Howsy from Chun-Nan immediately erased the strange distance that had formed in Deng Mingho's heart, prompting him to excitedly rush forward and give Chun-Nan a fierce bear hug. His face flushed red with excitement as he said, I never imagined that you weren't exaggerating after all. Rich Farm Resort is now truly yours, making me feel like I'm dreaming. Speaking of which, it seemed that a thought about something else Chun-Nan had mentioned earlier popped into his mind, causing Deng Mingho to ask curiously, wait, Nan, won't someone really offer you 100 million cash next and ask you to cure them? Chapter 69, 100 million in cash. Regarding this matter, just consider me as someone who talks big. Upon hearing Deng Mingho's inquiry, Chun-Nan was momentarily stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Before entering the private room, he had received a call from an unknown number. It was xuanhuan, the granddaughter of the elder he had treated with acupuncture that morning in the park. That morning, after kindly treating the elder, he was falsely accused by xuanhuan as a scammer, which made him very annoyed. Now, the elder's condition had worsened again and was critically ill. At a loss, xuanhuan somehow managed to track down his phone number and called him again. What bothered him was that not only did her call lack any sense of apology, but she also spoke to him in a condescending tone, claiming outright that her family, the Shin family, being one of the 5 great families, could easily pay any amount if he treated her grandfather. Given how irritated he already was, he refused her without hesitation. However, after entering the private room and being challenged by Li Tianming and others, he changed his mind and agreed to treat her grandfather, on the condition that they bring him 100 million in cash within 15 minutes. With nearly 15 minutes gone, there was almost only 1 minute left, and he no longer held out much hope for this. After all, he wasn't sure whether Shin family, one of the 5 great families, would accept his audacious demand and come up with the 100 million yuan in cash. Haha, Nan, it's normal to talk big. Who here hasn't done it? You now own the rich farmhouse. You're already the most successful among us classmates. Hearing these words from Chun-Nan, Deng Mingho nodded naturally and laughed as he said. In his view, Chun-Nan inexplicably becoming the boss of rich farmhouse could be considered a once-in-a-thousand phenomenon. But the possibility of someone offering 100 million in cash just for Chun-Nan to treat them, that's an astronomical rarity, like 1 in 10 million. Far too absurd. As soon as Chun-Nan admitted that he was exaggerating, those attending the class reunion felt mysteriously relieved and found some comfort in balancing out their feelings. Especially Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. When they heard that Chun-Nan was indeed talking big, their previously unpleasant expressions began to ease slightly. It was already quite disconcerting enough for Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei to witness Chun-Nan's seeming acquaintance with President of Golden Fish Association and how the hall master, Li Daqiang, showed such deep respect towards him, even giving away the whole rich farmhouse. If proven that Chun-Nan was truly a miracle healer, earning 100 million overnight, this would have completely devastated them and likely led them into social withdrawal. Deng Mingho, I must correct your mistake, Xuanhuan snorted and loudly said. Even though Chun Nan is now the boss of the rich farmhouse, he still isn't the most successful person here. After all, it's just a farmhouse with 9 private rooms. Our Minga's company is worth close to 100 million. He's clearly the one who has succeeded the most. These days, most school reunions aren't about friendship. They are about worldly matters and vanity competition. So, at this moment, he still didn't forget to flatter Li Tianming, simply because Li Tianming promised him a security captain job paying over 10,000 monthly. Xuanhuan, on Nan's rich farmhouse. When Xuanhuan said this, Deng Mingho, who knew more about the reality of the rich farmhouse, wanted to immediately refute it. But before he finished his sentence, suddenly, buzz! A helicopter's roaring sound approached rapidly from afar. How would a helicopter come here? Everyone subconsciously turned their gaze toward the approaching helicopter, feeling puzzled. The private room at Rich Farmhouse had its own courtyard, and instead of walls, massive floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded it. Hence, everyone could clearly see the approaching helicopter. To their sight, they noticed the helicopter carried underneath it an extra-large burlap bag, quickly arriving above Rich Farmhouse, right over the courtyard of room number 7. Why does the helicopter stop right above our courtyard? What on earth is inside this large burlap bag? At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but feel extremely curious, and these 2 questions arose naturally. However, what happened next became something unforgettable for each of them. Bang! Suddenly, the helicopter dropped the extra-large burlap bag. Then, as the extra-large burlap bag fell, it burst open midair. Objects resembling small red bricks started tumbling down in bundles and soon formed a mountain in the courtyard of private room number 7. Upon closer inspection by everyone, these small red bricks that piled up like a mountain were actually stacks of 100 yuan notes bundled together in amounts of 10,000 each. At this moment, everyone was dazed as they stared at the mountain made of 100 yuan bills. It seemed almost like a mirage, a surreal sight. Each person's mind went completely blank, forgetting to blink or even breathe as if time itself stood still. It wasn't until the helicopter's roaring sound faded into the distance completely. Only then did the attendees suddenly snap back to reality. Their breathing became rapid, and almost instinctively, all eyes turned and focused intently on Chun Nan. On Nan, this can't possibly be the 1 billion cash you mentioned earlier? Deng Mingho unconsciously swallowed and stammered out, trembling as he asked. If the stack of 1 million cash placed neatly on the circular table by Li Tianming brought about a feeling of pleasant surprise with strong visual impact before, then now, the colossal mountain of cash amounting to 1 billion outside, filling the courtyard, utterly blinded everyone's eyes. The visual impact could only be described as epic level. So much cash. Had everyone not known how formidable Chun Nan had become, evidenced by what happened to the tattooed security guards, some people would likely have rushed out impulsively to snatch the money. At this very moment, Chun Nan himself was somewhat shocked by the sheer volume of cash present. Taking a deep breath, just as he was about to say something to Deng Mingho, his phone abruptly rang. This caller was none other than Shen Yuyan. Hello, Miss Shun, I didn't expect your family, the Shen family, to actually meet my demands. Chun Nan answered the call directly, cutting straight to the point without unnecessary chatter. I've already received the payment on time. Tomorrow, come find me at the Qing Corporation, and I will ensure your grandfather is returned to perfect health. Chapter 70, Smackdown. After giving Shen Yuyan a quick update, Chun Nan hung up the phone. Upon hearing Chen Nan's phone conversation, the group was now certain that the pile of cash outside, enough to form a mountain, was indeed someone else's exorbitant fee for Chun Nan's medical services, a full billion yuan. Immediately, everyone in the room sharply drew in their breath, and then burst into an excited chorus of discussion, their voices brimming with undisguised flattery towards Chun Nan. My goodness, I didn't realize Chun Nan had become so capable. Who knew from where he picked up such impressive medical skills after dropping out of school? Someone actually forked out $1 billion just to have him cure them. This is absurd. Indeed, Chun Nan has always been so humble. None of us would have believed this without seeing it ourselves. He's clearly the most successful person from our class. By the way, you all heard what Chun Nan said over the phone, right? He mentioned the Shen family. Do you think the Shen family who asked him to treat their patient could be the very same Shen family among the 5 major clans of Jiangzhou? You idiot. There's no need to ask. Only the Shen family among the 5 great families in Jiangzhou could produce such a huge sum of cash within 15 minutes. To be honest, we've all underestimated Chun Nan too much by judging him with narrow-mindedness. His connections and influence are truly immense. Not only does he know the president of the Jinyu Society, but even the Shen family, one of the 5 great families, is seeking his help. From now on, I consider Chun Nan to be the real talent of our class. To put it plainly, I've known all along that Chun Nan was a hidden dragon. Back when we were students, he was already at the top of our class, and naturally, he remains the best now. Hearing these enthusiastic words of flattery, Deng Mingho couldn't contain his excitement and laughed heartily. Ai Nan is a good brother to me, Deng Mingho. Even though he dropped out of school, he's still doing far better than any of you. Are you convinced now? Sharing in his glory, Deng Mingho, being the one with the closest relationship to Chun Nan among those present, couldn't help but feel incredibly agitated. What irritated him the most was that when he and Chun Nan first arrived here, they faced nothing but mockery and derision. Now, as Chun Nan spectacularly turned the situation around, all previous feelings of frustration and bitterness dissipated, leaving behind a sense of satisfaction and happiness.Amengbin bows to Nange first. Cheers. I admit Nange's superiority. I toast to you first. And me too. Cheers to you, brother Nan. I. Just as Deng Mingho finished speaking, everyone seized the moment to quickly respond, fearing that they'd be late. They immediately raised their glasses and drank them down, changing the address from Xuanhuan directly to Nange. They were fully aware that given Xuanhuan's current meteoric rise, he was sure to help Deng Mingho climb higher socially as well. Since these people failed earlier opportunities to build rapport with Xuanhuan and instead mocked him, they now felt compelled to act fast and do everything possible to improve their relationships with him. Enough. He's just a useless piece of trash. Why are you bowing and scraping to him like this? Unable to bear the scene before him, Li Tianming finally lost control of his emotions, unable to suppress his imbalance and anger any longer. Bang! Seeing this scenario unfold, Li Tianming, in his fury, overturned the entire round table in an attempt to stop the others from raising toasts to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, knowing the president of the Jin Yu Society was bizarre enough, as was his sudden inheritance of Fuguei Farm. Now, inexplicably, Xuanhuan had also emerged as a miraculous doctor. Moreover, one of the 5 powerful families, the Shin clan, had genuinely paid $1 billion in cash for his medical service. Each incredible event made Li Tianming feel utterly distraught, as if fate itself was playing the cruelest joke on him. Similarly, Luo Weiwei stared intently at the ever-composed face of Xuanhuan, her own complexion mirroring Li Tianming's emotional turmoil. To her ears, the calls of Nange directed at Xuanhuan by the others sounded grating and unbearable, akin to forcing her to swallow a mouthful of bile, making her chest feel extremely tight. She simply couldn't comprehend why. After only a few days of severing ties with Xuanhuan, the latter seemed to suddenly hit his stride and reverse his fortunes dramatically in such a short period. To her, this change felt completely surreal. She had always assumed that Xuanhuan, who had spent 7 years bricklaying, was destined to be an insignificant waste of life, yet now, his wealth, Fuguei Farm, and $1 billion yuan in cash, already vastly exceeded Li Tianming's net worth. What made her feel even more anguished was the realization that with such great abilities now, Xuanhuan's future accomplishments would definitely go far beyond this, reaching heights she couldn't even imagine. If Xuanhuan had been a waste, then what was Li Tianming? At this moment, those classmates who were about to spontaneously offer a toast to Xuanhuan one by one felt disgruntled by Li Tianming's sudden and irrational act of overturning the table. A few people even directly taunted him. Li Tianming, what do you mean by this? You say Brother Nan is a waste, but I think you're not even as good as waste. That's right. Just now, we all saw Wei Gang forcing Luo Weiwei and others to accompany him in sleep, and he couldn't even protect his own girlfriend. He just cowered like a turtle and didn't dare to say a word. So it's clear he's a useless coward. Exactly. Everyone saw it clearly. Li Tianming is nothing but a pretentious fraudster. Our brother, Nan, is the real talent disguised as an ordinary person. Every 30 years the river flows east or west. What goes around comes around. Just as these people had earlier flattered Li Tianming by mocking Xuanhuan, now they were flattering Xuanhuan by mocking Li Tianming. Upon hearing their words, Li Tianming couldn't help but change his complexion repeatedly from pale to red, appearing incredibly unpleasant, his chest almost bursting with anger. Haha, I think you're all inaccurate. Right at this point, as Xuanhuan's good brother, Deng Mingho delivered a lethal blow without any courtesy, laughing loudly. Brother Nan's medical skills are worth 100 million yuan, weren't they? And didn't Brother Nan say Li Tianming suffers from male sexual dysfunction and can no longer perform in bed? Therefore, to be precise, I think he should be described as a useless wimp, and on top of that, a eunuch. Ha ha ha. Upon Deng Mingho's reminder, everyone immediately burst into laughter, their gazes involuntarily falling upon Li Tianming with strange expressions. Even Luo Weiwei's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Li Tianming indeed hadn't touched her in recent days. Could it be that his thing really couldn't function anymore? You're all full of crap. I, Li Tianming, am a real man. Enraged by their mockery, which was sharp as knives in his ears, and feeling the peculiar change in everyone's looks, Li Tianming roared back furiously. It's all because of the scheming hands of this worthless Xuanhuan that I suffer physical troubles. I hate it. While shouting frantically at the crowd, deep down, Li Tianming connected the dots and realized something belatedly. His physical troubles stemmed from none other than Xuanhuan's doing. Back at the bar's restroom, Xuanhuan had strangely let him off without further harm and left behind the chilling line. Let me leave you wishing you were dead. Though Li Tianming had no idea how exactly Xuanhuan had managed this, the fact remained. If Xuanhuan truly made it impossible for him to engage in sex again, then wasn't that equivalent to making his life worse than death? However, even though he discovered this fact, by this time, he could only swallow his grievance silently, never daring to admit that there was something wrong with his body, since that represented his last shred of dignity. To put it another way, no man would willingly confess publicly that he had become incapable. Chapter 71. A truly deserving clown. Li Tianming didn't want others to think there was really something wrong with his health. He wanted to maintain what little dignity he had left, but someone, in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with Xuanhuan, ripped off his fig leaf right in front of everyone. Li Tianming, just admit it. If you can't do it, then you simply can't. Suddenly, Lin Yuanyuan stepped forward, revealing the syphilis rash on her skin without any hesitation, and said loudly, I believe now that Xuanhuan is indeed a divine doctor as claimed, because everything he said before turned out to be correct. I suffer from the plum blossom virus. She stood up against Li Tianming without reservation, ignoring any sense of shame, because she wanted more than anyone else present to build a good relationship with Xuanhuan. She wanted to ask Chen Nan to deposit that 100 million in cash at her bank, adding it to her personal performance record. After all, it was a full 100 million yuan. If Chen Nan agreed to let her handle the deposit, the benefits she could reap would be tremendous. Promotion and a raise would merely be a matter of minutes. Lin Yuan, you may trust him to be a divine doctor, but I will not. There's nothing wrong with my body. Li Tianming gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot. Plop. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly knelt down before Chen Nan, trembling white-facedly, stammering, Nan Ge, since you found out that I have late-stage lung cancer, do you have a way to save me? I don't want to die. As he begged Chen Nan for treatment, he also exposed a fact publicly to Li Tianming, lamenting, Brother Ming, everything Chen Nan said before was correct. I've been having chest tightness and shortness of breath recently. Actually, a few days ago, I went to the hospital for a physical examination. Just now, the hospital sent the results to my phone. It seems like I really do have late-stage lung cancer. Upon hearing these words from Zhang Yang, the crowd initially gasped in shock, then immediately their strange gazes towards Li Tianming changed into pity and sorrow. With the successive verification by Lin Yuan and Zhang Yang, these people no longer had any doubt about Chen Nan's medical skills, and they fully believed the fact that Li Tianming could not engage in sexual activities. Even if Li Tianming continued to deny it even at this point, it would make no difference. People already reached the conclusion in their hearts that Li Tianming might as well be given a certificate of being a eunuch. Blurt. The pity and sorrow in everyone's gaze were akin to invisible blades piercing into Li Tianming. Unable to endure, under extreme distress, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Tianming, what's wrong with you? Seeing Li Tianming spitting blood and collapsing abruptly, Luo Weiwei immediately panicked and crouched down to check. She anxiously pressed the philtrum of Li Tianming and gave a few heart massages, but still got no response. She then instinctively shouted at Chen Nan. Chen Nan, you waste of space. Why are you still standing there doing nothing? Quickly use your medical skills to save Tianming. It seemed as if Luo Weiwei still couldn't accept Chen Nan's turnaround. In her subconscious, she still viewed Chen Nan as a useless person. Luo Weiwei, if you keep calling me waste, why should I bother to help him? Chen Nan coldly snorted, unhesitatingly saying, I've got no ties with Li Tianming anymore, and I don't wish to have anything to do with you either. Your life or death means nothing to me, so watch your words unless you want me to lose patience with you. Chen Nan, I never thought you'd be such a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Luo Weiwei immediately exploded in anger, cursing, do you even have a conscience? However much I say, I'm your ex-girlfriend, and however much I say, Tianming was once your good friend too, and yet you refuse to save him when he's dying right in front of you. You're the ones without a conscience. Before Chen Nan could speak, Deng Mingho jumped in, fiercely rebutting. Luo Weiwei. Back then Nan always treated you well, and considered Li Tianming a brother, yet the two of you conspired behind his back, constantly deceiving and betraying him. It's despicable. Deng Mingho is right. I've heard about the reason why Luo Weiwei and Chen Nan broke up. You and Li Tianming, the two of you are morally corrupt scum. It's disgraceful that such people have emerged from among our classmates. Yes, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei are utterly shameless. I've disliked their faces for a long time. Disgusting. Luo Weiwei, how dare you talk about conscience now? If only the law allowed it, people like you and Li Tianming would have been sentenced to sewing machines long ago. Seeing Deng Mingho speak up for Chen Nan, many others joined in one after another. The proverb, when the wall falls, all push, came true. Before this, these people could pretend to ignore the situation and blur the distinction between right and wrong. Now everyone knew that Chen Nan was far better off than Li Tianming. Combined with the fact that Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei were known to have questionable moral characters, everyone immediately took a stand to criticize what Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei had done. Amidst endless accusations from the crowd, Luo Weiwei couldn't help but turn pale, at a loss as to what to do for the moment. Suddenly, Li Tianming, who had just been unconscious, abruptly sat up from the ground, his face flushed red like a reanimated corpse. Without a word, he rushed out of the private room and fled in disgrace. Fine, Luo Weiwei shouted once, then instinctively followed him out quickly. Her silhouette looked equally disheveled. This unexpected scene left the rest of the people present confused. They didn't understand how Li Tianming suddenly came to life. Hadn't he fainted just a moment ago? But Chen Nan merely sneered with contempt, as if he had anticipated this very reaction all along. The others weren't stupid. They quickly realized that Li Tianming had feigned fainting on purpose. There was no other reason, just that Li Tianming's face had been slapped over and over by Chen Nan tonight, leaving him losing far too much dignity in front of so many people. Ha ha ha. Once the situation became clear, the people in the room burst into roaring laughter. Their laughter rang through the entire private room, even carrying outside where it reached the ears of Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei. Hearing it, both wished their parents had given them an extra pair of legs to flee even faster. At this moment, Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei deeply realized that tonight marked the darkest point of their lives. Both clearly understood that they had become genuine clowns, truly deserving of the title. Chapter 72. Entrusted to you for management. It was only after Li Tianming and Luo Weiwei's figures completely disappeared that the crowd gradually ceased their laughter. Howsy. At this moment, Chen Nan handed over the property certificate of the Fu Gui farm he held in his hand to Deng Mingho, smiling as he said, I've already mentioned earlier that I'm planning to entrust you with the management and operation of Fu Gui farm, with an annual salary starting at 1 million. I wonder if you're willing. As he spoke, he casually pointed towards the pile of 100 million yuan cash outside in the yard and continued, laughing. That 100 million will serve as the circulating capital for Fuguwei Farm and will also be fully entrusted to you for handling and arranging. You can boldly invest in anything. Even if it's all lost, it doesn't matter. He paused momentarily. Then he added, still smiling. As for your parents' illness, you don't need to worry about it. In a while, I'll go to the hospital with you, and I'll do my best to treat uncle and aunt well. Upon hearing these words from Chunnan, everyone present was shocked instantly. They felt short of breath and began looking at Deng Mingho with eyes full of envy and jealousy, wishing they could be Deng Mingho themselves. Each person there thought that Chunnan would certainly give Deng Mingho a helping hand, allowing him to achieve success. But what none of them had expected was how simple and forceful Chunnan's method would be, treating money as if it were dirt, casually handing over the Fuguwei Farm and that 100 million yuan cash to Deng Mingho for management. Due to Chunnan, Deng Mingho's life made a complete 180-degree turn overnight, achieving a thorough comeback. Even if these people strived hard for their whole lives, fighting until their last breath, they might not reach such heights. Yet such a wonderful opportunity fell upon Deng Mingho right before their very eyes. How could it not fill them with envy and resentment? Xuanhuan, are you really going to entrust Fuguwei Farm to me for management, and also hand over that 100 million yuan in cash to me? Hearing Chunnan's words, Deng Mingho was overwhelmed with emotion. His nose stung, his eyes quickly turned red, and he couldn't help but ask tremulously. He hadn't imagined that the playful talk Chunnan had with him earlier would actually come true so soon. Fuguwei Farm plus 100 million yuan in cash. It was such immense wealth and assets. It was enough to cause rifts even among blood brothers. Yet, Chunnan had given them all to him without any reservation, showing absolute trust in him. Of course, Chunnan slightly nodded, understanding Deng Mingho's sentimental nature. He teased humorously on the spot. How about it, Howsy? Are you moved to cry in public? There are so many people watching. No matter how much money there was now, to him, it was merely a string of numbers, something he didn't take too seriously about. Of course, the key was that he indeed trusted Deng Mingho entirely. Plus, since Deng Mingho's family used to be in business, entrusting his assets to Deng Mingho for management and operation was quite appropriate. Go to hell. Nonsense, it's just windblown sand got into my eyes. Upon hearing this, Deng Mingho couldn't help but blush, quickly wiping away the teardrops at the corner of his eyes, giving an unbelievable excuse while cursing. After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath, solemnly receiving the deed agreement Chunnan handed over to him with both hands, earnestly saying, Xuanhuan, rest assured, I will surely manage and operate the Fuguwei Farm well. I'll make good use of this 100 million yuan, never letting you down. Howsy, don't feel too pressured, let it flow naturally. Chunnan patted Deng Mingho's shoulder, nodding with a smile. Nangu, who would have known you're so low-key? Just then, Lin Yuanyuan gracefully walked up close, flashing her eyes flirtatiously in front of the group, speaking sweetly. Our lunch date went well, but you didn't clearly state your actual situation. She paused. On her own initiative, she clung to Chunnan's arm, rubbing those bosoms vigorously against him while using a cajoling tone. Nangu, why don't we find a place later for a proper drink alone, officially settling our relationship tonight? I'm very satisfied with you. We can even pick an appropriate time to get married anytime. Hearing Lin Yuanyuan's words. How shameless. Everyone's impression of Lin Yuanyuan being shameless escalated another level, all silently scolding her in their hearts. Lin Yuanyuan acted like this with Wei Gang earlier, and now she's acting similarly with Chunnan. How utterly licentious. Most of those present, having entered society, had been beaten down by reality over these years and had indeed become more inclined towards sycophancy. However, someone as opportunistic as Lin Yuanyuan, who almost has no Dishan and is willing to use her body to build relationships with others, is really hard to find another one here. I'm not satisfied with you. In response to Lin Yuanyuan's actions, Chunnan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, quickly pulling his arm out from Lin Yuanyuan's embrace and directly refusing, saying, Lin Yuanyuan, we are not suitable for each other. We cannot become boyfriend and girlfriend, let alone get married. Not to mention that Lin Yuanyuan suffers from a venereal disease due to her chaotic private life. Just looking at her extremely opportunistic face makes it impossible for him to have any good feelings towards her. So be it. Upon hearing Chunnan's words, Lin Yuanyuan forced a smile, feeling very disheartened inside. But she didn't give up on her goal and instead changed tactics, saying, Nangu, could you hand over the cash of 100 million yuan outside to me for handling? I'll arrange people to come over and store it in our Huaxia bank. You know, I'm currently the hall manager of the Jiangzhou branch. Help me. Chunnan, hearing Lin Yuanyuan's words, couldn't help but sneer, teasingly saying, Lin Yuanyuan, you're helping yourself there. Seeing Lin Yuanyuan's still unsatisfied expression and her intention to say something more, he immediately decided not to bother Zhuchan with her further and added decisively, don't even bring this up to me. That 100 million yuan has already been handed over to Howsy to handle. If he agrees to deposit it in your Huaxia bank, then I have no objections. Mingho hearing this, Lin Yuanyuan suddenly felt elated. Knowing that Deng Mingho had secretly admired her, she believed there was a great chance for success. Deng Mingho, stop dreaming about that 100 million yuan. I won't deposit it into your Huaxia bank. Even if I want to deposit in Huaxia bank, I will not deal with you. Deng Mingho showed no courtesy towards Lin Yuanyuan, cutting off her words before she could finish and shattering her fantasy instantly. After this class reunion, he had clearly seen Lin Yuanyuan's true nature. How could he still have any secret admiration for her now? All he felt towards her now was disdain. Chapter 73. Is he a hero who saves people? At this moment, Deng Mingho no longer paid attention to Lin Yuanyuan, whose face looked ugly. Instead, his eyes suddenly shifted to a pretty female classmate, and he smiled and said, Xiaolan, I remember you also work at Huajin Bank, one of the big 5 banks. I want to deposit this 100 million yuan in your bank first. Is that okay? Upon hearing what Deng Mingho said, Xiaolan was initially stunned, but after realizing it, she became so excited that she started speaking incoherently. Of course it's okay. Thank you. Thank you Deng Mingho, I thank you. Unlike Lin Yuanyuan, who is the lobby manager of a branch of Huaxia Bank, Xiaolan is just a grassroots clerk at the Jiangzhou Huajin branch office, always worried about her performance. Now Deng Mingho gave her this 100 million yuan worth of performance. It was an incredible stroke of luck beyond her wildest dreams. Witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with envy and jealousy, fully understanding that this sum would also be enough to change Xiaolan's destiny. And because of Chun Nan, she achieved a turnaround in her life. Of course, these people also understood that Xiaolan was the only person earlier who spoke up for Deng Mingho, and by giving this 100 million yuan to Xiaolan, Deng Mingho was returning a favor. I disagree. When Lin Yuanyuan saw Deng Mingho actually entrusting Xiaolan with this 100 million yuan deal, she immediately jumped with anxiety. She bypassed Deng Mingho directly and earnestly pleaded with the main person involved, Chen Nan. Brother Nan, our elders all know each other well as acquaintances. For the sake of this relationship, please give me this 100 million yuan deal to handle. After a pause, she almost outright suggested sleeping together, hastily adding, as long as you let me handle this, I'll do whatever you ask. Nan, what's your take on this? Upon hearing Lin Yuanyuan mention that their elders knew each other, Deng Mingho immediately turned to Chun Nan and actively asked. Xiaolan also anxiously looked at Chun Nan, fearing the opportunity of this 100 million yuan business would slip away. Howsy, whatever you mean is what I mean. Chun Nan chuckled lightly and gave an affirmative answer right away. At this moment, Deng Mingho and Xiaolan both showed smiles of relief, their hearts finally easing. On the contrary, Lin Yuanyuan's face darkened, her regret reaching its peak. She regretted not seizing the opportunity during the blind date to seal a deal with Chun Nan. She regretted even more how profit-driven she had become, not interacting with Chun Nan as naturally as when they were in school. Let's go, Howsy. The reunion wasn't over yet, but Chun Nan felt there was no point staying any longer. So, turning to Deng Mingho, he grinned. Let's go to the hospital now and see your parents. Wait. Zhang Yang had been kneeling before Chun Nan the whole time without getting up. Seeing that Chun Nan was about to leave, he hastily trembled and begged again. Brother Nan, please save me. Since you could tell I have lung cancer at its late stage, surely you must have a way to cure me, right? Late-stage lung cancer is an incurable disease. You've only got 3 months left. You might as well cherish the remaining time of your life. Chun Nan glanced coldly at Zhang Yang, not saying much, merely repeating the same few sentences. After saying this, Chun Nan left the private room along with Deng Mingho. Naturally, he had a way to heal Zhang Yang. It just meant consuming more energy. The critical issue was he couldn't find any reason to save Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang previously disregarded old classmates' friendship completely, mocking him continuously to flatter Li Tianming. Later, he even tried to physically assault him. If Chun Nan didn't possess extraordinary martial arts skills, he might have ended up bullied severely by Zhang Yang. He was far from being some kind of great sage. Zhang Yang simply didn't deserve his help. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Zhang Yang immediately went pale, despair filling his eyes, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. After leaving Fu Gui Nong Zhuang, rich peasant village, Chun Nan and Deng Mingho arrived at Jiangzhou First Hospital. Under the tense gaze of Deng Mingho, Chun Nan successfully cured Deng Mingho's parents using acupuncture. After the initial shock, they burst into uncontrollable tears of joy, tightly hugging their newly awoken children while sobbing. There, Chun Nan did not chat much with Deng Mingho, instead leaving time for the family of 3 to reunite quietly, and then slipped out of the hospital unnoticed. He returned to Zhao Yaqi's apartment from the hospital, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan seemed to have just finished washing up, both sitting on the sofa with wet hair, watching a video on a phone and laughing while discussing something. Both of them wore the same pajamas, and because they'd just washed up, they looked alike, unadorned and untidy hairstyles making it difficult to distinguish between them at first glance. Of course, this mainly applied to the previous Zhao Yalan, who dyed her hair pink with high recognizability. But today, she dyed her hair black. Nan, you're back from the school reunion? When Shen Nan walked in, one of the girls immediately smiled slightly and greeted him softly. Yes, Yaqi. As soon as this girl spoke, Chun Nan instantly recognized who she was, nodding and responding with a smile. Humph. In response to Chun Nan's return, Zhao Yalan promptly turned her face away, snorting disdainfully. Yaqi, I'm going to wash up and rest. See you tomorrow. Chun Nan didn't bother with Zhao Yalan, greeting Zhao Yaqi before heading toward his bedroom. Lily, don't you think Nan's silhouette resembles that of the hero saving people in the video? Looking at Chun Nan's departing silhouette, Zhao Yaqi glanced at the trending video on her phone and couldn't help but ask aloud. The content of the video showed that a high-rise fire occurred in Jiangzhou today, where a young man climbed by hand all the way up to the 18th floor on fire and bravely saved 2 children, sparking heated discussion online. Unfortunately, this video was shot by a passerby who couldn't get close enough, so it only captured a blurry back view of the young man climbing. However, very coincidentally, according to Zhao Yalan's judgment, This young man who courageously saved the two children while climbing the building was actually the same person who had rescued her in the bar. The two silhouettes were identical. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan casually glanced at the climbing silhouette in the video, then instinctively looked again at Xuannan's retreating figure heading into the bedroom. After comparing them for a moment, her heart suddenly shook with realization. How could it be? They really do look alike. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xuanhuan quickly shook her head, rejecting this conclusion out of instinct. She vigorously rubbed her eyes, carefully studying the silhouette in the video once more, then trying to compare it to Xuannan's disappearing figure. But by now, Xuannan had already entered his bedroom. Seeing Xuanhuan hadn't replied, Zhao Yaqi looked puzzled, asking again, Lily, do you think Nan looks like the firefighting hero in the video? Chapter 74, Fawning over the Zhou family. Impossible. Zhao Yelena firmly rejected the idea, convinced in her heart that it was just an illusion a moment ago. If she admitted that Xuannan was the hero in the video who saved someone, it would be indirectly acknowledging that Xuannan was the one who had saved her at the bar. Such an absurd event could not possibly be believed without being 100% sure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqi nodded slightly and didn't dwell on it any further. Meanwhile, here, why is that good-for-nothing Xuannan better than me? Where does he get off being so capable? It's unfair from heaven. After attending his class reunion and returning home, Li Tianming's frustration and anger had nowhere to vent, leading him to break down emotionally and wildly smash furniture. This class reunion was for him an unforgettable nightmare. His supposed sense of superiority being publicly crushed underfoot by Xuannan, his dignity entirely lost. Tianming, calm down. Seeing Li Tianming helplessly venting his anger by smashing things, Luo Weiwei felt somewhat disappointed, but she still stepped forward and said, Don't let that good-for-nothing Xuannan make you angry. You're much more excellent than him. He just got lucky. He won't stay smug for long. As she spoke, she glanced at Li Tianming's crotch area, her lingering doubts refusing to dissipate, unable to resist asking, But Tianming, could there really be something wrong with your health recently? Slap. Hearing this, Li Tianming instantly slapped her across the face, his accumulated frustration and anger reaching its peak as he shouted angrily at Li Weiwei, I'm not sick. You hit me. Luo Weiwei covered her cheek, momentarily disbelieving. Regaining composure, Li Tianming cooled down. A flicker of disdain passed secretly through his eyes, but on the surface, he consoled her with a sentence. He embraced Luo Weiwei into his arms, his gaze flickering uncertainly, then said, You're right. I am much more excellent than that waste of space, Xuannan. Rest assured, I've already established a relationship with the Zhou family, one of the 5 great families. The Zhou family's power is far stronger than the Xin family. Pausing a moment, he seemed to have quickly regained his previous confident demeanor, adding, Weiwei, to tell you the truth, the Zhou family will soon invest in my company. This way, my company will not only immediately resolve the issue of broken capital chains, but also enter a golden period of high-speed development. In the future, it's even possible to become another Qin group. Tianming, are you serious? Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, Luo Weiwei stopped her tears at once and couldn't help but ask excitedly. It's absolutely true. Li Tianming nodded and laughed smugly. The person I've ingratiated myself with is none other than Zhou Long, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Right now, he considers me a close friend, and he will greatly support the development of my company. If someone were to look closely, they would see that the smile on Li Tianming's lips actually looked very strained and unnatural. In the past few days, his equipment has been out of order, making it impossible to win over any rich elderly women, worsening the already precarious financial situation of his company. Zhou Long, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou, is openly gay. This is no secret. Facing potential bankruptcy, he relied on his looks and physique to ingratiate himself with Zhou Long of the Zhou family, and the method by which he managed to win over Zhou Long involved giving his behind up to Zhou Long for release. Regarding this, he wouldn't dare tell Luo Weiwei. Deep inside, he was feeling extremely frustrated, never imagining that he used to please old wealthy women with his front equipment, but now had to use his rear to serve Zhou Long. Xuannan, it's all because of you that I've come to this point. Boasting proudly to Luo Weiwei, Li Tianming harbored a roar of discontent deep within his heart, quietly making poisonous vows. Just wait. I won't let you off easily. Xuannan humiliated him thoroughly during this classmates' gathering, and furthermore, he discovered problems with his body, likely closely related to Xuannan. How could he let it rest? The next day, Xuannan woke up early as usual to practice, ate breakfast, and then went to work at Qin Group with Zhao Yaqi. Xuannan entered the security captain's office and prepared to enter his normal meditative state, since there was nothing else to do. At that moment, Wu Wei, the deputy head of security, rushed in hurriedly. Brother Nan, trouble's coming your way. Before he could catch his breath after walking in, Wu Wei rushed over to warn Xuannan urgently. Just now, the brother guarding the gate saw Director Qin Yun leave the hospital. She's come to work today, knowing that not only were you not punished by Chairman Qin, but you also successfully joined the Qin Group. She's now furious and leading a group of people this way, vowing to fire you immediately. He then quickly suggested, your only option right now is to go to the president's office and find Chairman Qin Binghua. That way, maybe you can keep your job. Wu brother, my employment here was personally arranged by Chairman Qin. Director Qin Yun is just a department head. Doesn't she lack the authority to fire me? Xuannan glanced and said, he had already experienced Director Qin Yun's unreasonable temper during their encounter at the square. But since he dared to break her arm, naturally, he wasn't afraid of whatever retaliation she planned next. Hey, There are some situations you might not fully understand. Wu Wei sighed lightly upon hearing this, explaining. Over these years, Chairman Qin has led the growth and expansion of the Qin group, making the pie bigger and bigger. Naturally, internal conflicts within the Qin family couldn't stay quiet. Everyone wants more power and benefits in the Qin group. Qin Yun, though Chairman Qin's half-sister from the same father, isn't on his side. Qin Yun has big ambitions, always looking for an opportunity to seize control from Chairman Qin. He didn't hold anything back, continuing. I've heard that the board of directors in our Qin group roughly splits into 3 factions. One faction of directors unwaveringly supports Chairman Qin Binghua, another faction backs Director Qin Yun, and the last faction consists of neutral members who are the veterans of the Qin group. They don't support anyone but follow the instructions of Mr. Qin, the founder of the Qin group. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Xuanhuan slightly furrowed his brow, not expecting so much intrigue and scheming inside the Qin group. Even with Qin Binghua's strong business talent, she still faces direct opposition from the Qin family members. This only goes to show how wealth easily sways hearts, rendering familial bonds insignificant in the face of human desire. Brother Nan, I can only explain it this far. If you want to keep this job, hurry up and go find Chairman Qin in the president's office. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't seem overly affected by his words, Wu Wei hurriedly reminded him again, raising his voice. Chapter 75. The Trouble Brought by Qin Yun. Brother Wu, about this matter. Xuanhuan shook his head and was just about to say something. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from somewhere. You looking for anyone won't help you. You must get out of our Qin company. As the words echoed, a tall woman dressed in a professional suit with a severe expression stormed in, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This tall woman was none other than Qin Yun. Her arm, which Xuanhuan had broken a few days ago, was still in a white plaster cast. The middle-aged man was Huang Kaishan, the manager of the personnel department at Qin Corporation. Upon seeing Qin Yun bring Huang Kaishan into the security captain's office, Wu Wei couldn't help but change expression immediately. He held his breath and didn't dare to make a sound anymore. Whether I leave Qin Corporation or not doesn't seem to depend on you as a sales director, does it? However, Xuanhuan remained calm on the sofa regarding Qin Yun's arrival, sneering sarcastically. Joke. Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, Qin Yun laughed coldly multiple times. Qin Corporation is a Qin family enterprise. Since it belongs to our family, if I, Qin Yun, want you out, then out you go. This gentleman, I am Huang Kaishan, the manager of the personnel department. Without waiting for Qin Yun's instruction, the middle-aged man stepped forward and handed a termination agreement to Xuanhuan. Coldly, he said, this is your dismissal notice. I hereby announce that you've been fired from the company. Please leave immediately. It was only a few days ago that he personally processed Xuanhuan's employment, knowing that Xuanhuan was someone introduced by President Qin Binghua. But since he owed his promotion to Qin Yun, naturally, he followed her lead when she wanted to dismiss Xuanhuan. Dismissal notice? Xuanhuan was slightly stunned, then took the document, crumpled it up, and threw it into the trash can casually. This kind of thing has no effect on me. If you want me to leave Qin Corporation, you'll need to hear directly from the company president, Qin Binghua. He wasn't particularly attached to the job at Qin Corporation anyway. The reasons why he did not want to leave included. First, he had just joined, and losing this job so soon would disappoint Xuanhuan and cause unnecessary worry. Secondly, he had discovered that Qin Binghua was the woman who had spent the night with him that evening. She was now at risk due to an imminent attack of pelvic cold syndrome. It was unclear when she might face life-threatening danger. Hearing Xuanhuan mention Qin Binghua, Huang Kaishan turned bright red instantly, utterly at a loss against him. After all, he was merely the manager of the personnel department. Even though he had Qin Yun's backing, he dared not directly challenge the authority of the company's president, Qin Binghua. The company president, Qin Binghua, is my sister. My word is hers. Seeing Xuanhuan discard the termination notice in the trash bin, Qin Yun became visibly irritated and shouted furiously. You've already been dismissed. Get out. I don't leave. What are you going to do about it? Xuanhuan chuckled derisively, showing no care for Qin Yun's rage. Wu Wei, what are you standing there for? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was so angry her whole body trembled. Knowing how formidable Xuanhuan was, she instead barked at Wu Wei nearby. Gather all the security staff, and forcibly eject him immediately. Right now. Director Qin, this? Wu Wei immediately wore a look of difficulty upon receiving Qin Yun's order and stood frozen in place. He was simply a deputy captain of security. Normally, he kept out of the internal conflicts between Qin Binghua and Qin Yun, having no qualifications to involve himself. Besides, Xuanhuan was an employee brought in by Qin Binghua herself. He no longer dared act rashly like before at the shopping plaza and follow Qin Yun's command to assault Xuanhuan. Even if he wished to obey Qin Yun's directive, based on the prowess Xuanhuan displayed earlier, even all the security personnel combined wouldn't be enough to take him down. Who would willingly undertake such an arduous and unrewarding task? Very well. Seeing Wu Wei not acting on her orders, Qin Yun erupted into furious laughter. Threatening rudely, she proclaimed, I will repeat myself one last time. Immediately gather all the security personnel here. Evict this person right away. If you refuse to follow my order, I'll fire you and let you both roll out of Qin Corporation together. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's face grew gloomy, his annoyance flaring up as he was repeatedly threatened this way. Thus, he no longer suppressed his anger silently. He decisively refused on the spot. Director Qin Yun, Xuanhuan was personally assigned to our security team by Miss Qin. Miss Qin is the top leader of the Qin group. Without her order, we have no authority to force him to leave. He deliberately emphasized the words, top leader, to subtly mock her, implying that she was not yet the president of the Qin group, and he could choose not to listen to her. Enough. Who do you think you are to talk back to me like this? I see that you're looking for a way out. Wu Wei's words had struck a nerve with Qin Yun, causing her anger to boil over. In her fury, she raised her hand to slap Wu Wei. Slap. Before Qin Yun's hand could land on Wu Wei's face, Xuanhuan moved faster than lightning, grabbing her wrist and saying coldly, your arrogance knows no bounds, woman. Perhaps this arm isn't something you want to keep either. You, let go of me. As soon as Xuanhuan spoke, Qin Yun's pretty face went deathly pale in fear, and she stammered weakly. President Qin. At this moment, a commotion came from outside, and someone respectfully called out. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanhuan immediately knew that Qin Bingyue had arrived. He instantly released Qin Yun's wrist. A few seconds later, sure enough, Qin Bingyue entered. She was stunningly beautiful, her delicate face exuding cool elegance, wearing an elegant white professional suit, and walking confidently in heels. Accompanying her into the security captain's office was a graceful and attractive woman dressed in a blouse paired with a white pleated skirt. This beautiful woman was none other than Xuanhuan from the Shin family. Right then, as Qin Bingyue walked in and saw Qin Yun present, she quickly understood what had happened. Furrowing her brows slightly, she addressed Qin Yun coolly. I know what you're trying to do. You should be recuperating instead of coming here. Xuanhuan is someone I personally assigned to work at the Qin Corporation. If you have any grievances or dissatisfaction, come speak to me, your elder sister. Chapter 76, Treating at the Shin family. Take care of your wound properly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun gave a cold laugh and didn't show any respect towards her sister Qin Bingyue. She retorted coldly, Qin Bingyue, you're not unaware of how I got my injury. Why pretend to care about me? As she said this, she pointed at Xuanhuan with her finger and said coldly, this man caused chaos during the recruitment fair a few days ago, and it was he who broke my arm. If you won't seek justice for your own sister, it's fine, but that you actually allow him to work at Qin Corporation, on that alone you have no qualification to be the CEO of Qin Corporation. Whether I have the qualification to be the CEO of Qin Corporation is not decided by you, but by the board and grandfather. After Qin Yun's words, Qin Bingyue remained calm and replied coolly, my decision to hire Xuanhuan has its own reasoning. If you have nothing more to say, you can leave now. She clearly understood Qin Yun's temperament and was well aware of what happened at the recruitment fair a few days ago. It was simply self-inflicted for her arm to be broken by Xuanhuan. Qin Bingyue, just wait. After hearing this, Qin Yun looked utterly upset, sneering coldly. This isn't over yet. I'll tell grandfather about this, and let him settle this matter for me. After spouting off these threats, she turned around angrily and left the security captain's office. Ms. Qin, then should I also leave? Seeing that Qin Yun had already left, Huang Kaishan immediately felt awkward, thus cautiously inquiring. Xuanhuan is an employee personally hired by me. You coming here with Qin Yun to cause trouble for him is causing trouble for me. Qin Bingyue shot a cold glance at Huang Kaishan, exuding the aura of a business queen, as she said icily. As the human resources manager, you are defying me, the company president, in public, but secretly oppose me. Qin Corporation cannot accommodate someone like you. You should submit your resignation voluntarily. Qin Yun has been creating internal dissent within Qin Corporation against her, which Qin Bingyue fully realized. She was struggling to find the right opportunity to remove these employees who waste little effort on work but indulge in internal struggles. Ms. Qin, you can't treat me like this. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's statement, Huang Kaishan could hardly accept it and began defending himself, his face contorted as he protested. Firing Xuanhuan wasn't my decision. I only followed orders. Do I need to repeat myself? Qin Bingyue cut Huang Kaishan off directly, saying coldly, I am the president of Qin Corporation. Qin Yun is merely the director of the sales department. Upon hearing this, Huang Kaishan's complexion alternated between red and pale, and after quite some time, he slumped like a deflated balloon, suddenly deflating. He realized he had become a casualty of the competition between Qin Yun and Qin Bingyue, so he didn't say anything more, dragging his feet and leaving dejectedly. Ms. Qin, I'll go handle my duties then. Wu Wei knew Qin Bingyue came here for Xuanhuan, so he politely bid goodbye and tactfully left too. When he saw Qin Bingyue firing the HR manager Huang Kaishan over Xuanhuan, Wu Wei couldn't help but feel relieved inside. Thank goodness he hadn't listened to Qin Yun earlier and summoned security to deal with Xuanhuan again. Ms. Qin, your timing was impeccable. After Wu Wei left, Xuanhuan smiled faintly at Qin Bingyue and spoke. Your sister is truly arrogant. Had it not been for your support, I might really have had to leave Qin Corporation and lose my livelihood. Do you even need the job at our Qin Corporation? Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with unspoken meaning as she said coldly. You demanded 100 million for curing someone. That amount equals a month's profit for our entire corporation. Frankly, it surprised even me. Upon hearing this from Qin Bingyue, Xuanhuan was startled for a moment, then looked questioningly toward Xuanhuan, who had arrived with Qin Bingyue. He wasn't shocked by her arrival, but rather wondered how Qin Bingyue knew about this event. Mr. Chun, Bingyue and I are close sisters, so I did not conceal this matter from her. Xuanhuan took a step forward and explained voluntarily. I've informed her about our transaction. As agreed, I have come to Qin Corporation to ask you to go with me now to the Shin family and treat my grandfather. After returning from the park yesterday morning, she spent some time drinking wine with Gu Tianqi, then suddenly fainted once again. Despite all his efforts, Gu Tianqi failed to treat her grandfather successfully. He then called for the head of the Gu household, Master Dr. Guyu, Guqi Tian's grandfather, but without success either. At this point, the Shun family fell into complete panic. At this moment, Shen Yuyan recalled meeting Chun Nan in the park that morning. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a lifeline, she decided to take a chance and sent someone to look up Chun Nan's contact information to give him a call. She even offered to pay 1 billion yuan just to have Chun Nan attempt to treat her grandfather. Miss Shun, then let's go. Chun Nan nodded briefly without much ado and walked straight toward the exit. Since he had already accepted the cash fee of 1 billion yuan from the Shun family for his services, having promised to treat Grandpa Shun, there was no question of him breaking that promise. Bingwe, my grandpa isn't in good condition now, so I'll bring this man to see him first. Shen Yuyan, her worries showing clearly on her face, bid farewell to Qin Bingwe at once. Yuyan, don't worry, this man's medical skills are impressive, your grandpa will be fine. Looking at Chun Nan's retreating figure as he left the security captain's office, Qin Bingwe nodded approvingly and softly consoled her. Chun Nan had a way of suppressing her congenital uterine cold syndrome, so she had no doubt about his medical abilities. Ice Moon, how come you trust his medical skills so much? After hearing Qin Bingwe's words, Shen Yuyan felt slightly lighter in heart and couldn't help but smile teasingly. I've never seen you praise any man like this before. She paused briefly and added with a smile. I've also never seen you care so much about any man. It seems you treat this man differently than any other. The concern she referred to involved the incident where Qin Yun sought trouble for Chun Nan, and Qin Bingwe stepped in to protect him. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingwe remained silent, refusing to respond to Shen Yuyan's teasing. The two questions Shen Yuyan raised touched on sensitive issues related to her condition of uterine cold syndrome, as well as the unintended relationship she developed with Chun Nan. These were secrets she needed to keep buried deeply within herself, secrets she would never voluntarily reveal to anyone. Never mind. Ice Moon, you always keep things bottled up inside. I won't ask anymore. Seeing Qin Bingwe fall silent, Shen Yuyan shook her head helplessly and ended the topic there. She glanced at Chun Nan's receding figure and realized there was no more time to linger in conversation with Qin Bingwe. Sighing, she said, I hope this man's medical skills are truly as powerful as you say they are. Well, I'll go ahead. With that, she hurriedly followed Chun Nan out of the Qin Corporation building, and together they rushed toward the Shun residence. Chapter 77, True and False Medicine Masters. Shun family residence. Although the family has been declining in recent years and has become the weakest among the 5 great families, it is still one of the 5 great families. It's a top-tier power in Jiangzhou with deep roots, standing tall without faltering, making anyone dare not underestimate them. Shen Yuyan found Chun Nan at the Qin family group and immediately drove him to the Shun family villa area. At this moment, the luxurious villa of the Shen family. Inside the grand hall, clouds of sorrow hung heavily over the solemn atmosphere. More than 10 men and women of various ages were discussing something quietly with each other. Apart from Guqi Tian, who had remained in the Shun household all along without leaving, the rest were all direct relatives of the Shen family. Now that Grandpa Shun had suddenly fallen critically ill, these direct relatives of the Shen family all wore a trace of unhidden gravity on their faces. Though Grandpa Shen no longer held the position of head of the family, he was the backbone of the entire Shen family, maintaining most of the family's resources and connections. The reason the Shen family is still one of the 5 major families now is because of his key role. If Grandpa Shen suddenly passed away, there would be no doubt that the Shun family would decline entirely, losing its former glory. Regarding this point, every member of the Shun family was crystal clear. Among them, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and an elegant matron had expressions of sorrow especially pronounced. This middle-aged man with a refined appearance was the current head of the Shen family, also Shen Yuyan's father, Shen Jiru, and that elegant matron was Shen Yuyan's mother, Zhu Xiu. A moment later, Shen Yuyan quickly walked into the villa hall with Chun Nan. Yuyan, your grandfather is lying unconscious in bed, teetering between life and death, yet you run off at this time. You're truly undisciplined. Upon seeing Shen Yuyan enter, Shen Jiru and Zhu Xiu hurriedly stepped forward. It was Zhu Xiu, as the mother, who reprimanded her first. As for Chun Nan who entered with Shen Yuyan, he was directly ignored by both parents. Dad, Mom, I've brought a divine doctor. Shen Yuyan gestured toward Chun Nan and introduced. He's called Chun Nan. His medical skills are very powerful. Perhaps he can treat grandfather. She actually wasn't sure just how proficient Chun Nan was in medicine. She simply judged based on the words he spoke the previous morning and also the praises given by Qin Bingwe moments ago. As for the 1 billion yuan cash given to Chun Nan last night, it was all self-effort from her pocket, not using any money from the Shen family. Shen Jiru and Zhu Xiu had no idea about this matter. It's worth mentioning that out of that 1 billion yuan, 300 million was borrowed from Qin Bingwe, which explained why Qin Bingwe knew clearly about the matter. Hearing what Shen Yuyan said, Shen Jiru and Zhu Xiu were both surprised, then took a look at Chun Nan, frowning. Both thought perhaps their daughter had been deceived. This young man before them, how could his medical skills possibly be that advanced? In front of Chun Nan, Shen Jiru maintained his composure but frowned and didn't say anything. Zhu Xiu, however, let out a cold laugh, gave a contemptuous glance at Chun Nan, and coldly said, Yuyan, what nonsense are you talking? How could he have the ability to treat your grandfather? Nowadays, there are so many swindlers. Any random young guy claims to be a god of medicine. Don't believe such things. Mom, you. Hearing Zhu Xiu's words, Shen Yuyan was about to explain something. At this moment, a sudden laugh interrupted Shen Yuyan's words. Aunt, what you say is absolutely right. This person is a fraud. It turned out Gucci Tian had noticed Xuanhuan bringing Chun Nan into the hall, and his expression slightly darkened as he hastily approached. An hour ago, Xuanhuan told him that she was going to find a doctor to come check on Grandpa Shun. He had never imagined that the person Xuanhuan brought back was Chun Nan, the fraudster in his eyes. Xiaotian, do you know this person? Seeing Gucci Tian walk over, Zhu Xiu immediately asked. Aunt, I don't know him personally, but I've seen him once. Gucci Tian glanced disdainfully at Chun Nan and replied. In the park yesterday morning, this person randomly administered acupuncture needles to Grandpa Shun trying to scam money. I caught him. Definitely a fraudster. Gucci Tian confirmed Zhu Xiu's suspicions, leading her attitude towards Chun Nan to become even more hostile as she harshly snapped. Go wherever you came from. Do you think we, the Shin family, are so easy to deceive? Even if Gucci Tian couldn't cure Grandpa Shin's illness, he was still a renowned medical genius from a prestigious medical lineage, so naturally Zhu Xiu wouldn't doubt his words. Deception? Chun Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said calmly. If it weren't for my kindness in giving the old man of your Shun family acupuncture treatment in the park yesterday morning, he wouldn't have made it till now. Pausing for a moment, his voice grew colder as he added, if your Shin family doesn't believe in my medical skills, why did you spend 1 billion inviting me to cure him? If I had known your Shin family was going to have such an attitude, not even an additional billion would persuade me to come here. You're saying what? Did our Shin family give you 1 billion? As Chun Nan's words came out, Zhu Xiu immediately became stunned, thinking she must have heard wrong. After she realized the truth, she turned and furiously reprimanded Xuanhuan. You silly girl, how can this person possibly be a powerful divine doctor, and yet you spent 1 billion inviting him? You're squandering money. Upon hearing these words from Zhu Xiu, Chun Nan couldn't help but frown, finally realizing that it wasn't the Shun family who invited him over, but rather Xuanhuan making the decision on her own. Mom, is Grandpa's life worth less than 1 billion? Faced with Zhu Xiu's scolding, Xuanhuan didn't choose to retreat. Instead, she argued back. Now that grandfather's situation is precarious, since Chun Nan has the confidence to treat grandfather, why don't you let him try? Slap. Zhu Xiu suddenly slapped Xuanhuan across the face, angrily saying in a tone filled with disappointment, if I don't slap some sense into you, I see you are practically possessed by greed. Even Master Gu, the renowned physician, cannot cure your grandfather, and yet you believe this fraudster's words. It's truly beyond reason. Chapter 78, Medical Sage Sun Tiange. Auntie, calm down. Yuyan was just deceived by someone momentarily. We'll make this guy return that 100 million yuan shortly. Gucci Tian quickly said. As he spoke, he turned to Shun Yuyan who looked wronged and smiled as he comforted her. Yuyan, don't worry. Grandpa Shun will be fine. Sun Tiange, the master physician, just happens to be in our Jiangzhou. My grandfather has already personally gone to invite him to treat Grandpa Shun. Sun Tiange. Upon hearing this name, Shin Yuyan's eyes instantly brightened, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Gucci Tian's grandfather, Gu Yu, is known as a divine doctor in the local area and is one of the members of the Nangjiang Province Medical Association. But Sun Tiange is known as a sage physician across the entire Nangjiang Province. He isn't just the president of the Nangjiang Province Medical Association, but also one of the 3 greatest medical masters in Long Country. His reputation in the medical world is so great, it's stunning. That's enough. Yuyan, let's put an end to this farce. At this moment, Shun Jiru, as a father, also gestured toward Shin Yuyan and spoke solemnly. Your mother and Xiaotian have already said all they need to say to you. I won't add much more. You should dismiss this young man named Chun Nan. There's no way he can cure your grandpa. He paused mid-sentence. His phone suddenly received a text message from Gu Yu. Seeing its contents caused his entire body to tremble. Hastily, he turned to the Shun family members gathered in the living room and loudly declared, Master Physician Sun Tiange will be arriving soon. Everyone, let's head out to the entrance together to welcome Master Physician's son. After saying these words, he was the first to head out of the living room, with Zhu Xiu and the rest of the Shun family swiftly following after. Even for a major family like the Shun clan, one of the 5 great clans, when someone of Sun Tiange's stature arrived, there could be no sign of disrespect. For a while, the villa's living room left only Chun Nan, Shin Yuyan, and Gucci Tian among the few young people temporarily lingering there. Kid, Gucci Tian gave a cold laugh, speaking rudely to Chun Nan. Didn't you hear? Now that Master Sun has arrived, you can leave. Pausing for a moment, he threatened coldly. Before you go, you'd better give back the 1 billion yuan belonging to Yuyan. Miss Shin, are you sure you want me to leave? Chun Nan completely ignored Gucci Tian's rude bark, turning his gaze towards Shin Yuyan beside her, and said indifferently, I can tell you honestly, yesterday I already took your grandfather's pulse. His condition is indeed very complex, but I have complete confidence that I can cure him. He added lightly. Of course, I could leave right now. Without achieving anything, I don't deserve rewards, and I can also return your 1 billion yuan. But if you later seek me out again to treat your grandfather, even if you offer me mountains of money, I regretfully cannot help. If he had not known Shun family's situation beforehand, and had not accepted Shen Yuyan's diagnosis fee earlier, judging by the attitude Zhu Xiu had shown him just now, he would have turned around and left long ago. Why stay here working hard for nothing? As Chun Nan finished speaking, Shen Yuyan immediately underwent a change in expression, with hints of hesitation appearing at the bottom of her eyes. For a time, she fell silent. Reason told her that impressive Chun Nan's medical arts might still be impossible to surpass the renowned Sun Tiange. But her intuition told her that what Chun Nan said wasn't entirely unbelievable. She perhaps should insist on letting Chun Nan treat her grandfather. Absurd nonsense. Hearing these words from Chun Nan, Gu Qitian burst into cold laughter, sneering. I've met many people who talk big without backing it up, but someone whose bragging actually bursts is new to me. How truly conceited. People who look down on others because they're snobbish, I've met plenty. But seeing how you underestimate others so arrogantly, it's the first time. What a narrow-minded person. Facing his repeated provocations, Xuanhuan couldn't help but give a cold humph, responding coldly without reservation. You little scum, who are you calling a dog, you? Upon hearing this, Gu Qitian's face immediately darkened, preparing to angrily curse Xuanhuan. Qitian, that's enough. Xuanhuan abruptly interrupted Gu Qitian's angry tirade and said, Mr. Chun was invited by me at a high cost. I won't tolerate any disrespect towards him. Both you and my grandpa Gu are doing your best to heal my grandpa. I sincerely thank your family. Please also understand everything I do. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in Gu Qitian. She always thought Gu Tianqi was a gentleman of medical talent with grace and poise, just like her father Shinjiru, who always maintained dignity. But clearly, that wasn't entirely true. When Xuanhuan spoke to him with a somewhat distant tone, Gu Qitian realized that Xuanhuan was genuinely upset. His face immediately turned red with anger, unable to control his inner indignation. He had been deliberately putting on a show in Xuanhuan's presence, and if everything went as planned, he could have successfully won Xuanhuan's affection within a few days. But now it seemed that due to Xuanhuan's arrival, things were bound to become complicated. Mr. Chun, I've made up my mind. I still want you to treat my grandpa. Xuanhuan ignored Gu Qitian completely and turned to Xuanhuan, gritting her teeth as she said, when the time comes, please seize the opportunity. If Master Physician Sun Tiange fails to cure my grandpa, then you'll need to step in and take a look at him. She paused briefly. Worried that Xuanhuan might refuse, she hurriedly added, Mr. Chun, all I hope for is for my grandpa to stand a chance of recovery. I will not let your efforts be in vain. Regardless of whether my grandpa gets cured or not, you do not have to return that 1 billion yuan in consultation fees. Is this acceptable? Since childhood, she shared an extremely close bond with her grandfather and was undoubtedly the person in the Shun family who would find it hardest to accept any misfortune befalling old Master Shun. Although Master Physician Sun Tiange had been invited, having Xuanhuan treat her grandfather would naturally add another ray of hope. Just for this glimmer of hope, she felt spending 1 billion yuan would be worth it. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel somewhat moved and immediately nodded earnestly in agreement. It wasn't the prospect of receiving 1 billion yuan that caused his emotions to fluctuate, but the deep familial bond for her grandfather he sensed clearly in Xuanhuan's words. This kind of familial connection was something he longed for night after night, dreaming of, having grown up in an orphanage. Damn it, this guy's about my age. What kind of voodoo did he cast on Yuyan to make her trust his medical skills so much? Hearing the conversation between Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, Gu Qitian, a prodigy in medicine, found his expression darkening further, feeling increasingly irritated and jealous. At that moment, after Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan had exchanged a few simple words in the living room, there came a commotion from outside. It turned out that Shinjiru and the others were escorting 2 elders back toward the villa's living room. Of these 2 old men, one elder had silver streaks in his hair, a ruddy complexion, and appeared to be around 60 to 70 years old. He was Gu Qitian's grandfather. The other elder was fully silver-haired, with a tuft of goatee, older than Gu but looking remarkably spry and energetic, his appearance appearing even better than Gu's. This man was none other than Sun Tiange, one of the 3 great medical masters of Long Country. Chapter 79, The Flowing Gold Deadly Poison. This large group of people returned to the villa hall, with most of the Shen family members staying here to wait. Shunjiru and Zhu Xiao, however, had no time to care about Xuanhuan anymore, leading Sun Tian and Gu directly towards the place where Grandpa Shun was located upstairs. Gu Qitian coldly sneered at Xuanhuan, then hurriedly followed them upstairs as well. The opportunity to witness Sun Tian, one of the 3 great medical sages of Long Country, practicing his medical art to save lives, is rare. Mr. Chun, let's go. I'll take you upstairs, Xuanhuan said in a low voice. Taking Xuanhuan upstairs without thinking could invite criticism from her mother Zhu Xiao, but for the sake of her grandfather, she felt this was necessary. Xuanhuan nodded and followed Xuanhuan upstairs into a spacious, yet plainly decorated room. Inside the room on the bed lay an elder tightly shutting his eyes, his complexion slightly pale, bearing some resemblance to Shinjiru. He was none other than the elder that Xuanhuan saved in the park yesterday morning, Xuanyuan's grandfather, Shun Songro. At this moment, Sun Tiange had already sat by the bed carefully feeling Shun Lao's pulse, while Shunjiru, Zhu Xiao, Gu Qitian, and several others stood quietly aside. Noticing Xuanhuan bringing Xuanhuan inside, Gu looked puzzled, Gu Qitian laughed coldly, Shunjiru frowned. Zhu Xiao looked displeased, but for the sake of not affecting Sun Tiange's treatment, she didn't speak up, just glaring at her daughter, Xuanhuan, forcibly suppressing her discontent with Xuanhuan's presence here. After half an hour passed, Sun Tianhe finished diagnosing. The expression on his old face became complex, making it hard to figure out what he had diagnosed. Master Sun, what exactly did you see? Seeing Sun Tianhe had finally finished diagnosing, Shinjiru immediately asked. My father has always been very healthy, but yesterday he suddenly collapsed and has remained unconscious ever since. We took him to the hospital and had him thoroughly checked using modern devices, but no issues were found. What disease could it be? That's right, Master Sun, what illness does old Shin have? Gu nodded and chimed in. I previously examined his pulse, which was steady and strong, yet his vitality is rapidly weakening. I've never seen such strange symptoms. since they were close friends from their youth who maintained their friendship over the years. This is also why Guyu would make every effort for Shen Songrong, even personally inviting Sun Tianhe to examine him. It's quite normal you couldn't diagnose the illness. Even I spent so much time before diagnosing the problem with his body. Sun Tianhe reached out and stroked his own goat-like beard, speaking solemnly. To be precise, it's not a disease he has. Rather, he's been poisoned. Moreover, it's a kind of extremely rare poison. Poisoned. As these words fell from Sun Tianhe's lips, everyone was startled, all deeply shocked. Upon hearing this statement from Sun Tianhe, Chunnan remained calm on the surface, though there flashed a trace of sharp light in his eyes. Indeed, the elder was no less than renowned. Being one of the 3 greatest medical practitioners of Long Country, Sun Tianhe accurately identified the rare deadly poison named flowing gold sha within Shun Lao last night. Husband, how could Grandpa possibly be poisoned? Do you think who would dare harm him? Who wants to harm our Shin family? Zhu Xiu's expression turned ugly, her anger burning, unable to restrain herself from gritting her teeth and uttering these words. Grandpa Shun was the entirety of the Shin family. If he falls, it's akin to the sky collapsing on the Shin family. Even someone like her, who was merely a housewife, could understand this fact instantly. To put it another way, anyone targeting Grandpa Shin wasn't solely against him, but aimed at the entire Shin family. This isn't the time to discuss these things. Right now, the most important task is treating father. Although Shun Jiru's facial expression was also poor, he maintained composure, responding calmly to his wife. He stepped forward slightly, and then asked, Master Sun, what poison did my father ingest, and do you have a method to treat him? Based on my judgment, your father was poisoned yesterday. Was he possibly treated with acupuncture needles? Sun Tianhe didn't answer Shinjiru's question directly, but instead suddenly asked another one. Acupuncture. Shunjiru immediately paused, confused as to why the question came up, but still answered truthfully. Yesterday, it seemed no one gave my father an acupuncture treatment. Little Tian and Dr. Gu both attempted to treat him, but neither used needles. Husband, have you forgotten? Just then, Zhu Xiu suddenly interjected as a reminder. Didn't little Tian say earlier in the downstairs hall that someone had recklessly performed acupuncture on Grandpa in the park yesterday, trying to scam money? The person responsible is right here. Suddenly pointing her finger at Chun Nan, her face turned dark as she hissed coldly. He's the one who performed acupuncture on Grandpa yesterday. I believe there must be a connection between his actions and Grandpa being poisoned. Since Sun Tiange had determined that Grandpa Shun was poisoned yesterday and questioned who performed acupuncture on him, her first instinct was that the person who performed the acupuncture could very well be the poisoner. Mother-in-law is absolutely correct. Gu Qitian let out a cold laugh, immediately stepping forward to agree. Yesterday in the park, when I examined Mr. Shin's health, I found he had simply fainted due to high blood pressure. However, after this person administered acupuncture, Grandpa Shun came home poisoned. In my opinion, this young man is undoubtedly the one who poisoned him. He also believed that the question Sun Tiange asked was relevant to the poisoner, so without hesitation, he shifted the blame onto Chun Nan. Inside, he couldn't help but feel pleased. He had been looking for an opportunity to properly teach Chun Nan a lesson, and unexpectedly, the perfect chance presented itself. Young man, was it really you who performed acupuncture on him yesterday? Upon hearing Gu Qitian's words, Sun Tiange's eyes instantly gleamed like lightning, and his clouded old eyes stared sharply at Chun Nan like an eagle. Chun Nan met his piercing gaze unflinchingly and responded with a calm smile. Yes, it was me. Chapter 80, Worlds Apart. This kid just admitted it in public. The moment Chun Nan said this, Gu Qitian immediately rejoiced and sarcastically said, Dr. Sun, you see, I wasn't wrong. He really did recklessly apply needles to Grandpa Shun. I think he may truly be the one who poisoned him. At that moment, Zhu Xiu glared at Chun Nan with anger. Shinjiru and Guyu both had difficult expressions on their faces, and their gazes toward Chun Nan became increasingly unfriendly. Even Xin Yuyan had an unnatural look on her pretty face, anxiously rubbing the edges of her dress subconsciously, her heart involuntarily hanging in suspense. It's not that she didn't trust Chun Nan. It was mainly because Dr. Sun Tianhe had determined that her grandfather was poisoned yesterday, and kept pressing the question, who had applied the needles to her grandfather? This abnormal behavior led her to consider a highly contradictory thought. Could it be that Chun Nan's application of the needles previously wasn't to save her grandfather, but to poison him instead? So, do you know what kind of poison it is? Sun Tiange ignored Gu Qitian's outburst and continued to stare sharply at Chun Nan, asking another question. It's a rare poison called Lu Jin Sha Du. Chun Nan didn't intend to conceal anything and answered right away. Upon hearing Chun Nan's correct answer to Sun Tianhe's question, Shinjiru and Zhu Xiu's faces along with Gu Yu's turned ashen, their cold stares cutting like knives towards Chun Nan, filled with uncontrollable fury. Xin Yuyan's fair face instantly went pale, starting to believe that Chun Nan might truly be the poisoner, plunging her heart into the depths of despair. Only the person who administered the poison could answer so quickly what kind of poison it is. Seeing Chun Nan blurt out the answer, Gu Qitian was overjoyed inside, bursting into a fit of triumphant laughter. Everyone look, my judgment was completely accurate. This kid knows clearly what kind of poison Grandpa Shun was inflicted with. Now we can confirm that he must be the poisoner. All we need to do is force him to hand over the antidote and Grandpa Shun will be saved instantly. He intentionally defamed Chun Nan before, but in reality couldn't ascertain if Chun Nan was indeed the poisoner. Based on the current situation, he believed his assessment hadn't been incorrect. In his opinion, by stating what kind of poison old Master Shin suffered from, Chun Nan undoubtedly admitted publicly to poisoning him, showing extreme foolishness. He believed that Chun Nan would end up very pitifully, that the Shin family wouldn't let Chun Nan go easily, nor would Sun Tianhe or his grandfather spare him lightly. Most importantly, Shin Yuyan would regret bringing Chun Nan here, giving him a second chance to pursue her. At this moment, Guqi Tian was extremely pleased, fantasizing about many things. However, the following scene made him dumbfounded, shattering his pleasurable feelings all at once. Rascality. As soon as Guqi Tian's words faded, Sun Tianhe suddenly slapped him hard across the face, glaring while scolding. You young whelp, your mind isn't right for someone your age. I merely asked the young man 2 questions. I never said he was the poisoner. Yet, you keep accusing good people here without investigating the truth. You deserve to be beaten. If it weren't for this young man's timely intervention applying needles, Shun Songrong would have probably lost his life already, and certainly wouldn't have lived until now. After pausing briefly, he gave Guqi Tian a cold look and shouted fiercely, I know you're Gu Yu's grandson. I've heard that you are somewhat talented in medical skills in Jiangzhou, but compared to this young man, your medical talent is nowhere near his. By the end, facing Gu Yu, he bluntly added coldly, in my opinion, not only are your medical skills inferior to his, even your character is far off. The most important quality for a doctor is a benevolent heart and integrity. If you cannot achieve this, I suggest you abandon medicine early. Sun Tianhe's sharp gaze cut through like a blade, every word making Guqi Tian's face paler by the moment. After Sun Tianhe finished speaking, besides Chun Nan, Shen Zhiru, Zhu Xiao, Shen Yuyan, Gu Yu, and others present each had extremely varied expressions on their faces. His speech could be described as shocking. The information reversal contained therein was simply too large, not only surprising Guqi Tian without warning, but also making them all unprepared. Impossible, it can't be possible. Sun Tianhe's remarks deeply struck Guqi Tian, who was used to being treated like a star among stars as a medical prodigy. He could barely accept it, nearly losing control, shouting irrationally. Dr. Sun, you must have made a mistake. How could this guy's medical skills possibly be better than mine? He's clearly the one who poisoned Grandpa Shun. Slap. The moment Guqi Tian finished speaking, he was immediately struck again, this time by his own grandfather. Gu Yu. Gu Yu's face turned red with anger as he scolded his grandson in disappointment. You good-for-nothing brat. Do you know who Dr. Sun is? He was already known as a master physician when you were still wearing open-crotch pants. His words are not to be questioned by someone like you. As he spoke, he worried that his grandson might say something else wrong, so he continued angrily. Go home right now and reflect on your behavior. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the house even half a step. Being publicly shamed about his prized grandson, it was hard for Gu Yu's pride to bear. Nevertheless, he dared not show any dissatisfaction towards Dr. Sun Tianhe in the slightest. After all, Sun Tianhe was one of the 3 greatest physicians in Long Country, with accomplishments far beyond what he could ever achieve. He was a grandmaster of medicine that Gu Yu would have to look up to his entire life. After receiving a slap from his grandfather Gu Yu, Guqi Tian instantly became calm, realizing that offending Dr. Sun Tianhe had been a foolish move. He didn't dare utter another word, blushing and slinking off. Looking at that retreating figure, Shen Yuyan felt thoroughly disappointed in Guqi Tian, deciding once and for all to cut off any thoughts of pursuing a relationship with him. Grandmaster Sun, I deeply apologize for my unworthy grandson's disrespect toward you. After Guqi Tian left, Gu Yu immediately smiled apologetically at Dr. Sun Tianhe. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my disrespectful grandson, hoping you can forgive him and calm down. You don't need to apologize to me. I'm not the type to argue with a junior. Dr. Sun Tianhe waved his hand dismissively and gestured toward Chen Nan, saying, your grandson just falsely accused this young man earlier. The person you should be apologizing to is this young man. Chapter 81, Joint Acupuncture. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu first looked surprised, then immediately nodded with a smile and said, Mr. Sun is right. It was my oversight. I indeed owe this young man an apology. As he spoke, he quickly turned his gaze to Chun Nan, his tone slightly haughty as he made a perfunctory apology. Young man, on behalf of my unfilial grandson, I apologize to you here. Please don't hold it against him. When I return, I will certainly teach him a lesson. He was the head of the Gu family, known as a renowned doctor in Jiangzhou, yet due to Mr. Sun Tianhe's presence, he had no choice but to apologize to Chun Nan. Chun Nan understood instantly that Gu Yu's apology was only for show and saw no need to reciprocate with polite pleasantries, simply nodding with a calm expression. To this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Yu's eyes. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he thought that Chun Nan, still young, was being arrogant and refusing him face. Mr. Sun, my father has been poisoned by something called flowing gold evil poison. Is there a way for you to treat him? At this point, Shen Zhiru already knew that Chun Nan was not the one who had poisoned his father. With concern, he immediately asked, focusing only on whether his father could be treated rather than anything else. I naturally have ways to treat him. Sun Tiange nodded, stroking his tuft of goat-like beard as he spoke gravely. However, since flowing gold evil poison is considered a rare and dangerous poison, successfully detoxifying your father won't be an easy task. I need an assistant to help me conduct the acupuncture treatment on him. Saying this, he suddenly turned his gaze to Chun Nan and smiled, asking, Young sir, I wish for you to be my helper. What do you say about that? Just earlier, he had persistently asked who had performed acupuncture on old Master Shun, in fact, seeking an assistant for himself. Seeing Chun Nan so young, Sun Tiange found it hard to believe that he was the one who had previously administered acupuncture to Grandpa Shen. So, Sun Tiange deliberately posed a second question, asking what kind of poison Shen Zhongrong had been afflicted with. Only when Chun Nan correctly answered, flowing gold evil poison, did Sun Tiange truly believe that Chun Nan was the person who had administered the acupuncture before. Mr. Sun, if you need a helper, why involve someone else? Before Chun Nan could respond, Guyu hurriedly stepped forward, self-recommending. This young man is too inexperienced. He's far too young to be relied upon in medical matters. Allow me to assist you instead. Being able to work alongside the great physician Sun Tiange was a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity coveted by many in the medical field. He was naturally making a strong bid for it. There's no problem. Though young, this gentleman may be more proficient in medical techniques than you are. Sun Tiange stroked his goatee, smiling lightly, and said, the fact that this young man can diagnose Shen Songrong as being affected by flowing gold evil poison and manage to temporarily suppress the toxins through acupuncture shows that his skills are highly refined. With these words from Sun Tiange, Shen Jiru, Zhu Xiu, and Shen Yuyan were all greatly astonished, never expecting Sun Tiange to rate Chun Nan's medical abilities so highly, perhaps even surpassing Guyu's. Hearing Sun Tiange praise Chun Nan, Shen Yuyan's eyes locked onto Chun Nan with glowing admiration, filled with surprise but also immense delight. She had nearly mistaken Chun Nan for the one responsible for the poisoning, but now, knowing he had genuinely saved her grandfather yesterday through acupuncture, after personally affirming Chun Nan's superb medical skills, she felt reassured that her decision to spend 1 billion yuan to bring him here had been wise. Mr. Sun, even if you say so, neither you nor I have seen this young man actually perform acupuncture. I feel that. Feeling dissatisfied after hearing Sun Taiji's comment, Guyu believed that despite Chun Nan diagnosing Shen Rongcong correctly, his medical knowledge could never match up to someone like himself who had practiced medicine for decades. Enough, there's no need to discuss this further. I've made up my mind. Sun Tiange waved a hand, cutting off Guyu's objections. Turning his gaze toward Chun Nan, he smiled again and inquired, young sir, would you consent to being my assistant? In truth, Guyu could also act as his assistant, but noticing Chun Nan's impressive medical prowess at such a young age, revealing extraordinary talent, Sun Tiange was now interested in taking him as a disciple. Moreover, seeing that Chun Nan willingly came to old Master Shen's aid even as an outsider yesterday demonstrated that he possessed the compassion required of a healer. His character proved worthy to become a disciple. His insistence on appointing Chun Nan as his assistant was essentially an attempt to observe just how advanced Chun Nan's medical expertise truly was. Master Sun, before Chun Nan could finish speaking. Mr. Chun, on behalf of the entire Shen family, I thank you for saving my father yesterday. Our family offended you earlier, and I hope you can overlook our past grievances and help save my father again. We will surely offer our deepest gratitude afterward. At this moment, Shen Jiru hurriedly stepped forward, not even waiting for Chun Nan to fully express his stance, and pleaded earnestly. Apologies, Mr. Chun. Zhu Xiu's face also showed a hint of regret as she quickly approached and said, as a housewife with little knowledge, I failed to recognize your greatness and spoke harshly to you before. If there's any way for me to make amends to relieve your anger, I would do it, but please help save our old master. Shen Songrong was far too important to the Shen family, and they were deeply afraid that Chun Nan might refuse to assist Sun Tiange in curing the old master due to their previous conflicts. Mr. Chun, please cure my grandfather, and afterwards, I will pay another 2 billion yuan. Shen Yuyan added an extra layer of assurance and immediately promised, echoing her thoughts. This time, she directly represented the entire Shen family, because she knew that no matter how much money they spent, the Shen family would willingly pay if Chun Nan helped heal her grandfather. Miss Shen, you speak too humbly. Chun Nan smiled faintly and said, I've already received 1 billion yuan from you as consultation fees and agreed to cure your grandfather, so I will certainly keep my word. Your family's money, I won't accept anymore. As he spoke, he didn't waste further words and immediately responded to Sun Tiange. Master Sun, I agree to be your assistant. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Actually, with the divine medical legacy in his possession, he could have cured Grandpa Shen all by himself. However, given the prior misunderstanding that he was the one who poisoned him, he decided against showing off his capabilities too openly, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Haha, excellent. Upon hearing Chun Nan's response, Sun Tiange burst out laughing and said, then let's start now and work together to use acupuncture to save lives. Finding someone with extraordinary talent in the field of medicine wasn't easy, and shortly, he intended to carefully probe Chun Nan's current level of medical expertise. Chapter 82. Focused on 2 tasks, controlling the needle with qi. Little brother, in the medical community, there is a basic acupuncture technique known as the Rujiu acupuncture method. I assume you are familiar with this technique. As Sun Tiange took out his specialized fine needles, he smiled at Chun Nan and said, when treating the patient, maintain his heart pulse stability using the Rujiu acupuncture method to ensure his blood and qi flow smoothly. I will use the Chongyang acupuncture method to expel the poisonous energy within his body. All right, Senior Physician Sunday. Chun Nan nodded and pulled out the fine needles he carried with him. The Rujiu acupuncture method was an auxiliary, simple acupuncture technique, whereas the Chongyang acupuncture method was quite challenging. However, for Chun Nan, who had inherited the techniques from the patriarch of the Qin family, these 2 methods posed no difficulty, and he could execute them effortlessly. All right, little brother, prepare to start the acupuncture treatment. After Sun Tiange instructed Shunjiru to lift up Grandpa Shen, he gave a sharp call and immediately began implementing the xuanhuan acupuncture method, quickly inserting needles into Grandpa Shen's body. At the same time, Shunnan also executed the Rujio acupuncture method and swiftly started placing needles on Grandpa Shen's body without the slightest mistake. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flickered in Sun Tiange's eyes. Shunnan's speed and accuracy in needle insertion were comparable to his own. With just this point alone, Sun Tiange realized that Shunnan's medical skills genuinely surpassed Guyu. At this moment, Sun Tiange's estimation of Chunnan rapidly increased. Little brother, be aware, I am about to increase the speed of my needling. Sun Tiange reminded once and intentionally wanted to test Shunnan's actual abilities. Instantly, he gripped 5 needles between his fingers, drastically increasing the speed of needle placement. Unaware of Sun Tiange's thoughts, when Shunnan noticed Sun Tiange accelerating his needling speed, he subconsciously assumed it was to stay synchronized, thus raising his own speed accordingly. Upon witnessing this, Sun Tiange's eyes revealed a rare expression of shock, which then ignited a competitive spirit within him. He promptly announced, I'm going to exert my full effort with the acupuncture. Little brother, watch closely. The moment these words were spoken, he switched to holding 10 needles with both hands and inserted them into Grandpa Shen's body like shadowy ghost hands. The speed increased to an astonishing level. Without overthinking, Shunnan raised his needling speed correspondingly, continuing to use only 2 fingers but matching Sun Tiange every step of the way without falling behind. Realizing that Shunnan's face remained calm and composed while keeping pace with his rhythm and seemingly still conserving strength, Sun Tiange felt somewhat disheartened, finding himself unable to maintain composure. His old eyes widened with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Deep down, he was well aware that although the speed and accuracy of acupuncture couldn't fully define one's medical skills, it did provide substantial indirect evidence. Just by observing this demonstration from Chunnan, he already understood that perhaps Chunnan's medical proficiency didn't merely surpass Guyu, but might even rival his own. This conclusion left Sun Tiange incredulous. How old was Chunnan? Apparently, not more than his mid-20s. On the side, Guyu and Shunjiru's family of 3 watched in a blur as Sun Tiange and Chunnan swiftly executed their acupuncture, all already speechless and awestruck, feeling as if they were watching a highly choreographed performance of medical artistry. Particularly Guyu, an insider in the field, observed aspects far beyond what Shunjiru's family could discern. His astonishment towards Chunnan's ability to keep up with Sun Tiange was equal, if not greater, than Sun Tiange's own disbelief. He almost couldn't accept what he was seeing. Chunnan's performance made him feel as though his entire life practicing medicine was nothing more than a joke. Previously, he thought Sun Tiange's praise of Chunnan seemed exaggerated when he claimed that Chunnan's skills surpassed his. But now, after witnessing Chunnan perform acupuncture firsthand, he had no choice but to believe. At that moment, under maximum effort, Sun Tiange's consumption of spiritual and physical energies became immense. His complexion started to pale, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he began to feel increasingly drained before even reaching the halfway point of his execution of the xuanhuan acupuncture method. Right there, Sun Tiange internally cursed, regretting having disrupted his own rhythmic flow due to the momentary competition with Chunnan. Everyone knows that once the speed of needling increases during treatment, it must be maintained, otherwise, it could lead to failure. This was common knowledge among medical practitioners. Senior physician son, actually, I also know how to perform the xuanhuan acupuncture method. Would you like me to take over the procedure for you? Noticing Sun Tiange's signs of strain, Chunnan offered proactively. The Rujio acupuncture method is much simpler than the xuanhuan acupuncture method, requiring far fewer needles, so by this point, he had already completed his treatment on Grandpa Shen. No worries. Sun Tiange shook his head. To save face, he gritted his teeth and continued to administer acupuncture to Grandpa Shen despite the struggle. Until 10 minutes passed, Sun Tiange persisted until he was almost done with the acupuncture, sighing with relief as tension gradually melted away from his heart. But just as he was about to finish, an unexpected incident occurred without warning. Suddenly, Sun Tiange appeared to notice something alarming. His complexion changed abruptly, and in panic, he exclaimed, "This is bad. The flowing gold poison within him is still active. Not only can my xuanhuan acupuncture method not suppress it, but it's also invading my body." No sooner had he finished speaking, when the fine needles inserted into Grandpa Shen's body suddenly turned black, and Sun Tiange's hands were visibly darkening at a rapid speed. "The poison has mutated, Dr. Sun, let me take over." Chunnan's expression changed as well, and he bellowed loudly. With lives at stake, he no longer cared how Sun Tiange might react. In a flash, he grabbed the fine needles, immediately channeling his true energy to control all the needles from afar. Like the tail of a golden dragon swaying or countless arrows piercing the sky, they moved swiftly, administering needles simultaneously on Shun Tsongrong and Sun Tiange. At this moment, Chunnan demonstrated his medical skills to perfection. Compared to his previous speed, his current speed under full exertion was on an entirely different level. Focused on 2 tasks while controlling the needle with qi. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Tiange's heart jolted violently. His old eyes bulged out of their sockets, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a goose egg, his face full of disbelief. This can't be possible. Heavens above. When Sun Tiange noticed the acupuncture method Chunnan was using, another shock rippled through him. Aghast, his entire body trembled, and his excitement caused his goat-like beard to stiffen upright. This Could it be the legendary Gui Min Hui Chun needle technique? Divine skill. This is truly divine mastery of the medical arts. On the side, Guyu couldn't discern the specific acupuncture technique that Chun Nan was using, but even witnessing his ability to handle two tasks at once while controlling the needles with qi filled him with such awe that he completely lost composure. His shock and fear were comparable to Sun Tianga's. As for Shun Jiru, Zhu Xiao, Shen Yuyan, and the other members of the Shun family who observed this, they too could only gape in amazement, involuntarily thinking one thought. Is this the work of a heavenly being? Chapter 83, Prolonging Life. Chun Nan paid no attention to the marvelous expressions of the people around him at all. He couldn't afford any distraction while he was doing his utmost to apply acupuncture to Sun Tianga and Shin Songrong. Not until half an incense stick's worth of time had passed did Chun Nan finally finish the needling, exhaling a long breath of air and wiping the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't easy to apply acupuncture to both Sun Tianga and Shin Songrong simultaneously, which consumed a lot of his true qi and left him just as exhausted as he was when he treated Qin Bingyue's severe cold uterus. After his acupuncture treatment, the unconscious Shun Songrong lying on the sickbed clearly looked more ruddy, and Sun Tianga's hands, originally blackened by poison, had returned to normal. Everyone present could obviously see that the flowing gold poison in Shun Songrong and Sun Tianga's bodies had already been successfully neutralized by Chun Nan. At this moment, Shun Jiru's family of three were extremely moved, looking at Chun Nan with eyes filled with gratitude. After a moment, Chun Nan said to Sun Tianga, whose look of horror still hadn't dissipated and who was staring blankly at him with wide eyes. Dr. Sun, earlier it was quite sudden. I applied the needles to you rather abruptly. Please forgive me. Absolutely not, absolutely not. Realizing this, Sun Tianga quickly waved his hands. After witnessing Chun Nan's medical skills, how could he dare to put on airs anymore? He responded immediately. Young friend, this old man thanks you for saving my life. If you hadn't acted in time, perhaps Shin Songrong and I would have met our end. Thinking about how just a while ago he'd had the ridiculous idea of taking Chun Nan as a disciple made him feel his cheeks burning red, wishing there was a crack in the ground where he could hide. Given Chun Nan's medical abilities, he was entirely capable of being Sun Tianga's master. Dr. Sun, Upon hearing this, Chun Nan smiled and was about to say something. Wait. Sun Tianga interrupted Chun Nan hurriedly, then gave an awkward dry laugh. Brother Chen, please don't humiliate this old man. With each call of Dr. Sun, my face can barely stand it. In front of you, I wouldn't dare to be called a doctor again. Then, he suddenly shifted tone with a laugh. Young brother Chun, just now I heard them call you Mr. Chun, so let me boldly call you younger brother Chun. You can simply call me old Sun, okay? After these words from Sun Tianga, Guyu and Mr. and Mrs. Shun Jiru, along with Shun Yuyan, were all astounded, feeling somewhat mentally disoriented for a moment. They all clearly understood what the word old Sun represented in Sun Tianga's statement. It meant that Sun Tianga had put aside his dignity and wanted to proactively make acquaintance with Chun Nan as equals. Who is Sun Tianga? He's the president of the medical association across all of South Jiang province, and one of the three great medical masters in Long Country. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, who would believe that the grandmaster of the medical field, Sun Tianga, would actively try to socialize with a young person? Alright, then I'll call you Old Sunday. Upon hearing Sun Tianga's words, Chun Nan was surprised for a second, but then responded politely with composure. Haha, good. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianga burst out laughing heartily, clearly delighted to have made an acquaintance with Chun Nan. He immediately pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Chun Nan, saying with a smile, Brother Chun, we're meeting for the first time, and I don't have much to offer as a gift. Here, take this Golden Yang pill. It's something I painstakingly obtained from an old predecessor. Now it's yours. Golden Yang pill. Seeing the pill bottle handed over by Sun Tianga, Chun Nan's face immediately changed, deeply moved. Since inheriting the medical knowledge from the Chun family elder, naturally, he recognized the Golden Yang pill and wasn't unfamiliar with the formula used to create such medicine. The Golden Yang pill is a highly potent, yet gentle tonic pill that not only boosts male vigor, but also significantly strengthens the human constitution. It genuinely reinforces the roots and essence of health, possessing miraculous properties of prolonging life. He never expected that such a magical medicine would still exist in modern times. After all, herbs older than 300 years can be considered divine herbs. In today's era, wild ginseng older than 100 years is rare and precious. To find the divine herbs necessary to produce the Golden Yang pill is almost impossible. It seems Brother Chen knows about the Golden Yang pill too. Who would have thought that despite his youth, Brother Chen not only has extraordinary medical skills, but also profound insight. Noticing Chun Nan's unusual expression, Sun Tianga appreciated him even more, smiling teasingly, and said, Brother Chun, disregarding the longevity-enhancing properties of the Golden Yang pill for now, since all you youngsters love to play, eating this Golden Yang pill will keep you forever youthful, maintaining your peak masculine charm until death, making you irresistible to every woman. In his view, the miraculous life-prolonging effect of the Golden Yang pill might not be attractive to someone young like Chun Nan, but the efficacy of always displaying masculine charm would surely appeal to him. Upon hearing these words from Sun Tianga, Guyu and Shun Jiru both lit up with bright eyes, the former due to the life-extending properties of the Golden Yang pill, and the latter due to its ability to boost male vigor. As women, Zhu Xiao and Shun Yuyan's faces blushed slightly as they couldn't help but mentally criticize Sun Tianga, so childish. Old Sun, this Golden Yang pill is too precious. You should keep it yourself. Xuanhuan regained his composure and didn't intend to accept Sun Tiange's gift, smiling immediately and saying, I didn't expect that even a venerable man like Sun Tiange has such a mischievous side. The key point was that he didn't need the golden yang pill. He was already under the threat of excessive yang energy, so why would he require the pill to show off his masculinity? Brother Chun, why are you being so polite with an old man like me? Sun Tiange directly shoved the pill bottle containing the golden yang pill into Xuanhuan's hands, feigning displeasure as he said, if you don't take this golden yang pill, it means you don't consider me, old son, as a friend. All right. Xuanhuan glanced at the golden yang pill in his hand, then nodded with a smile. Then I thank old son for your gift. Haha, that's right. Seeing Xuanhuan accepting his gift, Sun Tiange immediately burst into a hearty laugh. After this laughter subsided, his relationship with Xuanhuan had become more casual, his voice unintentionally trembling as he couldn't wait to ask nervously. Brother Chun, let me ask you a question. Can you answer honestly? Chapter 84. The later generations of the Yangtze River pushed the former ones forward. Problem. Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, just ask, elder. Mr. Chun, was the technique you just used the Ghost Gate Spring Needle? Sun Tiange immediately asked, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. What? The Ghost Gate Spring Needle? Before Xuanhuan could respond, Guyu, upon hearing Sun Tiange mention this medical needle technique, couldn't help but be greatly shocked, exclaiming, Senior son, didn't you see it wrong just now? The Ghost Gate Spring Needle has been lost for over 1,000 years. Could it be that the young man used this legendary medical needle technique? No wonder he was so startled. This Ghost Gate Spring Needle is an ultimate needling technique known to save people from the grasp of Lord Yama and can genuinely revive those who seem beyond saving. Sun Tiange didn't answer Guyu's question since he himself wasn't certain of the answer. He could only fix his burning gaze on Xuanhuan, waiting for the latter's response. Shunjiru and his wife, along with Xuanyuan, couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble as they instinctively fixed their gazes on Xuanhuan. This family of three didn't understand medicine, but seeing both Sun Tiange and Guyu so agitated, they naturally became curious about whether Xuanhuan had used the Ghost Gate Spring Needle. The medical needle technique I used earlier is indeed the Ghost Gate Spring Needle. Xuanhuan smiled and did not intend to hide anything, directly providing the answer. He quite understood why Sun Tiange and Guyu were so astonished, because even Qin's ancestor held the Ghost Gate Spring Needle in extremely high regard. It could be considered the hallmark medical skill of Qin's ancestor. Upon hearing this, Sun Tiange and Guyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Exchanging a glance, they both saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. They found it hard to believe that such a legendary needling technique actually existed in the world, and more astonishingly, Xuanhuan, at such a young age, could already master this kind of legendary medical needle technique. Especially Guyu, who initially had some reservations about Xuanhuan's youthful arrogance, was now thoroughly convinced and even harbored a sense of admiration for him. After all, in the field of medicine, as in martial arts, the accomplished ones are the teachers, and power rules. Little brother Chun, you truly embody the saying that new waves of the younger generation push forward. After obtaining the exact answer from Xuanhuan, Sun Tiange sighed with relief, letting out a deep breath, saying, I didn't expect that at my age, I would have the chance to personally witness this medical needle technique in my lifetime. It is a great satisfaction before dying. Old son, if you're interested in learning the Ghost Gate Spring Needle, I can teach it to you. Xuanhuan paused briefly, then smiled as he spoke. In today's era, many prefer Western medical practices, while traditional Chinese medicine gradually fades and declines. Many treasures left by our ancestors have been lost throughout history. If Sun Tiange wants to learn, he wishes to spread and pass down this tradition so this medical technique may bring benefits to the general public. Little brother Chun, your kindness is appreciated by this old man. Sun Tiange shook his head and chuckled. A technique of this caliber like the Ghost Gate Spring Needle must surely be difficult to learn. Even me, there's no guarantee that I can learn or master it. Pausing briefly, he candidly admitted with a smile. Moreover, practicing the Ghost Gate Spring Needle must consume a tremendous amount of spirit energy. Even if this old man learns it, at my age with weakened spirit and energy, it would probably be impossible to use it practically and effectively to treat patients. Hearing Sun Taige's words, Xuanhuan slightly nodded and didn't say much else. Treating patients using acupuncture consumes one's spiritual energy. However, being a practitioner of ancient martial arts allows Xuanhuan to directly use internal force instead. Little brother Chun, when this old man saw you use the technique of directing needles with qi earlier, I imagine you are also a cultivated practitioner of ancient martial arts. Sun Taige suddenly turned the topic, laughing with a gleam in his eyes. As Sun Taige spoke, instantaneously, Guyu, Shinjiru and his wife, along with Xuanyuan, were all shocked once again. All the people present weren't ordinary commoners, thus naturally familiar with the circle of ancient martial artists. They know that in this world there exists a group of people who practice ancient martial arts, possessing extraordinary powers, and these people are referred to as ancient martial artists. What surprised them was that Xuanhuan excels not only in medical skills, but is also a concealed ancient martial artist of profound strength. You old master's insight is penetrating. I am indeed an ancient martial artist. Xuanhuan nodded and grinned, acknowledging. Truly, heroes emerge among the youth. Upon hearing this, Sun Taige showed no sign of surprise. Stroking his goatee, his admiring gaze towards Xuanhuan grew increasingly intense until it transformed into full-blown praise. Brother? Oh no, Master Chun, let me represent the entire Gu family to humbly apologize to you. At this moment, Gu suddenly stepped forward and bent down to bow to Chun Nan, once again bringing up the previous offense committed by Gu Tianqi towards Chun Nan. He said, previously, my disrespectful grandson Gu Qitian had the audacity to offend you without knowing his place. When I return, I will certainly discipline him. If you are still upset about it, I can have him personally apologize to you. This was his second apology to Chun Nan. However, unlike before, this time he completely put aside his pride and sincerely apologized to Chun Nan. Now that he had realized that Chun Nan was a medical master on par with Sun Tiange, and also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, how could he possibly remain calm? Mr. Gu, this matter. Chun Nan waved his hand, as if wanting to say something. Dare not. Dare not. Gu Yu felt honored and hastily interrupted Chun Nan's words, respectfully saying, Master Chun, please call me Xiao Gu. Even Sun Tiange didn't dare to refer to himself as a divine doctor in front of Chun Nan. How then could Gu Yu dare to let Chun Nan call him by such a title? As for this matter, it's all in the past now. As long as your grandson does not come to bother me anymore, that's fine. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Chun Nan first paused slightly in surprise before responding. He sensed the sincerity in Gu Yu's tone, and besides, he had never taken Gu Qitian seriously. The latter wasn't even worth his attention. Master Chun, may I know when my father will wake up? Shun Jiru stepped forward respectfully and asked. Having witnessed Chun Nan's skill, he willingly addressed him as a great medical master. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Shin anymore. After you feed him some water soon, he will wake up quickly. Chun Nan glanced at Grandpa Shun lying on the bed and reminded them. Hearing these words from Chun Nan, Shun Jiru and his wife, along with Shun Yuyan, finally completely relaxed and couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief. Chapter 85, Qin Bingyue's Secret. Master Chun, on behalf of the entire Shin family, I thank you. Whenever you need our help in the future, just let us know. Shun Jiru bowed deeply to Chun Nan and made a solemn statement. Hearing this, Chun Nan nodded. As one of the 5 major families in Jiangzhou, the Shin family might indeed be useful to him in the future. After completing his deal with Shun Yuyan, he didn't want to stay longer. So he said, Lord Shun, since Grandpa Shun is fine now, I should leave. After saying that, Chun Nan smiled and waved goodbye to Sun Tiange. They exchanged contact information, and then he turned around and walked toward the exit. Yuyan, what are you still standing there for? Master Chun was invited by you. You must personally see him out. Seeing that Chun Nan was about to leave, Zhu Xiu immediately gave Shin Yuyan a meaningful look and hurriedly reminded her. Pausing for a moment, as if she was afraid Shin Yuyan didn't understand her intention, she added, You must seize this opportunity. Mom, I know. Shin Yuyan couldn't help but blush faintly, shyly muttering her reply, before quickly chasing after Chun Nan's retreating figure. Young people these days are really energetic. It's such a pity that I don't have a beautiful granddaughter. Otherwise, I would definitely claim Brother Chun as my son-in-law. Seeing this scene, Sun Tiange habitually stroked his goatee and chuckled with satisfaction. Hey, it seems that a marriage alliance between the Gu family and the Shun family is impossible. This precious granddaughter of old Shun will surely look down upon my grandson. Gu Yu sighed inwardly as he watched Shun Yuyan voluntarily chase after Chun Nan's retreating figure. He fully understood the actions of the Shin family. Based on the personal importance that Chun Nan had just demonstrated, it was enough to far exceed any ties formed through arranged marriages among clans. His grandson, Gu Qitian, though hailed as a medical prodigy in Jiangzhou, would undoubtedly be worlds apart when compared with Chun Nan. Following this, after Chun Nan left, Sun Tiange and Gu Yu also departed without delay. Husband, this time, it's truly a blessing that the old man is safe and well. After they left, Zhu Xiu clenched her teeth and remarked, The old man was poisoned. This surely cannot be unrelated to the Yang family. Only the Yang family has such motives. The 5 great families have always been closely interconnected, jointly controlling most of Jiangzhou's medicinal herb industry, leasing official lands for common folk to grow herbs. But in recent years, the Yang family's influence within the 5 great families has grown increasingly stronger, fueling their ambitions. The Yang family intentionally colluded with the other 3 families to continuously lower the purchasing price of herbs, making enormous profits at the expense of farmers who grew them, causing widespread suffering. Grandpa Shun was upright, steadfastly refusing to collude with the Yang family. He insisted on earning money honestly, which led to the decline of the Shun family and increasing tensions with the other 4 families. Lady Zhu's assessment is correct. I believe that this poisoning incident is indeed related to the Yang family. However, we must wait until the old master awakens to discuss further action. A trace of coldness passed through Shun Jiru's eyes as he replied sternly. At the last routine gathering of the 5 great families, I don't know what the Yang family said, but it infuriated the old master so much that he publicly broke off relations with the Yang family. He paused and continued. The Yang family leads the other 3 families, oppressing the commoners of Jiangzhou while reaping ill-gotten gains. Eventually, they will face divine retribution. What the old man did was right. Even if our Shun family exits the circle of the 5 great families, we absolutely must not stoop to their level. Meanwhile, over here, Shun Yuyan followed Chun Nan out of the Shin family villa and drove him toward the Qin Group Corporation. It was still early. After treating Grandpa Shun, he planned to return to work. After all, Zhao Yaqi would find him after work to have dinner together at the Qin Group cafeteria. He hadn't informed Zhao Yaqi of his departure, so she still wasn't aware he'd left his post. Mr. Chun, thank you so much for curing my grandfather. In the car, Shun Yuyan, driving the vehicle, spoke softly. While speaking, she took the opportunity to glance at Chun Nan occasionally through the rearview mirror. Chun Nan, sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed to rest, seemed shrouded in mystery, almost unreadable. Though their ages were roughly the same, his abilities were astonishing beyond measure. She initially only held out hope, but never imagined he could actually cure her grandfather. Miss Shun, this seems to be the third time you've thanked me. Chun Nan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but chuckle lightly as he responded. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuyin couldn't help but blush, feeling flustered as her mother had urged her to seize the opportunity, yet she had no idea how to grow closer to Chun Nan. The only way she could think of was finding a topic to start a conversation with him. The impressive moments when Chun Nan displayed his medical prowess were still vividly imprinted in her mind. As for Chun Nan, an excellent man like a true dragon, it would be dishonest to say that Xin Yuyin did not have any springtime feelings toward him. Mr. Chun, how did you meet Binghua? Xin Yuyin steadied herself, as if having thought of an approach, and smiled as she said, with your abilities, you shouldn't just be working as an ordinary security guard in Binghua's company. After a brief pause, she ventured, half-jokingly asking, Mr. Chun, do you like Binghua? Like her? It doesn't go that far. Upon hearing Xin Yuyin mentioning Qin Binghua, Chun Nan slowly opened his eyes, replying with a light smile. In fact, I haven't known her for long. Our meeting was due to some unforeseen circumstances, and my employment at her company also happened by chance. It's all coincidental. He had promised Qin Binghua to keep their intimate relationship a secret, so naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone else. Hearing this ambiguous response from Chun Nan, Xin Yuyin became curious, yet she realized that Chun Nan didn't intend to divulge too much information. To probe into the real relationship between Chun Nan and Qin Binghua, she quickly shifted her question and spoke again. Mr. Chun, Binghua has a secret. She's never lacked suitors, but up until now, she has never dated anyone. Do you want to know why? Why is that? Chun Nan's heart stirred, prompting him to ask. To draw closer to Qin Binghua and deepen their connection, he needed to understand everything about her thoroughly. Hearing Chun Nan's question, Xin Yuyin saw no reason to hide anything and sighed as she replied. Binghua suffered from a psychological disorder at a very young age. This psychological condition is called Chapter 86, Dark Force Mastery. Speaking of this, Xin Yuyin deliberately paused for a moment, glancing at Chun Nan sitting in the rear seat. She found that Chun Nan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. His expression was very calm, giving her no indication of any ulterior motives. Mr. Chun, Binghua suffers from a psychological condition known as misandry. She inherently dislikes men from the core and has thus persistently refused any intimate contact with any man. Xin Yuyin couldn't discern much from Chun Nan's face, but at this point in the conversation, she could only proceed to truthfully inform him. Psychological disorder, misandry. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan was momentarily taken aback and then gave Xin Yuyin a strange look before bluntly saying, Does Qin Binghua dislike men because she likes women instead? He had initially only noticed that Qin Binghua suffered from extreme cold syndrome, but hadn't detected this psychological disorder in her. Of course, even if his medical skills were superb, psychological conditions like this were beyond his expertise and needed Qin Binghua herself to overcome them. Hee, Mr. Chen, your imagination is truly vast. I grew up with Binghua. We're just close friends. My grandfather also has a good relationship with her grandfather, which is why our families have always been close. Realizing what Chun Nan misunderstood, Xin Yuyin couldn't help but burst into laughter and hurriedly clarified. She simply despises men. The reason I suspect she developed this psychological illness is due to the Qin family. Xin Yuyin continued with a sigh. The Qin family? Chun Nan was once again startled and immediately followed up by asking, Miss Shun, tell me more about it. When Binghua was young, she used to be an outgoing girl, not at all like her cold demeanor now. Xin Yuyin nodded slightly and said, Binghua's biological mother passed away early, and her father quickly remarried. Unfortunately, this stepmother was anything but kind to Binghua, treating her very harshly. Regrettably, her father adored his new wife deeply and turned a blind eye to Binghua's suffering. As time went on, Binghua's personality started turning cold. She began mistrusting all men and developed the psychological condition known as misandry. After a brief pause, she added, Qin Yun is her half-sister from her father's side, and their relationship has never been good. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Xin Yuyin's explanation, Chun Nan nodded thoughtfully and sighed. I didn't realize how difficult it must have been for Qin Binghua. He felt unsettled inside. He hadn't expected that, despite being born into wealth, Qin Binghua had such a challenging life due to her family background. To make matters worse, Qin Binghua suffered from extreme cold syndrome, leaving him unable to imagine how she endured all these years alone without any family support or care. Binghua did indeed have a hard time in the past. Xin Yuyin nodded in agreement, empathetically agreeing with him. However, soon after, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she continued. But luckily, Binghua is highly competent. Her grandfather entrusted the Qin group to her, and in just a few short years, she's achieved remarkable success. This leaves everyone in her family, including her stepmother, speechless. Hearing this, Chun Nan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say more, yet silently agreeing with Xin Yuyin's words. Mr. Chun, although Binghua suffers from misandry, she seems to treat you differently than any other man. If you intend to pursue her, there might indeed be a chance of success. Xin Yuyin couldn't resist teasing while trying to figure out the exact nature of Chun Nan and Qin Binghua's relationship. Overcoming a psychological disorder is something she must do herself. My relationship with Qin Binghua isn't as close as you assume. Chun Nan shook his head and responded evasively to Xuanhuan. Only he knew that if it weren't for the unexpected turn of events leading to his connection with Qin Bingyue, they would belong to entirely different worlds with no interaction between them. Now knowing that Qin Bingyue has this psychological barrier, he became increasingly worried about how to get Qin Bingyue to agree to practice dual cultivation with him. After hearing Chun Nan's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a spark of joy deep down, subtly curving her lips upward. Although she still didn't know the specifics of the relationship between Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue, she understood that she wasn't entirely without opportunities to win Chun Nan's heart. Ice Moon, don't blame me for being selfish. Mr. Chun is truly outstanding. This man is far more capable than you can imagine. I can't help but be moved by this man. Xuanhuan softly sighed within her own mind. She wanted to hide Chun Nan's excellence, so she didn't plan to tell Qin Bingyue that Chun Nan was a medical master on par with Sun Tiange and also an ancient martial artist. On this day, Chun Nan sat cross-legged on the sofa in the security captain's office. After practicing for an entire day, he suddenly felt his body tremble as his internal energy surged several times stronger, and his overall presence intensified significantly. Complete mastery of dark force. Chun Nan abruptly opened his eyes, excitement brimming in his gaze, and his heart swelled with exhilaration. In just a few short days, he had progressed so quickly from minor mastery of dark force to full mastery, even surprising himself at this rocket-like pace of cultivation. Of course, this was not only due to the merits of the great mystical Three Lives canon, but also thanks to his own rigorous practice. Ever since working at Qin Group, he had been idle all along, spending most of these days cultivating in the security captain's office, without wasting a single moment. Just after breaking through, Chun Nan's phone began ringing. Chun Nan exhaled softly, calming his tumultuous emotions. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The caller ID read, Jean Hongmei. Miss May, this is Chun Nan. He placed the phone to his ear and answered. Brother Nan, the arena fight between several major underground forces in Jiangzhou will start tonight. Should I send someone to pick you up? The tone of Jean Hongmei on the other end was solemn, lacking her usual allure. All right, have someone meet me at the entrance of Qin Group. Chun Nan slightly nodded, not uttering any unnecessary words, and readily agreed. A few days ago, he had promised to represent the Goldfish Society on stage, and naturally, he wouldn't break his word. Besides, with his recent consecutive breakthroughs and rapid increase in strength, engaging in some actual combat would be ideal to better control his current abilities. Chapter 87, Abandoned Factory. Alright, within half an hour, my sister will send someone to pick you up at the entrance of Qin Group. No, I'll pick you up myself. With that, Jean Hongmei on the other end of the phone hung up. After finishing the call with Jean Hongmei, Chun Nan sent Zhao Yaqi a text message informing her that he would leave work early to take care of something. Then, he left the security office and went to wait at the entrance of Qin Group. About 15 minutes later, 7 or 8 black SUVs appeared at the entrance of Qin Group. Then a large group of people got out of the vehicles. A man and a woman walked in front. The woman was Jean Hongmei, the president of the Goldfish Association. The man was unfamiliar to Chun Nan, a dark-complexioned elderly man around 60 years old. Behind Jean Hongmei were 2 hall masters of the Goldfish Association, Li Daqiang and Gao Hu. Among them, Gao Hu had been severely injured by Chun Nan in a bar a few days ago. His face was still pale, and his energy was depleted, indicating that his wounds had not fully healed. Mr. Chun, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Jean Hongmei approached with her group and spoke. In private, she could act without reservation with Chun Nan, but in this setting, it was clearly inappropriate to address him as a brother. President Jean, you're overdoing it. I haven't waited long. Chun Nan cleverly changed the title and chuckled faintly. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce you. Jean Hongmei pointed to the thin elder next to her and quickly said, This is Ren Fei, the master of the Jiangzhou Tunning Martial Arts School. He's a practitioner of ancient martial arts I've invited, and he will represent our Goldfish Association in the competition. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan nodded slightly. Each of the 3 underground forces would send 3 fighters for the stage battles. Jean Hongmei had previously mentioned inviting another ancient martial artist to help in the tournament. It turned out to be the thin elder before him. President Jean, is this your final selected competitor? Ren Fei glanced at Chun Nan, and upon noticing the Qin Group security uniform, disdain immediately filled his eyes. Irritated, he coldly snorted. This unknown young man looks like just an ordinary person struggling through life. Is he really an ancient martial artist? The circle of ancient martial artists in Jiangzhou was small, and their numbers were limited, with most knowing each other. He had never seen Chun Nan. Moreover, the security uniform on Chun Nan was too conspicuous, making it hard for Ren Fei to believe that Chun Nan was a strong ancient martial artist. Whether I am an ancient martial artist or not, won't a test from you clear things up? For Ren Fei's condescending attitude, Chun Nan immediately replied with a cold laugh. The opponent was merely a novice in dark force ancient martial arts. With his now accomplished dark force abilities, crushing Ren Fei would be as simple as squashing an ant. Young man, what did you say? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Ren Fei's expression darkened instantly, and he prepared to attack. Wait, Master Ren, please calm down. Jean Hongmei quickly stopped Ren Fei's actions, persuading him. The arena battles against the Black Wolf Gang and Iron Hand Gang are imminent. There's no need for us to start fighting over trifles. We need to conserve our strength. For President Jin's sake, I'll let this go this time. Hearing Jean Hongmei's words, Ren Fei coldly snorted again and decided against making a move. Mr. Chun, it's getting late, so let's head to the arena location. Jean Hongmei turned and gave Chun Nan an apologetic look, then smiled gently. Chen Nan nodded and didn't say much more. Soon afterward, everyone boarded the cars and headed toward the competition site. To avoid unnecessary complications, the battle among several underground forces was arranged at an abandoned factory far away from the urban area of Jiangzhou City. By the time Jin Hongmei, Chen Nan, and others arrived at this remote area by car, the sky had gradually become dark. After everyone got out of the vehicles, Jin Hongmei led Chen Nan and the others straight toward the abandoned factory. At that moment, the spacious interior of the abandoned factory was illuminated by large lamps, and in the center of the open space stood a makeshift square arena. A large group of people were standing on both sides of the arena. The large group of people on the left belonged to the Iron Hand Gang, led by a burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes wearing a sleeveless top. He was the gang leader of the Iron Hand Gang, Tai Kwang. The large group of people on the right were members of the Black Wolf Gang, led by a man and a woman who were both about 30 years old. The man was Guan Hui, the leader of the Black Wolf Gang, and the woman was Yinzi, Guan Hui's wife. Both were practitioners of ancient martial arts. Seeing Jin Hongmei leading Chen Nan and others inside, Tai Kwang, the leader of the Iron Hand Gang, burst into a series of loud and wild laughter. Jin Hongmei, you've finally come. I thought for a moment that your Goldfish Association was planning to be a coward and not show up for this duel. Tai Kwang, I heard that you've already surrendered to the Black Wolf Gang. If anyone's being a coward, it must be your Iron Hand Gang. Jin Hongmei shot back without hesitation, her sarcasm cutting deep. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's retort, Tai Kwang's expression darkened instantly, and after a cold snort, he refrained from making further comments. President Jin is still as sharp-tongued as ever. That mouth of hers remains just as venomous. Guan Hui, the boss of the Black Wolf Gang, fixed his gaze on the alluring Jin Hongmei. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he mockingly commented, "Don't make things sound so harsh. Tai Kwang is simply a man who knows how to adapt to the situation. His Iron Hand Gang has merely entered into a cooperative relationship with our Black Wolf Gang." Pausing for a moment, he feigned a consultative tone with Jin Hongmei, but laced it with an implicit threat. He added with a faint smile, "The underground forces in Jiangzhou are too chaotic. It's time for them to be unified. I wonder if President Jin would be willing to cooperate." As Guan Hui's words hung in the air, Jin Hongmei's face changed immediately. She had now confirmed what she had long suspected. The Iron Hand Gang had indeed submitted to the Black Wolf Gang. Enough talk, but she had anticipated such a scenario and felt no panic in her heart. Her voice grew icily cold as she snapped, "Guan Hui, if you want to become the emperor of the underground forces in Jiangzhou, you'll first have to deal with my Goldfish Association. Even if you try to break the rules of the competition, we won't back down." Although she didn't know what method Guan Hui had used to bring Tai Kwang under his control, there was no way she would follow the same path. Even if it meant dissolving the Goldfish Association and giving up all their territory, she would never submit to someone like Guan Hui. President Jin truly has great courage and admirable integrity. Guan Hui couldn't help but chuckle, a meaningful smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he sinisterly replied, "Rest assured, our Black Wolf Gang will not violate the rules. The duels between us will continue." Chapter 88, A Draw. Good. Since you are willing to follow the rules, let's fight. Jin Hongmei noticed the sly smile on Guan Hui's lips and couldn't help but frown. However, she didn't want to waste any more words with him and responded coldly. Even if the Iron Hand Gang had surrendered to the Black Wolf Gang, there were only 3 ancient martial artists on their side. With Chen Nan and Ren Fei's assistance, her side wouldn't be weaker than theirs. "Iron Chief, I think you should represent us for the first round of the arena." Guan Hui gave a mocking smile to Jin Hongmei before speaking directly to Tai Kwang. Upon hearing this from Guan Hui, Tai Kwang's expression darkened as he felt annoyed. The other party was commanding him openly in front of everyone, truly treating him like a subordinate. If it weren't for the figure standing behind them, would he ever have followed their orders or given up his hard-earned territory so easily? Fine. Tai Kwang suppressed his annoyance and nodded immediately. As soon as he spoke, he leaped forward with great force, flying onto the arena like a spreading hawk. "Jin Hongmei, who from your Goldfish Guild dares to come fight?" Standing on the arena, Tai Kwang let out a wild laugh, full of taunting undertones. Now that his Iron Hand Gang had already surrendered to the Black Wolf Gang, this bout no longer revolved solely around past grievances. "I'll go." Before Jin Hongmei could respond, Ren Fei, headmaster of Tianning Martial Arts School, shouted loudly and swiftly leapt onto the arena, standing opposite Tai Kwang. "Director Run, I didn't expect that you'd leave your Tianning Martial Arts School without finishing your teaching duties and instead come to meddle in our underground faction struggles. You're already quite elderly. Why involve yourself in such chaos?" Tai Kwang sneered as he looked at Ren Fei. In Jiangzhou's ancient martial arts circle, which wasn't very large, he naturally knew who Ren Fei was. "Chief Iron, do not misunderstand me. I am not interested in your struggle within the underground factions." Ren Fei smiled faintly and said, "The payment offered by President Jin is too tempting, so this time, I will exceptionally fight for her Goldfish Guild once. After this battle, even if your various factions end up in life and death struggles, it will have nothing to do with me." "Good." Upon hearing Ren Fei's statement, Tai Kwang's smile gradually disappeared as he said coldly, "I've long heard that Director Ren has brought his Eagle Claw technique to mastery. Before, we never had the chance to cross hands. But today I want to see whether your Eagle Claw technique is stronger or my Iron Palm skill prevails." With those words spoken, his inner energy exploded suddenly, and he rushed forward fiercely, sending a palm strike toward Ren Fei across the air. Even before his palm technique reached its target, the sharp palm wind had already arrived. "Great palm art. Ren Fei knew that this was the other party's signature iron palm skill, so he dared not take it lightly at all. Immediately, he channeled his own energy, transformed his fingers into claws, and unleashed Eagle Claw skill, directly confronting the other's palm wind. The two were evenly matched in power, both being at the preliminary stage of the hidden momentum cultivation level, leading to a fierce back-and-forth combat scenario where neither had the upper hand. The crowd below watched intently at the scene on the arena, unable to predict the final winner. Mr. Chun, who do you think will win between Director Ren and Tai Kwang? At this moment, Jean Hongmei couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked softly beside Chen Nan. In her opinion, if anyone could accurately determine the outcome of these two individuals' fight, it would undeniably be Chun Nan. After all, while she believed Chun Nan shared the same cultivation level, hidden momentum entry, as the other ancient martial artists present, his actual fighting prowess was undoubtedly the strongest. If these two don't aim for a life-and-death battle but keep fighting like this, they'll probably end up with a draw. A flash of sharp insight crossed Chen Nan's eyes as he stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied. In terms of pure cultivation strength, Tai Kwang's internal energy might be higher than Director Ren's. However, Director Ren's combat experience is far richer than Tai Kwang's, balancing out their practical combat capabilities. This is why they've entered a stalemate phase. Not only did he possess Fire Eye Purple Pupil, but his cultivation realm was also much higher than either Tai Kwang or Ren Fei. Naturally, he was capable of analyzing the battle situation clearly and precisely predicting the result. Draw. Upon hearing Chen Nan's judgment, Jean Hongmei was initially startled but then slightly nodded, refraining from further questioning. If indeed it ended in a draw, she could accept this result. About 10 minutes passed. On the arena, bang! Ren Fei and Tai Kwang exchanged another move. Their energies clashed, causing them to uncontrollably step backward explosively until they reached the edge of the arena where they awkwardly stabilized themselves. At this moment, a hint of wariness emerged in the gazes they both exchanged. Just now, Ren Fei's Eagle Claw technique had landed on Tai Kwang's throat, while at the same time, Tai Kwang's palm strike had hit Ren Fei's chest. Both were considerably injured. President Iron, neither of us has won this round. Why don't we conclude it as a draw? Ren Fei, with his internal energy and blood flow unsettled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suggested. The other's strength was roughly equal to his own. He was merely helping Jean Fish Guild once for this bout. There was no need to fight to the death. Alright, I agree. Let's follow Director Ren's suggestion and conclude as a draw. Tai Kwang also touched the blood on his neck. The other had nearly torn open his carotid artery. A wave of fear coursed through him, and he immediately nodded. Now that he had submitted to the Black Wolf gang, he was fighting for them and would not foolishly risk his life. Seeing the two in the match in a draw, the crowd below couldn't help but let out a collective gasp. None of them expected this outcome. And Jean Hongmei subconsciously glanced at Chen Nan, her heart slightly surprised. She hadn't thought that his words would truly come to pass. Wait, I disagree with your conclusion of a draw. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. President Iron, your cultivation is higher than this old man's. You should continue fighting. Victory will ultimately belong to us. That's right, President Iron, your iron palm skill is mighty beyond compare. You can easily overpower this old man. Why settle with a draw? Guan Hui's wife, and Yinzi, immediately employed a taunt tactic, echoing in agreement. The couple knew well that Tai Kwang wasn't genuinely submissive, so they sought to use this opportunity to have Tai Kwang fight Ren Fei to mutual exhaustion. Afterwards, while eliminating Jean Hongmei, they could also take care of Tai Kwang together. President Guan, Tai someone is already severely wounded and unable to continue fighting. Please do as you wish from here on. Tai Kwang responded coldly, completely ignoring the couple's provocation, and directly stepped down from the arena. Chapter 89, Jean Hongmei and Yinzi. Upon seeing this, Guan Hui and Yinzi's faces darkened, a trace of murderous intent flashing secretly in their eyes. Meanwhile, when Jean Hongmei witnessed the scene, she realized that Tai Kwang wasn't truly submitting to Black Wolf Gang. Her thoughts began to stir with a bit of interest. Who from Goldfish Guild will step onto the stage for battle? Just then, Yinzi called out softly, leaping gracefully onto the arena as she challenged the Goldfish Guild below. I will. Chun Nan stepped forward ready to act, but was stopped by Jean Hongmei. She quickly whispered, Mr. Chun, let me deal with this woman. Guan Hui is the strongest among us, so it'll be your turn to deal with him later. After hearing her words, Chun Nan slightly nodded without saying much more. Ren Fei, who had just stepped down from the stage, overheard what Jean Hongmei said. A look of disdain immediately appeared in his aged eyes, as he didn't believe that Chun Nan was really as powerful as Jean Hongmei described. Moreover, Ren Fei even doubted if Chun Nan was truly a martial artist, given his youthfulness and his appearance as an ordinary security guard. And Yinzi, I shall fight you. After whispering a few sentences to Chun Nan, Jean Hongmei immediately leapt like a black butterfly landing gracefully on the stage. Her agile leap instantly sparked a fervent gaze among all the males present, leading to some commotion. Jean Hongmei's charming beauty exuded grace and seduction. For today's battle, she intentionally wore a tight-fitting black leather outfit, fully showcasing her seductive figure. Jean Hongmei, you cunning vixen. Seeing the charm radiating from Jean Hongmei that could easily cause a disturbance in any setting, and Yinzi couldn't conceal her jealousy. Coldly, she stated, I will surely scar your face so badly today that this slut won't have the chance to seduce any men anymore. While speaking, she slowly drew a long sword from her waist, a fine soft sword. Seduce men. Hearing this, Jean Hongmei scoffed immediately, retorting defiantly. Someone ugly like you doesn't even have the right to seduce men. Even if you strip completely here, no man would take a second glance at you. Pausing briefly, she added sarcastically, if you weren't a martial artist, you'd probably already be cast aside by Xuanhuan. I feel pity for your ugliness. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's remarks, Yanzi fell into a fit of uncontrollable rage, her face turning red with anger as her whole body shook. She indeed looked unappealing, with a face full of pits and small bumps, usually sensitive to others' comments about her looks. Jin Hongmei's taunts were akin to sharp daggers cutting deep into the most vulnerable parts of her psyche. You wretched hussy. You're talking nonsense. Die now. As seen, filled with fury, Yanzi unleashed her true essence, swinging her sword frantically in a mad attempt to slay Jin Hongmei. Do you think I fear you? Unperturbed, Jin Hongmei didn't flinch. She activated her internal true essence and immediately engaged the enemy in combat. Yanzi used a school of swordplay, channeling her true essence through the soft sword, releasing waves of dazzling blade light, resembling twisted venomous snakes flicking their tongues toward Jin Hongmei. But in response, Jin Hongmei immediately deployed the fish swimming skill, taking mysterious steps and effortlessly dodging the blade light. The two women fought fiercely, one attacking, one defending, locked in an intense stalemate. Watching from below the arena, Xuanhuan deduced that unless something unexpected happened, the ultimate victor would likely be Jin Hongmei. Because he'd already fought against Jin Hongmei before, understanding that her fish swimming skill was remarkable, almost making her invincible within the same realm of cultivation. Without possessing a comparable skill or surpassing Jin Hongmei's cultivation level, simply relying on relentless offensive assaults wouldn't stand a chance and could easily result in defeat through exhaustion. Sure enough, as time passed gradually, die? Give me death. Realizing her sword strikes, despite putting forth all her might, couldn't even touch Jin Hongmei's clothes, and Yanzi grew increasingly enraged and lost control, her attack pattern becoming chaotic. What a perfect opportunity. At precisely this moment, Jin Hongmei seized her opponent's revealed flaw, shifting from defense to offense. While avoiding the last blade light from the other side, she concentrated her true essence in her palm and delivered a ferocious palm strike directly to the opponent's chest. A spurt, and Yanzi emitted a muffled groan, followed by spraying a mouthful of blood. She was thrown backward, eventually crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. The president is mighty. The president is mighty. At this sight, Gao Hu, Li Daqiang, and the other members of the Goldfish Guild couldn't help but become excited. Their joy was evident as they cheered spontaneously. A trace of a smile also appeared on Xuanhuan's and Renfei's faces. Since these two represented the Goldfish Guild in battle, naturally they didn't want Jin Hongmei to be defeated by the opponent. However, unnoticed by everyone, as the leader of the Black Wolf gang, Xuanhui remained remarkably calm at his wife's defeat, not showing any expression of embarrassment on his face. You've lost. Looking at Yanzi spitting blood and collapsing on the ground opposite her, Jin Hongmei coldly sneered. If it weren't for the rules of fair combat in martial circles, you would already be dead from that last palm strike. After finishing her sentence, she stopped paying attention to the other and turned to walk down from the stage. Just at this moment, Jin Hongmei, I haven't lost. A flash of chilling darkness suddenly emerged in Yanzi's eyes. She struggled to stand up despite her injuries and snarled venomously. Hearing these words, Jin Hongmei, who had already been prepared to step down from the arena, turned back and sneered. What? You still wish to fight me? You ugly creature aren't my match. The next strike will cost you your miserable life. Bitch, the one who should die is you. And Yanzi swiftly took out a red pill from her pocket, swallowed it quickly, and then grinned maliciously with a sinister tone. After taking this pill, Yanzi's eyes became crimson red as if dyed with blood, and her previously pale complexion flushed immediately. Moreover, an eerie transformation was occurring within her emitted aura. Witnessing this, Jin Hongmei's expression changed slightly, and she frowned and asked, what kind of pill have you taken? Go to hell. And Yanzi didn't respond to Jin Hongmei's inquiry. With her slender and sharp soft sword in hand, she charged over without hesitation, eager to resume her attack. Chapter 90, Life and Death Crisis. Shoo. And Yanzi swung her flexible sword, the blade gleaming as it transformed into a venomous snake, lunging straight at Jin Hongmei. Looking for death, Jin Hongmei coldly shouted and once again employed the swimming fish movement, attempting to use the same strategy to find her opponent's weakness and deliver a fatal blow. However, just as she executed her mysterious footwork, believing she could evade Yanzi's strike, the speed of the other's sword suddenly escalated to a new level, surpassing her ability to dodge. Not good. Jin Hongmei's face turned pale with alarm, leaving her no time to react further. Before she knew it, her shoulder was pierced by a sword, and the hidden stream of energy in Yanzi's flexible sword sent her stumbling backward more than 10 steps until she managed to stabilize herself barely. You've reached the small accomplishment stage of the dark strength. How is this possible? Steadying herself after the attack, Jin Hongmei covered the wound on her arm, her beautiful face losing color as she looked at Yanzi, who wore an eerie smile, and blurted out, this is wrong. It's the effect of the pill you consumed. What kind of pill did you take? The speed and strength of her opponent had far exceeded the level of one who had merely entered the preliminary stage of the dark strength. Coupled with the strange aura emanating from her, Jin Hongmei immediately began to suspect something. Seeing what transpired on the stage, Gao Hu and Li Daqiang among the members of the Goldfish Society couldn't help but appear troubled. Renfei, on the other hand, furrowed his brows deeply, unable to figure out the nature of the pill Yinzi had consumed earlier. He was perplexed by how it could elevate her power to such a high degree so swiftly. Xuanhuan's gaze flickered unpredictably. The speed at which Yinzi took the pill made it difficult to identify exactly what it was. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the stage, suddenly, Aya! A shrill scream echoed unexpectedly through the abandoned factory, shocking all present. Subconsciously turning their heads toward the source, they were instantly startled upon seeing what happened. It was Xuanhui, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, who had suddenly struck Tai Kuang, knocking him down with one palm. Tai Kuang was already injured from fighting Ren Fei on the stage. Now, ambushed from behind by Xuanhui, he was severely wounded and lost his mobility on the spot. Spitting out a mouthful of blood while lying prone on the ground, Tai Kuang cursed furiously. Xuanhui, you despicable man. I led the Iron Fist gang to submit to your Black Wolf gang, yet you dare to harm me behind my back. I Xuanhui need a loyal dog, not a disloyal one. With a derisive laugh, Xuanhui sneered. Tai Kuang, blame yourself for failing to be the trusted hound I required. I will take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of you entirely. After those words left Xuanhui's lips, Tai Kuang trembled with rage and anger, exacerbating his injuries and spitting out another mouthful of blood involuntarily. Upon hearing Xuanhui's statement, the members of the Iron Fist gang glared angrily at him, ready to follow their leader Tai Kuang's command to act against the Black Wolf gang at any moment. Tai Kuang, I didn't kill you with that last strike only because our superior hasn't spoken. Aware of the situation, Xuanhui smirked disdainfully, coldly saying, now, severely wounded, I suggest both you and your followers stay put if you want to survive a little longer. With that, ignoring Tai Kuang completely, Xuanhui turned toward Jin Hongmei on the stage, whose expression had soured, and said with an amused tone, President Jin, our bout has ended. You must have seen the situation clearly now. None of you from the Goldfish Society who came here for this challenge will leave alive today. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Every man would want to conquer someone like Jin Hongmei. But after dealing with her for quite some time, he understood that despite Jin Hongmei's seemingly lascivious and charming exterior, she was fundamentally a highly self-respecting and proud woman. A woman like her would never willingly surrender to him. Thus, he decided to destroy the flower while he still had support from his senior mentor behind him, using this contest as a chance to fulfill his dream of becoming the underground emperor of Jiangzhou. You wretched woman, I told you before. I'm the one who will die today. On the platform, and Yinzi displayed smugness, pointing her flexible sword at Jin Hongmei across the stage and cruelly laughing. The last sword stroke missed your vital point intentionally. Next, I'll carve your body piece by piece, allowing you to die slowly in pain as retribution for my grievances. Xuanhui, don't celebrate too early. Perhaps the ones who won't leave here are you. Upon hearing Xuanhui's words, Jin Hongmei grew even grimmer, but she wasn't intimidated, responding icily. Now that Tai Kuang has been critically injured by you and is unable to fight, there are only 2 martial artists on your Black Wolf gang side, while we have 3. It's still uncertain who will come out on top. She paused for a moment. Then, she sneered at Yinzi and calmly said, My name is Jin Hongmei, and I single-handedly built the Goldfish Society, so don't underestimate me. You're just an ugly beast and shouldn't spout meaningless threats in front of me. Although I do not know what kind of pill you've taken, I know that you haven't truly become a martial artist at the preliminary stage of the Dark Strength. Your current abilities are merely enhanced temporarily due to the drug. As she finished speaking, a chill of icy killing intent flickered in her eyes, and she added, I've been in the martial arts circle for quite some time now. Don't think I don't know that this type of powerful medicine you consumed must have adverse effects. The duration it lasts won't be long either. Once the effect wears off, all of you from the Black Wolf gang will die here. The situation was no longer a simple matter of competition or fighting on the stage. It had now evolved into a life and death struggle between the Goldfish Society and the Black Wolf gang, leaving no room for illusions on her part. After Jin Hongmei finished her speech, the atmosphere in the abandoned factory suddenly grew tense. Gao Hu and Li Dachong, along with other members of the Goldfish Society, tightly gripped their machetes at their waists, beads of nervous sweat breaking out in their palms. As for Ren Fei, the face of the martial artist turned solemn. Chen Nan, however, remained perfectly calm, his mind unperturbed. Though he hadn't anticipated the situation would escalate to such a lethal struggle, his powerful abilities at the mastery level of the Dark Strength gave him sufficient confidence to handle anything that came up. Clap, clap, clap. Xuanhui suddenly clapped his hands and laughed mockingly. President Jin, your analysis is indeed precise. Yinzi's bloodshot pill comes with significant aftereffects and can only maintain the strength of the small accomplishment stage briefly. If it were just Yinzi alone, by stalling for time, perhaps you'd have a slim chance of survival through sheer luck. He paused again. Then he quickly took out a red pill from his pocket and swallowed it before adding with a sinister grin. But now, I've also taken the bloodstop pill. So you'll have absolutely no hope of surviving. You will certainly die. Chapter 91, It's my turn. The words fell. It could be seen that Xuanhui's eyes turned blood red, and the martial arts aura radiating from his body was also changing eerily. At this moment, Xuanhui, who had taken the blood fiend pill, became exactly like in Yinzi, with a surging true qi leading to a rapid rise in cultivation level, advancing from the Dark Force initiation stage to the minor achievement of Dark Force in an instant. Seeing this scene, Jin Hongmei's complexion turned truly terrible, and her heart began to feel disarrayed. She originally thought that the Black Wolf gang had only one such mysterious pill, but she had never expected that Xuanhui would also have one of these pills. Now both Xuanhui and Yinzi of the Black Wolf Gang had taken the Blood Fiend pill and temporarily acquired the strength of minor achievement in the Dark Force. This was troublesome. 2 ancient martial artists at the minor achievement of Dark Force against 3 at the initiation level offered absolutely no suspense whatsoever. What made her even more desperate was that Xuanhui was already stronger than Yinzi. With him taking the Blood Fiend pill as well, his strength would surely surpass even Yinzi's. In her view, with herself, Xuanhuan, and Ren Fei being at the initiation stage of the Dark Force, they had absolutely no chance to face such overwhelming power from the other side, let alone delaying time until the effects of the pills on Xuanhui and Yinzi wore off. Lord Guan. At this moment, Ren Fei's complexion also looked unpleasant as he hastily said, I am not from the Goldfish Guild. I've already fought once on behalf of Jin Hongmei in this contest. I won't fight again. Whatever way you two want to battle it out is none of my concern. Could you possibly let me leave? Everything that Jin Hongmei could consider, he could naturally understand clearly. Faced with this death trap, he did not wish to die along with the people of the Goldfish Guild, and thus sought to extricate himself at the first opportunity. Ren Master, you've already gotten involved in this murky water, and now if you wish to cleanly step away, it's too late. Hearing this, Xuanhui gave a cold laugh and said in a chilling voice, since you're here, don't leave. You can just wait for your turn to go to the underworld with Jin Hongmei. You. Upon hearing this murderous, intent-filled statement, Ren Fei instantly turned pale, fear and anger mingling in his expression. As for Li Daqiang and Gao Hu, and the rest of these Goldfish Guild members, despair clouded their eyes. Xuanhui wouldn't even spare Ren Fei, much less them. Now they understood what awaited each of them. Ha! Jin Hongmei, you trash, do you see it now? Today is the day the Goldfish Guild perishes. There's nothing for you but death. And Yinzi atop the stage, seeing Ren Fei trying to flee in disarray, noticed the Goldfish Guild members filled with despair and couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter directed at Jin Hongmei, whose countenance was utterly grim. Given the situation, and Yinzi saw no possible countermove by the Goldfish Guild. It seemed that she already visualized Jin Hongmei and her group's death scenes. That, Golden President, when will it be my turn? At this very moment, Xuanhuan couldn't help but cough dryly and suddenly addressed Jin Hongmei on the stage aloud. Although his voice wasn't loud, in the already extremely oppressive atmosphere of the abandoned factory, everyone present could hear him clearly. It seemed abrupt amidst the heavy ambience. For a moment, everyone involuntarily paused and, almost instinctively, focused their attention on Xuanhuan. Enough. Before anyone reacted, without waiting for Jin Hongmei's reply, Xuanhuan immediately let out a light chuckle. As he proactively stepped toward the platform, he wryly muttered, President Jin, watching you all fight up there has been thrilling, but I'm bored stiff down here. It's about time I got my turn. Under the strange gazes of everyone, he continued walking onto the platform, speaking casually as if having a leisurely chat while strolling like he was taking a walk. Once Xuanhuan stood on the stage, all the attendees finally snapped back to reality, whereupon members of the Black Wolf Gang couldn't help bursting into mocking laughter full of ridicule. Haha, is this kid unhinged? Judging from his appearance, it seems like he's dying to end it soon. Off to reincarnate in a hurry. Haha, I guess this guy is probably mad. Who knows where the Goldfish Guild dug up this amusing character? And as for Li Daqiang, Gao Hu, and other members of the Goldfish Guild, seeing how Xuanhuan still voluntarily ascended the stage to stand beside Jin Hongmei under such circumstances, their eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Amidst this dire situation, they didn't know exactly what Xuanhuan's skills were, nor whether his actions were foolish or not, but at the very least, Xuanhuan's sense of righteousness and courage could make them genuinely respect him. After all, Ren Fei, who was also recruited by the president to fight on the stage, wasn't just scared into begging Xuanhui for mercy and compromise, with his only desire being a hasty retreat. Truly an idiot, actually stepping onto the stage to seek death. As for Xuanhuan mounting the platform, Ren Fei thought of him disdainfully. At this moment, he merely sought an opportunity to escape from this chaotic place, harboring no thoughts of resisting the Black Wolf Gang at all. Thank you. Upon seeing Xuanhuan take the stage and stand by her side, Jin Hongmei's eyes revealed a flicker of unusual fluctuation, touched for the first time because of a man. Her expression became solemn as she immediately voiced a thank you. She had initially assumed that Xuanhuan would blame her for bringing him into such a perilous situation where survival seemed almost impossible. However, now, not only did Xuanhuan not hold any resentment against her, but he resolutely stood by her side, facing the danger of death together. Brother Nan, this time I've wronged you. I never expected things to turn out like this. Following her thank you, Jin Hongmei let out a light sigh. When the Golden Fish Guild battles the Black Wolf Gang next, I hope you can find an opportunity to escape. With your strength, there should be a glimmer of hope for survival. Xuanhuan's action of stepping onto the platform caused her to completely open her heart to him. The term, Brother Nan, carried no trace of distance anymore. It brimmed with genuine intimacy. Sister Mei, I won't die, and neither will you. Witnessing Jin Hongmei revealing her true feelings towards him, Xuanhuan fully embraced their relationship, then lightly chuckled, with his laugh exuding confidence and arrogance. I will not flee. It is they, the Black Wolf Gang, who should be running for their lives. Chapter 92, Crushing Victory. The moment Xuanhuan's words came out, they once again elicited unrestrained laughter from the group of Black Wolf Gang members below the platform. Haha, did I hear wrong? What did this guy say? He actually said our Black Wolf Gang is running away. That's hilariously absurd. Haha, I heard it too. This guy doesn't understand the situation and talks nonsense. He's nothing but a fool. Did you guys notice? This guy is wearing security guard uniform. He should stick to being a watchdog rather than come here, spouting off nonsense and looking for death. Isn't he brainless? Ha ha. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Jin Hongmei, you're truly a vixen. And Yanzi's eyes were filled with mockery as she coldly sneered. Who would have thought at this point there'd still be a daredevil willing to shield you like meat in front of bullets? You're always this despicable, skilled in seducing men. Though standing on the stage, and Yanzi had never once given Xuanhuan any attention. She hadn't even spared him more than a glance. Yanzi, stop wasting words. Don't give the Goldfish Society a chance to drag out time. Directly kill Jin Hongmei. Before Jin Hongmei could respond, Xuanhui laughed coldly from the crowd beneath the platform and suddenly chimed in. Jin Hongmei, you wretched woman. So your intent was to flee and delay. As soon as Xuanhui's words registered, a murderous aura flashed through in Yanzi's eyes. She bellowed furiously, die. Her voice had just faded when her internal energy burst forth unreservedly. Wielding her flexible sword, she attacked Jin Hongmei again. Xuanhuan beside Jin Hongmei, however, was completely ignored by her. Seeing this, Jin Hongmei's face grew grave. Since Xuanhuan was resolute in staying, they'd have no choice but to join forces against Yanzi. As long as Xuanhui didn't step in, their combined strength might have a fighting chance against Yanzi. Of course, since the other party had consumed blood demon pills, they temporarily held the skill level equivalent to early mastery of internal force, dark sense. Jin Hongmei didn't hope for much in terms of defeating them with Xuanhuan together. Dragging things out until the drug effects wore off was their best strategy. Brother Nanhui. With this thought, Jin Hongmei immediately channeled her energy, intending to quickly brief Xuanhuan with a few instructions. However, before she could finish her sentence, dong, it was then seen that Xuanhuan had already forcefully stepped forward, moving like a rocket fired into the air. He extended his palm to confront Yanzi's incoming flexible sword head-on, looking for death. Upon seeing Xuanhuan's move, and Yanzi revealed a look of contempt. The momentum of her attack remained unwavering, since Xuanhuan willingly offered himself as shielding Jin Hongmei, seeking to become the first to perish under her blade, and Yanzi certainly wasn't going to show any mercy. She seemed already able to visualize the scene where her sword mercilessly pierced Xuanhuan's heart. However, what followed left Yanzi incredulous, shocking everyone present. Too fast to be comprehended clearly. Pak Kong. It turned out that the sharp, flexible sword wielded by Yanzi shattered instantly into fragments akin to fragile glass upon colliding with Xuanhuan's flesh and blood hand. Next second, before Yanzi could react at all, Xuanhuan transformed his palm into a claw in lightning speed. With raw simplicity and brutality, he gripped her neck and lifted her into the air. The sudden suffocation caused Yanzi's face to turn white instantly. She let out a painful moan. The broken sword she was holding, merely a hilt now, clanged onto the stage. Thus, their fight ended in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Jin Hongmei, who was prepared to team up with Xuanhuan but hadn't yet engaged in the battle, couldn't help but widen her beautiful, seductive eyes in astonishment. Ren Fei, Gao Hu, Li Daqiang, and others all stared blankly as well. Even the members of the Black Wolf Gang and the Iron Hand Gang were stunned into silence. In an instant, the entire scene fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Boy, release my wife. At this moment, Xuanhui was the first to recover. Even before everyone else had snapped out of their stupor, his internal energy surged explosively. In the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the platform, delivering a palm strike directly at Xuanhuan. Seeing the other side coming at him aggressively, Xuanhuan instinctively shot a palm back without hesitation, meeting Xuanhui's palm with absolutely no fear. Bang! Their palms clashed, releasing a burst of true qi. Xuanhuan remained unmoved while Xuanhui vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, flying backward straight away. And in the next moment, before Xuanhui's body even crashed down, Xuanhuan once again moved with lightning speed, using his single hand to perform the Sea Star technique from a distance. A powerful force immediately drew Xuanhui back, and Xuanhuan seized his neck with his other palm. At this moment, Xuanhuan had one hand gripping Yanzi's neck and the other gripping Xuanhui's neck, suspending both of them in midair like two chicks with absolutely no resistance. Such a visually impactful scene caused everyone present to be utterly shocked. Once they realized what happened, they couldn't help but sharply suck in their breaths. If one thought that Xuanhuan's previous defeat of Yanzi could partially be attributed to her underestimation and carelessness, it might be considered due to Xuanhuan's luck. But now, Xuanhui suffered the same fate as Yanzi, defeated by Xuanhuan in just a flash, which completely demonstrated Xuanhuan's level of strength. In other words, everyone present understood this truth. It wasn't that Yanzi and Xuanhui were too weak, but that Xuanhuan was far too strong. At this point, Jin Hongmei's beautiful eyes were locked on Xuanhuan's figure. Her gaze sparkled continuously, filled with both shock and excitement. She never would have imagined that in such a short span of mere days, Xuanhuan's strength would grow to this extent, now capable of pressing Xuanhui and Yanzi into submission so easily. Keep in mind, both Xuanhui and Yanzi had consumed blood fiend pills and currently possessed martial arts skills equivalent to early dark sense levels. The members of the Goldfish Society, including Gao Hu and Li Daqiang, also felt excited and invigorated by the formidable power Xuanhuan displayed on the platform. They originally thought they would die here, but they hadn't anticipated that Xuanhuan alone could turn the tide. Seeing Chun Nan exhibit such overwhelming strength capable of controlling the lives of Xuanhui and Yinzi left Ren Fei unable to believe it either. He had always regarded Chun Nan as just an ordinary security guard, looking down on him with some disdain. However, he didn't expect Chun Nan to be a true ancient martial artist, and not only that, an extremely powerful one at that. Chapter 93, S-Rank Fugitive. Compared to the excitement of the Goldfish Gang members, the Black Wolf Gang's members looked pale and were overwhelmed by a chilling coldness. The more proud they were just moments ago, the more sarcastic they had been toward Chun Nan, the more fear and despair gripped their hearts now. They all understood that with Xuanhui and Yinzi defeated by Chun Nan, death was all that awaited them. After all, the Black Wolf Gang had already completely torn apart any friendly relations with the Goldfish Gang. Now it was a fight to the death. Only one side could leave this abandoned factory alive. At this moment, everyone present was greatly moved by the power Chun Nan had displayed. But if there was anyone in the room who found it hardest to believe in Chun Nan's strength, it had to be the couple Xuanhui and Yinzi, whose lives still hung by the thread of Chun Nan's mercy. It's impossible. What cultivation is this kid at? How can he be so strong? Caught in a state of near suffocation, Xuanhui and Yinzi's faces turned white and purple as the true essence inside them was being mercilessly suppressed by Chun Nan. Their eyes brimming with terror, they helplessly howled in silence. Is this the full extent of your capabilities? Chun Nan held both of their necks with ease, shaking his head in disappointment. Honestly, your skills are too weak, not even enough for me to warm up. He wasn't exaggerating on purpose. Indeed, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. He had hoped the rapid enhancement in his cultivation would allow him to undergo some practical training during this bout, solidifying his strength entirely. Hearing Chun Nan's somewhat mild but extremely disrespectful remarks, Xuanhui and Yinzi's pallid purple faces reddened further from shattered pride. Boring. You two don't even have the qualification to die under my hand. Chun Nan, looking at the nearly asphyxiated Xuanhui and Yinzi, suddenly sneered and released the two. After using his true essence to shatter their damned fields, he threw them aside like garbage in front of Jin Hongmei, saying with a smile, Sister Mei, I'll leave these two to you to deal with. Whether they live or die is your decision. He hadn't forgotten that he was here to assist the Goldfish Gang. By letting Jin Hongmei personally deal with Xuanhui and Yinzi, it gave her another chance to assert her authority in Jiangzhou's underground forces. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhui and Yinzi couldn't hide the resentment in their faces as they glared at Chun Nan, full of hatred and frustration. With their damned fields tyrannically destroyed by Chun Nan, these two once mighty martial artists became ordinary people in an instant, weak and pathetic. They lay on the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter. Jin Hongmei naturally understood Chun Nan's intentions. She nodded slightly and shot Chun Nan a grateful look. She knew this wasn't the time for idle chat and stepped forward towards Xuanhui and Yinzi, radiating murderous intent, coldly declaring, Xuanhui and Yinzi, now that your martial abilities are wasted, your Black Wolf Gang has no hope of victory. Today marks your end. If it weren't for Chun Nan's surprising power, all of them would have died at the hands of the Black Wolf Gang. With the situation reversed in such a dramatic fashion, she certainly wouldn't show unnecessary leniency and let Xuanhui and his wife go free. Jin Hongmei, don't think your Goldfish Gang has won. Our Black Wolf Gang hasn't lost yet, nor have I. Xuanhui laughed darkly, filled with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Jin Hongmei paused mid-step, frowning instinctively as she asked. Mr. Li, if you don't intervene now, our Black Wolf Gang will truly perish here. Xuanhui didn't answer Jin Hongmei's question. Instead, he suddenly shouted toward the surrounding areas of the abandoned factory. You Black Wolf Gang wastes. After granting you 2 blood fiend pills, you still cannot unify Jiangzhou's underground forces. Truly useless dirt. In the end, I must appear personally. As everyone was puzzled by Xuanhui's actions, a sudden sinister and grating laugh echoed around them without warning. Following this sound, a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit with a red tie emerged from a hidden corner of the abandoned factory. This man had a scholarly appearance, but his gaze was incredibly cold, like a venomous snake, making everyone feel a creeping chill down their spines. Seeing this middle-aged man step out, all present were shocked, unsure who this person was. Though the identity of this individual remained unknown to the crowd, they all knew one thing for sure. He was definitely no ordinary man. The only person who clearly knew the identity and strength of the newly arrived man was Tai Kwong, who had been severely injured by Xuanhui's ambush. A strong sense of wariness appeared in his eyes. This person is not weak. Finally, someone worth my full strength has shown up. The moment the middle-aged man stepped out, Chun Nan immediately focused his gaze and used his fire-eye purple pupil ability to discern the man's cultivation level without hesitation. The martial realm of this man was actually the same as his. Both were ancient martial artists who had fully mastered hidden strength. Bang! With a light leap from the corner, the middle-aged man gracefully landed on the stage. Ignoring the pleading gazes of Xuanhui and Yinzi, he fixed his eyes on Chun Nan right away and said with a mocking tone, Kid, for your young age, you're not bad. Even though you've only consumed the inferior lower-grade blood savage pill, making your strength slightly inferior to a true novice hidden strength martial artist, it's still commendable that you can easily defeat them. You are indeed a martial genius. He paused briefly. His eyes sparkled with an excited bloodthirsty glow as he licked his tongue in a deranged manner and cruelly said, Unfortunately for you, I specialize in extinguishing talents like yourself. Today, meeting me, Li Tianbao, is your misfortune. Li Tianbao. Upon hearing this name, Jin Hongmei's face turned pale with fright. Fear filled her beautiful features. Sister May, do you know this person? Chen Nan couldn't help but ask, intrigued. Brother Nan, you must be extremely cautious. He's not easy to deal with. Jin Hongmei took a deep breath before speaking gravely. He's an extremely dangerous individual, an S-rank fugitive that the National Special Unit, Dongfeng Jian, aims to exterminate. He has achieved the mastery of hidden strength cultivation level, and it's rumored that his actual combat power rivals even that of a perfect hidden strength ancient martial artist. Chapter 94, Finger Snap Skill. Oh, so you actually know me. It seems that I, Li Tianbao, am indeed very famous. Li Tianbao couldn't help but pause for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Jin Hongmei, a lewd gleam appearing in his eyes as he grinned maliciously. I never expected the president of the Goldfish Society would be not only a woman, but such an alluring one. This trip to Jiangzhou was really worth it. After a short pause, he rubbed his chin and added with a wicked smile towards Jin Hongmei. Beautiful lady, how about we make a deal? I won't kill you this time, and will even help you ascend to the throne of the Jiangzhou underground power. The condition is simple. Serve me from now on and become my woman. That's a pretty good deal for you, isn't it? Upon hearing Li Tianbao's words, Jin Hongmei immediately turned pale, though she didn't say anything. Her anger was evident. The members of the Goldfish Society, like Li Daqiang and Gao who were sitting under the arena, glared at Li Tianbao furiously. Even Guan Hui and In Yinzi also frowned upon hearing these words, fearing that Jin Hongmei might give in under the pressure and reluctantly agree to the deal. After all, Li Tianbao, powerful and extremely dangerous, was infamous far and wide and ranked S-class on the Dongfeng Sword blacklist as a wanted criminal. You haven't said no, so I'll take that as. Seeing Jin Hongmei remain silent, Li Tianbao assumed her compliance, his malevolent grin growing wider as he prepared to boast some more. Get lost. Jin Hongmei suddenly coldly shouted without any courtesy, sarcastically adding, You, the notorious wanted criminal who only dares to act in the shadows, think you deserve to be my man? That's hilarious. Though her voice was firm while addressing Li Tianbao with those words, beads of sweat started trickling down her palms secretly. This opponent was a veteran martial artist with dark energy skills fully mastered, extremely powerful. Perhaps among everyone present, only Chun Nan could rival him. Moreover, she wasn't sure about Chun Nan's current combat level either. After all, Chun Nan defeated Guan Hui and In Yinzi too easily earlier, revealing nothing of his martial arts realm. No matter what, even if she had to die here, she wouldn't yield to someone like Li Tianbao. Such arrogance deserves contempt. After hearing Jin Hongmei's retort, Li Tianbao's expression darkened instantly. He licked his crimson tongue and snarled. Let's see how tough your mouth remains soon. Before I kill you, I will definitely teach you what true despair feels like. Upon hearing this, Jin Hongmei's face turned white with fear, instinctively backing away slowly. At this moment, a warm hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, followed by a light laugh behind her. Sister May, don't be afraid. I'm here. It turned out Chun Nan had quietly stood behind her. The sense of security emanating from this man quickly flushed her pale cheeks red, stirring an inexplicable sensation within her. Sister May, you can go down and rest. Leave this guy to me. Chun Nan didn't wait for Jin Hongmei's response before walking past her toward Li Tianbao, smirking and saying, It's a pleasure to remove a wanted criminal for the public good. Brother Nan, please be careful. Hearing this, Jin Hongmei took a deep breath, calmed herself, nodded silently, and jumped off the stage without another word. At this point, she realized staying on the platform would offer no help to Chun Nan. After all, compared to both Chun Nan and Li Tianbao, her skills were far inferior. For the public good, Li Tianbao sneered, looking down with disdain at Chun Nan walking closer step by step, scoffing. Kid, you're cocky. Let's see if you've got what it takes to back up your arrogance. Mr. Li, this kid is outrageously overconfident. You must annihilate him utterly. That's right. Mr. Li, this kid has destroyed our martial skills. We hope you tear this kid apart limb by limb to satisfy our vengeance. At this moment, Mr. Guan and Mrs. N stared at Chun Nan with hateful eyes and spoke ferociously one after another. Bang bang. Without a word, Li Tianbao suddenly struck out with a palm, directly smashing the heads of Mr. Guan and Mrs. N. Pity that these two had barely finished speaking, without even having the chance to scream or react. They died at his hands inexplicably. Two useless wastes with shattered dantian dared to order me around, truly asking for death. After killing Guan Hui and In Yinzi in a flash, Li Tianbao immediately took out a white silk handkerchief, wiping the blood off his hands with indifference while coldly laughing without any care. Witnessing this scene, aside from Chun Nan who maintained a calm expression, everyone else on the scene experienced a sudden change in their faces. They genuinely felt fear at Li Tianbao's ruthlessness to kill without blinking an eye. The boss is dead, let's run. Let's flee quick. With the death of Guan Hui and In Yinzi, the Black Wolf Gang was completely disbanded. These members of the Black Wolf Gang all began to flee madly towards the outside of the abandoned factory. A group of ants. Since your boss is dead, you shall be buried together with him. Seeing this, Li Tianbao smiled coldly and once again dealt harsh blows toward the Black Wolf Gang members. He channeled his internal energy and suddenly shot out spherical steel beads from his fingertips. Each of these steel beads that were fired out continuously pierced through the heads of Black Wolf Gang members. Throughout the abandoned factory, waves of wretched screams resounded one after another. Not even a minute passed. These dozens of Black Wolf Gang members had already collapsed in a pool of blood. An overwhelming stench of blood instantly filled the entire abandoned factory. Witnessing this, Jin Hongmei, and other members of the Goldfish Society, along with Tai Kwang's Iron Fist gang, all exhibited deep expressions of terror on their faces. They were all street-smart individuals who inevitably carried blood on their hands. But such brutal tactics involving one-sided slaughter by the opponent was indeed too cruel. You, these insignificant henchmen, dying under my finger snap skill could be considered a fitting end. Li Tianbao, looking over his masterpiece, scanned the bodies of the fallen Black Wolf gang members and couldn't help but display a hint of smug satisfaction. Well, now all the noisy lackeys are dead. It's time for your turn next. His gaze returned to Xuanhuan as he grinned savagely. Boy, tell me how I should properly kill you. Should I tear you into 8 pieces directly, or use the finger snap skill to drill a hole right through your head? Chapter 95. Extreme Wickedness. Disassembling someone into 8 pieces is too much work. I think it's better to die under the finger snap art. Xuanhuan stopped walking when he was less than 3 meters away from Li Tianbao. He showed no fear in the face of the latter's fierce threats, and instead let out a faint chuckle. He paused for a moment. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually turned cold as he added, "Of course, you will die under my finger snap art." When the other party used the finger snap art to massacre the Black Wolf gang earlier, he had already used the replication ability of his Fire Eye Purple pupil to secretly learn this martial skill. Not only Li Tianbao's finger snap art, but also Ren Fei's previous Eagle Claw skill and Tai Kwang's Iron Palm were all copied by him one by one. Even the nameless sword technique that Yanzi had displayed was replicated by him. Although he didn't particularly like using swords, he embraced the idea that having more skills would only enhance his abilities, so he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity. Unfortunately, Xuanhui hadn't managed to show any martial techniques before being defeated and disabled by a single palm strike from him. "You're truly an arrogant kid." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Li Tianbao didn't take them seriously, just giving Xuanhuan a cold laugh in return. The finger snap art was one of his 2 unique martial techniques, and he didn't believe that Xuanhuan had also mastered this skill, only assuming that Xuanhuan was deliberately provoking him. At this point, on the stage, Xuanhuan and Li Tianbao stood facing each other, neither of them speaking any useless tough words anymore. The true essence inside their bodies started to circulate quietly, beginning to try to find the other's flaws, preparing to make a move. Below the stage, Jin Hongmei, Li Qiang, Gao Hu, Ren Fei, and the others from the Goldfish Guild, including Ti Kwang and others from the Iron Hand gang, all held their breaths tightly, anxiously watching the two about to fight on the stage. At this moment, whether it was the Goldfish Guild or the Iron Hand gang, everyone sincerely hoped that Xuanhuan would defeat Li Tianbao. Because Li Tianbao was extremely bloodthirsty, having even completely wiped out the Black Wolf gang, none of them believed that he possessed the kindness to spare them. A few seconds passed while they faced each other on the stage. Neither Xuanhuan nor Li Tianbao found any openings in the other's energy. The next moment, the true essences inside both their bodies erupted almost at the same time, and they fiercely struck out with a palm toward the other. Bang! Their palms collided, their energies clashed. Xuanhuan showed no signs of anomaly, but Li Tianbao's face changed drastically, and his body couldn't help but step back over 10 steps with a shuffle. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have also reached the Dark Force completion level in martial arts cultivation. Your actual fighting power is even stronger than mine. You do indeed have the capital to be arrogant." Li Tianbao felt the discomfort of surging blood and qi, his eyes immediately replacing any contempt with solemnity, as he said coldly. After this exchange of a single palm strike, he clearly understood Xuanhuan's cultivation level. Although there had been some elements of underestimating the enemy previously, Xuanhuan's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. The realm of Dark Force completion. Seeing that Li Tianbao was at a disadvantage against Xuanhuan during the palm clash, and upon hearing him personally reveal Xuanhuan's true realm, everyone below the stage trembled with shock, sharply inhaling a cold breath. Before, seeing Xuanhuan easily defeat Xuanhui and Yanzi, people had subtly suspected something, but dared not come to any conclusion. Now, it was finally confirmed through Li Tianbao himself. Xuanhuan, though young, possessed such formidable martial art prowess, it was impossible not to shock them, and Jin Hongmei was among the most shocked. Confirming that Xuanhuan had now reached the realm of Dark Force completion caused a storm of astonishment in her heart. Among those present, she alone had fought with Xuanhuan, clearly understanding his cultivation level. Just a few days ago, he was merely at the beginner stage of the Dark Force, yet now he had broken through to the completion stage of Dark Force martial arts. Such cultivation speed was simply outrageous. "Sister Mei, I am confident I can break through to the Metamorphosis Force within 3 years." At this moment, what came to Jin Hongmei's mind was naturally something Xuanhuan had said before, and judging by current events, this possibility wasn't non-existent. At this point, Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to the waves of emotions stirred up among the spectators below after the first exchange with Li Tianbao. Looking at Li Tianbao, who had put away his look of disdain opposite him, he remarked lightly, "Warm-up's over. If this is all you've got, you won't be a match for me." He paused momentarily, then squinted his eyes and mocked with a sneer. "You should probably have a blood-butchering pill, right? I'll give you the chance to take it and die without regret. Though your cultivation realm is the same as mine, the method I've cultivated, the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic, far surpasses your actual combat power. Kid, as you wish." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Li Tianbao immediately took out a blood-butchering pill from his bosom and swallowed it, coldly saying, "I admit you're strong, but next is truly the time to decide the outcome of life and death." A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he added with an icy tone. I forgot to tell you, the blood-butchering pill I took is different from the ones consumed by those two useless men from the Black Wolf gang. It's of premium quality and won't have any side effects. Moreover, its effect lasts for 3 whole hours, so don't try to defeat me by dragging out the time. No side effects. After hearing this, Xuanhuan scoffed lightly and remarked indifferently. I know something about the blood-butchering pill too. This kind of pill uses one's essence blood as the medicinal lead. After taking it, indeed your power can surge temporarily, but it will completely drain your body's potential, preventing you from making any further progress in martial arts. Your cultivation will forever stagnate. He paused briefly and mockingly added. Also, although the blood-butchering pill you've taken is of premium quality, its effective time isn't 3 hours, but only 1 hour. Although this blood-butchering pill appears extraordinary in terms of efficacy, it's nothing more than an evil path method, far inferior to the valuable Golden Sun pill that Sun Tiance had given him. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Li Tianbao's face instantly changed. He hadn't expected that Xuanhuan would possess such knowledge, thoroughly understanding the ins and outs of the blood-butchering pill. He originally intended to deceive Xuanhuan a little bit, thereby exerting psychological pressure on the latter to increase his own chances of winning. Kid, even if the effect only lasts for 1 hour, it's enough to kill you. Li Tianbao stopped playing tricks and conspiracies against Xuanhuan. With the blood-butchering pill now inside him, he unleashed a formidable aura belonging to someone at the Dark Force completion stage, swiftly rushing towards Xuanhuan to kill. Chapter 96, Retreat in Panic. Suddenly, Li Tianbao fiercely punched towards Xuanhuan. The roaring wind accompanied his punch, and the sound was like thunder. The punch that the opponent had unleashed obviously demonstrated the power effect of a martial skill. Humph. Upon seeing this, Xuanhuan gave a cold snort and immediately displayed a martial skill, engaging in a direct confrontation with the opponent. Before long, the two were exchanging blows on the arena, fighting fiercely for a while, without resolution. This is my iron palm. How could he possibly know it? At this moment, Tai Kuang, who was sitting below the arena, seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the martial skill that Xuanhuan was using and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. That's my eagle claw technique. When did he learn it? Right after, Ren Fei also seemed to notice something and suddenly lost his composure as he exclaimed in surprise. Iron palm, eagle claw technique, along with my fish-like evasion techniques, and even the previous star-capturing hands used against Xuanhui. As she observed Xuanhuan continuously unleashing various martial skills on the arena, Jin Hongmei's eyes sparkled continuously with surprise, leaving her greatly shocked. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, staring at the figure of a man on the arena who seemed to be enjoying combat rather than merely battling for victory. Thousands of words could not express the tremendous fluctuation in her heart. In the end, all her feelings crystallized into a few exclamations. Brother Nan, your terrifying martial arts talent, paired with an innate capacity for cultivation advancing rapidly every day, truly makes you an astonishing martial genius. She had always known that Xuanhuan possessed an uncanny ability to master martial arts without a teacher, so it wasn't surprising for her to see him continuously use their group skills at this moment. At this time, Xuanhuan and Li Tianbao had already reached a fever pitch in their fight on the arena. Every punch and palm strike between the two unleashed real chi techniques, and the residual force from their clashes tore open web-like cracks on the stage effortlessly. Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with battle spirit. His attack speed grew faster and faster, and the flow of his true chi became more and more fierce. Inadvertently, he felt a surge of excitement well up within him, clearly sensing that he was rapidly getting familiar with and controlling the strength and essence obtained from consecutive breakthroughs. What is wrong with this kid? Why does he, who only has the cultivation level of a fully accomplished hidden energy, possess such an abnormally profound amount of true chi? This has already surpassed the capabilities of someone with hidden energy perfection. Amidst their intense battle, Li Tianbao's face became increasingly sullen with shock and rage in his heart. He had consumed a high-grade blood fiend pill, and his abilities had almost reached the peak of the hidden energy realm. Originally, he believed he would quickly resolve Xuanhuan. However, instead of overcoming Xuanhuan, he found himself becoming progressively outperformed by him. A mysterious sense of frustration settled in, feeling as if he were being used as mere sharpening stone for his enemy. The crowd watching from the arena below thought they saw an evenly matched struggle, but only he himself knew just how fearsome Xuanhuan's power was. Following this pace, if the hour-long effect of the medicine passed, it was likely he would fall at the hands of Xuanhuan. Luckily, I'm not going further against this guy. Who would have thought I'd encounter such talent here in Jiangzhou? No idea where this fellow comes from, but there's no way I'll die at his hands. At this point, Li Tianbao had abandoned all thoughts of continuing his battle with Xuanhuan and had made a decision. Bang! While thinking thusly, after trading one more blow with Xuanhuan, he immediately withdrew forcefully, jumping off the arena under everyone's gaze, fleeing swiftly toward the exit, laughing wildly as he threw out a threat. Kid, as long as green hills remain, rivers will continue to flow. Today, we have become sworn enemies. You better beware, because I won't let you live. An adversary who has already been defeated still dares to make grandiose threats. Hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but unleash a deadly glint in his eyes, saying coldly, "Since you came, don't leave. You might as well leave your life behind." With these words spoken, 2 fingers pinched together holding a thin needle. Subsequently, he applied the flicking finger technique, channeling his energy, snapping his finger and releasing the needle, which transformed into a streak of cold light, shooting directly towards Li Tianbao. Just as Li Tianbao was about to flee from the deserted factory, he emitted a sharp cry of pain. Then, he collapsed headfirst onto the ground, instantly losing all signs of life. A closer look revealed a tiny blood hole on his forehead, a puncture mark created by the millimeter-thin needle launched by Xuanhuan. Still present on his face was a trace of haughty laughter, the joyful expression he had when he was about to escape from this abandoned factory. Apparently, he had absolutely no knowledge of Xuanhuan's secret technique. In his final moments, he never expected to lose his life under the effects of flicking finger technique. Could it be that Li Tianbao, the S-class wanted criminal who was notorious for his bloodthirsty nature and ruthless killing spree, enough to give Oriental Sword a headache, just died like this? At this moment, the place was so silent you could hear a pin drop. The entire abandoned factory fell into an eerie silence. From the intense fight between Xuanhuan and Li Tianbao on the arena, to Li Tianbao laughing maniacally as he attempted to escape, and finally to Li Tianbao meeting his end at Xuanhuan's hands. All of this happened in rapid succession, within the span of just a few breaths, leaving all those present under the arena momentarily stunned, unable to react. When the crowd below the arena finally snapped out of their daze, they were overwhelmed with shock and sharply inhaled cold air. Everyone stood frozen for what seemed like ages, not uttering a sound. They instinctively held their breath, gazing at the rather slim figure of the man standing on the arena, their hearts inevitably filled with awe. At this moment, Jean Hongmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her heart was brimming with exhilaration. Xuanhuan had delivered one surprise after another in this bout, from defeating Guanhui and Yanzi. These weren't even worth mentioning, right up to taking down even Li Tianbao, proving him unstoppable. Li Daqiang and Gao, who were also bursting with excitement. The look in their eyes towards Xuanhuan was now full of admiration. Xuanhuan was representing their goldfish gang, and through his invincibility in this combat competition, he not only saved their lives, but also turned the entire goldfish gang into the top underground force in Jiangzhou. As Ren Fei looked up at Xuanhuan on the arena, besides reverence, there was also a flicker of uneasiness. He hadn't anticipated that Xuanhuan's strength would be this formidable. Although Li Tianbao's death was a good thing for him, he felt somewhat anxious about having underestimated Xuanhuan earlier, fearing he might face repercussions later. On the other hand, Tai Kuang sighed in relief after seeing Xuanhuan dispose of Li Tianbao. Though impressed by Xuanhuan's power, Tai Kuang also realized his own chances of survival had greatly increased now that both Guanhui's couple and Li Tianbao were dead. After all, Jean Hongmei was known to play by the rules, making it unlikely she would kill him. Tai Kuang had cooperated closely with Jean Hongmei many times in the past against the Black Wolf gang. Even after taking a high-grade blood demon pill, Li Tianbao could merely touch upon the level of a complete hidden energy master. It didn't cost me much effort to kill him. If I wasn't practicing my skills, I could have ended things in 10 moves. Just as everyone was marveling over Xuanhuan's defeat of Li Tianbao, Xuanhuan himself had a clearer grasp of his newly inflated powers as he walked off the stage towards Jean Hongmei. His gaze flickered as he thought quietly to himself. I am currently only in the Grandmaster stage of the hidden energy realm, yet my true combat prowess isn't inferior to any ancient martial artist fully accomplished in hidden energy arts. But I wonder how powerful the next tier of martial artists are. Cross-realm kills. Indeed, thanks to Xuanhuan's cultivation of the Great Chun mystical 3 lives canon, he had obtained the proud ability to do precisely that. Chapter 97. The first underground power of Jiangzhou. Little brother Nan, the most correct thing I've done in my life is inviting you to participate in this fight competition. Seeing Xuanhuan coming down from the arena, Jean Hongmei quickly led her group from the Goldfish Guild forward with a smile on her face, and said, if it weren't for you, the corpses lying in that abandoned factory would have been us right now. This fight competition has been rife with unexpected incidents, filled with the threat of death. It's understandable that the Guan couple has grand ambitions to unify the underground forces of Jiangzhou, but none of us expected them to secretly collude with a dangerous fugitive like Li Tianbao. They truly deserve their fate. Sister Mei, since I accepted your reward and promised to take action, I will naturally do my utmost. Xuanhuan nodded and responded with a smile. The martial arts skill Qin Xing Shou, gifted by Jean Hongmei, might appear as nothing more than scraps now. But when his cultivation becomes strong enough in the future, the true value of this martial skill will be revealed. It is definitely the most precious unique skill he currently possesses. Mr. Chun, it was my fault for underestimating you and offending you. I hope you can forgive me. At this moment, Ren Fei took a step forward and started thanking Xuanhuan actively. He paused for a second. He feared that Xuanhuan might not accept his apology and would find trouble with him. So Ren Fei hurriedly pulled out a bank card from his chest and carefully added, Mr. Chun, there is no password for this card. It contains the payment the president requested for my performance in this match. I believe I haven't shown much worth in this fight. Please accept it. Upon seeing Ren Fei's actions, Jean Hongmei didn't wait for Xuanhuan to say anything before she smiled slightly and agreed. Young brother Nan, since Principal Ren has already said this, why don't you just take it? This money should be yours. She didn't disclose clearly to Xuanhuan, but actually, the amount of money in this bank card was quite substantial. When she first learned that the Iron Hand gang might have aligned with the Black Wolf gang, she knew this fighting contest would be far more dangerous than usual, to the point where the entire Goldfish Guild could be destroyed. So she contacted Ren Fei immediately, willing to use 2/3 of the Goldfish Guild's wealth to invite him, while let profits flow into others' hands. Now that Ren Fei willingly gives this big sum of money to Xuanhuan, she was naturally very pleased. Alright, I'll take this bank card, and I accept your apology too. Hearing what Jin Hongmei said, Chun-Nan nodded slightly, took the bank card from Rin Fei, and put it casually in his pocket. He did feel a little upset inside due to Rin Fei always looking down on him, but it wasn't worth troubling over this matter actively. Now that the other party apologized and handed over the remuneration, he didn't want to calculate further. After Chun-Nan accepted the bank card, Rin Fei wiped off the sweat breaking out on his forehead, letting out a deep sigh of relief. In his view, no matter how much money was in the bank card, it couldn't compare with the value of his own life. As long as it could remove Mr. Chin's dissatisfaction with him, everything else was trivial. After all, offending such a powerful martial arts genius as Chun-Nan made him feel restless. Mr. Chun, I Tai Kwong am willing to lead the Iron Hand Gang to submit to you. From now on, we will go through fire and water for you without hesitation, only asking that you spare our lives. At this moment, Tai Kwong led a group of Iron Hand Gang members suddenly kneeling on one knee in front of Chun-Nan, respectfully saying anxiously. His complexion was extremely pale now, partly because of the serious injury caused by Guan Hui's sneak attack, and partly because of the fear instilled by Chun-Nan. Although Jin Hongmei might adhere to some underworld rules and not kill him, he wasn't sure about this young man who had absolute power over life and death of everyone present. If Chun-Nan also had the bloodthirsty nature of someone like Li Tianbao, relying solely on strength to slaughter at will, then their Iron Hand Gang would still end up dead anyway. After all, they were at an abandoned factory in a remote suburb where Chun-Nan could kill them, leaving no trace behind. The first few words from Chun-Nan scared Tai Kwong cold sweats, but the last few gave Tai Kwong a renewed sense of life. President Jin, I'm willing to lead the Iron Hand Gang to submit to your Goldfish Guild. Do you agree? Chun-Nan had barely finished speaking, and Tai Kwong immediately turned his gaze to Jin Hongmei, quickly opening his mouth to state his position. Good, Chief Tai. Jin Hongmei nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as she spoke. Starting today, you Tai Kwong will be the vice president of our Goldfish Guild. However, starting today, your Iron Hand Gang will be completely dissolved and fully merged into our Goldfish Guild. Are you willing? Tai Kwong was an ancient martial artist, a rare combatant. Now that the Black Wolf Gang had been destroyed, the Goldfish Guild was the overlord of Jiangzhou's underground forces. Relying solely on herself as an ancient martial artist, it would be difficult for her to control such a large force. The key was that she understood his character. She knew that although Tai Kwong was arrogant and conceited, he acted according to the moral code of the underworld and wasn't a treacherous villain like Guan Hui who had no limits. I agree. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Tai Kwong hesitated for a moment, then glanced up at Chun-Nan before biting his teeth and making his decision. Surrendering and merging were two different concepts. Previously, when he had surrendered to the Black Wolf Gang, he hadn't agreed to dissolve his own Iron Hand Gang. He wouldn't have been willing to do so for just the Goldfish Guild alone, but if Chun-Nan was in support behind the scenes, then it made all the difference. After all, with such cultivation and strength at such a young age, Chun-Nan's future was boundless. Entering the Goldfish Guild would mean aligning oneself with Chun-Nan. The sparring competition had ended. By the time Chun-Nan returned from the abandoned factory in the outskirts to Zhao Yaqi's apartment in the city, it was already nearly 11 o'clock at night. Chapter 98, Welcome Banquet. It's so late. Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan should already be in deep sleep. Therefore, Chun-Nan didn't turn on the lights either. He tiptoed across the hall, lightening his steps as he made his way toward his own bedroom one step at a time. At this moment, suddenly, the bathroom door which was closed tightly opened from inside, and out came a lazy voice heavy with drowsiness. Lin, why are you sneaking around when you go to the bathroom? It was Zhao Yaqi who emerged from the bathroom after relieving herself during the night, while rubbing her eyes with her jade-like hands. Upon seeing this scene, Chun-Nan's eyes instantly widened, feeling as if a fierce flame was burning all over him. Unable to help it, his whole body froze as he stood dumbfounded in the living room. In the darkened living room, Zhao Yaqi could only vaguely see his silhouette, but with his sharp eyesight, he could clearly see Zhao Yaqi's figure. She wasn't wearing anything. Lin, I will turn on the light. As Zhao Yaqi walked out of the bathroom, she never realized that the person standing there was Chun-Nan. While mumbling to herself, she was about to press the light switch. Don't. Chun-Nan suddenly came to his senses and immediately wanted to stop Zhao Yaqi from committing what could have been an awful mistake. However, before his voice could come out, click. With the sound of a slight switch click, the pitch-black living room was already illuminated by the light. Chun-Nan. When the lights were turned on, Zhao Yaqi realized that she had mistaken Chun-Nan for Zhao Yalan. Her pretty face immediately showed surprise. Chun-Nan's body stiffened even more, his expression quite awkward. The two stared into each other's eyes for a long time, neither of them moving. This scene seemed forever frozen. The next second, boom. Once Zhao Yaqi came to her senses and realized her state, her drowsiness disappeared abruptly, like being struck by 5 lightning bolts. Her brain went blank immediately, and instinctively, she wanted to let out a high-pitched scream of awe. SSH, don't make a sound. Chun-Nan immediately rushed over to turn off the lights, quickly covering Zhao Yaqi's mouth with his hand, while whispering nervously, Yaqi, I didn't see your body. Zhao Yalan is still asleep. Don't disturb her. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Yalan. It's just that if she found out, she would certainly tell their parents something, accusing him of intentionally peeking at Zhao Yaqi's body. At this moment, in the living room once again cloaked in darkness, with the man's voice ringing in her ears and his palm pressing intimately against her lips, Zhao Yaqi could closely feel the warm breath coming from the man nearby. At this very moment, Completely undressed, Zhao Yaqi revealed a look of panic in her eyes. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably as if struck by an electric current, and the redness of shame on her face looked like it might drip blood. She struggled to calm herself down, nodding gently as she shakily said, I understand. Can you let me go? She knew that Chun-Nan's claim that he hadn't seen her body was merely a polite excuse to avoid further embarrassment between them. She also understood that if this embarrassing situation ever reached her sister Zhao Yalan, their relationship with Chun-Nan would only become worse. All right, Yaqi, I'll let you go. Hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, Chun-Nan nodded and quickly removed his hand from her mouth. You're so bad. Taking courage from the darkness around her, Zhao Yaqi blushed adorably, shot a glare at Chun-Nan, said a word with a teasing tone, then hurriedly ran back to her bedroom, closing the door behind her in an instant. What am I going to do? So embarrassed. How can I ever face him again after letting him see everything? At this moment, she jumped onto the bed and tightly wrapped her head in the blanket, rolling back and forth with her heart pounding extremely fast and unable to calm down at all. She had no idea that Chun-Nan would come back at this time. She originally thought it was already too late, believing Chun-Nan was occupied elsewhere and wouldn't return to their rented apartment, so she hadn't bothered to wear any clothes to use the toilet. In the hall, Chun-Nan glanced at the closed door to Zhao Yaqi's bedroom. While suppressing the inner agitation within his heart, he couldn't help but rub his nose awkwardly. He had not expected that coming home at such a moment would lead to encountering Zhao Yaqi, the elder sister, who, just like Zhao Yalan, had a habit of sleeping in the nude. The next day, as usual, Chun-Nan got up early in the morning, went to a secluded corner of the park, and sat cross-legged for cultivation. Huff! It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Chun-Nan let out a soft breath, concluding the circulation of the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic. He couldn't help but quietly marvel. The energy brought by the rising sun is truly the most active. After practicing for just one morning, I can clearly feel myself rapidly approaching the consummate realm of dark force. This is far more efficient than sitting and cultivating in the security office all day. It's at least 10 times faster. The primordial energy between heaven and earth is intangible and colorless, an indescribable substance that cannot be seen or touched. But after successfully breaking through to the peak of dark force yesterday, his body's sensory abilities improved significantly, allowing him to increasingly perceive the vitality of the primordial energy between heaven and earth. After these thoughts, Chun-Nan rose from his cross-legged position, preparing to return. At that moment, however, his phone suddenly rang. It was Huang Zhun, the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, calling him. Hey, Huang brother, it's Chun-Nan. Chun-Nan immediately answered the call as he placed the phone to his ear, slightly puzzled about what the deputy mayor might need from him. Haha, brother Chun, did I wake you up with my early morning call? Huang Zhun laughed heartily on the other end of the line, though his laughter carried a tinge of apology. No, Huang brother, I'm currently doing morning exercises at the park, Chun-Nan responded with a smile. Brother Chun, here's the matter. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun-Nan, Huang Zhun got straight to the point, laughing as he said, a new mayor has been appointed in our city of Jiangzhou, and tonight, the municipal government will host a welcome banquet in his honor. The mayor advocates the governance concept of new city, new appearance, promoting positive energy. He heard about your heroic act of climbing 18 floors during a fire to save people, so he specifically asked me to invite you to attend this evening banquet. At the banquet, the mayor will personally present you with the Courageous Deed Award, and he hopes for you to represent the citizens and give a speech. Would you like to join us? Chapter 99, Meeting My Great Hero. After hearing Huang Zhun's words, Chun-Nan slightly shook his head and immediately politely declined, saying, Huang brother, I'm sorry, but I have some things on my side that might prevent me from attending the mayor's welcome banquet. Rescuing people in the fire was just something I did within my ability. There's really no need to give me an award. He didn't save people in the fire for the sake of receiving a bravery award, and he wasn't fond of attending such formal dinner banquets. Brother Chun, you can't miss it. Huang Zhun on the other end of the phone quickly became anxious after hearing Chun-Nan's refusal and hurriedly said, Consider it as helping me out, will you? I'm asking you kindly, can you do this for me? Although the newly appointed mayor didn't explicitly state that Chun-Nan must attend to receive the award, it was the first thing entrusted to him, and he couldn't mess it up. He must find a way to invite Chun-Nan. Huang brother, you're being too formal. Chun-Nan helplessly chuckled, since Huang Zhun had made his request so clear, he could no longer refuse. Instead, he responded, I don't have anything urgent either. Attending the dinner banquet is fine. Haha, good. Thank you in advance, brother. Seeing that Chun-Nan had agreed, Huang Zhun felt relieved immediately and cheerfully said, Our welcoming banquet for the new mayor will be held in the grand hall of the municipal government. The banquet starts at 8 o'clock, so just come by then. All right, I'll be there on time. Chun-Nan nodded slightly, and then they ended their conversation. After putting the phone back into his pocket, he left the park. Upon returning to Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment, Chun-Nan found no trace of Zhao Yaqi. Thinking she might still be asleep, he received a text message from her instead. Chun-Nan, I'm sorry, I have heavy work tasks today. I've already gone to work alone. You will have to take a taxi to Qing Group by yourself today. Seeing the content of the text message, Chun-Nan couldn't help but let out a chuckle of awkwardness, realizing why Zhao Yaqi went to work earlier than usual, clearly because of the intimate moment between them last night, which made her somewhat embarrassed to face him today. After all, Zhao Yaqi was different from Zhao Yalan. Her face always turned red easily. What happened last night was probably like experiencing a major social death scene for Yaqi. I wonder if she's mad at me. While replying received to Zhao Yaqi on his phone, Chun-Nen couldn't help but think silently in his heart. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it further, walking into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. 10 minutes later, Chun-Nan brought out the prepared breakfast to the dining table. At that moment, Zhao Yalan happened to wake up and came out from the bedroom. Hey, why did my sister go to work alone? Did you bully her? Not seeing Zhao Yalan immediately gave Chun-Nan an unfriendly glare and harshly questioned. If you're awake now, come over here and eat breakfast. For your sister's and Uncle Zhao's sake, I've also cooked you some egg noodles with secret ingredients. It tastes really good. Chun-Nan didn't fall for the trap of answering Zhao Yalan's question, shifting the topic right away. Who wants to eat your egg noodles? I won't eat them. Zhao Yalan, smelling the fragrant aroma of the egg noodles, involuntarily licked her lips but stubbornly turned her face away, giving a small huff. You eat or not? If you don't, I will. Upon hearing this, Chun-Nan ignored Zhao Yalan and began eating heartily at the table without further ado. It should be said that the egg noodles cooked with the ancient soup formula passed down were truly delicious beyond words. If such a recipe were used to open a restaurant, any ordinary person could simply realize the dream of getting rich effortlessly. Hey, there's something I want to discuss with you beforehand. Seeing Chun-Nan's uncaring attitude, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling inexplicably upset, but, recalling the good news she had just learned, she didn't feel like quarreling with Chun-Nan anymore. She sat at the dining table, speaking in a tone unusually lacking her usual coldness. In a while, I may have to move out of here. Can you also move away and stop living with my sister? Why do you want to move away from here? Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Chun-Nan instantly looked startled and asked casually. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Yao Linya couldn't help but smile happily at the thought, proudly saying, I've already found my great hero who saved me, and he will be attending tonight's welcome banquet hosted by the municipal government for the new city mayor as a courageous citizen who saved people in the fire. I'm planning to attend this banquet so I can see him right away. She paused for a moment. With apparent seriousness, she added, if he is still single, then I'll definitely be his girlfriend. By that time, I naturally can't live here with you anymore, or else he might misunderstand. She had confirmed earlier that the great hero who saved her at the bar was the same person who rescued people in the fire. The mayor's welcome banquet? Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Chun-Nan couldn't help but feel surprised again. Subsequently, with an odd expression, he glanced at Zhao Yalan and said with a faint smile, if I told you that I also plan to attend this banquet, would you believe it? He hadn't expected that Zhao Yalan would also attend this banquet, and the reason for attending was specifically to find him. It truly left him with a mixed feeling that was hard to describe. Chun-Nan found it amusing to think about what Zhao Yalan's reaction would be if she discovered that the great hero she was looking for was none other than himself, living under the same roof. Are you saying again that the one who saved me was you? That joke really isn't funny. Zhao Yalan's eyes flicked toward Chun-Nan, as usual, refusing to believe a word of what he said. She carelessly waved her hand and said, never mind. Miss Zhao is in such a good mood now that I don't want to argue with you. After a brief pause, she brought up the topic again and continued. I asked you earlier, I'm planning to move out of here after some time, and you should move out as well. Are you willing? In her view, if Chun-Nan didn't move out, her mother Fong Ying wouldn't allow him to cohabit with her sister Zhao Yaqi, a man and woman living alone together, so there's no way she'd agree to Zhao Yalan moving out either. Chapter 100, Improved Impression. Fine. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan mention this matter again, Chun-Nan decided not to dwell on the topic any longer and immediately nodded. You agree? Zhao Yalan couldn't help but feel surprised, not expecting Chun-Nan to agree so readily. Why wouldn't I agree? Chun-Nan chuckled lightly and said with a faint smile, living together with the two of you is indeed not very appropriate. In a few days, I'll buy a house and move out. After last night's incident, he also realized that as a grown man, it would be better for him to live alone rather than causing Zhao Yale to feel awkward. Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Guan had also argued a lot over this issue. Continuing this way was not a solution. Are you serious? Zhao Yalan still found it hard to believe that Chun-Nan would agree to move out so easily. She thought that Chun-Nan should have stubbornly stayed here. Of course I'm serious. Chun-Nan couldn't help but feel speechless at how much this woman misunderstood him, yet he didn't want to argue with her further and promptly gave a very definite answer. He had finished breakfast and thus ended his conversation with Zhao Yalan. Rising from his seat, he casually said, I've finished my egg noodles. I need to go to work. After saying that, he went into the kitchen to wash his dishes, then directly left, heading toward Qin Corporation. This guy doesn't seem as detestable as I imagined him to be. Looking at Chun-Nan's departing back, Zhao Yalan's eyes couldn't help but flash a streak of peculiar expression. Chun-Nan's willingness to move out made her impression of him slightly improve. As for Chun-Nan mentioning buying a house, she simply chose to ignore it. She didn't care if he was just boasting. All she cared about was that he moved out. After Chun-Nan left, she glanced at the fragrant egg noodles on the table, hesitated slightly, but still couldn't resist taking a bite. It's really delicious. As soon as she took the first bite, Zhao Yalan's expression instantly changed, eyes widening dramatically. In the next moment, she hastily ate up the bowl of egg noodles, completely ignoring the scorching temperature of the food. Devouring it ravenously, she even drank up the soup until there wasn't a drop left. It wasn't until after she finished eating that she finally came back to herself. Recalling her previous stubbornness and seeing the spotlessly clean bowl she had licked, her face turned red, feeling quite embarrassed. I never expected this guy's cooking skills to be so good. Why didn't I notice it before? Zhao Yalan pursed her little lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, and even without realizing it herself, her impression of Chun-Nan had subtly shifted once more. To suppress the strange feeling rising in her heart, she cleverly gave herself a comforting reason. He has already cooked me breakfast. I can't waste it, right? Our great leader said wasting food is shameful. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhao Yaqi's apartment, Chen Nan took a taxi to Qin Corporation. He had just walked into the hall of the commercial building where Qin Corporation was located when he heard a string of respectful greetings behind him. Mr. Qin, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Qin. It turned out that Qin Binghua had arrived at the company at this moment, entering the hall just moments after him. Qin Binghua was accustomed to employees' greetings and only coldly gave a slight nod, making a symbolic response. Entering the hall, she noticed Chen Nan, who had just come to work, and her chilly eyes discreetly flickered with a hint of boredom. Mr. Qin, good morning. Chen Nan, waiting for the elevator in the hall, noticed Qin Binghua looking at him and promptly greeted her accordingly. Come over here, ride the same elevator with me. I have something I want to tell you. Qin Binghua paused for a moment and suddenly spoke in her usual cool tone. The elevator she usually took was exclusively for the CEO, and this act of proactively inviting Chen Nan to share this ride caught the attention of the employees present. Under everyone's gaze, they were all taken aback. They all knew that Qin Binghua was an icy beauty who preferred not to be disturbed by men. This was the first time anyone had seen her behaving so closely with a man. Moreover, Chen Nan seemed unremarkable. From the security uniform he wore, he appeared to be just one of the most ordinary grassroots employees at Qin Corporation. Hearing Qin Binghua's words, Chen Nan was momentarily startled but then slightly nodded, moving to Qin Binghua's side. Qin Binghua and Chen Nan stepped into the exclusive elevator. Unlike the crowded elevators where many people queued up nearby, no one dared to intrude on this one. Mr. Qin, I wonder what you'd like to tell me. Inside the elevator, Chen Nan's black and bright eyes looked at Qin Binghua as he took the initiative to inquire. Today, Qin Binghua was dressed a little differently from her usual appearance in pure white business suits. Her exquisite face was adorned with a light and fresh makeup look. She wore a light pink professional suit paired with open-toe short boots. Instead of her usual icy and serious demeanor, she radiated a touch more youthful charm fitting for her age. There was no denying that this stunning woman not only had extraordinary beauty, but also possessed a body structure comparable to that of top models. It was as if God had created her as an art piece of human life. Whether in casual or formal attire, she managed to masterfully wear everything with ease, dazzling enough to make any man's eyes sparkle with admiration. Unfortunately, despite being such a remarkable beauty, she suffers from chronic cold uterus issues. Moreover, due to her family background, she has developed misandry, a psychological disorder. As Chen Nan stared at Qin Binghua before him, his mind recalled words Shen Yuyan once told him about her condition, leaving a bittersweet taste within him. Chen Nan, I want you to be honest with me. Aside from the method you mentioned, is there any other way to treat my severe uterine coldness? Feeling somewhat uneasy under Chen Nan's complex and perplexing gaze, a trace of uneasiness flickered across Qin Binghua's delicate features. Frowning slightly, she asked. After a brief pause, she added while lightly gritting her teeth. As long as you can cure my uterine cold, I will give you 100 million yuan. No, I'll pay you 200 million. Although Shen Yuyan hadn't told her the specific details of how Chen Nan treated Grandpa Shen, she did roughly learn from Shen Yuyan that Chen Nan's medical skills played a critical role in saving the elderly man's life. After learning this, she began to trust Chen Nan's medical prowess even more. Chapter 101. The dysmenorrhea strikes again. Mr. Qin, no matter how much money you give me, I can't do anything. Hearing Qin Binghua's words, Chen Nan shook his head and said earnestly, your dysmenorrhea is congenital. If you really want to cure it, there is only one way I suggested, through the harmony of yin and yang. He had not expected that this time Qin Binghua would actually take the initiative to ask him, thinking she would never bring up this topic. After all, the last time he boldly proposed treating her with dual cultivation, it made Qin Binghua extremely angry and upset. The balance of yin and yang. Upon hearing these 4 words from Chen Nan, a trace of unbearable pain instantly surfaced in Qin Binghua's cold eyes, mixed with a tinge of struggle that Chen Nan did not notice. She naturally understood what these 4 words meant. In the end, was there really no other way? Did she still need to undergo dual cultivation with him to treat her condition? In fact, she wasn't afraid of the intense pain caused by the severe dysmenorrhea or death. She had something even more important than her life to accomplish. These past years, she had been sending people to secretly investigate this matter. Finally, yesterday, they found a clue. Therefore, she absolutely could not die now. I cannot accept your method for now. Qin Binghua took a deep breath, and the expression on her delicate face returned to its usual coolness. I respect your choice. Chen Nan did not feel surprised by Qin Binghua's response. He immediately nodded and smiled. He now knew about Qin Binghua's psychological disorder of male aversion and understood how big of a psychological barrier she had to overcome if she truly wanted to engage in dual cultivation with him. Actually, Qin Binghua's calm reply this time, without becoming furious like the last time, had already startled him slightly. Miss Qin, if there's nothing else, then I will go to work first. Soon after, Chen Nan walked out of the elevator alongside Qin Binghua and continued speaking. This private elevator directly led to the 66th floor where Qin Binghua's president office was located, so he had to take the regular elevator down to the security department floor to continue working. All right, Qin Binghua replied coldly, pushed the glass door open, and walked into her office. Upon seeing this, Chen Nan also turned around and pressed the button at an ordinary elevator. He then waited quietly for it to arrive. Half a minute passed. The elevator came, and just as he was about to step in, Suddenly, a muffled groan of pain emanated from Qin Bingyue's office. Damn, Miss Qin's dysmenorrhea has struck again. Chen Nan's face changed drastically as he immediately realized what had happened. Although Qin Bingyue's painful sound was very faint, and it was separated by a glass door, his acute senses as an ancient martial artist allowed him to promptly detect the abnormality. Reacting quickly, he pushed open the glass door and rushed directly into the president's office. Sure enough, he saw Qin Bingyue drenched in sweat, her pale face twisted in pain as she tightly clutched her abdomen, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that she was suffering another episode of severe dysmenorrhea. Qin Bingyue, hold on. I'll treat you with the same method as before immediately. Without waiting for Qin Bingyue's response, Chen Nan directly lifted her clothing, placed his hand on her abdomen, and rapidly released his true energy to start massaging according to the ancient method. Qin Bingyue's dysmenorrhea this time was quick and fierce, undoubtedly worse than the previous episode. It was unknown what level of excruciating pain this woman was enduring right now. Hopefully, this ancient massage technique can suppress her dysmenorrhea. Chen Nan gritted his teeth internally. Unknown how much time passed. Chen Nan's consumption of true energy grew larger, and his complexion gradually began to turn pale. He continued massaging her abdomen using the ancient method, but the cold qi within Qin Bingyue's body remained unable to be suppressed. Shit, what I feared most has happened. Seeing the situation, Chen Nan's expression darkened, and unease started to rise in his heart. He had already foreseen that when Qin Bingyue's dysmenorrhea flared up again, it would become extremely difficult to handle, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this terrifying. This far exceeded his expectations. Bear in mind, he was already a well-versed ancient martial artist who had mastered hidden forces. His true energy was much stronger compared to when he first treated Qin Bingyue a few days ago, yet he still couldn't suppress the cold qi within Qin Bingyue's body. At this rate, it seemed that even if all his vital energy was completely drained, he still wouldn't be able to successfully suppress this cold uterus energy. And the moment his vital energy was depleted would undoubtedly be the moment Qin Bingyue faced death. Right now, although Chen Nan had yet to suppress the cold in Qin Bingyue's body, after this massage treatment, her intense pain had somewhat lessened. She regained a bit of consciousness and asked him shakily, Will I die? You won't die. Chen Nan spared no vital energy, continuously employing the ancient technique to rub Qin Bingyue's abdomen without pause, resolutely gritting his teeth as he said, Don't talk. Even if I, Chen Nan, die from exhaustion, I won't let you die. As Chen Nan's vital energy continued to diminish, his complexion grew increasingly pale, yet still, he entertained not a single thought of giving up on saving Qin Bingyue. Since the night in the bar when their relationship began, this woman had inevitably occupied an important place in his heart. How could he stand by and watch her die? Seeing Chen Nan's exhausted appearance treating her and hearing his oath-like words, even with her cold demeanor and inherent aversion towards all men, Qin Bingyue couldn't help but tremble, her heart flooded with indescribable and inexplicable feelings. In this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions, gazing at Chen Nan with feelings of reluctance, pain, struggle, anguish, embarrassment, helplessness, shame, and more. After a long while, seeing Chen Nan's efforts for her treatment leaving him nearly drained, his pale face almost devoid of color, she finally made her decision, a faint blush appearing on her pale face as she stammered softly. Chen Nan, close the door and windows, then start treating my uterine cold as per your method. Her voice shook uncontrollably, both from enduring the severe pain and the tension brought on by her own reckless actions. Chapter 102, Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chen Nan was immediately shaken to his core, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. At the moment when he had no way to suppress the cold palace syndrome in Qin Bingyue's body, he was actually also wrestling in his mind about whether or not to treat her using dual cultivation. However, he hadn't expected that Qin Bingyue would herself bring up the idea. But since Qin Bingyue had already spoken like this, Chen Nan didn't have anything else to wrestle over anymore. He quickly locked the door and drew the curtains on the windows shut. Subsequently, he carried Qin Bingyue to the sofa. Miss Qin, are you truly willing to undergo dual cultivation with me? Staring at the exquisite beauty before him on the sofa, Chen Nan couldn't help but swallow audibly as he reconfirmed his inquiry. In reality, he had already envisioned a scenario of undergoing dual cultivation with Qin Bingyue once more. Yet, it never occurred to him how swift and sudden such a scene would come about, and moreover, the location being within Qin Bingyue's office. He was entirely unprepared mentally. In fact, the tension coursing through him was in no short supply compared to Qin Bingyue's emotions. After all, this wasn't like their previous encounter. Both were completely conscious this time. Neither Chen Nan was drunk, nor was Qin Bingyue under any medication influence. They were fully aware of their actions. You, please go slowly. Avoiding Chen Nan's gaze, Qin Bingyue did not directly respond to the man's question, but instead blushed deeply with shyness and tremulously spoke out a few words. Even despite her character typically being icy and proud, when it came down to this very moment, she too could not avoid showcasing her timidness and fear as a small woman. Huff. With these words from Qin Bingyue, Chen Nan naturally understood her implicit meaning without hesitation. With a deep exhalation, he let go of any further deliberation or doubts. His entire form gradually pressed upward. In an instant, the office filled with a spring-like atmosphere brimming with passion. Fortunately for Qin Bingyue, who preferred peace and quiet, the top floor housed her exclusive CEO's office. no one would intrude unexpectedly. After what felt like an eternity, they finally concluded their intense act, thereby ending their bout. Right then, Qin Bingyue, who dressed first, donned a trace of red blush across her delicate face. Sitting blankly on the sofa, her gaze resembled a dead still pool of water, eerily calm yet hollow, an expression making her emotional state utterly impenetrable. Miss Qin, your condition, the cold palace chi in your body has already been neutralized through dual cultivation. There won't be any more outbreaks of the cold palace syndrome going forward. Fully attired once again, Xuanhuan chuckled awkwardly before deciding to break the unsettling silence. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, there was absolutely no reaction from Qin Bingyue. She remained dazedly seated on the sofa, showing zero traces of joy for her successfully treated illness. Even though it had been her own volition, she harbored nothing but inner conflicts. Having let Xuanhuan do this to her again, while she should have despised the man, she couldn't find it within herself to hate him even by a little. This left her feeling inexplicably ashamed. Miss Qin, if there isn't anything else, I will head back to work. Faced with Qin Bingyue's current demeanor, Xuanhuan was unsure of what else to say. After offering an awkward chuckle followed by a farewell, he promptly turned and exited her office. The calmer Qin Bingyue appeared, the less she seemed capable of accepting the fact that she underwent dual cultivation with him again, a situation which Xuanhuan found preferable resolved by a loud angry rebuke as experienced during their last incident. Although Qin Bingyue proposed the idea of dual cultivation herself, it was hardly her sincere wish. It had been forced by her health predicament. Hence, his action carried a certain amount of taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, inevitably stirring some unease within him. Unsure of how best to console Qin Bingyue or approach her moving forward, he found it fitting to exit the premises on a fabricated excuse, allowing Qin Bingyue some solitude for reflection. Once Xuanhuan left, a flicker of disturbance stirred within Qin Bingyue's previously tranquil eyes. Her hands gripped tightly around her legs, burying her head deep into them. The tear perched at the corner of her eye eventually slid soundlessly downward. Simultaneously with the fall of tears, deep inside her heart, a resolute voice shouted, "Mom, no matter the cost, I must investigate clearly who exactly murdered you." On the other side, Xuanhuan returned to the security captain's office, sitting on the sofa within, reflecting on what had just transpired between him and Qin Bingyue, finding it impossible to regain the usual composure needed for meditation practice. I don't know if Qin Bingyue will still let me work at the Qin group after this. Although I had relations with her again, it is unlikely that she would develop any other feelings for me. Xuanhuan couldn't help but drift off into a train of thought, and as he contemplated, he arrived at this silent conclusion in his heart. But even if she doesn't feel anything for me, she's my woman for life now. There was no accidental element to their last intimate moment. Regardless of how Qin Bingyue felt or whether her hand was forced due to illness, in his heart, he had already considered Qin Bingyue as truly belonging to him. To put it another way, one day, he would make Qin Bingyue willingly accept him as her boyfriend, both physically and mentally. Huff. Xuanhuan shook his head, took a deep breath, and did not indulge in further thoughts. He began carefully sensing the changes within himself. Following his second practice session of dual cultivation with Qin Bingyue, a pure Yin female, her ailment of cold palace syndrome was cured, and he himself reaped immense benefits. As he had expected, the yang fire toxicity within him was relieved to some extent, and he inexplicably felt lighter, as though an invisible shackle on his body had loosened slightly. More importantly, the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture that he practiced was finally advancing towards the second level. Every time the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture broke through a level, it granted him an inconceivable innate divine ability. The first level bestowed the divine ability called Fiery Eye Purple Pupil, whose advantages were unspeakable, and Xuanhuan had deeply understood by now. He was truly very much looking forward to discovering what kind of innate divine ability would be conferred when the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture broke through to the second level. Chapter 103. The little girl was poisoned. Night fell. Xuanhuan appeared at the gate of Jiangzhou Municipal Government, preparing to attend the welcome banquet for the new mayor of Jiangzhou at the Grand Auditorium. He had just gotten out of a taxi when Huang Zhan, the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, rushed up hurriedly. It seemed as if Huang had been waiting by the gate for quite some time. "Brother Chen, you've finally come. I was getting worried sick," Huang Zhan said as he approached. "Huang brother, didn't you say the welcome banquet starts at 8 o'clock? Xuanhuan helplessly smiled and joked. "There are still a few minutes before 8 o'clock. Plus, how could a commoner like me dare to trouble the esteemed deputy mayor of Jiangzhou personally?" He was somewhat surprised that Huang Zhan, as the deputy mayor, would personally meet him at the entrance. Could it be that his attendance at this welcome banquet really meant so much to Huang? "Chen brother, you've misunderstood me. The banquet is temporarily no longer important." Huang Zhan's face flushed red as he chuckled while explaining. "It's like this. The mayor's child suddenly fell ill. He's currently in the hospital, so the banquet will begin an hour later." Pausing momentarily, he awkwardly added, "Chen brother, last time you cured those 2 children from the fire, which remains vivid in my memory. Knowing your medical expertise, I want to ask if you could accompany me to take a look at the mayor's child." As he spoke, he quickly continued, fearing that Xuanhuan might not be willing. "Chen brother, this is too much trouble for you, but please do me this favor. In the future, whenever you need anything from me, so long as it doesn't violate the rules, just let me know." He had previously invited Xuanhuan to attend the mayor's welcome banquet. Now, with Xuanhuan already here, he wanted the man to go to the hospital to treat the mayor's child. This situation made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, if Xuanhuan could cure the child of the new mayor, Their relationship would undoubtedly improve instantly, and the potential benefits in the future were immense. Huang brother, you speak too humbly. Upon hearing Huang's words, Xuanhuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, saving a life is better than building 7 levels of a pagoda. I'll go with you to the hospital right now. Good. Then this big brother thanks you, brother Chun. After hearing this, Huang Zhen felt relieved within. After thanking Xuanhuan with a smile, he immediately called his driver. Soon, the driver drove an official car to the main entrance. Huang Zhen and Xuanhuan got into the car and headed straight to the Jiangzhou hospital. 20 minutes later, Huang Zhen led Xuanhuan into the hospital and walked into an independent ward. On the bed in the ward lay a girl around 7 or 8 years old, unconscious, with an oxygen tube in her nose and a slightly pale face. In the ward, there was also a middle-aged couple, along with several experts and senior doctors in white coats. This middle-aged couple, the man had slight baldness and looked somewhat older, but his eyes were sharp and his whole body exuded an aura of authority even without showing anger. He was none other than xuanhuan, the newly appointed mayor of Jiangzhou, and the gentle-looking middle-aged woman was his wife, xuanhuan. Huang deputy mayor, why have you come here? Seeing Huang Zhen bringing Xuanhuan inside, xuanhuan frowned slightly and asked, the banquet is about to start. You should be hosting it right now. Don't neglect our comrades. Mayor Chong, this banquet is originally a welcoming party held for you. Since you're not present, everyone has voluntarily decided to wait for you before starting, Huang Zhen quickly explained. His words were skillfully smooth, implying that it wasn't his intention to delay the banquet by an hour, thus making it more acceptable for xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He naturally understood that Huang Zhen was speaking diplomatically, but since Huang was willing to do it this way, he could only accept it silently. Mayor Chong, how is your child's condition? Huang Zhen asked with concern. Deputy Mayor Huang, it's like this. The expert physicians on site naturally wouldn't be unfamiliar with Huang Zhen. Before xuanhuan could say anything, one of the most senior chief doctors present hastily took the initiative to explain. Mayor Chang's child has an extremely peculiar illness. We conducted a detailed full-body checkup on her, but we were unable to diagnose any specific problems. Pausing for a moment, he sighed and added, Western medicine in our hospital is at a loss. We can only seek solutions through traditional Chinese medicine. We've already informed Master Ge from the Ge family, who is currently on his way. This girl has been poisoned. Xuanhuan suddenly stepped forward, frowning as he said, her condition is critical, requiring immediate treatment. There's no time to wait for Ge Yu to arrive, and even if he did, he lacks the ability to cure her. Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, everyone present except Huang Zhen had their expressions changed dramatically, casting unfriendly glances toward Xuanhuan. None of them knew who Xuanhuan was, yet he had already mentioned Ge Yu's name, adding that Ge Yu was incapable of curing the child. Such comments immediately left a very bad first impression on everyone, making them think that Xuanhuan, despite his young age, was extremely impolite and boastful. Young man, who are you? Xuanhuan, suppressing his displeasure, looked at Xuanhuan with a stern face and asked, Oh, Mayor Chong, this is Xuanhuan. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Huang Zhen hastily introduced him. This young man is the courageous citizen I mentioned earlier. He climbed 18 floors during the fire to rescue 2 children. He came here tonight to attend your welcome banquet. Huang Zhen himself couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy, not understanding why Xuanhuan would suddenly say such a thing in this situation. So you're the young hero who saved those children in the fire. Upon hearing Huang Zhen's introduction, Xuanhuan's expression softened slightly. It was actually his suggestion that Xuanhuan be invited to the welcome banquet. While he admired Xuanhuan's bravery, it didn't mean he trusted everything he said. Thus, he frowned and asked, Young man, how do you know my daughter has been poisoned, and how dare you claim that Master Ge Yu cannot treat her? Chapter 104. Expelled from the ward. I've seen a patient with the same symptoms as your daughter. That patient was poisoned by a rare and strange toxin. Ge Yu was unable to treat it, but I managed to cure it with my acupuncture. Xuanhuan explained briefly in a few sentences, and then said again in a deep voice. Mayor Chong, trust me. Your child is in great danger now. Her life force could fade at any moment. Immediate acupuncture treatment is necessary. When he first walked into the ward, he didn't even need to feel the pulse to determine what was wrong with the little girl on the bed. Only because this little girl had contracted the same flowing golden evil toxin as Shen Yuyan's grandfather. Young man, why are you so unpleasant to talk? Before Xuanhuan could respond, Xiaowan coldly rebuked Xuanhuan. My daughter is lying here perfectly fine. You keep talking about danger. I think you're cursing her to die. Are you really that disrespectful? Mrs. Xia is completely right. The chief physician also shot out a round of veiled criticism towards Xuanhuan, nodding in agreement. Young people these days really have no idea how big or small they are. How dare you claim your medical skills surpass Master Ge, who has been practicing medicine for half his life? This is utterly ridiculous. Though the other expert physicians did not criticize Xuanhuan directly, their gazes towards him were all full of contempt. Mayor Chong, this young man's medical skills, I have personally witnessed them. Maybe he. Seeing no one in the room believed Xuanhuan, Huang Zhen decided not to stay silent anymore. He bit his lips and wanted to speak up for Xuanhuan. That's enough. Comrade Huang, I'm happy you invited this young man to my welcome banquet after his brave rescue in the fire. But saving people is different from treating them. Don't say anything more. Xuanhuan waved his hand, cutting off Huang Zhen's words, the term, Comrade Huang, clearly indicating his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhen's face turned red immediately, feeling quite frustrated and helpless inside. He brought Chun Nan excitedly to treat Chang Yuanshan's child, but he didn't expect that no one would believe in Chun Nan's medical skills. This attempt ended up backfiring, just like lifting a rock only to drop it on oneself. Not only failing to cultivate good relations with Chang Yuanshan, but also leaving an unfavorable impression. In the end, Chun Nan was simply too young, and often, the level of proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine does correlate with age. They trust old practitioners like Guyu unconditionally, while selectively ignoring the claims of someone like Chun Nan. Young man, you'd better leave. This isn't a place for you. You're welcome to attend my welcome banquet, but my daughter won't let you mess around with her treatment. Chang Yuanshan no longer paid attention to Huang Zhun, instead motioning with his hand toward Chun Nan and speaking thus. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan slightly nodded, without saying more, turned and left the ward. No matter how skilled his medical techniques might be, he still needs Chang Yuanshan's consent to treat the little girl. After all, she is Chang Yuanshan's daughter. He certainly couldn't rush over and insist on treating her. Watching Chun Nan being expelled from the ward and walking away, Huang Zhun opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something more to Chang Yuanshan, but knowing it wouldn't make any difference at this moment, ultimately could only sigh softly. He pondered apologizing to Chun Nan later. A brief moment later, Chun Nan had been gone less than a minute. Suddenly, beep beep beep. The unconscious little girl emitted a faint sound of pain, and then the numbers on the ECG rapidly began to decline sharply. Not good. The child's vital signs are disappearing. Seeing this, the chief physician suddenly lost his composure, shouting involuntarily. He immediately took various emergency measures for the little girl, but found they had absolutely no effect. The girl's vital signs continued to weaken, and the numbers on the ECG kept decreasing. At this moment, all those present had expressions of extreme unease. As the mother of the little girl, Xuanhuan became deathly pale with fright. Director Zhang, has Master Gu arrived yet? With his own daughter already on the verge of death, Chang Yuanshan also started panicking, losing all the calmness expected of a mayor, questioning urgently. I'm here. Before the director doctor could answer, a gray-haired elder about 60 or 70 years old hurriedly stepped into the ward. He was the patriarch of the Gu family, a renowned medical lineage from Jiangzhou, Guyu. Master Gu, you've arrived at the perfect time. Please take a look at my daughter immediately. Seeing Master Gu arriving at this crucial moment, everyone in the ward heaved a slight sigh of relief. Chang Yuanshan didn't even give the hurriedly arrived Guyu a chance to catch his breath before pulling him straight to the bedside. Mayor Chang, please calm down first. Let me check your child's pulse. Guyu dared not waste any time either, offering some reassurance while placing his hand on the little girl's wrist. How is this possible? When Guyu realized the condition of the little girl was identical to the illness of Mr. Shun, an elder back then, he couldn't help but show profound shock. Apparently, he had already determined that the daughter of Mayor Chang, like his old friend Shin Songrong, had also been poisoned by the flowing golden evil toxin. Master Gu, what exactly happened to my daughter? Noticing Guyu's unusual reaction, Chang Yuanshan felt overwhelmed by unease and quickly asked, Mayor Chang, your daughter has been poisoned. After finishing diagnosing the little girl, Guyu shook his head slightly and sighed. This toxin is a rare one called the flowing golden evil toxin. Unfortunately, I am truly incapable of using acupuncture to resolve it for your daughter. Upon hearing Guyu's words, everyone present was struck with shock, their expressions darkening instantly. None of them had anticipated that what Chun Nan said earlier would turn out to be true. Mayor Chang's daughter really had been poisoned. Even more unexpected was the fact that Chun Nan's previous claim about Guyu being unable to treat the ailment was no mere braggadocio or false statement. Wah, my poor little daughter. She's still so young. Wah, who could have such a cruel heart to poison her? Who can save my daughter now? Upon receiving Guyu's diagnosis, Xiaowan collapsed onto the little girl and began wailing uncontrollably in sorrow. Chapter 105, The Young Godly Doctor. Dr. Gu, is there truly no way to save my daughter? Chang Yuanshan was also deeply struck by Guyu's words. His eyes immediately reddened, and he asked unwillingly, Mr. Chang, I indeed have no way to cure your daughter. Guyu shook his head, then changed the subject. However, in this vast world, there are many talented people. In Jiangzhou, there is a young man who can cure your daughter. He can be called a true godly doctor, and his medical skills are much stronger than mine. If you can find him now, I believe your daughter will be fine. After pausing for a moment, he added seriously, in my opinion, the only person who can save your daughter at this point might just be this young man. Dr. Gu, is the young man you're talking about named Chun Nan? The moment Guyu finished speaking, Huang Zhen immediately thought of something and couldn't wait to ask. Actually, not only did Huang Zhen think of Chun Nan's existence, but the experts and old doctors in the ward, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Chang Yuanshan, had already guessed something implicitly. They all focused their gaze on Guyu with eagerness. Deputy Mayor Huang, I'm not sure if the Chun Nan you're referring to is the same person, but the young godly doctor I know is indeed named Chun Nan. Guyu naturally did not hold back any information and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Upon hearing Guyu mention this name, everyone present was instantly shocked. At this point, everyone realized that the Chun Nan who had been here earlier was indeed the young godly doctor that Guyu spoke of, whose medical skills were superior even to his own. Quickly, Chang Yuanshan reacted first, suppressing the fluctuations of his emotions, and hurriedly said to Huang Zhen, Deputy Mayor Huang, the young man you brought here must be very familiar with you. Please try to bring him back quickly. The words spoken by Guyu would never contain any exaggeration or falsehood. After all, he is a renowned old Chinese medicine practitioner from Jiangzhou, and has no need to deliberately praise Chun-nan. In other words, it was clear that all of us earlier misjudged the situation and didn't realize that despite his youth, Chun-nan is indeed a great talent in medical skills. Oh, alright, I'll call him immediately. Prompted by xuanhuan, Huang Zhen also immediately responded, pulling out his phone and calling Chun-nan while activating speakerphone in front of everyone. Hello, the number you dialed is currently off. Please call again later. As soon as the cold mechanical voice sounded through the phone, everyone's faces turned grim. If we can't reach Chun-nan in time now, everyone knows what that means. Alas, earlier we looked down on him and forced him to leave. It's normal that he doesn't answer the call. Seeing that they couldn't get in touch with Chun-nan, xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, regret and pain filling his heart. If only he hadn't driven Chun-nan away. In fact, apart from Huang Zhen and Guyu, every person present felt humiliated. Wasn't it because of the foolish ideas each had, looking down on Chun-nan, that led to today's consequences? Especially xuanhuan, wife of xuanhuan, regretted her previous reprimand towards Chun-nan so much that she felt bitter regret, unable to stop sobbing uncontrollably. Beep beep beep. Just at this moment, the numbers on the electrocardiogram of the little girl lying on the bed had entered the last 10 countdowns, followed by the alarm emitted by the machine. Everyone understood clearly, when the electrocardiogram numbers completely hit 0, it meant that the vital signs of the little girl would have vanished entirely. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of despair, no longer holding onto any hope in their hearts. Guyu and Huang Zhen, along with several expert old doctors, all could not help but sigh deeply. Chang Yuanshan's body couldn't stop trembling. With great pain, he closed his eyes, completely unable to face the coming scene, unable to accept the cruel reality of his daughter dying right before his eyes. No, xuanhuan screamed out in a heartbreaking cry, subsequently unable to withstand such a blow, fainting dead away with her eyes blacking out. Upon seeing this, Guyu first provided her with a quick examination, then instructed several expert old doctors to lay her on the adjacent bed to rest. Mayor Chang, your wife is not seriously injured. She merely fainted under severe shock. She will regain consciousness shortly, Guyu explained proactively. He paused briefly, looking at the numbers on the electrocardiogram which had now reached 3, the curve about to flatten into a straight line completely. He let out a long sigh and concluded. Mayor Chang, it appears the child may not be saved. Restrain yourself. My daughter. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuanshan wanted to take one last look at his daughter and thus endured the pain, slowly opening his eyes as if trying to say something. Just then, a sudden voice came from outside. Your daughter will not die. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone present first paused in astonishment, then all turned their gaze toward the door, revealing expressions of surprise and joy. Especially Chang Yuanshan, whose previously dull eyes instantly brightened, just like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, feeling an overwhelming sense of excitement. Sure enough, Chun-nan swiftly walked into the ward. Without acknowledging anyone in the room, he immediately pulled out a fine needle and started treating the little girl lying on the bed without hesitation. In fact, he had never left. He had merely stayed nearby in the hospital because he knew that even if Guyu arrived in time, there would be nothing he could do about the golden Sha toxin. Only Chun-nan himself could save the little girl. He had calculated precisely that the girl would be near death at this moment, so he returned here to treat her, ensuring that Chang Yuanshan wouldn't stop him again. In other words, his decision to save the little girl was not because she was the daughter of Mayor Chang, but because he couldn't bear to see such a young life fade away right before his eyes. Seeing Chun-nan directly start needling for his daughter, Chang Yuanshan involuntarily held his breath, filled with immense tension. Huang Zhen and those few expert old doctors also dared not make a sound, fearing they might disturb Chun-nan's procedure. Although Guyu had already stated that only Chun-nan could cure the little girl, no one could guarantee a 100% success rate. At this moment, perhaps the most relaxed person was Guyu, knowing Chun-nan's timely arrival would definitely ensure the safety of the little girl's life. After all, Chun-nan's medical skill surpassed even Sun Tiange, the master of medical arts, and even if the golden Sha toxin were to mutate as it did last time, it wouldn't pose any serious challenge. Chapter 106, Flowing Gold Goo Insect. Time passed bit by bit. Around 20 minutes later, Chun-nan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he finished administering acupuncture to the little girl on the hospital bed. The flowing gold malevolent poison inside Chang Yuanshan's daughter had not mutated like the poison that was in Shun Songrong last time. As such, the difficulty of treatment was greatly reduced. Judging from this situation, if Sun Tiange could have arrived in time, he too would have been able to cure this little girl. Just at the moment Chun-nan finished the acupuncture, the pale face of the little girl lying on the bed began to gradually regain its rosiness. Her breathing became steady and prolonged, and the numbers on the electrocardiogram also rose back to the normal range. Clearly, the little girl was completely out of danger. Chun-nan had pulled her back from the brink of death with his acupuncture treatment. Upon seeing this, everyone in the ward was filled with shocked expressions, marveling endlessly in their hearts. Hearing about something is never the same as witnessing it firsthand. Even though there had been Guyu's previous words, actually seeing the young Chun-nan display his superior medical skills right before their eyes left a completely different psychological impact on them. It's worth mentioning that during the process of Chun-nan performing acupuncture, xuanhuan, the mother of the little girl, woke up from her coma. Seeing Chun-nan return just in time, she felt immense joy. Upon seeing her daughter successfully treated by Chun-nan, her excitement was indescribable. At that moment, Divine Dr. Chun, how is my daughter? Xuanhuan no longer held even a shred of contempt for Chun Nan and eagerly asked for confirmation. Yes, Divine Dr. Chun. Has the poison inside my daughter been completely removed? Xuanhuan also began calling Chun Nan Divine Doctor, and anxiously followed up with her own question. Director Chong, don't worry. After I have administered the acupuncture treatment to your daughter, she's fine now. Chun Nan directly provided a definitive answer, stating clearly. Although the couple Xuanhuan and his wife didn't believe in his medical skills earlier, Chun Nan could certainly understand. After all, parents everywhere care deeply for their children. As an outsider, Chun Nan could clearly sense how much affection the couple held for their daughter on the hospital bed. They wouldn't easily let someone without any fame or credentials so casually treat their daughter. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, both Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan instinctively exchanged glances, and finally, the heart they'd been holding suspended all along found some solace. Divine Dr. Chun, disregarding past grievances, you came back in a critical moment to save my daughter. Xuanhuan stepped forward, grabbing one of Chun Nan's hands tightly in both of his, expressing heartfelt gratitude. I thank you for saving my daughter's life. We really appreciate what you've done for her. We don't know what else to say. Although Xuanhuan didn't say much to Chun Nan, her gaze towards him was filled with gratitude, mingled with a trace of guilt. She and Xuanhuan only had this one daughter. If it weren't for Chun Nan, their beloved daughter might have truly been lost forever, making her wonder how she would be able to continue living day after day. Thinking back to the scolding remarks she previously made to Chun Nan, she now felt a tinge of shame. Director Chong, you are putting it too strongly. Your daughter is very adorable. If fate has brought her to meet me, then that means she should go on to live a healthy and joyful life. Chun Nan flashed a faint smile and responded graciously. Chun Nan's words were neither servile nor sycophantic. Rather, they reflected his breadth of mind, immediately adding more admiration in Xuanhuan's eyes, causing him to burst into happy laughter. Seeing that Xuanhuan was getting along so well with Chun Nan, Huang Zhen beside them couldn't help but beam brightly, feeling extremely pleased in his heart. He thought initially that bringing Chun Nan here was a grave error, akin to lifting a rock only to drop it onto his own feet. But things took a complete turnaround now. Facts proved he hadn't made a mistake. Although the process had been nerve-wracking, the outcome was good. Chun Nan indeed had the capability to cure Director Chang's daughter. Director Chong, there's one thing I advise you to thoroughly investigate. After conversing jovially with Xuanhuan for a while, Chun Nan suddenly turned serious and spoke earnestly. The poison your daughter contracted is called flowing gold malevolent poison. This poison is extremely terrifying, originating from a bug named the flowing gold insect. Your daughter must have been bitten by this kind of insect to contract the flowing gold malevolent poison. Pausing briefly, he added gravely. The flowing gold goo insect is a terrifying poison only found in the Xiangxi region. There absolutely shouldn't be such a goo insect in our place, Jiangzhou. I estimate that someone is secretly raising this kind of goo insect. If you can find out who's behind the scenes controlling these goo insects, then he must surely be the culprit who poisoned your daughter. Last time, Grandpa Shen Yai's grandfather Shen Lao was poisoned with this flowing gold malevolent poison. Now Chang Yuanshan's daughter has also been poisoned with this type of poison. This cannot be a coincidence. There must definitely be a Xiangxi goo master in Jiangzhou raising flowing gold goo insects. This goo master behind the scenes not only dared to poison one of the 5 great families' grandfathers, Shen Lao, but also the daughter of the newly appointed mayor of Jiangzhou, which undoubtedly proves him to be an extremely dangerous and deranged person. That's right, Mayor Chong. What Divine Dr. Chen mentioned is incredibly important. You need to send people immediately to investigate this. Upon hearing Chun Nan bring up this topic, Guyu hurriedly stepped forward as well, his expression grave, chiming in. To be completely honest, my old friend Shin Songrong was also poisoned with this flowing gold malevolent poison just a few days ago. It was during his life and death moment that it was Divine Dr. Chen's intervention which saved him. Without giving Chang Yuanshan enough awareness of the severity of the flowing gold malevolent poison, he continued by revealing another fact. At the time, Master Sun Tiange, one of the 3 renowned medical practitioners of Long Country, was present too. However, when the poison inside my old friend Shun Songrong mutated, even Sun Tiange could do nothing about it. He did not go into too much detail and omitted the fact that due to the mutation of the flowing gold malevolent poison, Sun Tiange almost lost his life, ultimately only being saved by Chun Nan's intervention. Even so, when Guyu mentioned that one of the 5 great families' grandfather Shun had been poisoned with the same flowing gold malevolent poison, and even Master Sun Tiange was powerless against it, everyone present couldn't help but feel shocked and involuntarily sucked in a deep breath of cold air. At that moment, aside from feeling greater fear towards the flowing gold malevolent poison, all eyes turned toward Chun Nan, brimming with immense shock and admiration. None of them could have ever imagined that not only had Chun Nan's medical skills surpassed Guyu's, they were now comparable to the renowned Sun Tiange. If they hadn't witnessed Chun Nan's medical skills firsthand, if Chun Nan hadn't successfully cured Mayor Chang Yuanshan's daughter of the flowing gold malevolent poison, they wouldn't have believed these extraordinary events recounted by Guyu. Chapter 107, Police Officer xuanhuan. I understand. Upon hearing Chun Nan and Guyu's words, Chang Yuanshan also realized the seriousness of the issue, sighed deeply, and respectfully said to Chun Nan, Divine Dr. Chun, as soon as I go to work tomorrow, I will immediately report this to the relevant departments and arrange for immediate investigation. We will strive to find out the mastermind behind the breeding of these flowing gold insects as soon as possible. The Hunan Western witch doctor that Chun Nin referred to not only dared to harm his daughter, but had already created a significant security hazard for the entire Jiangzhou's harmony. As the newly appointed mayor of Jiangzhou, he bore the responsibility to quickly eradicate this societal toxin. Mayor Chang, if there is anything you need from me regarding this matter, feel free to let me know. Chun Nin nodded and voluntarily said this. That Western Hunan witch doctor had clearly targeted the entire Shin family by planting the flowing gold sha poison in Grandpa Shun. As for planting it in Mayor Chang's daughter, it was undoubtedly aimed at xuanhuan, the soon-to-be appointed mayor of Jiangzhou. Although Chun Nin didn't know what the purpose of the Hunan Western witch doctor was, one fact was clear in his mind. By healing both Grandpa Shun and Mayor Chang's daughter, he had unknowingly disrupted the other party's plans. According to this logic, there was now enmity between him and this person, and they probably wouldn't let this go easily, perhaps retaliating against him at some unknown time in the future. Thus, to resolve his own troubles, he needed to try his best to locate this individual. He had to take the initiative. Good. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Chang Yuanshan became delighted at once and immediately agreed. Since Chun Nan could neutralize the flowing gold sha poison, no one understood flowing gold insects better than him. To investigate this mysterious Hunan Western witch doctor, help from Chun Nan would surely be needed in the future. Mayor Chang, your dinner party has been postponed by an hour, but it will start soon. Are you ready to attend? At this moment, Huang Zhun glanced at his watch and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Of course, we will head over to the city hall for the banquet right away. Upon hearing Huang Zhun's words, Chang Yuanshan chuckled and laughed heartily. For the divine Dr. Chun, I must go. I personally need to present an award to the divine Dr. Chun. Unfortunately, tonight only provides the award for act of courage, with nothing prepared otherwise. Otherwise, I would certainly present a well-deserved honorary award titled Hua Tua Reincarnated, a physician with compassionate heart. Over here, in the grand auditorium of the Jiangzhou City Hall. At each round table, guests were already seated, and the dishes on the tables had already cooled down. At this moment, at one of the round tables sat two young, pretty girls. One of them was Zhao Yalan, who looked elegant and was wearing heavy makeup. The other was a beautiful woman with distinct features and an oval face, exuding an air of grace and vitality. She appeared to be about 2 or 3 years older than Zhao Yalan. Zhao Yalan and her were sitting side by side, laughing and chatting happily, showing a great deal of intimacy. Lily, I'm really puzzled. Tonight's banquet is to welcome the mayor organized by our city hall personnel. Since my master didn't come, why do you, as an outsider not from any official department, insist on coming along? This beautiful woman's face filled with suspicion, her eyes scrutinizing Zhao Yalan who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but smile and asked, confess honestly, what are you really doing here? Lanjia, didn't I already tell you? Faced with the scrutiny of this beautiful woman, Zhao Yalan's eyes darted around momentarily, but she smiled cheerfully and said, I came here purely to see more of the world through you. Wasn't it just out of curiosity about our new mayor of Jiangzhou? While saying this, she felt uneasy inside. The beautiful woman in front of her was named Xuanhuan, an apprentice of her father, Zhao. Xuanhuan was also a police officer. Her father, Zhao, disliked participating in such banquets and thus found excuses to decline attendance at this welcoming banquet. Having no choice, she pestered her father's apprentice Xuanhuan to bring her to this city hall welcoming banquet. She dared not tell Xuanhuan the real reason for coming here, her search for the great hero who had saved her in the bar. After all, if she told Xuanhuan, it would mean that her father, Zhao, would know too. If her father, Zhao, knew that she met up with online friends privately a while ago and almost got bullied, she would be scolded to death by him. You're full of lies, you little mischief maker. You're nothing like your sister. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, shook her head helplessly, and then said, well, I don't want to ask you anymore. Anyway, since you've come to attend the welcome dinner for the city chief, just stay by my side quietly and go home after the meal. As a police officer, she could naturally tell that Zhao Yalan was lying about her reasons, but bringing Zhao Yalan to the dinner wasn't against any rules. Lanjia, you are so beautiful. There must be a lot of people pursuing you, right? Zhao Yalan quickly changed her eyes and asked with a grin. I heard from Dad that you're the belle in the bureau. Do you have someone you like? You know my fiery temper, don't you? Behind my back, I'm called the tyrannical mother dragon in the bureau. Which man with eyes dares to pursue me? Besides, I look down on those men anyway. Xuanhuan chuckled softly, speaking candidly about this fact while remaining utterly unbothered inside. Saying that, she glanced at Zhao Yalan and teasingly joked. Why did you bring up this topic all of a sudden? You didn't drag me here just to find a man, did you? Jialan is talking nonsense. How could I? Zhao Yalan hadn't expected Xuanhuan to be so perceptive, actually questioning her, instantly feeling flustered inside, blushing as she denied it. This mischievous girl, could she really have come here to find a man? Zhao Yalan's shy demeanor couldn't escape Xuanhuan's sharp eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, resisting the urge to grumble inwardly. Lanjia, why is the welcome dinner so late to start? It's already getting late. Fearing Xuanhuan might press her further, Zhao Yalan hurriedly shifted the topic again. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan was just about to explain something, but when she saw Vice Mayor Huang suddenly walk onto the main stage from the backstage, she smiled and immediately said, the banquet has begun. Chapter 108, the hero of the banquet. Without Xuanhuan having to remind her, Zhao Yalan had also noticed Huang Zhun walking to the front podium. She immediately perked up, her eyes unwavering as they fixed on the podium. Comrades, thank you all for waiting. Huang Zhun, stepping onto the podium, held the microphone and cheerfully announced, "The banquet will start shortly. Next, please welcome our newly appointed mayor of Jiangzhou, Mayor xuanhuan, to speak to the comrades. Everyone, let's give him a warm welcome." As his words faded, the people sitting at each round table burst into applause. "Dear comrades, I am xuanhuan." Amidst the enthusiastic applause, xuanhuan walked to the podium, took the microphone from Huang Zhun, and smiled, saying, "Your applause is loud, but I, xuanhuan, feel somewhat undeserving. Earlier, due to my personal matters, the banquet was delayed by an hour. Personally, I would like to apologize to all the comrades here." Speaking, he continued with a smile, suddenly changing his tone. "Tonight, although it is a welcoming banquet hosted by the city government for me, I personally believe that I am not the main character of the night. The true hero of the evening should be a young man. This young man, in the face of danger, disregarded his own safety and climbed by hand to the 18th floor of a burning building to rescue 2 children. Due to his brave actions, there were no casualties in what could have been a major fire disaster. This young man's actions deserve every one of us to sing songs about him and praise. I, xuanhuan, am deeply admiring of him. Therefore, I do not wish to deliver any formal inauguration speech. Instead, tonight I want to take this opportunity to personally present the Commendation Award for his brave actions." Xuanhuan's words fell silent. Everyone in the room looked slightly surprised, their eyes reflecting confusion as they failed to understand why xuanhuan had pulled this surprise move. According to standard protocol, tonight was supposed to be entirely xuanhuan's show. After taking the stage, xuanhuan was expected to deliver a speech detailing leadership concepts and promptly establish his authority. After all, every new official typically lights 3 fires upon assuming office, and past mayors followed this process rigorously. When Huang Zhun heard these words, his heart also slightly startled. According to the original plan, xuanhuan giving Chun Nen the bravery commendation was supposed to come last. Now, xuanhuan had instead given Chun Nen the most glorious moment right away, without delivering his own inaugural address. His public praises toward Chun Nen undoubtedly highlighted how highly he regarded him. However, when Huang Zhun thought back to earlier when Chun Nen saved xuanhuan's daughter in the hospital and demonstrated remarkable medical skills, he quickly understood xuanhuan's behavior. This is the great hero in my mind. He is indeed extraordinarily talented, earning such respect even from the capital mayor of Jiangzhou. But Zhao Yalan, being an outsider in the official circles, didn't find anything improper with xuanhuan's statements. Rather, she felt excitement and exhilaration. She was now filled with anticipation and tension, eagerly wanting to see what the great hero actually looked like. Alright, xuanhuan paid no heed to the odd looks from the audience below, then laughed loudly. Next, with the loudest applause, let's invite this young man to step onto the stage to accept the Commendation Award from the city government. Clap clap, clap clap clap. Upon hearing xuanhuan's words, Huang Zhun was the first to enthusiastically applaud, leading others who saw his action to quickly follow suit. The volume of this applause was even more thunderous than when welcoming xuanhuan to the stage before. As the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, Huang Zhun setting the example by clapping had already made many old hands in the municipal government suspect something. Judging by the current situation, this young man seemed far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would both xuanhuan and Huang Zhun pay so much attention? Merely the act of bravery wouldn't justify such heavy significance. Such thoughts crossed their minds. Everyone wanted to know who this young man was, their gazes simultaneously focusing on the direction of the backstage. Tap tap tap. In everyone's field of view, a young man with a slightly delicate appearance, deep black eyes, and a somewhat slim physique walked lightly and gracefully from backstage to the podium. This young man, naturally, was none other than Chun Nan. Is this the young man? Seeing Chun Nan walk to the podium, the spectators couldn't help but pass over their gazes with hints of curiosity. The same question echoed in everyone's mind. Indeed, he is very young. I wonder how such a young man could earn the appreciation of Mayor Chang and Vice Mayor Huang, and be given so much importance by the top 2 leaders of Jiangzhou. His future is truly limitless. Over here, when Chun Nan slowly revealed his face from backstage and stepped onto the podium, Zhao Yalan immediately widened her eyes, instinctively covering her little mouth and letting out an involuntary exclamation. How could it be? It's really him. What's wrong? Xuanhuan looked at Zhao Yalan, who had completely lost composure because of Chun Nan stepping onto the stage, and asked curiously, "Do you know that person?" She had only been transferred to the local police station in Jiangzhou last year, and had not been Agua-Wen's apprentice for long. Although she knew Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, the 2 sisters, she did not know Chun Nan. At this moment, Zhao Yalan didn't hear Xuanlan's question clearly. Her mind was already completely blank as she stared at Chun Nan on the podium, full of disbelief. Her heart was overwhelmed by an extremely absurd feeling at this time, thinking that fate had played a big joke on her. It turned out that Chun Nan was really the hero who climbed to the 18th floor, risking his life to save people in the fire. Doesn't this mean that what Chun Nan told her before wasn't a joke? He really was the one who came to her rescue at a critical moment in the bar. In other words, the great hero in her heart is Chun Nan, and the prince on the white horse she has always desired turns out to be none other than him. Meanwhile, on the podium, Chun Nan received the banner personally presented by xuanhuan. The banner read, "A model citizen of righteousness," in large characters. Besides this honorary banner, Chun Nan also received 10,000 yuan cash reward. Next, Chun Nan made a very brief self-introduction and acceptance speech on the podium, and then was invited by xuanhuan and Huang Zhun to sit down with them at a round table, officially beginning the welcome banquet. Chapter 109, The Weight of Xuanhuan. The round table where Xuanhuan and Huang were seated was occupied by the most powerful leaders of the official families in Jiangzhou. Xuanhuan was seated at this table, arranged by Xuanhuan to sit in the C position, which originally belonged to him. This gesture from Xuanhuan immediately moved everyone present, inevitably causing them all to be surprised, further elevating their perception of Xuanhuan's status. Mayor Chang, I am Lian, the director of the Environmental Bureau. Our bureau welcomes your transfer to take up your post in Jiangzhou. In the future, under your guidance, we will certainly work harder to protect the ecological environment of Jiangzhou. As the banquet officially began, a stout middle-aged man led a group of officials from the Environmental Bureau over first. He slightly bent his waist, smiling respectfully as he said, Mayor Chang, this cup is offered to you on behalf of our Environmental Bureau. He paused for a moment. Then, glancing at Xuanhuan who sat in the C position, he wisely added, this cup is also offered to Mr. Chun. After saying this, he and the rest of the Environmental Bureau downed their drinks in one gulp. Directorly, I've heard that you're a very pragmatic comrade. We'll all be working together from now on since I'm new here, and let's strive together to build a beautiful Jiangzhou. Seeing this, a trace of a smile appeared on the stern face of Xuanhuan, nodding slightly as he spoke. Lian had toasted him while not forgetting Xuanhuan, which pleased him greatly. The reason he placed Xuanhuan in the C position wasn't because Xuanhuan had saved his daughter. It was because Xuanhuan's medical skills rivaled those of Master Sun Tianhe, a revered medical expert. Such a talent in the field of medicine far outweighed even his own status as the mayor of Jiangzhou. Xuanhuan, young as he was, definitely deserved the place. Understood, Mayor Chang. Upon hearing these words, Lian, an old hand in bureaucracy, was inwardly delighted and quickly responded with a respectful smile. He knew he had taken the right step. Offering wine to Xuanhuan clearly pleased Xuanhuan, earning him a good impression right from the start. Next, after Lian led his Environmental Bureau colleagues in offering toasts, top executives of various official departments in Jiangzhou followed suit, leading their respective public service personnel to toast Mayor Xuanhuan. Of course, they did not forget about Xuanhuan's presence either, simultaneously offering a cup to him as well. That night, the spotlight was already overshadowing Mayor Xuanhuan himself, seemingly turning this welcoming banquet into one held specifically for Xuanhuan. Everyone in the official circles of Jiangzhou remembered this young man. These people couldn't help but secretly resolve to, if given the opportunity, cultivate a good relationship with Xuanhuan. No matter whether I want to admit it or not, he really seems like the great hero I've been looking for. As Ouyang Yaling watched from afar, everyone offering toasts to Xuanhuan, she gradually came back to her senses, her eyes becoming somewhat dazed as she slowly accepted this fact. All right, let's all go offer a toast to Mayor Chang and Mr. Chen together. All other departments have gone. We from the police department cannot fall behind. At this time, a rugged-looking 50-year-old man, close to retirement age but radiating a sense of stability, stood up from the round table where Ouyang Yaling was seated. He took a glass of wine and quickly walked toward the table where Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan sat. This 50-year-old man was actually the mentor of Zhao Guowen and the current head of the police department, Ding Hua. Why current? That was because the position of the police commissioner in Jiangzhou had been vacant, and he was merely the deputy commissioner temporarily overseeing the operations. Hurry up, stop daydreaming. We need to go too. Seeing Ding Hua leading the colleagues from this table over there, Xuanhuan quickly pulled Ouyang Yaling up from her seat, also raising her glass and immediately heading towards Xuanhuan's table. Mayor Chang, Mr. Chun, I am Ding Hua from the Jiangzhou Police Department. Ding Hua, leading Xuanhuan and others, approached with a smile and said, on behalf of the police department, I offer a toast to Mayor Chang and Mr. Chun. Ding Hua from the police department? Hearing the introduction, Xuanhuan couldn't help but react internally. Before Xuanhuan could say anything, he quickly got up from his seat, picked up his glass, and laughed, saying, so you're Uncle Ding. You are my Uncle Zhao's mentor. Allow me to toast you first. Although he hadn't met Ding Hua before, he had often heard about him from Uncle Zhao. This person was someone whom Uncle Zhao highly respected both as a leader and mentor. How could he possibly accept such a toast? Seeing Xuanhuan's action, both Xuanhuan and Huang Zhen momentarily froze, their hearts filled with some confusion. Did Xuanhuan know Ding Hua? Just moments ago, regardless of who had toasted Xuanhuan, he only responded politely. Never had he shown such a familiar side. Uncle Zhao. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Ding Hua was also momentarily taken aback. He quickly made a connection and turned his gaze toward Zhao Yalan who stood behind him, asking with some confusion. Miss Lin, does the Uncle Zhao that Mr. Chen mentioned refer to your father Guan? Are you both acquainted with Mr. Chen? Xuanhuan also shifted his gaze towards Zhao Yalan, somewhat surprised in his heart. When he had first stepped onto the main stage, he had indeed noticed Zhao Yalan's presence, but hadn't expected her to actually attend this banquet. He was now a little curious about how Zhao Yalan would treat him now that she knew he was the one who had saved her at the bar. Would she still despise him as before? Uncle Ding. He is the adopted son my parents brought back from the orphanage. I should call him brother. Seeing Xuanhua suddenly ask her this question, Zhao Yalan hesitated for a moment, her face turning slightly red as she responded. She knew that Xuanhuan was watching her, which made her feel somewhat shy because it was the first time she had called Xuanhuan brother. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's explanation, Ding Hua revealed a look of comprehension, shifting his gaze back to Xuanhuan and saying with a smile, Mr. Chun, Guan once mentioned you to me, never expecting that you were the child he adopted from the orphanage. Given his mentor-apprentice relationship with Zhao Guowen, Ding Hua naturally knew about Zhao Guowen having a pair of twin daughters and an adopted son brought home from the orphanage. He himself had not met Xuanhuan before, and it never occurred to him that this young man held in such high regard by Mayor Chang and Deputy Mayor Huang was Zhao Guowen's adopted son. Haha, it turns out that comrade Ding Hua has such a connection with Dr. Chen. What a remarkable bond you two share. At this moment, xuanhuan also rose from his seat, interjecting with a laugh. Chapter 110, It was me who saved you. There was a brief pause. xuanhuan suddenly began to suppress the smile on his face and spoke to Ding Hua. Comrade Ding Hua, as far as I know, the position of your police bureau's chief has been vacant for quite some time. Lately, you've only been temporarily overseeing the police work. I will immediately suggest above that you be recommended as the official police chief. He continued, adding, when you go to work tomorrow, come to my office. We need to discuss something very important that requires investigation by your department. The matter he referred to was undoubtedly the investigation into the mastermind behind the flowing golden parasitic worms. After Chang Yuanshan's words fell, many of those present in Jiangzhou's government couldn't help but be surprised. Subsequently, they all looked at Xuanhuan with unusual expressions in their eyes. Although Xuanhuan was not an official, nor had he said anything good for Ding Hua in front of Chang Yuanshan, everyone was very clear in their hearts that it was certain that Xuanhuan had played a role in allowing Ding Hua to leap from deputy chief to full chief. In other words, they were still underestimating the importance of Xuanhuan. All right, chief of the city, I'll report to your office on time tomorrow. Ding Hua was also very excited in his heart about Chang Yuanshan's sudden promotion offer, responding promptly. He was already nearing retirement age. He originally no longer hoped to move from deputy to chief, yet never expected to be able to take another step forward on this road. Of course, he was also aware that the investigation task entrusted by Chang Yuanshan was merely a reason. The real key to his sudden promotion was his relationship with Xuanhuan. Having worked in the police station his entire life, though the others may have overlooked such a detail, he had sharply noticed it. Just now, Chang Yuanshan actually called Xuanhuan Divine Dr. Chen. Could it be that despite his youth, Xuanhuan truly deserved the title of Divine Doctor? Uncle Ding has been promoted, and it's because of his connection to him that he's been promoted. If Dad finds out, he'll definitely be thrilled. Zhao Yalan gave a sidelong glance at Xuanhuan, unable to stop her lips from curling up slightly into a smile. She didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably happy. In the past, she absolutely wouldn't have let her feelings be influenced so much by Xuanhuan. This mischievous girl, could it be she's taken a fancy to her non-blood-related older brother? When Zhao Yalan placed her gaze on Xuanhuan, xuanhuan just happened to place her gaze on Zhao Yalan. Noticing the latter's subtle joy, she silently gossiped in her heart. Though it was her first meeting with Xuanhuan, her impression of him wasn't bad. On one hand, Xuanhuan risked his life climbing barehanded 18 floors to save 2 children, which is true heroism. On the other hand, she was also delighted by Ding Hua's promotion and had a bit of gratitude for Xuanhuan's contributions. One must know that her mentor, Zhao Guowen, was the successor of Ding Hua. Both were incorruptible policemen who did their jobs well, but precisely because of this, their political paths weren't smooth, easily offending people and lacking strong connections. Ding Hua achieved so much merit through hard work, but only reached the level of vice chief. Similarly, Zhao Guowen cracked numerous big cases, but remains a vice team leader until now. The welcome banquet held by the city government tonight. Due to being delayed by an hour, it ended nearly at 10 o'clock in the evening. Afterward, Xuanhuan bade farewell to Chang Yuanshan and others, stepping out of the municipal building. The night was good. Bright stars surrounded a moonlit sky. So, without taking a taxi straight back to Zhao Yaqi's apartment, he walked quietly along the deserted street as if taking a walk, pondering all the while how there could possibly be any way to find the mysterious Western Hunan witchcraft master hiding in Jiangzhou as soon as possible. After all, the existence of this Western Hunan witchcraft master represented a huge potential threat to him. From another perspective, this elusive Western Hunan witchcraft master was much more dangerous than the person responsible for orchestrating car accidents or hiring gangsters against him. An hour passed. Still, Xuanhuan hadn't devised any great plan, only sighing faintly and momentarily withdrawing his thoughts. He suddenly turned and glanced at that graceful silhouette, saying helplessly, "The banquet's already over. Why aren't you going back to your sisters? Why keep following me?" The owner of that silhouette was none other than Zhao Yalan, who attended the welcome banquet with him. Ever since the banquet ended, Zhao Yalan had been silently trailing behind him, without talking to him. This made him feel somewhat exasperated. The person who saved me at the bar that night, was it really you? Upon seeing Xuanhuan turn around and speak to her, Zhao Yalan also broke the silence by speaking, but she didn't answer Xuanhuan's question. Instead, she asked him with a gentle bite of her lips, "Was the person who saved me at the bar the same one who climbed 18 floors to save people?" Although she had almost confirmed that the silhouette which climbed 18 floors to rescue people and the figure who saved her in the bar were the same person, she still wanted to ask Xuanhuan, hoping to get a clear response from him. "It was me." Xuanhuan slightly nodded his head, smiling helplessly. "Regarding this question of yours, I've answered it several times before, but you thought I was joking." Hearing this, Zhao Yalan's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned slightly red in embarrassment. She quickly lowered her head slightly, unable to look directly into Xuanhuan's eyes. Previously, she judged Xuanhuan according to her preconceived notions, and due to her dislike for him deep down, she never once thought to believe what Xuanhuan said. But now, she knew Xuanhuan was indeed the one who saved her at the bar, constantly recalling that commanding male voice at the time. "As long as I am here, no one dares to touch her." From then on, She could not harbor even a single trace of dislike for Chun Nan. Instead, there was an inexplicable emotion toward him in her heart. Thinking about it again, she realized that her constant dislike for Chun Nan was not because of something Chun Nan did to make her hate him. It was merely her jealousy playing tricks on her. Ever since Zhao Guan adopted Chun Nan from the orphanage, he lavished most of his paternal love on Chun Nan. As the elder sister, Zhao Yaqi didn't mind this, but Zhao Yalan cared deeply. This made her grow more and more irritated by Chun Nan over time. Thus, she deliberately picked quarrels with him, hoping Chun Nan would completely sever ties with her family. That was also why she always dressed like a rebellious teenage girl. Through this immature act of defiance, she hoped to win back Zhao Guan's attention and affection. Chapter 111. With me here, who would dare to hurt her? You don't need to overthink this. Seeing Zhao Yalan lower her head and remain silent, Chun Nan continued his explanation. I went to the Koi Entertainment City that day to look for someone, but it was purely coincidental that I met you. You are Mr. Zhao's daughter, so it's impossible for me to watch you be in danger without doing anything. The people who intended to drug and take advantage of you have all been dealt with by me. I've already avenged this injustice for you. You don't need to be overly troubled by this event or let it cast a shadow on your heart. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Zhao Yalan lowered her head even further, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Unable to suppress a lump in her throat, tears welled up in her eyes. She had always disliked Chun Nan so much, never showing him any kindness, yet he didn't harbor resentment or hold it against her. This man whom she used to hate so much became the light of hope when she felt the most desperate and terrified inside the bar's private room. Such a stark contrast couldn't help but make her feel extremely moved. The defenses guarding her heart, which no man had ever breached before, were shattered completely by Chun Nan at this moment. In the somewhat dark environment, Chun Nan hadn't noticed Zhao Yalan's unusual demeanor. Seeing that Zhao Yalan remained silent, he added, "It's late. Don't follow me anymore. Take a taxi home. I'd like to walk alone." After finishing his sentence, he turned around without waiting for her response and kept walking forward. Seeing Chun Nan move ahead, Zhao Yalan lifted her head, quickly wiped away the moisture from her eyes, and didn't obey his request to return. Instead, she continued following him silently. She didn't know exactly why she was doing this, but now she simply wanted to spend more time with Chun Nan. Even just silently following behind him gave her an inner sense of satisfaction. At this point, Chun Nan naturally noticed Zhao Yalan's actions. With a trace of helplessness on his face, he didn't say much more, but decided to speed up his pace, hoping that through this, he could end Zhao Yalan's intentions to follow him. However, seeing him quickening his steps, Zhao Yalan sped up hers as well, and eventually broke into a run to keep up with Chun Nan. Even so, as a regular girl, there was no way she could possibly catch up to Chun Nan. Soon, Chun Nan's figure was about to disappear completely from Zhao Yalan's sight. Anxious, she wanted desperately to catch up, but tripped carelessly, twisting her ankle in the process. Zhao Yalan let out a muffled cry of pain and collapsed onto the ground, watching helplessly as Chun Nan's silhouette vanished. No matter what, I won't give up. I will definitely catch up to you. Sitting on the ground, while gently rubbing her injured ankle, Zhao Yalan stared in the direction Chun Nan disappeared and muttered resolutely. Her meaning of catching up wasn't literally chasing after him in the physical sense. Rather, it was her determination to pursue a relationship with Chun Nan and become his girlfriend. Hey, pretty sister, did you hurt your foot? Do you want us big brothers to help you? At this moment, three thugs with non-mainstream dyed hairstyles noticed Zhao Yalan sitting on the ground with a twisted ankle and immediately approached her with wicked smiles on their faces. Get lost. Who asked for your help? Faced with these hooligans' harassment, Zhao Yalan glared coldly at them and scolded them without hesitation. TSK, little sis has quite the fiery temper. I like feisty girls like you. Heh, a fae. I like spunky girls like her too. She's got some real spice. Haha, lucky coincidence. Big Xiong and I share the same taste. This chick is sure to be a lot of fun. The goons weren't affected by Zhao Yalan's yelling, speaking increasingly vulgarly as they laughed evilly and surrounded her. Seeing these goons closing in, fear flickered in Zhao Yalan's eyes, but she maintained her composure, warning coldly. What do you guys want? I advise you not to mess with me. My dad is Guan, Deputy Chief of Police in Jiangzhou. If you don't want to end up in jail, then scram. Deputy Chief of Police in Jiangzhou, Guan? Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, the thugs were momentarily startled, then burst into uncontrollable laughter filled with derision. Haha. Big brother, do you know Zhao Guan? She says her dad is the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, and I'm so scared. Hee, I don't care about any Zhao Guan or Zhang Guan. It's rare to find such a cute girl on an empty street late at night. Even if her father is the deputy head of the Jiangzhou criminal investigation team, I will still do what I want. Xiong said it right. As the old saying goes, to die under the peony flower is romantic. Haha. When none of them were scared off by mentioning her father, Zhao Yalan immediately showed a look of fear, feeling completely panicked in her heart. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to stand up, ignoring these hooligans, trying hard to bear the pain of her sprained ankle and wanting to leave as soon as possible. Hey, young lady, don't go. We're lonely out here in the middle of the night, and you have to stay with us. The hooligans naturally would not let Zhao Yalan leave so easily. The one called Big Xiong brazenly reached forward and grabbed Zhao Yalan's wrist. Let me go. Enraged, Zhao Yalan shouted and bit his hand fiercely. Big Xiong had not expected Zhao Yalan to do this, instantly pulling his hand back while crying out in pain. Seeing this, the other two hooligans immediately looked at her with fiery eyes, not afraid of Zhao Yalan's fierce resistance. Instead, Their interest in Zhao Yalan grew stronger, already fantasizing about themselves dominating her. Shit. You damn woman, how dare you bite me? But the hooligan called Big Xiong, who had been bitten fiercely with deep tooth marks on his hand, could not help but curse repeatedly because of the pain. After recovering from the shock, he immediately raised his rough hand and furiously slapped toward Zhao Yalan. At this sight, Zhao Yalan was defenseless, unable to run due to her sprained ankle. Filled with fear, she instinctively closed her eyes. Slap. Suddenly, just as Big Xiong's slap was about to hit Zhao Yalan, a hand caught it, followed by a calm voice. With me here, who dares to touch her? Chapter 112, Wild Imagination. Upon hearing the familiar male voice, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but tremble. She quickly opened her eyes, and when she saw the man protecting her was indeed Chen Nan, her sorrow instantly turned to joy, filling her heart with excitement. Kid, are you looking for death? A thug named Da Xiong, his face red with anger, tried hard to pull back the slap he had thrown but found himself unable to do so. Thus, he glared at Chen Nan menacingly and threatened him harshly. Kid, if you don't want to get involved, let Da Xiong go. That's right, little hero, do you even know what you're getting into? Be careful, or we'll make sure your night doesn't end well. The other two thugs also looked unkindly at Chen Nan, each pulling out a sharp dagger from their pockets in agreement as they issued threats. Facing the thugs' threats, Chen Nan didn't bother saying another word. He directly responded through action. Crack. As Chen Nan slightly released his strength, a clear sound of bone breaking followed. The thug named Da Xiong immediately twisted his face in pain, emitting a sharp scream of agony. Bang! Before the cry of Da Xiong completely subsided, Chen Nan swiftly kicked again, sending the man flying more than 10 meters away, severely injuring him on impact. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yalan's eyes went wide open, filled with surprise while simultaneously glowing with admiration. This was her first time seeing Chen Nan use force up close. She never imagined that Chen Nan had become so skilled, worthy indeed of the hero who once saved her at the bar. But as for the other two thugs, upon witnessing how Chen Nan easily incapacitated Da Xiong despite his large physique, they were utterly dumbfounded. Next moment, bang bang, these two regained their senses, immediately discarding their daggers, and in unison, knelt down in fear before Chen Nan pleading for mercy. Big brother, spare our lives. We've learned our lesson, we'll never dare again. Please forgive us. Yeah, big brother, we have elderly mothers above 80 years old and toddlers below 3 at home. Please forgive us. While kneeling and begging for mercy from Chen Nan, they both began wildly slapping themselves across the face, swelling and reddening their cheeks, but dared not stop. What kind of joke is this? Both of them combined could not even defeat Da Xiong, yet Chen Nan took him down so effortlessly. It was no wonder they were terrified. You bastards wanted to bully me just now. I'll beat you until you die. Without letting Chen Nan say anything, Zhao Yalan stormed forward angrily, wielding her handbag and furiously hitting the two kneelers. With Chen Nan present, these two thugs didn't dare retaliate, merely accepting blows like human punching bags while Zhao Yalan vented her anger. Having sufficiently vented on these two, she then moved toward the unconscious Da Xiong, delivering a fierce beating to him. Poor Da Xiong, already gravely injured by Chen Nan's earlier kick, promptly fainted from Zhao Yalan's assault. Witnessing this, Chen Nan did not intervene with Zhao Yalan's actions, but rather his lips slightly twitched in amusement. Despite being identical twins, the personalities of Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi couldn't be further apart. All my anger's finally gone. Exhausted. After exhausting her anger on Da Xiong, Zhao Yalan collapsed, panting heavily, but her eyes showing relief. Go away, don't let me see you again. Only after this, did Chen Nan wave his hand to let the two kneeling men leave. The two thugs, seeing the opportunity given by Chen Nan, hurriedly carried the unconscious Da Xiong, scrambling off quickly into the night. Are you okay? After some hesitation, Chen Nan walked over and asked with concern towards Zhao Yalan, still seated on the ground. He had initially gotten rid of Zhao Yalan but felt uneasy about leaving her alone on such a quiet, deep night. Therefore, he came back to find her. Thankfully he returned, otherwise, consequences would have been unimaginable if Zhao Yalan got harmed by those thugs. He wouldn't have been able to face Uncle Zhao and Zhao Yaqi. It's all because you left so fast, I couldn't keep up with you. Are you that repulsed by me? Upon hearing Chen Nan's concerned inquiry, Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes at him with slight annoyance and pouted with this remark. Though she said this, there was no trace of complaint in her tone. Instead, it carried a coquettish undertone. This was indeed my fault, and I apologize to you. Recalling the significant fright Zhao Yalan had endured earlier, Chen Nan didn't bother to defend himself further, just chuckling dryly before replying. Big oaf. Seeing that Chen Nan completely failed to recognize her teasing and instead earnestly apologized to her, Zhao Yalan felt not a bit of joy, inwardly cursing him with 3 words under her breath. Let's go. Get up quickly. I'll see you back home. After all that had happened, Chen Nan lost any mood for idly strolling by himself, changing his tone promptly and adding, My ankle is sprained. It hurts terribly. Zhao Yalan massaged her sore ankle while pouting on her pretty face. You seemed agile and dexterous enough just now when you were fighting those hoodlums. Upon hearing her complaint, Chen Nan paused momentarily, surprised. Those bastards wanted to bully me. Back then, I was so mad I forgot about the pain in my foot. Now, it's afterward that it's sinking in. Her face reddening slightly, Zhao Yalan lowered her head bashfully, muttering softly after a pause. Then her eyes darted sideways at Chen Nan cunningly and laughed mischievously. Or, will you carry me back? Initially, she thought spraining her ankle was quite unlucky, but at this moment, she found it was rather fortuitous. Under the dim moonlight, with a man intimately carrying a girl on his back, an atmosphere filled with subtle innuendo would arise perfectly, and between a man and a woman, it'd be easier for stories to bloom. This was exactly how idol dramas from the big sticks, referring to Korea, like to be filmed. Which foot did you sprain? Let me take a look at it. Chun-Nin paid no attention to Zhao Yalin's suggestion, simply crouching down as he spoke. This one. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yalin's cheerful smile gradually disappeared from her face, leaving her with no choice but to obediently extend her left injured foot. She now understood thoroughly. Chun-Nin must definitely belong to the class of men who are unromantic, or perhaps even worse, men with certain deficiencies in that department. Otherwise, why should she, a young and beautiful woman, flirt several times overtly and still remain entirely unnoticed by Chun-Nan? Previously, Luo Weiwei called Dad, telling him that Chun-Nin couldn't perform well sexually, which was why she colluded with Li Tianming and bore 3 children behind his back. Could it be true? At this moment, Zhao Yalin instinctively glanced down at Chun-Nan's groin area, her mind involuntarily wandering with random thoughts. Even though she always disliked Chun-Nan before, regarding the incidents between Chun-Nan and Luo Weiwei, she remained fully aware. Chapter 113, Zhao Yalin's Madness. Chun-Nan naturally had no idea about Zhao Yalin's rich inner monologue. Seeing that Zhao Yalin had sprained her left ankle, he immediately reached out to remove her shoe and then gently began to knead the injured area. Zhao Yalin's ankle was only slightly sprained and didn't require needle treatment from him. As she saw Chun-Nan holding her foot and massaging it, her whole body trembled. A blush of shyness rose to her face. It was her first time being so intimate with a man, and without socks on, the warmth of his hand touching her ankle made her heart flutter uncontrollably. At that moment, under the hazy moonlight, her heart raced as she silently let Chun-Nan continue to massage her foot. Her eyes gazed at his not-so-handsome, yet somewhat refined face, lost in thought. All right, there's no issue with your sprain now. Try standing up. After a moment, Chun-Nan suddenly stopped the massage, released Zhao Yalin's wrist, and smiled as he spoke. Only then did Zhao Yalin snap back to reality, realizing that she had been daydreaming about Chun-Nan. The redness on her cheeks deepened even further. Upon hearing his words, she hesitantly attempted to stand up. When she discovered that her sprain was indeed completely healed, she was overwhelmed with joy. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, Chun-Nan, I'm really fine now. Just by you rubbing my foot, I feel so much better. You're truly amazing. That's good. Hearing Zhao Yalin's sincere praise, Chun-Nan couldn't help but turn red in the face. He responded with a dry laugh. He hadn't expected that one day, Zhao Yalin would admire him this way. Clearly, knowing that it was him who had saved her in the bar had drastically changed her perception of him. Her attitude towards him had done a complete 180-degree turnaround. Chun-Nan, can you tell me something? As Zhao Yalin calmed down, her eyes instantly fixed on Chun-Nan's, filled with curiosity as she asked, how did you knock down that thug so easily just now? Why are your martial skills so formidable? And why are you also capable of treating people? Where did you learn all these abilities? Recalling the banquet earlier tonight, when the new city mayor xuanhuan had referred to Chun-Nan as Dr. Chun, Zhao Yalin realized she might understand now. This man appeared mysterious, as if veiled by a mist, and she felt completely unable to see through him. Though Chun-Nan was an orphan adopted by her father, after dropping out of high school, he basically severed ties with their family. Therefore, her understanding of him was still stuck during the time when Chun-Nan lived in the Zhao household. This isn't important. Chun-Nan slightly shook his head and shifted the topic, saying, since your foot is fine, let's go back quickly. There was no way he could tell Zhao Yalin about the inheritance of the Chun family elder's legacy. This wasn't related to how well they got along. It was his secret alone, and he wouldn't reveal it to anyone. Okay, if you don't want to say anything, then fine. Anyway, I already know that you've become very skilled now, Zhao Yalin giggled, not pressing any further. She paused for a second, and turning her eyes mischievously, continued Chun-Nan's thought. But, I really don't want to go home so soon. My stomach feels so empty right now. Why don't we grab some late-night snacks first? After realizing that Chun-Nan was the hero in her heart who saved her at the bar, her thoughts were entirely centered around him, barely eating anything during the banquet. Eat late-night snacks. Upon hearing Zhao Yalin's suggestion, Chun-Nan was momentarily startled before nodding slightly, replying, sure, let's eat some snacks before heading back. During the welcoming dinner hosted by xuanhuan, he spent all his time reciprocating drinks with others, leaving little time to eat, and his stomach was feeling rather empty as well. You agreed? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yalin couldn't suppress her excitement. Smiling cheekily, she added, then let's get going. Before Chun-Nan could respond, she stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and started walking towards the nearby snack street. Is Miss Zhao Yalin really talking about pursuing the person who saved her in the bar? If it's true, does this mean she already likes me and wants to be my girlfriend? Seeing Zhao Yalin's surprisingly intimate behavior towards him, Chun-Nan's heart stirred as he finally began to put the pieces together. Zhao Yalin pursuing the person she admired in her heart could be understood by Chun-Nan. The issue was that Zhao Yalin already knew this person was none other than himself, someone she had always detested. Yet, she still harbored such romantic thoughts about him. This unexpected realization left Chun-Nan quite astonished. To put it another way, Zhao Yalin's attitude toward him wasn't just a 180-degree turnaround. It was a full 360-degree flip. While Chun-Nan was lost in thought, Zhao Yalin had already been holding his arm and arrived at an open-air barbecue stall. Boss, give me 100 skewers first, plus 3 cases of big beers. After sitting down at a corner spot, Zhao Yalan excitedly placed the order with the barbecue boss. 3 cases of beer. Can you finish them all? Chen Nen looked at Zhao Yalan and spoke up. Hee hee, I'm so happy tonight. I won't return until I'm completely drunk. A hint of slyness flashed through Zhao Yalan's eyes as she giggled. She didn't want to keep this current relationship with Chen Nen going on for too long. She planned to take drastic measures. Tonight, using alcohol as a tool, she intended to personally experience whether or not Chen Nen measured up in certain areas. If he did, then she would strive to get him fully on board and settle things right there, turning what was raw into something cooked. Chapter 114, Zhao Yalan's Confession. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Chen Nen helplessly shook his head and said nothing more. Soon, the barbecue skewers and a large batch of beer were brought to the table. Zhao Yalan immediately entered foodie mode, continuously devouring the barbecue skewers. During this time, she didn't forget to urge Chen Nen to clink glasses with her, chugging down large gulps of beer. After they both had their fill of food and drink, their faces couldn't help but turn red. A strong smell of alcohol emanated from their bodies. Chen Nen was still all right, his head maintaining some clarity, but Zhao Yalan displayed clear signs of intoxication. It seemed like she had lost all awareness, eventually collapsing face down on the barbecue stall's table. I thought this girl could hold her liquor, yet she drank so much despite not being able to drink. How troublesome. Seeing this, Chen Nen helplessly shook his head again. After settling the bill with the barbecue stall owner, he could only carry Zhao Yalan back home. What Chen Nen did not know was that, at the moment he picked up Zhao Yalan, her eyebrows slightly trembled, and her lips faintly curled into an almost imperceptible smile. By the time they returned to Zhao Yaqi's apartment, it was already past 11 p.m. at night. Carrying Zhao Yalan, Chen Nen walked straight to her bedroom and then placed her on the bed. He glanced at Zhao Yalan, who was in a drunken state, hesitated for a moment, but still decided to remove her shoes to prevent soiling the bed. As Chen Nen leaned forward to make this move, suddenly, Zhao Yalan opened her eyes, her jade-like hands reaching out to hook around Chen Nan's neck. Her fair cheeks blushed as she spoke drunkenly with a hint of shyness. Chen Nan, I like you. My sister has gone back to our parents' place. She won't be here tonight. Take me now. Spurred by the force of the alcohol, she made no effort to conceal her thoughts or intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Nen couldn't help but feel a jolt through his heart. He subconsciously rolled his throat, and his breathing became slightly rapid. He hadn't expected Zhao Yalan to wake up at this moment. Even less did he expect Zhao Yalan to confess her feelings so directly and make such a bold move towards him. Chen Nen took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the agitation in his heart. As he gently pried Zhao Yalan's arms off his neck, he muttered, "You're drunk." Zhao Yalan possessed half of the primordial yin energy, which although fatally attractive to him, wasn't something Chen Nen felt was the right moment for dual cultivation. On one hand, he wasn't sure whether Zhao Yalan's actions were simply due to a drunken impulse, whether she would later regret it. On the other hand, if he obtained this half portion of primordial yin energy from Zhao Yalan, within 24 hours he must undergo full dual cultivation with Zhao Yaqi in order to form a complete primordial yin energy. Otherwise, having just the half would not have great effect. Of course, knowing Zhao Yaqi harbored affection for someone else, he didn't expect to succeed in dual cultivating with her to gain the remaining half of the primordial yin energy. I'm not drunk. Zhao Yalan's jade-like hands re-hooped around Chen Nan's neck, her eyes glimmering with seductive waves. Slowly, her delicate body pressed against Chen Nan's chest as she whispered seductively. Chen Nan, Luo Weiwei said you weren't good. Is it really true that you can't perform? Her even bolder next move instantly caused both of them to feel a shiver in their hearts. They could clearly sense each other's body heat, breathing in the alcoholic scent radiating from Zhao Yalan along with her unique maidenly fragrance. Chen Nan turned bright red in the face. His breathing grew heavier, feeling as though his blood was boiling throughout his entire body. He tried to retain a shred of rationality, glaring intensely at Zhao Yalan with fiery eyes, warning her urgently. Zhao Yalan, stop this. You're playing with fire. He is reacting. I thought he couldn't do anything. Tonight I'll see if you are truly a man. Zhao Yalan completely ignored Chen Nan's warnings. Seeing the start of a primal male response from him, rather than fear, she smiled triumphantly, a seductive smirk forming on her lips. Thinking thus, she made an even more audacious move, stretching out a delicate hand and whispering coquettishly, I want to play with fire. What can you do about it? Prove me wrong by taking me now. At this moment, the quiet darkness enveloped the bedroom, filled with an intense, charged atmosphere. Under Zhao Yalan's verbal and physical assault, Chen Nan's breathing became as heavy and animalistic as that of a wild beast. The blood in his veins surged, stifling the flames of passion threatening to overwhelm him. Chen Nan suddenly let out a muffled groan as the restless volcano within him was fully ignited by Zhao Yalan, and the last shred of rationality in his eyes disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Yalan's delicate body suddenly trembled, and all traces of intoxication vanished. In this fleeting moment, she had now confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that Luo Weiwei's words were utterly unreliable. Chen Nan was indeed a real man. Boom. But there was no time for her to dwell on it further at this moment because the complete eruption of Chen Nan's masculine side rendered her mind blank, and her whole body tingled as if jolted by electricity. Slow down. I'm scared. Even though Zhao Yalan had been bold and open-minded just moments ago, she was still an inexperienced young girl. Now, facing the real battle with a man, a wave of panic surged through her heart, prompting her to pant and warn softly. All right. Chen Nan responded with a low, heavy voice, rough yet tender. At this point, since Zhao Yalan was willing to engage in dual cultivation with him, he decided to go along with it and fully accept Zhao Yalan as his woman. Although their relationship had developed rather quickly, with Zhao Yalan taking such initiative, why should he, as a man, hesitate or overthink it? Not long after, an overwhelming aura of passion rapidly spread and burned in the bedroom. However, just as they reached the critical moment, bang, 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 suddenly, several unexpected knocks came from outside, followed by a familiar voice calling out, "Loli, are you still awake? I'm sleeping next door, but I thought I heard some noise coming from your room." Chapter 115. Two sisters have a heart-to-heart talk at midnight. Yaki, sister. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanhuan and Zhao Yalan both instantly had a jolt of electricity run through their bodies. Neither of them had expected that Zhao Yaki wouldn't return to Zhao Guowen's place tonight. Instead, she had been sleeping in her bedroom next door all along. At this moment, the two froze stiff on the bed, their hearts filled with the tension of being caught in an adulterous act, no longer daring to make even the slightest sound, for fear that Zhao Yaki outside the door might discover something. Now, both hoped that Zhao Yaki wouldn't walk in at this time because the door was not locked. However, it was precisely what they feared that happened. "Loli, your room is still lit. I know you're still awake, so sister is coming in." Zhao Yaki, not receiving any response from Zhao Yalan, said softly, then turned around and opened the door herself. And in that instant, Xuanhuan burst into his fastest speed ever seen, swiftly grabbing his clothes and darting to hide under the bed. "Loli, why are you up so late? What are you doing?" Zhao Yaki stepped in, looking at Zhao Yalan lying naked on the bed, curious as to what her younger sister had been up to. As for the fact that her sister was currently unclothed, Zhao Yaki wasn't too surprised since the two sisters had the habit of sleeping au naturel. What piqued her curiosity was the considerable noise Zhao Yalan had made earlier. She wondered what her sister could possibly be doing at such a late hour. "Sister, I haven't done anything." Hearing Zhao Yaki's inquiry, Zhao Yalan's pretty face immediately flushed bright red, and she panicked, hastily denying. If her sister were to find out that she had just been teasing and provoking Xuanhuan, doing adult things with him on the bed, that would be far too embarrassing. "Didn't do anything?" Seeing Zhao Yalan's unusual reaction, Zhao Yaki became even more curious and probed further. "Loli, I heard quite a commotion earlier from here. Don't lie to me. As your sister, you can tell me everything." "Well, all right, I'll tell you what I was doing." Knowing she had to come up with some excuse, Zhao Yalan's eyes rolled, and she resolutely clenched her teeth. "Sister, you know, I've always been single. In the dead of night, without a boyfriend, I feel extremely lonely and bored, so I consoled myself just now." As she spoke, worried that Zhao Yaki might not believe her words, she picked up something she usually used from beside her bed, adding, "Here you go, sister. I used this one. It's from an adult store I found online. The hardness is just right." Swish. Seeing the tool resembling a cucumber in Zhao Yalan's hands, Zhao Yaki's pretty face instantly turned crimson, leaving her speechless for a while. Really, what a bother. Her younger sister needed self-consolation, but couldn't she keep it down? More embarrassingly, when asked about what she was doing, Zhao Loli actually told her frankly without any reservation. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan, hiding under the bed, though he didn't see the tool in Zhao Yalan's hand, he heard her explanation and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly worthy of Zhao Yalan." This girl dared to indulge in intimate passions with him before, and indeed he wasn't really surprised that she'd have the audacity to confess this to Zhao Yaki openly. You should try to restrain yourself. Playing with this thing too much isn't good for your body." After a long pause, Zhao Yaki, her face beet red, finally mustered the courage to break the awkward atmosphere, speaking hesitantly to Zhao Yalan like this. "Hee, I understand, sister." Zhao Yalan slightly nodded her head and put the item back beside her bed with a smile. Her elder sister was good in every way, except that her face was too thin-skinned. Just by showing her little gadget, she had easily distracted her, eliciting such shyness. If her real sister Zhao Yaki knew what she had been doing earlier. "Sister, do you have any other matters?" Zhao Yalan's eyes flickered once again, and she immediately grinned, saying, "If you don't have anything else, I will sleep." She hadn't forgotten about Xuanhuan, who was hiding under her bed. Once her sister left, she wanted to continue the fire and fervor with Xuanhuan, completing that final step. Thinking about the stimulating and overwhelming feeling from earlier with Xuanhuan made her feel excited and sweet. It was with Xuanhuan that she had first tasted the essence of being a woman. "My heart is a bit unsettled today, and I cannot calm down. I want to talk to you, so let's sleep together tonight." Zhao Yaki sighed lightly, and, without waiting for Zhao Yalan to say anything, climbed onto her younger sister's bed on her own. All right then." Upon hearing Zhao Yaki's words, Zhao Yalan hesitated slightly before nodding and asked with concern, "Sis, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" This pair of twin sisters had such a close relationship that they were practically one person. Normally, if either of them encountered trouble, they would sleep together and confide in each other during the midnight hours. Since her sister Zhao Yaki wanted to sleep with her tonight, it would be impossible to proceed with the original plan to consummate things with Xuanhuan. For now, Xuanhuan would have to hide under the bed until they fell asleep, and then he could find an opportunity to sneak out quietly. Zhao Yaki suddenly reached out and turned off the light, then slowly lay down next to her younger sister Zhao Yalan, her pretty face flushing red as she said, "This isn't exactly a worry. Actually, my heart has been disturbed because of someone. Ever since last night when Xuanhuan accidentally saw her completely naked, her heart had never calmed down. She spent the entire day lost in thought. She went to work early this morning just to avoid facing Xuanhuan. She originally planned to return to her father Zhaoguowen's place tonight to temporarily stay away from Chunnan. But the reason she didn't go there and came back here after work was to begin bravely confronting her relationship with Chunnan, gradually no longer hiding her true feelings. Disturbed by someone, Zhao Yalan first paused, then seemed to think of something, grinning as she said, "Sister, is this person you're talking about the one you've always liked?" She had asked her sister Zhao Yaqi countless times who the person she secretly loved was, but she never got an answer. No wonder her sister suddenly turned off the light. It was because she felt too shy and wanted to discuss this private matter with her. Chapter 116, The Old Taoist Words. Yes. Zhao Yaqi nodded shyly with a red face. Since she had taken the initiative to talk about this topic with her younger sister, she no longer intended to keep it hidden any further. Then who exactly is this person? Zhao Yale followed up quickly with another question. She also knew that at this moment, if she asked again, her older sister would not dodge the issue as usual. Upon hearing Zhao Yale's inquiry, Chen Nan, who was hiding under the bed, felt his heart skip a beat and couldn't help but perk up his ears to hear whom Zhao Yaqi liked. In the pitch-dark bedroom, neither Zhao Yale nor Chen Nan, who was hiding under the bed, could tell why Zhao Yaqi hadn't spoken a word. Yet they both noticed that her breathing had become more rapid despite her attempts to mask it. Clearly, she was extremely nervous at the moment. Answering her younger sister Zhao Yale's question and revealing the person she liked to her face took immense courage. The person is Chen Nan. After several minutes passed in silence, Zhao Yaqi finally broke the tranquility of the night and timidly answered Zhao Yale's question. Her voice shook uncontrollably when mentioning the man's name. What? Although Zhao Yaqi spoke softly, Zhao Yale still heard her clearly and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you're not joking with me, right? You like Chen Nan." She had imagined countless answers and speculated endlessly about what kind of man would make her older sister unable to forget. But she never expected that the person her sister Zhao Yaqi secretly loved turned out to be none other than Chen Nan. At the same time, upon hearing Zhao Yaqi mention his name, Chen Nan, who was hiding under the bed, couldn't suppress a shockwave through his body. His astonishment far exceeded Zhao Yale's. He knew that Zhao Yaqi had someone she liked, but he would have never guessed that the person she held dear in her heart was him. Such an unexpected twist was no less shocking than Zhao Yale's confession to him moments ago, far too dramatic. "Lining, I'm not joking around with you." Finally admitting the name of the one she liked, Zhao Yaqi felt relaxed instead of fearful or tense. She said firmly, "I've actually always liked him. Ever since he was adopted by our father, I've developed feelings for him." The reaction from her younger sister Zhao Yale was exactly what she anticipated, and it didn't come as a surprise to her. In her mind, Zhao Yale had always disliked Chen Nan and might even oppose her feelings toward Chen Nan. Exhale. After hearing her older sister Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yale let out a deep sigh, finally accepting the fact that her older sister liked Chen Nan. A complicated look crossed her eyes, and she sighed faintly. "Sister, please don't misunderstand me. I mean nothing by it. I just thought you'd like someone else. Actually, Chen Nan isn't nearly as annoying as I thought he was." Not long ago, she had confessed to Chen Nan, and the two had almost gone beyond appropriate boundaries on the bed. Realizing now that her older sister Zhao Yaqi also secretly loved Chen Nan made her feel troubled. She had no idea how to deal with such a complicated situation. Caught between my twin sister and me, the guy hiding under the bed must be feeling pretty smug, huh? Not only did he capture my heart, but he has won over sister's heart much earlier. Troubled Zhao Yale couldn't tell her sister Zhao Yaqi about the problem and could only silently complain about the man causing all her frustration, Chen Nan. "Lining, I thought you wouldn't approve of my liking Chen Nan." Upon hearing her younger sister Zhao Yale's response, a trace of smile appeared on Zhao Yaqi's delicate face as she replied gently. She naturally didn't know of Zhao Yale's trouble. Seeing her younger sister not opposing her feelings toward Chen Nan made her both surprised and relieved greatly. Touching on this subject, she seemed to remember something and changed the topic with a laugh. "Lining, weren't you going to attend the city government banquet tonight with Ms. Xuanhuan to meet the great hero who saved you? How was it? Did you meet him?" "Yes." Zhao Yale nodded slightly and ambiguously responded. "He turns out to be an acquaintance of mine. I've already fallen for him, so I directly confessed my feelings to him tonight. Originally, we were about to confirm our relationship tonight, but now there seems to be an issue. I'm not sure whether he and I can end up together." Knowing now that her sister also likes Chen Nan, she considered it inappropriate to disclose her own relationship with Chen Nan to Zhao Yaqi anymore. Clearly, this moment was not an appropriate time. "You know him? And you directly confessed your feelings to him?" Upon hearing Zhao Yale's words, Zhao Yaqi was momentarily startled. But after a moment of thought, considering her sister's personality, it wasn't surprising that she would do something like this. Zhao Yaqi didn't dwell on the issue further. She nodded and said, "Lining, although I don't know what problems arose between you two, if you genuinely like him, then don't give up easily." As she spoke, she offered a faint smile and added, "Sister likes Chen Nan. No matter whether or not we can end up together in the future, I will never abandon my feelings for him. I have decided he is the one for me. Thus, he will be my lifelong choice. I won't fall in love with any other man." After hearing her older sister Zhao Yaqi's remarks, Zhao Yale pursed her lips lightly and fell silent, unable to respond immediately. A profound silence enveloped her. It wasn't until quite a while later that she broke the silence. She suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Sister, do you remember when we were 10 years old, a mysterious Taoist came to our home, claiming to be an expert in divination? He read our family's fortune that day and also calculated the destinies of both of us twins. Do you recall that incident?" "I certainly remember." Zhao Yaqi nodded, softly replying. That Taoist said our family required more yang energy to balance the overabundance of yin, so we adopted a boy from the orphanage named Xuanhuan to bring us prosperity and good health. She paused briefly before continuing in a softer voice. That Taoist also stated that the twin sisters' fates were filled with difficulties. As a result, our dual-soul destiny was unusual. Normally, neither of us would survive beyond 30 years of age. In order for us to live our lives without sickness or misfortune and achieve happiness, we would need to share one husband and find a man capable enough to change our fate. Adding with a wry chuckle as she finished. I vividly remember that Dad was extremely angered by the suggestion made by the Taoist that we two sisters should marry the same man. He called the Taoist a charlatan and cursed at him. But Mother seemed to deeply believe what the Taoist had said. Even now, she occasionally nags in our ears about how we should quickly find a talented man. She even claims that if such a reliable man comes along, whom both of us approve of, it wouldn't be impossible for us to both marry him and live together. Chapter 117, Sharing One Husband. Big sister, do you believe what that old Taoist with the cow nose said? After hearing her elder sister Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yalan asked again. I don't know. Zhao Yaqi shook her head slightly, then nodded slightly, and whispered softly. However, I am very grateful to that old Taoist. If it weren't for him, perhaps Xuanhuan wouldn't have been adopted by our family, and I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Xuanhuan. Speaking of this, she felt a little confused in her heart, so she turned the topic and smiled gently. Lining, why did you suddenly mention that old Taoist at this time? I remember you used to dislike mentioning that old Taoist. You thought his words were all unreliable. She knew that her younger sister Zhao Yalan always hated Xuanhuan, so she also disliked that old Taoist all the time. After all, her parents bringing Xuanhuan from the orphanage back to the Zhao family was largely related to that old Taoist's remarks. Sister, the past is the past, now is now. That old Taoist's words may not be entirely unbelievable. For us two sisters to live healthy and happy lives, we might really need to share one husband in the future. Zhao Yalan recalled the words of that old Taoist and couldn't help but feel a little dazed mentally. She instinctively muttered a few words in response to Zhao Yaqi. She sincerely felt inside that the words of that old Taoist might make some sense. On the one hand, after Xuanhuan was adopted by her parents, the Zhao family indeed has a high probability of welcoming wealth and peace in the future. After all, she personally witnessed at tonight's banquet how countless powerful officials from Jiangzhou toasted Xuanhuan. Even the newly appointed Mayor Chang Yuanshan treated Xuanhuan with great importance. Just because of Xuanhuan's relationship, isn't it true that her father Zhao Guowen's master Ding Hua got promoted? Since Uncle Ding has been promoted as the top boss of the police bureau, would the day her father gets promoted still be far? On the other hand, both herself and her elder sister Zhao Yaqi fell in love with Xuanhuan at the same time, which seems to verify the old Taoist's words. Perhaps only by sharing one husband can they obtain happiness and health. Lining, what did you say? Due to Zhao Yalan's muttering being too soft, her elder sister Zhao Yaqi did not hear clearly what these several sentences meant. Sister, nothing. Zhao Yalan could not help but tremble in her heart, realizing that she almost said the wrong thing, and immediately changed her words. Sister, my point is, you are right. If you like someone, you shouldn't give up easily. Anyway, I've determined that he will be the person I recognize in my whole life. She has already decided to follow the old Taoist statements and plans to conquer Xuanhuan together with her elder sister Zhao Yaqi. So, she cannot yet reveal to Zhao Yaqi the relationship between herself and Xuanhuan, because in her opinion, her sister is too shy-faced. If her sister Zhao Yaqi knows that she also likes Xuanhuan, maybe Zhao Yaqi would never have the courage to establish a relationship with Xuanhuan throughout her entire life. In other words, she plans to wait until the relationship between Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi is determined first, and then gradually disclose it to Zhao Yaqi. Lining, may both of our sisters be blessed with happiness forever. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhao Yaqi's face, and she spoke gently. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. Although she didn't know who the man her younger sister Zhao Yalan liked was, through such an in-depth chat with Zhao Yalan on this private topic, she finally boldly told her younger sister that the person she likes is Xuanhuan. That once messy heart finally obtained some peace. Zhao Yalan responded softly and immediately listened to her elder sister Zhao Yaqi's advice, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Before long, she drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Zhao Yaqi smiled silently. After covering Zhao Yalan well with the quilt, she slowly entered her sleep as well. When Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, the two sisters, completely fell into deep slumber, Xuanhuan, who had been hiding under the bed all along without daring to make a sound, cautiously crawled out from underneath. Phew! As Xuanhuan crawled out from under the bed, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that this night might be the most embarrassing night of his entire life. Looking at Zhao Yalan, lying on the bed snoring and drooling, his lips involuntarily twitched slightly. Elder sister Zhao Yaqi didn't know that he had been hiding under the bed all along, so it's fine that she could sleep. But this girl knew that he was hiding under the bed, and they just experienced intense passion on this bed not long ago. Yet, she could fall asleep as if nothing happened. Her heart was really quite carefree. A short while later, Xuanhuan returned to his own bedroom, lay on his bed, tossed and turned, and simply couldn't fall asleep. He recalled Zhao Yalan's Feng Zhidong with him and the private conversation between Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan afterwards, and felt a sense of dreaminess in his heart. He originally thought that obtaining the innate primordial yin energy from Zhao Yaqi and her sister would be an almost impossible task, nearly unachievable. But now it seemed that this matter was gradually becoming a reality, transforming from impossibility into possibility. The next day, Chunnan woke up early as usual to practice at the park for a while before returning to Zhao Yaqi's apartment. After last night's heartfelt confessions by Zhao Yalan, Zhao Yaqi could already face Chunnan calmly today and didn't go to work alone beforehand. She seemed to have forgotten that Chunnan had seen her completely naked. Noticing that Chunnan had returned after morning exercise at the park, she immediately poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled gently as she said, "Chunnan, breakfast will be ready soon. Just wait a little longer." "Okay." Chunnan looked at the busy silhouette in the kitchen and replied with a smile. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Yaqi walked out carrying a plate of steaming homemade baked bread and several cups of warmed milk. At this time, Zhao Yalan, wearing a strapless silk sleepwear, had also gotten up and come out from the bedroom. "Sis, is this your first attempt at making bread? Will eating this cause diarrhea?" Sitting at the dining table, Zhao Yalan took a look at the ugly-shaped, somewhat burned food, finding it quite hard to swallow. "I did try baking bread for the first time, but I doubt it will lead to stomach problems," Zhao Yaqi responded with a touch of awkwardness on her pretty face, showing some embarrassment. Cough. "All right then, I'll go to the kitchen and cook 3 bowls of noodles." Chunnan cleared his throat, proactively easing Zhao Yaqi's embarrassing situation, and lightly laughing after uttering a few words, he got up and headed towards the kitchen. Looking at the man's retreating figure walking into the kitchen, a cunning glint flashed through Zhao Yalan's eyes as a satisfied smirk curled up at the corner of her lips. Chapter 118. The noodles are really delicious. 15 minutes later, Chunnan emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of egg noodles and placed them on the dining table. "Chunnan, I didn't expect to trouble you again to cook breakfast for us. You've gone through so much trouble." Looking at the aromatic egg noodles in front of her, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but blush slightly as she expressed her embarrassment. "Sister, why are you being so polite with Chunnan? I'm going to dig in." Zhao Yalan, unable to resist the aroma wafting through the air, had already started drooling. She picked up her chopsticks and began eating enthusiastically. Seeing this, Chunnan and Zhao Yaqi exchanged smiles and also started eating their egg noodles. "Chunnan, the egg noodles you cooked are very delicious." Zhao Yaqi took small bites of the egg noodles and smiled while speaking. This was the second time she had eaten egg noodles made by Chunnan, yet she couldn't resist praising its taste. It truly amazed her how he did it. "The noodles he made are indeed delicious." Zhao Yalan, who had finished more than half of her bowl of egg noodles, nodded vigorously in agreement. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at Chunnan sitting across the table from her, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She suddenly stretched out her long legs beneath the table, her tender white toes moving, subtly rubbing against Chunnan's calves as she giggled. "Chunnan, since your noodles are so good, could you often make them for us?" Seeing Zhao Yalan making such a bold move accompanied by suggestive words, Chunnan's face immediately reddened, feeling his thoughts waver. At this early hour, one's body is prone to internal heat, and here this young lady was teasing him. He wanted Zhao Yalan to stop her actions quickly and didn't want Zhao Yaqi to notice his abnormal state. He responded hastily with 2 words, "All right." "Oh yeah, you've agreed. That's great." Seeing Chunnan's flustered expression, Zhao Yalan's mischief intensified. Her restless and lively nature, along with her cunning and mischievous spirit, grew even more interesting to her. Rather than pulling back her legs, her jade-like toes continued sliding upwards along Chunnan's calf, as she said with a smile, "In the future, when you make noodles for me, can I have an extra egg added?" "All right." Zhao Yalan's even bolder actions caused Chunnan's face to redden further. With no other options left, he simply responded again, hoping that she might then stop her foot movements. However, the more Chunnan showed restraint, the more playful Zhao Yalan became. She pushed boundaries further. Not stopping her bold advances, a subtle smirk played on her lips before she proceeded to act in apparent innocence, saying, "I have a big appetite, so you must ensure I'm full when you make noodles for me. Can you satisfy me?" Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, this time, Chunnan's flushed face remained silent as her jade toes were nearing his crotch, bringing him close to the breaking point. His breathing became heavy and uncontrollable. "Chunnan, don't be mad." Zhao Yaqi, who had been focused on her noodles, finally noticed something unusual about Chunnan. Thinking that her sister Zhao Yalan's demands had overstepped bounds, she assumed it angered him, turning his face red. She hadn't noticed Zhao Yalan's secretive movements under the table and hurriedly addressed Chunnan. "I'll apologize on behalf of Lena. She's just joking around with you. You don't need to pay attention to all her requests." She wasn't sure what was wrong with her sister Zhao Yalan today. Why had she suddenly made so many demands towards Chunnan? In her view, her younger sister usually didn't get along well with Chunnan, yet now, she was making so many unreasonable requests, it was bound to upset Chunnan. Phew. Chunnan exhaled deeply, trying hard to return to his normal state to avoid letting Zhao Yaqi notice anything. Smiling faintly, he said, "Yaqi, it's fine. I haven't given it any thought." He wasn't foolish either. By now, he realized that Zhao Yalan was simply playing games with him, purposefully putting him in awkward situations for her amusement. This girl was clearly going too far, treating him like some pushover, as if he, a fully grown man, would allow himself to lose control in such situations. Moreover, last night they had reached mutual understanding. There was only one final step remaining between them, which gave him little reason to insist on maintaining gentlemanlike conduct at this moment. Thinking this way with clenched teeth, Chunnan promptly extended his own leg, ready to retaliate using her tactics against her. Ugh! Caught off guard by Chunnan's sudden counterattack, Zhao Yalan widened her eyes. She never expected that Chunnan would counterattack her, and in such a bold and fierce manner. "Girl, I've only made one bowl of noodles. Can it satisfy your appetite now? Chunnin grinned as he spoke. At this moment, Zhao Yalin's face was flushed with embarrassment. She had already pulled back her long legs, no longer daring to tease Chunnin further. As if enduring something difficult, she tightly clenched her fists and struggled to utter a few words. It's fine. That's good. Seeing Zhao Yalin give in, Chunnin nodded satisfactorily and was about to withdraw his leg. But before he could even pull his foot away, suddenly, Zhao Yalin let out an unexpected scream. At this moment, Chunnan's expression turned bewildered for a moment, but he quickly realized what had happened. His face flushed instantly, and he retracted his foot like lightning. Lina, what's wrong? Hearing her younger sister's unusual shriek, Zhao Yaqi immediately asked with concern. Nothing, sister, I'm full. With her cheeks completely red, Zhao Yalin hurriedly blurted out these words before barely holding up her still weak body and rushing into the bathroom as fast as possible. Chunnan, don't you think? Zhao Yaqi glanced at Zhao Yalin, who had bolted into the bathroom like she was escaping, and curiously remarked. This girl, Lina, seems a bit odd this morning. Something about her little sister seemed off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on exactly what was different. There's nothing strange. She's just always acting wild. When Zhao Yaqi posed this question to him, the instigator of the entire situation, Chunnan, couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. He nervously chuckled and deflected the topic. Yaqi, let's eat the noodles. After we finish, we'll go to work together. Chapter 119, attending the grand birthday celebration together. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqi nodded slightly, still having a few doubts in her heart, but not thinking about them any further. Chunnan, I've decided that from now on, we two must keep our distance. Last night, you must have eavesdropped on the private conversation between me and my sister, right? Since my sister also likes you, I have a request for you. You must settle things with my sister first before we talk about our matters. Zhao Yalin, who had rushed into the restroom, sent these 3 messages to Chunnan's phone shortly after. This girl is indeed quite crazy. Seeing the messages Zhao Yalin had sent, Chunnan couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and frustration. After breakfast, Chunnan and Zhao Yaqi went together to work at the Qin family group. A few days later, sitting in the security captain's office, Chunnan suddenly saw a middle-aged woman dressed in a business skirt enter, exuding elegance as she walked in wearing high heels. Chunnan had been working at the Qin family group for some time, so naturally, he recognized the woman. She was Qin Bingyue's personal secretary, Xiao Xian. Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Seeing the middle-aged woman walk in, Chunnan immediately greeted her with a smile. Mr. Chun, I've come to invite you to the president's office. Miss Xiao wants to see you, said Xiao Xian with a gentle smile. Miss Xiao wants to see me? Hearing this, Chunnan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Ever since he and Qin Bingyue practiced dual cultivation, she hadn't seen him for several days. This made him inwardly worry. Was Qin Bingyue now planning to dismiss him from the Qin Corporation? Miss Xiao. On the way to Qin Bingyue's office with Xiao Xian, Chunnan couldn't resist asking. Can you tell me why Miss Xiao wants to see me? He had heard Vice Captain Wu Wei mention a few times that Xiao Xian was a close friend of Qin Bingyue's mother. So, although she was officially Qin Bingyue's personal secretary, their relationship was extremely close. Qin Bingyue called her Aunt Xiao. In his view, Xiao Xian, who had such an intimate relationship with Qin Bingyue, might know something. Sorry, Mr. Chun, you'll find out when you meet Ms. Qin. I don't really know why she wants to see you. Xiao Xian shook her head slightly and politely responded with a smile. She herself harbored some doubts, not entirely understanding the nature of the relationship between Qin Bingyue and Chunnan. After all, she had watched Qin Bingyue grow up and knew that the latter always kept a distance from any man. But there seemed to be an exception with Chunnan. All right. Upon hearing this, Chunnan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. After a moment, Xiao Xian led Chunnan onto the elevator and arrived at the door of the president's office. Miss Qin, I've brought Mr. Chun. Xiao Xian gently knocked a few times on the glass door, then spoke. Aunt Xiao, let him come in. Immediately inside came the cool response from Qin Bingyue. Mr. Chun, Miss Xiao has invited you in. I will wait outside. After hearing this, Xiao Xian gestured to Chunnan with a welcoming hand gesture and smiled. Chunnan nodded slightly, and then entered alone by pushing open the door. At that moment, inside the office, Qin Bingyue was bent over, carefully reviewing documents. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, a streak of sunlight flashed and streamed in, illuminating her delicate features. Her face was like a fairy's, crystalline and flawless, beautiful to the point of taking one's breath away. As Chunnan stepped in, it felt as if he forgot how to breathe, becoming momentarily transfixed. Are you done looking? After a long while, Qin Bingyue slowly raised her head. A hint of unnaturalness flickered across her beautiful face as she spoke coldly. To be honest, you're too beautiful. I can't look enough. Realizing his gaffe, Chunnan blushed faintly, yet then candidly admitted. Smooth talker. Upon hearing Chunnan's words, Qin Bingyue's face flushed red with embarrassment. She huffed indignantly. If it were before, a man who dared to say such a thing directly to her would probably make her furious instantly. But now, strangely, she felt no anger upon hearing Chunnan say this. Instead, a slight unusual feeling surfaced in her heart. President Qin, may I ask why you summoned me? Smiling, Chunnan took the initiative to ask. Hearing the phrase, smooth talker, from Qin Bingyue's lips actually caused Chunnan to relax somewhat. Because her ability to speak to him this way greatly indicated that she could fully accept the fact of their renewed cultivation practice without hesitation. In other words, he had overthought things earlier. Perhaps Qin Bingyue hadn't even considered letting him leave the Qin Corporation. My grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday today, and I would like you to accompany me at noon to give him a gift and congratulate him on his longevity. Qin Bingyue replied with a slight nod, her tone as clear and cold as ever. Pausing for a moment, a trace of awkwardness flickered across her delicate face, and she avoided meeting Chun Nan's puzzled gaze, adding, "You will attend as my boyfriend, though this is only a pretense. There's no need to take it seriously. Miss Qin, why do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend and attend your grandfather's birthday celebration?" Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chun Nan immediately asked curiously, his expression full of interest. He knew that given Qin Bingyue's personality, she wouldn't ask him to do something like this without a good reason. Seeing Chun Nan question her, Qin Bingyue fell silent for a moment. After a while, she continued coolly, "I already told you that our first encounter in the bar was completely an accident, because I was drugged by someone. The person who drugged me is Yang Hao, the son of the head of the Yang family. The Yang family is the most powerful among the 5 great families, and my grandfather has been trying to arrange a marriage between me and Yang Hao, hoping to strengthen our alliance with the Yang family so that our Qin family can become the 6th major family in Jiangzhou. On the occasion of my grandfather's 70th birthday, Yang Hao will certainly be there. It's highly likely that he will seize this opportunity to bring up the subject of the arranged marriage with my grandfather." After listening to Qin Bingyue's explanation, Chun Nan already understood her intentions and quickly interjected, "You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend at your grandfather's celebration so that Yang Hao will give up on pursuing you, right?" "You're absolutely correct." Qin Bingyue nodded slightly and responded coolly, "All you need to do when attending my grandfather's birthday celebration is to follow through with the formalities. You just need to show up and give a gift, nothing more." Chapter 120, Appearance Makes the Man. Can your grandpa and others still let you marry Yang Hao after he has used such despicable means to drug you? Chun Nan frowned. "I didn't tell them about this." Qin Bingyue shook her head and said, "Whether Yang Hao drugged me or not doesn't matter to them. Even if I told the Qin family about this, it wouldn't have any effect. It won't change the fact that the Qin family wants to marry me off to the Yang family." Although she was very angry at Yang Hao for using such foul tactics, she also realized there was no way she could use this incident to fight back against Yang Hao. Fortunately, Yang Hao failed to achieve his purpose even though he had drugged her. She'd rather lose herself to Chun Nan than let a creep like him touch her body. "I understand." Chun Nan nodded slightly and did not ask further. He smiled and said, "I will accompany you as your boyfriend to your grandfather's birthday today at noon. Aren't you afraid?" Qin Bingyue glanced at Chun Nan with her beautiful eyes and warned, "If you agree to impersonate my boyfriend, it means you will offend Yang Hao. He is the richest and most powerful second-generation heir in Jiangzhou. Are you not afraid of him causing you trouble because of me?" She paused and sighed. "If you have these concerns, I can completely understand it. You can refuse to help me. Although you work in the Qin group, this is just my personal matter." By the end, she seemed to recall something. A hint of uneasiness flashed across her face with a tinge of redness on her cheeks. She added, "The dual cultivation we practiced last time was my decision. My cold uterus disease, as you said, indeed got cured. So, neither of us owes each other anything. There's no need for you to feel burdened psychologically." Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chun Nan felt warmth rising in his heart. He immediately smiled and said, "Miss Qin, I am not afraid of Yang Hao. Neither do I feel any psychological burden, because being able to pretend to be your boyfriend makes me very happy." He realized that beneath Qin Bingyue's cold exterior was a warm and kind heart. This woman was not the cold and severe person that many outside imagined her to be. In short, her coldness was mostly self-styled, like a coat used to protect herself from harm. Of course, since Qin Bingyue first proposed this matter, he never thought of refusing. Because in his heart, whether or not he pretends to be Qin Bingyue's boyfriend, all things between them were destined to happen. She would always be his woman. What does Yang Hao mean anyway? Upon hearing Chun Nan's somewhat flirtatious response, Qin Bingyue instinctively turned away to avoid meeting Chun Nan's gaze. A blush crept onto her face, and an unusual feeling unconsciously increased within her. When she finally faced Chun Nan again, her expression had returned to cool composure. She nodded and said, "All right, we should hurry up. Follow me." After saying that, she turned and walked toward the exit. Seeing this, Chun Nan quickly caught up beside her. Once they exited the Qin group, Qin Bingyue drove Chun Nan to Dawan Mall, the largest mall in Jiangzhou. "Miss Qin, are we here to buy a birthday gift for your grandfather?" Chun Nan followed Qin Bingyue out of the car and couldn't help but ask. "Not really. We're here to buy you some clothes." Qin Bingyue responded coldly and headed directly toward the menswear section. "Buy clothes." Chun Nan was taken aback for a moment before glancing down at his security guard uniform. He then fully understood Qin Bingyue's action. Since he had to pretend to be Qin Bingyue's boyfriend and attend her grandfather's birthday party, he obviously could not appear dressed this way. A while later, Qin Bingyue led Chun Nan to a renowned brand's men's clothing section. "Welcome. May I inquire what style of clothing the gentleman and madam are looking for?" As soon as they entered a luxuriously decorated and spacious store, a woman wearing the store manager's uniform immediately approached with a professional smile, greeting them warmly. Even though Chun Nan was dressed in a security uniform and looked somewhat humble, it couldn't mask the outstanding beauty, charisma, and elegance of Qin Bingyue. This made the store manager hesitate not to underestimate either of them. She identified Qin Bingyue as a wealthy, good-looking young lady and immediately offered her own service. In fact, the moment Qin Bingyue stepped into the store, she attracted everyone's attention, stunning both employees and customers alike. Everyone in the store felt amazed and curious at the same time. Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue obviously came from two different social classes, so how did they end up together? Please select two appropriate and decent suits for him. Before Chun Nan could say anything, Qin Bingyue took the initiative to answer. Pausing for a moment, she added, choose the best ones in your store and don't worry about the price. All right, madam. Upon hearing this, the female store manager was pleased and respectfully responded to Qin Bingyue. She then shifted her gaze to Chun Nan and smiled, asking, Sir, may I inquire about your height? Approximately 175 centimeters without shoes. Chun Nan replied, Good, please wait a moment. We just received some new styles yesterday that would suit your height perfectly. I'll fetch them immediately. After hearing Chun Nan's response, the female store manager nodded with a smile and hurriedly left. Within 2 minutes, the female store manager returned, carrying two exquisite suits of different styles. With a smile, she said, Sir, these are our latest styles. Please try them on and see if you're satisfied. All right. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan nodded. He wasn't picky about clothing, so he picked up one of the suits, a light blue one, and entered the nearby changing room. A little while later, Chun Nan emerged wearing the suit instead of his security uniform. As the saying goes, appearances can make or break a man, just like how Buddha statues require gilded adornments. The light blue suit highlighted his figure with elegant lines, accentuating his tall and lean body almost perfectly. Moreover, due to his practice of the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture, he carried an ethereal yet profound demeanor. This made his originally slightly handsome face even more captivating, instantly elevating him to the level of a great-looking man, radiating immense charm. Sir, oh my god, this suit fits you perfectly. You look incredibly handsome in it. When the female store manager saw Chun Nan walk out of the changing room, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but compliment him. At that moment, even Qin Bingyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she noticed the charm that radiated from Chun Nan after his transformation. She was secretly astonished by it in her heart. Chapter 121, Keeping? I'll buy these two suits. Qin Bingyue nodded in satisfaction and said to the female store manager. Although she didn't care much about how charming Chun Nan was, making him look better would make it easier for her family to believe in their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. All right, ma'am. Upon hearing this, the female store manager smiled broadly and said, These two suits are custom-made limited edition styles from our store, so they're a bit expensive. They cost a total of 108,600 yuan. I'll waive the small change, making it 108,000 yuan. Is that okay? More than 100,000 yuan for two suits. Upon hearing the price, Chun Nan exclaimed in surprise and then shook his head at the female store manager. Sorry, this suit is too expensive. I'm not interested. With his current financial capability, he could afford even more expensive clothes, but he didn't think such extravagance was necessary. After all, he had endured hardships due to a lack of money before. A year of hard labor on a construction site might not have earned him more than 100,000 yuan. Seeing Chun Nan saying this, the female store owner's smile froze on her face. Then she looked questioningly at Qin Bingyue. In her opinion, Chun Nan probably couldn't afford such expensive clothing, so she had to check with the real person, Qin Bingyue. No need to pay attention to him. Wrap up both suits. I'll pay by card. Qin Bingyue nodded and directly handed over a bank card to the female store manager, opening her mouth to say so. Pausing for a moment, she pointed at the suit Chun Nan was wearing and added, There's no need for him to take off his suit. Chun Nan had earned 1 billion yuan from xuanhuan, and she naturally knew that he wasn't lacking money but was reluctant to spend excessively. She could understand Chun Nan's behavior. After all, she had also roughly investigated Chun Nan before, knowing that he grew up in an orphanage and endured much hardship. All right, ma'am, just wait a moment, I will process the payment immediately. Upon hearing this, the female store manager's smile reappeared, and she respectfully accepted Qin Bingyue's bank card with both hands before walking towards the cash register. You're such a bumpkin. If you can't afford clothes, don't buy them. How dare you let a woman pay? At this moment, suddenly a very handsome man with a tall, muscular physique walked over, starting to mock Chun Nan mercilessly. As he approached, he paid no more attention to Chun Nan, instead glaring at Qin Bingyue with a burning gaze. He revealed what he considered a charming smile and spoke softly. Beautiful lady, my name is Chong Wei Chao. Would it be possible for me to get your acquaintance and perhaps exchange contact information? Ever since Qin Bingyue entered the store, his attention had been focused on her, watching the entire process of Chun Nan buying clothes. When Qin Bingyue walked in with Chun Nan earlier, he had already guessed that Chun Nan was the kept lover of Qin Bingyue. Seeing Qin Bingyue pay for Chun Nan's clothes now made him sure of his guess. Based on this assumption, he believed that if Qin Bingyue liked keeping men, then surely someone with higher looks and a better physique like himself would be even more appealing. So, at this point, he came over and boldly asked Qin Bingyue for her contact details directly. Not convenient. Upon seeing the other party's actions, Qin Bingyue furrowed her eyebrows slightly and replied icily. Don't be like that, beautiful. Qin Bingyue's cold rejection did not deter Chong Wei Chao. After all, in his view, many women acted one way on the surface and another in private. He continued to flash what he thought was a charming smile, intentionally showing off his 8-pack abs while grinning and saying, Look at me. I'm pretty impressive. I frequently work out. My body is strong and will surely meet your needs. Pausing briefly, he glanced at Chun Nan contemptuously and then smirked, adding, Moreover, I have plenty of money and don't need you to spend on me. Let's add each other as contacts. We can have some fun whenever we want. Both you and I will enjoy ourselves. He categorized Qin Bingyue as a rich, unrestrained matron who would keep lovers, so his words became increasingly vulgar, hoping to make Qin Bingyue feel enticed. Go away. Upon hearing those words, how could Qin Bingyue not know what kind of person the other side was thinking of her as? She immediately, angrily scolded him. Shit. What do you think you're pretending to be innocent here? Do you think I don't know about you? That single go away from Qin Bingyue instantly caused Chang Weichao's face to flush red with impatience. He wanted to angrily blurt out something unpleasant. However, before he could finish speaking, slap. Suddenly, Chun Nan violently slapped out a hand. Chang Weichao instantly let out a muffled groan. Several teeth were knocked out, and he was flung sideways, falling heavily to the ground. This sudden occurrence caused Qin Bingyue to widen her eyes in shock, leaving her somewhat dazed. Miss Qin, for those who come to harass you, talking is not as effective as direct action. Chun Nan slowly retracted his hand, while smiling faintly, and said. Hearing Chun Nan's words, Qin Bingyue gradually came back to her senses. She slightly nodded and then shook her head, coolly replying. Nowadays is a society governed by law. Although she wasn't fond of violence, she actually found Chun Nan's actions quite satisfying deep inside, along with a warm feeling of being protected. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Chang Weichao shakily stood up, covering his swollen face, glaring angrily at Chun Nan as if ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But when he noticed the icy, sharp glare from Chun Nan, he suddenly felt engulfed in a chill, involuntarily shivering despite himself. The unspoken words froze in his throat. He had never encountered such a terrifying gaze from anyone like Chun Nan's, as if he weren't facing a young man but a fierce beast ready to devour him at any moment. Get lost. Seeing that the other party dared not continue his abuse, Chun Nan immediately coldly snorted and didn't want to waste more time Juchan on the person. Upon hearing Chun Nan's command, Chang Weichao turned beet red, not daring to look at Chun Nan another second, lowering his head hastily and scurrying away in humiliation. Chapter 122, Birthday Gift. Thank you. Seeing Chun Nan drive the other person away, a ripple appeared in Qin Bingyue's eyes as she lightly whispered to Chun Nan. Mr. Qin, don't mention it. Chun Nan chuckled teasingly. I am your boyfriend now, although a fake one, but I still have to protect you, right? Hearing these words from Chun Nan, Qin Bingyue gently nodded her head, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly said coldly, since you're pretending to be my boyfriend, call me Bingyue. If you call me Mr. Qin, people might easily figure it out. Bingyue. Chun Nan was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then quickly laughed and called her by name. His heart couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Evidently, his relationship with Qin Bingyue had improved significantly. At least her attitude towards him was no longer that of being aloof and cold, refusing others at a distance. This single call of Bingyue by Chun Nan caused Qin Bingyue's heart to slightly tremble, a subtle blush appearing on her beautiful face. Regardless of whether she admitted it or not, the man standing before her who had already been intimate with her twice seemed to indeed bring about an unprecedented, strange feeling within her, making her unable to develop that kind of repulsive resistance. After being forcibly approached by Chang Weichao and subsequently rescued by Chun Nan, this little incident did not cause much excitement in the store, but instead silently brought Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue closer together. A short while later, after the female store manager returned with the credit card, smiling fully, and handed it back to Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan, carrying a bag of new clothes, walked out of the mall and got back into the car. You bought these clothes to wear them. Why do you take them off? Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Bingyue glanced at Chun Nan, who had changed back into his security uniform, and couldn't help but criticize him a bit. I like simplicity and leisure. I'm just not used to wearing formal attire. It's not yet time to attend Grandpa's birthday celebration. Once we get there, I'll change, Chun Nan explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue slightly nodded, choosing not to say more. Ice Moon, where are we going now? Chun Nan turned to ask with a smile. To buy the birthday present for my grandpa. Qin Bingyue replied casually, then stepped on the gas pedal heading straight toward Jiangzhou's Antique Street. It was still early, so after purchasing the clothes for Chun Nan, they naturally proceeded to buy a gift for her grandfather. After parking near the entrance of the Antique Street, just as Qin Bingyue was about to get out of the car, she checked her phone messages and immediately spoke to Chun Nan, who had already gotten out. Chun Nan, I need to meet someone now. I've already prepared a gift for my grandpa. You go inside and pick an antique to serve as the birthday present you'll give my grandpa. I'll come back to pick you up here in about an hour. Pausing for a moment, she took a bank card from her bag and handed it directly to Chun Nan through the car window, adding, this is for you handling something on my behalf. I can't let you pay for anything. There's around 1 million on this card, which should be enough for you to buy a fine gift for my grandpa's birthday. After finishing her sentence, before Chun Nan could respond, she hit the gas and drove away from the Antique Street, staring at the fading silhouette of the car, then glancing at the bank card forcefully given to him by Qin Bingyue. Chun Nan felt momentarily perplexed, taking some time to recover. Regaining his senses, he sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat puzzled. He'd never seen Qin Bingyue act in such a hurried manner before and couldn't help but feel curious. Whose company did she need to meet in such haste? After a moment, Chun Nan shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and entered the Antique Street directly. Walking into the Antique Street, he intended merely to look around. He didn't actually need to purchase any antiques, having decided to present the golden yang pill Sun Tiana gifted him as a birthday present to Qin Bingyue's grandfather. After all, the golden yang pill was essentially useless in his hands, offering no practical use to him. Furthermore, deep down, he considered Qin Bingyue his woman, and as the first gift to a respected elder, a longevity-promoting golden yang pill would certainly maintain a dignified appearance. The Antique Street in Jiangzhou. had a significant historical background, an old-fashioned and weathered road exuding ancient charm. It was rumored that this antique street existed during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Thus the buildings on both sides were constructed of fragrant wooden structures. Hey, come over here. Don't miss our treasures. If you find one you like, I will sell it to you at a discount. Loss on my part, but gain for you. Friends, please take a look. We have numerous varieties of antiques, everything available. All goods guarantee collectible value, sold cheap. Xuanhuan strolled into this bustling antique street, and instantly, his ears were filled with the cries of several vendors hawking antiques to passers-by. He discreetly activated his fiery purple eyes, scanning through everything. He found that all the items displayed were counterfeit replicas, not even close to being real antiques. This didn't surprise him in the slightest. If these objects truly held any collection value, how could the vendors be selling them from flea market stalls? These people weren't fools. Of course, this was a fact well known by both buyers and sellers alike. A short while later, Xuanhuan arrived at the depths of the antique street, walking into an antique shop named xuanhuan. This antique shop, xuanhuan, was the most famous one in Jiangzhou, known for its excellent reputation of discerning authenticity. It was proclaimed that no customer would leave this shop with a counterfeit item. Xuanhuan had heard of xuanhuan before, but never had the chance to visit. Now that he had come to the antique street, naturally, he wanted to take a good look around. So luxurious. Upon entering xuanhuan, Xuanhuan was surprised by the unique design of the shop. The decoration style of this antique shop was entirely different from the classical style of other antique shops on this street. Its opulent and luxurious decor was distinctly modern. If it weren't for the signboard that read xuanhuan, visitors might mistake this place for a large jewelry store. However, unlike a gold shop, what was displayed on the rows of glass counters were not gold necklaces or rings, but various kinds of antiques. Jade articles, calligraphy and paintings, ceramics. Everything was neatly categorized, seemingly available in every form imaginable. Using his fiery purple eyes, Xuanhuan scanned over briefly, confirming that without exception, all items were authentic. Naturally, the antiques displayed for sale were not too expensive, mostly ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, with only a few exceeding $1 million. Evidently, these antiquities were primarily intended as gifts and did not hold much collectible significance. Truly valuable antiques with great collection potential would never be put up for sale like this by the shop owner. Chapter 123, The Jade Seal Fragment. It has to be said, the scale of this antique shop is indeed quite large, divided into several sections, with more than 10 beautiful female sales assistants alone. It's worth noting, Xuanhuan had been wandering in the antique shop for over 10 minutes, yet not a single sales assistant came up enthusiastically to offer him service. Instead, several of them were watching him cautiously, as if he were a potential thief. Having noticed this situation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. In this world, no matter where it is, there always seem to be people who look at others with prejudice. Even though he is now a billionaire, still dressed in this security guard uniform, stepping into this high-end antique shop, naturally avoided attracting different looks from these people. After a moment, Xuanhuan finished browsing one section and moved on to the next area. The items displayed here all seemed to be incomplete antique fragments, and since they were located in a relatively remote corner of the counter area, few customers came here, making the atmosphere a bit cold. He arrived here. Finally, a young female sales assistant with a delicate face approached, her pretty face slightly tense as she smiled and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Hello, I am Li Xiaoying, the sales assistant here. Would you like to buy antiques? Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Xiaoying, are you crazy about performance or something? Even if we're both interns, you don't have to lack discernment to this extent." At this point, before Xuanhuan could say anything, another young female sales assistant quickly walked over and spoke. She glanced at Xuanhuan, wearing a security guard uniform, with full contempt in her eyes, and laughed mockingly. Just look at his pitiful appearance. As a security guard earning only a few $1,000s in salary, how can he afford to buy any antiques? You know very well that even the cheapest antique fragment here costs tens of thousands. Do you think he will buy it? Huang Nana is right. Another young female sales assistant then walked over, laughing and saying, "Xiaoying, I advise you not to waste your energy. There won't possibly be any customers here. Since we've started our internship here, we haven't seen anyone buy antiques in this area." After a pause, she glanced at Xuanhuan with a disdainful look in her eyes, and added, "It's obvious. People who can afford antiques wouldn't bother with these second-rate pieces. Only penniless poor guys would come here just to loiter around." "Nana, Cayenne, you shouldn't talk like this." Hearing these words, Li Xiaoying immediately frowned slightly and said, "They are customers, and we are sales assistants here. Whether or not the customer buys anything, we should wholeheartedly serve them. That's our job." The two young female sales assistants in front of her, one named Huang Nana, the other Lu Cayenne. They are her university classmates, and they are interning here together now. All three of them are interns, assigned to this overlooked corner as sales assistants. It's normal to have no good sales figures. Her classmates, Huang Nana and Lu Cayenne, have always been in this kind of slacking off state, trying to muddle through until their internship ends. But in her view, regardless of circumstances, this is her first job, and it should be approached earnestly and diligently, serving every customer who comes into the store. Hee. Okay, what you say makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong indeed. So go ahead and serve your customer properly. Exactly. Hee. Serve your customer properly. Nana, and I don't dare to disturb you. Upon hearing Li Xiaoying's words, Huang Nana and Lu Cayenne burst out giggling immediately and then went off holding hands towards the other side. Both of them emphasized the word customer, and anyone could hear the sarcasm in it. When she saw this, Li Xiaoying's delicate face appeared a hint of apology as she smiled apologetically to Chun Nan. I apologize, sir. My two friends were just joking around. We treat all customers equally here. Please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan shook his head faintly with a faint smile, just about to say something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up instantly as if he had spotted something. His gaze locked onto a glass cabinet not far away. More accurately, the pile of antique fragments on top of the cabinet. He rushed forward and stood by the edge of this counter, closely examining repeatedly, and when he was sure that he hadn't made a mistake, a touch of a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Sir, these are all fragments of a certain emperor's jade seal from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Our shop sells them by piece, with prices ranging from 5,000 to 100,000 yuan depending on the size of each fragment. Noticing Chun Nan's interest in these antique fragments, Li Xiaoying quickly approached and introduced them briefly. She smiled and asked, Sir, you can take a look first. If you like any of them, I'll wrap them up for you. I want them all. Chun Nan responded without hesitation. What? Li Xiaoying was taken aback, her pretty face showing surprise. She thought she might have misheard, and thus smiled while saying, Sir, I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch what you said. Which one do you plan to buy? I want all the fragments of the Emperor's jade seal. Please help me wrap them all up. Chun Nan smiled faintly as he repeated his request. Giggles. Cayenne, did you hear what he just said? This person claims he's going to buy all the fragments. It's like watching a bull being blown into the sky. Huang Nana, who had just walked over, immediately mocked sarcastically. Lu Cayenne, who followed behind, also wore an amused expression, bluntly telling Chun Nan, Sir, do you even know how much these seal fragments altogether are worth? It's not that I, Lu Cayenne, am looking down on you, but calculating this sum will probably scare you to death. Sir, are you sure you really want to buy all the jade seal fragments? Li Xiaoying forced out an awkward smile, revealing a hint of unease on her pretty face, yet still patiently provided detailed information. In total, there are 407 pieces of various sizes of this imperial jade seal. According to the marked prices in our store, a rough estimate suggests it would cost at least tens of millions to purchase all these fragments. Chapter 124. I'll buy them all. There was a brief pause. Li Xiaoying, worried that she might hurt Chun Nan's self-respect and embarrass him in front of everyone, kindly advised. If it were the complete Emperor's seal, then naturally it would be an invaluable treasure. However, now that it has turned into fragments, there is no longer any collection value to it. Even if a customer takes one piece home, it will merely serve as a decoration item. I suggest you don't need to buy so many. Hee, Xiaoying, you really are thinking for him. Why do you make his situation sound so good? Do you actually believe he would buy them? Huang Nana giggled mockingly. That's right. I've seen plenty of men who love to boast. Xiaoying, by talking like this to him, people unfamiliar with the situation might think he can truly afford them. Lu Cayenne also teased Li Xiaoying nonstop. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoying shook her head slightly. Clearly, even she did not think that Chun Nan could possibly afford all the fragments. To prevent Chun Nan from feeling awkward further, she pointed at one piece with a better appearance and reasonable price, smilingly saying, Sir, this fragment looks quite good and isn't very expensive. It would suit well as a decorative piece. Do you like it? No need to look anymore. Chun Nan directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket, laughing and saying, This fragment does indeed have a nice appearance, but I am fond of the others as well. I have decided to buy all these pieces. Miss Li, could you please help me tally up the cost and package them? I'll pay via card. He paused briefly, then added with a smile, The sales figures generated from my purchase of these fragments will all go under your name. Li Xiaoying's patience and excellent service attitude had made a deep impression on him. He didn't mind letting the latter earn a small fortune. Are you really considering buying them all? Seeing Chun Nan take out his bank card, Li Xiaoying finally confirmed that he wasn't joking, becoming instantly excited and somewhat incoherent. Good. Please wait a moment. I'll calculate it right away. She couldn't help but feel exhilarated, her heart racing uncontrollably. If Chun Nan really bought all these fragments, according to the 15% performance bonus calculation, she could walk away with several million yuan. That's several million yuan. Ordinary people work hard their whole lives and might not even make that much money. With those few million, the financial hardship of her family could immediately improve, and her fate would be changed due to this massive amount of wealth. Undoubtedly, her life would become much smoother. On the side, Huang Nana and Lu Cayenne stared with wide eyes at Li Xiaoying, trembling hands clearing the price of the jade seal fragments. They felt extremely sour inside. They looked at each other and found disbelief and a tinge of regret reflected in each other's eyes. Xiaoying, don't be too happy yet. Even though he's taken out a bank card wanting to buy, it doesn't mean there's enough money in his account. Nana's right. Wanting to buy and being able to afford it are two entirely different things. I don't think his card really contains that much money anyway. Both Huang Nana and Lu Cayenne, unwillingly jealous and resentful, couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Li Xiaoying paid no attention to the two of them, clearing the prices of the fragments while already fantasizing in her head how she'd reasonably plan the use of those millions once she earns them. In a short while, after completing the clearance, she immediately laughed towards Chun Nan. Sir, after confirmation, these seal fragments total 407 pieces in size. Altogether, the selling price adds up to 302 million. While saying this, due to her overwhelming excitement, her voice unconsciously rose quite a bit. Thus, the moment she announced this price number, it instantly drew the attention of the other district guide employees. Everyone gathered over. A deal of tens of millions of yuan hardly happened in several years. These guides all wanted to witness who this wealthy boss was, spending extravagantly on antiques. At the same time, they also wished to see which of the guides would be the lucky one handling such a big deal. When they discovered that this rich boss was none other than the previously disdained Xuanhuan, they were greatly shocked. Regrettable feelings unavoidably surfaced in their hearts. They should not have underestimated Xuanhuan due to his clothing. If they had known that he was such a discreetly wealthy tycoon, they would have enthusiastically stuck close to him earlier. Regret aside, they shot envious glares mixed with jealousy at Li Xiaoying, feeling extremely unbalanced mentally. These long-serving employee guides, who had worked here for so many years tirelessly, hadn't come across deals worth tens of millions. As for Li Xiaoying, she was merely an intern who had been here for only a few months, yet she encountered such a big deal and easily earned millions, truly hitting the jackpot by a stroke of outrageous luck. Miss Li, could you please help me make the card payment? After hearing the price Li Xiaoying announced, Xuanhuan immediately handed over his bank card to her with a nod and smile. He naturally understood the psychological changes in Huang Nana, Lu Kaiyan, and the other salespeople who had gathered around. He didn't bother dealing with these women who always judged people through colored glasses and looked down on others. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Li Xiaoying took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress her excitement as she respectfully accepted the bank card that Xuanhuan handed her. She entered the price into the card reader, then eagerly swiped it. The next moment, the balance of the bank card flashed on the screen, followed by an emotionless voice message playing aloud. Dear user, your bank card has insufficient funds, hence the transaction failed. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoying, I told you not to get too excited so soon, didn't I? Look, he obviously doesn't have enough money on his card. A triumphant look appeared on Huang Nana's face as she instantly mocked. I've been saying this all along. How could a guy dressed like a security guard possibly afford this kind of money? Lu Kaiyan also sneered and echoed with agreement. Meanwhile, the other gathered salespersons, seeing Xuanhuan fail to make the payment, all let out a sigh of relief. The envy they felt earlier disappeared at once, quickly restoring their sense of balance. Such is human nature. Many people can't bear to see someone close to them fare better or have more luck than themselves. Sir, I'm sorry, but this bank card only has 1 million yuan, so the amount wasn't sufficient to complete the transaction, said Li Xiaoying, her face flushing red as she returned the card to Xuanhuan with a forced smile. Her tone revealed a slight hint of disappointment. Huang Nana's mocking laughter and the unusual glances from the rest of the salespeople, who treated him like a joke, made her uncomfortable inside. What troubled her most was the mental disparity between what seemed achievable and what turned out to be just out of reach. This created an even deeper feeling of frustration. Chapter 125, 3 bank cards. Sorry, Miss Li, I seem to have picked up the wrong card. Let me pay with another bank card. Upon realizing that the payment had not gone through, Xuanhuan immediately took out another bank card from his pocket and handed it over to Li Xiaoying. Seeing Xuanhuan produce yet another bank card, Xiaoying, he's pulling out another card for you. I bet it won't work again. He's just playing with you. Huang Nana sneered. These days, who doesn't have 7 or 8 bank cards? Having lots of cards means nothing, still a pauper. Lu Kaiyan crossed her arms and mocked sarcastically. The rest of the female sales assistants, although they didn't say anything outright, looked at Xuanhuan with expressions akin to watching a clown pulling out another card. They were all curious until when Xuanhuan would continue this act, eagerly awaiting the moment his next card failed too, as that'd be yet another amusing joke for them. All right, sir, one moment, I'll swipe your card again. Despite Xuanhuan taking out yet another card, Li Xiaoying maintained good professional conduct, smiling and respectfully receiving the card with both hands. This time she was calmer, prepared to accept if the transaction failed once more. She figured it was just wasted effort. Regardless, whoever entered the store was a customer. Regardless of whether Xuanhuan ultimately had the money to pay or not, she wouldn't let that influence her feelings toward him. At that moment, as Li Xiaoying took Xuanhuan's new card and swiped it on the machine casually, the following second, the machine sounded once again with a robotic voice. Hello, your bank card balance exceeds the data limit. It cannot deduct successfully. As this cold, automated voice trailed off, there was a pin-drop silence throughout the room, an absolute stillness enveloping everything. Li Xiaoying, staring at the deposit amount displayed on the card reader screen, couldn't help but gape dumbfoundedly, totally stupefied. Huang Nana and Lu Kaiyan, with the smirks on their faces frozen in place, couldn't help but reveal a look of pure bewilderment, completely flabbergasted. The other female sales assistants also exhibited looks of total shock, their facial expressions ranging from amazed to stunned in every imaginable way. They were all sales assistants at Wang Jiyuan's store, so they knew very well what that phrase, your bank card balance exceeds the data limit. It cannot deduct successfully, truly implied. This meant the balance in Xuanhuan's bank card was unimaginably astronomical, a sum far beyond comprehension. This astronomical number must have reached at least over 1 billion yuan for the card reader to broadcast such a message. After fully half a minute, this is impossible. The card reader must be broken. How could he possibly have this much money? Nana's right. Who puts that kind of money into one single card? There's definitely something wrong with this card reader. If we check the balance on his card, we can determine whether there's any issue with the card reader. Once awakened to the situation, neither Huang Nana nor Lu Kaiyan were willing to believe this reality and rushed forward at once to check. When they approached Li Xiaoying and saw the digit 18 followed by a string of zeros on the screen of the card reader, their mouths dropped open instantly. They were petrified just like Li Xiaoying. Both women found it hard to believe, and they couldn't help swallowing some saliva instinctively. Huang Nana's mind went completely blank, and she hesitantly asked, Cayenne, my nearsightedness has been getting worse lately. Did I see wrong? Nana, you didn't see wrong. There really are 1.8 billion yuan in this bank card. Lu Cayenne, looking at the visually stunning amount on the card reader, felt as though she were caught in a surreal dream. But since the truth was right before her eyes, there was no room left for doubt. 1.8 billion. Upon hearing Lu Cayenne state the actual amount stored in Xuanhuan's bank card, all the other female sales assistants trembled in their bodies and sharply inhaled a mouthful of cold air. In their entire lives, they had never even heard of someone having so much money stored in a bank card, let alone seeing it with their own eyes. If they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, who would have dared believe that Xuanhuan, dressed in security guard uniform, was actually a fantastically wealthy and modest tycoon? At this very moment, every pair of eyes on Xuanhuan grew intensely fervent, almost yearning to throw themselves at him to secure this rich tycoon. Yes, sir. Just then, Li Xiaoying finally snapped out of it, deeply breathed in, attempting to suppress the terror and excitement within herself as she smiled and said to Xuanhuan, Sir, the balance on your bank card is too high, exceeding the 1 billion limit of our card reader. Therefore, it cannot process successfully. You may go to the bank counter next to our store, then come back and make the payment. She had absolutely no idea that Xuanhuan, who looked so ordinary, was actually this wealthy. A deposit of a full 1.8 billion really shocked her. Sorry, Miss Li, I seem to have picked up the wrong card again. Upon hearing what Li Xiaoying said, Xuanhuan was somewhat startled. Then he pulled another bank card from his pocket, smiling as he said, Miss Li, it seems I've taken the wrong card again. The deposit on this bank card isn't large, just 1 billion yuan. This should be able to complete the payment now, right? He felt slightly helpless in his heart because all three of the bank cards in his pocket were from the same Huajian bank, making them indistinguishable by appearance. The first card with a deposit of 1 million yuan should have been the money Qin Bingwei gave him for purchasing birthday gifts. The second card with a deposit of 1.8 billion yuan should have been given to him by Ren Fei from the Tianying Martial Arts Hall after he participated in the underground fighting arena in Jiangzhou City. This sum of money was originally intended as payment for Ren Fei's services, but eventually ended up in his possession. He had indeed been greatly surprised earlier, completely unexpected that the amount would be so immense. As for this card with a deposit of 100 million yuan, it was for treating old Master Shin's illness in the Shin family. At the time, Shin Yuyan had handed over 100 million yuan in cash to him, which he later gave to his good friend Deng Mingho for handling. After Deng Mingho deposited the money into the Huajian bank, he then gave this bank card to him, allowing for convenient direct spending whenever needed. The balance wasn't significant, only 1 billion yuan. Seeing Xuanhuan pull yet another bank card from his pocket and hearing his extremely self-deprecating words, everyone present was stunned once more, sharply inhaling another breath of cold air. At the same time they were astonished. Each person couldn't help but feel an overwhelming dizziness and sense of speechlessness. The way he was playing around with his wealth could get a perfect score. Chapter 126, Wang Fatso. Next, under the keen gaze of Huang Nana, Lu Cayenne, and the other female sales assistants, Li Xiaoying successfully made the payment of 30.2 million using Xuanhuan's bank card, which held a balance of 1 billion with no difficulty. At this moment, Li Xiaoying was overjoyed, her smile practically blossoming on her face. Meanwhile, the envy, jealousy, and hatred in the hearts of Huang Nana, Lu Cayenne, and the other female sales assistants reached its peak. After all, they had all underestimated Xuanhuan, and the consequence of underestimating him was that they missed out on millions passing by, missing out on an opportunity to turn their lives around. Huang Nana and Lu Cayenne, in particular, were filled with regret more than anyone else, wishing they could turn back time. They both worked as interns in this area, just like Li Xiaoying. Originally, when Xuanhuan came to this corner section to buy jade seal fragments, they had the best chance to secure this huge order from him. However, because of their narrow-mindedness, only seeing others through prejudiced eyes, now they could do nothing but watch helplessly as Li Xiaoying earned millions. This is millions we're talking about. Their family conditions were not much better than Li Xiaoying's. These millions would have also changed their family's fortunes. The greater the contempt they showed towards Xuanhuan before, the greater their remorse now, likely feeling regret over this incident for the rest of their lives. Right at that moment, Xuanhuan didn't mind revealing his wealth and delivering an unkind slap in everyone's face, especially creating a significant psychological impact on Huang Nana and Zhang Cayenne. Having bought these pieces of the jade seal, and not spotting anything else good in the glass cabinets, he was ready to turn and leave Wang's garden. Sir, please hold a moment. Just then, suddenly, a round-bodied, fat-eared fatty approached enthusiastically while laughing towards Xuanhuan. This fatty sported a slick-back hairstyle, wore loose cloud-patterned tang suits, and had strings of valuable sandalwood beads around his wrist and neck. Hello, manager. Seeing this fatty approach, Li Xiaoyun, Huang Nana, Lu Cayenne, and the other female salespeople greeted him respectfully, without hesitation. When Xuanhuan caught sight of this fatty, it seemed like he discovered something unusual and immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He wasn't surprised because this person appeared to be around the same age as himself and happened to be the owner of Wang's garden. What made him somewhat surprised was that the individual was also a consummate practitioner of dark force martial arts, just like himself. Mr. Hello. The fatty came closer and immediately extended his hand toward Xuanhuan, smiling and saying, I am Wang Chao, the boss of Wang's garden. Familiar peers usually call me Wang Fatso. Would you care to make a friend? Chun Nan caused quite a stir with his recent extravagant purchase of the jade seal fragments. Even in his second-floor tea room, Wang Chao sensed it. From the moment those female sales assistants gathered earlier, he noticed Chun Nan through the surveillance cameras and had been observing the latter secretly. Certainly. Chun Nan gave a slight nod, extending his hand to shake the fatties and responded with a smile. Hello, Wang Fatso, I'm Chun Nan. He felt no malice coming from the other side. What was more important was befriending the man could also benefit him. After all, ignoring the identity of being the boss of Wang's garden aside, the man was a consummate practitioner of dark force martial arts alone, worth showing respect. Previously, Jin Hongmei had mentioned a few words to him, touching upon how small the Jiangzhou ancient martial arts circle seemed to be, with only a few practitioners, mostly at the initial level of dark force skills. But now it looked like Jiangzhou truly harbored extraordinary talents hidden within, and Jin Hongmei hadn't thoroughly understood everything yet. This Wang Fatso in front of him was clearly a prime example. Haha, it looks like Wang Fatso has made another friend today. Upon seeing Chun Nan's responsive action, Wang Fatso instantly became delighted, unable to resist bursting into laughter. After the laughter subsided, he immediately addressed Li Xiaoying with a warm smile. You are our store intern, right? You've done well. Your work is diligent, your service quality high. Regarding the previous sale, you may take 20% as commission. Pausing briefly, he added with a grin. In the future, after you graduate, you can also consider returning here to work. I'll promote you to deputy manager, ensuring fair wages and benefits. My Wang's garden lacks talent such as yourself who gets things done. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Li Xiaoying became extremely excited and, almost without any hesitation, responded respectfully with excitement. All right, manager, I'd still like to come back to work in your store after I graduate. She was almost overwhelmed by the continuous string of amazing good fortune. Never had she imagined that this time, not only would she receive a 20% commission and make over 6 million yuan, but in the future, she would also become the deputy manager of Wang's garden. At this moment, Li Xiaoying looked at Chun Nan with eyes full of gratitude, knowing that all she had gained was thanks to him. Seeing this scene, these female sales assistants were filled with envy, and Huang Nana and Lu Kaiyan were regretful beyond measure, feeling extremely upset inside. Chun Nan, come, let's go upstairs to my tea room for some tea. Wang Fatso stopped paying attention to Li Xiaoying and the others, pulling Chun Nan towards the second floor. Seeing this, Chun Nan did not refuse as it was still early. Qin Bingwei would be returning to the antique street in an hour to pick him up to attend her grandfather's birthday celebration. Being led by Wang Fatso to the second floor tea room, Chun Nan noticed that both sides of Wang Fatso's tea room featured two large bookshelves, on which books were not placed, but instead various precious antiques. Just glancing over them briefly, he understood their collection value far surpassed the items displayed for sale below on the glass counters. Chun Nan, do you like any of the pieces from my collection? A hint of pride emerged on Wang Fatso's face as he chuckled while introducing. All these things are priceless antiques with great collection value. Do I like? Can you give me one? Chun Nan joked. No way, even between close brothers we need clear accounts. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatso's expression changed slightly, and he quickly added with a smile. All these items have cost me quite some effort to acquire. If you want to buy one, I could offer a small discount. He paused momentarily before adding, still grinning. Of course, I cannot offer too much of a discount since they are all treasures of Wang's garden. How about giving you a 9.99% discount? He knew well that although Chun Nan's attire appeared inconspicuous, the latter actually carried more than 1 billion yuan, truly a low-profile tycoon who feigned ordinariness. Chapter 127, The Lon Family. 9.99% discount. Upon hearing the so-called discount mentioned by the other party, Chun Nan couldn't help but smirk. He had heard of giving a 10% discount to people, but he had never come across someone who offered a 9.99% discount. What was the point of such a minor discount? Alright, I'm not buying anything. There's nothing here that really appeals to me anyway. Chun Nan chuckled and spoke. Now he finally understood. Despite being a highly accomplished martial artist at the hidden momentum level, Wang Fatso still hadn't escaped his greed for money. He was undoubtedly extremely fond of wealth. Alright, if you don't see anything you like, then there's nothing we can do. Hearing Chun Nan's words, Wang Fatso nodded regretfully with an expression full of disappointment. His eyes darted around cunningly before abruptly changing the subject. Chun Nan, those jade seal fragments you just spent tens of millions on were brought out by me from an ancient tomb. Do they have any particular significance? There's nothing special about them. I've always been interested in the history of the 5 nations and 10 dynasties. Buying these fragments of imperial jade seals is merely for a keepsake, done on a whim. Seeing the other party ask, Chun Nan's heart slightly stirred, but on the surface, he answered without showing any emotion. Naturally, he wasn't truly interested in the history of the 5 nations and 10 dynasties. Even if it were a complete imperial jade seal, he wouldn't give it a second glance. The reason he bought these jade seal fragments was because he noticed that their material was different from other imperial jade seals. It was very special. After his keen eye thoroughly examined them, he found that these jade fragments contained a strong concentration of chi energy, which was quite familiar to him. In other words, if he practiced the 3 lives great mystery canon and absorbed the chi energy from these fragments, his cultivation could possibly surge dramatically. Of course, all this remained unknown. He currently didn't have time to practice, and he couldn't confirm whether his assumptions were correct. However, if his conjecture proved right, spending tens of millions to buy these jade seal fragments would be absolutely worth it. Hearing Chun Nan's response, Wang Fatso nodded lightly and didn't probe any further. As far as Wang Fatso was concerned, there was no other purpose to Chun Nan's purchase of these jade seal fragments, thus believing Chun Nan's explanation that they served only as mementos. Later on, the two began drinking tea and chatting idly, refraining from mentioning the antique trade again. Elsewhere, after Qin Bingyue left the antique street, she drove to a hotel. She got out of her car, entered the hotel, and proceeded directly to room number 806, where she gently knocked a few times. Knock. Soon after, the door opened from inside, revealing a middle-aged man with dark skin, streaks of gray at his temples, thick eyebrows, and a robust build. Uncle Zhang. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Qin Bingyue immediately called out, her tone filled with warmth and respect. This middle-aged man was named xuanhuan. Though outwardly he appeared to be just the security captain at her company, he was actually one of the most trusted individuals of her late mother. Her mother came from a very powerful martial arts family, the Lan family, and xuanhuan had always been her mother's personal bodyguard. Years ago, when her mother, Lan Yin, fell in love and secretly married her father Qin Jigang, she severed ties completely with the Lan family. But xuanhuan had steadfastly stayed loyal. Not only had he watched her grow up, but both before and after her mother's death, Qin Bingyue had been under xuanhuan's quiet protection and care. Therefore, even though they shared no blood relation, in her heart, xuanhuan held a position even higher than her biological father. Bingyue, you're here. Xuanhuan first flashed a kind smile, then let Qin Bingyue in while sighing helplessly. You shouldn't have come. I've told you countless times before. I'll investigate your mother's case alone and eventually give you the final answer. Uncle Zhang, I cannot wait that long. My heart is too restless. Qin Bingyue shook her head and replied. You previously informed me that you traveled to Xiangxi and managed to uncover clues regarding my mother's murder. Now that you're back in Jiangzhou, I wanted to learn about the situation as soon as possible. Everyone in the Qin family, including her father Qin Jigang, believed that her mother died naturally from a serious illness. But only she and xuanhuan knew the truth from the very beginning. Her mother, Lan Yin, was no ordinary person. She was a deeply concealed martial arts expert. Even Qin Jigang was unaware of this secret. In the eyes of her father Qin Jigang and all the other Qin family members, her mother was just an ordinary person. They didn't even know that her mother actually came from the illustrious martial arts family, the Lan family. Bingyue, I did uncover some clues while investigating in Xiangxi. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan nodded and sighed. I can now confirm that Miss Lan Yin was indeed killed through foul play. Someone poisoned her with a terrifying form of witchcraft poison called golden mandala. He hadn't gone to work at the Qin Corporation during this time, as he was in Xiangxi investigating this specific type of poison. The mysterious death of Qin Bingyue's mother Lan Yin had been nagging at him for years, but now, after so much time, he had finally reached a conclusion. Uncle Zhang, what kind of witchcraft poison did my mom suffer from? Upon hearing xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her voice choked slightly as she asked, do you think the one who gave my mom the witchcraft poison was that woman? As for what kind of witchcraft poison Miss Lan Yin suffered from, I haven't found it out yet, xuanhuan replied honestly. But I do know its nickname, golden mandala. The insect capable of releasing such toxicity is among the most mysterious and evil creatures in all of Xiangxi. Xuanhuan paused for a moment. Glancing at Qin Bingyue, whose eyes were brimming with tears, he continued. Bingyue, as for whether or not it was that woman who cursed your mother, Uncle Zhang thinks it unlikely. She's just an ordinary person. She doesn't have the ability to do something like this. Of course, xuanhuan knew exactly who that woman was. She was none other than Qin Jigang's current wife and Qin Yun's biological mother. Not long after Qin Bingyue's mother passed away, Qin Jigang remarried that woman, which is why Qin Bingyue always suspected her mother's death might have had something to do with her. Chapter 128 Uncle Zhang and xuanhuan. Uncle Zhang, who in the world killed my mother? Qin Bingyue's eyes reddened even more as she reluctantly pursued her question. Her mother had passed away when she was 8 years old. Before she turned 8, with her mother's care, she had lived happily. Back then, every night her mother would sit by her bed with a smile, telling her interesting stories. At that time, whenever her palace cold syndrome flared up, even though her mother knew her efforts wouldn't bring much effect, she wouldn't hesitate to exhaust her martial arts prowess, trying her best to alleviate even a bit of Bingyue's pain. Her mother was the most important person in her life. However, someone secretly harmed her, and she would never forgive that murderer no matter what. Bingyue, Uncle Zhang still can't give you an answer because I don't know who the murderer is either. Xuanhuan shook his head, sighing deeply. I understand how you feel. Just like me, over these years regarding the incident of Mrs. Murder, I felt very guilty and anguished. All this happened because I didn't protect your mother back then. He paused for a moment. A trace of coldness surfaced in his eyes as he firmly stated. However, my girl, rest assured, even if Uncle Zhang risks my life in this lifetime, I will surely find the one who harmed your mother and avenge Miss. I will never give up. I'll continue to investigate following the clue of the poison, and believe sooner or later we'll figure out this case. In her childhood, he used to be a street-wandering orphan, but it was Qin Bingyue's mother, Nailin Yin, who took him in, brought him back to the Nailin family, and taught him all the martial skills he now possessed. For such profound grace, he could never forget it in this lifetime, and even if it cost him his life, he had to uncover the truth about this incident and fully expose the murderer. After hearing xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue lapsed into silence for a moment, then suddenly said, Uncle Zhang, I also want to learn martial arts from you. I don't want you to risk investigating alone. I also want to become an ancient martial artist, work with you to find the killer, and avenge my mother. Girl, don't be foolish. Upon hearing this, xuanhuan shook his head and bitterly smiled, saying, Miss said before, your body has a special constitution with a terrifying innate cold energy inside. This is the fundamental reason why you have suffered from palace cold since young age. I'm sure your mother has told you. As long as your illness hasn't been cured, you won't be able to unblock the run and do meridians and become a martial artist. He sighed deeply after a pause, with a look full of regret. Your mother was a martial genius of the Nalan family. I'm sure your martial talent isn't far off from hers. Unfortunately, due to your illness, you're unable to practice martial arts. Truly a twist of fate. Uncle Zhang, my palace cold has already been healed. Upon hearing xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, immediately opening her mouth to speak. Few people actually knew about the problem of her having palace cold since she was a child. Only xuanhuan and her mother were aware of it. Of course, Chen Nan was also somewhat informed. What? Your palace cold has been healed? When Qin Bingyue uttered these words, xuanhuan was greatly startled. Subsequently, he excitedly urged, My dear, tell Uncle Zhang quickly, what exactly happened? Qin Bingyue's condition was a congenital disease that many renowned doctors had failed to cure despite numerous attempts in the past. While feeling happy for Qin Bingyue, xuanhuan was also rather curious about how exactly her palace cold had suddenly healed. Uncle Zhang, quite a few things happened to me while you were in Xianxi. Qin Bingyue nodded slightly, deciding not to hide anything from xuanhuan. She began recounting everything that happened during this period, starting from when Yang Hao drugged her, and how she ended up forming a relationship with Chun Nan by chance at the bar. Then Chun Nan unexpectedly went to Qin Group to apply for the security job. Her first bout of palace cold was temporarily suppressed by Chun Nan through ancient massage techniques, and he proposed dual cultivation as a way to heal her illness. Finally, yesterday when her palace cold flared up again, she was left with no choice but to form an intimate relationship with Chun Nan once more, which led to her illness being cured. She told xuanhuan all these events. You wretched scum. When xuanhuan found out that Yang Hao had used drugs on Qin Bingyue, he instantly became so enraged that he began cursing furiously. What does the Yang family think they are? They're merely a small family in Jiangzhou, and even if the miss isn't around anymore, I could single-handedly annihilate the Yang family. That Yang Hao, who looked decent but was as bad as a dog. I've known he wasn't a good man long ago, but I never thought that this guy would actually dare to drug you and take advantage of you. If he had really succeeded, I'd have skinned him alive and made sure his life turned into hell. By the end of his rant, a trace of icy coldness flickered in his eyes as he solemnly said, Girl, you just say how you want this guy to die. Uncle Zhang can find an opportunity to completely get rid of this guy. As much as he was filled with rage, he also couldn't help feeling extremely frightened inside. The deceased miss had instructed him on her deathbed to take good care of and protect Qin Bingyue, yet during his absence, the girl had encountered such danger. Uncle Zhang, it's already over. Qin Bingyue shook her head slightly and softly said, I think we shouldn't act against Yang Hao so quickly. As the eldest son of the Yang family, one of the 5 major families in Jiangzhou, if we move against him, it will surely cause a huge stir in Jiangzhou, making it harder for us to secretly investigate the truth about my mother later on. Though she was furious at what Yang Hao had done, in order to find the person responsible for her mother's demise sooner, she needed to consider the bigger picture. Based on her guess, even though many years had passed since the incident, the murderer was most likely still hiding in Jiangzhou. I understand. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, xuanhuan paused for a moment before nodding and saying, What you said is right, little girl. Uncle Zhang was too impulsive. Fortunately, you weren't violated by that bastard in the end. After a brief pause, he cast a deep glance at Qin Bingyue, then abruptly changed the subject. Since we're not talking about Yang Hao for now, let's talk about that young man called Chun Nan instead. Judging from what you've told me, this young man seems rather extraordinary. Narrowing his eyes, he added, but as the old saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. Uncle Zhang cannot fully trust him. Chapter 129, A Young Man Who Is Not Simple. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I've already investigated Chun Nan early on. Upon hearing xuanhuan's seeming misunderstanding of Chun Nan, Qin Bingyue quickly interjected. Chun Nan is just an orphan. His background is very clean. He has no ulterior motives and did not deliberately approach me. Our first encounter was purely accidental, and the second time was entirely my choice. Uncle Zhang simply said he isn't simple, but didn't mention him having any ill intentions toward you. Why are you so eager to defend him? With that, xuanhuan chuckled lightly and teased. Girl, why are you in such a rush to defend him? Could it be that you have feelings for him? Uncle Zhang, don't say nonsense. A flicker of panic flashed through Qin Bingyue's eyes, and the blush on her face disappeared instantly as she hurriedly denied it. Seeing Qin Bingyue's reaction, xuanhuan was initially startled, then a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He naturally understood Qin Bingyue's psychological issue with men. Although Qin Bingyue hid it well, this was the first time he had seen her show such shyness towards a young man. Girl, whatever the case, Uncle Zhang will not easily trust him until I meet this young man myself. Xuanhuan shook his head slightly and squinted as he said, Since I'm back from Xianxi, I'll go to work at the Qin Group tomorrow. Since he's one of our security guards, I, as the leader of the security team, will want to take a look at what kind of person he really is. Though he hadn't met Chun Nan yet, xuanhuan was somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that Chun Nan had relations with Qin Bingyue under these circumstances. After all, Qin Bingyue was the daughter of the miss, the most important person in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Chun Nan had indeed cured Qin Bingyue's chronic cold disease, he would have long classified Chun Nan as a shameless person like Yang Hao. Hearing xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue lightly nodded her head and didn't say much more. She knew Zhang Shu's character. Although Zhang Shu spoke like this, now that he knew about her relationship with Chun Nan, he wouldn't do anything drastic to Chun Nan. Uncle Zhang, since there's nothing else going on, I'll leave first. After their brief meeting and conversation, Qin Bingyue prepared to return to the antique street to find Chun Nan. She also didn't hide anything from xuanhuan and spoke openly. Uncle Zhang, today is my grandfather's birthday. It's highly possible that the Qin family will arrange my marriage with Yang Hao, so I plan to let Chun Nan pretend to be my boyfriend, thus completely cutting off Yang Hao's bad intentions. Well, okay, Zhang Hao nodded helplessly in response. Even though Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue had a physical relationship, he never expected that Qin Bingyue would choose to let Chun Nan pretend to be her boyfriend, willing to deal with the forced marriage from the Qin family in this way. From a personal standpoint, he sincerely didn't want Qin Bingyue to do this. After all, he still wasn't clear about who Chun Nan was, and didn't want Qin Bingyue to get too close to Chun Nan. Over here, Chun Nan, who was chatting and drinking tea with Fat Wang, noticed that the time was about right. After exchanging contact details, he smiled and prepared to say goodbye. Fatso, I'll go first. Pausing briefly, he added, next time if you come across another imperial seal similar to the one I bought in a tomb, feel free to contact me. If it suits my fancy, no matter how expensive it is, I'll buy it. During the period of drinking tea and chatting, they discussed many things, becoming more familiar with each other. Fat Wang was more than just a simple antique dealer. This guy was also a grave robber who loved to explore tombs everywhere. Of course, in his own words, he wasn't a grave robber but rather a modern-day gold guard, or as he liked to call it, an archaeology enthusiast. Alright, Fat Wang slapped his chest and laughed. Chun Nan, you can rest assured. If I come across similar goods again, I'll notify you immediately. Pausing for a moment, he earnestly added, but let's make one thing clear. Even though we're friends now, the money I should earn cannot be reduced, not a single cent. Of course. Hearing this, Chun Nan nodded with a smile. If the yuan qi energy contained in the imperial seal fragments he bought could truly rapidly enhance his cultivation, then spending any amount of money would be worth it. After all, his and Fat Wang's pursuits were different. In his view, no matter how much money one had, it was just a pile of waste paper. Only real strength mattered. If Wang Fat discovered that these fragments of the jade seals contained such energy of yuan qi, he would certainly not sell them at the price of ordinary antiques. After leaving Wang's home, Chun Nan arrived at the entrance of the antique street to wait for Qin Bingyue to pick him up by car. About 20 minutes later, Qin Bingyue appeared at the entrance of Antique Street with her car. Get in the car. Qin Bingyue slowly lowered the window and greeted Chun Nan, who was standing at the entrance of Antique Street. Chun Nan slightly nodded, then got in the car and sat in the passenger seat next to her. Bingyue, may I ask who you went to see? Chun Nan glanced at Qin Bingyue, whose eyes were still a little red. Hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. He really was quite curious about who Qin Bingyue had gone to see, which caused such emotional fluctuations, making it seem like she had cried. I went to see an elder who is important to me. Qin Bingyue didn't give a straightforward answer to Chun Nan's question, but instead softly said, he also works at the Qin group. You will meet him tomorrow. Pausing briefly, she didn't say much more, then changed the subject and said, it's about time. Let's go. I'll take you to my grandfather's birthday celebration. Having finished speaking, she pressed the gas pedal and began driving out of the entrance of Antique Street. I wonder who Bingyue is referring to. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chun Nan was momentarily stunned, becoming even more puzzled. However, seeing that Qin Bingyue wasn't in high spirits and seemed unwilling to talk much, he did not press further. About an hour later, Qin Bingyue parked the car at the grand gate of a quadrangle courtyard after driving Chun Nan there. This quadrangle courtyard was rather large, a 3-section ancient yard. A signboard above the grand gate of the front courtyard proudly displayed 4 characters written in bold strokes, Qin Family Courtyard. Chun Nan scanned this historic-flavored quadrangle courtyard, realizing that the Qin family must have once been a landlord-class family. Bingyue, wait here for a while. I'm going to change my clothes. Chun Nan grabbed the suit Qin Bingyue bought for him and headed straight for the restroom nearby after getting out of the car. Although he wasn't particularly fond of wearing formal attire like this, at this point, he still had to maintain the facade of being Qin Bingyue's boyfriend, despite the pretense. Chapter 130. Attending the birthday celebration. Chun Nan had just walked into the public restroom and hadn't yet had time to change into his suit when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jin Hongmei. He had some doubts in his mind. Last time, with his help during the fight competition, Goldfish Society became the first underground force in Jiangzhou. Recently, Jin Hongmei should have been busy consolidating her territory. Why did she call him now? He wondered what she wanted. Hey Sister Mei, this is Chun Nan. With doubts in his heart, Chun Nan answered the phone. Brother Nan, didn't you ask me last time to find out who wanted to kill you repeatedly? Once the call connected, Jin Hongmei's soft and charming voice immediately came through from the other side of the phone. She didn't chat and joke around like usual, but went straight to the point. I found out who wants to kill you. The person wanting your life is the son of one of the 5 great families, Mr. Yang Hao. Yang Hao. Chun Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard Jin Hongmei utter this name. His voice immediately turned icy cold, and murderous intent surged within his heart. Yes, exactly Yang Hao. Jin Hongmei nodded slightly and said, the person responsible for setting up the car accident to try and secretly harm you, and the group of thugs sent to cut you down, were all orchestrated by Yang Hao through his personal bodyguard, Zhang Biao. Pausing for a moment, there was also a note of killing intent in her voice as she added, Brother Nan, since Yang Hao has dared to make a move on you, would you like sister to take care of him for you? Though the Yang family is the most powerful among the 5 great families, currently the Goldfish Society has already become the #1 underground force in Jiangzhou, and they wouldn't be afraid of the Yang family at all. No need. Xuanhuan shook his head and said into the phone to Jin Hongmei, Sister Mei, I will personally handle Yang Hao, so no need to trouble you. Since Yang Hao has tried to kill him multiple times, he naturally couldn't let Yang Hao off easily. He needed to settle the matter himself to calm his anger. By now, he also knew why Yang Hao wanted to kill him. It was because the latter had drugged Qin Bingyue, but his plans failed, instead resulting in Qin Bingyue having an unintended relationship with him. All right, Brother Nan. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Jin Hongmei on the other end of the phone nodded slightly. There was no doubt about Chun Nan's strength. Alone, his power could easily overwhelm her entire Goldfish Society. This wealthy young master from the Yang family actually dared to lay a hand on Chun Nan, which was absolutely the greatest foolish mistake of his life. Jin Hongmei knew of Chun Nan's immense strength, but she still smiled and said, Brother Nan, if you ever need our assistance from the Goldfish Society in the future, just say the word. Even though I am still the president of the Goldfish Society, after the last fight tournament, our brothers all admire you very much. They have already regarded you as the true leader of the Goldfish Society. She paused momentarily. Smiling, she added, Sister actually also knows that the reason Tai Kwong was willing to lead the Iron Hand Gang to fully merge into our Goldfish Society was not because he valued the position of vice president of the Goldfish Society, but because of you. Her voice was filled with gratitude as she concluded, Brother Nan, without you, my Goldfish Society wouldn't be where it is today. All of us would have died in that abandoned factory last time. Sister Mei, that matter is already in the past. Chun Nan gave a light laugh. After finishing their serious discussion, he didn't continue to idle chat with Jin Hongmei. Immediately, he said, I have something urgent to do here, so I'll hang up first. Meanwhile, just shortly after Chun Nan left, Qin Bingyue was alone waiting outside the courtyard for Chun Nan to return after changing his clothes. At this moment, a sudden chuckling voice was heard. Bingyue, you're here too. It seems we're quite in sync, arriving at just the right time to wish Grandpa Qin happy birthday. A handsome young man, with a slicked-back 3/7-parted hairstyle, dressed in a white tailored suit, got out of the car accompanied by a burly middle-aged man. They walked towards Qin Bingyue. This young man was none other than the crown prince of the Yang family, Yang Hao. And the burly middle-aged man behind Yang Hao was his personal bodyguard, Zhang Biao. Yang Hao. Seeing Yang Hao approach with Zhang Biao, a frosty expression appeared on Qin Bingyue's delicate face, her eyes icy cold. She looked at Yang Hao, who had a faint smile playing on his lips, and coldly said, This is my grandfather's birthday celebration. It has nothing to do with your Yang family. How dare you come uninvited? Bingyue, I've gone through a lot of trouble to come all this way to wish Grandpa Qin a happy birthday. It's not good for you to keep treating me with such coldness. Qin Bingyue's icy attitude did not diminish the faint smile on Yang Hao's lips. He shrugged and said lightly, Besides, I came here to attend your grandfather's birthday celebration because your family invited me by sending an invitation. So, I'm not really uninvited, am I? Stop putting on that hypocritical smile. Qin Bingyue looked at Yang Hao with disdain and said coldly, Yang Hao, you despicable man. That night you lured me to the Rose Bar under the pretext of negotiating contract business between the Yang family and Qin Corporation, then you drugged me. I haven't even settled accounts with you over that incident. Yet you have the audacity to show up at our home. Since he had been pursuing her before, always acting in a gentlemanly manner, combined with the relationship between the Qin and Yang families, she hadn't thought much of it and went to the Rose Bar to meet him to discuss business matters. But she never expected that he would reveal his true nature that night, daring to drug her. If she hadn't been alert enough to quickly realize something was wrong and escape from his private room early, she would have let him succeed. Bingyue, don't you understand my feelings for you by now? Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Yang Hao didn't seem to care at all. The corner of his mouth still hung with what he believed to be a charming smile. I've always sincerely cared for you, and Grandpa Qin has been trying to bring us together. That night, I just impulsively wanted things to happen sooner, but my love for you is absolutely genuine. Can't you just? Enough! Qin Bingyue suddenly shouted angrily, her whole body trembling with rage as she interrupted him. Chapter 131. I am her boyfriend. Yang Hao, the love you speak of truly makes me feel sick. Qin Bingyue let out a light sigh and quickly regained her composed, cold demeanor as she icily retorted without hesitation. There is not a single possibility between you and me. Put away your dirty thoughts. People like you will not come to any good end. Bingyue, don't curse me so viciously. We are destined to become husband and wife in the future. Seeing Qin Bingyue getting angry, Yang Hao's smile on his face did not diminish but rather brightened with his eyes lighting up, thinking that even an infuriated Qin Bingyue was still stunningly beautiful. He stared intensely at Qin Bingyue, brimming with confidence, and chuckled, regardless of whether you admit it or not, among all the men in Jiangzhou, none are worthy of you except for me, Yang Hao. Only I match up to you, Qin Bingyue. We two are truly a match made in heaven. Is that so? Qin Bingyue sneered coldly. Yang Hao, stop deluding yourself. Let me be honest with you. I already have a boyfriend now. He's 10,000 times better than someone despicable and vulgar like you. You already have a boyfriend? After Qin Bingyue said these words, Yang Hao instantly paused, then slightly shook his head and smiled lightly. Bingyue, as far as I remember, you've used this excuse many times before to reject my advances. Do you think using this excuse again will make me, Yang Hao, believe you? Pausing briefly, he scoffed and added, All right, even if I tentatively believe that you have a boyfriend, Where is this so-called boyfriend of yours? I am Bingyue's boyfriend. Before Qin Bingyue could say anything, a faint voice suddenly drifted over. It was Chun Nan, dressed in a suit after coming out of the restroom nearby, who had just happened to overhear Yang Hao's comment. Kid, you're saying you're Bingyue's boyfriend now. The moment Yang Hao saw Chun Nan approach, his expression immediately darkened, and the smirk that had lingered on his lips vanished. Although it was their first meeting, Yang Hao wasn't unfamiliar with Chun Nan. After all, when Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue unexpectedly became involved that night in the bar, Yang Hao had immediately instructed Zhang Biao to investigate Chun Nan's personal information. When Zhang Biao caught sight of Chun Nan, his eyes flickered with surprise, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. As a martial artist proficient in advanced hard qigong skills, though lacking internal energy, which meant he couldn't technically be called a martial artist of ancient lineage, he still possessed combat prowess equivalent to those practitioners. However, something about this young man left him baffled. He couldn't perceive any trace of his capabilities. Chun Nan had single-handedly taken down dozens of desperados sent by Zhang Biao that day, leading Zhang Biao to judge that Chun Nan must be highly skilled. But seeing him in person for the first time now, it seemed Chun Nan was even more formidable than Zhang Biao had imagined. Aren't you well aware of my relationship with Bingyue? As Chun Nan approached, he scrutinized Yang Hao, secretly flashing a hint of murderous intent within his gaze while outwardly maintaining calm, mildly smiling. To be fair, I do owe you some gratitude. If you hadn't been so disgracefully low, perhaps Bingyue and I wouldn't have ended up together. Qin Bingyue had judged correctly indeed. This Yang Hao had indeed come to celebrate her grandfather's birthday. However, it wasn't yet the right moment for action. After the celebrations were over, he intended to seize an opportunity to settle matters with Yang Hao. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Yang Hao turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fury directed at Chun Nan. He naturally understood what Chun Nan was referring to. Despite drugging Qin Bingyue successfully, Yang Hao was infuriated knowing the benefit had ultimately gone to Chun Nan. It was akin to preparing an exquisite meal painstakingly, only for someone else to devour it. Each time he thought about this incident, he couldn't suppress a burning resentment bubbling deep within him. Boy, I suggest you curb your arrogance. Yang Hao managed to suppress the anger and humiliation in his heart as he menacingly warned, my family, the Yangs, is one of the 5 great families. I am the son of the head of the Yang family. Here in Jiangzhou, crossing me won't bode well for you. The 5 great families. Hearing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but sneer, choosing not to elaborate further, simply saying lightly, I recall a fellow named Su Liang mentioning similar things recently. A great heir from one of the 5 families, he's been completely incapacitated by me. Pausing for emphasis, he narrowed his eyes and mocked coldly. Do you believe that your provocation towards me will lead to an even worse fate than his? Ha ha, what an audacious little fool you are. Chun Nan's remarks made Yang Hao burst into laughter tinged with extreme anger. As the crown prince of the Yang family, wherever he went in Jiangzhou, he always walked with arrogance. Usually, it's only him issuing threats to others, so when has he ever been threatened by someone else? Boy, I know you have some skills, and even managed to cripple Su Liang. But I, Yang Hao, am not the waste that Su Liang is. The Yang family cannot be compared to the Su family either. Soon, Yang Hao reined in his angry laughter and coldly declared, I don't care if you're Bingyue's boyfriend now or not. Sooner or later, Bingyue will become the woman I marry. I will soon prove that you aren't worthy to compete with me. Just wait and see. Pausing for a moment, Yang Hao forced out a smile and turned to Qin Bingyue saying, Bingyue, I didn't come here today just to send gifts to Grandpa Qin. I also intend to propose an alliance marriage between our families. Even though he felt extremely furious about Qin Bingyue losing her virginity to Chun Nan for the first time, Yang Hao still held an intense possessiveness towards Qin Bingyue. In his eyes, Qin Bingyue, with her exceptional beauty and outstanding business talents, must belong to him. After finishing his statement, he led Zhang Biao straight into the Qin family estate. You crippled Su Liang from the Su family? Qin Bingyue didn't pay attention to what Yang Hao said, but glanced at Chun Nan and couldn't help asking. I'm not sure if it counts as crippling him. I just stomped on his balls and destroyed his vital essence. Chun Nan chuckled dryly in response. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue flushed slightly and nodded without pursuing further questions. Destroying Su Liang's vital essence was much more severe than simply crippling him. She didn't ask why Chun Nan did it because she also understood the kind of person Su Liang was. He and Yang Hao were of the same mold. However, Chun Nan had the guts to strike against Su Liang, remained safe afterward, and the Su family could do nothing about it. This made her think Chun Nan increasingly extraordinary, highly skilled in medicine, excellent in martial arts. This made her even harder to see through the man who had a relationship with her twice already. At this moment, she stared at the man before her absent-mindedly. A bizarre thought arose which even shocked herself. It seemed like the night at the bar when she was drugged by Yang Hao and accidentally became intimate with Chun Nan wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 132, Qin Jigang and Lu Lili. Bingyue, why are you staring at me like that? Chun Nan couldn't help but grin as he was being stared at by Qin Bingyue's beautiful eyes. He teased her with a joke. Could it be because I'm too handsome? Smooth talker. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Qin Bingyue immediately snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed red for a moment before she rolled her eyes at Chun Nan. She then regained her cool demeanor and softly said, Let's go. Grandpa's birthday celebration is about to start. We should go inside. After hesitating briefly, a slightly unnatural look appeared on her delicate face, but she still moved forward and linked arms with Chun Nan, adding, You're my boyfriend now, and this way we can be considered a normal couple. Hearing this, Chunnan nodded slightly and responded with a smile. All right. Being touched so intimately by Qin Bingyue, such an exceptionally beautiful woman, no normal man would refuse, and of course, neither did he. He felt a mix of pride and joy in his heart. Qin Bingyue had a psychological condition called misandry, which probably made her an unfathomable ice queen to any man. But it seemed that this ice queen was starting to melt under his influence. At this moment, in the main hall of the central courtyard of the Qin family estate, many members of the Qin family had already gathered, awaiting the arrival of today's birthday celebrant, Elder Qin. The adults either stood or sat, chatting and laughing in small groups, while the children of the Qin family played and laughed together in a corner, making the atmosphere lively and festive. Elder Qin had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom were now present. Among them, of course, was Qin Bingyue's father, Qin Jigang, and her stepmother, Loli. Qin Jigang had a well-proportioned square face, a fit figure without any signs of obesity, and neatly combed slicked-back hair. His demeanor was elegant, yet not lacking masculinity. He was a typically handsome middle-aged man. Loli was strikingly beautiful and impeccably well-preserved, with good features and skin. However, her thin, slightly curved lips seemed to indicate that she was rather sharp-tongued. Qin Jigang and Loli arrived early at the hall, but Qin Bingyue's stepsister, Qin Yun, was not yet there. When Yang Hao entered the hall with Zhang Biao, all the Qin family members, including the couple Qin Jigang and Loli, quickly greeted them warmly. Although Yang Hao was merely a young junior, since he was attending Elder Qin's birthday celebration on behalf of the entire Yang family, none of the Qin family dared to show any disrespect. Yang Hao smiled and returned greetings to each member of the Qin family, particularly displaying extra humility towards Qin Jigang and Loli, appearing as a courteous and respectful young man. Uncle, Aunt, you understand how serious I am about Bingyue. After greeting everyone, and before Qin Bingyue and Chunnan walked in, Yang Hao quickly took the opportunity to butter up the couple, saying with a smile, "This time I've come to celebrate Elder Qin's birthday on behalf of the Yang family, and also officially propose a marriage alliance between our 2 families. I hope you will allow me to marry Bingyue. I know both of you know I like Bingyue, and I personally approve very much of your relationship." Upon hearing this, Qin Jigang immediately nodded and lightly chuckled. However, this decision isn't something I, as her father, can make alone. As you know, Bingyue is a business genius and our most outstanding descendant in the Qin family. She does have some say in her own marriage. Before Yang Hao could reply to Qin Jigang's statement, "I don't like what you just said, Jigang, and I strongly disagree with it. Why can't you make this decision for her?" Loli interjected, shoving Qin Jigang's shoulder irritably. "Though I may not be Bingyue's biological mother, you are her biological father. Historically speaking, marriages were always decided by parental decree and matchmakers. Regardless of how capable she might be, she still has to listen to you as her father." After pausing for a moment, she revealed a trace of a smile on her face, hinting at flattery towards Yang Hao, and continued. "Besides, Yang Hao is no less excellent than that girl. Not only is he dashing, but he also comes from the top Yang family of Jiangzhou. If the girl really marries Yang Hao, it would be a great fortune for her." Her wish for Qin Bingyue to marry Yang Hao wasn't out of consideration for Qin Bingyue herself, or even the Qin family. It was purely motivated by her own interests. Qin Bingyue's remarkable commercial talent had brought her incredible achievements in just a few short years at the Qin group, leaving her daughter Qin Yun little room to shine. She wanted Qin Bingyue to marry Yang Hao so that Qin Bingyue would leave the Qin group, allowing her own daughter to gain more power in the Qin family business, or even find an opportunity to replace Qin Bingyue and become the new president of the Qin group. "Lily, calm down. Don't upset yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Jigang immediately showed a placating smile and quickly changed his words. "I'll do as you say. You're right. It's also Bingyue's good fortune to marry Yang Hao." As he said this, he turned to Yang Hao with a smile. "Nephew Yang Hao, I support you pursuing Bingyue. You two are very compatible." "Thank you, uncle. I will definitely try my best." Seeing Qin Jigang change his stance, Yang Hao was instantly delighted and nodded at once. After a brief pause, he grinned at Loli. "Aunt, thank you for your kindness." It had long been rumored that Qin Bingyue's father, Qin Jigang, was a weak-willed man who feared his wife, and now it appeared there was no error in that assessment. "Yang Hao, whether or not we agree doesn't matter much. At most, we can only offer verbal support, because that girl Bingyue never listens to us." Loli wore a faint smile as she spoke. "If you really want this thing to work, you mainly need to win over Grandpa Qin in our family. If he gives his approval, then the matter is almost certain." Though her words didn't outright state it, her meaning was clear. Grandpa Qin's authority within the Qin family could not be challenged by anyone, including Qin Bingyue. Upon hearing these words from Loli, Yang Hao revealed a sly fox-like grin and chuckled while nodding. "Aunt is absolutely correct. That's why I've come to celebrate Grandpa Qin's birthday, and have prepared an extremely precious gift." Chapter 133, The Selfish Qin Family. No matter how precious the gifts you have prepared are, they are useless. I, Qin Bingyue, will never marry someone like you. Before Yang Hao could finish his words, a sudden cold voice of Qin Bingyue echoed. Everyone in the hall looked towards the sound. They saw Qin Bingyue walking into the hall with her arm linked through Chunnan's. Upon seeing this scene, all the Qin family members frowned deeply. As the most outstanding businesswoman in the Qin family, for Qin Bingyue to appear so intimate with a strange young man caused them great discomfort. After all, almost all members of the Qin family supported the marriage alliance between the Qin and Yang families, believing that Qin Bingyue marrying Yang Hao would benefit the Qin family more than if she were to lead the Qin group alone. There was even a chance that they could use the Yang family's influence to propel the Qin family to become one of the 6 major families in Jiangzhou. And when Yang Hao saw Qin Bingwei walk in holding Chun Nan's arm, he became even angrier, his emotions bubbling over. He now believed that Chun Nan might very well be dating Qin Bingwei. Even if their relationship were fake, it was clear that Qin Bingwei felt at least some fondness towards Chun Nan. Otherwise, the usually cold and haughty Qin Bingwei wouldn't make such a public display of intimacy. This filled him with frustration and anger. He couldn't believe that not only did Chun Nan gain possession of Qin Bingwei's person, but also seemingly won her heart. Qin Bingwei, just look at you. What a disgrace. Seeing Qin Bingwei leading Chun Nan inside, Lu Lili, as her stepmother, immediately launched an attack. She pointed her finger at Chun Nan and reprimanded her harshly. Who is this person? Why have you brought him to your grandfather's birthday celebration, and why act so affectionately here? It's utterly shameful. Shameful. Qin Bingwei heard this and laughed coldly, retorting instantly. He is my boyfriend, and what is wrong with bringing him to my grandfather's birthday celebration? We're a couple, so there's nothing inappropriate about me holding his arm. The woman before her meant nothing to her. They shared no emotional bond. She had never treated her as a daughter, and Qin Bingwei had never regarded her as a mother. When she was younger, she had no choice but to endure the beatings and humiliations from this woman. Now that she had grown up and become the president of the Qin group, why should she bear everything silently? Bingwei, how dare you speak to her like this? Lily is still your mother after all. Qin Jigang furrowed his brows, first sizing up Chun Nan, then speaking. Your mother is right. This young man is unfamiliar to us, and none of us know who he is. You're an excellent talent in our family, and the president of the Qin group. You shouldn't date just anyone. She is your wife, but not my mother. Upon hearing Qin Jigang's words, Qin Bingwei promptly replied. My mother passed away early, and these past years, you've chosen to live with this woman despite your misgivings. I don't want to say much more on this, but please do not interfere with my life. She tightened her grip on Chun Nan's arm and continued. Besides, Chun Nan is not just anyone. He is the only man I've decided on in my heart. If I ever marry, it will only be to him. These were not false words. She suffered from the psychological condition of male aversion, and only Chun Nan, who she had been with twice, didn't elicit the usual disgust within her. Thus, she couldn't accept any other men, nor could she possibly consider another man in the future. If she ever intended to get married, it would only be to Chun Nan. It was worth noting that none of the Qin family members, including Qin Jigang, had any idea that Qin Bingwei had this male aversion, or that she used to suffer from uterine cold. That's enough. Hearing Qin Bingwei's words, Qin Jigang's face turned grave, and he scolded her. Are you still respecting me as your father? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? Pausing a moment, he cast a malevolent glance at Chun Nan, then sternly said, regardless of whatever spell this man has cast on you, our relationship ends here until I approve of anything further. After Qin Jigang's admonishment ended, other members of the Qin family began criticizing Qin Bingwei one after another. Ice Moon, child, I must say, over these years, you and your father haven't met many times. It's rare for you two to see each other on the occasion of your grandfather's 70th birthday, so please don't upset your father. You should obey what he says. Bingwei, you're truly out of touch. Your second uncle agrees with your father. As the president of the Qin group, you must always put the family's interests first. This man you've brought back is not suitable to be your partner. That's right, Bingwei. Your aunt also thinks this man isn't worthy of you, and I won't approve of this. Yang Hao is your best choice. These were all elders of the Qin family, hoping for an alliance through marriage between the Qin and Yang families, so their words naturally carried no good will toward Chun Nan. Upon hearing these words from the Qin elders, Qin Bingwei slightly bit her lips, feeling troubled and unsure of how to handle the situation. She had asked Chun Nan to pretend to be her boyfriend and brought him here to celebrate the birthday, guessing that such a scenario might occur. But guessing was one thing. Actually experiencing it now was another matter entirely. Whether or not I am suitable for Bingwei is not up to you to decide. At this moment, Chun Nan suddenly held Qin Bingwei's delicate hand. She instinctively tried to pull away a little, but he did not let go. His gaze swept over the Qin family members indifferently, as he said calmly, whether or not I'm worthy of Bingwei is not something you can say definitively. He now saw clearly the true nature of these Qin family people. Everyone prioritized their own interests and were extremely selfish. Especially seeing firsthand how Qin Jigang, Qin Bingwei's father, seemed to treat her this way, without any affection for her, made Chun Nan feel uncomfortable inside. No wonder Xin Yuyan had once mentioned that the reason Qin Bingwei suffered from male aversion was most likely due to the Qin family, or more precisely, because of her father. What do you think you are? Upon hearing Chun Nan's retort, Lu Lili immediately reacted, sneering coldly. You need to understand, this is our Qin family house. You don't have a place here to speak. You'd better go back where you came from. The Qin family does not welcome you. Since Qin Bingwei had grown strong wings and was now the president of the Qin group, there wasn't much Lu Lili could do against Qin Bingwei at the moment. But towards the relatively unknown Xin Nan, she harbored absolutely no courtesy. Chapter 134, Mr. Qin. The one who needs to make things clear is you. Xin Nan is my boyfriend now, and in the future, he will be my husband. Therefore, he would be a part of the Qin family. You have no right to make him leave. Before Chun Nan could react to Lu Lili's challenge, Qin Bingwei immediately revealed her imperious side that dominated the business world, coldly retorting with a sneer. She had always worked so hard, achieving the position of president of the Qin group, striving to lead the company toward brilliance. Wasn't this all for today? In order to free herself from the constraints of the Qin family one day and have the capital to avoid being bullied by people like Lu Lili. Qin Bingyue's sharp response instantly turned Lu Lili's face ashen, leaving her speechless in anger for a moment. Realizing that she could no longer deal with Qin Bingyue based solely on her identity as stepmother, she turned her complaints toward Qin Jigang. Jigang, don't you manage your so-called good daughter? She has become overly bold, completely disregarding me, her stepmother, and dares to talk to me in such an attitude. Upon hearing Lu Lili's words, Qin Jigang immediately nodded, then without a word scolded Qin Bingyue. I see that you're really getting more and more out of control. Even if you currently manage the Qin group and achieve greater success in business, the blood running through your veins remains mine, Qin Jigang. And this is how you repay me after I gave birth to you with your mother? Pausing briefly, he added sternly. If you still consider me your father, then immediately apologize to your stepmother. Father. The mention of the word father from Qin Jigang's lips prompted a sudden bitter smile from Qin Bingyue, her lips curling slightly with mockery. You never truly understood my mother, nor did you ever understand me. Throughout all these years, did you ever genuinely love my mother? Did you ever sincerely care about me, your daughter? After such a long time has passed, living in comfort with this woman, you probably have even forgotten my mother's appearance. As she spoke, kingly tears began to mist over her gem-like beautiful eyes. Her teeth gritted together as the resentment accumulated in her heart for many years finally burst forth at Qin Jigang. She repeatedly questioned, all these years, have you lived up to what my mother deserved? Have you lived up to what I deserve? Examine your conscience. Before my mother passed away, were you ever truly a qualified husband and father throughout her life? There were only two matters unresolved in her heart. The first was that her mother was secretly harmed by someone, and the murderer still hasn't been found. The second was that Qin Jigang, her father, seemed to have never truly loved her mother, Lan Yan. In fact, she didn't resent Qin Jigang for ignoring the hardships she endured during her childhood under Lu Lili. What truly grieved her was that her father, Qin Jigang, had failed to live up to her mother, Lan Yan's deep feelings. After all, only she knew that her mother, Lan Yan, had severed ties with the prestigious Lan family just for her father, Qin Jigang. The cost of that decision was immense. You unfilial daughter. After hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Qin Jigang's complexion darkened, trembling with rage, and he raised his hand to slap Qin Bingyue's delicate face. Chun Nin immediately narrowed his eyes coldly, preparing to intervene in Qin Jigang's behavior. However, before he could act, a sudden, aged voice echoed. Jigang, stop it. Upon hearing this elderly voice, Qin Jigang suddenly shuddered, quickly lowering his hand. And not even a few seconds after this elderly voice sounded, Qin Yun supported an elder as they stepped into the main hall. This elder had flushed cheeks, sharp eyes, and a prominent pair of white eyebrows slanted downwards, making him look quite peculiar. He was dressed in a festive red tang suit, none other than the old man celebrating his birthday today, the patriarch of the Qin family and Qin Bingyue's grandfather, Qin Qing. Dad, Grandpa, Mr. Qin, greetings. Seeing Qin Yun supporting grandfather Qin inside, except for Chun Nan who was meeting grandfather Qin for the first time, everyone else in the main hall hurriedly greeted him. Qin Qing did not respond individually to everyone, but merely nodded symbolically. After Qin Yun assisted Qin Qing to sit in the prime seat of the hall, Qin Qing scanned his eyes across everyone in the hall like lightning. Finally, his gaze rested on his third son, Qin Jigang, as he somewhat displeased said, Jigua, today is this old man's birthday. Your act of striking Bingyue, what does it mean? Although Bingyue is your daughter, she is also my granddaughter. He paused for a moment. With narrowed elderly eyes, he added, in the past few years, Bingyue has been in charge of our family enterprise, the Qin Group, and her achievements are there for all to see. Her business talent satisfies this old man greatly. Regardless of your reasons, you must not lay a hand on her from now on. Father, I know I was wrong. Qin Jigang couldn't help but tremble at heart, quickly lowering his head and avoiding meeting grandfather Qin's sharp gaze. His face flushed red as he publicly admitted his mistake like a schoolboy. I admit that just now, as a father, I did lose control somewhat. No matter how angry I am, I shouldn't have slapped Bingyue. All right, let's discuss this now. Seeing Qin Jigang lower his head in repentance, Qin Qing slightly nodded, then spoke in a solemn tone. What did Bingyue do to make you so upset that you had to strike her? The relationship between his third son Qin Jigang and his granddaughter Qin Bingyue had always troubled him deeply. There was no denying the excellence of his granddaughter Qin Bingyue, yet his third son Qin Jigang seemed to always overlook this fact. As the most respected elder of the Qin family with the highest authority, Qin Qing naturally did not wish to see any disharmony within the family. He took the opportunity of his 70th birthday celebration to mediate the conflict between this father and daughter pair, hoping to cool down their relationship. Father, it happened like this. Upon hearing the old patriarch's inquiry, Lu Lili immediately jumped in, believing her chance had come, and pointed directly at Chun Nan. Bingyue doesn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. She has established a romantic relationship with this person. All Jigang tried to do was to remind Bingyue to consider the family's interests first and not casually date someone whose background is unknown, but she wouldn't listen, which made Jigang very upset. She intentionally diverted the actual conflict away from the earlier confrontation where Qin Bingyue had questioned Qin Jigang. Instead, she shifted all the focus onto the relationship issues between Qin Bingyue and Chun Nan. Chapter 135, Qin Qing's statement. Grandfather, I know this person. At that moment, Qin Yin also stepped forward and pointed at Chun Nan. Don't look at him dressed nicely now. But this person is not a noble young talent. He is just a security guard for our Qin group. She paused for a moment. Then she glared at Xuanhuan resentfully and added, Grandfather, this person came to our company to apply for the security position some time ago. My arm was broken by this person before. And you see how my sister doesn't punish him, but is instead with him now. You must stand up for your granddaughter and help me take this out on him. After arriving early at the Qin family estate, she didn't come to the main hall, but instead immediately sought out Grandfather Qin to report this incident. She had not anticipated that Qin Bingyue would become romantically involved with Xuanhuan and bring him to her grandfather's 70th birthday celebration. What? Yuner, this person is the thug who broke your arm. Upon hearing what Qin Yun said, before Grandfather Qin even responded, Loli, who already had strong opinions about Xuanhuan, felt an intense wave of anger. Mom will help you take it out on him. Watch how I teach him a lesson. She shouted angrily as she raised her hand to slap Xuanhuan. Lisa, don't be impulsive. Today is Dad's 70th birthday. We must first hear his opinion. Noticing the change in Grandfather Qin's expression, Qin Jigang immediately pulled back Loli and whispered words of persuasion. He was also infuriated by Xuanhuan for breaking his daughter Qin Yun's arm. However, no matter what, using violence at the elder's 70th birthday celebration would be taboo, likely making Grandfather unhappy. His earlier attempt to strike his daughter Bingyue had already irritated Grandfather somewhat, and if his wife acted violently toward Xuanhuan, there was a possibility Grandfather might directly kick both of them out. Following Qin Jigang's reminder, Loli noticed the sharp gaze directed her way by Grandfather Qin and snapped to her senses, calming down so as not to act against Xuanhuan anymore. Bingyue, your sister's arm was broken by him, yet you've brought him into the Qin group as a security guard. What exactly is going on here? Grandfather Qin shifted his gaze from Loli and looked seriously at Qin Bingyue, asking in a deep voice. Grandfather, things went down like this. Xuanhuan applied for a job at our company some time ago. Hearing Grandfather Qin's inquiry, Qin Bingyue explained the entire situation truthfully. Her words emphasized that this wasn't Xuanhuan's fault. He had come properly to apply for the security position, but the mistake lay with Qin Yun, whose arrogance had led her to order the guards to cripple Xuanhuan's limbs without reason. Ice Moon, everything you've stated, Grandfather understands. Since Yun was the one in the wrong to begin with, let's put it behind us. After listening to Qin Bingyue's explanation, Grandfather Qin lightly waved his hand, showing he wouldn't dwell on the matter further, and spoke to settle the issue. Although Qin Yun had previously told him many things, he wasn't senile, able to quickly judge who was right and wrong. After all, he understood Qin Yun's personality well, and indeed, such behavior could be expected from her. Seeing that Grandfather Qin glossed over the matter without any intention to pursue it, both Loli and Qin Yun showed obvious displeasure on their faces. On the other hand, the rest of the Qin family found nothing particularly surprising about Grandfather Qin's statement. They were very clear that the right or wrong in this matter wasn't overly significant. What was truly important was that in Grandfather's heart, although they were both his granddaughters, Qin Bingyue held far more weight than Qin Yun. To put it another way, if Qin Yun were as excellent as Qin Bingyue, then perhaps Grandfather's decision might have been different. Xuanhuan, observing Grandfather Qin's actions, was slightly surprised himself. On their first meeting, compared to the other members of the Qin family, his impression of Grandfather Qin wasn't unfavorable. At least, the latter did not seem to be an unreasonable old man. Grandfather, my arm still hurts a lot, you old sir. Qin Yun, looking frustrated, gritted her teeth wanting to say more. Enough. That concludes this matter. Qin waved his hand, cutting off Qin Yun's words, and speaking firmly. Yuner, your arm can be treated and recover gradually. But through this event, Grandfather hopes you remember this lesson. If you want to be as outstanding as your sister Bingyue, you must first learn to rein in the arrogance of your young mistress' demeanor. As the founder of the Qin group, he was fully aware of all of Qin Yun's moves within the company. He knew that she had been engaging in competition with Qin Bingyue for power and influence within the organization. On this matter, he chose to turn a blind eye, unwilling to interfere in any way. In his view, as long as the Qin group could develop better, this kind of internal competition wasn't entirely bad. Grandfather, your granddaughter understands. Upon hearing these words from Grandfather Qin, Qin Yun lowered her head, her face flushed as she replied. While verbally responding in this way to Grandfather Qin, during the brief moment she looked down, her peripheral glance secretly darted toward Xuanhuan, filled with an expression of deep hatred. Clearly, her resentment towards Xuanhuan hadn't diminished at all because of Grandfather Qin's words. Young man, are you Xuanhuan? Grandfather Qin no longer paid attention to Qin Yun, suddenly narrowing his eyes and fixing his gaze on Xuanhuan. Regardless of who was right or wrong, Qin Yun was still his granddaughter, and the fact that Xuanhuan had dared to break her arm was akin to slapping the Qin family's face. Though he did not express himself publicly, there was no denying that he harbored some dissatisfaction towards Xuanhuan. Hello, Grandpa Qin. I am Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan responded promptly, neither too humble nor too proud. The title Grandpa you just called me is one this old man doesn't deserve. Qin shook his head and said faintly, matters between you and Bingyue can be discussed later. I don't care if you're really her boyfriend or not, but since you've come to celebrate my 70th birthday, you're a guest of the Qin family, and I won't ask you to leave. Today was his 70th birthday, and he didn't want this incident to ruin the festive atmosphere of the occasion. He also felt very puzzled deep down. No matter how he looked at it, his granddaughter Qin Bingyue shouldn't have taken interest in this young man standing before him. They seemed like people from two different worlds. Still, Xuanhuan was merely a security guard at the Qin group. Regardless of whether the rumors about their relationship were true or not, He would absolutely not approve of Qin Bingyue being together with Xuanhuan. Chapter 136, Birthday Tribute. Alright, it's about time. Let's begin the birthday celebration. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Qin's old face lit up with a smile as he addressed the crowd in the hall. Dad, this is an advanced massage device specially designed by renowned international physiotherapy experts for you. Whenever your cervical spondylosis flares up, you can use this to relieve it. The effect will surely be excellent. Hearing these words from Grandpa Qin Bingyue's uncle and eldest son Qin Haishan immediately stepped forward first. With a gift box in his hands, he bent over to present it to Qin and respectfully said with a smile, Dad, your son wishes you longevity like the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountains. Good. Haishan, you're thoughtful. Qin took the gift box and placed it on the nearby table, nodding with a satisfied smile. After Qin Haishan led the way, everyone else began offering their own blessings and presenting gifts for Qin's birthday, starting from those of Qin Jigang's generation and eventually reaching Qin Bingyue among the younger ones. Father, I know you enjoy fiddling with calligraphy and paintings, especially fond of Tang Songren's works from the Song dynasty. This is a genuine masterpiece by Tang Songren that I bought at great cost at an auction. It depicts a few large peaches for longevity. Your daughter wishes you brightness every day and may your life last long like a pine tree. Grandpa, happy birthday. I wish you good health and all the best. I've spent half a year patiently waiting on the northern great grasslands, collecting superior quality cashmere from tens of thousands of wild sheep, and personally made you a warm vest. Moments later, once all members of the Qin family had completed their birthday tributes to Qin Bingyue subtly tugged at Xuanhuan's sleeve, signaling that it was now his turn to offer the tribute. While she didn't particularly care for many other members of her family, even her father Qin Jigang, she still held deep affection for her grandfather Qin. In the entire Qin family, only her grandfather Qin remained the sole person who could make her feel the presence of family. Although her grandfather Qin continuously and deliberately pushed her towards Yang Hao, she understood his actions and bore no grudges. After all, while her grandfather doted on her, he was also a man with heavy familial obligations. He worked tirelessly his entire life for the prosperity and flourishing of the Qin family. Understanding the hint from Qin Bingyue, Xuanhuan nodded slightly, readying himself to pull out his gift, Jin Yongdan, and step forward to pay respects to Qin for his birthday. However, right at that moment, Yang Hao seemed to have noticed Xuanhuan's movements. His eyes flicked with contempt towards Xuanhuan before purposefully stepping ahead earlier to give his birthday tribute. He held out a wooden box, bowing to present it to Qin with a smile as he said, Grandpa Qin, I wish you good health, longevity, and abundant fortune. This is a rare golden vein sea cucumber that I stumbled upon. It's my small token of respect. Golden vein sea cucumber. As soon as Yang Hao spoke, Qin's whole body trembled. For the first time, he showed surprise over one of the received birthday gifts, involuntarily exclaiming. Under everyone's curious gazes, he quickly accepted the gift from Yang Hao and, for the first time, publicly opened the box. When he saw what lay inside, he immediately became overwhelmingly excited. Truly a golden vein sea cucumber. Never did I expect that after living so long, in this lifetime I would actually get to see such an extraordinary and precious medicinal herb with my own eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yang Hao couldn't help but look smug. Qin being this moved by his birthday gift was exactly as he anticipated. After all, the Qin Group is essentially a pharmaceutical company. Qin, the founder of the Qin Group, has spent his entire life immersed in herbal medicine, naturally harboring a particular fondness for rare and valuable herbs. He knew this well, hence spending considerable resources to procure this rare golden vein sea cucumber just to cater to Qin's tastes. Grandpa, what exactly is this golden vein sea cucumber? Seeing their usually steadfast and composed Grandpa Qin so moved, many family members were brimming with curiosity and questions. One young descendant of the Qin family finally couldn't help but ask, Haishan, back in my early days dealing with medicines, you were by my side the longest, learning under me. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this golden vein sea cucumber. Allow you to enlighten us all on its significance. Instead of answering directly, Qin turned his gaze to his eldest son, Qin Haishan, smiling warmly as he spoke. Yes, Dad. Regaining his composure, Qin Haishan quickly nodded. When he had heard Yang Hao say golden vein sea cucumber, his level of shock was hardly less than that of his father. Phew. Qin Haishan took a deep breath and suppressed the wave of emotions brought on by the golden vein sea cucumber before speaking loudly. Our Jiangzhou is a place abundant in various herbs. So many of you should already know this. In the realm of herbal medicine, only herbs over 300 years old are qualified to be called divine herbs. In our current era, even finding wild lingji or ginseng older than 100 years is extremely difficult. How much more so for herbs over 300 years old? He paused briefly, and then he continued. As everyone knows, although sea cucumbers are living creatures in the sea, they can also be used as medicinal herbs. The reason why this golden vein sea cucumber is called a divine herb is because it has lived for over 1,000 years, its body mutated and evolved with golden veins. You can imagine how precious and rare this kind of herb is. By the end of his explanation, it seemed as if Qin Haishan was worried that everyone still didn't fully grasp the true value of the golden vein sea cucumber. His face lit up with excitement as he revealed another piece of information with great fervor. About 3 months ago, in the medical community which ranks higher than the 3 famous medical sages, there is a master known as the Medicine King, Song Jingzi. He used 7 divine herbs to refine 3 Jin Yongdan pills, and one of these herbs was precisely this golden vein sea cucumber. At that time, Master Song Jingxi seemingly put one of the Jin Yang Dan pills up for auction. When Qin Haishan finished speaking, it instantly caused a stir throughout the hall. Several members of the Qin family engaged in heated discussions, unable to contain their excitement as they chimed in enthusiastically. I remember. I know about this event. A few months ago, at a well-known auction, someone paid an astronomical price, around 9 billion yuan, just to secure that Jin Yang Dan pill. That's right. I also know about this. It made national headlines and caused quite a sensation at the time. Truly unbelievable. Who would have thought that the golden vein sea cucumber could be so valuable? It's actually one of the ingredients used to refine the Jin Yang Dan, which was valued at 9 billion yuan. This golden vein sea cucumber must be worth at least hundreds of millions itself. Chapter 137, Golden Pattern Sea Cucumber. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Hao's sense of pride grew even stronger, his nose slightly turning up a bit. The golden pattern sea cucumber he had sent as a gift created such a stir among the Qin family members that it made him feel as though he was basking in the spring breeze, leaving him feeling quite refreshed inside. Qin Jigang and Lu Lili, seeing the precious birthday gift Yang Hao had presented, couldn't help but beam with joy, feeling honored by association. But Qin Bingyue's brows were tightly furrowed, her heart beginning to feel somewhat worried. She knew that Yang Hao would surely spare no effort in preparing a valuable gift in order to win the favor of her grandfather, ready to take the opportunity to propose an alliance through marriage. But she never imagined that Yang Hao's gift would actually be the golden pattern sea cucumber. She was well aware that the precious spiritual medicine, the golden red sea cucumber, could not necessarily be bought even with money. It was extremely rare. In the past, her grandfather had merely nudged her towards Yang Hao, only hinting at their union, without ever forcing her to be with Yang Hao. Now that Yang Hao had presented such a valuable birthday gift as the golden pattern sea cucumber, she really began to worry that her grandfather, in his happiness, might decide to agree to an alliance with the Yang family. If that day were to come, what would she do? Would she have to confront her grandfather outright, completely disregarding the face of the entire Qin family, revealing without hesitation that she had already become intimate with Chun Nan, opposing the marriage proposal in this desperate manner? Originally, she had brought Chun Nan to attend her grandfather's birthday, hoping that Yang Hao would know when to retreat and stop juchon her. However, it seemed now that the development of this matter was far beyond her control, thinking about the potential outcome in the future. At this moment, Qin Bingyue no longer appeared like an elite female CEO, but rather like a young woman about to be ravaged by the storm. Her delicate face turned slightly pale, her mind a mess like tangled threads, and beads of sweat began to form in her palms despite herself. Bingyue, don't be afraid. With me here, I have a way to ensure your grandfather will not agree to the marriage alliance. Sensing that Qin Bingyue was not in good spirits, Chen Nin seemed to understand what she was pondering, and immediately whispered these words close to her ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue faintly nodded, her spirit gradually calming down. Although she didn't think Chun Nin truly had a method, receiving his comfort did indeed make her feel better. At this time, seeing the few Qin family members inside the hall still enthusiastically discussing, without showing any sign of stopping. That's enough. All of you, stop going off topic. Jin Yang Dan, Golden Yang Pill, is a miraculous elixir that can only be found on the market but cannot be afforded. It's something beyond our reach. Qin Qing waved his hand to cut off the discussion, glaring at them with his old eyes. The alternative name for Jin Yang Dan is longevity pill. It has the magical effect of prolonging life. If any of you can procure one Jin Yang Dan for me, this old man, as a birthday present, then I wouldn't hesitate to call each of you grandfather. But if you lack the ability to get it, then all of you just shut up. That's the end of this topic. Upon hearing the elder Qin's words, the several grandchildren who had been excitedly discussing quickly turned beet red, all grinning sheepishly as they hurriedly closed their mouths. None of these people had even seen a Jin Yang Dan before. How could they possibly obtain one? Even if the Jin Yang Dan reappeared at the auction house, being so astronomically priced, they certainly couldn't afford it. Nephew, I appreciate your goodwill, but this golden pattern sea cucumber is far too valuable. The old man cannot accept it. Please take it back. After the grand hall quieted down, Qin Qing no longer paid attention to the junior members of the Qin family, turning immediately to smile at Yang Hao. He naturally understood the real purpose behind Yang Hao's decision to send a golden pattern sea cucumber specifically for his 70th birthday. Qin Bingyue had always been his most beloved and outstanding granddaughter, and although he had been subtly pushing Qin Bingyue and Yang Hao together, deep down he believed that Yang Hao was not worthy of his granddaughter, Qin Bingyue. On a personal emotional level, he also did not wish to marry his granddaughter, Qin Bingyue, to Yang Hao, a worthless playboy with no accomplishments. From a rational perspective, if he were to marry his granddaughter, Qin Bingyue, to Yang Hao, successfully forming an alliance between the Qin and Yang families, the benefits would be immense. Perhaps within his lifetime, he could indeed witness the Qin family becoming the sixth major clan of Jiangzhou. It was precisely due to the entangled emotions between affection and reason that led him to remain indecisive and unable to make this final decision. Before he made this decision, it was clearly inappropriate for him to accept such a precious gift from Yang Hao. Grandpa Qin, that's not acceptable. Today is your 70th birthday. How can I take back a gift once it has been given? Upon hearing Qin Qing's words, Yang Hao felt his heart skip a beat and quickly responded. After pausing briefly, fearing that Qin Qing might still refuse his gift, he hurriedly mentioned his father, the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Tianzan, adding, Grandpa Qin, I no longer wish to keep this secret from you. This gift represents the sincerity of our entire Yang family. In fact, it was prepared by my father specifically for you. The golden pattern sea cucumber is so rare and precious. How could someone like me, just a junior, ever have the ability to acquire it? As Yang Hao finished speaking, several members of the Qin family chimed in agreement, urging grandfather Qin to accept the gift. Dad, as your son, I believe that since the Yang family is showing such sincerity, you should accept Yang Hao's gift. Yes, Dad, as your daughter, I also think that on your 70th birthday, refusing such a gesture would be rather impolite. That's right, grandfather, this is a gift specially prepared for you by the head of the Yang family. If we reject it, wouldn't that be tantamount to rejecting the face of the Yang family? Old man, please accept it. Everyone hopes. The Qin family members continued their persuasion, one after another, including Lu Lili and Qin Yun. If grandfather Qin accepted Yang Hao's gift, it would signify his decision to marry Qin Bingyue to Yang Hao and agree to an alliance between the Qin and Yang families through marriage. Because they all understood this point, on the surface, they were encouraging the elder to accept Yang Hao's gift, but in reality, they were pushing him to make this official marital alliance decision. With Qin Bingyue marrying Yang Hao, each of them stood to gain benefits. As for whether Qin Bingyue truly wished to or would be happy with this arrangement, the Qin family members did not care at all. However, perhaps due to Qin Bingyue's heartfelt questioning earlier, her biological father, Qin Jigang, seemed slightly moved deep inside. At this moment, he did not step forward to say much to grandfather Qin, leaving people unable to guess what he was thinking. Chapter 138, Fake Sea Cucumber. Seeing many members of the Qin family stepping forward to persuade her grandfather to accept Yang Hao's birthday gift, Qin Bingyue's expression on her delicate face became very unpleasant. She was fully aware of the calculations these people had made. She also understood that if her grandfather accepted Yang Hai's gilded sea cucumber, it would mean she truly had to start facing his pressure to marry, i.e., he would make her marry Yang Hao and ally with the Yang family. At this moment, her heart rose to her throat involuntarily, and she could only hope that her grandfather would not accept the gilded sea cucumber presented by Yang Hao. Right then, hey, seeing Yang Hao bring up the Yang family patriarch Yang Tianzan, elevating the importance of presenting this gilded sea cucumber to a matter of the entire Yang family's honor, and hearing all the Qin family members' words of persuasion, Qin Qing sighed deeply inside. As he let out this deep sigh, he ultimately made the decision to align with the Yang family in marriage and immediately smiled as he said to Yang Hao, "Nephew, since this is a special birthday gift prepared for me by your father, I'll shamelessly accept it. I like this gift very much." He paused briefly. Then, changing the subject while still smiling, he continued, "I haven't caught up with Uncle Yang in a long time. Tell your father when you go back to find a time for us two old men to sit down and have some tea." The Yang family patriarch Yang Tianzan had a child in his later years, giving birth to Yang Hao when he was almost 50 years old, so they were about the same age. Although their friendship wasn't deep, they had known each other for a long time. "All right, Grandpa Qin, I'll tell my dad right away. He'll certainly be happy to have tea and reminisce with you." Upon these words from Grandpa Qin, Yang Hao immediately felt immense joy inside and promptly nodded with a smile. Those Qin family members who had previously persuaded Grandpa Qin to accept the gilded sea cucumber, hearing his words, showed smiles on their faces. Although Qin Qing hadn't publicly stated yet that he would directly arrange a marriage alliance between the Qin and Yang families, his acceptance of Yang Hao's gift let everyone present know that Qin Qing had already made this decision in his mind. At this moment, Qin Bingyue couldn't help but become pale in her beautiful face, her heart sinking into an icy abyss instantaneously. She bit her lips slightly, unwilling to just accept this fact. She intended to take a step forward and say something to her grandfather, Qin Qing. However, at that exact moment, suddenly, Chun Nen stepped ahead of her and addressed Qin Qing. "Old master, what the Yang family gave you is not a gilded sea cucumber, but a highly toxic gilded river cucumber." Chun Nan's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear clearly, drawing all attention towards him instantly. "What gives you the right to speak? This has no place for your opinion." Seeing Chun Nan stepping forward to say this, Qin Yun jumped out immediately, sneering coldly. "Chun Nan, my grandpa is generous, letting you stay here for his 70th birthday, but if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. You'd better be sensible and not spout nonsense here." Members of the Qin family, including Qin Hainan, although did not openly criticize Chun Nan like Qin Yun, also glared at him unkindly. Even Grandpa Qin himself coldly sniffed once, feeling displeased with Chun Nan's statement. Being a lifetime businessman in herbal medicine, even though he had never seen the gilded sea cucumber before, he didn't think he'd confuse it to such an extent. In his eyes, what Chun Nan was saying amounted to implying indirectly that he was getting too old to recognize quality. Still, despite his growing dissatisfaction, this man well over half a century old wouldn't lose composure and lash out at the young Chun Nan. And Qin Bingyue, seeing Chun Nan's action, was immediately startled slightly on her delicate face. She quickly pulled on Chun Nan's arm and reminded him in a low voice, "Chun Nan, stop talking now. At this time, you should not cause trouble for me." She also didn't quite believe what Chun Nan said. She couldn't imagine her grandfather being unable to recognize a gilded sea cucumber. She was already distressed enough. Chun Nan, who currently was her boyfriend, shouldn't complicate things at her grandfather's 70th birthday celebration. Chun Nan shook his head slightly and did not listen to Qin Bingyue. "Old master, gilded river cucumbers and gilded sea cucumbers look extremely similar, and few can differentiate them clearly. Despite differing by only one word, their effects are worlds apart." Chun Nan disregarded Qin Yun's scoffing and paid no attention to the disapproval shown by Qin Qing, continuing truthfully. The gilded sea cucumber is indeed a rare and precious medicinal herb, and even simple consumption can greatly nourish the body. However, this gilded river cucumber is not only not a precious medicinal herb, but also a highly toxic substance that harms the body without any benefit. He paused for a moment. With an utterly sincere expression, he added to Qin Qing, "Old master, I know you don't believe what I've said, but I am absolutely not fooling around with you. Please make sure of this, and never mistake the gilded river cucumber for the gilded sea cucumber to use for other purposes." On one hand, he had a decent impression of Qin Qing, so regardless of how the Qin family viewed him, he felt it was his duty to warn them. On the other hand, he didn't want Yang Hao's plan to succeed in making Qin Qing decide on a marriage alliance with the Yang family through such counterfeit poisonous herbs. Qin Bingyue belonged to him, Chen Nan, and there was no way he would let such a thing happen. Insolence. Before Qin Qing could say anything, his eldest son Qin Haishan immediately yelled furiously at Chen Nan. "I think it's you who needs some clearing up. My father single-handedly founded the Qin group, recognizing and studying countless herbs. What right do you have, an unknown and ignorant junior, to question the old master's judgment?" He had just enthusiastically provided detailed information about the gilded sea cucumber for everyone. What Chen Nan said now was not only slapping the old man's face, but also smacking his own face. After hearing Chen Nan's words, Qin Qing still did not lose his temper in front of everyone. However, as his pair of old eyes fixed on Chen Nan, the coldness in them grew increasingly fierce. Squinting slightly, suppressing the anger inside, he tried his best to keep his voice calm as he said to Chen Nan, "Young man, the old man will listen to your words just this once. Since you claim this isn't a gilded sea cucumber, how do you prove that it isn't?" Chapter 139, My Gift. Old man, this gold pattern river ginseng is extremely similar to the gold pattern sea ginseng. The only method to prove it's not the sea version is to cut off a small piece and let a white mouse ingest it first. Upon hearing Qin Qing's questioning, Chen Nan hesitated slightly before speaking directly. The gold pattern river ginseng has a strong toxicity. After the white mouse consumes it, it will immediately lose its vitality. Of course, if it were the gold pattern sea ginseng, the white mouse would be unharmed. He couldn't help but feel somewhat powerless, as there was no excellent method available to immediately distinguish between the gold pattern river ginseng and the sea variety, except using this crude method by experimenting on the white mouse. The reason he could discern that Yang Hao's gift was gold pattern river ginseng stemmed from his ability of the fire eye purple pupil. However, since the fire eye purple pupil was his secret, naturally, he wouldn't disclose it. That's enough. Chen Nan's words prompted an immediate furious shout from Qin Qing. The built-up displeasure toward Chen Nan hit its peak, finally erupting into anger. With his old eyes glaring fiercely, Qin Qing angrily berated Chen Nan. "You presumptuous and ignorant youth. I have never even heard of your so-called gold pattern river ginseng. You're deliberately fabricating this to insinuate that I, this old man, do not know quality when I see it, trying to prove how much more well-traveled you are? Truly nonsense. Do you realize how precious the gold pattern sea ginseng is? Cutting a piece from such a valuable spiritual medicine ruins its efficacy, and yet you persistently propose feeding it to a white mouse, truly squandering a priceless item." Seeing the usually steady as a rock old Master Qin so visibly upset, all the Qin family members in the hall glared at Chen Nan with looks filled with rage, almost every gaze filled with nothing but disdain and icy coldness. If looks could kill, Chen Nan would have already been chopped up 1,000 times over by now. Today was old Master Qin's 70th birthday, and here was an outsider like Chen Nan ranting loudly, intentionally spoiling the atmosphere of what should have been a wonderful day into its current state. Not one person present would believe a word Chen Nan said. At this moment, even Qin Bingyue, who had brought Chen Nan here, was biting her lips, her gaze toward Chen Nan starting to carry a trace of anger. She knew that Chen Nan's medical skills were commendable, but she still harbored some doubts. Could her grandfather really have mistaken the gold pattern sea ginseng, as Chen Nan claimed? But after Chen Nan proposed conducting the white mouse experiment to verify the authenticity of the gold pattern sea ginseng, all her doubts instantly disappeared. Because Chen Nan's arguments simply seemed unbelievable, making it impossible for her to trust anything anymore. Chen Nan's words were unreliable. Carrying this conclusion, Qin Bingyue also recalled Chen Nan's earlier claim about having a way to prevent her grandfather from agreeing to marry her off to the Yang family. In her view, perhaps Chen Nan's method was merely disrupting her grandfather's birthday celebration, thus preventing Yang Hao's gift, the gold pattern sea ginseng, from being accepted. She obviously couldn't agree with Chen Nan's rash approach. After all, not only would such actions be fruitless, they might backfire, leading her grandfather to resolve even more firmly to force her into marriage with Yang Hao. Meanwhile, with Qin Elder losing his temper and cursing at Chen Nan, no one present felt more gleeful than Yang Hao, who had sent this particular birthday gift. Yang Hao shared the same thoughts as Qin Bingyue. He believed Chen Nan's true intention behind claiming issues with his gift was to interfere with his plans regarding Qin Bingyue. In his mind, Chen Nan was desperate and acting foolishly. The young master has said, "I'll use reality to demonstrate you don't deserve to vie for my woman. Qin Bingyue will become my possession sooner or later." Yang Hao thought smugly as he glanced at Chen Nan, currently disfavored by all the Qin family members. Feeling satisfied inside, he didn't hesitate to fan the flames. Pretending to look disgruntled, he stepped forward and coldly addressed Chen Nan. "Young man, Your claim that the gold pattern sea ginseng I gave old Master Qin is fake implies you're meddling with relations between the Yang and Qin families, and insulting the respect I hold for old Master Qin. Pausing briefly, he suddenly twisted his tone and sarcastically mocked. Aren't you the so-called boyfriend of Binghua? If you're deliberately picking on me and belittling my gift, I believe the gift you prepared must be extremely precious. Why don't you bring it out? The gift you sent is a poison. My present, naturally, is 10,000 times more precious than yours. Xuanhuan let out a cold laugh and shot back with equal hostility. As he spoke, he took out a small pill bottle from his chest and said to Qin, "Old man, this is a Jinyang pill I obtained. I wish you good fortune and longevity." Although his earlier words had enraged Qin greatly, who still maintained a cold expression, since he and Qin Binghua were here to celebrate the birthday, there were basic courtesies that they had to uphold. Jinyang pill? What a grand gift indeed. Upon hearing these 3 words from Xuanhuan, Qin didn't even glance at the gift. Instead, his anger seemed to increase. He coldly remarked, "Young man, your gift is too valuable for an old man like me to deserve. You should leave now." He paused briefly. Narrowing his eyes, filled with piercing intensity, he added coldly, "I don't care if you are Binghua's boyfriend or not. In the future, stop associating with Binghua, and do not work at the Qin Group anymore. Tomorrow, I will personally instruct the personnel department of the Qin Group to dismiss you. Find another job elsewhere." Evidently, Qin did not believe the gift in Xuanhuan's hand was a Jinyang pill. Xuanhuan's act of giving away a Jinyang pill further confirmed in his mind that Xuanhuan was an ignorant person who just wanted to steal the spotlight, thinking that Xuanhuan was making him look foolish over and over again. At this moment, not only Qin thought this way, everyone in the hall doubted that what Xuanhuan held was a Jinyang pill. Hence, each person reacted indifferently, their gazes upon Xuanhuan akin to watching a clown perform, full of mockery. When Xuanhuan publicly declared Yang Hao's gold pattern sea ginseng to be fake, it already made people feel ridiculous. Now Xuanhuan pulled out the Jinyang pill, which had been talked about earlier. Such an event was preposterous. In their eyes, only someone whose brain was soaked in water would believe it. Their brains were intact. How could they possibly believe it? Chapter 140, Forced to Leave. When Qin Binghua saw Xuanhuan's actions, regret appeared in her eyes for the first time. She had given Xuanhuan 1 million yuan, merely to let him buy an antique or a painting as a gift for her grandfather's birthday celebration. She could hardly believe that what Xuanhuan held in his hand was actually Jinyang Dan, a precious medicinal pill. She also didn't understand why Xuanhuan would make such an action. Had she known beforehand that Xuanhuan would repeatedly pull off such absurd stunts, infuriating her grandfather so much, she would never have asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend and bring him along to her grandfather's 70th birthday party. Boy, I must say I'm somewhat impressed. Even at this point, you're still showing off here with such nonsensical acts, speaking and acting as if your brain is completely disconnected. Seeing that Xuanhuan had offered Jinyang Dan as a gift, Yang Hao immediately sneered all over his face and jumped up to stir things up even further, saying, "So you think you're capable enough to get your hands on Jinyang Dan? I reckon you're intentionally doing this because you don't actually want my grandpa calling you dad, right?" Inside, however, he felt increasingly satisfied, as Xuanhuan continued to behave in such stupid, reckless ways that it only infuriated grandfather Qin more. This could only hasten the speed at which he'd win over his beauty. Yang Xiao is right. At this moment, Qin Yun rushed forward and snatched the pill bottle from Xuanhuan's hand, throwing it to the ground violently before sneering. "What a tremendous joke. You, a mere security guard who eats off our Qin Corporation's payroll, dare to claim that you obtained Jinyang Dan? Randomly grabbing some chaotic-looking pills and claiming them to be Jinyang Dan? My grandfather doesn't need this kind of birthday present from you. Just scram." The pill bottle hit the floor and shattered instantly, revealing the light yellow Jinyang Dan inside. However, none of those present initially believed that Xuanhuan could possibly produce Jinyang Dan, so no one paid any attention to it. Slap. Upon hearing Qin Yun use those 3 insult-laden words, watchdog, Xuanhuan instantly slapped her across the face, his tone cold as ice. "You woman, keep your mouth clean. Don't think you're safe just because we're on your Qin family's property. I won't hesitate to break another arm of yours if necessary." This unexpected act caused everyone present to change expressions abruptly. None of them anticipated that Xuanhuan would dare slap someone publicly like this, causing everyone momentarily to be at a loss how to react. "You." Qin Yun stared fearfully at Xuanhuan, her hand pressed against her now red and swollen cheek, completely stunned by what had just occurred. "You doggy offspring, daring to hit my daughter in front of me, huh? Mother will." As the mother, Lu Lili reacted first, rushing angrily toward Xuanhuan, pointing her finger directly at his nose, while readying herself to unleash a barrage of insults. Slap. Interrupting her mid-sentence, Xuanhuan delivered another harsh slap, just as quickly and brutally cut her off. "Truly, like mother, like daughter. Your mouths are both equally filthy, thus deserving of being hit," Xuanhuan stated coldly. "Enough." Seeing Xuanhuan slap his daughter Lu Lili and granddaughter Qin Yun in front of everyone during his own 70th birthday celebration, Qin lost control, slamming his hand down onto the table with trembling fury. He refused to waste further breath engaging with Xuanhuan and instead issued an immediate eviction order. "Young man, our Qin family doesn't welcome people like you. Leave this place at once." All other members of the Qin clan also glared furiously at Xuanhuan, their eyes seemingly ready to tear him apart alive. For Xuanhuan to slap Lu Lili and Qin Yun's faces right under the noses of the Qin family was audaciously arrogant, displaying absolute disrespect towards the entire Qin family. From their perspective, Were it not for Patriarch Qin's high level of self-restraint, there was no way Chun-Nin would walk out of the Qin household unscathed. Grandfather, Chun-Nin frowned, wanting to say something more. Slap. A sudden sound of slapping cut off his words. Bingwe. Looking at Qin Bingwe beside him, who suddenly slapped him, Chun-Nin couldn't help but appear astonished. This slap is to wake you up. Qin Bingwe stared at Chun-Nin with furious eyes, saying coldly, Today is my grandfather's 70th birthday, yet you continue making trouble. It seems bringing you here to attend my grandfather's birthday party was a terrible decision. After a pause, her gaze locked onto him with complex emotion, she added, Leave. My grandfather wants you gone from Qin House right now. Given the situation, it was undoubtedly the worst scenario possible for her. She had never imagined that bringing Chun-Nin here wouldn't free her from Yang Hao's pestering, but rather seemed to strengthen her grandfather's resolve, making him even more determined to push her together with Yang Hao. Ice Moon, you've misunderstood me. Hearing this, Chun-Nin trembled slightly and immediately sought to explain himself to Qin Bingwe. But upon noticing the tinge of disappointment in Qin Bingwe's eyes, a sudden pang of pain surged within him. He realized at this moment that no matter what he tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. Therefore, he didn't say anything more, merely nodding his head bitterly before turning around and leaving directly. Watching Chun-Nan's retreating figure, the group of Qin family members couldn't help but sneer continuously, the coldness in their eyes gradually dissipating. And Yang Hao, seeing Chun-Nin being slapped and chased away by Qin Bingwe, couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips with a victorious smile, overjoyed internally. Qin Bingwe, just look at the kind of person you've brought here. After Chun-Nin left, Lu Lili didn't let this matter pass, immediately pointing her finger straight at Qin Bingwe. Enraged, she exclaimed, You shouldn't have brought someone so ignorant and arrogant here. That man struck me, and you must take responsibility for this. Take responsibility? Qin Bingwe glanced at the red, swollen face of Lu Lili that Chun-Nin had hit, then scoffed and responded unceremoniously. Your daughter Qin Yun called him a watchdog, and you labeled him as a doggy offspring. Do you truly believe they deserved not to be hit? You. Upon hearing Qin Bingwe's words, Lu Lili's face turned red from anger, leaving her speechless. She was unable to do anything against Qin Bingwe and reverted to her habitual tactic of turning her glare towards Qin Jigang, fuming and saying, Qin Jigang, you useless softy. If you don't control your daughter better, I won't live with you anymore. We're getting divorced. Lili, startled, Qin Jigang quickly attempted to utter something. Enough. Qin Qing abruptly waved his hand, cutting off Qin Jigang's speech and berated them. That young man has already left, and this matter is now resolved. No one should dwell on what happened earlier. Today is my 70th birthday celebration, and I don't want to get angry again. Chapter 141. Who is the ignorant one? There was a brief pause. Qin Qing's tone softened somewhat, and he turned to Qin Bingwe to say, Bingwe, don't worry about this matter. Grandpa will not blame you. After Qin's patriarch spoke these words, Qin Jigang and Liu Lili couldn't help but turn red in the face, and they immediately dared not say any more. When Qin Bingwe heard her grandfather's words, she couldn't help but lower her head slightly. She had brought Chun-Nan here herself, yet until this moment, her grandfather still chose to let the matter pass without scolding her. This made her feel even more conflicted and uncomfortable inside. Her grandfather loved her so much. She truly didn't know how she could face the fact that he wanted her to marry into the Yang family. Alright, today is this old man's 70th birthday. I like all the gifts you've brought me. Don't let those younger ones influence your moods. Qin Patriarch glanced around at the people inside the Great Hall, and his aged face revealed a hint of a smile as he continued. Next, it's about time we open our doors to welcome the honored guests. The few old friends I invited should be arriving soon. Just as his words faded, suddenly, from outside came a hearty laugh, filled with vitality. Haha, my old friend celebrates his 70th birthday, and both me and old Shun arrived late. We hope you do not hold it against us. Following the sound, two elderly men about Qin Qing's age could be seen each holding a gift for the celebration, smiling as they stepped boldly side by side into the Great Hall. If Chun-Nin were still here, he would recognize at once who these two elderly men were. These two elders were no one else. One of them was the current head of Gu family, known for its medical arts, and hailed locally as a divine physician in Jiangzhou, Guyu. The other one was none other than the Shun family's elder Shun Songrong, who had once been afflicted by flowing gold poison, cured by Chun-Nin himself. Zheluo, old Shun, you two are jesting. You're my first old friends to arrive to celebrate my birthday. How dare I hold it against you? Hurry, please take your seats above. Seeing Guyu and Shun Songrong's arrival, Qin Patriarch's face lit up with joy as he quickly rose to greet them warmly, responding with a laugh. Shun family was one of the 5 major families in Jiangzhou, while Gu family held an even more exalted position than the 5 families, specializing in medical arts, making both stronger than the Qin family. Under normal circumstances, neither Shun nor Gu family would need to attend Qin family's birthday celebration. However, due to their long-standing personal friendship with Qin Qing ever since their youth as schoolmates, Shun Songrong and Guyu specially came personally to wish Qin Qing a happy birthday. Hearing the warm invitation from Qin Patriarch, Guyu and Shun Songrong slightly nodded, laughing as they handed over their respective birthday gifts to Qin Qing, preparing to take their seats. Right at this moment, something seemed to catch Guyu's peripheral vision. He suddenly stiffened, his expression betraying disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, This? Inside, he was deeply shocked after spotting the Jinyang pill rolled off into the corner on the ground. Luo Zheluo, did you notice? Upon realizing Guyu's state, Qin Qing followed his gaze, then burst out laughing, unable to hide his pride as he boasted. That gift is the most precious one I received for my big birthday celebration. To tell you the truth, my initial astonishment upon seeing it was no less than yours. All the gifts received by Qin Qing were temporarily placed on a table beside him. Xuanhuan's Jinyang pill had been carelessly thrown onto the floor by Qin Yun and ended up rolling under the table. On the table was the gold-striped sea cucumber, presented by Yang Hao, while under the table was Xuanhuan's Jinyang pill, the two items very close to each other. Therefore, Qin Qing assumed Guyu had noticed the gold-striped sea cucumber given by Yang Hao, hence reacting similarly as he did earlier. A present like this isn't merely precious, it's priceless. What a lavish gesture. Guyu stared intently at the Jinyang pill under the table, breathing heavily as he vigorously nodded. However, when he also noticed the gold-striped sea cucumber on the table presented by Yang Hao, he immediately cursed loudly. Which ignorant fool sent such a garbage gift? Isn't this just harming others? That is a gift sent by an ignorant young man. Upon hearing Guyu refer to someone as ignorant, Qin Qing instantly associated it with Xuanhuan, assuming that the garbage gift Guyu referred to was the Jinyang pill sent by Xuanhuan. He furrowed his brows, explaining briefly. This young man caused trouble at the old man's birthday just now, and I've already driven him away. As for the gift he sent, I didn't intend to keep it anyway. Throwing it in the trash can later will suffice. Not only did Qin Qing think Guyu was referring to the Jinyang pill sent by Xuanhuan as the garbage gift, but everyone in the Qin family within the hall thought the same. Nevertheless, the next moment, old Qin, not to criticize you, but it's better to throw away things like this earlier, so as not to harm yourself and others. Then, Guyu quickly stepped forward, grabbed the gold-striped sea cucumber sent by Yang Hao, and threw it directly into the trash can. After throwing it into the trash can, he even spat a mouthful of saliva into it, and said angrily, I don't know who that ignorant young man you mentioned is, old Qin, but how could he send you such a worthless poison? Isn't this just causing trouble? This sudden scene instantly left all the people present utterly stunned. Qin Qing's old eyes bulged wide, Yang Hao was dumbfounded, and the entire Qin family was similarly flabbergasted. Dr. Gu, could you have thrown the wrong thing? That gold-striped sea cucumber was painstakingly obtained by our Yang family with great difficulty. How could it possibly be a poison? Realizing the situation, Yang Hao immediately stepped forward and hastily protested, his expression uneasy. Nonsense. Are you questioning my judgment, implying that I am too old to tell right from wrong? Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Guyu's face darkened instantly, and he snorted coldly. Do you think after practicing medicine for an entire lifetime, I would fail to recognize a gold-striped sea cucumber? This is clearly a gold-striped river cucumber. You ignorant young man, do you understand that the gold-striped sea cucumber is a precious 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, while the gold-striped river cucumber is a terrible, highly toxic substance? It parasitizes in sewage rivers, surrounded by miasma for years, its medicinal properties being extremely cold. Isn't this a deadly poison? He stared sharply at Yang Hao and added coldly without hesitation. Are you the son of old man Yang Tianzan? It seems you are the ignorant young man that old Qin referred to. Your Yang family boasts to be the most prosperous pharmaceutical family among the 5 major families, which is truly laughable if they can't even identify one herb. As the head of the Gu family and the renowned divine physician of Jiangzhou, Guyu did not need to give a single bit of face to someone like Yang Hao, a pampered scion. Even Yang Tianzan, Yang Hao's father, had to respectfully defer to him when in his presence. Chapter 142, Dramatic Reversal. After hearing Guyu's words, Yang Hao's face turned pale, as if he had been forced to eat something foul. His expression became extremely unpleasant. Guyu's every word not only made the gift Yang Hao sent appear a great joke, but also directly trampled on the dignity of the entire Yang family. At this moment, Yang Hao felt deeply aggrieved and angry, but could only silently bear it, having no idea how to refute Guyu's words and not daring to confront Guyu directly. Hey, I never expected that this old man who has been doing medicinal herb business all my life, could make such a mistake. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Qin Qing's elderly face showed fluctuating expressions, with a bitter smile appearing in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems ironic that young man named Xuanhuan. All members of the Qin family were now in a daze, but he absolutely wouldn't doubt Guyu's words. How well-versed his old friend is in medicine was clear in his mind. He knew that Guyu would not misjudge medicinal herbs. Old Qin, can you resell me your Jinyang pill? Just before Qin Qing finished criticizing himself, Guyu suddenly bent over impatiently, quickly picking up the light yellow pill on the ground, while hurriedly speaking in an urgent tone. Months ago, a Jinyang pill appeared at an auction, where it was sold for 900 million yuan. I am willing to buy this Jinyang pill for exactly that price. What? Old Gu, this is actually the Jinyang pill. As soon as Guyu said that, Shun Songrong, who came to congratulate him on his birthday, was greatly surprised. Let me have a look. He quickly stepped forward and took the light yellow pill from Guyu's hand, first examining it carefully, then becoming excited, even babbling incoherently. This really is the Jinyang pill made by Master Song Jingzi, the medicine king. I attended that auction gala and saw that Jinyang pill. This color and fragrance are exactly the same as that Jinyang pill. As he spoke, his fiery gaze fixed on Qin Qing, his voice equally hurried. Old Qin, I want this Jinyang pill, sell it to me. I'm also willing to spend 900 million yuan to buy it. No, I'm willing to spend 1 billion yuan to buy it. What do you think? No sale. Qin Qing abruptly interrupted Shun Songrong's words. unable to control the surging waves of emotion or the shocking disbelief in his heart. He hastily grabbed back the Jinyang pill from Shun Songrong's hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Jinyang pill, old man isn't selling. This is the gift I received for my 70th birthday. I cannot sell this. Seeing both friends Guyu and Shun Songrong losing composure, he now clearly understood that Chun Nan's earlier present was truly the Jinyang pill. His head was now filled with continuous thundering sounds, brimming with excitement and joy, leaving him with no time to wonder how Chun Nan got hold of the Jinyang pill. This is indeed the genuine Jinyang pill. Not discussing its effect of significantly boosting male vitality, its true marvel lies in being able to greatly enhance one's blood chi foundation, achieving true solidification of fundamentals and cultivation of essence. Thus, it is rumored, the Jinyang pill's other name is longevity pill. Consuming one can allow an elder entering old age to rejuvenate bodily functions and extend their lifespan by at least 10 years. The master of the medical field, known as Medicine King, Master Song Jingxi, managed to produce merely 3 Jinyang pills using 7 precious spiritual herbs. This alone shows how rare and precious they are. Old Qin, you know that our Gu family is a century-old medical heritage family. For me, as a doctor, this Jinyang pill holds great research value. Just sell it to me directly. Seeing that Qin Qing was unwilling to sell, Guyu immediately became anxious, pulling Qin Qing's arm repeatedly, trying to persuade him. Old Gu, get lost. You old guy, don't argue with me. Haven't you noticed that my frail body just returned from the gates of death? I am severely injured and weakened. I urgently need strong efficacy medicines like Jinyang pill. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Shun Songrong instantly gave his old friend a glare. Speaking of which, he also immediately grabbed Qin Qing's other arm and hurriedly said, Old Qin, I am currently in dire need of the Jinyang pill. Moreover, the price I offer is much higher than what old Gu offers. You should sell it to me. Not selling. Old Gu, old Shun. This Jinyang pill was given to this old man by an excellent young talent. Neither of you two should have any more thoughts about it. Seeing the urgent demeanor of his two old friends, who seemed to be on the verge of losing control and resorting to grabbing the pill outright, Qin Qing instinctively held onto the Jinyang pill as if it were his own lifeline. His voice became sharp and irritable with a tinge of urgency. At this moment, Chun Nan, who had been berated earlier as an ignorant young man, had now transformed into what Qin Qing referred to as a talented youth. Right at this moment, because of this single Jinyang pill presented by Chun Nan, 3 venerable elders, Qin Qing, Guyu, and Shun Songrong, all lost their composure, their emotions running high, fiercely arguing in the main hall without a shred of elder dignity, faces flushed red and veins bulging. This spectacle was absurdly hilarious, yet incredibly captivating for everyone present. From the moment Guyu pointed out that Yang Hao's gift, the golden vein sea cucumber, was actually a golden vein river cucumber, to when Guyu picked up from the floor the Jinyang pill offered by Chun Nan, and finally to the 3 elders bickering over this single Jinyang pill presented by Chun Nan, all of them turning beet red in the face. It was an incredible reversal. The turn of events was too swift, too unbelievable, and utterly dramatic. At this moment, every single person in the main hall went completely blank-minded, mouths agape in astonishment, frozen like statues. Especially Qin Bingyue, whose exquisite face was now filled with utter shock, her expressions as vivid and varied as they could possibly be. Not until a long while later did the crowd in the main hall gradually regain their senses, slowly accepting what had transpired before their eyes. People like Lu Lili, Qin Yun, and Yang Hao couldn't help but look extremely disheartened. As for other members of the Qin family, such as Qin Haishan and Qin Jigang, their expressions were also quite complicated. And as for Qin Bingyue, a light of admiration began to flicker in her beautiful eyes, unmatched by anything before, then a faint smile curved at the corner of her lips. Her heart called out silently to the name of that man, Chun Nan. Chapter 143. Chun Nan is a divine doctor. Guyu, Shun Songrong, and the 3 old men including Qin Qing did not care about their images as seniors being tarnished in front of everyone in the hall. The older these 3 men became, the more they realized the precious value of the Jinyang pill. After all, everyone fears death and wants to be healthy enough to live a few more years. At this moment, Guyu and Shun Songrong had spent quite some time persuading Qin Qing, but the latter never relented, showing no intention of selling the Jinyang pill at all. Seeing this, Guyu and Shun Songrong could only shake their heads regrettably and abandon the idea of acquiring this golden pill. Old Qin, since you're unwilling to sell the Jinyang pill, then it's fine. Guyu stared intensely at old man Qin, changing the subject to ask, however, this Jinyang pill is so precious. Which young talent would send such a heavy gift of congratulations to you? You should tell me, and old Shun. That's right, old Qin, what old Gu said is correct. You can't keep this hidden from us. Shun Songrong nodded firmly, agreeing with a deep voice. Both old Gu and I are indeed curious. Which young talent in Jiangzhou could offer such miraculous medicine as the Jinyang pill as a congratulatory gift? Was it sent by the offspring of a wealthy family from outside the region? That young man is probably not an offspring of some wealthy family from outside. Hearing Guyu and Shun Songrong inquire about him, Qin Qing's old face turned red, displaying a hint of unnaturalness, but he still answered truthfully. This young man is called Chun Nan. He is currently an ordinary security guard in our Qin group. Even at this point, he still refrained from mentioning that Chun Nan was Qin Bingyue's boyfriend. However, he felt nothing but guilt towards Chun Nan in his heart. Previously, the latter kindly informed him that the xuanhuan sea cucumber was fake, and even presented the xuanhuan pill as a priceless congratulatory gift. Given the importance of the xuanhuan pill as a gift, xuanhuan deserved to be considered the most esteemed and important guest at his 70th birthday celebration. But how did he act? He not only shouted angrily at xuanhuan, but also forcibly expelled him from his own birthday banquet. Things have come to this. Since the old man has already accepted this valuable gift, the only thing left is to find an opportunity to invite him for a meal and personally apologize to him. That's all I can do. As he spoke about xuanhuan to Guyu and Shun Songrong, Qin couldn't help but sigh inwardly, silently contemplating. As for making him change the decision he made earlier, giving up on having Qin Bingyue marry Yang Hao, and immediately recognizing Xuanhuan as Qin Bingyue's boyfriend, just based on one xuanhuan pill, that would still be impossible. After all, marrying into the Yang family for the Qin family concerned the interests of the entire Qin family. Divine Dr. Chun. Divine Dr. Chun. Upon hearing Qin mention the name Xuanhuan, Guyu and Shun Songrong both trembled in surprise. After exchanging glances, both exclaimed those 3 words in astonishment. It matches. After a brief shock, Guyu nodded, took a deep breath, and lightly smiled. I personally saw Sun Tiange, one of the 3 great medical masters, present this xuanhuan pill to Divine Dr. Chun. I didn't expect him to then give this xuanhuan pill as a birthday gift to you. Old Qin, you truly have great fortune. Shun Songrong also nodded and laughed, saying, Divine Dr. Chun is my savior. I have always been deeply grateful to him. I didn't expect that your xuanhuan pill actually came from my benefactor. At the time, Shun Songrong was poisoned with flowing gold sha, though he was unconscious. After waking up, Shen Yuyan told him everything about how Xuanhuan had rescued him. Although Shun Songrong hasn't met Xuanhuan yet, he harbored much gratitude and admiration for the highly skilled young man. Old Shun, what do you mean? Hearing the fragmented words from Guyu and Shun Songrong, Qin's mind couldn't process it all. Unable to resist, he asked repeatedly, why do you call that young man Divine Dr. Chen? Why would Master Sun Tiange, a medical master, present him with this xuanhuan pill? And Old Shen, why do you say he saved your life? And everyone else in the hall also appeared bewildered by the words of Guyu and Shun Songrong. The amount of information contained in the words of Guyu and Shun Songrong was too vast enough to leave them feeling unable to comprehend it all. It seemed almost unreal. A single phrase calling Xuanhuan Divine Doctor alone caused everyone there to feel astonished, creating a huge and mystifying question. You see, while Shun Songrong's reputation wasn't unusual, Guyu himself was a well-known divine doctor in Jiangzhou, and for him to call Xuanhuan Divine Doctor, that was utterly unimaginable. Old Qin, it seems you truly know nothing. That's why you treated Dr. Chun with such disrespect, letting him work as an ordinary security guard at your Qin group. Guyu shook his head, deciding not to conceal anything, and smiled as he began speaking. The young man you mentioned, Xuanhuan, his medical skills can be compared to the great medical master Sun Tiange, or rather, strictly speaking, his medical skills may even surpass Master Sun. In the medical world, the more knowledgeable are regarded as mentors. I, merely a local divine doctor in Jiangzhou, naturally must respectfully call him Divine Dr. Chun. He paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. Old Qin, the xuanhuan pill in your possession was a gift forcibly presented by Master Sun to Dr. Chun, out of a desire to form a bond with him. By the end of this statement, his voice involuntarily carried a hint of excitement as he added, a while ago, as you know, Old Shin suddenly fell critically ill. I could do nothing about Old Shin's condition, so that day I invited Master Sun to treat him. However, an unexpected event occurred during the treatment. In the end, it was Xiao Yin who managed to invite Dr. Chun in time, and it was his intervention that brought Old Shin back from the brink of death. He did not elaborate on the unexpected incident during the treatment, as Shun Songrong had been poisoned with flowing gold sha, which implicated a concealed voodoo master from Xiangxi. Even now, as he recalled Xuanhuan's dual focus, needle-controlled Bai Qi medical techniques that saved both Shun Songrong and Sun Tiange simultaneously, he still felt an immense surge of admiration, cultivating within him an increasing respect for Xuanhuan. At this moment, Guyu's explanation drew to a close. The grand hall became utterly silent, where one could hear a pin drop, sinking completely into an oppressive stillness. Every individual within the hall was dumbfounded, akin to hearing explosive content capable of shattering their very worldview, rendering them incapable of processing the information immediately. Even Qin, typically as steadfast as a mountain, couldn't help but widen his old eyes, his face contorted in shock, unable to comprehend the situation after a long pause. Xuanhuan healed Shun Songrong. Xuanhuan's medical expertise was vast enough that even Guyu addressed him with utmost reverence as Divine Dr. Chun, and so remarkable that even Sun Tiange, one of the three great medical masters, would willingly offer the xuanhuan pill to establish a connection with him. Chapter 144, My Granddaughter's Fiancé. Old Qin, I want to discuss something with you. Before Qin could snap out of his daze, Shun Songrong cleared his throat and hastily said, Our Shun group is now fully controlled by my granddaughter, Yu Yin. Not long ago, our family officially appointed her as the president. My granddaughter highly values Dr. Chen's medical skills and wants to hire Dr. Chen as our group's chief medical advisor. Do you agree or not? The family enterprises of the 5 great families are all medical companies, and naturally, the Shun group of the Shun family is one of them. Since they learned about Xuanhuan's medical prowess, the Xun family has been making preparations, letting the head of the Xun family, Xun Jiru, step down and promoting Xun Yuyan to the position of president of the Xun group. The reason why the Xun family did this. On one hand, Xun Yuyan has decent business talents, though she might not be as good as Qin Bingyue. It's enough for her to steer the Xun group. On the other hand, Xun Yuyan has a closer relationship with Xuanhuan, so appointing her as the president of the Xun group would better facilitate inviting Xuanhuan to become the chief medical advisor of the Xun group. Moreover, the most crucial part is that there's an important hidden agenda here. That is, using this opportunity to deepen the intimate relationship between Xun Yuyan and Xuanhuan, ultimately achieving their goal of getting Xun Yuyan and Xuanhuan together. Yes, Xuanhuan's excellence has made everyone in the Xun family, including Xun Yuyan herself, consider him as prey. No matter what method, as long as they successfully win over this outstanding talent, Xuanhuan, how could the Xun family possibly continue to decline? After all, among the three great medical sages, Sun Tiange holds significant weight across the entire Long country. With medical abilities comparable to Sun Tiange, how could Xuanhuan's future be anything but bright? Oh dear, old Shun, that's quite coincidental. Upon hearing Shen Songrong's words, Guyu immediately interjected, unwilling to fall behind. He promptly said to Qin Qing, "Old Qin, don't hide it from me. My niece, Guyao, recently returned from studying abroad and just opened a large traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Right now, we're still lacking a medical master who can take charge. I also want to hire Dr. Chen. What do you think?" While the Shen family uses the beauty trap on Xuanhuan again, hasn't he had similar thoughts too? When he initially saw how young Xuanhuan was, yet possessed such extraordinary medical skills, he regretted not having a granddaughter like Shen Songrong's beautiful granddaughter Xin Yuyan, only a grandson Guqitian. After returning home, after much deliberation, he came up with a compromise plan, letting his younger brother's granddaughter take action, seeing if there's a chance to win over Xuanhuan. This niece, Guyao, not only looks extremely beautiful, rivaling Xin Yuyan in no way, but her medical talent surpasses his own grandson Guqitian's, enabling her to share common interests with Xuanhuan to some extent. Disagree. Upon hearing Shen Songrong and Guyu's words, Qin Qing suddenly snapped out of it. Without hesitation, he firmly said, "Old Shun, old Gu, the young man named Xuanhuan is already our Qin group person. The two of you needn't try to poach him anymore. The old man plans to appoint him as the chief medical advisor of our Qin group." Now he completely forgets the embarrassment of contradicting himself. Although he previously mentioned dismissing Xuanhuan from the Qin group, now knowing that Xuanhuan is an incomparably excellent talent, how could he let Xuanhuan leave foolishly? "You Qin old man, you can't be so shameless. You let Dr. Chen serve as a security guard in your Qin group before, and now you suddenly want to promote him to chief medical advisor? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, Shen Songrong?" Hearing Qin Qing's words, Shen Songrong immediately started glaring furiously, irritably saying, "That's right, Qin old man, one mustn't be so dishonorable." Guyu was somewhat angry too, scolding, "I won't argue with you about Jin Yongdan anymore, old Shun, but asking for a person, you still disagree." Pausing briefly, he added, "Dr. Chen isn't someone exclusively sold to your Qin group. I'll just inform you, your Qin group's wall will definitely be breached by me. If Dr. Chen agrees to accept the old man's employment, your disapproval will be meaningless." The old man simply disagrees. Compared to Dr. Chen's value, Jin Yongdan doesn't count for squat. In response to Shen Songrong and Guyu's words, Qin Qing instantly became furious, bursting into profanity. "Old Shun, old Gu, we've known each other for so many years. Even if someone farts, we'd know what it smells like. Don't think I don't know what calculations you two old fellows have. Let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible." By now, he discarded the decision to ally through marriage with the Yang family, shouting at Guyu and Shen Songrong. "Let me tell you frankly, Dr. Chun is now my granddaughter Bingyue's boyfriend, and the old man only recognizes Dr. Chun as his grandson-in-law. Neither of you two old men should have any ideas about my grandson-in-law. How ridiculous. Compared to Chen Nan's true value, what on earth are the Yang's worth?" At this very moment, witnessing this scene before their eyes, the crowd in the hall once again were left dumbfounded, all feeling as if they were in a dream, without exception plunging into a state of mental confusion. Earlier, Guyu, Shen Songrong, and Qin Qing had their faces flushed red and veins bulging while arguing over Jin Yongdan that Chen Nan gave, leaving everyone astounded. But now, these three respected elders were quarreling incessantly over this young man, Chen Nan, hurling vulgarities directly at each other, showing far more impoliteness than during the earlier Jin Yongdan competition. This made it almost impossible for everyone to believe. No one dared to think that such a scene was real, especially for Qin Qing. Previously Chun Nan was referred to by him as an ignorant junior, then he called Chun Nan a talented youth, and finally now he is loudly calling him an excellent grandson-in-law. With one twist after another, the changing attitude of old Master Qin towards Chun Nan caught all the Qin family members present off guard, filling them with shock. If it weren't known that the Qin Qing standing here couldn't possibly be fake, all the Qin family members would undoubtedly begin to deeply doubt whether this man was still the extremely dignified, stable as a rock grandfather they used to know. Chapter 145. Hurry up and have a child. This time, Qin Qing, Guyu, and Shen Songrong, these three old men, had argued for over 10 minutes until they no longer had the strength to continue. They finally stopped after catching their breaths, and the crowd in the hall also remained stunned for over 10 minutes before gradually recovering from their daze. At this moment, Lu Lili and Qin Yun, these mother and daughter, looked extremely upset, feeling very stifled, as if they had eaten a fly alive. Just now in the hall, they had always looked down on Xuanhuan and even publicly confronted him. They never expected that Xuanhuan would turn out to be such an accomplished master of medicine, which made Grandpa Qin's attitude towards him do a complete 180. This situation was absurd, as if heaven itself were playing a huge joke on them, making it impossible for them to believe. Yet, the truth was right there in front of them. There was no way around accepting it. Yang Hao's face, however, turned even darker, his whole being hit by what felt like a thunderclap in broad daylight. He had just received the heaviest blow. He could neither understand nor accept why Xuanhuan suddenly became a highly praised doctor admired by Gu Yu and others, a great physician who could rival Sun Tiange, the revered medical sage. Even if his head exploded trying to figure it out, according to his investigation, Xuanhuan was nothing more than a kid raised in an orphanage with absolutely no background. How could he possess such formidable medical skills? Grandpa Qin, you mentioned earlier wanting to catch up with my father. My father is available at any time. Let me know when you'd like to sit down and drink tea together. At this point, Yang Hao forced himself to crack a smile that was more painful than crying as he unwillingly stepped forward and said. After pausing for a bit, he no longer hid his intentions, aiming to increase his chances by directly speaking with a strained smile. My love for Bingyue is known to heaven and earth, and you've always been aware of it too. Just now, Uncle and Auntie both supported my union with Bingyue. Many elders in the Qin family also look forward to seeing Bingyue and me together, and my father hopes that the Yang family can join in marriage alliance with the Qin family. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Qin immediately grew serious in expression, waving his hand and indifferently stating, Nephew, your Yang family mistakenly sent Sea Golden Notch Ginseng instead of River Golden Notch Ginseng as a congratulatory gift to this old man. I'll treat this incident as an unintentional error from your family, so I don't want to delve into it further. However, the matter of sitting down for tea with your father and reminiscing about the past will end here. There's really nothing left for us to discuss with your Yang family. He paused briefly. Then he fixed his sharp gaze onto Qin Jigang and Lu Lili, asking calmly, Jigang, Nephew Yang Hao claims that the two of you support Ice Moon being with him. Is there any truth to this? Dad, not at all. Whoever Ice Moon wishes to be with, I won't interfere at all. Qin Jigang quickly spoke up upon hearing the inquiry, alarmed in his heart. That's right, grandfather, not at all. I hold the same stance as Jigang. Lu Lili rushed to echo. Of course, this was something she didn't truly feel. She had always hoped for Qin Bingyue to marry Yang Hao. But in this current situation, anyone could see Grandpa Qin's position. If she still failed to read the situation properly and change her statement, the consequences would be something she couldn't bear, Grandpa Qin's anger. After listening to the responses from Qin Jigang and his wife, Qin nodded slightly, shifting his piercing eyes to Qin Haishan and others, repeating the same question in a calm tone. What about you all? Nephew Yang Hao claimed that all of you wished to see him together with Bingyue. Is there any validity to this? Father, absolutely not. If Bingyue marries into the Yang family, I'd be the first to disagree. She and Divine Dr. Chun are truly meant for each other. That's correct, Father. I share the same view. Only Divine Dr. Chun can bring Bingyue happiness. Only he is worthy of her. That's right, Father. Even if you agree to an alliance with the Yang family, I wouldn't consent. The Yang family gifted us poisonous Golden River ginseng, such useless toxic medicinal herbs. Who knows if their intent wasn't malicious? As soon as Qin's eyes turned toward them, Qin Haishan and the others decisively nodded without hesitation, voicing their stances in unison. These people solely cared about their own interests. Now knowing the true worth of Xuanhuan, even if Grandpa Qin insisted on forming an alliance with the Yang family, they would earnestly try to dissuade him from the idea. Nephew, you've heard it with your own ears. After Qin Haishan and others completed their stances, Grandpa Qin finally refocused his gaze on Yang Hao, calmly stating, It appears that what you said isn't true. Not a single person in our Qin family desires a matrimonial alliance with your Yang family. As far as the matters between you and Bingyue go, they're over here. Upon hearing this, the forced smile that Yang Hao had maintained on his face finally became completely stiff. He was all too aware in his heart that his identity as the crown prince of the Yang family was now utterly meaningless before Xuanhuan. He had been completely defeated, and thoroughly so. He had almost persuaded Grandpa Qin to commit to an alliance through marriage, and he had almost succeeded in winning the beauty for himself. But now, everything had turned to nothing but smoke. Grandpa Qin, since the Qin family has no plans to form an alliance with our Yang family, I will take my leave. By this point, Yang Hao didn't say anything more. He just wanted to turn around and leave. Although the Qin family hadn't directly driven him away, the looks they were now giving him made him feel like a clown. Staying here another second was unbearable. Hold on. Grandpa Qin's sudden words stopped him from leaving, which sparked a flicker of hope in his heart again. Perhaps, just maybe, Grandpa Qin had changed his mind. Grandpa Qin, is there something else you need? With this thought in mind, Yang Hao quickly turned back, asking with eager anticipation. You can take this Golden Notch River ginseng back. Your Yang family's gift is too extravagant. This old man still wants to live a few more years. I don't have the virtue to enjoy such riches. Grandpa Qin gestured towards the Golden Notch River ginseng on the table, his tone filled with mockery as he calmly spoke. Hearing Grandpa Qin's words, Yang Hao's expression turned unbearably grim. The tiny flame of hope that had just ignited within him was once again utterly extinguished. His face turning red with anger, Yang Hao hastily grabbed the Golden Notch River ginseng he had given earlier off the table and swiftly left with his bodyguard Zhang Biao. The more proud he had felt presenting the Golden Notch River ginseng before, the more disgraceful his departure now seemed. Ice Moon, your grandpa will never ally with the Yang family anymore, nor will he push you to be together with anyone. After Yang Hao departed, Grandpa Qin immediately shifted his gaze to Qin Bingyue, smiling gently. I've already made it clear in public. This old man recognizes only divine Dr. Chun as his grandson-in-law. You should hold on to him tightly. If you two could hurry up and have a child, that would be even better. Chapter 146, Jin Hongmei's Dance. Grandpa, you're being silly. There's no way it could happen so fast. Upon hearing Qin Qing's words, Qin Bingyue instantly blushed bright red and shot a glance at her grandfather, signaling for him not to continue. Though she responded this way verbally, in her heart at that very moment, she was happier than anyone else. She had never imagined the situation would turn around so fiercely and so quickly. Not long ago, she was still deeply troubled, contemplating how to deal with her grandfather's forced marriage proposal. But now everything has taken a dramatic twist toward the outcome she desired. And the person who changed all of this was Chun Nan. Thinking about how she had slapped Chun Nan earlier, her heart now brimmed with remorse toward him. She realized that she had wrongly accused him from the very beginning. However, come to think of it again, she only let Chun Nan pretend to be her boyfriend for a short time. But now it seems like even the fake scenario is slowly becoming real under her grandfather's high regard for Chun Nan, something beyond her control. Moreover, could it possibly become true what her grandfather suggested, that she should have a child with Chun Nan as soon as possible? After all, during their two intimate moments, it seemed they hadn't taken any precautions. Meanwhile, Chun Nan, who was driven away by the Qin family members at the birthday celebration, did not know that after Gu Yu and Shun Songrong arrived, the situation had already completely changed. After leaving the Qin residence, he came to the 7th floor of the Goldfish Entertainment Center to ease his mood with Jin Hongmei. The 7th floor of the Goldfish Entertainment Center was Jin Hongmei's private living area with her daughter, Jin Xiaoyu. With the current close relationship between Chun Nan and Jin Hongmei, he could naturally come here whenever he wanted. 7th floor of the entertainment center. Although it was Jin Hongmei and her daughter's private living quarters, there was also a bar-like counter similar to those found downstairs. This counter faced a large floor-to-ceiling window, allowing one to overlook the lively scene below in the entertainment plaza. At this moment, Chun Nan sat at this counter, occasionally picking up his glass and drinking down big gulps of liquor, trying to drown his sorrows. Next to him sat Jin Hongmei, president of the Goldfish Association. Her enchanting face wore a mischievous smile, and she didn't bother suggesting that Chun Nan drink less. Instead, she acted like a thoroughly attentive waitress. As soon as Chun Nan emptied his glass, she swiftly refilled it with another large drink, almost hoping that he'd drink more. Time passed without notice. Jin Hongmei noticed that Chun Nan's face had turned red, indicating enough drunkenness, so she stopped pouring drinks into his glass. Suddenly standing up from her seat, she said with a charming smile, "Brother Nan, I can see your mood is low. Let me perform a little show for you to relax. Just wait a moment while I change clothes so you can feast your eyes." She paused for a second, her gaze full of overtly seductive glances, then added coyly with a sly smile. "Now Xiaoyu is not home since she's at school. It's just you and me here. Let's leave all worries behind and enjoy some couple time." Without waiting for Chun Nan to respond, she walked into her bedroom on her own accord. Couple time. A slightly tipsy Chun Nan blinked, his unfocused eyes unable to grasp the innuendo-filled meaning behind Jin Hongmei's words. Shaking his head slightly, he poured himself another drink and continued drinking. Several minutes later, suddenly, a soft beep sound indicated the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows were smart-controlled to descend slowly, completely blocking out the bright light coming from outside. The entire room seemed like night had prematurely fallen, becoming pitch black instantly, just when Chun Nan was confused. The next moment, several colorful neon lights lit up around the room, all shining towards the center of the hall, creating a sense of enchanting atmosphere. In his hazy drunk state, Chun Nan instinctively looked towards the center. There stood Jin Hongmei in an entirely different outfit. She was dressed in an exotic-style costume, an off-the-shoulder V-neck crop top revealing a perfectly sculpted waist with a sparkling diamond placed right above her navel, and a pleated slit dress that extended all the way to the root of her thigh. Spicy, sultry, sexy, charming, and bewitching. All these terms aptly described her at this moment without any exaggeration. With her natural allure and immense attraction towards men, dressed in such attire, her magnetism was utterly maximized to its peak in an instant. Even Chun Nan, being a normal man, immediately fixated his gaze on Jin Hongmei upon seeing her in this outfit. Noticing Chun Nan's abnormality, Jin Hongmei stood in the center of the room, her eyes shimmering as a curve instinctively formed on her red lips. "Nan, sister is about to start performing for you." Jin Hongmei smiled enchantingly, her voice filled with irresistible allure as she cooed. "You are the first man to watch this performance of mine, and you will be the only one. You're truly fortunate, little brother." As her words trailed off, a slow, sultry dance tune began to fill the room. With the music came an interplay of bright and dim multicolored neon lights, and Jin Hongmei started swaying rhythmically like a beautiful snake. An overwhelming wave of sensuality instantly enveloped the entire room. At this sight, Chun Nan's eyes began to turn bloodshot. Even after having consumed a large amount of alcohol, he still felt an insatiable thirst, causing his mouth to dry up and his breathing to grow heavier by the second. Moments later, as the beat of the music accelerated, so did the flashing of the neon lights. The movements of Jin Hongmei's body became increasingly fiery and uninhibited, her alluring face occasionally sending Chun Nan glances that stirred his imagination wildly. Chun Nan stared at Jin Hongmei with bloodshot eyes, his breathing becoming more and more labored. In the presence of such a bewitching siren as Jin Hongmei, no man could easily maintain control, let alone a drunken Chun Nan who was now nearing his limit of self-restraint. Adding to the tension, Jin Hongmei's eyes brimming with passion swayed her enticing hips as she began to slowly walk toward him. Seeing this, even if Chun Nan wasn't thinking clearly, at this point, he had already guessed what Jin Hongmei intended to do next. Chapter 147, Not Blood-Related. Sister Mei, no. Looking at the increasingly approaching Jin Hongmei, Chun Nan struggled to maintain his last bit of reason and gritted his teeth as he managed to utter these words. Brother Nan, remember what I am about to tell you. Jin Hongmei swayed her graceful waist and came in front of Chun Nan. She extended a snow-white finger and placed it on Chun Nan's lips, laughing seductively with an alluring tone. As a man, you should never say the word no. Then she leaned forward, blowing warm breath onto Chun Nan's face, and said with an irresistible voice, Sister is willing to give herself to you. What are you still waiting for? Bang! Chun Nan felt like his whole body was consumed by volcanic heat, breathing heavily as he lifted Jin Hongmei into his arms. An unknown amount of time passed. Now, in the bedroom, on a pink double bed, the aftersmoke of fiery passion lingered. Jin Hongmei, drenched in fragrant sweat and her rosy cheeks flushed red, rested against the broad chest of Chun Nan, smiling with allure but with a hint of fatigue. Brother Nan, I didn't expect you, who looks so clean-cut and not very muscular, to be so capable in this area. People might think you've taken some powerful male-enhancing herbs. She paused a moment, giggles, and continued with flirtatious giggles. I take back my earlier words. You are more than a man. Sister nearly couldn't handle you. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan's face turned red despite himself, embarrassedly chuckling, unsure how to respond to Jin Hongmei's remark. He indeed hadn't paid much attention to Jin Hongmei's feelings just now. He was so carried away that all he did was gallop without restraint, fiercely expressing his passion on Jin Hongmei. On one hand, Jin Hongmei was simply too enticing. Stimulated further by alcohol, it was inevitable that he became excessively excited. On another hand, initially, it was supposed to be simple mutual pleasure between him and Jin Hongmei. However, in the process, the martial art he practiced, Tai Xian San Sheng Jing, began operating automatically and suddenly entered a dual cultivation mode. In other words, during their passionate struggle, there was no increment in his cultivation level, nor was there any improvement in his internal yang fire problem. But the Tai Xian San Sheng Jing unexpectedly made steady progress toward the second layer. He was already quite close to breaking through the barrier to the second layer. Sister Mei has a natural alluring bone structure, also known as the enchanting body. To be exact, it's a kind of unique physique. Chun Nan's eyes gleamed with shifting thoughts as he quickly grasped the situation. He silently pondered. It seems that the breakthrough in Tai Xian San Sheng Jing isn't restricted to me only being able to practice dual cultivation with women of purine constitution. Perhaps practicing dual cultivation with women with special constitutions can also help me break through the barriers. Tai Xian San Sheng Jing has 9 levels. Each time Chun Nan breaks through to the next level, he attains a new innate ability. But because the benefits were great, the difficulty of breaking through was equally immense. Since cultivating Tai Xian San Sheng Jing, Chun Nan had been studying how to break through its boundaries, moving from the first layer to the second. However, until now, not only had he failed to break through to the second layer, but he couldn't even touch the second layer's boundary. It wasn't until last time, when he engaged in dual cultivation with Qin Bingyue a second time, that Tai Xian San Sheng Jing finally started advancing towards the second layer. Only then did he realize the secret to breaking through. At that moment, he came to a conclusion. It seemed that the breakthroughs in Tai Xian San Sheng Jing were similar to the solution of his yang fire issue. Both could only be achieved through dual cultivation with women. Brother Nan, why have you stopped talking? Seeing that Chun Nan awkwardly remained silent, Jin Hongmei let one of her delicate hands sneak beneath the blanket and began exploring his body again. Her expression was full of charm as she giggled. When sister says you're more man than any man, it's a compliment. Don't take it to heart. I love being roughened up by you. Sister Mei, I still have plenty of stamina. Should we do this a few more times? Jin Hongmei's exploration instantly electrified Chun Nan, causing an immediate reaction. Unable to suppress his heavy breathing, he grinned widely and said, with their intimate relationship consummated, Jin Hongmei had become his woman. Thus, Chun Nan fully accepted the fact. Although Jin Hongmei wasn't of the pure yin constitution, unable to solve his internal yang fire toxicity problem, practicing dual cultivation with her could help him advance his mysterious cultivation method Tai Xian San Sheng Jing closer to the second layer breakthrough. No more. At Chun Nan's words, Jin Hongmei immediately retracted her hand as if electrocuted, no longer daring to tease him further, trembling and saying. After a pause, she smiled brightly and added, Nan, it's my fault I couldn't satisfy you this time. My legs are weak now, and there's a bit of pain down there. Let me take a few days to recover. May sister, the one who should apologize is me. Chun Nan pulled back the blanket and glanced at the specks of red on the bedsheet, forcing a bitter smile as he said, I didn't expect that this would be your first time. Just moments ago, when Chun Nan had acted on his alcohol-fueled boldness and overpowered Jin Hongmei, he discovered, much to his surprise, that even in her early 30s, Jin Hongmei was still a virgin, an unexpected revelation. Nan, just because I usually behave seductively, does that mean you think I'm an easy woman? Hearing these words, Jin Hongmei shot the man a scornful look, pretending to be offended. No, don't misunderstand me. Thinking that Jin Hongmei was genuinely angry, Xuanhuan hurriedly shook his head and explained, Mei's sister, seeing that you have a daughter named Little Fish, I just assumed. Little Fish isn't my biological daughter. She has no blood relation to me. Before Xuanhuan could finish speaking, Jin Hongmei interjected with a gentle laugh, saying, Nan, you don't need to explain so much. I'm not really mad at you. It was just a joke. As she continued, her seductive smile faded, and she wore an expression of sincerity, saying, Nan, I wanted to tell you, since the last battle on the arena, where you didn't abandon me and instead stepped up like a hero to save all of us. At that moment, I already started secretly admiring you. You're the only man I've decided on in my life, and I willingly give myself to you. Chapter 148, Proper Training. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei's heartfelt words, Xuanhuan first nodded slightly, then decided to not conceal anything and directly replied with a bitter laugh. Sister Mei, you consider me your only man, but I may be unable to consider you my only woman. Threatened by the Yang fire poison and due to cultivating the Taishian Sanqing scripture, his destiny was bound to walk the path of a playboy who needed to dual cultivate with many women. Not mentioning long-term prospects, since he received the legacy from the Chuan family ancestor in a short period, there were already several women closely entangled with him. Qin Bingyue, Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yalan, and others. Sister doesn't care. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Jin Hongmei shook her head and said with a smile, Brother Nan, with your martial arts talent and medical abilities, your future will undoubtedly create an unimaginable brilliant world. Naturally, there will be many women attracted to you, and that is a characteristic of an outstanding man. Her gaze focused on Chen Nan as she added softly, I just hope that in the future, no matter how many women are around you, there can always be a place for me in your heart, which is more than enough. Jin Hongmei's words had barely fallen. Chen Nan immediately became moved. Since Jin Hongmei had already spoken to this extent, how could he dare to let down her sincerity? He didn't say anything, instead kissed Jin Hongmei's forehead gently, responding with an intimate action. As soon as Chen Nan's kiss landed, Jin Hongmei's seductive lips curved into a pleased arc. At this moment, neither of them spoke anymore. They just embraced quietly on the bed, enjoying the tender moments together. It wasn't until after quite a while, Jin Hongmei finally broke the silence and asked with a smile, Brother Nan, you running here to drink melancholy wine is also because of a certain woman, right? Tell me, perhaps sister can help you solve the problem. She was very clear in her mind. With Chen Nan's abilities, issues that could worry such a man would most likely be related to women. While drinking, she didn't want to ask too much, but now their relationship had grown so intimate that naturally she wanted to know everything. Sister Mei, there's really nothing that escapes your eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan gave a helpless smile, having no intention to hide anything from Jin Hongmei. He told her everything about his relationship with Qin Bingyue and what happened when attending the celebration of Qin Qing's 70th birthday, without any reservation. The Qins are truly ungrateful, driving you out of the birthday banquet. Moreover, Qin Bingyue herself not only failed to speak up for you, but even slapped you. That's really excessive. After listening to Chen Nan's narration, Jin Hongmei immediately became indignant. In her opinion, given Chen Nan's competence, he could easily become a welcome guest in any Jiangzhou family. The Qin family treated him this way, showing true blindness. Sister Mei, past things should stay in the past. Although Chen Nan felt somewhat troubled inside, he didn't take it too seriously and said, Given the circumstances at the time, it's normal for the Qin family to dislike me. Bingyue herself is squeezed by many Qin members and was in a dilemma. Upon hearing these words, Jin Hongmei slightly shook her head and immediately pinpointed the crux of the problem, saying softly, Brother Nan, although you didn't explicitly state it, sister has already seen through it. In essence, you've fallen deeply for Qin Bingyue. After pausing momentarily, she showed absolutely no jealousy, staying objective and continuing. However, based on my feminine intuition, it seems you and Qin Bingyue have already formed a real relationship. If she let you pretend to be her boyfriend, it shows she indeed has feelings for you. Speaking further, her alluring face revealed a trace of laughter, and she teasingly remarked, Brother Nan, Qin Bingyue is known in our Jiangzhou as the Ice Flower, the cold-hearted beauty CEO. Sister didn't expect this flower to ultimately be plucked by you. Truly worthy of being the man sister looks upon. Finally, revealing her identity as the president of the Goldfish Association, her alluring face took on a hint of domineering authority as she added, However, it seems this flower still has thorns that somewhat sting your hand. When sister meets her later, she'll definitely give her a proper training for you. Cough. Hearing Jin Hongmei's words, Chen Nan instantly coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Sister Mei, let's discuss this matter later. Now, I actually have a problem that needs your help. What currently troubles him most was dealing with problems between women. This issue would absolutely be unavoidable for him in the future. For instance, if one day Jin Hongmei and Qin Bingyue were to truly meet, how would he balance the relationship between them? And how would he ensure they could coexist peacefully? One is Jin Hongmei, known as the Poison Rose. The other is Qin Bingyue, referred to as the Ice Flower. Neither of these two women are what one would call easy to deal with faces. Both are extraordinarily distinctive and highly accomplished beauties. It's impossible to tell what kind of sparks would fly between them when the time comes. If possible, he truly hoped this day could be delayed or not come at all. Nan, if you need my help with anything, just say it. Jin Hongmei nodded and asked. I want you to send people now to secretly monitor Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan said, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. I want to find an appropriate opportunity to quietly get rid of this person without anyone knowing. Chen Nan currently did not know that due to Gu Yu and Shun Songrong appearing at Qin Qing's birthday celebration, the engagement between the Qin family and the Yang family had been completely called off. He had previously told Qin Bingyue that he had a plan to prevent the marriage alliance between the Qin family and the Yang family, ensuring she wouldn't marry Yang Hao. His plan wasn't about exposing the Jinwen River ginseng that Yang Hao presented, nor was it about relying on the Jinyang pill he himself offered. Instead, his plan was to simply let Yang Hao die. With Yang Hao dead, all issues would naturally be resolved. Of course, even if he learned that Qin Bingyue's issue had been resolved and the marriage alliance between the Qin family and the Yang family was off, he would still act against Yang Hao soon. After all, the latter had repeatedly sent assassins after him. There was no way he would let Yang Hao go unscathed. Understood. Upon hearing Chen Nan mention Yang Hao, Jin Hongmei also revealed a glimmer of coldness in her eyes, immediately picking up the phone by the bed and swiftly making arrangements. Chapter 149, Furious Yang Hao. Night. Inside a luxurious club, a extravagantly decorated private room. Slap. Yang Hao suddenly threw a slap to a well-dressed madam and yelled loudly. Shit. I'm here spending money, giving you enormous face. Not one woman has satisfied me. What the hell kind of girls did you call for me? It seems like you want this club to shut down permanently, right? If you don't want to run it, then just close up and go bankrupt. Mr. Yang, I apologize, let me arrange another batch of princesses for you. The madam who received a slap from Yang Hao didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. She could only keep smiling awkwardly and apologizing. Her club had top-notch girls in all of Jiangzhou, and she always kept things fresh by bringing in new pretty princesses. Ordinarily, Yang Hao often frequented her establishment, playing around with great satisfaction every time without any complaints. She had no idea what incident had occurred to him today that his mood seemed utterly terrible, making him as crazed as someone suffering an epileptic seizure, snapping at anyone he saw. Seeing the owner of the club getting slapped hard by Yang Hao. On the side, more than 10 beautifully dressed princesses, their faces went pale. Each lowered their heads low out of fear, scared to even take a breath. Since Yang Hao arrived, they took turns attending to him, pulling out all the stops, bearing whatever perverted requests Yang Hao made despite their discomforts. But to their surprise, Yang Hao was still not satisfied. Almost every one of them had been slapped by him, and ended up with red eyes from being beaten. Enough, Auntie Li. At this moment, Zhang Biao, Yang Hao's personal bodyguard, stepped forward and waved his hand, saying, Yang Hao is in no good mood today. There's no need to replace these girls. Take them all out. He accompanied Yang Hao to attend Qin Qing's 70th birthday, so naturally he knew why Yang Hao's mood was so foul. After leaving Qin's house, Yang Hao came here to let off steam. But it was almost midnight now, and Yang Hao still hadn't calmed down, continuing to rage uncontrollably. Apparently, sending in more princesses would be meaningless. All right, Mr. Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang Biao's words, the madam instantly felt relieved, hastily leading a group of princesses out of the private room without uttering another word. Only after leaving the room did she release her suppressed grievances, touching the 5-finger red imprint on her face from Yang Hao's slap, glaring at the direction of Yang Hao's private room and bitterly cursing under her breath. You bastard. You're just a rich kid. You'd be nothing without the Yang family. Yet you dare hit me in front of everyone. I hope you rot tonight. Meanwhile, in the private room, Yang Hao, seeing Zhang Biao send the madam and others away, frowned unhappily and said, Zhang Biao, I'm not finished yet. Why did you make them leave? Calmer yourself, Master Yang. Taking it out on women won't achieve anything, Zhang Biao said sharply, his gaze flickering. Then he asked a question. Do you still wish to marry into the Qin family? Of course. Yang Hao's face showed a look of frustration as he gritted his teeth and said, That woman Qin Bingyue, I must have her. In this region of Jiangzhou, everything I set my sights on has never failed. As he spoke, the look of frustration faded from his face and was replaced with deep hatred as he angrily declared, I can't get Qin Bingyue now, all because of that dog Chen Nan. If it wasn't for him butting in, I would have already successfully conquered Qin Bingyue. How could the Qin family possibly abandon our arranged marriage with the Yang family? The fact that Qin Bingyue lost her innocence to him, whether accidental or intentional, is something I can't tolerate. At first, since he incapacitated Su Liang, I wanted to observe for a few days to see how the Su family would deal with him. But now, I can't wait any longer. By the end of his rant, his eyes were bloodshot, covered with overwhelming anger, his face twisted into a grotesque expression as he growled. Zhang Biao, I don't care if he's some damn medical genius. He has to die. I order you to kill him tonight, personally. Master Yang, rest assured, this boy will definitely die tonight. Hearing this, a glint of ferocity shone in Zhang Biao's eyes, preparing to agree immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a faint voice carrying a cold edge emanated from outside the private room. The ones destined to die tonight are you two. As the words fell, Chen Nan strolled in with his hands casually stuffed into his trouser pockets. Upon entering, he made sure to close the door of the private room behind him and lock it. Chen Nan. Upon seeing Chen Nan appear suddenly, both Yang Hao and Zhang Biao's faces changed noticeably. They were genuinely surprised. After the initial shock wore off, a sinister smile appeared on Yang Hao's face as he spoke with evident resentment. What a small world this is. Heaven has its way, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet here you are walking straight into it. Since you've come looking for trouble yourself, it's all the better. Now I can relieve some of my frustrations personally. With that, Yang Hao turned to Zhang Biao and cruelly ordered, Zhang Biao, don't kill him instantly. Break all his limbs. I want to personally torture him to death slowly. Master Yang, rest assured, I'll take care of this. Zhang Biao nodded. He glanced at Chun Nan and popped his knuckles, producing sounds like fireworks. With a sneering laugh, he said, "Young man, I know you have some skills, perhaps even an accomplished fighter, but I will soon make you realize how foolish it was for you to come here alone." Despite already being aware of Chun Nan's abilities, Zhang Biao had absolute confidence in himself. After all, his Iron Shirt Qigong had reached mastery level, granting him strength comparable to an ancient martial artist. In Jiangzhou, there weren't many true martial artists, and Zhang Biao didn't believe that a young man like Chun Nan could be one who had broken through their meridians. The soundproofing in this private room seems pretty good. I imagine it will work splendidly. When Zhang Biao finished his threats, Chun Nan ignored them entirely. Instead, he glanced around the room and remarked casually, "It'll probably muffle your screams quite well when you die." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Biao frowned instinctively at Chun Nan's cryptic comment. "The better the soundproofing, the quieter your deaths will be." Chun Nan responded matter-of-factly with a smirk. "Killing can create too much noise, so I want to ensure you die without disturbing anyone." Chapter 150. The Death of Yang Hao and Zhang Biao. As soon as Chun Nan spoke, Yang Hao and Zhang Biao immediately turned pale. Chun Nan's words weren't particularly harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Truly arrogant, facing death, yet still being so obstinate. Yang Hao, his eyes bloodshot, glared at Chun Nan and coldly ordered, "Zhang Biao, stop talking nonsense and cripple him quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao immediately nodded and threw a ferocious punch at Chun Nan, shouting angrily, "Fool who doesn't know when to quit. Watch me disable you with one punch." Not knowing your own strength. At the sight of this, Chun Nan couldn't help but scoffed coldly and unleashed a punch casually while true chi flowed through him, heading straight toward Zhang Biao. Bang! The fists collided. Zhang Biao immediately changed color, feeling an incomparably powerful force beyond his control surging towards him. The bones in that arm instantly shattered into pieces, and he was thrown backward, eventually crashing onto the wall of the private room before falling down. A closer look revealed that on the cement-like hard walls of the private room, there were visible cracks. This clearly showed how terrifying the force of Chun Nan's seemingly casual punch was. Seeing this, Yang Hao's pupils contracted, and he was utterly stunned. Pu. Zhang Biao couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood, falling heavily onto the ground, injured to the point where he couldn't get up. Filled with horror, he trembled and said, How? How is this possible? You are actually a practitioner of ancient martial arts." He had always guessed that Chun Nan was skilled, but never thought along these lines. That someone as young as Chun Nan could be a genuine practitioner of ancient martial arts. Surprisingly noticing that his punch hadn't completely killed Zhang Biao, Chun Nan let out a light hum of surprise, somewhat startled internally. Even though he didn't use all his strength in this punch, it carried a thread of true chi, making its power absolutely not to be underestimated. He knew that Zhang Biao didn't possess true chi, meaning he wasn't a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Normally, Zhang Biao should have been killed instantly. Your practice of Iron Vest skill, hard qigong, is pretty impressive, allowing you to withstand a blow from me without dying. With this level of yours, you are already capable of engaging a beginner practitioner of internal force. However, Chun Nan soon realized that Zhang Biao must have practiced external style kung fu. He accurately judged Zhang Biao's skill level. He walked towards the seriously injured Zhang Biao, intending to finish him off, and said calmly, "Unfortunately for you, my cultivation is far beyond that of an internal force beginner. There's a huge gap between our strengths. Tonight will be your final hour." Yang Hao tried killing him multiple times, and Zhang Biao, as his bodyguard, was responsible for the execution. He wouldn't let Zhang Biao go. Man as the butcher's knife and I as the fish and meat. Though you're strong, dying by your hands, Zhang Biao has no regrets. In anticipation of imminent death, Zhang Biao gave a melancholy smile, showing no significant fear. After all, even before becoming Yang Hao's personal bodyguard, he himself was a notorious assassin living every day with his head hanging by a thread. Crack! Chun Nan didn't say another word to Zhang Biao. He stepped forward and crushed Zhang Biao's neck with one foot, sending the latter to meet the king of hell. It's your turn. Having dealt with Zhang Biao, Chun Nan slowly shifted his gaze to Yang Hao, a trace of icy mockery curving at the corner of his lips, saying, "Tell me, Mr. Yang, what way would you prefer to die? I'll grant it to you." Help! Help! At these words, Yang Hao, terrified out of his wits, couldn't help shivering. He snapped back to reality in an instant, his face ashen as he screamed loudly, panic-stricken and wanting to escape the private room immediately. But alas, as Chun Nan had said earlier, the soundproofing of this private room was excellent. Even if he shouted himself hoarse, nobody outside could hear. Slap! Suddenly, Chun Nan moved, appearing in front of Yang Hao before slapping him directly across the face. With a slap from Chun Nan, Yang Hao's teeth were knocked flying, emitting a cry of pain. He flew sideways and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Chun Nan delivered this slap purely for venting his anger, controlling the strength precisely, ensuring it wouldn't kill Yang Hao right away. Bang! Before Yang Hao could rise, Chun Nan viciously stomped his foot on Yang Hao's face, causing the other side of his face to rub hard against the ground. He then said indifferently, "You previously claimed I lacked the qualifications to vie for Bingwe. What do you think now that I have you under my foot? Please don't kill me. I beg you, let me go." The friction against the ground was excruciatingly painful for Yang Hao, but the terror of death overwhelmed everything else. Trembling, he immediately started begging for mercy. At this moment, all his usual arrogance was gone. and he threw the dignity of being the Yang family's heir to the dogs. Xuanhuan, you can rest assured that Qin Bingyue will always be your woman. The Qin family will no longer ally with our Yang family through marriage. At this moment, in order to stop Xuanhuan from killing him, he didn't dare to withhold anything from Xuanhuan, and also voluntarily revealed everything that had happened after Xuanhuan left the Qin family's birthday celebration. After hearing Yang Hao's words, Xuanhuan's gaze flickered uncertainly, and he couldn't help but feel quite surprised inside. He hadn't expected such a huge reversal after he had left. He was originally a bit troubled about how to resolve this issue next. He didn't care about other members of the Qin family at all, but at the very least, he needed to properly clarify the misunderstanding with Qin Bingyue. However, he never thought that Guyu and Shun Songrong's appearances inadvertently helped him a great deal, perfectly resolving all problems. The event at the Qin family's birthday celebration unfolded like this. After telling Xuanhuan this, Yang Hao, who was stepped on by Xuanhuan, quickly made a statement. Xuanhuan, if you let me go this time, we'll call it even between us. I swear that I will absolutely not entertain any thoughts about Qin Bingyue anymore, and your killing of Zhang Biao, our Yang family won't hold it against you. Though he said this aloud, he harbored an entirely different plan in his heart. He planned to find a way to restore his lost pride once he escaped this time, and would mobilize all the resources and power of the Yang family if necessary, to make sure Xuanhuan met his end. As long as Xuanhuan lived one more day, the hatred in his heart could not be extinguished. Let you go. Upon hearing these words from Yang Hao, Xuanhuan sneered instantly and replied indifferently. Yang Hao, given how things have progressed between us, only one person can leave this private room alive. Since you don't have the ability to kill me, it can only mean your death. He wasn't even remotely interested in determining whether what Yang Hao had said was true or false. Given that Yang Hao had attempted to take his life multiple times, there was no chance Xuanhuan would let him walk away. Chapter 151, Tianyan. Xuanhuan, if you dare to kill me, our Yang family will never let you off. My father is the head of the Yang family, and he will avenge me. As these words escaped Xuanhuan's lips, Yang Hao's face immediately turned deathly pale. Filled with fear, in a desperate attempt to threaten Xuanhuan, Yang Hao broke down. Crack! Before Yang Hao could finish his sentence, Xuanhuan stepped down hard on his neck, breaking it instantly. He sent him to meet Lord Yama in the same way Zhang Biao had met his end. So what if your father is the head of the Yang family? Xuanhuan glanced indifferently at the dead Yang Hao, whose eyes were still wide open in disbelief. He slowly withdrew his foot and muttered coldly. If he doesn't come seeking revenge, this matter ends here. But if he comes after me, I wouldn't mind letting him join you on the journey to the netherworld. After dealing with Yang Hao, huff, Xuanhuan exhaled softly and thought silently. Although I don't fear retaliation from the Yang family, killing people can only bring more trouble. It's better not to get involved if possible, and the best solution is to eliminate all traces. Thinking this, Xuanhuan gathered his true energy into his eyes, and a faint purple light emerged from his pupils as they focused sharply on one point. Tianyan. As Xuanhuan shouted fiercely, a sudden beam of purple light burst from his eyes and struck Yang Hao's corpse. In the next moment, a small flame of purple fire erupted over Yang Hao's body. Though small, the purple flames reached unimaginable temperatures. In less than 10 seconds, Yang Hao's entire body was devoured and incinerated without producing even a trace of smoke or ash. Amazing. Witnessing this, Xuanhuan's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel astonished by how terrifying the power of the fire really was. Tianyan was one of the abilities of Fire Eye Purple Pupil. This was the first time Xuanhuan used it, yet its potency far exceeded his expectations. However, due to its immense power, using Tianyan also required an astronomical amount of internal energy, which was extremely demanding. With his current dark strength mastery level cultivation, even when fully utilizing all his inner energies, he could only produce a small flicker of flames. It was clearly not suitable for practical combat. Currently, the ability could merely function like a lighter. Not long after, Xuanhuan repeated the process with Tianyan to completely incinerate Zhang Biao's body too. At this point, he considered himself truly successful in destroying all evidence of them. Yang Hao and Zhang Biao were erased as though they'd never existed in that private room. Not even a single strand of hair remained behind. My God, my eyes hurt so much. After using Tianyan twice, excruciating pain shot through Xuanhuan's eyes, making him gasp sharply. He was very clear. It was a consequence of his insufficient cultivation attempting to force out the ability of Tianyan. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the sharp pain in Xuanhuan's eyes began to gradually subside. But his eyes still remained bloodshot, evidently showing signs of fatigue and needing some more time before full recovery. This Tianyan's power may be frightening, but it's exceedingly difficult to use. Before my cultivation reaches the required level, I'd better avoid relying on the Fire Eye Purple Pupil ability. Xuanhuan rubbed his sore eyes, somewhat nervously reflecting. After secretly disposing of Yang Hao and Zhang Biao within the club's private room, Xuanhuan returned to Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment. By the time he came back, washed up, and lay down in his bedroom, it was already past midnight. Ding dong. Just then, while scrolling through his phone's video feed before sleep, a verification prompt from WeChat startled Xuanhuan. Someone with the nickname Doraemon and a Doraemon avatar applied to add him as a friend on WeChat. Xuanhuan quickly ignored it without giving it another thought. He didn't know this person, nor did he have the habit of adding strangers. Nevertheless, a few minutes later, the same individual applied again, this time including their real name in the note. Qin Bingyue. Seeing the 3 characters noted there, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly clicked on the option to accept the friend request. Though he and Qin Bingyue had known each other for quite some time, their communication was exclusively via telephone, and they hadn't exchanged messages through WeChat. He hadn't expected that she would suddenly add him late at night like this. Her cute nickname and cartoon avatar made it difficult for Xuanhuan to associate her with the usually icy and haughty Qin Bingyue in real life. Had she not left her real name in the note, Xuanhuan would have been clueless that the person on the other end was actually the usual aloof Qin Bingyue. But, after successfully adding each other on WeChat, Qin Bingyue didn't send any more messages. Seeing this situation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile lightly and took the initiative to send her a message first. Bingyue, it's so late. Aren't you asleep yet? In his view, at such a late hour, Qin Bingyue still actively applied to add him as a WeChat friend. Perhaps there was something she wanted to talk about with him. No. Upon receiving Xuanhuan's message, Qin Bingyue quickly replied with one word, but then there was another long pause without follow-up. What is this woman up to? Xuanhuan let out an involuntary laugh in his heart and sent her another message, directly asking, Bingyue, is there anything you want to tell me? The other side's Qin Bingyue once again replied with a single word. Subsequently, she didn't make Xuanhuan wait much longer and followed up with another message. My grandfather will not force me to marry Xuanhuan anymore. Our Qin family will not have the engagement with the Yang family. Really? That's wonderful. Upon seeing the message Qin Bingyue sent, Xuanhuan pretended to be completely unaware and immediately replied with this message. Before dying, Xuanhuan had already told him everything that had happened during Qin's birthday celebration. He naturally knew about this matter. Xuanhuan, the reason why things changed was all because of you. Thank you. Although Qin Bingyue did not elaborate on the details with Xuanhuan, she sent over such a message. Before Xuanhuan could respond, she sent another message proactively. I'm sorry, I slapped you at my grandfather's birthday celebration. It was a misunderstanding on my part. Upon seeing these two messages from Qin Bingyue, Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, somewhat lost in thought, and upon recovering his senses, a hint of a smile instantly formed at the corner of his lips. It seemed that May's sister's judgment wasn't wrong. Qin Bingyue really had developed feelings for him. Otherwise, with her aloof and cold personality, along with her misandry, how could she possibly add him as a friend late at night and specially mention these things to him? Chapter 152, a late-night exchange with Qin Bingyue. Bingyue, that slap really hurt. You need to compensate me. After confirming this, Xuanhuan immediately became more intimate and casual in his conversation with Qin Bingyue. He knew that Qin Bingyue had developed feelings for him, so he naturally needed to boldly and proactively flirt with her to try to transition from a fake boyfriend to an official one as soon as possible. How will you compensate me? Qin Bingyue sent back these 4 words. I want you to go on a date with me this weekend. Holding the phone with both hands, Xuanhuan, upon seeing Qin Bingyue's inquiry, couldn't help but excitedly type out this message, wanting to send it right away. However, when he typed the last character, he reconsidered, thinking that given Qin Bingyue's personality, she might not be able to accept such an explicit confession of affection right away, so he deleted the message. Instead, he quickly typed and sent this sentence. I want you to go somewhere with me this weekend. Though this sentence was somewhat indirect, its meaning was still quite clear. Given Qin Bingyue's intelligence, she could certainly understand that Xuanhuan was expressing a desire to go on a date with her. I wonder if she'll agree this time. After sending this message, Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous and uneasy as he waited for Qin Bingyue's response. He clearly understood that if Qin Bingyue agreed to go on a date with him this time, the day they officially become a couple wouldn't be far off. And when that day comes, Qin Bingyue's heart and soul would truly belong only to him, Xuanhuan. At that moment, in a standalone villa with a garden in Jiangzhou, inside a bedroom at night, Qin Bingyue, dressed in a silky nightgown, received Xuanhuan's invitation for a date. Her lips curved into a sweet smile as she tossed and turned restlessly in bed. If someone were to see Qin Bingyue, known as a flower in a snowy landscape of Jiangzhou, revealing such girlish sentiments, they would surely be shocked stiff. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of her usual icy president persona. She seemed no different from those student girls experiencing their first romance. Not until some time later did she refocus her gaze on her phone, reconfirming the accuracy of Xuanhuan's message. Afterward, with a red face filled with embarrassment, she slowly typed a single word. All right. Meanwhile, here, Xuanhuan, who was intently watching the chat screen, was gradually becoming disappointed due to the lack of a reply from Qin Bingyue. Ding dong. But just then, with the sound of a new message notification, the word, all right, appeared in his view, instantly turning his frown into a grin, filling his heart with excitement. I'm sleepy, go to sleep early. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Qin Bingyue sent 2 more messages. Good night. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile and sent a good night emoticon pack. Their late-night chat came to an end. For both Xuanhuan and Qin Bingyue, tonight was bound to be a warm, sweet night wrapped in happiness. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten with the faint glow of dawn, Xuanhuan got up early, left Zhao Yaqi's apartment, and, as usual, made his way to a secluded corner of the park. This time, however, things were different from before. He wasn't empty-handed. He was carrying a tote bag. Inside this tote bag were a bunch of jade seal fragments he'd purchased from Wang's garden for tens of millions, which contained a powerful concentration of primal energy. It was because of this that Xuanhuan had eagerly bought the fragments, to see if he could absorb the primal energy and use it to rapidly improve his cultivation level. It's time to verify whether I can absorb the primal energy from these jade seal fragments and use them to accelerate my improvement in cultivation. seated cross-legged under a large tree in the park. His eyes gleamed with determination as he quietly muttered to himself. This phase, during the rising of the sun, was the best time to activate the great mysterious Three Lives Classic. If he could successfully absorb the energy from these jade seal fragments, this would also be the optimal time for absorption. Xuanhuan let out a soft breath, clearing all distractions from his mind. Without any hesitation, he poured out hundreds of jade seal fragments from the tote bag onto the ground. Next, he picked up a fragment the size of his thumb, closed his eyes slightly, and started activating the great mysterious Three Lives Classic, entering a meditative state immediately. A few minutes passed. As if sensing something, Xuanhuan abruptly opened his eyes. Looking at the jade seal fragment in his hand, which was about the size of his thumb, his eyes filled with excitement. He murmured in an agitated tone, "Exactly as I had anticipated. The primal energy contained within these jade seal fragments can indeed be directly absorbed by me." For a few minutes, he continued practicing, gripping the jade seal fragment tightly. He distinctly felt a noticeable increase in the amount of true qi circulating within him. With his thoughts finally validated, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the surging emotions within him before closing his eyes again and immediately re-entering his cultivation state. This time, he unreservedly activated the great mysterious Three Lives Classic, devouring the primal energy in the jade seal fragment like a famished beast emerging from the desert after days of thirst. Before long, the entire reserve of primal energy within the jade seal fragment in Xuanhuan's hand was fully absorbed. At this sight, Xuanhuan discarded the now empty fragment without hesitation and picked up another one, continuing his cultivation process. Thus, with the passage of time, one jade seal fragment after another saw its primal energy completely drained and absorbed by Xuanhuan. Simultaneously, the reservoir of true qi inside his dantian rapidly expanded, until a particular moment. Boom! A sound akin to muffled thunder resonated within Xuanhuan's body as his true qi broke through a limit, shattering an invisible barrier and elevating him to a new level. Indeed, by absorbing the jade seal fragments, Xuanhuan had successfully advanced to the full mastery stage of concealed force. Awesome! Having reached this stage, Xuanhuan couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, joy radiating through him. Out of the total 407 jade seal fragments, it had only taken him absorbing the primal energy from 62 of them to break through to this stage of concealed force mastery. If he were to completely absorb all the remaining 300 or so jade seal fragments, what higher realm would his cultivation reach? At that moment, Xuanhuan didn't doubt for a second that perhaps he could directly break past the confines of concealed force and enter an even greater realm altogether. The Manifested Force Realm. Chapter 153, Breaking into the Bright Force Realm. With such a crazy notion in mind, Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he immediately picked up a fragment of the jade seal and entered a state of cultivation without delay. This feeling of rapid enhancement in strength was enough to make every ancient martial artist addicted and frenzied. He had temporarily set aside his concern about his cultivation advancing too quickly, making it difficult for him to master his power skillfully. After all, this issue would eventually be resolved, so it wasn't much of a problem at all. The 63rd fragment of the jade seal, the 103rd fragment of the jade seal, the 207th fragment of the jade seal. As time gradually passed, more and more jade seal fragments were absorbed by Xuanhuan, and his cultivation rapidly surged nonstop, until he had absorbed the 405th fragment. Boom! Xuanhuan suddenly shuddered throughout his body, his inner energy rising to new heights, forcefully breaking through the constraints of the hidden force realm and reaching an entirely new level. At the same time he reached this level, he could clearly feel that his meridians had become wider and tougher, and the true qi he could unleash far surpassed that of the hidden force level, incomparably stronger. Is this the power of entering the bright force realm? It's simply too powerful. Xuanhuan clenched his fists, his heart pounding violently, feeling both excited and thrilled. Unable to contain himself, he erupted in a joyous roar of laughter. This overwhelming sensation of being filled with immense power even made him momentarily delude himself into feeling invincible. It wasn't until several minutes had passed. Phew! Xuanhuan finally calmed down from his outburst of laughter, taking a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Fortunately, his location within the park was a very secluded and uninhabited corner, or else others might have thought him insane upon witnessing his sudden burst of laughter. However, it was very normal for Xuanhuan to lose control and act out of character. After all, his cultivation had leaped directly from the accomplished hidden force stage to the entry level of the bright force realm, a terrifying advancement speed that had shattered the common understanding of the martial arts world. Anyone in his position would likely have gone mad with excitement. Even though I've broken into the bright force entry level, such precious resources shouldn't go to waste. I'll absorb them all together. Looking at the two remaining jade seal fragments on the ground, after calming down, Xuanhuan wasted no time and began cultivating again. He absorbed the essence and energy contained within these two fragments completely. Only then did Xuanhuan rise from his cross-legged meditation stance, thus concluding his morning practice. I wonder if I will ever encounter such valuable items like these again. Looking at the now useless jade seal fragments discarded on the ground, Xuanhuan couldn't help but muse. If only I could find plenty of objects similar to the jade seal pieces that are rich in vital energies, then breaking through to the rumored transformation force realm wouldn't take more than a moment. Xuanhuan's cultivation method, Tai Xian San Sheng Jing. was so special that it led him to entertain such dreamlike and radical thoughts. At this moment, having fully tasted the benefits already, his ambition has reached unprecedented heights. His cultivation speed was already fast, yet finding such a path to enhance his powers even further justified any grand ambitions he held. A moment later, the time is about right. This session of practice went longer than usual. Yaki must have already gotten up and prepared breakfast. I need to head back soon. After thoroughly ending his practice, Chunnan didn't dwell on it any longer. Muttering a few words to himself, he left the secluded corner of the park in a good mood. 10 minutes later, when Chunnan returned to the apartment, Zhao Yaki had indeed already prepared breakfast, sitting at the dining table with her chin resting on her hands, quietly waiting for him to return from his morning exercise. On the other hand, Zhao Yalan was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the freelance professional was still sound asleep in her bedroom. In fact, ever since some time ago when Zhao Yalan and Chun Nan exchanged blows under the table during breakfast, only for Chun Nan to deliver a powerful counterstrike, she had become significantly better behaved. She seemed to be keeping her promise, deliberately maintaining distance from Chun Nan, which explained why she hadn't joined the breakfast for a while. Chun Nan, you're back from your morning exercise? Seeing Chun Nan return so late, Zhao Yaki showed not the slightest trace of reproach, instead revealing a smile of happiness on her lovely face, as she usually greeted him. I've prepared breakfast, come over and eat. Yaki, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This time, I practiced a bit longer in the park. Chun Nan gave a slight nod as he took his seat at the dining table, with an apologetic look on his face, smiling in response. The Ouyang Yaki before him was, among all the women he knew, the most gentle and shy girl. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yaki harbored feelings for him, he didn't want to intentionally push their relationship by being overly deliberate about it. After all, Zhao Yaki was entirely different from Zhao Yalan, and he feared doing so might leave Zhao Yaki in an awkward situation. In other words, he understood and respected the shy and conservative nature of Zhao Yaki, preferring to let their relationship progress naturally at a comfortable pace that suited her. It's all right, we have plenty of time before work starts. Upon hearing Chun Nan's apology, Zhao Yaki quickly shook her head, smiling softly as she reassured him. Hearing this, Chun Nan smiled, nodding, and decided not to speak further. Most companies operate from 9 to 5, or even worse, squeezing every ounce of value out of their employees. Yet Qin Bingyue's Qin Corporation had a very humane approach. Its corporate culture emphasized work efficiency over long hours. Thus, in order to provide sufficient rest time for employees, work began at 9:30 a.m. and ended at 4:30 p.m., an hour less than what is stipulated by labor laws. At this moment, the two started eating breakfast. Noticing that Chun Nan hadn't spoken further, Zhao Yaki took the initiative to bring up another topic, saying with a smile, Chun Nan, someone in our pharmaceutical research department group chat mentioned that our company would be welcoming a chief medical advisor today. Rumor has it, this advisor appears to be around our age, very young. Pausing briefly, her tone carried a tinge of curiosity as she exclaimed, to become the leader of our department at such a young age must mean this person possesses extraordinary medical skills. Chapter 154, Xuanhuan's Strength. The Chief Medical Advisor. In any pharmaceutical company, this is a highly revered figure with significant power. Often, even the president of the entire company must follow the advice of the chief medical advisor. Of course, anyone who can become a chief medical advisor generally possesses great renown and remarkable capability in the medical field. Yaki, that person's medical expertise is probably just average. Upon hearing Zhao Yaki's words, Chun Nan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He then humbly smiled. He was well aware that the chief medical advisor mentioned by Zhao Yaki was actually himself. Although Qin Bingyue hadn't discussed these matters with him during their late-night chat last night, he had already learned from Yang Hao about what happened at the birthday celebration. It seemed that old Master Qin had firmly decided to appoint him as the chief medical advisor for the Qin group. You don't understand. Zhao Yaki slightly shook her head and softly said, the value of someone who can become the chief medical advisor is very high. We have a grandpa named He Ming in our pharmaceutical research department. He is already over 60 years old and has spent his whole life doing drug research for the Qin group. He has developed quite a few well-known drugs on the market, but he is still only our department's chief drug researcher. He should have retired a long time ago, but he continues to work hard in drug research, hoping to gain recognition from the Qin group and become their chief medical advisor. After hearing Zhao Yaki's words, Chun Nan noticed the unusual emotion in her tone and couldn't help but glance at her before smiling and asking, Yaki, do you have a good relationship with Grandpa He? From your words, it seems like you don't really want that person to become the chief medical advisor for the Qin group. I don't even know them. Zhao Yaki shook her head and smiled, saying, if someone can come to be the chief medical advisor for the Qin group, that means they are capable. I am part of the Qin group, so naturally, I welcome them from the perspective of the entire group's interests. She paused for a moment. The smile on her face gradually faded as she sighed softly. However, Grandpa He, although a bit eccentric and stubborn, has indeed helped me a lot in my daily work. If possible, I also hope he can fulfill his dream and become the chief medical advisor for the Qin group. She didn't tell Chun Nan in detail how she was often pestered by some male colleagues, and most of the time, it was He Ming who had protected her from those people. I understand, that's why. Upon hearing Zhao Yaki's words, Chun Nan nodded slightly and stopped talking about this topic, instead smiling and saying, Yaki, let's have breakfast first, and after breakfast, we'll go to work. After having breakfast, they both went to work at the Qin group. Chun Nan did not know whether Qin Bingyue would follow old Master Qin's arrangements and let him be the chief medical advisor for the Qin group. Therefore, after coming to the Qin group, he still went to work in the security department as usual. When Xuanhuan arrived at the security captain's office, in less than a minute, Wu Wei, the deputy security captain, rushed excitedly into the room. I hurried here to tell you some news. Before catching his breath, Wu Wei excitedly grinned and said, "Our security captain, xuanhuan, he is back to work today." What made him excited was that while Xuanhuan was a master with exceptional martial arts skills, xuanhuan was known to possess skills that were simply out of this world. Today, their captain xuanhuan had finished his vacation and returned to work. Wu Wei was eager to see the clash between these two great masters. In fact, not just him. Since Xuanhuan joined the Qin group's security department, all the brothers there had been discussing and paying attention to who was stronger between these two. Although neither Xuanhuan nor Captain xuanhuan had announced plans to challenge each other, or even met, everyone knew that when Captain xuanhuan came back, the two of them were bound to fight. After all, Captain xuanhuan wasn't someone who backed down easily. Every single one of them in the security department was thrown to the ground on their first day of work in a match on the arena, officially called Learning the Rules. Captain Zhang is back? Hearing Wu Wei's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but be surprised. Then a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. That's great. Before, you, Brother Wu, said our security captain has strong skills. Now I might have the chance to properly challenge him. Since he became a security guard at the Qin group, the gossip he had heard most from Wu Wei and others was about how formidable their captain, xuanhuan, was. These people practically revered him as an almost divine figure of incredible prowess. This couldn't help but pique Xuanhuan's interest in this unseen security captain, growing more intense by the day. As soon as Xuanhuan's words trailed off, before Wu Wei could utter another word, suddenly, a voice thick with ruggedness and depth resounded from just outside. What audacity! You're the first person to dare challenge me directly. As these words fell, a man walked briskly into the security captain's office. His skin was dark, his temples slightly streaked with gray, his eyebrows thick and prominent, his build robust. It was none other than xuanhuan, the middle-aged security captain. What is? The moment xuanhuan entered, something struck Xuanhuan instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, his mind stirred with alarm. While the tales of xuanhuan's strength from Wu Wei and others had certainly sparked some curiosity, he'd never truly taken the man seriously. After all, Wu Wei and the others were ordinary people, viewed through their eyes. Where would there be anyone worth regarding as a true powerhouse? Moreover, even if Captain xuanhuan of Wu Wei's tales was skilled, at the end of the day, he was still merely an employee of the Qin group. Xuanhuan had never considered the possibility that xuanhuan, like himself, might have martial skills akin to those of an ancient warrior who had deigned to take on such a mundane role. With this preconceived mindset, Xuanhuan had judged xuanhuan's abilities to be exceptional only when compared to average individuals. But now he realized how wrong he was. Wrong to an absurd degree. The security captain xuanhuan who strode in front of him wasn't just a strong individual. He was a terrifying expert wielding remarkable combat abilities. His cultivation realm reached the level of manifest strength. Chapter 155, Challenge. Just as Xuanhuan was feeling somewhat surprised by xuanhuan's strength. When xuanhuan walked in, he also immediately cast his gaze toward Xuanhuan and couldn't help but feel a shock within. A trace of peculiarity flickered through his eyes. Previously, when he had met Qin Bingyue, he had already vaguely sensed from her words that Xuanhuan was not an ordinary person. But the extraordinary he thought about referred only to the medical arts that Xuanhuan had displayed. After all, a young man who just happened to have an accidental relationship with Qin Bingyue and was previously unknown, managed to cure her severe cold uterus condition, a feat which seemed strange under any circumstance. But now, having personally met Xuanhuan, xuanhuan discovered not only was Xuanhuan highly skilled in medicine, but he was also an ancient martial artist practicing Wudao. Keep in mind, while xuanhuan did not possess abilities like the fire-eye purple pupil that Xuanhuan did, abilities that could directly see through others' cultivation levels. He himself was a martial artist at the Mingjing level, with bodily senses elevated to an unimaginable height, far surpassing those of ancient martial artists at the Anjing level. Therefore, he could clearly perceive the martial arts aura concealed within Xuanhuan. Of course, before Xuanhuan's true energy fully erupted, he still could not accurately judge Xuanhuan's cultivation level. At this moment, Wu Wei, the deputy team leader of the security guards, was unaware of the clash of glances between Xuanhuan and xuanhuan. Hence, their first impressions of each other both left them slightly perplexed. Seeing xuanhuan walk in, Wu Wei hurriedly greeted him at the first possible moment. "Captain, good." Xuanhuan gave a slight nod and simply responded to Wu Wei. Subsequently, narrowing his eyes, he spoke to Xuanhuan. "You're Xuanhuan, right? I know who you are. If you intend to challenge me, have you prepared yourself to lie in the hospital for 10 days to half a month?" He paused briefly. His tone then turned icy as he continued. "Even though you're an employee in my security department, I never control the force of my attacks. Don't blame me if you end up wailing after being beaten by me." Thinking of how it was precisely this brat in front of him who engaged in such relations with Qin Bingyue, an indescribable annoyance and frustration arose within him. Though he currently understood that Xuanhuan possessed great skills in medicine and that he had discovered the latter was also an ancient martial artist. Though, he knew that what transpired between Xuanhuan and Qin Bingyue was unexpected, and that he had successfully cured Qin Bingyue's ailment. Nonetheless, deep down inside, he still felt that Xuanhuan didn't match up to Qin Bingyue. Not for anything else, just because Qin Bingyue is the daughter of Miss Lan, inheriting half of the noble bloodline of the Nalan family. Years ago, Miss Nailin Yin was deceived by sweet talk and ended up marrying a completely useless waste of a man, Qin Jigua, something that irked him deeply. Today, there's no way he would let Qin Bingwei repeat her mother's mistake. In other words, if Chun Nin does not possess sufficient talent to impress him, he will use all means to prevent the two from coming together. Captain Zhang, according to your statement, am I allowed to choose to forfeit this challenge? Upon hearing this, Chen Nan frowned slightly and spoke up. This was his first meeting with security captain xuanhuan. For reasons unknown, he always felt that the other party harbored an inexplicable unfriendly hostility towards him. It wasn't that he feared engaging with xuanhuan. It's just that the latter, after all, was the head of security at Qin Corporation, and he didn't want their conflict to escalate so much as to negatively impact Qin Bingwei. Of course, you have the right to choose to abandon the challenge. Xuanhuan nodded and replied indifferently. However, the prerequisite is unless you want to leave Qin Corporation and stop working in our security department. Under me, Xuanhuan, I will not tolerate any coward. To leave or stay is your decision. Pausing briefly, he shot a sharp glance at Chen Nan, sneering while adding, remember, on the stage outside, I will wait for you only 1 minute. If you don't get onto the stage within a minute, then you'd better roll out properly. After saying this, he ignored Chen Nan and walked out of the security captain's office on his own. Nan, don't take it to heart. Our captain usually likes putting on a stern face. That's just how he is. Seeing the situation, Wu Wei couldn't help but pat Chen Nan's shoulder and smile while comforting him. Don't think he's always glaring and silent now, but if you truly want to challenge him, on the arena, he won't really harm you much. At most, you'll suffer some physical pain. As he spoke, he added a few more sentences with a laugh, fearing that Chen Nan might truly abandon the duel against Captain Xuanhuan. Stay calm. Actually, all of us brothers in the security department have gone through this path. Wu Wei knew that Chen Nan had formidable skills. During his initial recruitment test, he could have easily taken all of them down. However, even so, to Wu Wei and the others, while Chen Nan might be a match for Captain Xuanhuan, to completely defeat Xuanhuan seemed unlikely. In their hearts, they weren't very optimistic about Chen Nan's chances. Wu Go, you're absolutely right. Our Captain Zhang does indeed appear to be an intimidating man who rarely smiles. Hearing Wu Wei's words, Chen Nan couldn't help but let out a light laugh, the smile at the corner of his lips gradually becoming more enigmatic. But, you've made one mistake. If I step onto the stage, the person who should feel anxious won't be me, it will be him. After saying this, he strode out of the office, heading towards the arena outside. Zhanghaoren's cultivation was at the Mingjing level, but only at the entry stage. Likewise, his own cultivation was also at the Mingjing entry level. Though he had just broken through this morning, the cultivation technique he practiced, the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic, was highly specialized. At an equivalent level of cultivation, he was practically unbeatable. There was no need to fear anyone. Even against a strong opponent who has reached the early accomplishment of the Mingjing level, he wouldn't be powerless in battle. From what he just said, it sounds like he intends to challenge the captain on the stage, and he seems quite confident in his abilities. This will be something worth watching. Upon hearing Chen Nan's statement, Wu Wei first hesitated in surprise, then a gleam of excitement showed on his face as he hurriedly followed Chen Nan out of the security office. The entire 4th floor of the Qin Corporation building belonged to the security department staff area. This vast open space housed treadmills, punching bags, and other fitness equipment, as well as a large, square boxing arena. When Wu Wei stepped out, he indeed saw Chen Nan already standing on the boxing platform, facing off with Captain Xuanhuan. Chapter 156, Putting it to the test. Under the arena, more than 10 security personnel of the Qin group had already gathered. They were off-duty security personnel who knew that their captain, Xuanhuan, was back and would fight against Chen Nan. Excited, they immediately gathered here to watch. Meanwhile, here, on the highest floor of the Qin group building, the 66th floor, in the president's office, Qin Bingwei and her personal secretary, xuanhuan, were watching the imminent confrontation between Chen Nan and Xuanhuan on the live video feed displayed on the computer. Miss Qin, Captain Zhang is being reckless again. Aren't you afraid he might accidentally injure Mr. Chen? Xuanhuan, standing behind Qin Bingwei, couldn't help but curiously ask. Secretary Xiao, it's just you and me here. Qin Bingwei turned around and sighed helplessly. I've told you countless times before, you are a good sister to my mother, and I've always regarded you as my godmother. You can call me Bingwei in private. After pausing for a moment, her face lit up with a smile, rare as it was, as she playfully said. Besides, isn't it awkward for you to call my Uncle Zhang Captain? You know very well how much you care about him. I truly hope to see the day when both of you will finally become a couple. My Aunt Xiao is wonderful in every way, except that she's far too rigid in her behavior, whereas my Uncle Zhang is also as stubborn as a block of wood. Otherwise, these two clearly like each other and have known each other for so many years. Why should they remain single until now and still not formally be together? Ice Moon, when did you start learning sarcasm? Hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Xuanhuan's face turned red immediately. She felt somewhat torn between laughing and crying as she replied. Speaking of which, she let out a soft sigh, adding, the relationship between me and your Uncle Zhang cannot be rushed. I know he has something heavy on his mind. Although I still don't know what that thing is, given his character, until this issue in his heart is resolved, even though he harbors deep feelings for me, he will absolutely refuse my love. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue slightly lowered her head, becoming momentarily silent. Although Aunt Xiao doesn't know what Uncle Zhang is burdened with, she knows it all too well. Uncle Zhang has dedicated all his attention and energy over the years to investigating the truth behind the conspiracy that harmed her mother, leaving no room for him to sincerely accept Aunt Xiao's love. Because of this, she feels somewhat guilty, believing that the matter regarding her mother has delayed Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xiao from finding true happiness. Well, Bingyue, let's not talk about this topic anymore. There's no need for you to worry about Aunt Xiao and your Uncle Zhang's matters. Though we haven't yet officially established our relationship, it's only a matter of time. Otherwise, Aunt Xiao wouldn't have waited this long for him. Seeing Qin Bingyue becoming somewhat dispirited, Xiao Xian immediately couldn't help but smile wryly, putting her hand on Qin Bingyue's shoulder, wanting her not to feel sad about the issues between her and Uncle Zhang. Thus, she comforted her laughingly. In order to divert Qin Bingyue's attention, she quickly brought the conversation back, pointing at Chunnan and Xuanhuan on the arena, asking, Bingyue, they are about to fight. Your Uncle Zhang is an ancient martial artist practicing ancient combat techniques. We all know how skillful he is. Should I go and stop them? While speaking, a hint of laughter appeared on her face as she jokingly added, Your Uncle Zhang has explicitly told me that your relationship with Chunnan is complicated. I guess he is your boyfriend now? If he gets injured by your Uncle Zhang, that wouldn't be too good. Aunt Xiao, Chunnan is not my boyfriend yet. Upon hearing the term boyfriend from Xiao Xian, a blush immediately crept across Qin Bingyue's face. She thought about the date she had with Chunnan last night, causing her heart to thump uncontrollably. However, quite soon, she forced herself to regain her composure, trying to recover her usual cold demeanor, not wanting Aunt Xiao to inquire further. Hence, she quickly followed up, saying, Still, Aunt Xiao, Chunnan is not someone to be underestimated. Since Uncle Zhang wants to test his abilities through this bout, let it happen. Pausing briefly, her gaze fixed on the two men on the arena, she smiled as she added, Uncle Zhang knows his limits. He won't harm Chunnan. Despite having reached such a stage in her relationship with Chunnan, she still cannot see through him fully. This man is shrouded in mystery, making her want to uncover everything about him completely. The more she likes Chunnan, the more curious she becomes about discovering more aspects of him. She now knows Chunnan's medical prowess rivals that of Sun Tinga, the renowned master healer. Regarding the exact level of Chunnan's fighting skills, she does indeed feel curious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian nodded slightly and shifted her gaze back to the surveillance screen, saying no more. Just as Qin Bingyue and Xiao Xian concluded their brief conversation, on the arena, Zhang Haoran had also ended a few minutes of standoff with Chunnan. He broke the silence first, throwing a cold remark at Chunnan. Kid, during our standoff on the arena, you've been able to maintain your rhythm without exposing a single flaw, keeping your entire presence as steady as a mountain. It seems you indeed have some skills. No one knew that during these few minutes of confrontation, Zhang Haoran had unconsciously emitted an invisible martial pressure toward Chunnan. He intended to use this force to intimidate Chunnan, forcing him into hastily making the first move. Once he identified a weakness, he planned to pin Chunnan down and teach him a lesson to put him in his place, dampening his sharpness. But what Zhang Haoran hadn't anticipated was that, against his martial aura, Chunnan remained perfectly calm, retaining composure throughout the standoff on the arena. Have some skills. At this comment, Chunnan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, then replied indifferently, Captain Zhang, put away your petty tricks. The martial pressure you've released doesn't affect me in the slightest. Let's cut to the chase and settle it physically. An ordinary person would feel fear when facing fierce tigers or lions because they are far more powerful than humans, possessing an absolute advantage as predators. This creates an intangible aura of pressure. Similarly, when practitioners of ancient martial arts reach a certain level, they too develop a formidable presence. Martial artists at the open force level differ from those at the hidden force level. Once reaching this realm, their auras become increasingly tangible. They can directly impose negative effects on weaker individuals. Chunnan, being at the beginner level of the open force stage in ancient martial arts, was naturally unaffected by Zhang Haoran's techniques. Chapter 157. The battle between Chunnan and Zhang Haoran. It is worth mentioning, those incredibly powerful ancient martial artists who have mastered the transformation of force can emit an aura so overwhelming that it rivals the force of a tsunami, enough to make someone's spirit collapse outright, scaring them into lying on the ground. To put it plainly, this overwhelming aura mainly exerts mental pressure on others. Little trick. Upon hearing Chunnan's words, Zhang Haoran couldn't help but turn serious, coldly laughing. Good kid, you're indeed arrogant. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. Since you want to settle things with physical force, then I'll grant your wish. Behold my palm strike. With these words, he suddenly stepped forward with explosive power, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. He was like a bullet exiting a cannon, flying through the air as he unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Chunnan. Even though his martial aura hadn't affected Chunnan, this could not actually represent much, couldn't directly reflect Chunnan's cultivation level. After all, if Chunnan possessed sufficient willpower, even as a commoner, he could withstand such pressure. Excellent. Seeing this, excitement gleamed in Chunnan's eyes. He immediately roared and advanced fearlessly. His cultivation had surged dramatically, breaking through continuously at an enormous rate. This was the perfect opportunity to use Zhang Haoran as a whetstone, just as he had used S-class fugitively Tianbao before, to accelerate his understanding and mastery of his current cultivation. Boom. The two exchanged a palm strike, their true energies colliding. Zhang Haoran's face changed abruptly. He couldn't stop himself from retreating step after step until he reached the edge of the arena before managing to halt his retreat. What? Our captain is at a disadvantage. So impressive. At this sight, Wu Wei and others watching below the arena were greatly shocked, involuntarily shouting out in surprise. Good kid, your strength is actually. Xuanhuan was also full of astonishment, having realized Xuannan's cultivation level through their palm exchange. He was about to let out an exclamation. Though Xuanhuan hadn't exerted his full power, the fact that Xuannan managed to push him back indicated that the latter possessed adequate prowess. However, battle-intense Xuannan had no patience to hear him finish. He charged forward once more. Again, take my palm strike. Xuannan excitedly roared and immediately launched another palm strike, without delay. Seeing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but focus, immediately dismissing any feelings of contempt for Xuannan. Instantly, he explosively unleashed all his internal energy and flew up to meet Xuannan's attack. In an instant, the two were exchanging blows on the arena, their figures weaving intricately in fierce combat. Both Xuanhuan and Xuannan had unspoken agreement, knowing it was merely an arena exchange, not a life-and-death struggle. Thus, neither of them used devastating martial techniques, but collided purely punch by punch, simple yet brutal clashes of true energy. Below the arena, Wu Wei and other security personnel were already completely astonished, expressions uniformly stunned. Both Captain Xuanhuan and Xuannan moved swiftly, agile like two leopards, making their actions impossible to follow. The thunderous sounds of their collisions reverberated through the air like claps of thunder, deafening the audience. It was simply exaggerated. Whether it was security Captain Xuanhuan or Xuannan, who had been around Qin Corporation for some time, their demonstrated combat abilities and the cognition of Wu Wei and others. Captain Xuanhuan was slightly better understood by Wu Wei and his team. Knowing his skill was unfathomable, had already built them an ardent admiration for him. But young Xuannan also possessed terrifying strength, seemingly matching Captain Xuanhuan's skills, which went far beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, over here, in the president's office on the 66th floor, watching the match where Xuannan and Xuanhuan exchanged blows evenly, both Qin Bingyue and Xiao Xian were expressionless, their shock greater than Wu Wei and his group. Given their close relationship with Xuanhuan, they fully understood how formidable his skills were. They knew that Xuanhuan was a martial artist at the enlightened force level, an almost invincible warrior across the whole Jiangzhou region. And yet, Xuannan could contend with Xuanhuan without being at any disadvantage. That meant he must also be at least a martial artist of the enlightened force level, leaving them both utterly incredulous. Especially Qin Bingyue, whose impact from Xuannan's displayed martial arts prowess was undoubtedly the greatest. Xuannan, what kind of man are you? Staring at the man on the arena who was showcasing immense strength, Qin Bingyue couldn't help but feel a fleeting sense of bewilderment. It was the first time in her life she had experienced an unnamed feeling of inferiority. His medical abilities were comparable to Sun Tiange's, and his martial arts prowess could rival Xuanhuan's. Truly a matchless talent in both medicine and martial arts. Despite her stunning beauty and brilliant business acumen, everything about her seemed insignificant in comparison to the excellence displayed by Xuannan. Meanwhile, on the arena, the battle between Xuannan and Xuanhuan continued. Though neither used martial skills, their combat still exhibited astonishing destructive power. The residual force generated from their clashes caused the large ground floor windows on the 4th floor of the building to gradually crack, forming fine spiderweb patterns. These windows, made of special reinforced glass several centimeters thick, had durability akin to bulletproof glass. Right now, Xuannan grew more exhilarated as he fought. As time went by, he became increasingly proficient in controlling his strength. His punches and palm strikes emanated stronger and stronger true energy. On the other hand, Xuanhuan's expression turned graver with each moment that passed, and a growing uneasiness started creeping into his heart. Everyone present believed the fight was evenly matched, assuming their strength was on par. But Xuanhuan knew within himself that since the beginning of their exchange, Xuannan had already taken the upper hand. What kind of internal skill is this kid cultivating? Such formidable true energy. I am simply no match for him. Xuanhuan realized something disturbing and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. This kid must have just broken through to the initial stage of Mingjin cultivation. He's treating me like a whetstone for sharpening his skills. By now, if he couldn't perceive Xuannan's true intentions, then he didn't deserve to be Lan Yan's bodyguard of the Nalan family. He felt extremely frustrated in his heart, never imagining that such a young man as Xuannan could possess this level of power. This encounter was turning out to be an unexpected setback for him. Chapter 158, Voluntary Surrender. Never mind, if I continue to fight with this guy, I will be completely defeated in a moment. I am afraid that my old face will lose everything. Xuanhuan sighed helplessly and could only accept the fact that Xuannan was stronger than himself. Thinking this way, bang! Xuanhuan and Xuannan exchanged another palm strike, and then Xuanhuan immediately used Xuannan's powerful palm momentum to retreat actively. Wait, it's over, I surrender. Seeing Xuannan, like a tireless god of war, fighting more bravely as he went and rushing towards him again, Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted desperately, "It's over." Seeing Xuanhuan voluntarily admitting defeat, Xuannan immediately stopped his movement and couldn't continue attacking Xuanhuan. He muttered unhappily. These words were not deliberately put on an air of arrogance. He could clearly feel that his control over the surge in his cultivation power was becoming increasingly smooth. Ancient martial artists at the Dark Force level were too weak. They didn't have the qualification to serve as his whetstone. Among the ancient martial artists in Jiangzhou area at the obvious force level, so far he had only met Xuanhuan, whose cultivation was also just entering the obvious force level. From any perspective, xuanhuan was very suitable to serve as his whetstone. Unfortunately, xuanhuan surrendered voluntarily at this time. Upon hearing Xuanhuan muttering these words, "This damn kid, how I want to beat him to death." Xuanhuan's mouth corner twitched involuntarily, feeling increasingly angry and indignant, and had a great urge to rush up and slap Xuanhuan to death. But aggrieved as he was, there was nothing he could do about it because he simply couldn't win against Xuanhuan. If he rushed forward, he would only end up getting beaten. At this moment, seeing Captain Xuanhuan voluntarily admit defeat, Wu Wei and other security personnel were instantly shocked in their hearts, unable to help sucking in a sharp breath. They all knew in their hearts that Captain Xuanhuan wasn't someone who gave up easily, and for Captain Xuanhuan to admit defeat openly, there was only one possibility. That was, Xuanhuan's strength was undoubtedly and significantly surpassed Captain Xuanhuan. None of them had ever expected this result. Well, the show is over. What are you still hanging around under the arena for? With no way to deal with Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan could only vent his anger on Wu Wei and others standing under the arena, reprimanding them. It's working hours now. Qin Corporation doesn't support slackers. If you're not relevant, get lost directly. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's angry rebuke, Wu Wei and others shivered involuntarily and hastily left with a forced smile. Even those security guards who were originally on break quickly left the 4th floor of the security department. Although Captain Xuanhuan was defeated by Xuanhuan, they did not reduce their admiration for Xuanhuan by even a bit. After all, although Xuanhuan's temper looked fierce, he was actually a cold outside warm inside person, and everyone had been well taken care of by him during normal times. Moreover, the skills displayed by Xuanhuan just now had already exceeded everyone's imagination, making Wu Wei and his gang feel out of reach and marvel endlessly. Of course, they all had a sense of awe towards Xuanhuan in their hearts. At this moment, after Wu Wei and others left the spacious 4th floor security department, there remained only Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan still standing on the arena. Good boy, I underestimated you. I admit, you really have the capital to be arrogant. Xuanhuan stared at Xuanhuan and said, "A young powerhouse like you shouldn't appear in a small place like Jiangzhou. Tell me, which martial arts family are you from?" "Captain Zhang, I'm not from any martial arts family you mentioned. I'm just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage in Jiangzhou." Xuanhuan replied calmly. Growing up in an orphanage wasn't a secret, so he saw no need to hide it from the other party. An orphan who grew up in an orphanage without any background or resources can grow alone into a martial arts master at the obvious force level. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xuanhuan's face was full of disbelief as he said irritably, "Kid, even if you fabricate a lie, you should come up with a reasonable one. That girl Bingyue might believe your background information, but I don't believe it at all." After a pause, his eyes squinted and he said coldly, "Since you don't want to tell me your origins, I won't ask anymore. But what are your impure intentions in lowering yourself to come here to Qin Corporation and deliberately getting close to that girl Bingyue?" That girl Bingyue. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xuanhuan immediately became stunned and then realized something. His attitude improved slightly towards Xuanhuan, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he explained, "Captain Zhang, you've got it all wrong. I came to Qin Corporation purely by accident. I didn't intend to get close to Bingyue, and I have no impure intentions towards her." The casual words, "that girl Bingyue," that Xuanhuan had blurted out revealed far too much information. From those few words alone, Xuanhuan immediately realized the relationship between Xuanhuan and Qin Bingyue was quite complicated. It made sense, with Xuanhuan's cultivation at the initial obvious force level. If he weren't related to Qin Bingyue, how could he possibly be a mere security captain in the Qin Corporation? "Do you think I'll believe your lies?" In response to Xuanhuan's explanation, Xuanhuan sneered again, his face full of disbelief. "Captain Zhang, if you don't believe me, what can you do about it?" Xuanhuan's expression darkened, his voice taking on a cold edge. He deduced from Xuanhuan's mention of that girl Bingyue that Zhang might be an intimate elder figure in Qin Bingyue's life, so he had tried to ease the tension. Yet, the inexplicable hostility Xuanhuan harbored towards him never seemed to fade. "You." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's defiant reply, Xuanhuan's face flushed red, and he choked with anger for a moment. Not until quite a while later did he manage to coldly scoff, saying, "Boy, that girl Bingyue grew up under my watch. Whatever your purpose may be, if you dare to harm even a hair on her head, I will never let you go." Xuanhuan's martial strength was indeed formidable. For someone so young to possess such power, he could be considered a martial genius across the whole dragon country. However, despite this, Xuanhuan couldn't fully trust Xuanhuan deep down. At the root of it, the fact that Xuanhuan had accidentally become involved with Qin Bingyue already gave Zhang a bad first impression. Before Xuanhuan finished speaking, before Xuanhuan could respond, a disgruntled woman's voice interrupted them sharply. "You've already been defeated on the arena and admitted defeat yourself. What exactly makes you think you can threaten him like this?" Chapter 159, Appointment Letter. After the sound of the voice faded, a middle-aged woman with remaining charm quickly walked in from the elevator entrance. This middle-aged woman was none other than Qin Bingyue's personal secretary, xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, how did you come here?" Seeing the visitor, Xuanhuan immediately broke into a broad smile and stepped off the arena to greet her awkwardly. "Just now, I was having an arena duel with this young man. Did you and Bingyue see it?" Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan calling her Xuanhuan and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There was something unusual about the relationship between these two people, and apparently, Xuanhuan's relationship with Qin Bingyue was closer than he had imagined. After all, he knew very well about the relationship between Xuanhuan and Qin Bingyue, and Xuanhuan's calling Xuanhuan as Xuanhuan had revealed more than enough accurate information. Of course. Xiao Xian nodded slightly and glanced at xuanhuan, speaking. Bingyue specially retrieved the live surveillance video. How you surrendered to Chun Nan, we could see it clearly just now. She was dressed in a neat business suit. In front of Qin Bingyue, she often remained steady as a personal secretary. Only in front of xuanhuan would she appear in such a feminine manner. Cough. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, xuanhuan's face flushed with embarrassment. All he could do was cough dryly to hide his unease. Being teased by the woman he loved, he wished there was a crack on the ground where he could bury himself. Qin Nan, Bingyue wants you to visit her in her CEO's office. Xiao Xian ignored xuanhuan and turned her gaze toward Chun Nan still standing on the arena, smiling gently. Come with me now. I will personally lead you there. Xuanhuan didn't think highly of Chun Nan and Qin Bingyue being together, whereas Xiao Xian thought they were quite suitable for each other. In her view, Qin Bingyue had never treated any man differently, and it was rare that she had a special feeling for Chun Nan. She should take advantage of her youth and properly enjoy her romance. Moreover, Chun Nan was extremely excellent. Just his martial arts prowess was amazing, and his appearance and personality weren't bad either. Such a man was worth Qin Bingyue falling for. All right, Sister Xian. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan smiled and nodded. With their current relationship, calling Xiao Xian Sister Xian wasn't excessive. Young rascal, showing no respect. What Sister Xian? You need to call me Aunt Xiao. When Chun Nan made this address, xuanhuan instantly widened his eyes, somewhat annoyed, and retorted. His age was roughly similar to Xiao Xian's, but Xiao Xian appeared much younger than him, which gave him pride while also causing a bit of inferiority complex. Shut up. Before xuanhuan finished speaking, and before Chun Nan could respond, Xiao Xian harshly glared at xuanhuan and scolded him. At her age, no woman disliked being called sister. Naturally, she was no exception. That way, she seemed younger. Chun Nan, don't mind him. Xiao Xian found it unnecessary to care about xuanhuan anymore, and smiled at Chun Nan. You can keep calling me Sister Xian in the future. I like you calling me that. Given your relationship with Bingyue, there's no need to be too formal with me. As she spoke, she added with a smile. Let's go. Let's not keep Bingyue waiting long. After saying this, she led the way towards the elevator entrance. Chun Nan hurriedly followed her, walking shoulder to shoulder. This kid, I didn't expect Xian to approve of him so much. Upon seeing this scene, xuanhuan's eyes flickered with a trace of peculiar color. Loving by association, his impression of Chun Nan improved slightly. Although he still couldn't completely trust Chun Nan right now, Chun Nan's martial arts skills had indeed earned his appreciation. If we set aside other factors, this level of martial arts talent at such a young age does match Qin Bingyue. Over here, Xiao Xian and Chun Nan boarded the elevator and headed to Qin Bingyue's CEO office. On the elevator, curiosity filled Chun Nan's face, leading him to ask despite trying to hold back, Sister Xian, the relationship between Bingyue and our Captain Zhang seems unusually complex? It's certainly not simple. Xiao Xian nodded and answered with a smile. Your Captain Zhang has a relationship with Bingyue that might even be closer than with her father. Both Captain Zhang and I have watched Bingyue grow up. Sister Xian, Captain Zhang has remarkable martial arts skills, yet Bingyue is just an ordinary person. How can their relationship be so intimate? Upon hearing what Xiao Xian said, Chun Nan became even more curious, quickly following up with another question. To be honest, I actually know very little about the specifics. When Bingyue decides to tell you, perhaps she will reveal everything then. Xiao Xian shook her head slightly and said with a smile, I can only tell you that Bingyue's mother comes from a very influential martial arts family, and Captain Zhang was her mother's personal bodyguard. Bingyue's mother comes from a very influential martial arts family. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Though he still had many questions in his mind, he didn't press further. After a moment, the two got off the elevator on the 66th floor and entered Qin Bingyue's CEO office. Bingyue, you called for me. As soon as he walked into the office, Chun Nan smiled and asked Qin Bingyue who was sitting in the CEO's chair. Seeing Chun Nan watching her with a smile, a touch of blush swept across Qin Bingyue's delicate face, but quickly disappeared as she regained her usual cold demeanor. She came straight to the point. Chun Nan, our Qin group wants to recruit you as the chief medical consultant. Are you willing to accept this position at our company? She paused briefly and added softly. This is my grandfather's idea. My grandfather's idea? A mischievous glint appeared in Chun Nan's eyes as he chuckled and responded. And what about you? Bingyue, if you want me to be the chief medical consultant of your Qin group, I'll take up the position. If not, I'll just go back to being a security guard. It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Hearing Chun Nan's last sentence, which carried a flirtatious tone, Qin Bingyue could no longer hide the flush on her delicate cheeks. And Xiao Xian, noticing the softer side of Qin Bingyue, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. As for Chun Nan, seeing how affected Qin Bingyue was by his words, a proud smirk curled at the corner of his lips. This is your appointment letter. I'll send it out immediately to all departments of the Qin group. The chief medical consultant role has high autonomy. You don't need to clock in every day. You can come whenever you feel like it. Qin Bingyue did not answer Chun Nan directly, but rose from her seat and spoke. Come on, I'll take you to see one of the most critical core departments of our Qin group, our pharmaceutical research department. Chapter 160. Is he the chief medical advisor? After saying these words, Qin Bingyue led the way out of the president's office, with Chun Nan and Xiao Xian following closely behind. The pharmaceutical research department, as the most important core department of the Qin group, was located on the floor below Qin Bingyue's office, specifically on the 65th floor. After getting off the elevator, The group first went to a nearby closet where they put on disposable lab coats and masks before entering this level. This floor housed the drug development department. The vast space around them was neatly arranged with rows of experimental equipment and variously colored liquids. The number of employees in this department wasn't large. There were only about a dozen people altogether, men and women, all dressed in white coats and wearing masks. Among them, Zhao Yaqi was clearly one of their members, serving as a senior pharmaceutical researcher for the Qin Group. The core backbone of the pharmaceutical research department consisted of one chief pharmaceutical researcher and two senior pharmaceutical researchers. Despite being young and having graduated not long ago, Zhao Yaqi was directly specially recruited as one of these two senior pharmaceutical researchers, showcasing her high talent in the pharmaceutical field. When Qin Bingyue entered accompanied by Xuanhuan and xuanhuan, the pharmaceutical researchers gathered around to greet Qin Bingyue, the president of the Qin Group. Seeing Qin Bingyue come in with Xuanhuan, everyone felt somewhat surprised. This was the first time Qin Bingyue had brought someone other than xuanhuan into this crucial section of the Qin Group, the pharmaceutical research department, especially a young, unfamiliar man. Zhao Yaqi also felt puzzled upon seeing Qin Bingyue and Xuanhuan walk in. Yaqi, do you know who this person is? Noticing that Zhao Yaqi kept her attention on Xuanhuan, a handsome man with slicked back hair styled 3 parts to 7 parts smiled seductively from beside her and spoke softly. This good-looking and gentle man was Zhang Wenjun, another senior pharmaceutical researcher of the Qin Group. Yes, he's my boyfriend. Hearing the question, Zhao Yaqi immediately replied in a low voice. Most of the colleagues in the pharmaceutical research department were male. Many of these male colleagues had more or less expressed their interest in pursuing her, including Zhang Wenjun. After rejecting these other colleagues, they generally refrained further. However, Zhang Wenjun persisted relentlessly due to his thick-skinned persistence. Now, since he asked, she decided to mention Xuanhuan directly to completely eliminate his intentions. Boyfriend. Upon hearing Zhao Yaqi's reply, Zhang Wenjun's charming smile froze on his face, leaving him feeling as if he'd swallowed a dead fly, which made him incredibly uncomfortable. As a senior pharmaceutical researcher in the research department, and with his striking good looks, the female colleagues would actively vie for a chance with him. Yet Zhao Yaqi treated him coldly, never giving him a proper glance, maintaining merely a basic professional distance between them. Besides being a fellow senior pharmaceutical researcher, Zhao Yaqi was also the most beautiful woman in the department, naturally making her an object of strong desire for Zhang Wenjun. At this moment, Director Qin, why have you come? Upon seeing Qin Bingyue enter with others, a venerable elder with white hair and slight baldness immediately greeted her with a full smile. This old man, He Ming, was the chief pharmaceutical researcher of the research department. Although he was one of the founding elders of the Qin Group and had laid the foundation of the company with Qin Qing, he did not act arrogantly in front of Qin Bingyue, not because she was the president of the Qin Group, but because he fully acknowledged her excellent business acumen. Grandpa He, thank you for your hard work. I've come here personally to announce something. Our newly appointed chief medical advisor will enhance the capabilities of your pharmaceutical research department immeasurably under his leadership. Qin Bingyue nodded slightly and announced it with a smile. After Qin Bingyue's words, a wave of excitement surged through the pharmaceutical research team. Everyone began whispering among themselves. They had long known that the Qin Group would recently hire a chief medical advisor. Discussions within their work chat groups had never ceased, speculating who this mysterious figure might be. Director Qin, go ahead and announce the name. Who is this chief medical advisor for our Qin Group? He Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and quickly asked. Though he had long desired to become the chief medical advisor of the Qin Group, he also knew that with his current abilities, he fell somewhat short. After all, a group's chief medical advisor relied not on seniority, but on possessing strong enough capability. Our chief medical advisor for the Qin Group. I have brought him along with me. Qin Bingyue's fair face revealed a hint of a smile as she gestured toward Xuanhuan by her side and said, his name is Xuanhuan, and he is our newly appointed chief medical advisor for the Qin Group. Upon hearing these words from Qin Bingyue, everyone in the pharmaceutical research department, including Zhao Yaqi, instinctively shifted their gaze onto Xuanhuan. Instantly, expressions of utter confusion spread across their faces. Director Qin, you're not pulling my leg, are you? He is our chief medical advisor of the Qin Group. Regaining his composure, He Ming turned his gaze away from Xuanhuan, frowned slightly, and spoke up immediately. He could accept famous masters in the medical field who were more capable than himself serving as the Qin Group's chief medical advisor, but he absolutely couldn't accept someone like Xuanhuan, a man barely over 20 years old, as the Qin Group's chief medical advisor. In his eyes, how could someone so young possibly possess the qualifications needed to take on such an important role within the Qin Group? Grandpa He, Xuanhuan really is our chief medical advisor. He was personally chosen by my grandfather. Facing He Ming's doubts, Qin Bingyue quickly explained. She understood He Ming's perspective. Xuanhuan did indeed appear far too young, which naturally raised suspicions about this decision. Director Qin, please stop talking. Even if Chairman Qin personally appointed him, I cannot accept some greenhorn taking up the position of chief medical advisor for the Qin Group. He Ming waved his hand dismissively, his peculiar stubbornness flaring up as he refuted her. Pausing for a moment, he added, if your family insists on doing this, then I will have no choice but to leave. Chapter 161, Formulating a New Medicine. Mr. Qin, you must listen to what Mr. He says. His words make sense. At this moment, Zhang Wenjun also stepped forward, casting an unfriendly glance at Xuanhuan as he fanned the flames. This person is too young. Our pharmaceutical research department focuses on developing new drugs, which involves highly complex matters. We have no idea about his medical expertise level, and he can't possibly convince us. On one hand, Xuanhuan was indeed too young, looking several years younger than himself, yet Qin Group had appointed him as the chief medical advisor. This made Zhang Wenjun extremely unbalanced. On the other hand, when he heard Zhao Yaqi say that Xuanhuan was her boyfriend, jealousy and hatred filled his heart, naturally leading to a complete unwillingness for Xuanhuan to succeed in his role. Grandpa Hiyu. Upon hearing He Ming and Zhang Wenjun's words, Qin Bingyue frowned slightly, intending to interject with some persuasion. Though Xuanhuan's medical skills were strong, the position of chief medical advisor was a very free and honorary role, meaning he wouldn't often stay in the pharmaceutical research department conducting specific drug experiments. Thus, as the chief pharmaceutical researcher, He Ming was still irreplaceably important in this drug research department. You think I don't qualify to be Qin Group's chief medical advisor? Then let me show you just how capable I am in medicine. Before Qin Bingyue could finish her sentence, Xuanhuan took a step forward and said calmly, "You questioning my medical abilities irritates me a little." Had he not heard from Zhao Yaqi that the elder man He Ming was quite considerate to her at work, he would have cared nothing if the old man left Qin Group. As for what Zhang Wenjun said, he chose to completely ignore it. It's good for a young person to be confident, but excessive confidence is sheer arrogance. In response, He Ming coldly snorted, his sharp eyes glaring at Xuanhuan as he said, "Oh really? Let's see just how skilled you are in the field of medicine." He then pointed at dozens of vials of liquid medicines displayed on a counter and continued, "These are various common traditional Chinese herbal extracts that have yet to be tested and labeled. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I'll randomly pick a few vials. If you can identify them accurately, I'll admit your medical prowess." Hearing He Ming's statement, Xuanhuan immediately smirked, shaking his head as he spoke indifferently. "Just identifying a few liquids won't demonstrate my medical ability. Instead, I'll formulate a few new market-ready drugs, let you evaluate their effects, and judge if I qualify for the position of chief medical advisor of Qin Group." What a huge claim. After hearing this, He Ming couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. "Young man, enough talk. Show me what you've got. Old man here is waiting to see. Feel free to use any of the reagents here as much as you want. If you can mix up a new drug on the spot, I will call you dad right away." What a ridiculous notion. The development of a new drug, anyone knows that requires relentless hard work from the research personnel over prolonged periods of time. It was a monumental task, not something one person could achieve in a short while. Xuanhuan boldly claiming he would produce new drugs for mass consumption wasn't just a joke, it was mockery. "Xuanhuan, don't be impulsive." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yaqi disregarded the strange looks around her and quickly whispered a warning. "It's not so easy to develop new drugs successfully. Don't take Grandpa He's words seriously. If you slightly lower your stance, this matter will pass." She never would have guessed that the newly appointed chief medical advisor of Qin Group turned out to be none other than Xuanhuan, who shared a roof with her. She couldn't figure out why Xuanhuan, who had been a security guard at Qin Group not long ago, suddenly ascended to become the chief medical advisor. Could Xuanhuan even practice medicine? She had no idea. Even if Xuanhuan picked up some medical knowledge while dropping out of school and renting a place to live, it seemed unlikely that it had reached the point where he could single-handedly develop a new drug ready for market launch. After all, she, being a senior pharmaceutical researcher at Qin Group, was well aware of the enormous difficulty involved in developing new drugs. Seeing Zhao Yaqi approaching Xuanhuan publicly and whispering to him, Qin Bingyue wrinkled her brows slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She had already known during her investigation of Xuanhuan's personal history that although he grew up in an orphanage, he was later adopted back into Zhao Yaqi's family. Even though she was aware of the relationship between Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi, seeing Zhao Yaqi being so intimate with Xuanhuan in public made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable for the first time. After all, Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi were not related by blood. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenjun's jealousy burned even brighter upon witnessing this scene. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice as he fanned the flames toward Xuanhuan. "You claim you're going to develop new drugs for the market. Why haven't you started yet?" None of the people from the R&D department believed that Xuanhuan could possibly create a new drug, and Zhang Wenjun certainly didn't believe it either. He was eager to see how Xuanhuan would lose face once he failed to produce the promised drug. In Zhang Wenjun's mind, if Xuanhuan couldn't deliver, the position of chief medical advisor at Qin Group would surely cease to exist. "Yaqi, don't worry. It's fine. I know what I'm doing," Xuanhuan replied with a light laugh and a hushed tone. As for Zhang Wenjun deliberately stirring up trouble, Xuanhuan merely gave him a glance of indifference before dismissing him entirely. For someone like Zhang Wenjun, a clown, Xuanhuan had no interest in engaging. He already knew that Zhang Wenjun's wayward looks toward Zhao Yaqi indicated that he was most likely one of her suitors. But alas, Zhao Yaqi's heart belonged to him. Whatever Zhang Wenjun did, it would be fruitless, and he would never win Zhao Yaqi's affection. After exchanging a few quiet words with Zhao Yaqi, Xuanhuan moved toward the counter under everyone's watchful eyes. He took a quick glance, placed an empty glass vessel in front of him, and then picked up several vials of liquid medicine, pouring them into the glass vessel. It was worth noting that he poured these vials quickly and in varying amounts. To the onlookers, this looked less like preparing medicine and more like sheer chaos. Even Qin Bingyue furrowed her brows elegantly when she saw Xuanhuan mixing the medicine with such casual ease. Chapter 162, 3 New Medicines. Qin Bingyue had absolutely no doubts about Xuanhuan's medical abilities. After all, Even Guyu was astounded by Chun Nan's medical skills, saying that his expertise could rival Sun Tianga's. Plus, Chun Nan had successfully cured her severe uterine cold condition. However, despite this, she still harbored a bit of doubt regarding the ease with which Chun Nan seemed to concoct medicines as if it were just play. At its core, creating new medicine is only part of one's medical prowess and not the most crucial standard for evaluation. And He Ming, observing Chun Nan's method of concocting the medicine, quickly made up his mind. Though Chun Nan was esteemed by the Qin family group and appointed as their chief medical advisor, he was essentially just an arrogant young man fond of boasting. As for Zhang Wenjun, the smirk on the corner of his mouth had already brimmed with ridicule. At this moment, Chun Nan paid no heed to the many gazes present that observed him like they were watching a clown performing the act of compounding medicines. After finishing one new drug, he grabbed another empty glass vessel and started working on the second new medicine. This time, he moved even faster when pouring liquid from the glass tubes and held more vials, around 7 or 8. Very soon, the second new drug was complete. Chun Nan then began formulating the third new drug. This time, his fingers danced nimbly, his speed in pouring liquids reaching near blur-like levels. And the number of glass vials he handled far surpassed the combined amount used for the first 2 drugs. Nearly 20 glass vials were used. Seeing this, He Ming couldn't help but twitch his eyes, feeling an overwhelming pang of pain inside. These liquids in the glass vials were the essence extracted from expensive quantities of wild medicinal herbs. Though He Ming himself had earlier stated that Chun Nan could freely use these liquids on the counter, witnessing Chun Nan so recklessly squander them was something he found difficult to accept. Even harder for him to stomach was that Chun Nan continued wasting the precious liquid without stopping, continually adding vial after vial into his apparatus. When Chun Nan's hand reached toward a brightly colored glass vial, "That's enough. Your new medicine ends here. You need not formulate any more." He Ming finally couldn't bear the financial anguish any longer and snapped at Chun Nan, thus stopping his third formulation attempt. This brilliantly colored glass vial contained the most precious essence of all the items on the counter. The herb called red amber was over 100 years old, a semi-spiritual medicine derived from wild herbs. How could He Ming possibly sit idly by while Chun Nan prepared to use this extract? "My third newly formulated medicine isn't completely finished yet, but since you say we're stopping here, let's stop here." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan immediately ceased his concoction work, showing no intention to argue further with He Ming. With a faint smile, he said, "The first 2 new drugs I've already completed have been finalized. As for my third newly formulated medicine, although it's not in its most perfect state, its efficacy is sufficient to meet the standards for market release." "Young man, I must admit, I do admire your audacity. At this moment, you can still calmly utter such boastful words." Upon hearing this, He Ming sneered, saying, "Here, I must remind you, the standard for a new drug's market release is achieving practical effectiveness against disease above 60%, with side effects controlled below 5%. Pausing for a moment, he continued in a cold tone, "Since you're so confident in the 3 new drugs you've concocted, I'll conduct a thorough examination." Having said that, He Ming immediately picked up the first new drug Chun Nan had concocted. That is a new medicine for treating the common cold virus. Upon seeing this, Chun Nan offered an introduction without delay. Hearing this, He Ming instantly brought out a lab mouse normally used for clinical trials, addressing Chun Nan. "This lab mouse will serve as our clinical test subject for the new drug. Its body contains a relatively potent cold virus. If your new drug succeeds, it should regain its vitality." The lab mouse was confined within a glass container, emitting feeble cries as it lay there weakly, clearly having exhausted much of its strength due to the cold virus inside. As He Ming concluded his explanation, he immediately administered a portion of the first new drug that Chun Nan had concocted to the lab mouse. The next moment, to everyone's astonished gaze, the lab mouse slowly rose from the ground. In mere seconds, it became lively again, displaying no signs of weakness whatsoever. Evidently, Chun Nan's new drug was taking effect, as the cold virus in this white lab mouse had been completely eliminated by his new medicine. Seeing this, He Ming was also startled, finding it hard to believe such an outcome. Zhang Wenjun was likewise dumbfounded, clearly left speechless. Zhao Yaqi was deeply shocked as well, her mouth open wide enough to fit a goose egg. Qin Bingyue's eyes lit up slightly, as she felt a jolt of surprise within. As for the other pharmaceutical researchers, they all displayed expressions of pure astonishment. The newly formulated medicine by Chun Nan showed such remarkable effects that it had clearly met the standard for market release, and likely far surpassed it. Everyone present had witnessed firsthand how Chun Nan casually concocted this new drug with ease. The simplicity of his operation made everyone feel utterly amazed. "The second new drug I formulated mainly targets mental health disorders." Before the audience could fully react, Chun Nan added another statement. "Treats mental health disorders." At these words, He Ming immediately snapped out of his stupor, becoming the first to respond. Without hesitation, he took out a lab mouse suffering from Zhaokongzheng, manic disorder, and fed it a portion of Chun Nan's second new drug. The most notable characteristic of a lab mouse with manic disorder was its red eyes and violent mood swings. But after being fed the new drug, the redness in the mouse's eyes gradually faded away. When He Ming realized that the second new drug Chun Nan had formulated also showed astonishing efficacy, he became intensely excited, and any trace of contempt toward Chun Nan vanished completely from his gaze. This was a drug capable of treating mental health illnesses. Currently, there were very few medications worldwide for mental health treatment due to the notoriety of their difficulty in development. Despite spending his entire career leading a team at Qin Group, He Ming had never managed to create such a drug. Yet, this type of new medicine had been effortlessly concocted by Xuanhuan. Such medical prowess was truly formidable and terrifying. Chapter 163, ALS. The crowd present, witnessing the success of Xuanhuan's second newly formulated drug, once again erupted into a storm of excitement before their emotions had even settled. Their hearts were filled with awe. What is the therapeutic function of this third new drug? He Ming stared intently at Xuanhuan, his voice trembling in anticipation as he urgently asked. Xuanhuan's first new drug was for treating cold viruses and only used a few types of solutions. The second new drug, which was for treating mental health issues, utilized 7 or 8 different kinds of solutions. In other words, He Ming had already noticed that the more types of solutions Xuanhuan used, the more precious the resulting new drug seemed to be. He still remembered that the third new drug Xuanhuan concocted used over 20 types of solutions, even including the most precious one, red amber solution. The extravagance of this formulation left him utterly unable to imagine what kind of new drug Xuanhuan was attempting to formulate. Upon hearing He Ming's question directed toward Xuanhuan, Qin Bingyue also looked at Xuanhuan with burning eyes, her curiosity about the effects of the third new drug surpassing He Ming's. Unlike He Ming, who was purely passionate about the development of new drugs, Qin Bingyue was considering from the perspective of the president of the Qin Group, evaluating how much commercial value this new drug might bring to her corporation. The first new drug Xuanhuan created, effective against cold viruses, while promising for market entry, offered minimal competitive advantage and little financial benefit to the Qin Group. After all, there are countless cold medicines available on the market. The second new drug formulated by Xuanhuan, aimed at mental health issues, held strong market competitiveness, sure to provide the Qin Group with considerable profit. She now eagerly awaited understanding just how much benefit this third new drug of Xuanhuan's would bring to the Qin Group. Certainly, even with just the one new drug for mental health treatment, it was enough for Xuanhuan to secure his position as the chief medical advisor of the Qin Group. At this moment, not just He Ming and Qin Bingyue focused intently on Xuanhuan. Everyone else in the room also had their eyes fixed on him. While the thoughts about Xuanhuan varied among the people present, they shared one thing in common. Each person was extremely curious to know what the function of the third new drug Xuanhuan had formulated would be. The third new drug I have synthesized is for treating a fatal disease, which was called Wei disease in ancient times. Facing the eager gazes of everyone present, Xuanhuan did not keep them waiting and directly answered He Ming's question. This fatal disease in modern times is known as motor neuron disease. Pausing briefly, he added with a light laugh, by the way, this fatal disease also has a colloquial name, often referred to as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. ALS. When these words were spoken by Xuanhuan, a shock reverberated through the minds of everyone present. Disbelief etched across their faces. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Wenjun was the first to leap up and loudly question. ALS is, to this day, an incurable worldwide medical mystery. No one can solve it. Not even the 3 great masters of medicine today are powerless against this fatal disease. How could you so easily resolve this issue? Who knows if your new drug will even work? At this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Wenjun who harbored such doubts. Many others in the room had similar suspicions. After all, according to the normal human rational perspective, it seems impossible to fully trust that a new drug created casually by Xuanhuan could treat a terminal illness like ALS. Whether the new drug works or not, we can verify it right on the spot. Just then, He Ming took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with sharpness as he voiced aloud. The third new drug Xuanhuan created, which treats ALS, definitely exceeds my understanding as the chief pharmaceutical researcher. However, given that both previous new drugs successfully formulated by Xuanhuan indeed worked, He Ming dared not make any rash conclusions anymore, lest he once again be thoroughly humiliated by Xuanhuan. So, despite his personal disbelief, he still suggested the new drug be tested. Grandpa, you're absolutely right. Qin Bingyue nodded vigorously and said, to verify whether Xuanhuan's third new drug has the ability to treat ALS, simply test it again with a white mouse. The Pharmaceutical Research Department, being a research and experimentation department, is never short of white mice used for clinical validation. Among them, there are naturally white mice with motor neuron damage suffering from ALS. If the third new drug formulated by Xuanhuan truly has therapeutic effects on ALS, even if it's just a tiny bit of efficacy, it would bring immense benefits to the entire Qin Group. Not to mention other things, at least the stock price of the Qin Group would immediately double. Upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, He Ming nodded slightly, without hesitation, personally retrieving a white mouse afflicted with ALS to conduct the validation. He administered a few drops of the third new drug Xuanhuan had prepared to this white mouse, and then placed it inside a sophisticated instrument, carefully observing the changes in the white mouse through this device. Soon, he observed the motor neurons of the white mouse gradually recovering. Its hind legs, which were completely immobilized due to muscle atrophy, trembled slightly. This very subtle change was noticed by He Ming using an instrument akin to a microscope. He immediately felt a jolt throughout his body, his old eyes almost popping out. Since only one person could peer into the device at a time, the others present were unaware of what He Ming had observed. After a moment, when they saw He Ming taking too long to reach a conclusion, Master He, what exactly did you see? Is this new drug effective in treating ALS? At that point, one of the researchers from the Pharmaceutical Research Department couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the researcher's question, He Ming finally concluded his observation. By now, He had made up his mind. He slowly pulled his head back and immediately directed his gaze at Xuanhuan. His entire demeanor exuded an air of determination, as if willing to stake his reputation on this. Just as everyone present felt confused. The next moment, thud, ancestor, please take me as your disciple. Without another word, Himing suddenly knelt down before Xuanhuan, grabbing his leg in an incredibly excited shout. Chapter 164, Treatment Effect. This sudden scene, it instantly stunned everyone present, including Xuanhuan himself, leaving them all speechless and frozen on the spot. An almost 60-year-old man kneeling down to hug the leg of a 20-something young man and calling him ancestral master. Such an occurrence would seem absurd to anyone who saw it. More importantly, Himing had previously shown ill intent as an old professor toward Xuanhuan, but now he made such an absurd move. The huge contrast between his actions naturally caused a tremendous psychological impact on everyone present. Xuanhuan was the first to recover, coughing awkwardly as he skillfully broke free from Himing's grasp on his leg. He naturally understood that the reason for Himing's actions was likely that he had discovered that the third new drug he had formulated indeed had therapeutic effects on ALS. However, he didn't expect that Himing, who had been in conflict with him earlier, would change his attitude by 180 degrees because of this matter and even abandon his dignity to kneel down publicly and offer himself as a disciple. As Yachi had said, this old man's temperament was truly eccentric. Accurately speaking, there was even something cute about his oddity. He elder, even if you wanted to become my disciple, there was no need to kneel and call me ancestral master. I, being just a young person, can't bear such a gesture. After breaking free from Himing's hold, Xuanhuan used his skill to lift Himing up from his kneeling position, smiling lightly as he spoke. Even though Himing had not been friendly toward him before, because of Zhao Yachi, he never had any objections towards Himing. Besides, being only in his 20s, Xuanhuan did not like seeing someone of grandfather age bowing down to call him master. Consultant Xun, your medical ability is truly remarkable, which forces me, this old man, to deeply admire you. Himing showed no embarrassment about his kneeling and responded calmly. Now, I am thoroughly convinced. It was a mistake on my part earlier when I thought you were too young to be qualified as the chief medical advisor of Qin Group. I take back that statement. I bow to you to ask you to be my teacher. Regardless of the field, anyone skilled enough can be a teacher. This old man wants to learn how to make medicine from you. After a pause, he grinned and added, thick-skinned. I've said earlier, if you could come up with a new drug on the spot, then I'd shout dad to you right here in front of everyone. Since you've developed 3 new drugs right now, this old man considers that simply calling you dad isn't enough weighty. Therefore, let's go with ancestral master instead, thus fulfilling my own promise. Hearing these words from Himing, Xuanhuan felt both amused and exasperated, and so did others present, finding it hard to respond. Although Himing hadn't yet explicitly explained how Xuanhuan's third new drug performed on the lab mice, everyone already deduced from Himing's statements that the results were clear. Apparently, the formulation of Xuanhuan's third new drug would effectively treat ALS, allowing its successful market release. At this moment, employees like Zhao Yachi and Zhang Wenjun, along with Qin Bingyu, president of Qin Group, all instinctively turned their gazes toward Xuanhuan, looking composed but unable to help but draw in sharp breaths of astonishment. That was a drug for treating ALS, and yet Xuanhuan had just formulated it, which was nothing short of unbelievable. Qin Bingyu and Zhao Yachi's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Zhang Wenjun's jealousy reached its peak in an instant. Elder He, let's leave this incident in the past. Xuanhuan chuckled, kindly providing an opportunity for the other party to save face, saying, your seeking to become my disciple is unnecessary. We can simply exchange ideas during our work moving forward. Exchange ideas? Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, Himing first appeared confused, then burst into laughter. Good. Let's follow Advisor Chen's suggestion and exchange more ideas during our work moving forward. He realized that Xuanhuan was giving him a chance to save face. Realizing Xuanhuan was not the kind of person he initially imagined, with astonishing medical expertise, a humble but proud personality, and a calm demeanor, his perception of Xuanhuan was completely transformed. Advisor Chun, wouldn't adding red amber to the third new drug you've concocted improve the effectiveness in treating ALS? With significantly improved relations with Xuanhuan, Himing quickly changed the subject and earnestly inquired. I observed the reaction of the white mice taking your third new drug just now. This old man estimates that the drug's efficacy in treating ALS is about 50%. He now couldn't help but feel some self-reproach. If he hadn't stopped Xuanhuan from formulating the new drug earlier, Xuanhuan would absolutely have been able to create a more effective medicine. Now, even if he added the red amber medicinal liquid in, it would make no difference at all. After all, timing is crucial when formulating a new drug. The time nodes are extremely important. If you miss the optimal time point for formulation, the chemical reactions generated by the mixture of medicinal liquids will be entirely different. The third new drug I formulated would indeed be more effective if red amber medicinal liquid were added, potentially increasing its treatment effectiveness by about 20%. Upon hearing Himing's words, Xuanhuan nodded, not wishing to hide anything. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and added, the herbs used in the red amber are not old enough. If we could find 300-year-old red amber, the treatment effect of this new drug on ALS could reach 90%. 90%. Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, Himing immediately trembled with shock and involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. No medicine can guarantee 100% effectiveness because each person's constitution differs, which leads to slight variations in treatment outcomes. The new drug xuanhuan formulated has a 90% effectiveness in treating ALS, making it already akin to a wonder drug. However, to develop a new drug with 90% effectiveness for ALS, 300-year-old red amber medicinal liquid is required for success. 300-year-old red amber has already crossed the threshold into the category of spiritual medicine, so it isn't easily obtainable. Everyone listen up. The new drug xuanhuan has formulated is of utmost importance. I expect everyone here to maintain absolute secrecy about this matter. From this moment forward, this is the biggest commercial secret of our Qin group. At this point, Qin Bingyu suddenly stepped forward and spoke solemnly with a serious expression. Chapter 165, Shares. She paused for a moment. In order to ensure that no one would leak the matter, she, in her capacity as the president of Qin Group, added solemnly with a serious expression. In a while, I will have Aunt Xiao prepare a top-level confidentiality agreement. Apart from Xuanhuan who developed the new drug, everyone here, including me as the president of Qin Group, must sign this confidentiality agreement. If anyone dares to disclose this information, they will bear legal responsibility. Qin Bingyu was very clear that the third new drug formulated by Xuanhuan was not only worth more than doubling the stock price of Qin Group, but also a great opportunity that could lead Qin Group to a whole new level. She had no doubt that if handled well, and the new drug treating ALS is successfully introduced into the market, Qin Group's future development will be hard to predict. Perhaps with this opportunity, the Qin family can become one of the 6 major families in Jiangzhou. After all, the new drug treating ALS could even create quite a stir in the entire pharmaceutical industry. Precisely because she deeply understood the value of this new drug, Qin Bingyu immediately classified the news of Xuanhuan formulating this new drug as a top-level business secret. Upon hearing what Qin Bingyu said, everyone present, whether willing or not, could only nod in agreement. Most people present were pharmaceutical researchers and naturally knew how valuable a drug that can treat ALS was. Come with me. After immediately giving instructions for everyone present to sign the confidentiality agreement, Qin Bingyu turned to Xuanhuan and said these words, then walked towards the outside. Originally, after she arrived here and announced that Xuanhuan would become the chief medical advisor of Qin Group, the matter could have been quickly resolved. However, now Xuanhuan has successfully created a drug that can treat ALS right on the spot, making this matter far from simple. In other words, a simple position as Qin Group's chief medical advisor doesn't match Xuanhuan's value at all. He must be given better treatment. Seeing this, Xuanhuan slightly nodded at Zhao Yaqi as a way of greeting before following Qin Bingyu. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian remained here, calling the company's legal department, preparing for those present to sign the confidentiality agreement. Yaqi girl, it seems your relationship with Consultant Chun is rather close. He Ming approached Zhao Yaqi, who was still somewhat stunned looking at Xuanhuan's retreating back, smiling mischievously, and said, "No wonder you look down on all suitors. Originally there's already someone in your heart." Old man guesses. "Are you two in a romantic relationship?" "Grandpa it's not like that. I and him." Hearing He Ming's inquiry, Zhao Yaqi, who had just snapped out of her daze, immediately wanted to blushingly say something truthfully. However, when she noticed Zhang Wenjun standing aside, closely watching her, she blushed even more, changing her words to nod, and said, "Grandpa Xuanhuan is my boyfriend. I am indeed in a romantic relationship with him." Haha good. Upon receiving Zhao Yaqi's definite response, He Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing happily, saying, "Consultant Chun is truly an outstanding young talent. In all my life, it's the first time I've seen such an excellent young person in the field of medicine. You're not bad either, Yaqi. I highly see potential in you two young people." Speaking, his tone changed slightly, he chuckled and asked, "How about this? Yaqi girl, you go talk to Consultant Chun on my behalf. Old man still wants to learn under Consultant Chun. Just let him agree to take me as a disciple." Although Xuanhuan previously mentioned that he could have more exchanges with him, He Ming also realized that Xuanhuan gave him an easy way out while gently refusing his request to become a disciple. "Grandpa you're already this age. How can Xuanhuan possibly take you as a disciple?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqi softly spoke. "Ah, girl, age isn't really a problem, don't bother with those details. Isn't there a saying, live and learn until you're old?" He Ming slightly shook his head, smiled, and said, "Consultant Chen's medical skills are extraordinary. If he wants to take disciples, even older individuals with more qualifications than me would swarm in droves to ask him to be their master. All right, Grandpa I'll try to talk to him for you. But I'm not sure if Xuanhuan listens to me and agrees to take you as a disciple." Zhao Yaqi slightly nodded her head, speaking softly. Recalling the previous scenes, her mind was still somewhat confused. Not only did Xuanhuan become the chief medical advisor of Qin Group, but he also displayed incredible medical abilities. For her, who lived under the same roof as Xuanhuan, the psychological impact of this matter was greater than anyone present. It's like, one day suddenly, you discover that the very familiar and close person beside you is not from Earth, but Mars. Right? Upon hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, He Ming immediately beamed with joy. On this side, Qin Bingyu led Xuanhuan back to the president's office. After returning here, her beautiful eyes shimmered with waves of emotion as she silently gazed at Xuanhuan, remaining speechless for a long time. "Bingyu, am I dazzlingly handsome because of my earlier performance?" Seeing Qin Bingyu staring at him without speaking, Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle teasingly, beginning to engage in humble bragging. "You don't have to feel this way. I just took a few liquid medicines, matched them according to their properties, and combined them in a certain proportion. It's often said that any man tends to become more arrogant in front of his beloved and enjoys being admired by her. Naturally, he wasn't an exception either. Boastful. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Qin Bingyue finally snapped out of it, her rosy cheeks betraying a blush, before shooting the man a sidelong glance with her bright eyes. She took a soft breath, restoring her usual icy demeanor, and whispered softly, Chen Nan, but indeed, you are quite remarkable. The third new drug you formulated has extraordinary significance for our Qin group. Pausing for a moment, a smile spread across her lovely face as she continued, saying, in view of your significant contribution, our Qin group will give you a certain percentage of shares to maximize your benefits. Of course, how much of the shares we'll offer now can't be given a definite answer. I will report to my grandfather first and communicate with him. Having finished these words, she didn't even wait for Chen Nan to respond, but went straight ahead and picked up her phone, walking outside to make a call. Seeing this, Chen Nan couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. He didn't really care about Qin Group's shares. By formulating those new drugs just now, while proving his medical abilities, he actually mainly wanted these new drugs to benefit the public. Unfortunately, there were limited quantities and types of the medicinal liquids available, and there wasn't a better precious medicinal liquid than red amber. Otherwise, he would have been able to formulate even better and more numerous new drugs than the one for treating ALS. Chapter 166, the second largest shareholder. A few minutes passed. Qin Bingyue finished her call with her grandfather Qin Qing and re-entered the office. With a faint smile on her lips, she spoke to Chen Nan. Chen Nan, my grandfather personally issued an instruction. He has decided to transfer 25% of the shares he holds into your name. 25% of the shares? Upon hearing this from Qin Bingyue, Chen Nan was startled for a moment before asking, Bingyue, let me ask one thing. Isn't the voice right behind these 25% shares considerable within your Qin Corporation? Of course. Qin Bingyue nodded slightly with a smile, replying, with these 25% shares, you will be our second largest shareholder in Qin Corporation. After me, the first largest shareholder, you'll have the most voting rights. She was also surprised during her communication with her grandfather just now. She did not expect that her grandfather Qin Qing would grant such a large share ratio to Chen Nan and make such a major decision. You see, her grandfather Qin Qing originally held 35% of the shares, making him the first largest shareholder of Qin Corporation. But now, her grandfather directly transferred 25% of the shares to Chen Nan and gave the remaining 10% to her. Before, she had 20% of the shares. Now, with the additional 10%, she owns a total of 30% of the shares, becoming the first largest shareholder of Qin Corporation and formally eligible to take the position of chairman. In other words, while giving shares to Chen Nan, her grandfather Qin Qing also effectively handed over the entire Qin Corporation to her. The second largest shareholder of the Qin Corporation, Chen Nan was not immune to surprise. Then he smiled and politely declined. Bingyue, I am not a member of your Qin family, so it might not be appropriate for me to control so many shares of Qin Corporation. Moreover, I'm not cut out for business. There's no need for your Qin family to go this far. He already knew about the internal competition within the Qin Corporation. If he controlled this much of the Qin Corporation's shares, he would inevitably get dragged into the conflicts within the Qin family. Although he wasn't afraid of this point, it still made him somewhat troubled. Giving you shares voluntarily, yet refusing them? Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue gave Chen Nan a glare, then a hint of redness flashed across her cheeks as she softly said, not mentioning the 3 new medicines you've recently formulated, just for the golden yang pill alone that you gave to my grandfather, its value is enough to offset these shares. So you are qualified to control these shares. As she spoke, her head unconsciously tilted away, as if she was shy to look Chen Nan in the eyes. Her voice also became softer. Even though you're currently my fake boyfriend, my grandfather has already regarded you as a future member of the Qin family. These shares being in your hands are essentially the same as them being in my hands. She couldn't help but feel a little helpless in her heart. In the phone conversation, her grandfather, although clearly expressing his intention to fully hand over the power of Qin Corporation to her, was not without conditions. The condition was that she must firmly hold on to Chen Nan. Her grandfather only recognized Chen Nan as her future son-in-law. Bingyue, if you say it like that, then I understand. Upon hearing this from Qin Bingyue, Chen Nan immediately grinned widely. Or would he still not understand what this meant? He immediately followed suit, smirking at Qin Bingyue. I'll listen to you. I accept Grandpa's arrangement and take these 25% shares. Our Grandpa? As soon as Chen Nan uttered these 3 words, it caused Qin Bingyue to once again roll her eyes at him, lips lightly parting, saying, smooth talker. However, inside her heart, she didn't feel any discomfort at all. Instead, a faint feeling of delight emerged. Next, Qin Bingyue did not waste more time chatting idly with Chen Nan. She immediately convened an emergency board meeting of the group, publicly declaring her grandfather Qin Qing's instructions in front of all shareholders and directors. When it was learned that Chen Nan had successfully formulated 3 new drugs not long ago, one of which could even treat ALS, every shareholder and director present felt completely shocked. Then, when they learned that Qin Qing transferred 25% of the shares to Chen Nan and transferred the remaining 10% of his own shares to Qin Bingyue, thereby officially transferring full authority of the Qin Corporation to Qin Bingyue, every shareholder and director present was greatly shocked again, all showing expressions of disbelief. Among them, Qin Yun, who currently holds 15% of the shares of Qin Corporation, had an extremely grim expression and immediately questioned the decision that Qin Bingyue announced. The shareholders and directors supporting Qin Yun also echoed her objections, challenging Qin Bingyue and refusing to acknowledge and approve the matter. No matter how great the value of the new drugs Chen Nan had developed was, They did not want Qin Bingyue to fully take control of the Qin group. After all, once Qin Bingyue gained absolute say in the Qin group, the shareholders and directors who have always supported Qin Yun would no longer have good days ahead. Seeing Qin Yun and others challenging her during the meeting, Qin Bingyue had already anticipated this. She didn't waste words, but directly video called her grandfather Qin Qing to let him announce the decision again personally during the meeting. This time, no one dared to question it in the meeting anymore, including Qin Yun, who did not dare to say another word. After all, the Qin group was built by Qin Qing's hands. As the old chairman, he held absolute authority within the company. At this moment, in the sales director's office. Damn it. Why does Grandpa hand over the Qin group to Qin Bingyue? In what way am I Qin Yun inferior to her Qin Bingyue? Qin Yun, just after the shareholder meeting, lost her temper and continuously smashed things in her office like a madwoman, completely losing her mind. Although her talent in business was not as good as Qin Bingyue's, it wasn't too far off. Otherwise, her grandfather Qin Qing wouldn't have possibly entrusted her with managing such an important sales department. She always believed that what she lacked was luck. As long as she kept achieving some accomplishments, she would gain her grandfather's full trust sooner or later and ultimately replace Qin Bingyue's position as president. But now, with the conclusion of that shareholder meeting, she had deeply realized that her thought was nothing more than a mirage. Everything had turned into bubbles and would never come true. To put it another way, she, Qin Yun, had thoroughly lost, losing to her half-sister Qin Bingyue. Chapter 167, The Strange Masked Man. It wasn't until she had completely trashed the office and had a frenzied bout of venting that Qin Yun gradually calmed down. My grandfather will hand over all the power of the Qin group to my sister. All because of this damn Chun Nan. Once calm, Qin Yun quickly figured out the key point. Her hatred for Chun Nan reached its peak immediately, grinding her teeth as she cursed. Damn it. If not for this guy suddenly showing up, how could I have lost to a woman like Qin Bingyue? I'll never let him off. In just this short period of time, ever since Chun Nan came to the Qin group, all of her goals and ambitions were about to be completely destroyed. Actually, during her grandfather's birthday celebration, when she learned that the gift Chun Nan gave was indeed the priceless Jinyang pill, and with his great medical expertise, her grandfather even planned to promote Chun Nan to the position of chief medical advisor. She already had an ominous feeling in her heart, knowing that her days in the Qin group would no longer be as easy as they once were, because Qin Bingyue's advantage would become significantly greater. Even so, she underestimated Chun Nan's importance, never imagining that her grandfather would, because of Chun Nan's existence, so quickly hand over the entire Qin group to Qin Bingyue. At this moment, anger and regret filled her heart. Although there was no way to change the fact that Qin Bingyue now controlled the Qin group, she decided to direct all her anger at Chun Nan and vent her rage on him. With this thought in mind, Qin Yun quickly pulled out her phone from her bosom and dialed a number. Once the call connected, her eyes flickered, a cold smirk forming on the corner of her lips as she immediately said to the person on the other end, "Hello, Mr. Li. Aren't you always thinking about how to deal with Chun Nan? Well, I've got a good idea." A few days later, Yang family. Inside the luxurious villa, an elderly man in his 60s with a somewhat lean physique wearing a gray xuanhuan suit, along with a middle-aged beautiful woman, were attentively listening to the report from a robust middle-aged man. This elder man dressed in a gray xuanhuan suit was none other than Yang Tianzan, the patriarch of one of Jiangzhou's 5 great families, the Yang family, and also the father of Yang Hao. And the beautiful woman was Yang Hao's mother, Zhang Dandan. As for the burly middle-aged man, he was Feng Daji, Yang Tianzan's trusted aide and personal bodyguard. These past few days, Yang Hao hadn't returned home, was nowhere to be found, and every attempt to contact him failed. Naturally, Yang Tianzan and his wife were very worried, so they immediately sent Feng Daji to investigate Yang Hao's whereabouts. No clues at all from your investigation? After listening to Feng Daji's report, Yang Tianzan's face darkened ominously, as though it could drip water, angrily roaring, "What a waste! According to what you're saying, my son Yang Hao, a living person, has just disappeared into thin air. He was old, having a son late in life, and it had been hard enough getting Yang Hao. Now, suddenly without clear signs of life or death, he couldn't maintain the usual composed demeanor expected of the head of the Yang family. Wah, my child, where are you? Do you know how worried mom is?" And Zhang Dandan, as a mother, upon hearing the news that her son's whereabouts were unknown, immediately sat on the sofa sobbing, tears streaming down her face. "Lord of the house, mistress, it is my failure to have not ascertained young Master Yang's exact situation." Faced with Yang Tianzan's angry roar and Zhang Dandan's crying, Feng Daji involuntarily lowered his head and said, "A few days ago, after young master attended the Qin family's birthday banquet, he went to an entertainment club with Zhang Biao and hasn't been seen since." Pausing briefly, he added softly, "That night, coincidentally, the surveillance equipment at that club malfunctioned. Even after coercing the manager of that club, I couldn't find out any results. That place was where Yang Hao often went, and nothing seemed amiss about it either." Whack! Yang Tianzan slapped Feng Daji across the face, shouting angrily, "Waste of space. All the excuses in the world are useless. I sent you to investigate my son's whereabouts, yet you can't figure out whether he's alive or dead. What are you if not a failure? Old man, Daji has done his best. Why are you hitting him?" The moment Yang Tianzan struck, Zhang Dandan quickly stopped sobbing, stood up from the sofa, and said, "Now our son has encountered this unexpected situation. Nobody wants to see it happen, but releasing your anger on Daji won't do anything. Our immediate priority is to quickly bring our son back." As she was ostensibly counseling Yang Tianzan, Zhang Dandan subtly gave Feng Daji a glance. Feng Daji immediately picked up on the look from Zhang Dandan, and with no visible change, he slightly shook his head as a covert response, indicating that he didn't hold Yang Tianzan's slap against him. Madam, you're right. I'm just being an old fool. Upon hearing Zhang Dandan's words, Yang Tianzan gradually regained his calm demeanor, diverting his gaze away from Feng Daji and nodded. The most pressing matter now is to quickly find our son. Hao is the only bloodline of our Yang family. Even if I expend all of the Yang family resources, I absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. After pausing for a moment, a glint of determination flashed in his old eyes as he added, at this point, since we cannot find Hao's whereabouts, we have no choice but to ask that great lord for help. That great lord has vast skills. He surely has ways to locate our son Hao. Just as Yang Tianzan had finished speaking, a raspy, low voice abruptly sounded out. There's no need to search any longer. I already know what has happened to your son. The voice trailed off, and then a strange man cloaked in black with a jester's mask strode confidently into the room. This peculiar man's bizarre attire seemed even more out of place in the modern era. Greetings, Master Qin. Seeing the strange figure enter, Yang Tianzan immediately bent forward respectfully, addressing the newcomer. And both Zhang Dandan and Feng Daji bowed deeply, hardly daring to breathe a word. None of them had ever seen this person's true face, nor knew their exact age, but they were fully aware of how formidable this individual was. The reason the Yang family had been able to rise above the other 4 families and become the most powerful of the 5 great families of Jiangzhou was precisely because of the backing of this Master Qin. Great Lord, if you say you know about my son's situation, then could you tell me where my son is now? After paying his respects, Yang Tianzan couldn't wait to inquire humbly. Upon hearing Yang Tianzan's question, the strange man narrowed his eyes under the mask and spoke dispassionately with a single sentence. He is dead. Chapter 168, Master Qin. Qin, Master Qin. Hearing the words suddenly spoken by the other party, Yang Tianzan couldn't help but pause for a moment, completely unable to respond. So he opened his mouth and asked again, I didn't quite understand what you said. Can you repeat it? Are you really not understanding, or are you deliberately ignoring my words? The masked man sneered and countered, then without caring whether Yang Tianzan could accept it or not, repeated indifferently. I've already said it. Your son is dead now. He paused for a moment. With no intention of concealing anything, a flicker of sharpness crossed his gaze as he added calmly. Before Zhang Biao came to your family, Yang, he was an excellent professional assassin with good discipline. I brought him over to serve your family originally. Unfortunately, you failed to make proper use of him, just keeping him around Yang Hao's side as your foppish son's personal bodyguard. When it comes down to this, I can tell you that from the beginning, I planted parasite eggs inside his body. But these days, I can no longer sense even a trace of egg presence in his body, which only indicates one result. Both he and your son Yang Hao have already been killed by someone. He had some degree of doubt and strangeness in his mind after realizing that the parasite eggs inside Zhang Biao suddenly died out. So he quickly conducted secret investigations in recent days, but failed to find any trace. Yang Hao and Zhang Biao were gone without a trace, just like they had vanished from the earth, not even leaving a hair behind. Even if his head exploded, he still could not figure out who exactly had used such means to kill Yang Hao and Zhang Biao. Hao is already dead. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Yang Tianzan involuntarily swayed his body, as if struck by lightning, his face instantly turning pale. Zhang Dandan, hearing this terrible news, collapsed onto the couch entirely, unable to restrain her heart-wrenching cries. As for Feng Daji, his head slightly lowered, his eyes turned violently bloodshot, full of pain. However, intriguingly, his emotions were hidden remarkably well, seemingly afraid of revealing something to Yang Tianzan. Master, do you know who killed my Hao? I must avenge him. Suppressing the sorrow in his heart, Yang Tianzan quickly followed up respectfully, whose hatred and anger lingers infinitely in his voice. He had absolutely no doubts about the words of the man in front of him, since the latter was a powerful and unpredictable master of toxins with no need to deceive him. This person's methods are not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He truly leaves no trace whatsoever, no evidence left behind. Even I cannot find out who this person is in a short time. The masked man shook his head lightly and said faintly. Continuing, he changed the subject. Compared to avenging your son, there is an even more important matter at hand. The annual herbal stone ceremony in Jiangzhou will be held soon. And based on the secret intelligence I obtained from Yanjing, this year's herbal stone ceremony has extraordinary significance. Therefore, your Yang family must secure the title of Bid King at the herbal stone ceremony. You should focus all your attention on this task. Herbal stone ceremony? Hearing this, Yang Tianzan couldn't help but blink, then shook his head slightly before responding respectfully. Master, I have lost my beloved son. How is our family's sole heir? Now that he has died, I only want to mobilize the entire Yang family to find the murderer and avenge my son as soon as possible. He carefully glanced at the masked man, then gritted his teeth and continued. Regarding the herbal stone ceremony, please give me some time, Master, so I can avenge my son first and deal with it afterward. This was the first time he disobeyed the masked man's instructions. The herbal stone ceremony in Jiangzhou took place every year, yet his son's sudden death left him with nothing but thoughts of revenge. How could he possibly spare any thought for organizing the herbal stone ceremony? It's worth mentioning. Jiangzhou is a city where the medicinal industry flourishes, second only to the 3 famous medicine capitals of Long Country. Not only is it suitable for growing various herbs, but it also boasts many wild herbs due to its unique geographical advantages. Even though rare wild herbs over 100 years old have become increasingly scarce in Jiangzhou in this era, there are still some exceptions. Some ancient and rare herbs may transform into herbal stones, dug out and discovered. And the herbal stone ceremony brings these herbal stones out for everyone to appraise their value. Whoever finds the most precious herbs among the herbal stones will win the title of Bid King, proving their leading position in the pharmaceutical industry in Jiangzhou. To put it simply, this herbal stone ceremony is actually not much different from gemstone gambling and jade cutting. Absolutely not. I've already told you, this year's herbal stone ceremony is of extraordinary significance, and you must take care of this task right now. The tone of the masked man turned cold as he let out a disdainful snort. Yang Tianzan, don't forget who helped your family rapidly rise over these past few years. There are 3 other families among the 5 great families who can be my pawns. If your Yang family does not listen to me, I wouldn't mind letting your family suffer the same fate as that obstinate Shin family, fading into decline. Master, please calm down. It was wrong of me to speak without understanding your intentions. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Yang Tianzan couldn't help but tremble all over. He immediately slapped himself in the face, regardless of everything, and hastily declared, "Our Yang family will certainly follow your instructions and handle the herbal stone ceremony properly." Excellent. I hope your Yang family doesn't disappoint me. After listening to this, the masked man nodded, and his expression gradually softened. He glanced at Yang Tianzan, whose actions were somewhat insincere, then looked at Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan, a smirk curling the corners of his mouth as he suddenly sneered and said, "Lord Yang, you really don't need to feel so heartbroken about your son. After all, the blood flowing through his veins isn't even from your own Yang family." Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan's secret relationship was something he usually didn't bother to meddle with. He didn't care whether Yang Hao was Yang Tianzan's biological son or not. However, now, to make Yang Tianzan focus on working for him instead of seeking revenge for Yang Hao and jeopardizing the herbal stone ceremony, he had no choice but to reveal this fact. Once these words escaped the lips of the masked man, Yang Tianzan, Feng Daji, and Zhang Dandan all simultaneously underwent a change in their facial expressions. "Qin, Master Qin, this joke of yours is in extremely poor taste." Yang Tianzan forced a smile that was more painful than crying, his voice trembling as he spoke. The revelation from the masked man was even harder for him to accept than the earlier news of Yang Hao's death. Chapter 169, The Yang Family Scandal. "This joke of mine, you should ask your wife and bodyguard about." The masked man looked at Yang Tianzan with a half-smile, then pointed at Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan, and said lightly, "The green hats these two have given you behind your back are quite a few. Yang Hao is their son, not yours." Thud. As the masked man's words sank in, Zhang Dandan immediately knelt before Yang Tianzan, crying frantically, "Old man, no, believe me, Hao is your son. Don't believe this man's words. What he says is false." She never expected that the masked man would know about her relationship with Feng Daji and bring it up at this time. Just as she had gone through the pain of losing her son, her affair with Feng Daji was revealed by the masked man, making her lose all composure. Her respect for the masked man was replaced by panic. "You dirty woman, still trying to defend yourself now." Yang Tianzan slapped Zhang Dandan hard across the face, his whole body trembling with anger. If Zhang Dandan hadn't knelt before him, he might have doubted the masked man's words. But Zhang Dandan's act of kneeling indirectly confirmed what the other party had said. Zhang Dandan and Feng Daji were deeply involved, so it was very possible that Yang Hao wasn't really his biological son. Upon careful reflection, he realized he had many women but had never been able to have any children until he was almost 50, which in itself was a strange thing. Now he finally understood. The only son he had loved so much, Yang Hao, was actually the illegitimate child of Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan. This made him almost mad with despair. "I'll beat you, you dirty woman." Yang Tianzan grew more and more angry, slapping her again and preparing to hit Zhang Dandan once more. Enough. At this moment, Feng Daji suddenly shouted loudly and stood in front of Zhang Dandan. He took on an air of recklessness, since his relationship with Zhang Dandan had been exposed, and now declared without hesitation, "Old man, even if I tell you the truth now, so what? Yes, Hao is the son of me and Dandan. Blame yourself for being unable to produce children. All these years, you couldn't even father a single child. Even if you now know about my relationship with Dandan, what's the point? I just fancied your wife." Seeing Yang Tianzan's increasingly sullen expression, Feng Daji showed disdain, continuing, "What if you are the patriarch of the Yang family? I am an ancient martial artist. In my eyes, you're nothing but a man with a bit of power and wealth. If it weren't for Dandan and Hao, I wouldn't stay with your Yang family any longer." In the end, while helping Zhang Dandan up, Feng Daji coldly told Yang Tianzan, "I will personally avenge our son Hao, and I will now take Dandan away from your Yang family, severing all ties." "Ha ha, excellent, excellent. You pair of dogs, truly outstanding." Hearing Feng Daji's words, Yang Tianzan trembled all over with rage, laughing uncontrollably out of anger. After this burst of laughter, he calmed down instead, resuming the steady demeanor of the patriarch of the Yang family. His eyes filled with icy coldness as he said coldly, "You pair of dogs have betrayed me, betrayed our entire Yang family. Today you will not leave here." Then he turned to kneel before the masked man on one knee, respectfully saying, "Master Qin, starting today, our Yang family will be your dog, willing to do anything for you. Please help us get rid of this pair of traitors." Previously, he merely supported the mysterious figure behind for the benefit of the entire Yang family. Now that he had learned that Yang Hao was dead and not his biological son, he felt like he had lost everything and humbly submitted himself completely as the other's dog. Very good. Watching Yang Tianzan kneeling at his feet, the masked man nodded satisfactorily. Then his gaze shifted towards Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan, who were ready to leave. He said teasingly, "As you wish, they won't survive today." Sensing the murderous intent in the masked man's eyes, Feng Daji's complexion changed dramatically, and Zhang Dandan was terrified to the bone. For years, the various mysterious abilities the masked man had demonstrated in the Yang family were familiar to them, so naturally, fear welled up inside them. "Master, I Feng Daji am a Dark Force Initiate ancient martial artist, and I am also willing to serve you. Just let us go unscathed." Feng Daji, with a sudden flash of inspiration, also knelt down on one knee alongside Yang Tianzan, respectfully speaking. Actually, he had never seen the masked man in action and did not know his cultivation level. However, knowing that the masked man was a master of poison insects, his methods were too strange and unpredictable. Feng Daji believed he didn't have the confidence to take him down, so he decided to surrender and seek mercy. An ancient martial artist at the preliminary stage of the Dark Force. The masked man sneered upon hearing this, shaking his head disdainfully before coldly laughing. "What a pity. Your martial arts skills are far too weak, your value far less than the entire Yang family. Otherwise, I might have considered keeping another dog. Arrogant fool, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Upon hearing these words from the masked man, Feng Daji's face immediately flushed with anger. Realizing there was no way back for him now, he rose from his kneeling position and said coldly, "You pretender. Today, Feng Daji will uncover who hides behind that mask. Die." With this roar, Feng Daji unleashed the true qi within his body, swiftly moving forward and throwing a punch directly at the masked man. The corner of the masked man's mouth curled into a cold smile as he remained standing still, unmoving as if he had abandoned resistance, showing no intention to fight back. Seeing this, Feng Daji, already closing in on the masked man, couldn't help but display a grim smirk on his face, imagining the pitiful end where the other would be felled by his fist. At such close range, Feng Daji could not conceive how the other could possibly counter or evade this all-out punch. However, when the wind of his punch was just about to touch the tip of the masked man's nose, the latter suddenly showed an eerie grin and let out a soft whistle. Shoo! Aya! At the sound of this whistle, Feng Daji abruptly froze in place, then fell to the ground with a sudden, bone-chilling scream. Chapter 170, Han Family Conglomerate. At this moment, Feng Daji's body shriveled up at an alarming rate before everyone's eyes, quickly turning him into nothing but skin and bones. His screams of anguish grew weaker and weaker until they finally faded to silence. Seeing this scene, Yang Tianzan was utterly terrified, while Zhang Dandan fainted outright from the horror. Master Qin, is he dead?" Yang Tianzan tried his best to suppress the fear and unease in his heart as he asked shakily. Of course. The masked man nodded, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. "Feng Daji's flesh and blood have been devoured entirely by my goo insects. There's no possible way for him to survive. I've cultivated many types of goo insects under me, and this one is called bloodthirsty goo. It's one of my favorite treasures because it can nourish me with the blood essence it consumes, accelerating my cultivation." As he spoke, he let out a sigh of regret and continued in a chilling tone. "Zhang Biao was the first person I planted with bloodthirsty goo. Unfortunately, he died at someone else's hands. Otherwise, following the path of outer sect kung fu, his physical body would be far stronger than Feng Daji's. If the timing were right, I could have let the bloodthirsty goo consume all of his blood essence for my own nourishment." His eyes behind the mask narrowed, revealing a flash of murderous intent as he added, "That guy ruined my plan. Truly deserving death. If I ever find out who did this, I will certainly kill them." After speaking these words, he said nothing more, whistling lightly towards Feng Daji's corpse once more. In the next instant, a small goo insect with a shell radiating an eerie blood-red color emerged from Feng Daji's sunken nostril. No bigger than a thumb, it landed gently on the masked man's fingertip. Bloodthirsty goo. Seeing the blood-red goo insect being handled by the masked man's fingertip, Yang Tianzan couldn't help but feel every hair on his body stand on end, overcome by overwhelming coldness. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, how could he possibly believe that such a tiny insect could transform a martial artist like Feng Daji into a dried-up corpse in mere minutes? What terrified him even more was that he had no idea when exactly the masked man had planted the goo insect inside Feng Daji. His methods were indeed horrifying. "Master, may I ask one question? When exactly did you plant the goo within Feng Daji?" Unable to hold back any longer, Yang Tianzan asked tentatively. In reality, what he truly wanted to know was whether there was a goo insect already planted inside his own body. However, he didn't dare to directly inquire about that, so he chose to ask indirectly instead. After all, both Zhang Biao and Feng Daji had fallen prey to the masked man's goo. He was genuinely worried that the same might have happened to him. Rest assured, there are no eggs of the bloodthirsty goo inside your body. A decrepit waste like you has already lost the qualification to become its nourishment. The masked man seemed to have completely read Yang Tianzan's thoughts, scoffing without hesitation. Turning his attention to the unconscious Zhang Dandan, he mocked, pointing at her lazily. "This woman is merely an ordinary person like you. Even mosquitoes are meat though. She isn't too old yet, and her physical essence still retains some value. She could very well serve as nourishment for my bloodthirsty goo." With those words spoken, he was ready to command the bloodthirsty goo on his fingertip to act against Zhang Dandan. Master, please wait. At this point, Yang Tianzan suddenly gritted his teeth and interjected. I'll personally take care of this cheap woman later. There's no need for you to do it yourself. Please give me the opportunity to handle her myself. Previously, he had requested the masked man eliminate Feng Daji and Zhang Dandan. But now, at this moment, he stopped the masked man from harming Zhang Dandan, not because he wanted to spare her. He simply felt the masked man's method was too cruel. Witnessing the bloodthirsty goo devour flesh once had left a deep psychological scar, one that he didn't wish to witness again. Fine. Upon hearing this, the masked man mockingly nodded, then brought up the medicine stone ceremony, grinning wickedly. However, the task I assigned to you regarding the medicine stone ceremony must result in your Yang family securing the top bid. The flesh of an ordinary woman like Zhang Dandan was not something he truly cared about. If the Yang family could secure the top prize at this medicine stone ceremony, then the crazy idea brewing in his mind for so long could finally unfold smoothly. At that time, countless ordinary people like Zhang Dandan would become nourishment for the bloodthirsty goo. Gradually accumulating, their combined essences would form an unstoppable force. Immeasurable benefits awaited him. Master, rest assured, our Yang family will definitely secure the title of top bidder. In previous medicine stone ceremonies, whenever our Yang family participated, we almost always ended up as the top bidder, and this time will be no exception. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Yang Tianzan quickly responded respectfully, without delay. After making his statement, he couldn't help but feel curious, prompting him to ask further. However, Master, you mentioned earlier that this year's medicine stone ceremony holds great significance. What exactly did you mean by that? Given the level of importance the masked man placed on this year's ceremony, Yang Tianzan was naturally puzzled. In his view, with the current leading position of the Yang family in Jiangzhou's pharmaceutical industry, whether or not they obtained the title of top bidder at the medicine stone ceremony seemed to hold little meaning either way. Since you've asked, there is no need for me to withhold anything from you. The masked man smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes before answering. Based on information I received from Yanjing, one of the 4 major conglomerates of Longhua, the Han family conglomerate, has already reached an agreement with the city government for a project named Cradle Pharmacity. According to the agreement, the Han family conglomerate will soon invest 300 billion yuan, gradually transforming Jiangzhou into Longhua's 4th renowned pharmacity. Investing 300 billion yuan. Even Yang Tianzan, as the head of the Yang family, couldn't help but be utterly astonished by this astronomical figure, sharply inhaling a cold breath. Master, could it be that this project named Cradle Pharmacity has some connection to this year's medicine stone ceremony? After recovering from his surprise, Yang Tianzan's curiosity sparked again, prompting him to ask urgently. That's correct. The masked man nodded and continued. The Cradle Pharmacity project is so massive that it involves almost every aspect of Jiangzhou. Although the Han family is one of the 4 major conglomerates in Longhua, wealthy and powerful, they cannot single-handedly transform Jiangzhou into the 4th largest pharmacity of Longhua. Therefore, the Han family must collaborate with local pharmaceutical groups in Jiangzhou to jointly accomplish this project. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily narrowed, his tone becoming colder as he added. Based on the information I've gathered, your Yang family's Yang Corporation is the leading enterprise in Jiangzhou's pharmaceutical industry. Originally, the Han family conglomerate had planned to cooperate with your Yang family, but alas, due to someone's objection, the Han group had no choice but to abandon this idea. Chapter 171, a 300 billion project. Master, who is this person? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianzan's face turned grim as he courteously inquired. After all, this was a massive project worth 300 billion. Anyone could tell how great the opportunities were within it. He was truly curious as to who had ruined such a grand opportunity for his family, the Yangs. This person is xuanhuan, the newly appointed leader of Jiangzhou. The man with the mask had flashes of menace in his eyes and sneered. Xuanhuan is obstinate and doesn't think much of your Yang family. He believes that since your 5 major families have been deeply involved in the pharmaceutical industry in Jiangzhou for many years, each of you should qualify to cooperate with the Han family consortium. Therefore, he insisted on using this pharmaceutical stone grand ceremony as a test, letting the 5 major families compete to be the top bidder at the ceremony. Whoever wins will become the cooperation partner with the Han family consortium. Recently, he used the gold-flowing worm to poison Chang Yuanshan's daughter, as both a warning and a threat, urging him not to meddle too much upon coming to Jiangzhou. But it appeared now that his actions hadn't made any difference. So it's Chang Yuanshan. Upon hearing this name, Yang Tianzan frowned involuntarily. As the new head of Jiangzhou, Chang Yuanshan wielded considerable power. If Chang Yuanshan had vetoed the collaboration between the Han family consortium and the Yang family, then he really would have no room for maneuver. After all, no matter how much influence the Yang family had in Jiangzhou, they couldn't possibly surpass Chang Yuanshan, who represented officialdom. Master, rest assured. However, very soon, Yang Tianzan's frown smoothed out as he confidently said, since Chang Yuanshan wishes to use the pharmaceutical stone grand ceremony as a test, let our Yang family accept it. Among the 5 major families, apart from Shun family who doesn't know their place, the other 3 families are now under our Yang family's control. Judging by the current situation, we only need to outperform the Shin family. Shin family's strength has weakened recently, barely maintaining their family status these past few years, relying solely on the old face of Shin Songrong. How can they possibly compete with us? The title of top bidder at the pharmaceutical stone grand ceremony is as good as ours. Upon hearing Yang Tianzan's words, the masked man coldly snorted and solemnly reminded him, "Don't be overconfident. Shen Songrong was previously affected by my gold-flowing poison, but is still alive and well, which indicates that there may be a powerful expert behind them aiding the Shen family. Although your Yang family holds an advantage, you must still prepare fully for the Pharmaceutical Stone Grand Ceremony. Only by becoming the top bidder at the Pharmaceutical Stone Grand Ceremony will one have the chance to collaborate with the Han Family Consortium. And only through collaborating with the Han Family Consortium, seizing the opportunity of making Jiangzhou the fourth largest medicinal hub in Longhua, can my insane conspiracy be realized. To ensure the smooth implementation of my plans, I cannot tolerate any unforeseen mishaps. This piece on my board, the Yang family, must seize the top bid at the Pharmaceutical Stone Grand Ceremony. Master is correct. Our Yang family will spare no resources to win the top bid." Yang Tianzan shivered, bowing deeply. For several years, Shen family had constantly conflicted with their Yang family until the previous family gathering, where Shen Songrong completely turned against him, prompting him to harbor murderous intent towards Shen Songrong and request the masked man's assistance to eliminate Shen Songrong. Later events did indeed surprise him. He didn't expect that Shen Songrong wouldn't die easily, being saved by someone. Nevertheless, he was confident yet modest. Even without the masked man's warning, he would fully commit to winning at the Pharmaceutical Stone Grand Ceremony. After all, he knew how enormous the opportunities hidden within this medicine hub project were. If the Han Family Consortium truly cooperated with their Yang family to transform Jiangzhou into the fourth largest medicinal hub in Longhua, their family's fortune would truly soar to unparalleled heights. They would become one of the leading families in Longhua, no longer just one of the 5 prominent families in Jiangzhou. It should be known that prestigious noble families are categorized into 2 types. One like the Han Family Consortium, possessing unimaginable wealth or authority, and another having martial arts masters in the family, inheriting martial traditions. These 2 actually complement each other. Even though their Yang family isn't a martial arts family, once their wealth and authority reach a certain level, what is there to worry about in recruiting martial arts masters to situate in their family and transforming the Yang family into a prestigious noble family? At this moment, Yang Tianzan had completely forgotten about the death of Yang Hao, as well as the disgraceful affair between Zhang Dandan and Feng Daji. His heart was brimming with nothing but boundless desire. Meanwhile, here, inside a luxurious private room at a club, Li Tianming was smiling broadly, bending over as he spoke to 2 young men dressed in designer clothes and holding glasses of red wine. These 2 young men, one of them had a striking rooster-like hairstyle and a large steel hoop earring on his ear, with broad shoulders and a strong back. His exposed muscles indicated a tall and well-built figure. This person was none other than one of the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, the eldest son of the Zhou family from one of the 5 great clans, Zhoulong. The other one sported a shiny slick-back hairstyle, wearing white-rimmed glasses and appearing as a gentle-looking clean-cut youth. He was precisely another one of the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Wenyuan. Beside them, Luo Weiwei watched her man, Li Tianming, nearly groveling in a manner befitting a doggy lackey while trying to engage with Zhoulong and Feng Wenyuan, and she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Yet, she didn't dare express this emotion at all. After all, Luo Weiwei was aware of their status. These 2 were the unruly sons of wealth that both she and Li Tianming could never provoke. At that moment, Zhoulong and Feng Wenyuan sat on the sofa exuding an air of superiority, only clinking glasses and sipping red wine without much attention paid to Li Tianming. Master Zhou, Master Feng. Li Tianming did not care about the arrogance shown by Zhoulong and Feng Wenyuan, and continued to flatteringly grin as he addressed them, who sat on the couch. Qin Yun, the sales director of Qin Group, wasn't wrong. Now is really the best time to deal with Chen Nan. She has already provided us with a method. With your support, it won't be long before Chen Nan faces prison. He paused for a moment, and then added, Master Zhou, Master Feng, I know that Chen Nan, with no sense of his own place, tried to steal Yang's woman, offending him greatly. That means he totally disregards you, the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou. You cannot let him off. Chapter 172, Dealing with Chen Nan. Li Tianming, you can't possibly not know about this, right? Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, Feng Wenyuan pushed up his glasses, and with a slightly impatient expression, said, The Chen Nan you're referring to is no easy character. He crippled Xu Liang from the Su family, and now they don't even dare to squeak. Moreover, young Master Yang has been missing for several days, and sometimes I even suspect that it's likely related to him. As he spoke, he looked sharply at Li Tianming, and his tone turned cold. Li Tianming, you're asking Zhou Xiaoyan and me to deal with this Chen Nan. Aren't you just trying to put us in danger? I think you've gone mad. Yang Hao had disappeared these past few days, which drove the head of the Yang family, Yang Tianzan, almost insane. The Yangs had also asked him and Zhou Long about Yang Hao's whereabouts before, so they were aware of the situation. Of course, neither Feng Wenyuan nor Zhou Long knew yet that Yang Hao was already dead, or about the scandal currently happening within the Yang family. That Yang Hao wasn't Yang Tianzan's biological son. What? Chen Nen actually crippled Zushuai, and Yang She is missing too. After hearing Feng Wenyuan's words, Li Tianming's face immediately changed, showing disbelief. He didn't know about any of this. He only assumed that there was an unclear relationship between Chen Nan and Qin Bingwe, causing an offense against Yang Hao due to Qin Bingwe, thus potentially offending all 4 members of the Jiangzhou Four Lords. But he never expected that Chen Nan would be so reckless, daring enough to cripple Xu Liang and openly confront the Jiangzhou Four Lords. What made him feel even more frustrated and dissatisfied was this realization. From Feng Wenyuan's words, he could sense that Chen Nan seemed much more capable than he had imagined. So much so that even Feng Wenyuan had developed caution toward Chen Nan. When Luo Weiwei heard Feng Wenyuan's words, she was also shocked. Still, while she was surprised, she wasn't really amazed that Chen Nan could do what he did, because she had already completely lost the ability to understand the man who used to be beneath her contempt. To put it differently, whether she wanted to admit it or not, whether she was willing to accept it or not, Chen Nan was no longer the same as he once was. In fact, the current Chen Nan was infinitely more outstanding compared to Li Tianming, rendering them incomparable. In truth, since the last school reunion, she felt somewhat disappointed in Li Tianming and started to regret her actions from the past. She wondered whether things might have been entirely different if she had initially chosen Chen Nan and genuinely built a life together, instead of getting entangled with Li Tianming. Would her entire life have turned out differently? But by now it was too late. She knew that no amount of regret could change the reality that she and Li Tianming were deeply intertwined. She had betrayed Chen Nan and given birth to 3 daughters with Li Tianming, facts that couldn't be undone. And she was now pregnant with their 4th child. Feng Shuiwei, you are overthinking it a little. Seeing Li Tianming's sour expression, Zhou Long immediately stood up to defend him, smiling and saying, that guy named Chen Nan may have crippled Xu Liang, but that doesn't mean anything. It simply shows that Xu Liang was incompetent and the entire Su family is weak. He paused. Then, downing the red wine in his glass, there remained disdain in his voice as he continued laughing. As for whether young Master Yang is truly missing, there's still no definitive conclusion. Moreover, the Yang family hasn't taken any action against this Chen Nan. Furthermore, I don't believe that guy named Chen Nan has the guts to actually lay hands on young Master Yang. Li Tianming was now his closest bed companion, who served him with all heart during this period. This devotion caused Zhou Long to transition from merely playing with Li Tianming to genuinely liking him. Among the 5 great families of Jiangzhou, the Yangs held the most power, followed by the Zhou family. Being the eldest son of the Zhou family, he had never given any regard to Chen Nan and wouldn't believe Chen Nan had any connection to Yang Hao's disappearance. Master Zhou speaks the truth. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Hearing Zhou Long's words, Feng Wenyuan agreed with a nod. He was just talking out loud, thinking that although there was some conflict between Chen Nan and Yang Hao, he didn't believe Chen Nan dared to harm Yang Hao or was involved in his disappearance. After all, Yang Hao was different from Xu Liang. The Yang family's power far outweighed the Su family's. Yang Hao was also the only son of the head of the Yang family, and Yang Hao always had skilled personal bodyguards around him, like Zhang Biao. With such protection, neither Xu Liang nor people like himself and Zhou Long could compare. Young Master Zhou, from what you're saying, it seems like you're planning to support Li Tianming and Qin Yun in dealing with Chen Nan? At this point, Feng Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and redirected the conversation with another question. Many people in their circle were aware of Zhou Long's preference for men. He had naturally understood long ago that there was a certain relationship between Li Tianming and Zhou Long. If it weren't for this connection, given Li Tianming's relatively low status compared to Zhou Long's prominent position as one of the Jiangzhou 4 lords, they wouldn't even have to interact with each other. Of course I support it. Zhou Long nodded, chuckling as he said. I've been irritated by that guy named Chen Nan for a long time now. If young Master Yang hadn't said last time to temporarily wait before handling this fellow, I would have made sure he didn't have an easy life much earlier. Now that Qin Bingyue's sister Qin Yun has provided a way, I certainly have no reason to let him go. As Zhou Long finished speaking, Li Tianming immediately brightened up, the frustration and resentment he'd felt earlier dissipating instantly. Flattering Zhou Long, he quickly said, young Master Zhou is wise. With your support, that waste of space, Chen Nan won't be able to last long. Earlier, seeing the haughty attitudes of Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long, and hearing Feng Wenyuan's words, Li Tianming had thought that perhaps these members of the Jiangzhou 4 lords were beginning to fear Chen Nan and might not intervene to help him against Chen Nan this time. However, after Zhou Long's statement, Li Tianming was reassured once again. But upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Feng Wenyuan hesitated, his gaze flickering uncertainly, refraining from making an immediate stance. Whether or not to seize this opportunity to deal with Chen Nan, he still had some doubts in his mind. After all, ultimately, he and Chen Nan had no direct conflict. In fact, he hadn't even met Chen Nan face to face yet. Of course, if Yang Hao were here, there would be no doubt that Feng Wenyuan would immediately side with him without hesitation. Chapter 173, Feng Wenyuan's Hobby. Li Tianming, is this your woman? It's the first time I've seen her, but she does have a few good looks. Seeing that Feng Wenyuan didn't immediately agree to support him, Zhou Long suddenly shifted his gaze to Luo Weiwei and asked with a smirk, I heard you say before that she is pregnant? Yes, young Master Zhou. Li Tianming slightly nodded, respectfully answering. Her name is Luo Weiwei, she's my girlfriend, and she is now pregnant. Though he was somewhat puzzled in his heart, not understanding why Zhou Long brought up Luo Weiwei out of the blue and particularly mentioned her pregnancy. After all, when he had just introduced Luo Weiwei briefly to Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan in this private room, both of them had completely ignored her and showed no interest in her at all, and he thought that was quite normal. After all, his girlfriend Luo Weiwei, despite having a few good looks, for people like Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, who could summon any kind of beauty they wanted at will, it wouldn't matter much. Pregnant. Upon hearing these 4 words from Li Tianming, Feng Wenyuan's eyes immediately lit up, his fiery gaze unmasked, as he instantly stared directly at Luo Weiwei. He guessed that this woman's pregnancy wasn't very far along. Coupled with her wearing relatively loose clothing, He hadn't noticed at first that she was actually his favorite type of prey. When Luo Weiwei noticed the unusual look Feng Wenyuan gave her, her heart couldn't help but tremble, and out of fear, she instinctively moved closer to Li Tianming. She felt that Feng Wenyuan's gaze was extremely abnormal, hotter than some men's gazes, more invasive. If she had to describe him with 2 words, it would be perverted. At this point, not only did Luo Weiwei herself notice the odd glances from Feng Wenyuan, but Li Tianming and Zhou Long noticed it at the same time too. Li Tianming frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But Zhou Long curved his lips into a faint smile, as if foreseeing Feng Wenyuan's behavior. Among the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou, both Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan had somewhat special hobbies. Zhou Long himself liked men, whereas Feng Wenyuan had a particular fancy for pregnant housewives, which many people within their circle already knew about. Li Tianming, you've also seen, young Master Feng has set his eyes on your girlfriend. Zhou Long openly revealed his purpose without any pretense and straightforwardly suggested with a grin. Let your girlfriend spend a good evening accompanying young Master Feng. As long as he has fun, he'll join me in helping you deal with Xuanhuan. Then, he smiled and turned to Feng Wenyuan to ask, young Master Feng, is there anything wrong with what I just said? The reason why Zhou Long pushed Luo Weiwei forward at this moment was simply to get Feng Wenyuan involved and to support Li Tianming in dealing with Xuanhuan together. Based on the method provided by Li Tianming and Qin Yun, Xuanhuan was now the chief medical advisor of Qin Family Group and had formulated 3 new drugs. These 3 new drugs were soon going to be launched by Qin Family Group onto the market. Qin Yun would arrange for someone to subtly tamper with 1 batch of these new drugs' ingredients, and then hope to quickly sell the problematic drugs to certain consumers via the sales networks of the Zhou family and the Feng family. Once those consumers experienced issues with this batch of new drugs, they would certainly swarm towards Qin Family Group en masse, leaving Qin Family Group with no other choice but to blame the research and development of the new drugs on Xuanhuan. By then, Xuanhuan would be so implicated that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash away the stain. His fate would only be to serve time in prison indefinitely. It has to be admitted. In order to retaliate against Xuanhuan, Qin Yun had gone crazy to the point of disregarding the interests of Qin Family Group entirely. No problem. Feng Wenyuan adjusted his glasses frame, keeping his gaze fixed on Luo Weiwei. He immediately agreed with a smile. As long as this woman gives me a good time, I'm not opposed to using our Feng family resources to deal with that little fellow named Xuanhuan together. He knew that Luo Weiwei was currently pregnant, and the more he looked at her, the more flavorful she seemed. Upon hearing the conversation between Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, Luo Weiwei turned pale with fear. Although she dared not say much, she tightly clung to Li Tianming's arm, subconsciously moving closer to him. Even though she had deceived Xuanhuan before by hooking up secretly with Li Tianming, it was merely the result of her long-standing relationship with Li Tianming. It didn't mean she was a promiscuous woman. More importantly, being pregnant right now, she couldn't endure the abuse from Feng Wenyuan. Master Zhou, Master Feng. Hearing their words, Li Tianming forced a strained smile and quickly interjected. The 2 of you stop your jokes. My girlfriend is pregnant right now, and I myself haven't touched her in this period. Pausing for a moment, he smirked flatteringly at Feng Wenyuan and said, Mr. Feng, my girlfriend isn't some incredibly beautiful woman anyway. Let me find you another stunning beauty to accompany you after some time has passed. Do you think that's acceptable? Slap. Feng Wenyuan suddenly stood up from the sofa, and with one abrupt slap across Li Tianming's face, he coldly said, Listen here, young master likes married women who are pregnant. I want to play with your girlfriend right now. Who the hell cares about the beauties you offer to find for me? Li Tianming, having been unexpectedly slapped, could not help but display an expression filled with extreme discomfort. Rage surged inside him, yet he dared not let it explode. He hadn't anticipated that Feng Wenyuan, appearing to be so refined and scholarly, would suddenly turn his back on him. He also didn't expect the other's predilections to be even more bizarre than Zhou Long's. Indeed, the preferences of Feng Wenyuan were considerably intense. In other words, Feng Wenyuan was nothing more than a polished degenerate. Li Tianming, aren't you wanting to deal with that guy named Xuanhuan? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Long did not say anything to defend Li Tianming this time. Instead, a playful curve appeared at the corner of his lips as he opened his mouth to say, To be a man and accomplish something, there must be no thought of women in your heart. Mr. Feng's desire to have your girlfriend join him should make you feel honored because it means you are valuable and can receive his assistance. Hearing these words from Zhou Long, Li Tianming's expression became unsettled. Memories of the various humiliations and blows dealt by Xuanhuan involuntarily flooded his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and spoke. Young Master Zhou is right. I'll have my girlfriend accompany young Master Feng then. His hatred towards Xuanhuan was even greater than Qin Yun's hatred towards Xuanhuan. Since recently, Xuanhuan had virtually become his heart demon, haunting his thoughts all the time. He wanted to retaliate against Xuanhuan harshly at every moment and dreamt of forcing Xuanhuan to kneel beneath him. Based on this reason, he could give up everything, including Luo Weiwei. Slap. As Li Tianming's words fell, he was struck again, this time by none other than Luo Weiwei herself who stood beside him. Chapter 174. A disappointed Luo Weiwei. Weiwei. Li Tianming held his face which had been slapped and wanted to say something. However, upon noticing the fury in Luo Weiwei's eyes, he immediately realized that whatever he said now would be futile. Tianming, I'm leaving here. Luo Weiwei pulled her arm free from Li Tianming and gritted her teeth before walking towards the door of the private room, wanting to leave at once. Previously, no matter what Li Tianming did, She always thought he was right and considered him an outstanding man worthy of her reliance. But not only did Li Tianming fail to surpass Chen Nan, he actually agreed to escort the other party, something she couldn't possibly accept. Want to leave? Feng Wenyuan grabbed Luo Weiwei's arm. His eyes were filled with sinister light, and a mocking smile hung on his lips. Your man has already agreed to let you accompany me. Do you really think you can still leave? Don't touch me. I want to leave here. Luo Weiwei fiercely broke away from Feng Wenyuan's grasp and shouted angrily. Smack! Feng Wenyuan violently slapped Luo Weiwei across the face and roared. Bitch! Ungrateful wretch! It's your fortune that I've taken interest in you. Don't disrespect my kindness. As he spoke, he shoved Luo Weiwei onto the sofa right in front of Li Tianming, leering as he said, The more you resist, the more interested I become. Come on, I can't wait anymore. Don't. Save me. Tianming, save me. Luo Weiwei struggled with all her strength, but it was useless. She could do nothing but look at Li Tianming through tear-filled eyes, hoping that he would finally step up and stop Feng Wenyuan's bestial act. However, Li Tianming deliberately turned his head away, biting his teeth while standing still, completely red-faced and motionless. Hee, let's go into the next room for some exchange. Don't interrupt Mr. Feng's affairs here. Zhou Long patted Li Tianming's shoulder and chuckled, then left the room first. Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Li Tianming's whole body trembled. Although extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to follow Zhou Long out of this private room, heading to the adjacent one. He naturally understood what kind of exchange Zhou Long was referring to. Just thinking about how his backside was about to be violated again filled him with chilling dread, causing goosebumps to break out all over his body. Seeing Li Tianming walk out without looking back, Luo Weiwei lost all hope in him. Tears slowly slid down from the corner of her eyes, and her will to resist Feng Wenyuan's monstrous behavior faded away like ashes. Not until the early hours of the next morning did everything that happened in both private rooms finally come to an end. Both Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan left fully satisfied, leaving behind a gloomy-looking Li Tianming whose rear was sore and swollen, and Luo Weiwei who looked utterly dead inside, entirely numbed by the ordeal. Weiwei, let me take you to the hospital first. In the private room, Li Tianming walked in and glanced at the large patches of blood on Luo Weiwei's legs. His expression turned ghastly. He felt anger welling up inside, cursing Feng Wenyuan repeatedly for having gone too far, forgetting entirely that Luo Weiwei was pregnant. Upon hearing this, Luo Weiwei remained like she hadn't heard Li Tianming's words. With disheveled hair, she sat lifelessly on the sofa, silent, not responding to Li Tianming. Only a sarcastic smirk curved faintly at her lips. Weiwei, don't blame me. Li Tianming's eyes were filled with venomous resentment and stubbornness as he gritted his teeth. I didn't want it to turn out this way either. Blame Chen Nan, the worthless man. Everything is because of him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Weiwei, listen to me. At this point, in order to stir up Luo Weiwei's hatred for Chen Nan, he even confessed his own incapability for sexual activity. Biting his teeth, he continued. To be honest, I've also decided not to hide it from you any longer. The reason why I haven't been able to be intimate with you lately is because there is indeed something wrong with my body. I believe this was caused by that Chen Nan guy, so he is our biggest enemy. After hearing Li Tianming's speech, Luo Weiwei was still in a daze, but that trace of sarcastic smile grew slightly wider. Seeing that Luo Weiwei still refused to respond, heartless and lifeless. Tianming, haven't you always wondered why I gained Zhou Long's favor? Li Tianming voluntarily revealed the disgraceful truth of his homosexual relationship, with Zhou Long grinding his teeth. He continued. I don't want to hide this from you either. Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan are both deviants, just like him. This bastard only likes men. As an orphan with no background or resources, I had to rely on selling my body to form a connection with him if I wanted the company to flourish. Weiwei, I know that you were humiliated by Feng Wenyuan earlier, and you must feel very angry now. You might also be extremely disappointed in me, but it's okay. I believe you'll understand me eventually. He extended his hand and gently caressed Luo Weiwei's cheek as he softly said. The reason why I told you all of this is because I want you to know that in order to deal with Chen Nan and secure our promising future, the price I've paid is actually no less than yours. This time, I caused you hardship. Can you forgive me? Pardon. Upon hearing these words, Luo Weiwei let out a bitter laugh, gradually regaining her senses from her daze. She pushed Li Tianming's hand away. Instead of yelling or being angry at him, she stared at him lifelessly and quietly replied. Li Tianming, don't you think I am now utterly pitiful? And you, aren't you truly pathetic as well? After saying these words, Luo Weiwei turned and walked away without saying another word to Li Tianming. Rising unsteadily from the sofa, she floated aimlessly toward the door of the private room. She was now completely disappointed in Li Tianming. She found every word he spoke grating and unbearable. Her heart was now deadened, and she no longer cared about whether Li Tianming had lost his manhood or how he managed to connect with Zhou Long through selling himself. Watching Luo Weiwei walk away with a despondent air, Li Tianming's expression grew dark and unpredictable, but he did not say anything more to her. In his mind, since Luo Weiwei loved and depended on him so deeply, once she forgot about what happened with Feng Wenyuan and spent some time alone, she would naturally come back to him willingly. What Li Tianming did not realize was that soon after, Luo Weiwei wouldn't return to him. Instead, her approach to Chen Nan would make Li Tianming's assumptions seem laughably off base. Chapter 175, Shopping. Over here. As usual, Chen Nan woke up early, left Zhao Yaqi's rental apartment, and sat cross-legged in a secluded corner of the park to practice cultivation, until the sun was high in the sky. Only then did he rise from his meditation, bringing an end to his cultivation session. The Taishian Three Lives Sutra is truly an incredible technique. I thought that now I had broken through to the Mingjin level, my cultivation speed might slow down a bit, but I didn't expect that not only has my progress not slowed at all, it has even improved quite a bit. A gleam of sharpness passed through Chun-Nan's eyes as he stroked his chin with excitement, speaking quietly to himself. Judging by my current cultivation speed, it probably won't take much time before I can break through again to the small accomplishment realm of Mingjin. After all, this was still purely the result of sitting in meditation for cultivation. If he could find something again containing qi energy, like a mysterious artifact similar to the fragment of the Jade Seal, his cultivation speed would be even more terrifying, allowing him to break through in mere minutes. However, though my cultivation speed is fast, it brings its own set of disadvantages. My strength grows too quickly, making it hard for me to gain full control over my inner force within such a short period of time, which is rather troubling. After his excitement subsided, Chun-Nan's eyes flickered once again with an air of helplessness. Chun-Nan's problem could actually be considered one that wasn't really a problem, because if other ancient martial artists knew Chun-Nan was troubled by this, they might just wish to strangle him with their bare hands. After all the ancient martial artists in the entire martial arts world pour all their efforts into improving their cultivation and strength, desperately trying to reach higher realms. Any martial artist would only worry about being unable to break through, never about breaking through too quickly. Such a situation was simply absurd. At this moment, Chun-Nan exhaled lightly, suddenly chuckled softly, realizing that dwelling on this issue seemed to have a bit of a showing-off tone to it. He didn't ponder further and stepped out of the park, returning to Zhao Yaqi's rental apartment. It was the weekend today, so although there was no work, Zhao Yaqi still prepared breakfast as usual, and Zhao Yaling also got up early this morning. Today is the weekend, a good day. During breakfast, Zhao Yaling glanced at Chun-Nan across the table and suddenly said in a delicate voice, "Chun-Nan, sister and I are going shopping for clothes. Will you accompany us?" Lining, shopping for clothes is something we sisters can handle alone. Chun-Nan must have his own things to attend to. Before Chun-Nan could respond, Zhao Yaqi quickly interjected. Then she turned to smile faintly at Chun-Nan. "Chun-Nan, don't mind Lining. It's rare to have a weekend. If you have things to do, go ahead with your business." "No problem, Yaqi." Hearing this, Chun-Nan shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "Actually, I don't have anything special to do today, so I'll just go shopping with you both." This weekend, he originally planned to go on a date with Qin Bingyue, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to win her over completely. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Since he had formulated 3 new drugs for Qin Corporation several days ago, Qin Bingyue had been extremely busy trying to bring these new drugs to market as soon as possible, becoming a full-fledged workaholic and no longer having time to go on dates with him. So, there was nothing he could do but delay his date with Qin Bingyue. That's right. Upon hearing Chun-Nan's words, Zhao Yaling couldn't help but gave him a playful wink, giggling. "Chun-Nan, I won't let you accompany us without reward. If Miss Zhao is happy, I might give you a little bonus." "All right, then I'll look forward to your reward." Chun-Nan felt a slight stirring in his heart and responded with a laugh. Zhao Yaqi, upon hearing their conversation, couldn't help but smile gently. She naturally felt very pleased that Chun-Nan would join them on their shopping trip. But what made her even happier was that during the recent cohabitation, the relationship between her younger sister Zhao Yaling and Chun-Nan had seemingly improved significantly, perhaps even better than she'd anticipated. Previously, she always worried about how to improve the relationship between her younger sister Zhao Yaling and Chun-Nan, but now it appeared that she was unnecessarily concerned. After finishing breakfast, Chun-Nan waited on the living room sofa while Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaling returned to their respective bedrooms for a proper grooming session. Apparently, this was an indispensable step for girls before heading out for shopping, and the Zhao sisters were no exception. After waiting for about half an hour, it was at this moment that Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaling emerged from their respective bedrooms, almost simultaneously. When the twin sisters, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaling, stood before him holding hands, Chun-Nan's eyes immediately filled with admiration. The reason for this was that the two sisters were dressed almost identically. They both wore fresh light makeup, with their black hair draping over their shoulders. Both of them were dressed in a light blue dress, paired with a pair of white canvas shoes, looking pure and simple, yet youthful and fashionable. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Yaqi's white canvas shoes had slightly faded due to frequent use, making them somewhat subtly different from Zhao Yaling's brand new ones, Chun-Nan would have truly been unable to distinguish who was the older sister and who was the younger one. In fact, this kind of attire was completely Zhao Yaqi's usual style. The problem lay with Zhao Yaling. The girl normally always went for the spicier, sexier look of a tomboy, but today she was clearly trying to imitate her sister's clothing choice for the first time. "Chun-Nan, how do we look?" Noticing the admiration in Chun-Nan's eyes, Zhao Yaling spun around confidently in front of him, her lips curling up as she asked, "Isn't my outfit today just great? If I wear this dress while shopping, the heads I turn will be countless. This outfit certainly looks good on the surface." Seeing Zhao Yaling's proud expression, Chun-Nan couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. He teased her, saying, "However, this dress is actually more suited to your sister. You wearing it looks somewhat strange. Trust me, if you wore your usual outfits, I think you'd get even more attention." "Strange? Weird?" Upon hearing these words from Chun-Nan, Zhao Yaling's pretty face fell immediately. Turning toward her sister Zhao Yaqi, she said, "Sis, you see, I told you I wasn't really suitable for this dress. Should I go change into something else? Chapter 176. Buying unconventional clothes. Don't listen to Xuanhuan's nonsense. He's just teasing you. If a girl wears something fiery and sexy, she will naturally get a lot of attention from men. That's just how men behave. Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but glare at Xuanhuan before turning to her younger sister Zhao Yale and saying, "Young fool, in your daily life, try not to wear overly revealing clothes or dress too ostentatious. It'll save our parents from constantly nagging at you." She paused for a moment. Then, she added with a smile, "Remember, we're twin sisters. Since this dress suits me, it will suit you as well." In the past, whenever she bought clothes, she would always pick up an identical style for her younger sister Zhao Yale. This light blue dress was also something she had bought for Zhao Yale. Previously, her younger sister Zhao Yale would only wear the same home pajamas that she picked out, and this was the first time Zhao Yale willingly wore the same clothes she bought to go shopping. Zhao Yaqi felt inwardly very happy about the change in her younger sister. Even if she didn't nag at Zhao Yale like Mr. and Mrs. Xiaoguan did for wearing too revealing clothes like a delinquent teenager, deep down, she didn't actually want her younger sister to dress this way. "Xuanhuan, is what my sister said correct?" Although Zhao Yale knew her sister made sense, there was still a serious look on her face as she couldn't help but ask Xuanhuan again, "Is this dress suitable for me too?" She could ignore anyone else's opinions, except for Xuanhuan's, because he was the man she liked. If her elder sister wasn't here, she might have even directly asked Xuanhuan, "Do you like seeing me wear this dress?" "Your sister is right. I was just joking around with you. Actually, this dress suits you just fine." Seeing Zhao Yale seriously asking him, Xuanhuan nodded immediately, deciding not to tease her further. "You have good taste." Upon hearing that, Zhao Yale became extremely happy inside, but put on a tough exterior by glaring fiercely at Xuanhuan. She even raised her small fists threateningly and said, "If you joke with me like this again, I'll beat you up." Though Zhao Yale's words sounded harsh, they carried a strong hint of coquettishness. Not only could Xuanhuan hear it clearly, but so could Zhao Yaqi. Therefore, both Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi exchanged amused glances and ignored her comments. Next, the three didn't continue chatting idly anymore. They got into Zhao Yaqi's beetle car and drove towards the central business district of Jiangzhou. When they arrived at the business street, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale unleashed their full female potential, browsing shop after shop without showing any sign of fatigue, walking hand in hand through countless shops, seemingly unable to stop. Finally, noon arrived. Xuanhuan thought that these twin sisters would finish their shopping spree for the day. But much to his surprise, the two women just briefly stopped to grab some simple snacks, ate quickly, and then continued their shopping. This made even him, a martial artist at the Bright Force level, sigh internally. He truly marveled at how strong a woman's fighting spirit when it came to shopping really was. Time passed until dusk. At this point, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale were still shopping. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan's left and right hands were already full of items, and even his arms were piled high with goods surpassing his height. Most of these goods were clothing, snacks, decorations, and such, and the majority of them were bought by Zhao Yale. Lining, "It's about time." At this moment, Zhao Yaqi gave an apologetic glance at the many items Xuanhuan was carrying for them and suggested kindly to her younger sister Zhao Yale, "We've been shopping all day. I'm getting a bit tired now. How about we head back?" Hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, Xuanhuan remained silent, but a ray of relief flashed in his eyes as he instinctively sent a grateful look toward Zhao Yaqi. Even though Xuanhuan followed Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale around shopping all day and now carried many items, being a martial artist, such physical labor posed no challenge for him. In other words, he wasn't physically tired, but rather mentally exhausted. After all, he found absolutely no interest in shopping, finding the entire day unbearably monotonous and boring. "Sister, I'll follow your advice." Zhao Yale agreed first, but then added slyly, "However, before we go back, I'd like to buy one more set of underwear. Is that okay?" As she spoke, a cunning gleam flickered through her eyes. She grinned mischievously and added, "Sister, I know there's a new lingerie store nearby. I absolutely adore their clothing." "Of course it's fine." Zhao Yaqi nodded lightly with a smile and said, "All right then, let's get you your lingerie first before heading back." "Sister, I knew you were the best. Come on, let me take you to that store." Zhao Yale cheerfully said as she hooked her arm around her sister's wrist, leading her in a certain direction of the business street. At this sight, Xuanhuan sighed helplessly but smiled and followed Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale's pace. Several minutes later, the three stood in front of a shop named Shine Underwear Store. "Lining, did you bring us to the wrong store?" Looking at the shop, Zhao Yaqi's fair cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She whispered, "Do you really mean to buy underwear like this?" Xuanhuan glanced through the glass door at the clothes sold inside and couldn't help but twitch his lips in reaction. He understood why Zhao Yaqi suddenly turned crimson, because what was sold in the store wasn't ordinary lingerie, but clothing with overt sexual connotations. This girl Zhao Yale was certainly bold for dragging her own sister Zhao Yaqi to a place like this to buy clothes. But as he thought back to that night long ago, when Zhao Yale acted boldly even in front of her sister Zhao Yaqi, Xuanhuan found it unsurprising that Zhao Yale would make such a move. "Sister, I didn't bring us to the wrong store. The underwear I want is exactly this kind." Zhao Yale confidently nodded and grinned, adding mischievously, "And not only will I buy some for myself, I'll get you some too." "No way, no way." Upon hearing that, Zhao Yaqi shook her head vehemently, her face burning red as she hastily replied, "These are far too risque. I wouldn't wear them, so don't you dare buy them either." "Ah, sister, just listen to me." Zhao Yale rolled her eyes, glancing at Xuanhuan briefly before leaning toward her sister Zhao Yaqi's ear and whispering something quietly. Chapter 177. a flustered Zhao Yaqi. At this, Chen Nan felt a flicker of interest, curious about what Zhao Yalan was whispering to Zhao Yaqi on purpose, so he perked up his ears and subtly eavesdropped. At this distance, with his hearing enhanced by his status as a Mingjing powerhouse, no matter how soft Zhao Yalan's voice was, it couldn't escape his detection. Sis, don't you like Chen Nan? In the past, you've been too reserved in front of him. That just won't do. If you like someone, you need to take the initiative to grasp it. Let me tell you something. Men are essentially a type of sultry lower body creature. They love when we girls wear such clothes. Don't think for a moment that Chen Nan is all proper in front of you. He's a normal man, sultry like others. Now there's a good chance right before your eyes. Whether we buy it or not is another story. Go inside and try on some lingerie. Fully display your feminine charm in front of Chen Nan. How else would you bewitch him, making him kneel at your feet from now on, then actively chase after you? Sis, you must listen to me this time. I'll teach you how to. By the time he heard this, Chen Nan's somewhat refined face became riddled with awkward black lines, quickly ceasing his eavesdropping. He couldn't bear to listen anymore. He never imagined that Zhao Yalan, this girl, would talk such nonsense, actually bringing himself into the conversation and inciting Zhao Yaqi to enter the store to purchase such clothing. Chen Nan discreetly cleared his throat, deliberately looking elsewhere, pretending as if he hadn't overheard Zhao Yalan's words and acted oblivious to the special clothes sold here. Admittedly, though Zhao Yalan played it a bit wild, he couldn't help but dislike her antics. In this moment, he also fell victim to the common male malady, a hint of inexplicable anticipation and excitement welling up within him. If these twin sisters went ahead and bought a set of risque clothing to wear for him, that scene, well, after a moment, Zhao Yalan finished persuading her sister Zhao Yaqi. At this point, although Zhao Yaqi still had a reluctant look with a blush across her face, she didn't say much more and was forcibly dragged into the shop named Show Clothes Store by her younger sister Zhao Yalan. It had to be said, Zhao Yalan truly understood her older sister Zhao Yaqi and used Chen Nan to completely break down Zhao Yaqi's conservative mental barriers. Seeing the twin sisters walk into the store, Chen Nan immediately followed them inside. He wasn't the naive, inexperienced youth he once was. Things like this wouldn't make him blush or shy away anymore. Most importantly, since confirming his relationship with Jin Hongmei. Lately, Jin Hongmei hasn't been lacking in wearing such uniforms to practice dual cultivation with him. He had already fully experienced the fun of such attire. Zhao Yalan, Zhao Yaqi, and Chen Nan stepped into the shop named Show Clothes Store. Welcome. Upon seeing the trio come in, an elaborately made-up, stylishly dressed mature woman instantly approached with great enthusiasm and smiled, saying, I'm the owner here. What style of seductive clothing are you interested in? My selection is quite extensive and especially favored by young people like you. As she spoke, she first glanced at Chen Nan laden with items, then continuously focused her gaze on Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan. Such a beautiful pair of twin sisters was the first she'd ever seen. She thought that if this pair of twin beauties were the seductive outfits from her store, they would undoubtedly enchant any man. From her perspective, with so many items purchased, Chen Nan might possibly be the benefactor funding these twin beauties. Otherwise, it would seem rather odd for a one-man two-women combination to come to her store for such provocative clothing. Generally speaking, couples who came into her shop were simply boyfriends and girlfriends purchasing such clothing. Seeing the enthusiastic reception from the mature woman owner, hearing the word seductive again, Zhao Yaqi's beautiful face couldn't help but turn bright red, keeping her head low without even attempting to respond. It was Zhao Yalan who quickly took the lead, knowing her older sister's thin skin prevented her from being at ease here. She laughed and said to the mature woman, Boss, we don't need service. We'll browse around freely in your shop. If we see any suitable seductive clothes, we will try them on ourselves and settle the bill directly afterward. Hee alright. You go ahead and browse. If you need anything, feel free to call out anytime. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, the mature woman immediately understood and giggled knowingly before tactfully walking away. She fully understood Zhao Yalan's actions, because almost all customers were just like Zhao Yalan. Once they came into her store, they didn't need her guidance at all. They only wanted to pick out their clothes, try them on themselves, and then quietly buy them. To put it bluntly, when purchasing such adult-themed clothing, most people would feel somewhat embarrassed and wouldn't want others around. That was why, although her shop wasn't small, she ran it all by herself, not needing to hire additional sales staff. Sis, this outfit is really nice. Why don't you try it on first? As soon as the female shopkeeper left, Zhao Yalan quickly turned into a salesperson, grabbing a flight attendant costume that highlighted maturity, and cheerfully suggested to her sister, Zhao Yaqi with a smile. The color of this dress is too gaudy. I don't really like it. Zhao Yaqi took one glance at the bold design, which completely exposed her slim waist, and had some cleavage exposure, and her pretty face immediately flushed red as she shook her head. Sis, if you don't like this set, then how about trying on this one? Zhao Yalan then grabbed a student uniform, which emphasized youthfulness, and giggled as she spoke. I'm already this age. It's not appropriate for me to wear a student uniform anymore. After looking at the student uniform, which was practically transparent and barely covered anything, Zhao Yaqi's cheeks became even redder, and she hurriedly shook her head again. Sis, since you don't like the student uniform either, why don't you try this Cheongsam? Unbothered, Zhao Yalan once more grabbed an even bolder Cheongsam, completely slid up for added allure, and smiled mischievously. She paused for a moment. A sly look flashed across her eyes, knowing her sister would likely find yet another reason to refuse. So before Zhao Yaqi could respond, she playfully turned to ask Chen Nan. Chen Nan, I think this Cheongsam suits my sister quite well. What do you think of this Cheongsam? Chapter 178, Zhao Yalan's reward. When Chun Nan saw Zhao Yalan suddenly asking him a question, his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. If he gave an inappropriate response, it might upset Zhao Yaqi, but if he answered properly, it would certainly leave her in an awkward situation. As Zhao Yalan questioned Chun Nan, Zhao Yaqi herself felt utterly embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed with shame as she became completely at a loss of what to do. At this moment, her heart was pounding furiously, and her head was bowed so low that she wished there were a crack in the ground to disappear into. She wasn't sure whether the secret words her younger sister Zhao Yalan had said earlier at the store entrance were true or false. Pulled inside by Zhao Yalan, she had merely intended to find something slightly normal to try on in front of Chun Nan. But she hadn't anticipated that each set of clothes here was more revealing and daring than the last, everyone reaching a point where she simply couldn't accept them. With their relationship still unclarified, she knew she didn't yet have the courage to wear such lingerie in front of a man. Just as both Chun Nan and Zhao Yaqi were stuck in this awkward situation, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone broke the atmosphere. Someone was calling Zhao Yaqi at this exact moment. Phew. The timely ring of the phone brought some relief to both Zhao Yaqi and Chun Nan. Big sister, really, who would call you at this time? Zhao Yalan, ever the troublemaker, frowned discontentedly. She didn't think that her recent questioning had created any awkwardness between her sister Zhao Yaqi and Chun Nan. On the contrary, she believed she had used the opportunity well to bring the two closer, creating some much-needed chemistry for these two people who wouldn't take the initiative themselves. It's Dad calling. Checking the incoming call, Zhao Yaqi quickly seized the chance to escape, her cheeks red as she said, "Lying, I'll step outside to answer Dad's call. I won't be trying on these clothes. I think they're all unsuitable for me." Without waiting for her sister Zhao Yalan to say anything, her face still flushed, she hurriedly turned and left the shop, her retreating figure almost resembling someone fleeing the scene. My big sister is still as shy as ever. Witnessing this, Zhao Yalan could not help but sigh with slight exasperation as she mocked. She's like this. You dragged her here to try on such clothes, and you made her feel so uncomfortable just now. Chun Nan gently shook his head, scolding lightly. Next time, don't trick your sister into coming to places like this. And besides, you shouldn't have asked me that question just now. There's no distinction of appropriateness when it comes to such clothing. Of course, there is a difference. With a glare at Chun Nan, Zhao Yalan swiftly picked up a set of lingerie and grinned mischievously. Chun Nan, I think this outfit suits me perfectly. Don't believe me? Watch me wear it for you. After saying that, she did not wait for Chun Nan to reply, but directly entered the fitting room. Since her older sister Zhao Yaqi was too shy to try on clothes here, Zhao Yalan had no such scruples. After all, while this might be an opportunity for her older sister to showcase charm in front of Chun Nan, it was also an equally important chance for herself. In her eyes, although the relationship between her and Chun Nan was already settled, they'd practically done everything that night except take the final step. It was vital for her to seize every chance to capture the heart of this excellent man. Try it on and show me. Chun Nan hesitated briefly, looking toward the changing room where Zhao Yalan had disappeared, and unconsciously swallowed dryly. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Yalan had chosen the store's most representative rabbit suit. Chun Nan, come in and help me zip up the back. Within less than a minute, Zhao Yalan's voice beckoned from inside the fitting room. Upon hearing her voice, Chun Nan placed down all the items he was holding and promptly entered the fitting room. Walking in, he first paused in surprise before feeling his mouth go dry. It turned out Zhao Yalan had already completely put on the rabbit suit, and clearly did not need his assistance with the zipper at all. Apparently, it was an excuse to call Chun Nan into the fitting room alone. Chun Nan, tell me now, does this outfit suit me? With Chun Nan entering the room, Zhao Yalan, dressed in the bunny suit, deliberately posed provocatively, while also coquettishly appealing to him. The alluring figure she displayed was beyond question, capable of stimulating the senses of any normal man and evoking a desire to conquer within them. Different from Jean Hongmei's mature seduction when wearing her stylish clothing, Zhao Yalan now exuded a unique sense of dreamlike passion. Suitable. Chun Nan, eyeing Zhao Yalan in this outfit, unconsciously rolled his throat and nodded. Chun Nan, today you accompanied my sister and me shopping, and I had so much fun. Zhao Yalan purred as she moved closer and wrapped her jade-like hand around his neck, breathing warmly onto his refined face. What I mentioned earlier about rewarding you, well, it's time for me to keep that promise. She paused for a moment. A blush appeared on her pretty face as she softly added, my sister is outside answering the phone, so now there are only you and me in this fitting room. Don't you think we should do something? Seeing Zhao Yalan's daringly seductive movements and hearing her tantalizing words, Chun Nan suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of restlessness, his breathing becoming slightly heavier, desperately wanting to immediately follow through with what they hadn't finished that night, to thus obtain that half portion of primordial yin energy from Zhao Yalan. However, reason ultimately took the upper hand and restrained him from acting on impulse, because he knew clearly that if he were to indulge in complete dual cultivation with Zhao Yalan now, even obtaining that half portion of primordial yin energy would hold little significance, having no effect on cleansing the yang fire poison inside his body. In other words, it would only be the best time for him to perform dual cultivation with Zhao Yalan on the day he formally establishes a relationship with Zhao Yaqi. Chapter 179, Zhao Guowen's promotion. Thinking of this, Chun Nan couldn't help but suppress the restlessness in his heart and was about to decline Zhao Yalan's proposition with some excuse. However, before Chun Nan could say anything, Chun Nan, you wouldn't really think that I am planning to give myself to you here, right? As if seeing through Chun Nan's restless thoughts, Zhao Yalan suddenly let go of the man's neck and playfully teased. You wish. I'm not that stupid. I've said it before. Only after you confirm the relationship with my sister can we discuss what's between us. Otherwise, we must keep our distance. If you want me, you'd better get my sister on board quickly. She then added with a glint of mischief in her eyes, changing the subject as she coaxed. Even though I won't give myself to you so soon, your reward will still come, just in a different way. Another way? Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan instantly felt puzzled and instinctively asked, what kind of way? Zhao Yalan did not respond verbally, but acted out her answer. In Xuanhuan's gaze, Zhao Yalan squatted down slowly with a mischievous smile. Could it be? Seeing Zhao Yalan's movement, Xuanhuan suddenly felt shocked, his eyes widening increasingly. SSS. Soon, Xuanhuan couldn't help but sharply inhale cold air, closing his eyes slightly like someone drunk, getting lost in the experience momentarily. Outside the door of Xiaoyiku, after finishing her father Zhao Guowen's call, Zhao Yaqi no longer had the courage to enter the shop and instead waited quietly by the door for Xuanhuan and Zhao Yalan to come out. It wasn't until almost an hour later that she saw Xuanhuan and Zhao Yalan walk out side by side. Lini, how many sets of clothes did you buy inside? Why did you stay there for such a long time? Seeing the extra clothing bags in not only Xuanhuan's hands, but also in her sister Zhao Yalan's hands, Zhao Yaqi blushed deeply while feeling utterly speechless. Sorry, sis, for making you wait so long. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yalan immediately raised the shopping bag in her hand with a mischievous laugh. I tried on quite a few outfits, so it took a bit more time. I bought 5 sets from this store for myself, and another 5 identical sets for you. She paused. With a playful tone, she added, before, whenever you bought clothes, you would thoughtfully buy me a matching set. In the future, when I buy clothes, I won't forget you either. While speaking to her sister Zhao Yaqi, she secretly glanced at Xuanhuan with disdain. This guy was the main culprit. Buying these clothes didn't actually take much time. It was all because of this guy's terrifying ability that kept her rewarding him so long that her lips still tingled slightly with sourness now. What made her scalp even more numb was that this was far from being Xuanhuan's limit. If she hadn't stopped the man earlier, who knows how long it would have continued. Regardless of the old prediction about serving one husband together, she became increasingly convinced in her mind that Xuanhuan must first deal with her sister Zhao Yaqi before they moved forward together. Otherwise, considering Xuanhuan's strength, how could she manage alone? After all, there's no field that cannot be cultivated, only oxen that collapse from exhaustion. This proverb seemed completely irrelevant to Xuanhuan. Of course, deep down, Zhao Yalan was thrilled and excited that Xuanhuan showed such masculine traits. From a physiological standpoint, no woman prefers a man who constantly says, I can't. Cough. Noticing Zhao Yalan's frustrated glance, Xuanhuan turned red in the face and cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. He himself noticed an issue. The longer he practiced the Tai Xian 3 Lives scripture, and as his cultivation realm advanced, his physical capability also seemed stronger and stronger. This had nothing to do with the poison of yang fire in his body. Rather, his natural male ability improved continuously on its own level. You bought 5 sets here and another 5 for me? Zhao Yaqi naturally didn't notice any abnormalities between Zhao Yalan and Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, her already flushed cheeks extended all the way down to her earlobes, leaving her somewhat disoriented and muttering. Lini, why did you buy so many sets of this kind of clothes? I don't need so many. No, I don't even need 1 set. Even if you bought them, I won't wear them. You should return them quickly. Sis, we'll see about wearing them or not later. Anyway, I've already bought them. Xuanhuan completely disregarded her sister's words and giggled mischievously. Girls like us would only wear such clothes privately in front of the ones we like anyway. It's not for other men to see. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Just think of these as a few cosplay theme outfits. She paused for a moment. She was worried that her sister Zhao Yaqi wouldn't accept it, so she quickly changed the subject and asked with a smile. By the way, sis, did Dad call you just now? Was there anything important? Dad has been promoted recently. He is now the captain of the criminal investigation team in Zhangzhou. Hearing Zhao Yalan mention the earlier phone call from Zhao Guowen, Zhao Yaqi's attention immediately shifted away from the clothing. The deep flush on her face began to fade, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. She nodded slightly and said with a smile, Dad said today is the weekend, so he wants the 3 of us, you, me, and Xuanhuan, to go over later and have dinner with him. So it's because Dad got promoted, which is indeed great news. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yalan's eyes brightened instantly, her heart full of joy as she eagerly laughed. Sis, let's head over right now and celebrate properly for Dad. And upon learning that Zhao Guowen had been promoted, Xuanhuan couldn't help but also reveal a trace of a smile on his face. In his opinion, Uncle Zhao, who had always been upright and solved numerous major cases, truly deserved the promotion long ago. Chapter 180, Misidentification. After a day of shopping, the 3 left the commercial street and rushed to the place where Zhao Guowen and his wife lived. About 40 minutes later, the 3 entered the neighborhood and stood in front of Zhao Guowen's house. I'll knock on the door. A cunning look flashed in Zhao Yalan's eyes as she giggled and said, Sis, Xuanhuan, don't say anything when I signal you. Dad usually complains about my clothes and appearance every time we meet. Now I'm dressed exactly like you, so when he sees me, he will definitely be confused and might even think I am you. For Zhao Yalan, who was full of mischief, Zhao Yaqi and Xuanhuan couldn't help but glance at each other, and both shook their heads with amusement without saying much more. Zhao Yalan is always like this, clever and mischievous, crazy and playful. Teasing her father is something this girl would definitely do. Dong dong dong. As Zhao Yalan knocked on the door a few times, steady footsteps were heard from inside immediately. Bang. Not long after, Zhao Guowen opened the door. When he first saw Zhao Yalan standing at the door wearing a light blue dress, stepping in white sneakers, looking just like Zhao Yaqi used to, he indeed mistook her for Zhao Yaqi at that moment. Yaqi, you're back. Zhao Guowen's face lit up with delight as he said, where are your sister Yalan and Xuanhuan? Did they come with you? Previously, Zhao Yalan had told her sister Zhao Yaqi and Xuanhuan not to say anything, and by blocking Zhao Guowen's view, Zhao Guowen had not noticed Zhao Yaqi and Xuanhuan outside yet. Dad, Xuanhuan and Lin both have things to attend to, so they didn't come. Zhao Yalan tried hard to suppress her laughter, imitating her sister's tone while responding to Zhao Guowen. Oh, that's how it is. Zhao Guowen still hadn't realized that he mistook Zhao Yalan for Zhao Yaqi, nodding slightly, then sighed. Xuanhuan can't come. Perhaps he really has something to take care of. As for your sister Yalan, that girl never has any real business. She probably runs off to play around somewhere again. Upon hearing these words from Zhao Guowen, Zhao Yalan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling both amused and exasperated. She found it amusing that her current attire and disguise had successfully fooled her dad, who hadn't realized she wasn't her sister yet. However, she also felt annoyed because, despite posing as her sister during this conversation with her dad, she still couldn't escape Zhao Guowen's nagging. Zhao Guowen, are you getting senile? This girl right here is Lin, not Chi. Just then, Fang Ying, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and shot an impatient glance at Zhao Yalan at the door, reproaching. In such a short while, you already can't tell your daughters apart. What a joke of a father you are. Once the fact was pointed out, Fang Ying returned to her work in the kitchen without further comment. No matter how alike the twin sisters Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi may appear or how similar their outfits might be, Fang Ying could easily identify them both. There was no other reason than that she was their mother, the flesh and blood of both girls. Dad, Mom is right, she's Lin, and I'm Chi. Following their mother Fang Ying's voice, apparently to reinforce what she said, Zhao Yaqi quickly stepped forward so Zhao Guowen could see her clearly. Uncle Zhao, I'm also here. Xuanhuan stepped up soon after, appearing before Zhao Guowen, and said with a smile. Haha, good. It's great that all of you have returned. Seeing Zhao Yaqi and Xuanhuan successively appear at the door, Zhao Guowen nodded instantly, grinning broadly with obvious happiness. Then, remembering the fact that he earlier mistaken Zhao Yalan for Zhao Yaqi, his face flushed red in embarrassment as he turned toward Zhao Yalan and scolded. You naughty brat. Actually teasing your old man. What impudence. Dad, it's you who mistook me for my sister first. It's not my fault. Facing her father Zhao Guowen's reprimand, Zhao Yalan refused to submit, retorting just like a rebellious teenager. Besides, you're an experienced detective, and now even the captain of detectives. Yet your perception is so low. You couldn't tell it's me just because I changed my outfit. You're not even as sharp as Mom. After finishing these words, with that, she ignored her father Zhao Guowen and sulked into the living room before walking into her own room. After hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Guowen found himself unable to bear the embarrassment. He was so mad that he couldn't even speak for a moment. Having such an incorrigible daughter made him feel as if his lifespan had shortened. Uncle Zhao, please don't let something this trivial get you worked up. Seeing Zhao Guowen's situation, Xuanhuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He smiled and said, Yalan's character isn't as bad as you imagine it. I've been living with her at Yaqi's place, and we've gotten along pretty well. That's right, Dad. Don't be mad at Lin. Zhao Yaqi echoed the sentiment. During the time she has lived with me, she actually changed a lot and corrected many of her old bad habits. Foolish girl, do you and Anan really think I am blind? Relax, I'm not truly angry with this girl. Hearing what Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi said, Zhao Guowen chuckled lightly and nodded. I failed to recognize her earlier, but precisely because of that, it proves that she really has improved a lot. For one thing, her clothing choices are now proper and appropriate, just like you, Yaqi. She hasn't copied those delinquent girls from society anymore. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaqi smiled and nodded slightly, but didn't add much more on the topic. After they entered the living room, Xuanhuan sat with Zhao Guowen on the sofa chatting, while Zhao Yaqi went to the kitchen to help Fang Ying prepare dinner. Anan, how's work going? Are you getting used to working at Qin Corporation? Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Guowen smiled and asked about Xuanhuan's recent status. In his eyes, Xuanhuan was deeply hurt by Luo Weiwei and may still not have come to terms with Luo Weiwei's matter. Therefore, Zhao Guowen needed to care for Xuanhuan a bit more. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Guowen didn't know Xuanhuan was now the chief medical advisor of Qin Corporation. He assumed Xuanhuan was still just a regular security guard there. In other words, Zhao Guowen's understanding of Xuanhuan stopped when Xuanhuan hadn't yet inherited the legacy of the Chun family's ancestors. He had no idea about the extent of Xuanhuan's current capabilities or the tremendous changes in his life trajectory. Chapter 181, A Strange Case. Uncle Zhao, you don't need to worry about me. I'm doing pretty well at Qin Corporation. When Uncle Zhao kindly asked after him, a wave of warmth welled up in Xuanhuan's heart, and he quickly responded with a smile. Actually, whenever he was in front of Zhao Guowen, he always felt a tinge of guilt for having his eyes on the innate primordial yin energy within Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, which gave him a sense of sinfulness. Especially now, as his relationship with Zhao Yalan grew closer, this sense of guilt in his heart became even heavier. Alas, if one day my relationship with Yaqi and Yalan really solidifies, I don't know how I'll tell Uncle Zhao about it. Xuanhuan sighed lightly in his heart, and couldn't help but start to worry. His life was constantly threatened by the poison of yang fire. Without a complete solution to this problem, he would die in just a few years. Therefore, when it came to the innate primordial yin energy within the Zhao sisters, he couldn't deny that he yearned for it. If the time ever came, he wouldn't hide it from Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Guowen. Naturally, he'd have to tell them about his relationship with Zhao Yaqi and her sister. According to his understanding, Fang Auntie's consent would be relatively easy to obtain, as long as he proved to be sufficiently outstanding in the future and had the prophecy of the mysterious old Taoist priest as a basis. There was a high probability that she would agree for the two sisters to be with him. The problem was that he currently had no idea about Uncle Zhao's attitude or what thoughts the latter might have. If Uncle Zhao refused at that point, he truly wouldn't know how to deal with the situation. That's good. If you're comfortable working at Qin Corporation, Uncle Zhao is also pleased for you. Zhao Guowen naturally didn't know what Chun Nan was thinking. When he heard Chun Nan's reply, a hint of happiness immediately appeared on his face. Anan, work peacefully at Qin Corporation, and if anything happens, you should speak up. Zhao Guowen continued earnestly. Uncle Zhao will still say this. Although you've grown up in the orphanage, you must always remember, Uncle Zhao's family is also your home. I understand, Uncle Zhao. Chun Nan quickly nodded, realizing that Uncle Zhao had never regarded him as an outsider. After pausing for a moment, he didn't want Uncle Zhao to worry about him all the time, so he changed the subject and said with a laugh, by the way, Uncle Zhao, I haven't congratulated you yet. Yaqi told me that you've been promoted, so later, I'll definitely offer you a toast. What congratulations are these? You little rascal, when did you learn all this formal stuff? I invited you back for dinner not specifically to celebrate my promotion, but for family reunion. Zhao Guowen first chuckled while scolding, then nodded and said, a few days ago, they did promote me from deputy to full position. This only means that my responsibilities and burdens are heavier than before. Your uncle, Zhao, doesn't care about the size of the post, as we are all serving the people anyway. As he spoke, he suddenly sighed lightly and continued. Uncle Zhao won't hide it from you. Our Jiangzhou city hasn't been peaceful recently. Frequent cases have been happening in Jiangzhou, especially one strange case that happened recently. The newly appointed Mayor Chang has ordered our bureau chief to do everything possible to investigate clues of this case as quickly as possible. The bureau chief submitted a military commitment letter, promising to find clues within a set period. In turn, he put pressure on me, the head of the criminal investigation team. So the pressure I am facing now is quite significant. Strange case. Hearing this, Chun Nan was instantly startled. Then a thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, Uncle Zhao, what kind of strange case is it? Specific details about the case, Uncle Zhao cannot tell you. You're not a detective. We have confidentiality regulations. Zhao Guowen shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing what Zhao Guowen said, Chun Nan nodded and did not press further. Although Uncle Zhao didn't elaborate much, for some reason, he couldn't help but connect the recent strange case mentioned by Uncle Zhao with the Xiangxi witch doctor hidden in Jiangzhou. After all, a case that could attract such attention from xuanhuan would likely involve this Xiangxi witch doctor. One must remember, when he cleared the flowing gold evil poison from the daughter of xuanhuan, he had seriously reminded xuanhuan to urgently investigate the person behind it, because that Xiangxi witch doctor was an extremely dangerous character. Dad, Chun Nan, it's time for dinner. At this moment, Zhao Yaqi kept bringing dishes from the kitchen onto the dining table and called out to the two sitting on the sofa. Just as Fang Ying stepped out of the kitchen, she shouted toward Zhao Yalan's room. Yalan, come out and eat. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Anan, let's eat. Have a drink with Uncle Zhao. Zhao Guowen patted Chun Nan's shoulder and smiled. Upon hearing Aunt Fang's call, Zhao Yalan also came out from her own room. Soon, the four members of the Zhao family, along with Chun Nan, all sat at the dining table to have dinner. During the meal, Aunt Fang chatted idly with Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, while Zhao Guowen drank wine and chatted with Chun Nan, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It wasn't until the dinner was almost over that Aunt Fang suddenly turned her gaze to Chun Nan, revealing a smile on her face as she kindly said, Anan, Aunt Fang has a piece of wonderful news for you. Aunt Fang, what is the good news? Chun Nan couldn't help but be surprised, then asked with a smile. Aunt Fang had never been unkind to him, but it was rare for her to treat him nicely either. This made him curious. What kind of good news would make Aunt Fang smile so kindly at him tonight? Zhao Guowen and the sisters Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan also felt curious when they heard Aunt Fang say this. It's like this. Aunt Fang didn't try to create suspense, but directly said with a smile. Anan, last time Aunt Fang introduced you to a potential match, remember her? Her name is Lin Xuanhuan. I remember. At the mention of Lin Xuanhuan, Chun Nan's expression stiffened momentarily, but he still gave a slight nod. Ah, so you do remember her. Looks like you two really hit it off. Aunt Fang seemed not to notice Chun Nan's odd reaction as she continued cheerfully. You were high school classmates, weren't you? Aunt Fang won't hide anything from you. She communicated through her parents, who said she was extremely satisfied with you. After meeting you last time, she fell in love with you immediately, and her parents support you being together. After a brief pause, she added smilingly, I'll take care of this matter for you, Anan. If possible, we'll find a good day to set your engagement. What do you think about it? When Aunt Fang finished speaking, before Chun Nan could respond, the sisters Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan both shouted the same two words almost simultaneously. No way. Chapter 182, Fang Ying's Grievance. At this moment, upon hearing Fang Ying's words, although Chun Nan didn't say anything outright, his heart was filled with 1,000 rejections. What kind of international joke is this? Lin Xuanhuan had an extremely chaotic private life, and even contracted the plum blossom poison disease because of it. How could he possibly agree to become engaged to her? He was very clear that Lin Xuanhuan liked him not for who he was as a person, but for his money. After all, back during the school reunion, that 100 million in cash truly blinded this woman's materialistic eyes. What are you two girls meddling in? Fang Ying initially looked stunned at Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalin's sudden interjection, then frowned and said, "This is Mr. Nan's life-altering event. He has no car, no house, and no career at his current age, yet the girl called Lin Xuanhuan can look at him favorably, which is his immense fortune." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Chun Nan, and with a smile, she continued, "Mr. Nan, you should know about the girl's background. She works at a well-known large bank. She's beautiful and talented. Also, her parents are officials. Both her parents hold iron rice bowls, and their family conditions are also very good." When she finished speaking, she did not intend to conceal anything and added with a smiling face, "Nan, you know, your Aunt Fang works at the Women's Association in Jiangzhou, and the director of our Women's Association is Lin Xuanhuan's mother. So if you marry Xuanhuan, it would benefit Aunt Fang too. In general, this is a great thing for both our families. Aunt Fang supports you seizing this opportunity of romance." After listening to Fang Ying's words, Chun Nan shook his head slightly, then decisively declined with a smile. "Aunt Fang, thank you for worrying about my wedding matters, but let's skip this. I don't like Lin Xuanhuan." Upon directly hearing Chun Nan's rejection, the sisters Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan felt a wave of joy rising in their hearts. They actually knew that Chun Nan wouldn't agree to this matter, but hearing Chun Nan personally say so still eased their minds a little. "You don't like her?" Seeing Chun Nan reject, Fang Ying's smile instantly froze, but soon relaxed again as she tried to persuade with a laugh. "Look at you, child. Marriage isn't just about liking or disliking someone. It's about daily necessities. You can live happily with her. Just listen to Aunt Fang. If Lin Xuanhuan likes you, you two will definitely be happy together." She paused, thinking that Chun Nan might still harbor feelings for Luo Weiwei. She added, "Nan, it's not me nagging, but let the past between you and Luo Weiwei go. Look forward to the future. The child Xuanhuan." "That's enough." Zhao Guowen suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Fang Ying. He sternly said, "If Nan doesn't want to, that's fine. He has already said he doesn't like that girl Lin Xuanhuan, so stop talking incessantly. It's this era now, where young people emphasize free love. Don't bring out those feudal old ways." In his eyes, this wife of his was good in every way. She wasn't malicious, but she had a bit of a materialistic streak. Feudal? The two words from Zhao Guowen seemed to immediately strike a nerve with Fang Ying, igniting her fury. She slammed the dining table and indignantly exclaimed, "Zhao Guowen, you ungrateful man. If I, Fang Ying, were really a feudal woman, I wouldn't have been with you. Our Fang family is a well-respected family in Nanjing. I was once a spoiled daughter who never lifted a finger for domestic chores. Yet, I defied my parents' wishes and insisted on marrying you. Over these years, do you have any idea how we've lived?" She paused and tears began to well up in her eyes as she softly muttered, "I know you all think I'm materialistic, but isn't it because I don't want others to look down on us? Among all the children of the Fang family, mine is the least admirable. Many elders in the family use me as a cautionary tale, criticizing my marriage behind my back, saying it's a mismatched and bad marriage. Therefore, whenever the Fang family invites our family to the annual gathering in Nanjing, I always find excuses to decline. Our family can find excuses not to attend the annual gathering, but the hardest hit is my aging parents, the grandparents of Yaqi and Yalan. Do you understand how I feel inside?" After listening to this almost tearful accusation by Fang Ying, Guowen Zhao's face immediately displayed a touch of remorse. He bowed his head slightly and fell silent. Everything Fang Ying said was true. Since marrying him, compared to the worry-free and affluent life she had in the Fang family, her life now was as different as day and night. Over the years, working as a criminal investigator had brought her little happiness and often made her worried about his safety. Moreover, he had indeed ignored the relationship with his mother-in-law's family all along, leaving Fang Ying to bear the pressure alone. "Mom, don't be sad." Zhao Yaqi's eyes also turned red, and she quickly consoled. "Rest assured, I will work hard to make our family live a better life than before, and we will all attend the family annual meeting in style." Good child, Mom believes in you." Hearing this, Fang Ying immediately calmed down, nodding appreciatively. She always pinned her hopes on her daughter Zhao Yaqi, who had never disappointed her. Not long after graduation, she became a senior drug researcher at Qin Group with an annual salary of over 1 million, and her future was full of promising prospects. And her husband Zhao Guowen, though now promoted to captain of the criminal investigation team, would not bring about any change for the entire family. In her view, if the family was to undergo a fundamental transformation and eventually gain respect in the Jinling Fang family, it would have to rely on her daughter Zhao Yaqi to achieve it. In other words, what she truly desired wasn't wealth or luxury living. What she really wanted was recognition from the elders of the Jinling Fang family, a matter of pride, more than anything else. "Mom, rest assured, I'll also work hard." Zhao Yalan raised her fist in agreement. Mom also trusts you." Fang Ying paused for a moment, then nodded. Her younger daughter Zhao Yalan still hadn't found a stable job, so she naturally couldn't count on her. Nevertheless, no matter what, it was enough that her younger daughter Zhao Yalan had the heart for it. At this moment, Chun Nan, having also heard Fang Ying's words, couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. He had never realized that Fang Auntie's apparent materialism was something forced upon her by the Jinling Fang family. Given his current abilities, changing Uncle Zhao's family's life could literally be done within minutes. Without mentioning anything else, right now he didn't lack money at all. Transferring a few billion yuan into Uncle Zhao's account would be no big deal. But deep down, he also understood very well that this was absolutely not the kind of situation Uncle Zhao would wish to see or accept. Chapter 183. The shadowy figure blocking the way in the dark. Following this episode, after all her complaints, Fang Ying did not bring up again the engagement of Chun Nan and Lin Xuanhuan. However, she revisited another topic, wanting Chun Nan to move out of Zhao Yaqi's rental apartment. In her view, it was still inappropriate for Chun Nan to live there. Moreover, she noticed a subtle change in the relationship between her younger daughter, Zhao Yalan, and Chun Nan. This made her even more determined that Chun Nan should stop cohabiting there. Otherwise, accidents might happen in the future. Regarding Fang Ying's repeated suggestion for Chun Nan to move out, Zhao Guan and Zhao Yaqi felt helpless but decided not to provoke Fang Ying further given what had just happened, so they remained silent at this moment. As for Chun Nan himself, he calmly accepted the situation, openly stating before Fang Ying that he would move out within a few days. He did not wish to see Zhao Guan and Fang Ying argue over his matters any longer, hence moving out from Zhao Yaqi's place seemed like the best solution. After dinner, Chun Nan and Zhao Guan idly chatted and drank tea on the living room sofa, while Fang Ying took Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan into the room to have a private mother-daughter talk. It wasn't until almost 10 o'clock in the evening that Chun Nan and the Zhao sisters departed from Zhao Guan's place in the Old Town district, driving toward the rented apartment in the city center. Chun Nan, you don't plan to continue living with us. Do you really intend to move out of my sister's apartment? In the car, Zhao Yalan glanced at Chun Nan who was driving and couldn't help but persuade him. Can't you stay? It isn't bad for you, me, and my sister to live together. If it were the previous her, she would be utterly repulsed by Chun Nan and would rather he left sooner. But now, with her heart firmly on Chun Nan, she wanted nothing less than for him to stay. I must move out. That's Aunt Fang's intention. Chun Nan shook his head, laughing as he replied. Chun Nan, don't listen to my mom. Zhao Yalan looked dissatisfied, gritting her teeth, saying, it's me and my sister who are living with you anyway. My mom doesn't know whether you've moved out or not. If my mom asks in a few days, we can just lie to her and tell her you've already moved out. As she spoke, she turned to ask her sister Zhao Yaqi, Sister, what do you think about this idea? Zhao Yaqi nodded slightly, giving a soft affirmation as she agreed. See, Chun Nan, my sister agrees, so please don't move. Having received her sister Zhao Yaqi's cooperation, Zhao Yalan was delighted and said happily, I've made up my mind, I still need to move out. Chun Nan shook his head again, smiling lightly. Go. Best if you leave tonight. Who would want to live with you anyway? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Zhao Yalan immediately started being moody, glaring at Chun Nan in annoyance and grumbling. Speaking, she suddenly leaned back against her seat, listlessly muttering, Chun Nan, my head feels so dizzy all of a sudden, it must be your fault. I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'm going to sleep. Having said that, she closed her eyes, seemingly falling asleep. Chun Nan, Lin didn't really get mad at you, don't take it to heart. Oh my god, I suddenly feel dizzy too. It must be because I was shopping all day today, I also want to rest for a bit. Zhao Yaqi failed to notice anything unusual about her sister Zhao Yalan. As she talked with Chun Nan, she suddenly leaned against the car seat, her eyelids feeling heavy as though she fell into sleep. Creak. Chun Nan seemed to sense something amiss and quickly pulled over the car. His expression changed immediately. Something is wrong, the wind blowing in. It's abnormal. Since leaving Zhao Guowen's place in the old district and taking a shortcut back to Jiangzhou City, he drove through an extremely remote and neglected old road covered with weeds on both sides. A gust of wind just then blew in through the window, which likely carried a kind of poison. Consequently, Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi successively showed symptoms of dizziness and then lost consciousness. This type of poison hidden in the breeze was odorless and colorless. While driving earlier, as Chun Nan conversed with Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, he hadn't detected anything unusual. Only when Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi both mentioned feeling dizzy did he instantly become alert. Whoever is messing around here, come out. Chun Nan stepped out of the car and stared coldly ahead towards the direction the wind came from. At this moment, the surroundings were pitch black, with only the headlights of the car illuminating the front. After Chun Nan's words hung in the air, there was no response for a long while. Noticing the other party didn't respond, Chun Nan immediately activated his fire eye purple pupil ability and instantly locked onto a shadowy figure hiding in the darkness. He sneered coldly. You dare to attack me from behind, but you don't have the guts to come out, do you? If I'm not mistaken, your target is me. Chun Nan's words trailed off. J.E., young man, your vigilance is good, but it's still lacking. This time, the shadow let out an evil laugh and finally spoke. Then the figure gradually stepped out of the shadows, saying chillingly, you are the same as them. All of you have been poisoned by my Baisu Qing foam powder. This kind of poison is mixed in the air, odorless and colorless. For ordinary people, it's like knockout powder, but for ancient martial artists, it's a dreadful toxin. He paused momentarily before adding with a sinister laugh. As for you now, you can't circulate even a thread of your internal qi, can you? Who are you? Seeing the face revealed by the stranger, Chun Nan first turned pale, then ignored the man's taunting remarks. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, you should have been killed by me already. You should be dead right now. No, you're not him. So who exactly are you? Chapter 184. In Shuiyao of the Eastern Wind Sword. The person emerging from the darkness was a middle-aged man with a refined face but an extremely cold gaze. He was dressed in a white suit, with a red tie. The reason Chun Nan asked such a question was because this middle-aged man looked exactly like the S-class wanted criminal, Li Tianbao, whom he had killed in an underground arena duel. Kid, my name is Li Tianhu. Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. He coldly scoffed. My brother Li Tianbao was indeed killed by your hands. I have been painstakingly searching for you here in Jiangzhou to avenge him. No wonder you two look so alike. It turns out that you and that wanted criminal are twins. For a moment, I thought the dead had risen again. After hearing this, Chun Nan could not help but snicker, his laughter laced with icy mockery. You want revenge, but first, you need to see if you're capable of it. He had already used his fire-eye purple pupil to see through the cultivation level of the person in front of him. This man was a martial artist who had reached the peak of concealed power cultivation. Though one level higher than Li Tianbao, would he be a match for Chun Nan? With his current cultivation at the introductory level of manifest power, he could crush Li Tianhu in seconds. What an arrogant kid, still defiant to the death. Hearing Chun Nan's words, Li Tianhu smirked coldly. My brother relied on blood fiend pills, yet you managed to kill him. It shows that you indeed possess formidable strength. However, alas, you've been poisoned by my clear wind powder of sadness. You can't summon even a single thread of true energy now. You're just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, powerless to resist me. He paused briefly. Licking his tongue, he glanced at the unconscious Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan in the car, and added with a sneer. Yeah, the two women in your car are quite remarkable, a pair of top-notch twin sisters. In this quiet and secluded place at night, after I've dealt with you, I'll have myself some fun with them. It'll be worth the trip I specially made to Jiangzhou. Do you have much confidence in the poison you administered? Chun Nan's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he said icily. I will make you realize that seeking vengeance against me in Jiangzhou by means of poisoning is the gravest mistake you've ever made. Daring to harbor such thoughts towards Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, Li Tianhu was doomed to die right there. As for the clear wind powder of sadness that Li Tianhu had administered to him, the moment Chun Nan detected poison in the wind before he stepped out of the car, he quietly used a fine needle to quickly neutralize its effects. Clear wind powder of sadness is colorless and odorless, easily causing people to inhale it when dispersed in the air. It has very high concealment. Due to its high concealment, it falls into the category of mild poisons that don't cause immediate death. A commoner who contracts it will fall into a brief coma, while martial artists afflicted by it cannot muster any true energy for 3 days, leaving their bodies limp and feeble. Having inherited the teachings of the Chun family elder, Chun Nan naturally wasn't unfamiliar with clear wind powder of sadness and knew how to neutralize it effortlessly. Li Tianhu's mistake was investigating only that Chun Nan was a martial artist, but being unaware that he was also a master of medical arts. Enough talking. Li Tianhu's eyes flashed with ferocity, pulling out a dagger from his waist. With a malevolent roar, Kid, it's your time to die. As the words left his lips, he leapt fiercely forward, rushing straight toward Chun Nan. Before he knew it, he swiftly closed the distance to Chun Nan, wielding the dagger and slicing out a flash of cold light aimed directly at Chun Nan's throat. At this sight, Chun Nan's eyes turned cold, preparing to make his move. However, just as he was about to act, suddenly, a graceful shadow darted unexpectedly forward, landing abruptly in front of him. Armed with a sharp military knife, she aggressively intercepted Li Tianhu's lethal strike, meant for Chun Nan. Clang! Their weapons clashed, immediately shooting off sparks and emitting a grating sound. Seeing the sudden appearance of this graceful figure blocking her attack on Chun Nan's behalf, Li Tianhu couldn't help but change expression. His figure moved instantly as he explosively retreated more than 10 meters away, hesitating to continue attacking Chun Nan for the moment. The unexpected apparition caused Chun Nan's pupils to contract sharply, filling him with shock. This elegant figure was a very beautiful young woman. Her features were exquisite, tall stature, with resolute indifference in her eyes. She wore a set of black leather jacket and trousers, sporting a ladylike short bob haircut, giving her an air of competence. Notably, around her neck hung a miniature version of a longsword pendant. Such a peculiar ornament naturally drew attention. Chun Nan was absolutely certain that he did not know the person who had unexpectedly come to his aid, and also had no clue as to why this individual would bother helping him. Of course, none of these were the critical point. The real focus was that this person turned out to be a pure Yin constitution. Yin Shuiyao, I never expected that you've indeed come to Jiangzhou too. Li Tianhu glared at the young woman who had suddenly appeared, his complexion darkening as he snapped. People from the Eastern Wind Sword are truly as persistent as ghosts. It's almost been half a year, yet you're still hot on my trail. Apparently, he was no stranger to the young woman before him. The Eastern Wind Sword? This made Chun Nan's heart stir, prompting him to once again carefully observe the woman named Yin Shuiyao in front of him. He hadn't anticipated that she would belong to the Eastern Wind Sword organization. The Eastern Wind Sword. This organization was one that he had learned about somewhat through Jin Hongmei. He knew it was a special department with governmental backing, whose members were all ancient martial artists tasked with handling evil martial artists wielding superhuman powers who committed heinous crimes and endangered society. Initially, Li Tianbao, whom he had killed, had been classified by the Eastern Wind Sword as an S-class wanted dangerous figure. Now, with Li Tianbao's older brother, Li Tianhu, targeted by operatives from the Eastern Wind Sword, it was evident that he was at least another S-class wanted criminal. Li Tianhu, the three of you have wrought havoc across society. No matter if it has taken 6 months or even 3 to 5 years, we will never abandon our hunt for you, said Yin Shuiyao, her voice cold and firm. She brandished her military knife without hesitation, pointing it directly at Li Tianhu as she continued coolly. The net of justice is vast, but not without gaps. Tonight, I shall execute you on the spot. Don't imagine escaping from my grasp. S-class wanted criminals like Li Tianhu were among the most dangerous, malevolent martial artists, presenting such significant threats that capturing them alive was basically out of the question. Thus, those bearing this tag had long since been marked for elimination on sight, and so Yin Shuliao had no reservations whatsoever when taking action. Chapter 185, Eternal Life Organization. Yin Shuliao, I won't run tonight because the one who's going to die is you. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Li Tianhu's face as he quickly took out a red pill from his bosom and swallowed it, and his martial arts aura began to rise. Blood slaughter pill. Xuanhuan squinted his eyes and immediately recognized the pill that the other party had taken. It was exactly the same as the one Li Tianbao took in the past. It was an evil martial pill that traded off one's martial potential for temporary power enhancement, known as the blood slaughter pill. The fact that the opponent started by taking this type of pill obviously showed lack of confidence in their martial arts qualifications and no hope for further breakthroughs. This is blood slaughter pill. As a member of the Dongfeng Sword Organization, Yishui also immediately identified what pill the other party had taken, causing her pretty face to instantly change. She looked coldly at Li Tianhu and said harshly, Li Tianhu, how dare you collude with the Eternal Organization? You really deserve death. I will kill you today. This kind of wicked pill, the blood slaughter pill, can only be produced by that monstrous organization notorious for their heinous crimes. Therefore, she could determine without doubt that the other party had ties to that organization. Haha, do you think you can kill me? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhu laughed darkly and mocked. Yin Shuliao, in the past I might have had to flee in front of you, but now that I've taken the blood slaughter pill, my combat strength has reached the half-step Mingjin level. What capital do you have left to kill me? Yin Shuliao's cultivation realm is the same as his. Both are at the peak of Anjin level. However, Yin Shuliao, being a member of Dongfeng Sword, not only has a much better martial talent than him, but also far surpasses him in terms of cultivation resources. The cultivation methods and martial skills she practices are far beyond his comparison. Therefore, even though both of their martial cultivation realms are the same, he is still far from being a match for Yin Shuliao. Die. Hearing these words from Li Tianhu, Yin Shuliao did not bother saying another useless word. She spun her military knife, channeled the qi within her body, and directly charged at him to fight. Let's see who kills who. Upon seeing this, Li Tianhu roared, his dagger flashing with a cold light as his internal qi exploded forth. Military knife versus dagger. The weapons in their hands flipped and slashed rapidly, each targeting the vital points of the other. As the sounds of metal clashes rang out, sparks flew. Your cultivation actually broke through? No, you haven't truly advanced to the Mingjin level yet. After exchanging just a few moves, Li Tianhu quickly sensed something was wrong, making his expression turn sour. In their battle, he found that despite having boosted his fighting ability through the blood slaughter pill, he possessed no advantage. Instead, during their exchange, he seemed to have fallen slightly into a disadvantageous position against Yin Shuliao. This realization startled him greatly. Noticing that Yin Shuliao's cultivation was no longer at the peak of Anjin, but that of a martial artist who had reached the threshold of the Mingjin level. To put it simply, Yin Shuliao was now a genuine half-step Mingjin practitioner. I haven't fully stepped across that threshold yet, but killing you will be enough. Yin Shuliao sneered continuously, while her military knife continued its attack, fiercely striking toward the other's vital points. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. Fortunately, she had made some progress just a couple days ago from the peak of Anjin realm, luckily touching the threshold of the Mingjin level, or else she might have really been no match for Li Tianhu right now. After all, Li Tianhu didn't hesitate to take the blood slaughter pill at great cost, which could temporarily cause a significant increase in strength. At this moment, Xuanhuan watched as Yin Shuliao and Li Tianhu were battling fiercely, temporarily having no intention of stepping in. He had used his fire eye purple pupil from the start, seeing through Yin Shuliao's martial arts abilities, knowing that even if Li Tianhu had taken the blood slaughter pill, he wouldn't be a match for Yin Shuliao. The Dongfeng Sword Organization truly lives up to being a special department of the nation. A single member that steps out can possess such power. Watching Yin Shuliao not far away completely dominate over Li Tianhu in their battle, Xuanhuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of amazement, thinking quietly in his heart. Yin Shuliao is very young, looking about the same age as Zhao Yaqi sisters, yet she had managed to reach the edge of the Mingjin level. This martial prowess indeed was formidable. He knew clearly in his heart, following this rhythm of combat, barring any unexpected mishaps, Li Tianhu would soon fall beneath Yin Shuliao's blade. Indeed, moments later, Yin Shuliao seized upon Li Tianhu's weakness, her military knife cutting across his shoulder, followed by a kick sending him flying several meters away. Fiat! Falling to the ground, Li Tianhu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his heart full of fear. If he had reacted just a little slower earlier, Yin Shuliao's knife wouldn't have just cut his shoulder, it would have sliced open his throat. He was fully aware that Yin Shuliao's cultivation had only advanced a little while ago, and her abilities had yet to be fully unleashed. Otherwise, he, relying on the blood slaughter pill, with merely temporary half-step Mingjin combat prowess, would have already been taken out by her long ago. Li Tianhu, prepare to die. Yin Shuliao gripped her 1-foot-long military knife tightly, her face brimming with murderous intent as she took steady steps toward Li Tianhu, uttering coldly, "You escaped by luck 6 months ago. This time, you won't stand a chance. Yin Shuliao, if you dare to kill me, my older brother Li Tianlong will never let you off." Li Tianhu struggled to get back on his feet, eyeing Yin Shuerei walking towards him with evident trepidation in his gaze, but fiercely threatening her nonetheless. My mission is to annihilate you. Your brother Li Tianlong, despite being an ancient martial artist of the Mingjin level, cannot escape retribution either. A Mingjin level expert from the Dongfeng Sword Organization will personally ensure his execution. Yin Shuerei responded with a cold smirk, dismissing the threat entirely. As soon as her smirking words faded away, suddenly, an eerie laughter laced with formidable true energy unexpectedly echoed from afar. Hee. Alas, the Mingjin level expert you mentioned has already fallen under my hands just recently. The echo of this chilling laughter subsided completely. Then, a middle-aged man appeared under the moonlight, moving swiftly through the air, covering vast distances within mere breaths, and arriving next to Li Tianhu in an almost ghostly manner. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chunnan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, feeling somewhat surprised inwardly. This middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to both Li Tianhu and Li Tianbao. Coupled with Yin Shuerei's earlier reference to the three brothers, this person was very likely the Li Tianlong Yin Shuerei mentioned. Li Tianlong. Seeing this middle-aged man dart over, Yin Shuerei's complexion instantly paled, and she involuntarily let out a cry of alarm. Her startled exclamation further affirmed Chun Nan's deduction. This person was indeed Li Tianlong. Chapter 186, A New Whetstone. At this moment, as Li Tianlong arrived, Yin Shuerei's pretty face became serious, her heart growing heavy all at once. 2 days ago, after discovering Li Tianlong's trail, the organization dispatched a member at the Mingjin level to eliminate him. But now, Li Tianlong has appeared unharmed in Jiangzhou, indicating that the Mingjin level expert from the organization has failed in their mission and likely met with misfortune. This is troubling. The opponent is a martial artist who has just entered the Mingjin level. Although she has touched the threshold of Mingjin, she has not yet truly broken through to this level, so she definitely cannot be his match. What should I do? What on earth should I do? At this moment, while facing the oppressive threat brought by Li Tianlong, although Yin Shuerei appears calm on the surface, her hand gripping the military knife has already begun to sweat coldly out of nervousness. Her eyes quickly glanced at Chun Nan beside her as she clenched her teeth silently. According to the intelligence gathered, this guy named Chun Nan possesses the cultivation level of a master of the Anjin realm. He was the one who killed Li Tianbao recently. He isn't weak. But right now, due to being affected by Li Tianhu's tranquil wind powder, he can no longer unleash even a shred of true energy. Hence, he is currently unable to help me fight and has instead become a burden. Cursed. The situation is dire for me, and it's not even convenient to try escaping. In the recent past, after Chun Nan accidentally killed Li Tianbao on the underground arena of Jiangzhou, he came under the surveillance of a special national department known as the Dongfeng Sword Organization. After all, Li Tianbao was an S-Class wanted criminal. His death wasn't at the hands of the Dongfeng Sword operatives, which made it hard for Chun Nan not to draw the attention of this organization. Of course, while the Dongfeng Sword did take notice of Chun Nan, they only conducted a brief investigation into him without placing much emphasis on keeping track of his progress. That's why, in the intelligence Yin Shuerei had obtained, it showed that Chun Nan's current martial arts cultivation level remained at the advanced Anjin realm. If the Dongfeng Sword Organization were aware of Chun Nan's rapid advancement to his current level of strength within such a short span of time, they would likely have given him more attention immediately. Because Chun Nan's martial prowess warranted this consideration. Brother, how have you also come to Jiangzhou? Upon seeing Li Tianlong arrive, Li Tianhu couldn't help but feel overjoyed, becoming extremely excited as he spoke. In his view, his chances of surviving this encounter against Yin Shuerei were slim to none. But now, with his older brother present, why should he still flee? It is Yin Shuerei who ought to be fleeing. If I didn't come, there might only be one left out of our triplet brothers tonight. Li Tianlong first cast a chilling gaze towards Yin Shuerei, then looked threateningly at Chun Nan standing nearby before shouting. My third brother was killed by this kid. Not only do you want revenge for him, but even I, as the elder brother, am filled with hatred and need to make this young man pay with blood. Pay with blood. Chun Nan scoffed, completely unafraid as he faced Li Tianlong's fierce gaze, looking at the latter like he was merely another prey, as his eyes shone brightly with confidence. You want revenge? I'll give you the opportunity right here to kill me. With the opponent being a martial artist at the entry level of Mingjin, Yin Shuerei clearly wouldn't be his match, so Chun Nan couldn't stand idly by. More importantly, he was genuinely interested in Li Tianlong, who seemed to make a suitable whetstone for honing his skills. His abilities have been rapidly increasing, breaking through to the Mingjin level within such a short period, so his control over his newfound power still remains far from fully proficient. Failing to perfectly control his power indicates ample room for growth in his practical combat capabilities. Previously, when sparring with xuanhuan, using him as a sort of whetstone to improve himself, Chun Nan refrained from fighting too recklessly, careful not to unintentionally injure the other party severely. However, with Li Tianlong, a dangerous fugitive seeking revenge, Chun Nan harbors no such reservations. First, allow Li Tianlong to serve his purpose as a worthy opponent, pushing his skills to the limit, then send him off to the netherworld to reunite with Li Tianbao without any hesitation. That is what Chun Nan has planned. Kid, you really are courting death. Before Li Tianlong could respond to Chun Nan's words, Li Tianhu sneered cruelly. Why would we need my brother to personally deal with someone like you? Don't worry, I'll ensure you join my third brother in death shortly. Though wounded earlier during his fight with Yin Shuerei, which caused some reduction in his fighting strength, Li Tianhu was still confident in handling Chun Nan. After all, in his view, Chun Nan was now a lamb to the slaughter, powerless after being affected by his tranquil wind powder. You don't want to die here, then don't act rashly. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's face also appeared uneasy as she couldn't help but warn Chun Nan in a low voice. Li Tianlong is an SS level wanted criminal. He has martial arts skills at the Mingjin level. I am no match for him, and you even less so. Her serious expression quickly added, I'll try my best to stall them. You take advantage of the darkness and see if you can escape. In the current situation, we can only rely on ourselves for fortune. In her eyes, there was no point in Chun Nan provoking their opponent like this. As a member of Dongfeng's sword, she naturally could not abandon Chun Nan and flee alone. The best thing she could do was to try her best to give Chun Nan a chance to escape. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Chun Nan slightly shook his head without further explanation. It was rare to encounter another martial artist of the Mingjin level like Li Tianlong. Wanna run? Li Tianlong's eyes flashed with mockery as he sneered. This is merely your futile resistance. There will be no escape from me. You will both die here tonight. Pausing for a moment, he pointed at Chun Nan and said to Li Tianhu, Younger brother, go kill this guy. I'll deal with this girl from Dongfeng's sword. All right, big brother. Li Tianhu nodded, revealing a cruel grin, directly ignoring Xuanhuan and walking straight toward Chun Nan. Xuanhuan hurriedly wanted to step forward to shield Chun Nan, but was stopped by Li Tianlong. Kid, there's no one left who can save you, die. Just then, Li Tianhu suddenly moved. His dagger turned into a cold streak of light, viciously aiming for Chun Nan's neck in a deadly attack. Chapter 187. Chun Nan vs. Li Tianlong. Be careful, run. At this moment, Xuanhuan could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no way to overly focus on Chun Nan and could only remind him loudly at the first time. Now, she was blocked by Li Tianlong's attack, and she herself was already in grave danger, with no ability left to resist Li Tiantiger's killing move for Chun Nan. As for what she had told Chun Nan before, that she would try her best to hold back Li Tianlong and Li Tiantiger and give Chun Nan a chance to escape, it had become an impossible luxury. Hee, little girl, you're almost dead yourself, yet you still worry about that guy. People from Dongfeng's sword are really foolish. Li Tianlong let out a smirk. With his carefree punches and palm strikes, he could easily pose a great threat to Xuanhuan. He wasn't fighting seriously, he was just toying with her. His eyes were filled with an evil light as he mockingly said, Don't worry, when I've had my fun, I'll send you to meet. Li Tianlong's words hadn't even finished when, suddenly, a piercing and tragic scream rang out. Hearing this sudden scream, Li Tianlong's expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he stopped his attack on Xuanhuan and quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The reason for his reaction was that he recognized the voice. It didn't belong to Chun Nan, but rather to his familiar younger brother, Li Tiantiger. In his line of sight, he saw his younger brother Li Tiantiger who, at some unknown point, had been reduced to a fragile chick, with Chun Nan single-handedly pinning him by the neck. Li Tiantiger was struggling painfully at the brink of suffocation. This sudden reversal made Li Tianlong momentarily stunned, as if he'd mistaken the scene before him and couldn't immediately react. Xuanhuan then witnessed this moment too, and immediately her beautiful face turned one of shock, her mouth wide open, completely flabbergasted. At that time, Chun Nan gradually increased the force with which he gripped Li Tiantiger's neck and spoke calmly. The biggest mistake you've made is failing to realize who is the hunter and who is the prey. Cough cough. Li Tiantiger, increasingly suffocated, could only produce a painful throat-grinding sound. His face turned pale and purple, his eyes now full of sheer terror. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand why Chun Nan could still use internal energy. Didn't the latter consume his Baisu Qingfeng powder? Of course, that wasn't even the scariest part for him. What truly terrified him was the realization that Chun Nan's cultivation had already reached the level of Mingjing. After consuming the blood carnage pill, it took half-step Mingjing Xuanhuan some time to defeat him, but this man had effortlessly beaten him. This was undeniably the power of a true Mingjing practitioner. Rewinding 20 seconds, he swung his dagger into a cold streak of light, intending to slash Chun Nan's throat directly and kill him with one strike. Just as he thought he was about to witness Chun Nan's pathetic death, something horrifying happened. Chun Nan merely flicked his fingers, using internal energy to ruthlessly shatter his dagger. Not only did he effortlessly defuse his attack, but he also rendered Li Tiantiger powerless, pinning him by the neck as if he were nothing more than a lamb ready for slaughter. Kid, release my second brother, and I will spare your life. Upon realizing the situation, Li Tianlong's face turned iron-hard with fury, and he angrily demanded. At this moment, Xuanhuan came back to her senses. Quietly, she edged closer to Chun Nan, signaling with gestures for him to use Li Tiantiger as a hostage in exchange for their escape. Her heart now brimming with questions. How could Chun Nan not be poisoned, and so swiftly subdue Li Tiantiger? However, soon enough, she figured it out. In her opinion, Chun Nan might not have been poisoned from the beginning. Combined with Li Tiantiger's own overconfidence, plus the fact that he had already been injured earlier by her, this gave Chun Nan the opportunity to seize him. Regardless of the reasons, the fact that Chun Nan subdued Li Tiantiger was indeed a pleasant surprise to her. Because now, both her and Chun Nan possessed a bargaining chip to escape from Li Tianlong. Let him go. Hearing Li Tianlong's threatening words, Chun Nan couldn't help but sneer, answering through action. Increasing the pressure on his 5 fingers slightly, breaking Li Tiantiger's neck without hesitation. He casually threw Li Tiantiger's corpse in front of Li Tianlong and said indifferently, As you wish, I've released him. Naturally, he had noticed Yin Shuyao's silent suggestion, but he simply ignored it. For Chun Nan's sudden mad act, Yin Shuyao's face drastically changed, her heart suddenly rising up to her throat. She had already hinted to Chun Nan, but never expected him to act this way. His current behavior was nothing less than the ultimate provocation of Li Tianlong. While she fully supported Chun Nan's killing of Li Tiantiger, the timing of it was simply wrong. Looking at the corpse of Li Tiantiger before her, Li Tianlong first froze for a moment, and then his eyes were brimming with murderous rage as he roared in anger. "You are looking for death." With those words, the true essence within his body, belonging to the initial stage of Mingjing energy, burst forth like a fierce beast consumed by fury. Without any thought of tactics or martial arts techniques, he directly charged toward Chun Nan. "Let's attack together." At this sight, Yin Shuiyao quickly discarded all other thoughts and clenched her teeth, preparing to urge Chun Nan to face the enemy together. However, even before she could finish her sentence, "Excellent!" Chun Nan excitedly shouted, no longer concealing his strength. A powerful martial aura erupted from his body as he directly moved forward to meet Li Tianlong's assault. Could he be a Mingjing practitioner? The moment Chun Nan revealed his cultivation level, Yin Shuiyao's heart trembled with shock. Her body went rigid on the spot as waves of surprise surged through her mind. Boom! Instantly, shoulders collided between Chun Nan and Li Tianlong. The clash of powerful true essence released tremendous force that immediately formed a violent wave of energy sweeping across the area. Die, die, die. After one exchange, Li Tianlong roared while relentlessly launching ferocious attacks at Chun Nan. Enraged beyond reason, Li Tianlong didn't pay attention to the strength Chun Nan displayed. Instead, his mind was consumed only with the bloody notion of tearing Chun Nan into pieces as quickly as possible. Li Tianlong, Li Tiantiger, and Li Tianbao were triplet brothers who shared an extremely close relationship, often inseparable in the past. Because they all appeared on the Dongfeng Sword Wanted list 3 years ago, they'd been scattered and hiding during these years. Earlier, Li Tianbao died at the hands of Chun Nan, and now Li Tiantiger was killed by him as well, right under his own eyes. Naturally, Li Tianlong couldn't bear this all at once. Chapter 188, Decapitation. Faced with Li Tianlong's frenzied offensive, Chun Nan remained calm, completely unafraid, and continued to fight at his own rhythm, trading blows evenly with his opponent. He and Li Tianlong were both of the same cultivation level, just entering the Mingjing realm, and on the surface, their strength seemed comparable. But according to Li Tianlong's current display of combat prowess, he wasn't even as strong as xuanhuan was in the past. If Chun Nan hadn't intended to use him as a whetstone for practice and familiarize himself with his newfound power gradually, he could have easily defeated Li Tianlong within 10 minutes. It seems that the intelligence from above was mistaken. He is indeed a Mingjing warrior. On the side, observing Chun Nan's fierce battle with Li Tianlong, Yin Shuiyao's eyes flashed with shock, involuntarily gasping. Looking at their clash, it was clear to her that based on her cultivation and strength, she wouldn't be able to lend any assistance, and might only serve as a burden to Chun Nan if she joined in. Only now did she understand why Chun Nan had ignored her subtle hints and directly killed Li Tianhu, instead of taking him hostage. It was because Chun Nan's strength had already made it unnecessary to keep Li Tianhu as a hostage. He didn't need to flee for his life in front of Li Tianlong. At this moment, the exchange between Li Tianlong and Chun Nan had passed over 100 moves in an instant. As their struggle intensified, Li Tianlong's mind gradually became clearer, regaining some of his calm rationality. Damn it, I never expected this kid to be so powerful. He's even holding back, and yet he has the audacity to play around with me. Upon regaining his composure, Li Tianlong immediately perceived Chun Nan's intentions, secretly gritting his teeth in both surprise and anger. Apparently, I'll have no choice but to take that pill. With this thought in mind, bang! After exchanging another palm strike with Chun Nan, Li Tianlong retreated explosively. His gaze burning with resentment, he swiftly retrieved a blood-fiend pill from his robes and swallowed it before speaking coldly. "Kid, I must admit you're strong, but after killing my 2 brothers, even if it costs me my martial path, I will grind your bones into powder and scatter them to the winds." Li Tianhu and Li Tianbao's martial talents had reached their peak. They could consume the blood-fiend pill without concern, but Li Tianlong was different. His martial potential far exceeded that of Li Tianhu and Li Tianbao, and there was still room for him to advance further along the martial path. However, with the consumption of the blood-fiend pill, his cultivation would never break through again. Fight! Chun Nan didn't bother wasting words with the other party, roaring fearlessly as he surged forward, charging right at him. He had anticipated that Li Tianlong would take the blood-fiend pill, feeling no hint of hesitation or fear in his heart, rather more fighting spirit emerged within him. After consuming the blood-fiend pill, although Li Tianlong's strength significantly increased, it did not allow him to jump directly from the early stage of Mingjing to the intermediate stage. This is because the effectiveness of the blood-fiend pill is inversely proportional to the cultivation level of the practitioner. The lower the cultivator's foundation, the greater the increase, while higher-level cultivators experience less benefit. In the past, when Li Tianbao, who had mastered the dark energy, took the blood-fiend pill, he could instantly unleash the complete power of the dark energy. This principle explained everything. Die! Seeing Chun Nan charging towards him, Li Tianlong roared angrily and directly confronted Chun Nan's offense. Bang! Bang bang! Both exchanged fierce attacks this time, each unleashing their martial techniques, instantly elevating their duel into a white-hot phase. Lightning rush fist. It turned out that Li Tianlong was using a fist-based martial technique, where every punch roared with the wind like thunderclaps, wild and powerful, with formidable impact. Xuanhuan used the iron palm skill, his deep internal energy flowing forth smoothly through a series of palm strikes, meeting Li Tianlong's thunderous fists with equal force. As time went by and Xuanhuan grew increasingly adept at mastering his own strength, the power he unleashed became stronger and stronger, which left Li Tianlong both astonished and angry. Li Tianlong couldn't comprehend how even after taking the Bloodfiend pill, Xuanhuan was still capable of suppressing him. After all, they were both at the entry level of the Mingjin realm, and there was no discernible gap in their foundational abilities. What kind of cultivation method does he practice? His strength is truly amazing. On the sidelines, Yin Shuarao's face was full of shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Earlier, seeing Li Tianlong consume the Bloodfiend pill, she couldn't help but feel anxious, believing Xuanhuan was overly confident, giving the opponent a chance to consume the Bloodfiend pill and placing himself in danger. After all, in her view, both being at the same initial Mingjin realm level, originally gaining an advantage gradually, Xuanhuan wouldn't be a match for Li Tianlong under the influence of the Bloodfiend pill. However, the current situation completely overturned her expectations. She never thought that even after Li Tianlong had taken the Xiexia pill, the one who still held the upper hand was Xuanhuan. At this moment, realizing that he couldn't defeat Xuanhuan at all, Li Tianlong could no longer remain calm. He frantically circulated his inner energy, and, with a furious roar, hurled blow after blow towards Xuanhuan. The game should end now. Xuanhuan let out a cold snort. Having fully mastered his strength, he no longer had any interest in continuing the fight with the other party. He suddenly unleashed the Yoyu body technique, evading Li Tianlong's violent thunder fist while effortlessly finding his opponent's weak spot. Then he struck powerfully with a palm. Ugh poo! Li Tianlong, hit by Xuanhuan's palm, instantly let out a pale-faced groan and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying away and crashed to the ground, heavily injured and unable to get up. The next moment, before Li Tianlong could struggle to rise, Xuanhuan moved swiftly, appearing before him and crushing his neck with a single foot. Seeing this, Yin Shuarao's heart jolted, and she subsequently breathed a long sigh of relief. Li Tianhu was dead, and she had completed her mission. Li Tianlong had met his end at Xuanhuan's hands, making this night one of rebirth after peril. She approached Xuanhuan, initiating an amiable smile. Hello, I am Yin Shuarao from the East Wind Sword, and I didn't expect Mr. Chun to possess such remarkable skills. This place in Jiangzhou is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Mr. Chun, hearing the title in her address, Xuanhuan paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, Have you investigated me? Yes. Yin Shuarao nodded slightly, acknowledging it openly. A while ago, when Li Tianbao died at your hands, we from the East Wind Sword began to pay attention to you. Pausing for a moment, she flashed a gentle smile on her face and continued. Mr. Chun, Li Tianlong, Li Tianhu, and Li Tianbao were all dangerous wanted criminals. Now that you've helped us eliminate them, I will truthfully report this to higher-ups and have them credit you for your service. Chapter 189, Buying a House. When she said this, she also carefully scrutinized Xuanhuan. He was not much older than herself, yet he had managed to kill Li Tianlong, a feat that amazed her. Miss Yin, it's unnecessary to record any merit. Xuanhuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, It was just their bad luck encountering me. His cultivation was increasing too fast, so the wisest course of action for him was to remain as low-key as possible. He wasn't particularly interested in drawing attention from official departments. Mr. Chun, whether you want this credit or not, I will report it truthfully. Yin Shuarao shook her head slightly and chuckled softly. She couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It was the first time she had met someone who declined a reward for their efforts. Moreover, Li Tiantiger was an S-class fugitive, so his death at Xuanhuan's hands didn't surprise her, but Li Tianlong was an SS-level fugitive, and higher-ups would definitely investigate multiple times to confirm his true demise. Thus, even if she wanted to hide this matter for Xuanhuan, it was impossible. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan could only nod reluctantly and did not say anything further. Yin Shuarao was a member of the Dongfeng Zhijian organization and part of the official staff, and he knew that she was just following protocol. Miss Yin, may I ask if we could be friends? Could we add each other on WeChat? Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed momentarily as he shifted the topic and laughed. Compared to the mention of credit by Yin Shuarao, he was more interested in her personally. Yin Shuarao possessed a pure Yin constitution, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Whether or not he could obtain the innate primordial Yin energy from her, he intended to actively pursue the possibility. Of course, I feel honored to become a friend of Mr. Chun. Yin Shuarao nodded with a smile, without giving it much thought. At her age, having successfully touched the threshold of Mingjing, a martial arts realm, she was already considered a talented martial artist in the martial world. Xuanhuan, despite being young, was already an entry-level practitioner in the ancient martial arts world and showed extraordinary combat prowess earlier, making him undoubtedly a genius. Miss Yin, do you have a significant other? After exchanging contact information, Xuanhuan quickly asked with a smile. The moment he uttered these words, he regretted it internally. No one approaches a girl asking such a direct question, which came off as both cliched and obvious, likely causing repulsion. I don't have a significant other. Indeed, upon hearing Xuanhuan's inquiry, Yin Shuarao frowned slightly before responding coldly. Mr. Chun, I carry the burden of blood vengeance and have no interest in love or romance in this life. If you have nothing else to say, you may leave now. I can handle things here on my own. burdened by blood vengeance. Chun Nan was momentarily stunned. Though he felt curious, he wisely refrained from pressing further. He nodded, and then drove off with Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaoan. He wasn't sure whether what Yin Shui Yao said was true or false, but with time, meeting another person with a pure Yin constitution was undoubtedly a good thing. As soon as they returned to Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment in the city, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaoan gradually woke up from their unconscious state. Both women assumed they had simply been exhausted from shopping all day and thus fell asleep, completely unaware that they had passed out due to poisoning. To avoid worrying them afterward, Chun Nan chose not to tell them about the perilous incident that occurred on their return journey. The next day, it was Sunday, still the weekend. Perhaps tired from yesterday's shopping, after Chun Nan finished morning practice and prepared breakfast, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaoan were still sleeping soundly. Chun Nan didn't bother waking them up and left after eating breakfast alone. Moving out of Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment was a done deal, and he planned to visit a real estate agency to find a house that suited him. Half an hour later, Chun Nan arrived at a real estate agency named Shengda. This was one of the top agencies in Jiangzhou, specializing in selling premium luxury apartments. Since he was well off now, he naturally aimed to buy a house with a pleasant environment. Of course, his idea of a good environment didn't refer to how extravagant or luxurious it was, but rather places rich in heavenly and earthly qi, or spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation. These high-end developments were usually expensive because they were located on prime feng shui land. Feng shui treasure spots, in essence, are places abundant with spiritual energy. For ordinary people living there long-term, it benefits health and can subtly remove illnesses. As soon as Chun Nan walked into the real estate agency called Shengda, a uniform-clad female salesperson greeted him immediately. She cast a glance at Chun Nan's plain clothing, and a trace of disdain flashed secretly in her eyes, but she still wore a professional smile on her face as she inquired, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a property?" This was a high-end housing development where mostly standalone villas were sold, each costing millions. She didn't think someone like Chun Nan could afford it. "I'll take a look first." Chun Nan noticed the hint of disdain in the woman's eyes and responded casually to brush her off. Since the saleswoman wasn't sincere in serving him, he didn't bother saying more. "All right, sir." The female salesperson's smile gradually faded from her face, and she nodded coldly before turning around and walking away. As she walked away with her back to Chun Nan, she muttered under her breath, "If this pauper can't afford houses here, what is he doing here? What a waste of my expression." Her voice was low, thinking no one else would hear, but Chun Nan, with his acute hearing, naturally understood every word clearly. Chun Nan frowned slightly, but didn't bother to make trouble for her. No matter where you go, there will always be people who judge others by their appearance. He had better things to do than deal with them. "Chun Nan, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a pleasant voice filled with surprise suddenly came from somewhere. As soon as the words were spoken, a young girl, also dressed in a sales uniform, with a pretty face and an age similar to Chun Nan, approached him with a smile. Li Tingting. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Nan was momentarily taken aback, then a smile slowly formed on the corner of his lips. This girl named Li Tingting grew up in the orphanage with him. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. "Chun Nan, it really is you." As Li Tingting approached, she scrutinized him carefully, smiling. "It's been so long since we last met. I thought I might have mistaken you, but you've changed quite a bit." Chapter 190, External and Internal Changes. "It's been so long since we last saw each other. You've changed quite a bit, becoming more beautiful." Chun Nan responded with a smile. He and Li Tingting had always gotten along well at the orphanage. The last time they visited the orphanage to see the director and the children, they happened to meet once, but that was 2 years ago. "Hey, when did you learn how to flirt? Your mouth is as sweet as if it were coated with honey." Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Li Tingting immediately covered her mouth with a light laugh and joked. "It seems not only have you changed externally, but internally too. You're almost becoming a seasoned driver." Although her words were partly teasing Chun Nan, they indeed reflected her feelings after seeing him again this time. In terms of appearance, maybe there weren't many changes in Chun Nan's facial features, but his skin and mental state were much better than before. He had also grown taller, making his figure look better. More importantly, Chun Nan now seemed to possess a mysterious and transcendent charm. This charisma made him completely different from his past self, which was why she almost didn't dare to approach and recognize him. As for what she referred to in terms of internal changes, Chun Nan's personality had become more open compared to before. He was less awkwardly honest and gained more qualities that attracted women. A slightly irreverent, bad boy allure. "Seasoned driver?" Upon hearing these 3 words from Li Tingting, Chun Nan chuckled dryly without responding further. Regarding the external aspects Li Tingting mentioned, with his prolonged cultivation of the Great Mystery 3 life canon, it was difficult for him not to undergo some changes. And as for the internal aspects she spoke of, he indeed wasn't the naive boy he used to be. After practicing double cultivation with Qin Bingyue and Jin Hongmei due to threats from the yang fire poison inside his body, even if he didn't want to, he still had to become a seasoned driver among men. "By the way, Tingting, do you work here?" After a few casual chats, Chun Nan glanced at the sales uniform Li Tingting was wearing and directly smiled while saying, "It's good timing. I need to buy a house. Could you introduce me to some real estate projects? Is it convenient for you right now? You want to buy a house?" Li Tingting's eyes lit up. She immediately nodded and laughed. "Of course it's convenient. What are you saying? Serving every customer who comes here to buy a house is my job. Besides, serving an old friend like you makes it even better." After pausing briefly, she led Chun Nan toward a new property project and smiled while saying, "Chun Nan, It looks like you've done pretty well these past 2 years. You're now buying a house. Are you planning to marry your girlfriend Wei Wei? She still understood the situation with Chun Nan based on their relationship 2 years ago, so upon hearing that he wanted to buy a house, she assumed Chun Nan and Luo Wei Wei were getting married. No, we've broken up already. Chun Nan shook his head and didn't elaborate much, just simply mentioning a few things. Broken up? Li Tingting couldn't help but feel astonished. After realizing, she apologized softly. I'm sorry, Chun Nan, I didn't know about this. In her opinion, Chun Nan and Luo Wei Wei had dated for a long time. Even Luo Wei Wei had given birth to several daughters for him. It seemed inevitable that the two would get married eventually. She couldn't help but wonder what might have caused Chun Nan and Luo Wei Wei to suddenly break up under such circumstances. However, noticing that Chun Nan didn't seem willing to say more, she didn't ask further questions either. Mentioning Luo Wei Wei unintentionally was equivalent to reopening Chun Nan's wound, which made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Li Tingting apologize to him, Chun Nan slightly shook his head. His relationship with Luo Wei Wei had completely ended, and he didn't want to talk more about it. After a short moment, Li Tingting led Chun Nan to a large hall with a model display. Pointing at it, she introduced, Chun Nan, that's xuanhuan. It's a newly developed housing complex in Jiangzhou recently, where all the houses are pre-decorated high-quality units, deeply favored by homebuyers. She paused for a second and then smiled as she asked, the prices here are currently on sale, and the properties sell really well. Would you consider buying one here? Are there any other options? Chun Nan only took a quick glance and then shook his head, asking curiously. Jianghuan is a medium to high-end neighborhood. Its residences are undoubtedly excellent for living. But according to the feng shui terrain displayed on the sand table, unfortunately, the spiritual energy there isn't very concentrated. He had made up his mind. Since he no longer lacked money, he intended to buy a house suitable for his environment, one that aligns with his cultivation practice, a feng shui treasure land suited for him. After all, he no longer wanted to live like he did at Zhao Yaqi's place, where he had to run to a park corner every early morning before dawn. Moreover, the spiritual essence in that park wasn't very concentrated. He only chose it because there were no better options nearby for his cultivation practice. There are. Upon seeing Chun Nan shaking his head, Li Tingting instantly smiled slightly, and then led Chun Nan to another housing development sand table, introducing it with a smile. Chun Nan, the houses here are also pretty good. This place is Huanglong neighborhood, located between the downtown area and the old city district. The house prices are reasonable, and there are shopping malls, supermarkets, as well as parks around, making life convenient. We sell them well too. Why don't you consider this? These houses are fine, but let's look at some other options. After taking a glance at the housing development on the sand table, Chun Nan shook his head again immediately. Huanglong neighborhood was a mid-range neighborhood, located in a noisy and crowded place with almost no spiritual energy. It even paled in comparison to Jianghuan. He felt rather helpless inside, now understanding Li Tingting's intentions. Though she didn't look down on him, she was always considering his economic situation, so she recommended cost-effective residential properties. He understood Li Tingting's actions. She was indeed trying to help him since she currently had no idea that he had achieved financial freedom. Chun Nan, from your appearance, it seems like you already have a certain type of house in mind. Why don't you tell me what kind of house you want to buy? Seeing Chun Nan shake his head again, Li Tingting first looked surprised for a moment, but her smile never faded, and she patiently asked. The two housing developments she just introduced were both popular cost-effective residential properties on the market, clearly taking into account Chun Nan's economic situation. Tingting, the house I want to buy. Chun Nan nodded, just about to answer Li Tingting. Suddenly, a derisive man's voice came from beside them. Tingting, I've told you many times, people with money coming here to buy houses are truly buying houses, while those without money come here just to look at houses. Why bother wasting work time on them? Chapter 191, The Real Estate Drama. The words trailed off. A man in the same sales uniform, with a neatly parted hairstyle and a slightly handsome face quickly walked over. He had a pale complexion. Seeing this slender man approach, Li Tingting slightly furrowed her brows, but still greeted him proactively. Manager Yu. His name was Yu Jitao, an old employee of the company and its top-performing salesperson. He almost always ranked first in monthly sales, making him a favorite among the leadership. After she joined this company, Yu Jitao began aggressively pursuing her, but she had never liked him because of his poor character. He had caused harm to many female colleagues behind their backs, including those similar to herself. Tingting, don't waste your time here. Yu Jitao approached, barely giving Chun Nan a second glance, flashing what he thought was a charming smile as he spoke. I've just served a wealthy boss on the second floor who intends to purchase a multi-million-dollar mansion from us. I've negotiated everything already. We're ready to sign the purchase contract directly. You can handle this contract. What he meant by having Li Tingting handle this contract was that he intended to transfer this sales achievement to her. Li Tingting's performance hadn't been good recently. In fact, she had been publicly reprimanded by the general manager and could be dismissed at any moment. In his mind, stepping in at this crucial moment to give her the credit would leave Li Tingting indebted to him. This way, it wouldn't take long before he'd have a chance to push her onto his bed. In the past, he'd encountered female colleagues like Li Tingting, who had treated him coldly. However, whenever he used this method, he succeeded within some time. After all, in these fast-paced times, for the sake of benefits and job security, many people choose to comply with unspoken rules due to external pressure. Manager Yu, since you secured this deal, according to the company's rules, it counts as your achievement, so naturally, you should be the one to handle this contract. I won't get involved. Upon hearing what Yu Jitao said, Li Tingting didn't even think twice before politely declining. She had worked as a real estate agent for a year now, but her performance had not improved significantly. Recently, with the housing market bubble bursting and the property market becoming increasingly sluggish, layoffs were being prepared in the company, and she was most likely one of them. She knew Yu Jitao was trying to help her, but she also understood what his intentions were. Therefore, she absolutely refused to accept his achievements. Ting, look, rules are dead things, but we are living beings. When he saw Li Ting rejecting his offer, there was a hint of displeasure in Yu Jitao's eyes, though he still wore that smiling expression, trying to persuade her. Besides, our company hasn't explicitly stated that employees cannot transfer their achievements to their colleagues, right? In the end, whatever we do still counts towards the company's overall goals. Pausing for a moment, he added with a smile. Our company is currently deciding the layoff list for this month, and I assume you're aware of this too. If you gain this achievement, your name will definitely not be on that list. Still, thank you for your kindness, but I respectfully decline. I'll rely on my own efforts to keep this job. Li Ting shook her head firmly. To free herself from his persistent advances, she gestured vaguely toward Xuanhuan, saying, "This gentleman is a very good friend of mine. He is looking to buy a house, and I am busy showing him properties, so I'll let you handle the contract yourself." Since graduating from university, although her career path hadn't been smooth, she had always maintained her principles. A clear line separated what she could and could not accept. A very good friend? As soon as these words left Li Ting's lips, Yu Jitao's smile froze. He glanced at Xuanhuan, with his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. He then responded coolly, "Sir, none of the houses here come cheap. We mainly sell luxury villas here. Even the real estate projects Ting showed you are middle-tier neighborhoods, our cheapest available options. If you can't afford even these houses, there's no need to consider other projects, which consist solely of expensive villa districts." While on the second floor earlier, he had been observing Li Ting and Xuanhuan, knowing that she had shown Xuanhuan several affordable housing developments, but each time, Xuanhuan expressed dissatisfaction. Apart from this mid-tier residential area, all the others were villa projects. Yu Jitao certainly did not believe that someone dressed plainly and young like Xuanhuan could afford to buy a villa. How do you know I can't afford a villa? Who says that coming to look at houses means you have to buy one? Whether or not I can afford it is none of your business. Upon hearing Yu Jitao's words, Xuanhuan immediately responded with a cold laugh, his tone less than polite. He wasn't stupid. He could see that the man was upset about being rejected by Li Ting and was now taking it out on him. Yu Jitao turned red in the face upon hearing Xuanhuan swear at him. He wanted to retort, but found no grounds for argument since Xuanhuan's crude words made perfect sense. Having no way to address Xuanhuan directly, Yu Jitao could only resort to passive-aggressive remarks, using his seniority as a top-performing salesperson. Li Ting, what kind of friends do you hang out with? Associating with such low-class people explains why your sales performance has been so terrible. Yu Jitao, I call you manager, but don't mistake yourself for an actual manager. Hearing these words from Yu Jitao, Li Ting lost all patience and confronted him outright, her voice tinged with anger. What kind of friends I associate with isn't up to you to judge, and by the way, my friend isn't low class. It's you who lacks manners. She wouldn't stand idly by while someone insulted Xuanhuan right in front of her, not even if the offender was a top salesman or even company leadership. She'd rather lose her job. There was no other reason. Xuanhuan had grown up in the same orphanage as she had, making them practically family. Li Ting, you've turned my kindness into ingratitude, clearly showing you don't want this job anymore. Seeing Li Ting take sides with Xuanhuan against him, Yu Jitao's expression darkened, and he threw off the facade of gentlemanliness he'd previously maintained, shouting, "Fine, just wait until the company fires you this month. Then let's see what you'll do." After finishing those words, he stormed off with a grimace, muttering curses under his breath. Before leaving, he shot Xuanhuan a venomous glare, convinced that the latter had ruined what he considered his chance with Li Ting. Chapter 192, Villa Number 3. Xuanhuan, I'm sorry. After Yu Jitao left, Li Ting immediately responded with an apologetic smile, helplessly saying to Xuanhuan, "That person is an old sales employee at our company. He usually lords it over others because of his good performance and favor from the management. His earlier targeting of you might have been because of me. It's nothing. This guy can't do anything to me." Xuanhuan shook his head nonchalantly and reminded her, Ting, it's you who should be careful. Since he's your colleague and has improper intentions toward you, you need to watch out for him more in the future." Hearing this, Li Ting's delicate face turned slightly red. She then nodded, as Xuanhuan's straightforward words made perfect sense. However, she soon smiled candidly and said, "No problem. My performance has always been poor, and the company is considering layoffs recently. As he said, perhaps I'll have to leave this month. In the future, there won't be much interaction between us anyway. That's simple when it comes to improving performance, isn't it?" Xuanhuan chuckled and said, "I'm about to buy a house, right? Well, the commission for my purchase will belong to you later." Pausing briefly, he didn't say much more nonsense, and simply answered Li Ting's earlier question directly, stating, Ting, you wanted to know which house I had in mind before, didn't you? I want the best one available here. Take me to see the most luxurious villa complex you offer now." In his view, the definition of the best house was one that stood on the finest feng shui land, where spiritual energy was most abundant. "Do you want to buy the best house we offer?" Li Ting couldn't help but pause momentarily before smiling. "Xuanhuan, don't take what Yu Jitao said seriously. He claimed you couldn't afford our villas, but can he afford them himself? How many people in Jiangzhou can actually afford villas?" Evidently, hearing Xuanhuan make such a sudden statement, she assumed the latter had merely acted impulsively after being provoked by Yu Jitao. Ting, You've misunderstood me. Xuanhuan gently shook his head and laughed, saying, my decision to buy a villa has nothing to do with that person. I intended to do so from the beginning. Can you show me around? Well, alright. Upon hearing that Xuanhuan didn't sound like he was joking with her, Li Tingting couldn't help but feel surprised. Nonetheless, she nodded afterward. She wasn't entirely confident whether Xuanhuan was really serious about buying or not. Still, taking him to take a look first would suffice. If the cost turns out to be financially unfeasible, not purchasing wouldn't be a problem either. Our best villa area here is called Yunding. It ranks among the top-tier villa complexes in our city of Jiangzhou, situated within the range of the renowned Yunding Mountain Scenic Spot. The houses there are all exclusive independent villas. With a beautiful environment and unique natural scenery, their prices start at no less than 50 million yuan, and residents there are mostly wealthy elites. As Li Tingting led Xuanhuan up to the second-floor lobby, she introduced carefully and patiently while smiling. At the same time she was introducing, she also quietly observed Xuanhuan and found that even though she had revealed the price of this villa area, Xuanhuan's expression remained very calm. This made her wonder internally. Could it be that Xuanhuan had made a fortune these past few years? However, based on her understanding, Xuanhuan seemed just like herself, an ordinary worker. Among the orphans who grew up together in the orphanage, only Li Tianming seemed to be doing exceptionally well, having long heard rumors of him owning a business as its boss. Feeling puzzled, she still didn't ask Xuanhuan about his financial situation proactively. After all, she thought such behavior might not be appropriate. If Xuanhuan's economic capacity weren't good enough, it could easily hurt his self-esteem. A moment later, Li Tingting took Xuanhuan upstairs and arrived at the front of the most exquisite scale model display located centrally. Xuanhuan, take a look. Regardless of whether Xuanhuan was truly intent on purchasing or not, Li Tingting continued to introduce things seriously and in detail for him, pointing at the scale model and smiling. This is our company's signature project, the Yunding Villa area, located within the renowned scenic site of Yunding Mountain. Its living environment is unmatched, and its transportation is extremely convenient. It's only 20 minutes by car from downtown Jiangzhou, a true prime location. Pausing for a second, she added with a smile, the Yunding Villa area has actually been under construction for several years already. Although it's the most top-tier villa complex in Jiangzhou, it doesn't have many units. Only 12 villas were built in total. Here, we rank them from numbers 1 to 12 sequentially. Among these, 9 villas have already been sold, leaving only Villa number 3, Villa number 9, and Villa number 12 unsold until now. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded. The starting price for these villas was 50 million yuan, which indeed wasn't affordable for the average person. It made sense why after such a long time, 3 villas still hadn't been sold. Tingting, what's the purchase price of this villa? After carefully examining the feng shui terrain on the sand table model, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed to Villa number 3 and asked. At a glance, he could tell that Villa number 3 had the best feng shui location, situated at the node of the spiritual energy in Yunding Mountain, where the spiritual energy was the most concentrated. Such an excellent feng shui treasure land had not been bought by other buyers, which filled Xuanhuan with a sense of secret joy. Xuanhuan, your insight is sharp. This Villa number 3 is actually very special. Seeing that Xuanhuan was pointing to Villa number 3, Li Tingting suddenly paused, then smiled as she teased him playfully. Even though she had brought Xuanhuan to the sand table model, deep down, she didn't think Xuanhuan could afford any villa here. This wasn't because she looked down on Xuanhuan, but rather because her rational thinking kept telling her so. Oh, how is it special? Hearing Li Tingting's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but ask with a smile. Extremely expensive. Li Tingting emphatically nodded. Even though she thought Xuanhuan wouldn't buy, she still explained earnestly with a smile. The 12 villas of Yunding, when considering factors like interior decoration, the construction cost of Villa number 1 is the highest, so it's also the most expensive one on sale. I heard a white rich and beautiful woman from out of town spent more than 3 billion buying this villa. She paused for a moment. Then she said with a smile. The construction cost of Villa number 3 is far less than that of Villa number 1, and even falls short compared to Villa number 2. However, among these 12 villas, only Villa number 3 has the highest listed price, over 5 billion yuan. As she finished speaking, a hint of curiosity flickered across her delicate face as she added. Our real estate intermediary boss said this is because the developer boss of Yunding insisted on selling it at such an astronomical price. Despite all aspects being inferior to Villa number 1 and number 2, who would want such an exaggeratedly priced villa? Chapter 193, I'll buy it. Upon hearing Li Tingting's words, Xuanhuan smiled and nodded slightly, but didn't say much more. Others couldn't discern the feng shui trends of Villa number 3, but he could tell at a glance. Yet, he didn't elaborate further to Li Tingting. After all, things like earthly energy are indeed a bit beyond the common knowledge of ordinary people. However, from what Li Tingting said, it was clear that the real estate developer's boss evidently understood some methods too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have marked such an exorbitant price. Li Tingting, you're wasting your time. At this moment, Yu Jitao, who had just finished signing a home purchase contract with a client, saw Li Tingting leading Xuanhuan upstairs as well, and she was even introducing the most expensive villa model carefully to Xuanhuan. He immediately strode over. With a face full of sneering laughter, he mocked. What's the use of talking to him so much? A poor guy like him can't afford it anyway. Yu Jitao, watch your mouth. Upon hearing these words from Yu Jitao, Li Tingting's pretty face darkened as she coldly scolded. My friend's decision to buy or not has nothing to do with you. Each person who comes here to look at houses is our potential customer. The service culture set by the company is to treat customers as gods. It's shameful for you, being a salesperson here, still to have such an awful attitude towards serving customers. I may report you to Mr. Wu. She had long been sick of Yu Jitao's manner, since they had already torn their masks off. Why should she give him any more face? After hearing Li Tingting's tirade, the other surrounding salespeople held their breath while watching closely on behalf of Li Tingting, yet they secretly agreed with her arguments. Yu Jitao's behavior had always been less than exemplary, and everyone inwardly detested him. But due to his status as a top-performing sales agent highly regarded by company leadership, none dared to offend him. TSK, Miss Li Tingting, you seem meek usually, and now you're planning to complain about me to Mr. Wu? Regarding Li Tingting's justified reprimand, Yu Jitao paid no heed, instead acting smugly, waving the freshly signed purchase contract in his hand, and chuckled. See that? This is a new contract worth over 12 million. Just based on my capability to generate such achievements. Do you think Mr. Wu would listen to you, or rather favor me? He paused briefly, then added mockingly. Miss Li Tingting, you'd better not overestimate yourself. If you wish to go against me, first consider your weight in the matter. Were it not for your decent looks, I would have let Mr. Wu kick you out long ago. You. Seeing Yu Jitao's conceited demeanor, especially after his comment, if it weren't for your decent looks, Li Tingting's fine eyebrows shot up in anger, and she almost erupted into verbal retaliation on the spot. Tingting, the barking of a dog generally sounds bad. We shouldn't bother acknowledging it. Right at that moment, Chunnan suddenly smirked and interjected. Phew. As soon as Chunnan spoke up, Li Tingting burst into laughter immediately and chose to ignore Yu Jitao altogether, nodding. Chunnan, you're right. Kid, you calling someone a dog? Yu Jitao glared angrily at Chunnan. Since you can't afford a house here, get out now. Our company doesn't welcome people without manners like you. Whether or not I can afford the house here is none of your business. Chunnan responded with a scoff, bluntly rebutting. He paused momentarily, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, probably reflecting on something, before pointing at Villa number 3 on the model and casually said, You say I can't afford this kind of house. How about we make a bet? If I buy this villa, you will resign voluntarily and leave this company. Currently, he had an inexhaustible amount of money, and he originally intended to secure Villa number 3. The exact price wasn't something he cared much about. This salesperson named Yu Jitao had repeatedly shown off in front of him. He didn't mind using this opportunity to dig a big hole for him and help Li Tingting vent her frustration. After Chunnan's words, the sales staff present immediately widened their eyes and carefully scrutinized Chunnan, feeling extremely astonished inside. The price of this villa number 3 was sky high, and there hadn't been anyone willing to take it over so far. Could the unremarkable young man standing before them really have the ability to buy it? But Chunnan certainly didn't appear to be one of those super rich tycoons. Chunnan, don't impulsively bet. Li Tingting pulled at Chunnan's sleeve upon seeing him ready to place a wager with Yu Jitao and quietly reminded. Chunnan spoke these words quite loudly, but it was like trying to keep up appearances despite a swollen face. If he couldn't come up with so much money later, it would become a huge joke. In other words, from beginning to end, she never believed that Chunnan could afford the villa, let alone the most expensive villa number 3. Alright, then why don't you just buy it? Upon hearing Chunnan's proposal for this bet, Yu Jitao didn't even bother to inquire about Chunnan's wager and immediately agreed without hesitation. His tone was filled with undisguised disdain as he sneered. If you can buy this villa number 3, I will resign right now. Villa number 3 was priced at over 5 billion yuan. Generally, a down payment for purchasing a villa required 40%, meaning Chunnan would need to come up with more than 2 billion yuan on the spot. With such an astronomical amount of money, he certainly didn't think Chunnan, as Li Tingting's friend, could produce it. Tingting, I'll buy this villa number 3. Let's go ahead and swipe the card. I plan to pay in full. Chunnan didn't say any more unnecessary words. He directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Tingting with a smile. Buying villa number 3 and paying in full. Upon hearing Chunnan's words and seeing him cleanly and neatly pulling out the bank card and handing it to her, Li Tingting's heart jolted, leaving her speechless and stunned. Before Li Tingting had time to react, Chunnan's next words made her feel as if she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It seemed Chunnan thought of something and then smiled as he casually added, There are 1.8 billion yuan in this card of mine. I wonder what the data reading limit of your card machine is. If it cannot read it, we'll have to go to the bank for processing. Back when he bought the Jade Seal fragment in Wangji Yuan, his attempt to use this card failed because the data reading limit of the store's card machine was only 1 billion yuan. Therefore, he felt it necessary to give Li Tingting a heads up. Chapter 194, Betting. Chunnan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Upon hearing the figure of 1.8 billion yuan from Chunnan's mouth, Li Tingting took quite a while to come back to her senses, but her mind was still somewhat blank. She asked in a trembling voice. It was no wonder she acted so surprised. It was because of the astonishing statement from Chunnan and the wealth he exhibited that shocked her. It completely overturned her perception of Chunnan as well as her understanding of money. Tingting, do I look like I'm joking with you? Chunnan let out a faint laugh with a trace of helplessness and said with a smile, Take my bank card and go check it out. He also understood why Li Tingting was so astonished. According to the normal life trajectory of an ordinary person, if someone around him suddenly took out over 10 billion yuan before he inherited the legacy of the Chun family elder, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop, finding it hard to believe at first. You wait a moment, I'll be right back. Li Tingting nodded heavily and hurriedly took the bank card in Chunnan's hand and quickly left the second floor hall. She knew that Chun Nan was not a man of empty talk, and she felt it necessary to check it out. At this moment, the other salespeople in the hall were also stunned by the 1.8 billion yuan mentioned by Chun Nan. It wasn't until Li Tingting left with Chun Nan's bank card that these salespeople gradually came back to their senses. They instinctively focused their gaze on Chun Nan and started whispering among themselves, all discussing whether there was indeed 1.8 billion yuan in Chun Nan's card. 1.8 billion yuan. Hearing these salespeople whisper about this matter earnestly, Yu Jitao immediately became displeased and reprimanded them coldly. What is there for you to discuss? Are you also as blind as that Li Tingting? He claims to have 1.8 billion yuan. Then just believe him, does he? He's bragging here, and you guys are discussing it enthusiastically. Don't you fear being laughed at by others? Speaking, his eyes always carried a disdainful expression as he turned to Chun Nan and sneered coldly. Who doesn't know how to boast or blow hot air? Your clownish performance should end now. After Li Tingting comes back, I will make her roll out of our company with you. Do you believe me when I say that with one word from me to the leader of our company, General Manager Wu, Li Tingting will have to pack up and leave immediately? There was no way he could believe that there was really 1.8 billion yuan in Chun Nan's card. He thought that Chun Nan was merely putting on a bold front. Upon hearing what Yu Jitao said, Chun Nan couldn't help but sneer. At this point, he didn't bother arguing with the other side anymore. After he spent several billion yuan to buy Villa number 3, as long as Director Wu showed even a little intelligence, he would know who should be fired, Li Tingting or Yu Jitao. Moreover, if Li Tingting was dissatisfied with her job here, he could absolutely have her work at his Fuguwei farm. Now, he had handed over the management of the Fuguwei farm to Deng Mingho alone, and they were exactly short of hands over there. Very soon, on one side of the second-floor hall, urgent footsteps could be heard, as Li Tingting returned with Chun Nan's bank card in her hand. However, she was not alone in returning to the hall. There was also a pot-bellied, shiny-faced middle-aged fat man wearing a suit. This middle-aged fat man was none other than Wu Qian, the general manager of the Shengdao real estate brokerage company. Good day, Director Wu. Seeing this middle-aged man arrive, the sales staff gathered around the villa model greeted him respectfully as soon as possible, including the top salesperson Yu Jitao. They all felt somewhat puzzled in their hearts and wondered why Director Wu was not enjoying air conditioning in the office, but had come here. Welcome, welcome, sir. The middle-aged man ignored the greetings from Yu Jitao and others. From the very beginning, he directly focused his attention on Chun Nan, taking the initiative to extend his hand warmly to Chun Nan and said smilingly, "Hello, I am the general manager of this real estate brokerage company. My name is Wu Qian." Seeing this scene, the salespersons instantly linked something in their minds and were greatly shocked. Their gazes toward Chun Nan turned intensely heated. Only Yu Jitao's face darkened instantly. He was not a fool. Wu Qian's initiative to greet Chun Nan warmly made him aware of what was going on, just like the other salespersons. Each of them had already thought about this possibility. Could it be that this man named Chun Nan actually had the ability to buy Villa number 3, and was there really 1.8 billion yuan in his card? As for Li Tingting, while observing this situation, she did not display any emotional reaction at all. To be precise, this was due to her overwhelming shock, which hadn't yet subsided. Ever since she had just discovered that Chun Nan's card indeed contained a string of dazzling zeros, even though she now brought Wu Qian to his presence, her head was still a little dizzy, and the feeling of unreality hadn't fully dissipated. Wu Director, hello, I am Chun Nan. Chun Nan extended his hand and shook it with the other man, responding with a faint smile. If he purchased Villa number 3, it would be a super large order worth over 5 billion yuan, so it was quite normal for the owner of this real estate agency company to be alerted. Sir, I heard from Li Tingting that you want to purchase Villa number 3 in full payment? After briefly introducing himself to Chun Nan, Wu Qian immediately pointed to the villa on the model layout and eagerly asked with a laugh. If he hadn't personally seen Li Tingting check the 18 billion yuan on the card, he wouldn't have believed that the person wanting to buy the most expensive Villa number 3 in the company was this young man in plain clothing who was only in his 20s. Actually, there were not many rich people in the whole Jiangzhou area who could afford Villa number 3 outright, and he was familiar with all of them, but he had never heard of anyone named Chun Nan. That's correct. I do like this villa. Chun Nan nodded. Great. Mr. Chun, this villa's price, as Li Tingting might have told you, is 5.1 billion yuan. If you make the full payment, I can waive some of the costs, and it will be sold to you at 5 billion yuan, said Wu Qian, whose face practically lit up with a blooming smile after Chun Nan confirmed it personally. Afraid that Chun Nan might change his mind, Wu Qian eagerly interjected. Mr. Chun, if you don't have any objections, why don't we sign the contract right now? If this purchase contract was signed, not only would the salesperson in charge, Li Tingting, receive a commission, but he, as the general manager, would also be entitled to a portion. This was a whopping super large order of 5 billion yuan. Even if only a small fraction leaked out through the cracks, with the commission ratio not being very high, it would still yield a substantial amount of money. Director Wu, I have no problem signing the contract. Chun Nan slightly nodded, then suddenly pointed at Yu Jitao, shifting the topic and lightly smiling. However, I have an issue with this salesperson of your company. Whether or not I sign the contract now depends on whether he can fulfill his bet. Chapter 195, Dismissal. A bet. Wu Qian paused in surprise, then glanced at Yu Jitao and furrowed his brows to ask, Little Tao, what kind of bet do you have with Mr. Chun? Yu Jitao was the golden salesperson of his company, with top-notch business skills. He wasn't aware that there could be any conflict between the two. Mr. Wu, seeing Wu Qian asking him, Yu Jitao's face turned red, and he showed a bitter smile harder than crying, stammering but unable to utter a word. Xuanhuan was actually a rich man pretending to be humble. There were truly 1.8 billion yuan in the other party's card. At this point, if he still couldn't understand this fact, then he would be really foolish. He couldn't help but feel extremely anxious, realizing that he shouldn't have made such a bet with Xuanhuan in the first place. Mr. Wu, it's like this. Earlier, Yu Jitao looked down on Mr. Chun and sarcastically said that Mr. Chun couldn't afford the villa here. So Mr. Chun made a bet with him that if Mr. Chun could buy villa number 3, then Yu Jitao would immediately resign from the company. Mr. Wu, you often tell us that the essence of our company culture is customer first. Regardless of whether people buy houses or not, when they walk into our premises, they become our customers. Every one of our salespeople should show their best side and serve every customer who walks in here with utmost sincerity. But look now, Yu Jitao has completely abandoned our company culture and forgotten your teachings. He served such an important client as Mr. Chun in such a bad attitude. This shows he utterly disregards the company's interest, which might bring too much negative impact and loss to the company. Yu Jitao was stammering nervously, unable to say anything. But someone stepped out and revealed what had just happened, even exaggerating some details and informing Wu Qian. This person was also a male salesperson in uniform. His name was Shi Jiang. His performance in the company often came second only to Yu Jitao. If Yu Jitao were dismissed, it would be quite easy for him to become the new top salesperson in the company. There was a considerable bonus each month for being the top salesperson, so without hesitation, he took the opportunity to kick someone when they were down, cutting Yu Jitao down with words right in front of them. Of course, if Xuanhuan spent 5 billion buying villa number 3, under the achievement of such a super large order, the top salesperson of this month would undoubtedly be Li Tingting. Shi Jiang, stop talking nonsense in front of Mr. Wu. Don't think I don't know. You always report me to Mr. Wu. Do you think Mr. Wu will believe you? Yu Jitao, looking displeased, angrily shouted at Shi Jiang. After saying that, he ignored Shi Jiang, hurriedly showing Wu Qian the house purchase contract he had just signed, smiling obsequiously, and said, Mr. Wu, don't listen to what Shi Jiang says. Look, this is a 12 million yuan house purchase contract I just signed with the customer. You know, I always prioritize the interests of the company. Although he lost the bet with Xuanhuan, he had no intention of fulfilling it at all. Through his years of hard work in this real estate agency, he had achieved some good results as a top salesperson, earning a very handsome monthly income. He had 10,000 reasons not to want to lose this job. What troubled him most was that he had recently taken out a loan to buy a well-furnished house in a medium to high-end residential area through this intermediary company. If he became unemployed at this critical time, he wouldn't be able to repay his monthly mortgage. Moreover, finding another high-income job like this one would be impossible. Regardless of what Shi Jiang says, just tell me, did you make a bet with Mr. Chen? Wu Qian waved his hand, not even taking a close look at the contract in Yu Jitao's hand, coldly interrogated. With a 5 billion yuan housing deal right in front of him, how could he possibly favor a mere 12 million yuan deal? Yu Jitao's business ability was indeed excellent, and he frequently earned the honor of being the top salesperson. However, Yu Jitao was not significant enough for Wu Qian to sacrifice the massive 5 billion yuan deal for. Who doesn't want to maximize profits while working at this company? Wu Qian was no exception as the general manager. Yes. Facing Wu Qian's questioning, Yu Jitao felt a trace of bad premonition rise within him. Unable to refute, he blushed as he could only manage to mutter one word. After all, many people around had witnessed his bet with Xuanhuan. If there's a bet, then you must honor it. We need to value integrity when doing things. Upon hearing Yu Jitao's response, Wu Qian nodded and coldly announced, Yu Jitao, I hereby announce your dismissal. Go to the personnel department today and submit your resignation report voluntarily. Mr. Chun had already made it crystal clear that to get his signature on the house purchase contract, Yu Jitao would have to leave the company. In light of such enormous profits at stake, Wu Qian naturally wouldn't show any mercy. As soon as Wu Qian spoke those words, over, Yu Jitao's heart shuddered immediately. His face paled, and he couldn't come to terms with this outcome at all. It seemed like he remembered something. With bloodshot eyes, he turned to Li Tingting, desperately begging, Tingting, I apologize to you. Considering how I've always looked after you in the past, please speak with your friend Mr. Chun, and let our bet be cancelled. Would you? In a bid to keep his job, he cared nothing for his dignity now and pleaded pathetically to Li Tingting. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. Instead, you owe an apology to Mr. Chun. Also, you should not ask for my favor either. This was the deal between you and Mr. Chun. Li Tingting let out a deep sigh, gradually coming to terms with the reality that Mr. Chun was actually a super rich billionaire. Coldly, she responded. Not only did she feel annoyed with Yu Jitao clinging onto her so much, but she also felt upset over his earlier deliberate provocation against Mr. Chun. Now he just wanted her to simply say a few words to save his job. It wasn't going to be that easy. Mr. Chun, Upon hearing these words from Li Tingting, Yu Jitao's face broke into a grin more painful than crying, and stammered as if trying to speak to Xuanhuan. Apologies aren't necessary. Just honor the bet. Xuanhuan waved his hand and cut Yu Jitao's attempt to speak short, not giving him the slightest chance. He wasn't some forgiving saint. Before, when the guy insisted on putting up a fight, he surely didn't back down. Upon hearing this, Yu Jitao's expression fluctuated endlessly, and finally dejectedly said to Wu Qian half-heartedly, Mr. Wu, I resign voluntarily. At this moment, he deeply regretted his previous actions, but there was no such thing as second chances in life. Chapter 196. The two women are surprised. Mr. Chun, Yu Jihao has already been dismissed by our company. So what about this housing contract? After Yu Zhihao resigned, Wu Qian immediately asked with an eager smile, "Let's sign it now." Chun Nan nodded slightly and said with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, with Chun Nan signing his name and pressing his fingerprint on the housing contract, Wu Qian finally let out a long sigh of relief and his face was filled with smiles. Wu Qian smiled at Chun Nan and said, "Mr. Chun, next, Tingting will take you to Villa number 3 to complete the handover." He paused for a moment. Then he looked at Li Tingting first and deliberately added with a smile, "You can rest assured, regarding the performance bonus from Tingting signing this contract, our company will settle it completely and accurately for her." Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, the other salespeople looked at Li Tingting with envious eyes, wishing they were Li Tingting instead. This is a 5 billion yuan deal. According to their percentage-based commission standard for salespeople, Li Tingting could receive nearly 100 million yuan in commission. Such a large sum of money is equivalent to achieving financial freedom directly for an ordinary person. Of course, most salespeople may envy in their hearts, but they also know that they have no chance to be jealous. After all, Li Tingting has a familiar relationship with Mr. Chun. Just based on this point, they knew they wouldn't have the opportunity to sign this deal. However, there are a few young female salespeople who look better than Li Tingting, feeling resentful, thinking that if they had served Mr. Chun at the beginning, perhaps they would have had a slight chance to sign this deal. Especially the female salesperson who greeted Mr. Chun when he first entered the lobby of the building. She now feels extremely regretful. When Mr. Chun bought Villa number 3, showing extraordinary wealth, it not only slapped Yu Zhihao hard, but it also hit her hard. She deeply realizes how serious her problem of looking down on people like dogs really is. Next, after a brief chat with Mr. Chun, Wu Qian quickly left with a happy smile on his face. The long unmarketed super expensive Villa number 3 being sold, sealing a 5 billion yuan big deal. This is not a small matter, and as a general manager, he must promptly report to the higher-ups. Chun Nan, after 2 years without seeing each other, you almost scared me to death just now. After Wu Qian left, Li Tingting couldn't hold herself back anymore and began talking with Chun Nan. While handing back the bank card, which still had more than 1 billion yuan in it, to Chun Nan, she couldn't help but laugh excitedly. "I really didn't expect that you've become so rich now. It's too astonishing to casually store so much money in just one card. It's probably impossible to even rob a bank and get so much money. How exactly did you earn all this money?" "Tingting, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I became wealthy recently. As for how I earned so much money, I truly don't know how to explain it to you." Chun Nan lightly chuckled and didn't elaborate much, only speaking thus. His life's complete turnaround in such a short period of time, allowing him to earn this much money, is all due to the blessing of the Chun family patriarch's inheritance. This kind of wondrous experience naturally made it inappropriate for him to reveal to Li Tingting. "Alright, if you can't tell me, then I won't ask anymore. Originally, I thought Li Tianming was doing well in our orphanage, but I never expected you'd do far better." Hearing Chun Nan's words, Li Tingting mischievously blinked her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle with excitement. "Hee. Anyway, I'm currently benefiting from you, this big boss, and have already become a wealthy woman. You bought Villa number 3, so I can also receive over 10 million in commission." She didn't dwell on this topic any longer and shifted the conversation with a laugh. "Let's go, Chun Nan. I'll take you to see Villa number 3. To tell you the truth, I'm also grateful to you for giving me the privilege to visit that villa area for the first time." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan slightly nodded, and both of them walked side by side while chatting happily. Yunding Sijia Villas is located in Yunding Mountain, a symbolically famous scenic spot in Jiangzhou. It takes only around 20 minutes drive from downtown Jiangzhou. Thus, in less than half an hour, Li Tingting brought Chun Nan to this villa area and directly arrived at Villa number 3. "Wow, Chun Nan, this beautifully decorated detached mansion looks absolutely luxurious, and it has such a large and exquisite garden outside. No wonder this villa is worth 5 billion yuan. Li Tingting, upon entering Villa number 3, curiously scrutinized everything, unable to suppress her exclamation. But Chun Nan didn't pay attention to these things. After coming to Villa number 3, he briefly activated the Tai Xian 3 Live scripture, causing a hidden sense of joy to rise within him. As expected, the location of this villa was at a spiritual energy node. Although it couldn't compare with the optimal time segment of the sunrise in the morning, the celestial energy here was much denser than the surroundings, making it very suitable for his daily cultivation. Now, as the chief medical advisor of the Qin family group, he no longer had to clock in at the office every day. He possessed absolute freedom over his time and could act based on his own mood. Thus, when he wasn't busy, he could stay here and focus on his cultivation, allowing his cultivation realm to advance even faster. After touring around for a while, Li Tingting called the property management over to start the handover process with Chun Nan. After recording his identity information and setting up the smart password key, the villa officially became Chun Nan's property. After completing the transfer process for Chun Nan, Li Tingting left, while Chun Nan hurried back to Zhao Yaqi's rented apartment to pack his belongings and move out. At this point, it was already 10 a.m. Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale had long since woken up and were sitting in the living room, munching on snacks and watching a period drama. "What? You actually bought a house, and it's worth 5 billion yuan. A massive villa." Upon hearing that Chun Nan had bought a house, a sky-priced independent villa, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yale immediately widened their eyes and stared blankly at Chun Nan in disbelief, frozen like a pair of petrified twins for a moment. "Chun Nan, you're not just spinning some kind of dream story to me and my sister, are you?" It wasn't until several moments later that Zhao Yale snapped back to reality and asked incredulously. However, as the elder sister, Zhao Yaqi's eyes flashed with a gleam of understanding, and after pondering for a bit, she didn't doubt what Xuanhuan had said. She knew full well that Xuanhuan was now the chief medical advisor for the Qin family group, and had recently formulated 3 valuable new drugs worth substantial amounts. In her view, Xuanhuan might have directly received a patent reward from the Qin family group, which is why he could afford a villa worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 197 Moving in Together. Maybe I daydream sometimes, but I don't talk nonsense. In response to Zhao Yalan's inquiry, Xuanhuan smiled and didn't bother to explain much, heading to his room to pack things. Sis, where does Xuanhuan get all the money to buy a villa? Could he have won an astronomical lottery or something? Zhao Yalan glanced at Xuanhuan's retreating figure entering his room and couldn't help laughing excitedly. How many such grand lotteries are there in this world? Zhao Yaqi shook her head and smiled, saying, I have a rough idea of how Xuanhuan got the money. He's now the chief medical advisor of our Qin group, and these funds must be the reward from our Qin group president. Xuanhuan is now the chief medical advisor of your Qin group. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan was surprised at first, then asked doubtfully, Sis, isn't the president of your Qin group Qin Binghua? Even if Xuanhuan has become the chief medical advisor of your Qin group, shouldn't the reward be too much for him? Saying this, she pouted slightly, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, adding quietly, I heard that Qin Binghua is a great beauty. Could it be that Xuanhuan has a special relationship with her? Qin Binghua is a breathtakingly beautiful CEO, often regarded as the ice flower of Jiangzhou, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the dream fairy of countless men. If it were earlier, she would never have thought along these lines. It might have seemed impossible for Xuanhuan to intersect with Qin Binghua since they belong to different worlds. But now, knowing that not only does Xuanhuan possess excellent medical skills, but also martial arts prowess that equals Qin Binghua's excellence, it made her inevitably speculate more. You little thing, what strange thoughts keep circling around your mind? Upon hearing her younger sister Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help blushing, then lightly tapped her sister's forehead and laughed humorously. What special relationship can exist between Xuanhuan and Ms. Qin? And even if they really did have something going on, what does it have to do with you? While scolding her sister verbally, deep down she actually had the same question, suspecting there might indeed be a unique relationship between Xuanhuan and Qin Binghua. She wasn't foolish either. From the day Xuanhuan was hired by Qin Binghua into the Qin group, she had noticed this fact. Speaking of which, she could inform her sister Zhao Yalan that Xuanhuan had become the chief medical advisor for their company, but she couldn't divulge the fact about Xuanhuan formulating 3 new drugs. After all, this matter involved commercial secrets of the company, and her sister finding out wouldn't bring any benefit. Of course, it matters to both you and me. He's our future man. Zhao Yalan pursed her lips, hesitating to voice her true feelings, responding silently within her heart instead. She also decided not to further discuss this topic with her elder sister and shifted the subject. Sister, Xuanhuan is packing his things. Are you truly okay with letting him move out? It's not a matter of whether I'm okay with Xuanhuan moving out, but whether Xuanhuan wishes to stay here. Zhao Yaqi shook her head gently and chuckled bitterly. Mum insists on him moving out, so there's nothing we can do. She certainly did not want Xuanhuan to leave. Her affection towards him ran deep, wanting to spend every day with him. Sis, I have an idea. Zhao Yalan's glossy big eyes turned around quickly as she grinned mischievously. If Mom doesn't allow Xuanhuan to stay here, then we shouldn't stay here either and just move with Xuanhuan instead. After all, Xuanhuan bought a large villa, and I've never lived in a villa before. Can that work? At Zhao Yalan's suggestion, Zhao Yaqi's heart wavered a moment, revealing a hint of hesitation on her beautiful face. Her younger sister Zhao Yalan was a mischievous girl, now in her rebellious phase during adolescence. Logically speaking, the suggestion proposed by her younger sister Zhao Yalan should have been outright rejected by her. But deep inside her, a strong longing made her unable to reject the proposal, making her somewhat swayed by Zhao Yalan's idea. Of course it can. Zhao Yalan nodded strongly and pulled Zhao Yaqi toward the bedroom, saying with a smile, Come on, sis, let's pack our stuff too. We don't have to rush with the move. Let's take a couple of sets of clothes over first and see how it goes. 10 minutes later, when Xuanhuan walked out of his bedroom after packing, he saw Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan each holding a backpack waiting for him in the living room. Xuanhuan, now that you've bought a large villa, my sister and I will go over there to stay for a few days and enjoy the feeling of living in a villa. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Seeing Xuanhuan coming out of the bedroom with a look of bewilderment on his face, before he even had the chance to ask anything, Zhao Yalan grinned mischievously and laughed as she said this. At this time, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but blush, deliberately avoiding Xuanhuan's eyes. Her sister Zhao Yalan had the guts to directly tell Xuanhuan that they wanted to move into the villa and live together, but she herself could not bring herself to say it so easily. Do you two want to move in as well? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but pause in surprise, then nodded and smiled. Of course, I welcome both of you if you'd like to come stay. The villa he had purchased was spacious. Aunt Fong had only asked him to move out from here, but there was no mention of disallowing Zhao Yaqi and her sister from moving in. Yay! Hearing Xuanhuan immediately agree, Zhao Yalan instantly showed off a scissor gesture in celebration. She couldn't help but feel pleased with herself for thinking up such an ingenious plan on the spot, allowing her to continue living with Xuanhuan, while also getting to live in a luxurious villa. When Zhao Yaqi saw that Xuanhuan didn't refuse, a slight blush crept onto her face as she secretly felt a surge of happiness. After leaving the apartment, the three arrived at Yunding Mountain, the Yunding Four Seasons Villa area. As expected, when Xuanhuan brought Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan into his newly purchased Villa number 3, just like Li Tingting, The two sisters were momentarily stunned by the opulent decor. Xuanhuan's villa had a bit of classical Western European style, and in the eyes of the two women, this was less like a villa and more like a fairy tale castle. Xuanhuan, I believe you now. Regaining her senses, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but spread her arms and turn around excitedly. Look, this huge classical castle must be worth 5 billion. Speaking of this, her big black eyes twinkled, and she suddenly grinned as she added, Xuanhuan, since you're so rich now, could you possibly do me a favor? Chapter 198, an investment of 1 billion. What kind of help? Xuanhuan couldn't help but pause, then asked a question. I want to start a business. Zhao Yalan nodded, her eyes flashing with excitement as she grinned and said, I've wanted to start my own media company for a long time, but I've always been held back by the lack of capital. Now that you're so wealthy, why don't you do me a favor and invest in me? Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about? Before Xuanhuan could respond to Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Yaqi slightly frowned and said, starting a business isn't that easy, and Xuanhuan's money didn't just blow in from nowhere. What if you lose it all? Knowing her sister's character, Zhao Yaqi truly couldn't imagine how Zhao Yalan would have a chance at success in entrepreneurship. She was afraid that her sister Zhao Yalan would only be passionate for 3 minutes. If she wasted all of Xuanhuan's investment money, they'd feel too sorry for him. Hey sis, just trust me this one time. Upon hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yalan stepped forward and clung to Zhao Yaqi's arm, coquettishly explaining with a smile. You know very well that I've been doing self-media for several years and am extremely familiar with the industry. Your little sister is actually a well-known internet celebrity in Jiangzhou with hundreds of thousands of fans. Pausing for a moment, she gradually withdrew the smile from her face, revealing an unusual serious expression, and softly added, Sis, my decision to start a business has been carefully considered. It's not a fleeting whim. I want to make something out of myself. I also want to be like you and strive for mom's respect. If I can successfully start a business, then when we go to Jinling for the Fong family annual meeting next time, we can bring honor to our grandparents and ensure that the Fong family doesn't look down on us anymore. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, as a sister, Zhao Yaqi instantly fell silent. She knew her twin sister very well, understanding that although Zhao Yalan seemed unruly and somewhat rebellious towards their parents, she was inherently a kind and filial good girl. And upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight curve. Compared to Zhao Yaqi, he wasn't very deeply acquainted with Zhao Yalan, so when she laughingly asked for his investment, he thought she merely wanted to play around with starting a business, without realizing there was more depth to her intentions. Lingling, perhaps we can try this. After a brief silence, Zhao Yalan sighed lightly, and then smiled, saying, If you truly want to start a company, your sister will help you. You tell me how much money you need. No need to involve Xuanhuan in the investment. She paused briefly, then added with a smile, Your sister still has some savings. Just go ahead and take risks boldly. Even if you lose it all, it's no big deal. Sister, I understand what you mean. Upon hearing her sister Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yalan shook her head slightly and softly said, But sister, you haven't graduated long enough to have substantial savings. To realize my entrepreneurial plan, I would need at least 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan. When Zhao Yalan mentioned this figure, Zhao Yaqi's face changed, and her heart couldn't help but be shocked. Even though she earned 1 million annually in the Qin Group now, she had graduated just over a year ago, and there was no way she could come up with so much money all at once. Lingling, these 10 million I'll. Zhao Yaqi's eyes flickered, taking a deep breath as if making a resolution, biting her lip and preparing to say something. Yaqi, let me handle the investment. Before Zhao Yaqi finished speaking, Xuanhuan chuckled and cut her off mid-sentence. He slowly extended one finger, then turned to smile at Zhao Yalan and said, Yalan, I'm willing to invest this amount into you, hoping you succeed brilliantly in your business venture. Are you really going to invest 10 million in me? Seeing Xuanhuan extending one finger, Zhao Yalan first paused in astonishment, then became excitedly saying, That's wonderful. Thank you, Xuanhuan. I will definitely succeed and won't disappoint you. Yalan, you've got two things wrong. Xuanhuan slightly shook his head and replied. First, the reason you should work hard isn't to avoid disappointing me. It's to avoid disappointing Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong. A faint smile appeared on his face as he added. Secondly, I'm not going to invest 10 million. I'll invest 1 billion. Last night, while having dinner at Uncle Zhao's place, after hearing Aunt Fong's grievance-filled complaints, he also felt quite uneasy. He kept thinking about how to use his current abilities to change the situation of Uncle Zhao's family. He couldn't just directly give money to Uncle Zhao's family, and now that Zhao Yalan had the idea to start a business, he naturally gave full support without hesitation. 1 billion. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan were instantly stunned, both shocked by this number. Previously, when Xuanhuan said he spent 5 billion buying this castle-like villa, they were indeed shocked, but it didn't leave as deep an impression on them. Now, with Xuanhuan saying he would take out 1 billion to invest in Zhao Yalan starting her own company, this was something happening right before their eyes, and both sisters found it hard to believe just how wealthy Xuanhuan currently was. Especially Zhao Yalan, who was loudly claiming she wanted to start a business. She was the direct party involved in handling this money, and she almost passed out from the shock of Xuanhuan mentioning 1 billion. Xuanhuan, even if you want to invest, 10 million is already more than enough. After regaining her composure, Zhao Yaqi suppressed the shock in her heart and couldn't help but speak up. Throwing out an astronomical figure like 1 billion to fund her sister Zhao Yalan's startup seemed too exaggerated on Xuanhuan's part. Xuanhuan, you really intend to invest 1 billion for me to start my business? Zhao Yalan swallowed nervously, her voice trembling as she asked, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Starting a business has risks, a basic truth everyone understands. No matter how confident she was, she couldn't guarantee 100% success in entrepreneurship. She originally thought that getting Xuanhuan to invest 100 million yuan would be enough to satisfy her. She never expected him to directly increase it tenfold. "Just go for it boldly. Any loss will be mine to bear. $1 billion now means nothing to me." Xuanhuan chuckled lightly, then said no more, directly pulling out his phone and transferring 1 billion through the Zhibao Pay platform to Zhao Yalan. Chapter 199, Luo Weiwei calls. Zhibao Fu received 1 billion yuan. With the sound of this intelligent voice fading away, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan both felt a tremor in their hearts, unable to help but suck in a breath of cold air. The number reported by Zhibao Fu's intelligent voice was far more shocking than the 1 billion mentioned by Xuanhuan. At this moment, it also made the two sisters truly accept the fact mentally. Xuanhuan had truly made his comeback and become a super billionaire. "Xuanhuan, you're giving so much money to Yalan. She's starting her business for the first time and doesn't need so much money." Zhao Yaqi steadied her nerves and hurriedly said, "Yaqi, we can talk about whether or not it's necessary later." Xuanhuan waved his hand and smiled as he said, "Although I'm a layman when it comes to doing business and have no interest in it, I do know that only with sufficient reserve funds can the success rate of entrepreneurship be maximized." "That's right, sis." Zhao Yalan excitedly nodded several times and echoed, "What Xuanhuan said is absolutely correct. If there are ample reserve funds, then I will have maximum risk resistance capabilities. My entrepreneurship will definitely succeed. I'll use this 1 billion yuan well and won't waste a single cent." While saying this to her elder sister, her eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan, brimming with a dazzling light. Since Xuanhuan could invest such a large sum in her at once, she couldn't help but feel extremely moved, thinking she hadn't misjudged the man. That night, to thank Xuanhuan for his investment, Zhao Yalan, dressed in a set of intimate clothing bought previously, sneaked into Xuanhuan's room late at night. Boldly climbing onto his bed, she performed oral pleasure on him for a long time. Faced with this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but gasp and spent the entire night in agony mixed with happiness. His agony stemmed from the fact that at this moment, he could only touch the water source but couldn't drink it fully, making himself endure the tension. His joy came from the fact that the girl's skill had improved significantly. It had genuinely advanced rapidly. The next day, on Yunding Mountain, the morning mist swirled around, creating an immense and magnificent scene. Xuanhuan woke up early and sat cross-legged on the balcony of Villa Number 3, facing the slowly rising sun to cultivate. Not until the sunrise draped the morning mist with a golden glow and lengthened Xuanhuan's shadow did he finish his cultivation. This place is indeed a geomantic treasure spot. The celestial energy here is far more active than in most parts of Jiangzhou, with abundant essence and spirit. Xuanhuan, feeling the true qi inside his body rapidly expanding and getting closer and closer to the initial stage of clear strength, a streak of brilliance passed through his eyes as he secretly got excited. Cultivating here for a morning is probably equivalent to cultivating in the park for a week in the morning. With the efficiency of cultivation increased this much, spending these 500 million yuan is worth it. In his view, worldly wealth would never match the advancement of his cultivation. If cultivation could be bought with money, any ancient martial artist would spare no expense. After all, being powerful oneself allows one to possess everything and take full control of one's own destiny. "Xuanhuan, breakfast is ready." Just after Xuanhuan ended his practice, Zhao Yaqi walked over from behind him, smiling as she spoke. She'd actually been on the balcony for a few minutes, seeing Xuanhuan sitting cross-legged there with closed eyes, and decided not to disturb him. She didn't know what Xuanhuan was doing, but she keenly sensed that Xuanhuan's state seemed very mysterious, even giving her a transcendent aura beyond the ordinary. "Yaqi, don't you want to ask what I've been doing?" Xuanhuan rose from his meditative posture and smiled while speaking. "If you want to tell me, you'll do it yourself." Zhao Yaqi slightly shook her head and smiled softly as she replied, "Yaqi, actually what I was just doing is..." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled, nodding slightly, and was about to say something. Right at this moment, suddenly, his phone started ringing. Doesn't she stop calling? Why is it this woman again? Xuanhuan took out his phone, glanced at the caller display, and immediately frowned after briefly pondering. Since yesterday, the other party had kept calling him nonstop, and he had directly rejected every call without fail. He didn't expect her to call him again so early in the morning. His number had been changed a long time ago, and they had completely lost contact. Yet somehow she managed to get hold of his current number. What made it worse was that even if he blocked her, she would simply change numbers and call him back, which irked him to no end. "Xuanhuan, who is she?" Zhao Yaqi asked curiously. "You know her too, it's Luo Weiwei." Xuanhuan replied offhandedly. "Luo Weiwei." Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but pause, and then frowned, taking the initiative to say, "Xuanhuan, if you don't want to deal with her, do you need me to help answer this call for you?" Logically speaking, Luo Weiwei had completely broken up with Xuanhuan, and she had caused him deep harm unilaterally. It was truly unclear why she was calling. "No problem, Yaqi, I'll take the call myself." Xuanhuan shook his head. This time he didn't reject Luo Weiwei's call outright, wanting instead to see what exactly she wanted. "Hey, Luo Weiwei, are you ever going to stop? Why are you calling me?" Xuanhuan pressed the answer button, placed the phone against his ear, and coldly asked, "Xuanhuan, how have you been these past days?" After a long silence from Luo Weiwei on the other side of the line, her voice slightly trembled as she asked a question. "Our relationship has come to an absolute end." Upon hearing Luo Weiwei's words, Xuanhuan chuckled coldly and indifferently said, If you're just going to say meaningless things like that, I'll hang up directly. Don't call me anymore in the future. Wait, Xuanhuan, don't hang up. Luo Weiwei, hearing that Xuanhuan was about to hang up, quickly urged. I'm calling because there's something I need to tell you. It's about your new drug developed at Qin Corporation. How did you find out I've created a new drug at Qin Corporation? Who told you? At her words, Xuanhuan immediately stopped his action to hang up, furrowing his brows and questioning. The creation of 3 new drugs at Qin Corporation by him had already been treated as a commercial secret, strictly guarded by Qin Binghua. In theory, Luo Weiwei, an outsider, should not have possibly known about it. Put another way, someone inside Qin Corporation intentionally leaked this trade secret. Chapter 200. The Two on the Balcony. Xuanhuan, I cannot directly tell you the answer over the phone. I can only tell you that someone wants to harm both you and the Qin group. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's inquiry, Luo Weiwei gritted her teeth and whispered on the other side of the phone. If you want to know who it is, come to the small grove at Jiangzhou No. 1 High School. I'll be waiting for you there at 10 o'clock. After saying these words, Luo Weiwei hung up the phone without giving Xuanhuan a chance to respond. Hearing the sound of disconnection from the other end, Xuanhuan furrowed his brows. Luo Weiwei had said that someone wanted to harm him and the Qin group, but he couldn't tell if it was true or false. The key issue was that given their current relationship, Luo Weiwei's motivation to kindly warn him was hard to comprehend. Xuanhuan, Luo Weiwei may not be trustworthy. You don't need to pay attention to her. Zhao Yaqi glanced at the frowning Xuanhuan and could not help but softly remind him. Luo Weiwei deceived you in the past. Don't fall for her tricks again. In her view, Luo Weiwei had deeply hurt Xuanhuan before, and now she suddenly came juch on him, probably with some bad intentions. It was even possible that she saw Xuanhuan's newfound success and thus wanted to reconcile with him. She was genuinely a little worried that Xuanhuan might get deceived by the woman's sweet talk once again. Regardless of whether what she says is true or false, I think it's necessary to check it out. Yaqi, I understand your concern. Rest assured, I've completely ended things with Luo Weiwei. No matter what she does or says, it won't affect me in the slightest. A gleam of keen insight passed through Xuanhuan's eyes as he shook his head and spoke. As he continued, he looked at Zhao Yaqi's face filled with worry and teasingly smiled. On top of that, with a girl like you by my side, you're much more beautiful and excellent than that woman. How could I still have any interest in Luo Weiwei? Xuanhuan, why? You're making stuff up? What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yaqi's cheeks and ears instantly turned bright red. Her heart was racing uncontrollably as if tiny deer were stampeding inside her chest. Instinctively, she lowered her head and started to speak incoherently. Her voice grew softer and softer. Xuanhuan's remarks carried a distinct air of ambiguity. To her, it sounded no different from an indirect confession. And at this moment, seeing Zhao Yaqi's flustered expression, streaks of morning light illuminated her beautiful face as if it was covered with a brilliant glow. Every delicate detail, including her smooth eyelashes, was visible. She was simply too gorgeous for words. Her beauty put the moon to shame and flowers to blush. For a moment, Xuanhuan's heart thumped fiercely despite his efforts to control it. His eyes held a flicker of ardor. Unable to resist, he extended 2 fingers and gently lifted the girl's chin. She didn't reject his bold move. Instead, her eyes fluttered shut at some unknown moment, her lashes trembling nervously. At this very moment, the atmosphere between them was charged with tension and allure. Moved by the situation, Xuanhuan unconsciously leaned his face forward inch by inch. Feeling Xuanhuan's increasingly audacious actions, Zhao Yaqi clutched the edges of her clothes tightly. Her blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. Her heart pounded faster and faster, her nervousness reaching its peak. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With Xuanhuan coming closer and closer, she could practically feel the warmth of his breath on her cheek, causing her heartbeat to race faster. By the 5th second, without hesitation, Xuanhuan's lips made contact with hers, 0 distance between them. They seamlessly connected. Boom! At that instant, Zhao Yaqi's eyes widened with shock. It felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she was paralyzed by a tingling sensation spreading through her entire body. She froze momentarily in utter confusion. The next moment, she suddenly pushed Xuanhuan away with both hands. Her face was flushed red, resembling a ripe peach. In a trembling voice, she muttered, You're so naughty. Having said that, without waiting for Xuanhuan to reply, she swiftly left the balcony. Upon witnessing this, Xuanhuan paused briefly, then chuckled softly. He licked the lingering sweetness of Zhao Yaqi's lips from the corner of his mouth, feeling a sense of pride. Ever since he discovered Zhao Yaqi's feelings for him, she was destined to be his. And right now, all he was doing was using appropriate methods at the appropriate time to foster their relationship. Still, a touch of helplessness lingered within him. As an elder sister, Zhao Yaqi was indeed different from Zhao Yalan. If it were Zhao Yalan encountering his advances, she would likely respond wildly, perhaps even biting him. Unlike Zhao Yaqi who, upon his slight teasing, ran away hastily like a frightened rabbit, exhibiting a rather extreme level of shyness. Hey, it seems there's a long way to go if I want to achieve the dual cultivation with Yaqi. At this moment, Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh. If he couldn't win Zhao Yaqi over, then it also meant he couldn't deepen his relationship with Zhao Yalan. Given Zhao Yalan's impressive ability to talk her way out of situations last night, he was truly afraid that he might not be able to hold back and end up prematurely having her. Well, let things take their natural course. After a short pause, Xuanhuan chuckled and shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. He walked down from the balcony back into the villa's living room, only to see Zhao Yalan's figure, but not Zhao Yaqi's. Chunnan, my sister said she can't eat breakfast. She told us to eat without her, and that she'd go to work early. At the dining table in the hall, Zhao Yalan was happily feasting, her little mouth stuffed full as she explained voluntarily. She had noticed her sister's red face earlier, sensing something unusual, but now she didn't have time to focus on that. Her mind was already filled with the thought of the billion yuan that Chunnan had mentioned. She wanted to finish her breakfast quickly and start preparing for company registration. Your sister wasn't full. I cornered her against the wall on the balcony, so now she feels awkward facing me. This is what Chunnan thought silently. On the surface, however, he smiled casually and nodded. In his view, Zhao Yaqi's avoidance was completely normal behavior. Just like the last time when he accidentally saw Zhao Yaqi's body. She was so embarrassed that she deliberately avoided him for several days before slowly returning to normal. After breakfast, Zhao Yalan excitedly rushed out the door, heading to the relevant department to apply for company registration. And shortly after, Chunnan also went outside, heading straight to the destination mentioned in Luo Weiwei's call, the small grove at number 1 high school. Regardless of whether Luo Weiwei's words were true or false, he believed it was necessary to make this trip. After all, his current martial arts strength was not weak, so he had no fear of others' ill intentions towards him, but he was somewhat concerned that others might target Qin Bingyue instead. Chapter 201, Luo Weiwei's Confession. About 40 minutes later, Chunnan arrived at the small forest of the first high school and saw Luo Weiwei under a maple tree, leaning against the trunk waiting for his arrival. At this moment, she did not have the usual elaborate makeup on her face, but was completely in plain makeup. Her hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she was wearing a white waist-cinched dress that covered her knees, paired with a pair of low-cut sneakers. She exuded more youthful vitality and less of the garishness she usually had. This small forest belonged to the grounds of the first high school. If one didn't know Luo Weiwei's age, others might easily mistake her for a high school student. Seeing Luo Weiwei's somewhat deliberate attire, Chunnan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, as if recalling something. However, he quickly came back to his senses, resuming his calm demeanor. The past is like smoke, fading away with the wind. He didn't know what Luo Weiwei was thinking by deliberately asking him to meet in this small forest and dressing up in the style she once did, but he no longer harbored any feelings for her. From the bottom of his heart, all he felt towards Luo Weiwei now was an aversion and repulsion akin to avoiding the plague. If he could, he wouldn't have come here to see Luo Weiwei at all. Chunnan, I'm over here. When Chunnan noticed Luo Weiwei also spotted Chunnan's arrival. She stood up even before Chunnan approached and waved her hand at him. You asked me to come here, so I've come. Approaching, Chunnan straightforwardly asked indifferently. You mentioned over the phone that someone wants to harm both me and Qin Group. Who is it? Chunnan. Look, the maple leaves here are still so beautiful and elegant by October. Luo Weiwei didn't answer Chunnan's question, but instead brought up memories from their time in high school, smiling faintly as she said. In our second year of high school, after class, you invited me to this secluded, remote little forest. I wore this white dress and stood right here. You picked up a heart-shaped maple leaf from the ground, acting foolishly as you confessed your love to me. Do you remember? Luo Weiwei, you should understand that I didn't come here to listen to these things. Hearing Luo Weiwei's evasive response, Chunnan furrowed his brow and coldly said, if you only want to talk about these things, then I'm not interested. After saying that, he turned around, intending to leave. Wait, Chunnan, don't go. Seeing Chunnan about to leave, Luo Weiwei hurriedly reached out to stop him, gritting her teeth and saying, sorry, I've become overly sentimental. You're right, we two have thoroughly ended things. I shouldn't be telling you such stories now. Pausing briefly, she didn't drag things out anymore and answered Chunnan's question directly, gritting her teeth as she said, the person who wants to harm both you and Qin Group is Li Tianming and Qin Yun. More accurately, the two of them are collaborating with Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long to scheme all of this. They plan to use your involvement in developing 3 new drugs in Qin Group to introduce a batch of similar counterfeit drugs to patients. At that point, not only will they send you to jail, but it will also put Qin Bingyue's Qin Group in crisis. Hearing Luo Weiwei's words, Chunnan narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he asked, who are Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long? Regardless of whether what Luo Weiwei said was true or false, he could understand why Li Tianming and Qin Yun would want to target him, but he didn't recognize Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long at all. Jiangzhou has 5 major families, and Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long are the eldest sons of the Feng and Zhou families respectively. They are known as part of the 4 great lords of Jiangzhou, along with Yang Hao and Su Liang, and their relationships are very close. Upon hearing Chunnan inquire about Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long, Luo Weiwei's eyes filled with deep resentment as she explained, you offended Yang Hao and Su Liang earlier, so naturally they would hold a grudge against you. Upon hearing this, Chunnan nodded first, then couldn't help but narrow his eyes again, asking a crucial question. Luo Weiwei, do you think I should believe your words? Why are you kindly telling me these things? Aren't you supposed to be with Li Tianming? Without bringing up her manipulative deceit over the past 7 years, he clearly remembered that she caused trouble for him and Deng Mingho during the recent high school reunion. Since the moment I miscarried, I've had no relationship with Li Tianming. Upon Chunnan questioning her, Luo Weiwei had no intention of hiding anything, her face full of intense hatred as she venomously stated. A few days ago, I was bullied by that beast Feng Wenyuan, and Li Tianming didn't even dare to say a word. I hate that beast Feng Wenyuan, and I also hate the human scum Li Tianming, so I want to get back at them. They have painstakingly plotted against you, but I refuse to let their schemes succeed. She paused for a moment. Then, gritting her teeth, she added, Chen Nan, to be honest, I've always looked down on you in the past and inexplicably despised you. But right now, I hate these people more. By telling you about this matter, I'm asking you to take action and make sure they all get what they deserve. Hearing this, Chen Nan slightly furrowed his eyebrows and understood roughly the details from Luo Weiwei's fragmented words. He didn't doubt what Luo Weiwei had said, because the moment he saw her, he had already noticed that she had miscarried. He thought Luo Weiwei had experienced an accidental miscarriage, but he never imagined she had gone through such a tragic experience. From the perspective of basic human decency, Li Tianming is indeed a piece of human trash for standing idly by as his own child was lost like that. And Feng Wenyuan is truly a beast for committing such atrocities against a pregnant woman. I understand. Chen Nin nodded with a cold gleam in his eyes and spoke up. Since you've told me about this, their conspiracy will have no chance of succeeding anymore. As you wish, I'll ensure these people receive their due punishment. Qin Yun, Li Tianming, Feng Wenyuan, Zhou Long, and others, since they have chosen to challenge him, he certainly won't hesitate to deal with them harshly. After saying this, Chen Nan turned around without uttering another word and headed toward the exit. Chen Nan, Feng Wenyuan, and Zhou Long hold significant family power in Jiangzhou. Are you not afraid of them? Seeing Chen Nan walk away from the little forest, Luo Weiwei couldn't help herself and shouted out a warning. Although she truly wanted to use Chen Nan to take revenge on Li Tianming and the others, she inwardly didn't want anything bad to happen to Chen Nan either. Luo Weiwei, just wait. As a reward for your advance warning about this matter, I will show you exactly the outcome you most desire to see. Hearing Luo Weiwei's concern, Chen Nan did not even turn around, but instead replied indifferently while continuing his walk. With my current abilities, what are those rich brats Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long even worth mentioning? I dared to eliminate Yang Hao without hesitation, and it doesn't bother me one bit to wipe out these two along with the rest. Chapter 202, New Drug Launch. The thing that Luo Weiwei told me should not be false. I still need to go to the Qin group and inform Bingyue so that she can make preparations in advance, Chen Nan murmured as he left the small grove, his eyes gleaming slightly. Actually, he could have handled this on his own, but since it involved the Qin group and because Qin Yun was after all Qin Bingyue's younger sister, he felt it necessary to keep Qin Bingyue informed. With that thought in mind, Chen Nan immediately headed towards the Qin group and directly made his way to Qin Bingyue's CEO office. Chen Nan, I seriously want to ask again, is what you're saying really true? Upon hearing Chen Nan's recounting of the situation, Qin Bingyue sitting in her executive chair frowned deeply and asked, that woman named Luo Weiwei, although she is your ex-girlfriend, this matter is extremely important. Can her words be trusted 100%? Since Qin Yun began working at the Qin group, she had been ambitious, always wanting to ascend to the position of the company's president. She could never have imagined that Qin Yun would go so far as to sell out the company's trade secrets, colluding with outsiders to get rid of Chen Nan, who she saw as a thorn in her side, disregarding the company's interests entirely. Although they did not get along well, Qin Yun was still her half-sister from the same father, making it hard for her deep down to believe this reality or to oppose Qin Yun outright. Additionally, Luo Weiwei was Chen Nan's ex-girlfriend with whom he cohabited for 7 years, which made her uncomfortable, instinctively leading her to doubt the truthfulness of that woman's claims. Bingyue, whether Luo Weiwei is my ex-girlfriend, is unimportant. What matters is that she currently harbors hatred towards Li Tianming, Zhou Long, and Feng Wenyan, and what she said I believe is true. Chen Nan sighed helplessly before speaking firmly. He had already explained the situation repeatedly to Qin Bingyue, yet she kept clinging onto the fact that Luo Weiwei was his former girlfriend. He noticed that no matter the woman, the mere mention of ex-girlfriend caused emotional bias. Even someone as cold as Qin Bingyue wasn't an exception. Otherwise, given Qin Bingyue's sharp intellect, she would have easily discerned the truth. I understand. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Qin Bingyue nodded slightly and said, Chen Nan, although their main target is you, can you please stay out of it and let me handle it? Is that possible? Pausing briefly, she added, rest assured, although Qin Yun is my younger sister, I will not protect her in any way. If she truly has taken action with those people, once confirmed, I will not tolerate it and will ensure there's a reasonable resolution for you. Hearing this, Chen Nan nodded, adding nothing further. If the issue could be resolved without him intervening, then naturally he would be happy to oblige. In terms of Qin Bingyue's statements, he believed them fully. Her idea of resolution would likely involve legally punishing Qin Yun and others appropriately. A moment passed. After Chen Nan left, Qin Bingyue stood up and walked to the window, thinking momentarily before ultimately deciding to call her grandfather, Qin Qing. Grandfather, we have an urgent emergency that needs reporting to you. The situation is like this. After connecting the call to her grandfather Qin Qing, Qin Bingyue immediately briefed him honestly about the entire situation. Concluding her report, she inquired into the phone, Grandfather, what do you think would be the best course of action regarding Qin Yun's issue? As for how to handle Qin Yun's problem, she didn't care much for her father's or stepmother's opinions, but she couldn't ignore her grandfather Qin Qing's perspective. After all, on one hand, the Qin Group was a company built solely by her grandfather, and regardless of how much stock she controlled now, her grandfather remained the most important figure in the Qin Group. On the other hand, she was well aware that her grandfather also placed great importance on Qin Yun. If she hadn't joined the Qin Group earlier than Qin Yun, perhaps her grandfather would have already handed over control of the group to Qin Yun, and the person sitting in the CEO's office right now wouldn't be her. There are national laws and family rules. If Qin Yun has truly done such things, then handle it according to your plan. The elder Qin Qing remained silent for a while before sighing deeply and giving a response. I understand, grandfather. Upon hearing Qin Qing's reply, Qin Binghua nodded and ended the call with her grandfather shortly afterward. A few days later, this day marked the new drug launch of the Qin Group. As the president of Qin Group, Qin Binghua hurriedly went on stage to give a brief introduction to various media outlets before leaving and returning to the CEO's office, as if waiting for something. A moment later, Xiao Xuanhuan rushed in and said, Binghua, we found out that the person tampering with the new drug is Zhang Wenjun from our pharmaceutical research department. We've handed him over to the police. According to his confession, the person who instructed him to do this is indeed Qin Yun. So it was him. Upon hearing this, Qin Binghua frowned slightly and sighed. Zhang Wenjun is one of the senior pharmaceutical researchers at Qin Group. If I'm not mistaken, he and Zhao Yaqi were both young talents I personally selected from university interns. I didn't expect him to be bought off by Qin Yun and end up doing things that break the law and harm the company's interests. It's truly regrettable. Ever since Chun Nan informed her a few days ago that Qin Yun would secretly manufacture a batch of counterfeit drugs, she had notified her personal secretary, Xiao Xuanhuan, and had been closely monitoring the pharmaceutical research department. She guessed that if Qin Yun wanted to tamper with the new drug, she would definitely use one of the pharmaceutical researchers. Binghua, there's nothing to regret. Xiao Xuanhuan shook her head and consoled her. At first, when you recruited him, you offered him an annual salary of over 1 million yuan. It's fine that he doesn't know how to be grateful and work well for the company, but now that he has done this, he will face at least 7 years in prison, which is due to his own greed and desire. No one else is to blame. And Xiao, I understand your point, but there aren't many senior pharmaceutical researchers in the group. Losing him is still a considerable loss for the company. Qin Binghua nodded and spoke softly. Then she changed the subject. Aunt Xiao, how about Qin Yun? The fake drugs have already been manufactured by Qin Yun, and they must never actually reach the hands of patients. Don't worry, Binghua. When Qin Binghua asked, Xiao Xuanhuan smiled and said, the patients won't have a chance to take the fake drugs because the police are likely starting their operations against Qin Yun and her accomplices right now. Chapter 203, Arrest. At the same time, here, in the lobby of a hotel, inside the hall, there were faint shadows in the lower positions, gathering a large group of people. And at the podium in the front of the hall, there was a pile of newly packaged medicines like a small mountain. Li Tianming and Qin Yun stood shoulder to shoulder on the podium, glanced at the medicine beside them, then looked at the crowd of more than 1,000 people below, with a hint of smugness in their eyes. These packaged medicines were the fake drugs made by Qin Yun using Zhang Wenjun in the pharmaceutical research department, which claimed to treat ALS. And the over 1,000 people seated below the podium were almost all patients with ALS who had been precisely gathered here from all over the country through the pharmaceutical sales network of Zhou family and Feng family exploited by Qin Yun and Li Tianming. At this moment, Li Tianming and Qin Yun seemed to already see the picture where these ALS patients, after taking these fake drugs, if they found that it had no effect and instead worsened their condition, would angrily rush to the Qin Group the next day to directly confront Chen Nan. Mr. Li, I think the timing is about right. Qin Binghua's new drug launch has ended, so our event can start too, said Qin Yun on the podium, glancing at the media information on her phone and quietly speaking to Li Tianming. They chose this day, immediately selling the fake drugs to these patients after Qin Binghua's new drug announcement finished, as part of a premeditated plan. After all, although Qin Group had completed its press conference, the new drug still needed a few days to truly hit the market. During this brief interval, they could sell these fake drugs to these patients without raising any suspicions and successfully pass the buck onto someone else. All right, Director Qin. Li Tianming, also standing on the podium, nodded slightly and replied softly. He stepped forward with the microphone in hand and, toward the somewhat noisy crowd below, laughed aloud and said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, you must already know a major message that will shake up the pharmaceutical industry in order to be here today. This news is for you a great blessing, and for the entire medical community a monumental progress. Pausing, his face was full of smiles and his voice raised a bit higher. Yes, from today onward, the disease known as frozen syndrome has been conquered. The Qin Group has not long ago developed a new drug capable of treating this illness. From today onwards, you who suffer from frozen syndrome under the stage can finally be freed. Your life needn't only taste bitter, your lifespan won't remain limited. The new drug developed by the Qin Group will allow ALS patients to gain rebirth, allowing the lives of ALS sufferers to return to normal. You are here today, which means you will be the first batch of patients to take this new drug, sold to you at an extremely low preferential price, making you fortunate and blessed. The future belongs to healthy ones like you. Li Tianming's words were highly inciting, stirring up the ardent hopes of the thousands of patients seated below the podium for a healthy life. It must be said, Li Tianming could climb from being an orphan to become a billionaire entrepreneur with considerable business acumen and quite some eloquence. At this moment, these patients watching the pile of drugs on the podium became fervent and frenzied, wishing they could run up and snatch them immediately. Mr. Li, stop talking quickly. A tall and muscular man sitting in the front row couldn't wait to stand up from his seat, laughing excitedly. I'm Guan Bin, a local of Jiangzhou. Just start selling us the drugs directly. We all trust the Qin Group. We've seen Ms. Qin Binghua's press conference on our phones just now. Everyone wants to take the new drug as soon as possible. Although he appeared strong and healthier than ordinary people now, he was indeed a frozen syndrome patient, having been diagnosed not long ago. Therefore, signs of atrophy weren't yet apparent within the short period. Mr. Guan's words represent the thoughts of all patients present under the stage. Hearing this, Li Tianming smiled and nodded, holding the microphone and responded, "Very well. I, Li Tianming, shall not say more useless introductory words. Let's immediately enter the phase of selling the medicine." He pointed to Qin Yun beside him and added smilingly, "The lady beside me is sales director of Qin Group, Miss Qin Yun. The first batch of newly sold drugs will be personally delivered to your hands by her. Next, everyone should proceed one by one according to your seating orders to collect the medicine." Upon hearing Li Tianming's words, a thunderous applause immediately erupted from the many patients below the stage. Subsequently, Guan Bin and other patients seated in the front row slowly walked onto the podium. At this moment, Li Tianming and Qin Yun exchanged a glance, both of their eyes revealing a hint of joy, filled with the satisfaction of having successfully retaliated against Chun Nan. Right at this time, bang! Suddenly, the door of the hall was violently pushed open by a brute force, and then a large group of police officers clad in uniforms stormed in with great momentum. The one leading at the front was a strikingly beautiful woman with well-defined features and an oval face, exuding an aura of valor and grace. She was none other than Zhao Guowen's apprentice and the newly appointed deputy captain of Jiangzhou, xuanhuan. Seeing xuanhuan suddenly burst in with her team, the noise and applause of the entire hall abruptly dissipated without a trace. Everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering what the police were doing here all of a sudden. As for Li Tianming and Qin Yun, their expressions changed instantly. The arrival of the police brought forth a wave of unease within them. After all, only Li Tianming and Qin Yun knew that these medicines were counterfeit drugs, and they were committing a crime by selling them to the patients. "Are you Li Tianming and Qin Yun?" Xuanhuan strode straight up to the podium, immediately pulling out a warrant of arrest, and coldly stated towards Li Tianming and Qin Yun. "According to a report by the Qin Group, in our subsequent investigation, you are suspected of manufacturing and selling counterfeit drugs. You will need to come with us." Police officer, there must be some mistake." Looking at the arrest warrant in Zhuanglan's hand, Li Tianming's complexion turned pale. He quickly pointed at Qin Yun and defended, "This lady beside me is the sales director of Qin Group. We are just officially selling the medicines from Qin Group." "Yes, officer, I am a member of the Qin family. These medicines are legitimate new drugs produced and legally manufactured by Qin Group, with relevant production qualifications and sales licenses. They are not counterfeit drugs." A flash of panic flickered through Qin Yun's eyes, yet she still maintained a calm demeanor as she echoed along. Chapter 204, Acting Personally. Whether you have violated laws or not isn't up to you. The facts are clear, and these items here are the best evidence. Xuanhuan coldly pointed at the pile of counterfeit drugs nearby, completely ignoring Li Tianming's and Qin Yun's sophistry. She waved her hand and commanded her subordinates, the police officers. "Why are you hesitating? Put handcuffs on these two and take them away, and move all these drugs back to the police station. Let the lab issue a detailed inspection report as future material evidence." "Yes, Officer Zhuang." Without any hesitation, the police officers went forward and took out handcuffs to arrest the pair. Li Tianming even attempted to resist, but his skills weren't worth a ripple. At this moment, with the cold handcuffs fastened around their wrists, Qin Yun and Li Tianming were pale-faced with fear and panic filling their hearts. Both were well aware that given the number of counterfeit drugs produced, the minimum prison sentence awaiting them would be at least 10 years. They couldn't figure it out. Why had Xuanhuan arrived at this time with her team? How was their secret plan to frame Chun Nan discovered? "No, you can't arrest me. I'm the sales director of the Qin Group. I need to see Qin Binghua. I'm her sister." At this moment, filled with survival instincts, Qin Yun suddenly screamed after recalling something from Zhuanglan's earlier words. Ignoring Qin Yun's shrill screams like a pig being slaughtered, Zhuanglan led her team to escort both her and Li Tianming away from the hall. The numerous patients inside the hall looked on helplessly at the scene, utterly bewildered until Zhuanglan and her group's silhouette disappeared entirely before everyone snapped back to reality. The next moment, an explosion of angry curses erupted within the hall, enraged by the actions of Li Tianming and Qin Yun. Though unclear about the specific situation, from Zhuanglan's earlier fragments of conversation, they could roughly understand that Qin Yun and Li Tianming had sold them fake, counterfeit drugs. On the other side, not long after Qin Yun and Li Tianming were arrested, Qin Binghua in her president's office learned about this news, immediately sighing in relief. Qin Yun and Li Tianming's arrest meant that those counterfeit drugs had not made their way into the hands of the patients. A short while later, Qin Binghua placed a call to Chun Nan, immediately updating him about the capture of Li Tianming and Qin Yun. Meanwhile, Chun Nan was seated in meditation practicing cultivation at his villa on Cloud Peak Mountain. "Hello, Binghua, it's me." Chun Nan rose from his meditative position, walking to the bedroom window to answer the call. "Chun Nan, Qin Yun and Li Tianming's plot for counterfeit drugs has failed. They've been caught red-handed by the police." Qin Binghua's voice carried a tinge of relief as she softly stated, "This time, we owe a lot to Luo Weiwei. Otherwise, you might have been framed, and our Qin Corporation would also have faced severe repercussions." Luo Weiwei was Chun Nan's ex-girlfriend. Although she didn't harbor much affection towards him, at this moment, she had to admit that Luo Weiwei not only helped Chun Nan, but also unknowingly defused a crisis for Qin Corporation. "I understand, Binghua." Chun Nan nodded without directly mentioning Luo Weiwei, and instead followed up with a question. "Given the clear evidence against Qin Yun and Li Tianming, those involved in this affair, Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long, should also be taken by the police to face charges, right?" Luo Weiwei most hated Feng Wenyuan, who caused her miscarriage, which was also her main motive for reporting the incident to him. Therefore, if just letting Li Tianming and Qin Yun get punished wouldn't meet Luo Weiwei's desired outcome. Chen Nan, the police have responded that there is no relevant evidence to show that Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long participated in this matter. Although the patients were found through the Feng family and Zhou family, the counterfeit drugs were manufactured by Qin Yun and sold by Li Tianming, so there isn't enough proof to indict Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long. After hearing this, Qin Bingyue paused momentarily, then sighed as she replied, I understand, Bingyue. This matter ends here. Chen Nan nodded slightly, and subsequently ended the call with Qin Bingyue. He wasn't surprised by this result. The Feng family and Zhou family held deep roots in Jiangzhou. All 5 great families were representatives in boosting the GDP of Jiangzhou's pharmaceutical industry, and they maintained frequent interactions with government officials. Unless a serious crime was committed, without substantial evidence, the police wouldn't easily act against members of the Feng family and Zhou family. However, though he verbally concluded the matter with Qin Bingyue, he had already made up his mind internally, determined not to let Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long off scot-free. If the police couldn't move against these 2 people easily, then he would have to personally act at some point to ensure that both Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long joined Yang Hao in the underworld. Thinking of this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Nan's eyes, and he immediately made a call to Jin Hongmei, getting straight to the point. Sister Mei, send people to help me track Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long. Once you find them, keep an eye on these 2 24/7. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Jin Hongmei on the other end of the phone instantly responded, then hung up. She was naturally no stranger to the likes of Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long, but she didn't ask Chen Nan any additional questions. Even if Chen Nan ordered her to move against the Feng and Zhou families immediately, she wouldn't hesitate or question it for even a moment. Deep into the night, in a brilliantly decorated club, inside one luxurious private room, Feng Wenyuan and Zhou Long sat on the couch, both looking rather troubled. Even though they held glass wine cups, drinking expensive wine that had been aged for many years, it all tasted insipid to them. Damn it, Li Tianming and Qin Yun are useless. They couldn't get that kid Chen Nan thrown into jail, and instead ended up being arrested themselves. Zhou Long tilted his head back and forcefully drank some red wine before angrily saying, What the hell happened? Our plan was so meticulous. How could the police discover it so quickly? This is truly bad luck. This isn't a coincidence. Someone must have informed on us beforehand. Otherwise, there's no way the police would have acted in time to catch the culprits with the goods. Feng Wenyuan adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and sneered. Our plan to target Chen Nan only involved a few people. Qin Yun and Li Tianming have already been arrested, and neither you nor I leaked anything. That leaves only that woman. You mean Luo Weiwei? Zhou Long furrowed his brows first, then scowled and said, Fucking hell. It must be that bitch who ruined everything. After you forcibly slept with her, I knew something was off about her. Who would have thought she'd betray Li Tianming and go snitching? After a brief pause, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket, growling viciously. I'll make sure she doesn't live through the night. I'm going to have someone take care of this bitch right now. Just as his words trailed off, at this moment, an icy chuckle suddenly came from outside the private room door. Sorry, the ones who won't live through the night should be you too. Chapter 205, Unexpected Sudden Death. After the words were spoken, a young man with a refined appearance but somewhat slender figure then kicked open the door of the private room and sauntered in, his hands in the pockets of his pants. This person was none other than Chen Nan. He had dispatched people via Jin Hongmei to keep an eye on Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, learning that they were enjoying themselves late at night by drinking here. Upon discovering this, he immediately rushed over. After all, this was a good opportunity to deal with these two. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the F***ck allowed you to come in? Upon hearing what Chen Nan said at the doorway, and seeing him kick the door and barge in, Zhou Long's face turned red with anger as he immediately started cursing at Chen Nan. Feng Wenyuan also put down his glass of wine, glaring at Chen Nan as he walked in with ill intent. Who am I? Chen Nan scoffed and taunted them. Didn't you guys want to scheme against me all along? Now that I've come to your doorstep myself, how could you not recognize me? You're Chen Nan. Feng Wenyuan's expression changed. Being more perceptive than Zhou Long, he immediately realized what was happening. Even though he had never seen Chen Nan before, he had guessed correctly. So you're Chen Nan. Zhou Long threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground and growled viciously. You little bastard. You've got some guts offending the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou and still daring to show up in front of me. You're just asking for death. He twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, grinning wickedly as he approached Chen Nan. Just right. I'll personally cripple you right here, then find an abandoned dock to throw you into the river, making sure there's not even a trace left of you. Zhou Long was tall and muscular, his body built strong from regularly practicing freestyle boxing. A regular person hearing about the evil reputation of the young master of the Zhou family would likely be scared stiff upon facing such ferocious momentum. Dumping someone in the river can't guarantee no remains. Chen Nan smirked again and calmly said, I might make it so that your bodies leave no trace, but using heavenly fire on you is simply not worth it. As he spoke, a cold, killing aura gradually coalesced in his eyes. He coldly added, I see that dying of sudden death suits you perfectly. Though his words made no sense logically, to Zhou Long, they were pure provocation. You son of a bitch, you're looking for death. Zhou Long couldn't help but fly into a rage and took 3 strides forward to attack Chen Nan with murderous intent. However, in Chen Nan's eyes, Zhou Long's movements were as slow as a turtle. Chen Nan let out a cold snort and flicked his finger swiftly. Instantly, an invisible gust of air struck Zhou Long's heart. Thud. The next moment, before Feng Wenyuan could react with horror, Zhou Long fell to the ground, without even getting a chance to scream, his body convulsing slightly before lying completely still. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Long's face still retained an expression of fierce hostility, mixed with deep shock, his eyes wide open as if trying to tell the world how unbelievable his encounter with death had been. What have you done to Zhou Long? Feng Wenyuan was terrified by the scene and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he fixated his gaze on Chun Nan. I've naturally sent him to meet the king of hell. Chun Nan smiled mockingly, adding playfully, your so-called four young lords of Jiangzhou weren't eager to see Xuanhuan earlier? I will naturally ensure your wishes come true. Continuing, he took a step toward Feng Wenyuan and added mockingly, Xuanhuan has disappeared leaving no trace, and both of you will die of sudden death. You at least might keep your entire bodies. Come to think of it, you two should thank me. Xuanhuan went missing these past few days. It was truly because of you. You're a devil. Hearing those words, Feng Wenyuan was even more frightened and pale as a ghost, as if surrounded by icy depths. He couldn't have imagined that Xuanhuan's disappearance was indeed linked to Chun Nan, who clearly had nerves of steel. Since Chun Nan dared to kill Xuanhuan, how could he possibly show any mercy toward Zhou Long or himself? Next moment, bang. Please spare me. Don't kill me, I beg you. I don't want to die. Feng Wenyuan was completely terrified, crying fearfully as he dropped to his knees before Chun Nan, repeatedly begging for forgiveness, refusing to stop even when his head began bleeding profusely. At this very moment, faced with the looming shadow of death from Chun Nan, Feng Wenyuan was no longer one of the haughty young lords of Jiangzhou. In order not to end up like Xuanhuan and Zhou Long, he unhesitatingly discarded his dignity. If only you had thought twice in the first place. There are many good medicines in this world, yet none can undo regret. Looking at Feng Wenyuan groveling pathetically at his feet like a dog pleading for mercy, Chun Nan didn't show the slightest extra expression. Indifferently, he said, from the moment you conceived the idea to harm me, and when you forced yourself on Luo Weiwei causing her to miscarry, your fate was sealed. Just accept your punishment quietly. As soon as the words were spoken, he flicked his finger toward Feng Wenyuan, unleashing an invisible gust of air through his finger snap technique. Ugh! Feng Wenyuan instantly clutched his chest in agony and collapsed slowly onto the ground, his life fading without a chance to defend himself. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with fear, regret, resentment, and deep sorrow. In complete silence, and using appropriate means, Chun Nan had taken care of both Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan. With a casual movement, he calmly left the private room. He hadn't bothered to obliterate their bodies using heavenly fire, since doing so earlier with Xuanhuan had caused significant aftereffects. His eyes had suffered severely from the strain. That night, an attendant at the club stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan, absolutely horrified by what they saw. The attendants promptly informed the club owner and called the police right away. Soon after, the Zhou and Feng families were alerted to the tragic news. Both households plunged into immense grief. Both the Zhou and Feng families carried on only a single bloodline. Although Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan were nothing more than hedonistic rich brats who spent their days eating, drinking, and reveling, being the sole male heirs made them crucial to their respective families. Thus, almost simultaneously, the patriarchs of the Zhou and Feng families issued bounty proclamations, vowing to capture the murderer and avenge their sons. Even though the police's initial autopsy results suggested that Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan might have died from unexpected sudden deaths, neither family was foolish enough to easily accept such an explanation. Chapter 206, Qin Binghua Treats. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. The deaths of Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan did not affect Chun Nan at all. He remained in the villa on Cloudtop Mountain, quietly living as a hermit, diligently practicing his cultivation. Zhao Yaqi had been busy with work these past few days, Zhao Yalan even busier starting her business. The two women, who had once clamored about wanting to live here with him, rarely returned. After all, his villa on Cloudtop Mountain was located in a scenic area, quite a distance from the city center, so it took some time to travel back and forth. One day, Chun Nan began meditating on the balcony at dawn and continued until noon when the sun was high in the sky before he ended his practice. After so many days and nights of hard practice, I believe that in less than 3 days, I should be able to reach the minor accomplishment stage of the Bright Force realm. Such a rapid improvement is absolutely exhilarating. Chun Nan clenched his fists, feeling the energy in his dantian growing stronger and stronger. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he thought inwardly. Through methodical effort, he could continuously grow stronger without limits, and he was becoming increasingly fascinated by this sensation. If conditions allowed and he wasn't always under threat from the yang fire within him, he might have wanted to find a secluded mountain forest and become a recluse cultivator. Gurgle. His stomach let out a loud rumble of hunger, immediately snapping Chun Nan back to reality. He smiled, shook his head, and walked down from the balcony, preparing to make lunch. However, at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It's Binghua. Chun Nan pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered immediately. Binghua, this is Chun Nan. Chun Nan, do you have time at noon? I want to invite you for a meal. On the other end of the phone, Qin Binghua's voice carried its usual chill, but if one listened carefully, one could detect a trace of almost imperceptible coquetry hidden in her tone. Of course I have time. Chun Nan nodded and smiled as he said. Even if I didn't, how could I possibly refuse an invitation from a beauty like Miss Qin? Their relationship was only a step away from being fully acknowledged. Now, He didn't care whether Qin Bingyue was an untouchable ice queen or CEO. He was bold enough to tease her. Flatterer. Hearing this, Qin Bingyue immediately shot back with these 4 words, yet there was no trace of anger in her tone. Lunch at noon, 12 o'clock, in the private room 108 of the Tianhao Grand Hotel. Don't be late. Qin Bingyue curtly delivered these words and then hung up. Tianhao Grand Hotel. That must be one of the top 5-star hotels in Jiangzhou. It seems somewhat extravagant for Bingyue to suddenly invite me there for a meal. Chun Nan chuckled lightly and put his phone back into his pocket. Without much thought, he left the Cloudtop Mountain Villa and headed straight for the Tianhao Hotel. There was only half an hour left before it hit noon, and he couldn't afford to delay his appointment with Qin Bingyue for such a grand meal. Meanwhile, over here, at the Tianhao Grand Hotel, inside private room 108, Qin Bingyue, just finishing her call with Chun Nan, looked over at the graceful, water-like woman sitting beside her, whose beautiful face exuded a serene composure. She gave her a faint smile and said, Chun Nan will be here shortly. This elegant and beautiful woman was no stranger to Chun Nan either. She was Xuanhuan from the Shin family. Bingyue, confess already, what exactly is your relationship with Chun Nan? Xuanhuan nodded slightly, then couldn't help but ask with a grin. Pausing briefly, she added with another smile before Qin Bingyue could answer. Are you going to tell me that Chun Nan is merely your fake boyfriend now? Don't try to fob me off with that excuse. Perhaps I should more accurately ask, how far has your relationship with Chun Nan developed? Being close childhood friends who had grown up together, their bond was extremely intimate, allowing her to ask such questions without hesitation. For a while now, she had been keeping a quiet watch on Chun Nan and realized that his relationship with Qin Bingyue might have already surpassed her own expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. What do you mean by how far our relationship has developed? A faint smirk flickered on Qin Bingyue's lips and disappeared. Her face involuntarily flushed red for a moment before she regained her composure and responded evasively. Rain Yin, as you know, I've never been close to any man before. I dislike men. How could she openly admit that they had already been intimate twice, especially the second time when it happened voluntarily in her office? Bingyue, you dislike men, but that doesn't mean you dislike Chun Nan. Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled with insight as she shook her head gently and whispered softly. You can fool others, Bingyue, but not me. You're confident. Chun Nan is a very special man to you, isn't he? The hint of red on Qin Bingyue's delicate face was well concealed, yet it did not escape Xuanhuan's sharp eyes. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Qin Bingyue slightly lowered her head and fell silent, making no denial. No matter how stubborn her lips might be, she couldn't deceive the true feelings within her heart. Yes, the man who had unintentionally taken her body seemed to have become increasingly important in her heart. No matter what, Bingyue, I am truly happy for you. Seeing Qin Bingyue lower her head in silence, Xuanhuan wore a gentle smile as she sincerely said, Chun Nan may be an excellent man, but for you to overcome your psychological barriers and gradually accept him from your heart means a lot. Perhaps he is destined to be the best and only suitable partner for you in this lifetime. She no longer held any hope for pursuing Chun Nan. Instead, she chose to let go and bless her confidant Qin Bingyue. After all, her desire to be with Chun Nan stemmed more from the value and benefits he could bring. But Qin Bingyue being with Chun Nan would involve nothing ulterior, merely a pure affection for him as a person. Pausing briefly, Xuanhuan suddenly shifted the topic and half-jokingly reminded her. However, since Chun Nan is such an outstanding man, there will surely be many beauties circling around him. From my understanding, it seems he has quite a relationship with Jin Hongmei from Jiangzhou's underground forces. You must hold on to him tightly and not let other women take him away. Jin Hongmei. At the mention of this name, Qin Bingyue slowly lifted her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Although she had no dealings with Jiangzhou's underground forces, that didn't mean she was unaware of their existence. Jin Hongmei, president of the Goldfish Guild, was known as a thorny black rose on Jiangzhou's underworld scene. Compared to Qin Bingyue herself, who was hailed as a snowflake in Jiangzhou's business world, Jin Hongmei's beauty and fame were equally strong, if not greater. Chapter 207, Jealousy? Hee what's wrong? Seeing Qin Bingyue furrow her eyebrows, Xuanhuan's bright eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but chuckle and cover her mouth. Bingyue, hearing me say that Jin Hongmei is closely related to Chun Nan, are you feeling a sense of crisis? In her view, it was truly a rare thing to witness Qin Bingyue displaying such an expression for a man. Yuyan, you're overthinking it. I don't care about things like that. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyue slightly shook her head, restoring her usual tranquil demeanor, and replied coolly. Though she said this, a peculiar discomfort arose in her heart because there were indeed quite a few flirtatious women around Chun Nan. Not only Jin Hongmei, but also Zhao Yaqi, the senior pharmaceutical researcher in her company, couldn't hide her romantic feelings toward Chun Nan. She could even faintly perceive that even her close friend Shen Yuyan likely harbored some affection for Chun Nan, or at least had a strong interest in him. It made sense, as that man was so outstanding, his medical and martial arts abilities were extraordinary, causing many women to fall for him, which seemed unsurprising. Don't care. Shen Yuyan leaned closer, her eyes burning as she teased with a grin. Bingyue, if you really don't care, then I'll take it as you letting Chun Nan go to me, and I will act on it. Yuyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Bingyue felt her heart tighten involuntarily, yet maintained a composed appearance on her delicate face, softly saying, who talks about giving or taking? Chun Nan isn't an object. Moreover, my relationship with him is very complicated, not what you think. Bingyue, you keep denying it. Anyway, Since that man is unattainable to me, I can only bless you both. Xin Yuyan giggled while waving her hand to stop discussing the topic. She adjusted her sitting posture, and the laughter on her delicate face gradually disappeared. Her tone shifted as she seriously continued. By the way, Bingyue, do you think Chen Nan will agree to our Shen family's request? Before Qin Bingyue could respond, Xin Yuyan pressed further. Bingyue, if Chen Nan refuses, I hope you can help our Shen family persuade him to accept our request. Regardless of your personal relationship with Chen Nan, he is also the chief medical consultant of your Qin Corporation. I believe if you speak up, he will certainly agree. Upon hearing Xin Yuyan's words, Qin Bingyue slightly shook her head, speaking lightly. Yuyan, sorry, it's true that he is the chief medical consultant of our Qin Corporation, but you know well enough that this kind of advisory role is honorary. Chen Nan has absolute freedom of choice, and there's no way we can force him to do anything. After listening, Xin Yuyan wanted to say more, but at this moment, footsteps echoed outside the private room. Xin Yuyan immediately ended her conversation with Qin Bingyue. The two women silently exchanged glances, knowing that Chen Nan had arrived. Sure enough, the next second, bang, the door to the private room opened abruptly, revealing Chen Nan striding in hurriedly. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Seeing Chen Nan walk in, Xin Yuyan rose from her seat at once, smiling warmly as she greeted him. This young man before her truly was a real celestial dragon, with unimaginable capabilities. Even though she had already taken over the Shen group, she still needed to look up to him. Miss Shen, what are you doing here? Chen Nan entered and paused briefly, asking aloud. While verbally addressing Xin Yuyan, he sent a questioning glance toward Qin Bingyue who sat beside him. It's like this, Mr. Chen. As if sensing what Chen Nan was thinking, Xin Yuyan smiled slightly and explained, it's not Bingyue's fault. She didn't suddenly invite you here for lunch without reason. In fact, it was me who wanted to invite you for a meal, and Bingyue just helped me arrange it. Ah, so that's how it is. Chen Nan nodded and comfortably settled into his chair, laughing and saying, Miss Shen, you're too polite. If you want to invite me to dinner, you can just directly ask me. He inwardly felt somewhat disappointed. When Qin Bingyue urgently called him, he thought that perhaps this icy mountain was melting due to his sudden actions, intending to actively invite him for a romantic lunch alone between a single man and woman. However, he quickly realized that wasn't the case. Also, given their current ambiguous relationship, considering her cold and aloof nature, it would be an impossible event, like the sun rising in the west, for her to separately initiate an invitation for him to dine. Yes. Before Xin Yuyan could respond, Qin Bingyue unexpectedly spoke coldly from beside. Yuyan, if you want to invite him for dinner, why make it so complicated? You could just do it yourself. Men always like attracting more women, and they don't need someone like me as a go-between. Hee. Bingyue, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I mean. Chen Nan chuckled dryly and said, you know, I treated Miss Shen's grandfather at the Shen family, so I consider Miss Shen as an old friend. If old friends want to treat me to dinner, naturally, it would be hard for me to refuse. Qin Bingyue's words were directed at Xin Yuyan, but Chen Nan detected something amiss with Qin Bingyue. Though he wasn't sure why Qin Bingyue was unhappy, he was slightly puzzled. After all, it was Qin Bingyue who had orchestrated this dinner between him and Xin Yuyan. At this moment, Xin Yuyan appeared slightly embarrassed and could only smile without speaking. Only Xin Yuyan knew the true reason for Qin Bingyue's unhappiness, likely because she had earlier mentioned Jin Hongmei's close relationship with Chen Nan. In other words, no matter how Qin Bingyue acted tough in front of Xin Yuyan earlier, now in front of Chen Nan, she couldn't help feeling jealous. Hey, from this, it seems my best friend Bingyue has really fallen in love with this man. At this moment, Xin Yuyan harbored no doubts in her mind, and any lingering fantasies she may have had about Chen Nan vanished completely. You don't need to explain anything to me. It's your own business. Whom you become friends with, or which woman you get close to, is none of my concern. Qin Bingyue arched her delicate eyebrows, her voice cold and clear. Chen Nan once again let out a forced chuckle and didn't say more. But the more Qin Bingyue acted this way, the more he felt uneasy, unable to understand why this woman was suddenly upset with him. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart and quickly changed the subject, directly asking Xin Yuyan, Miss Shen, you inviting me here surely isn't just about having dinner, right? Chapter 208, agree. Without any deceit, I do have a favor to ask of you. Seeing Chen Nan asking on his own, Xin Yuyan quickly put away her other thoughts and respectfully nodded, saying, Mr. Chen, I would like to invite you to be the chief appraiser for our Shen family and represent us in the medicinal stone ceremony 3 days later, aiming to secure the title of champion bidder. Medicinal stone ceremony? Chen Nan was momentarily stunned and then asked, Miss Shen, as far as I know, the annual medicinal stone ceremony in Jiangzhou is mainly a folk event among ordinary people. Are you saying that this time your Shen family will also participate? No one who has grown up in Jiangzhou would be unfamiliar with the medicinal stone ceremony, and naturally, he also knew about this activity. Mr. Chen, this time not only will our Shen family participate, but also other representative families in the herbal medicine industry of Jiangzhou, such as the Yang family, Zhou family, Feng family, and Su family will all take part. They all aim to obtain the title of champion bidder. Xin Yuyan nodded and said, You 5 great families are all going to participate. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan was instantly surprised, his confusion growing even more intense, asking, I'm very curious. What is it about this year's medicinal stone ceremony that can attract all your families to compete just for the title of champion bidder? For your families, this should hold no real significance. Mr. Chen, every year there appears a champion bidder in the medicinal stone ceremony, In the past, it indeed held little meaning for our families. Shun Yuyan first slightly nodded, then shook her head, smiling. But this year it's different. This year, the champion bidder title of the medicinal stone ceremony is closely related to the Cradle Medicine Metropolis project. Pausing for a moment, before Chunnin could ask, she added, Mr. Chun, this Cradle project is led by the municipal government and plans to be funded by the well-known Han Financial Group. Together, they aim to transform our Jiangzhou into the fourth largest medicinal capital. Shen Yuyan gave a detailed explanation to Chen Nan, helping him understand the background clearly. He slightly nodded, finally interjecting and gently refusing. Miss Shun, as you say, the competition between your 5 families must be fierce. Even if I make an appearance, I might still not be able to secure the champion bidder title at the medicinal stone ceremony. With his fire-eye purple pupil penetrating ability, winning the champion bidder title at the medicinal stone ceremony would be effortless for him, unimaginably easy. Primarily, since the relationship behind this medicinal stone ceremony concerns a 300 billion yuan cradle project, each of the 5 families in Jiangzhou would certainly use various means, making the competition exceptionally intense. He didn't want to get involved in these familial struggles. At heart, he had no interest in using this project to make money. Mr. Chun, perhaps you don't know yet. Aside from our Shin family, the Zhou family, Feng family, and Su family have already become subordinates to the Yang family. So even if these families participate, they're merely supporting actors for the Yang family. Shen Yuyan sighed bitterly and sincerely said, if our Shun family wishes to obtain the champion bidder title, we can only seek the assistance of a grandmaster in the medical field to serve as our chief appraiser. Our entire family unanimously believes that the only person who could help the Shun family secure this champion bidder title is you. Thus, we earnestly request that you assist our Shun family this time. Last time, when Chun Nan treated her grandfather, she spent 1 billion, but this time, she didn't mention how much money she was willing to offer to get Chun Nan's help. Because she now understood that given Chun Nan's abilities, money was merely a string of numbers and wouldn't sway him. Therefore, this time she simply used the words request, hoping that their minimal acquaintanceship could lead to Chun Nan once again stepping forward to help the Shin family. Miss Shun, there aren't too few grandmasters in the medical field. Despite Shen Yuyan's sincere plea, Chun Nan still didn't agree. Instead, with a flicker in his eyes, he smiled faintly and said, as I recall, last time your family invited son Tianhe to treat your grandfather. Surely, the relationship between your family and elder son isn't negligible. Given elder son's skills as one of the 3 medical saints, serving as the chief appraiser for your Shun family to participate in the medicinal stone ceremony should be sufficient. Upon hearing this statement from Chen Nan, Mr. Chun is joking. If elder son could become the chief appraiser for our Shin family, of course, we would be willing, but the problem is that the old master does not wish to. Shen Yuyan shook her head, laughing bitterly. Besides, last time elder son treated my grandfather, it was out of respect for grandfather Guyu. The top-notch first-class families across the country regard elder son as a distinguished guest. In front of the venerable master, our Shun family really amounts to nothing. But there was another unspoken thought in her mind. In their Shun family's view, Chun Nan was far more powerful than Sun Tianhe, and thus had the greatest chance of securing the title of champion bidder at the medicinal stone ceremony. After all, it was Chun Nan who successfully cured the lethal gold flow poison from her grandfather, a feat that even made Sun Tianhe bow in admiration. Miss Shenai, hearing this, Chun Nan furrowed his brow, preparing to say something. Chun Nan. Suddenly, Qin Bingyue interrupted him and spoke up. If you can lend a hand to help Yuyan, please do. Grandpa Shun is a very good person. Among the 5 great families in Jiangzhou, only Shen family purchases medicinal herbs from commoners without bullshit or pressuring prices down. The other 4 families are like vampires, oppressing the common people. With a soft sigh, she added, Chen Nan, the Shen family refuses to go along with the corrupt practices of the other 4 families. These past few years have not been easy for Yuyan's family. Even if you don't consider the Shun family's interests, I hope you can think about the people of Jiangzhou and offer your help this time. As soon as Qin Bingyue finished speaking, Shen Yuyan immediately shot her a grateful glance. She knew well how crucial her best friend's timely support was in this moment. Sure enough, upon hearing Qin Bingyue's words, Chun Nan seemed lost in thought for a moment, glanced at Shun Yuyan, and then cut straight to the chase, nodding firmly. Miss Shun, the champion bidder title at the medicinal stone ceremony will be secured for the Shin family. He had no idea before now just how much the Shun family bore behind the scenes. Given the moral integrity they maintained in Jiangzhou, he felt it worthwhile to step in and help. After all, within his power, he did not want to see the common people of Jiangzhou oppressed and exploited by the other 4 families. Mr. Chun, thank you so much. Your willingness to help our family is truly wonderful. Seeing Chun Nan finally agree, Shun Yuyan immediately broke into a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude with obvious excitement. Chapter 209, Chang Yuanshan's Call. Miss Shun, if you want to thank someone, thank Bingyue. Chun Nan shook his head and smiled. To be honest, if it weren't for Bingyue's words that moved me, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. I don't want to participate in any matters concerning your 5 families. He naturally harbored no doubts about Qin Bingyue's words. Based on his interactions with Yang Hao and the other 4 young masters of Jiangzhou, apart from the Shin family, the remaining 4 families were not good people. Of course, he had no fear of those families either. If he had been intimidated by them, he wouldn't have sent Yang Hao and his group off to see King Yama a few days ago. Mr. Chun, I understand what you mean. Shen Yuyan slightly nodded her head, and then reached out to hold Qin Bingyue's arm, smiling as she said, Giggles, but since both of you are so close, Thanking Bingyue is just like thanking you. Yuyan, what nonsense are you spouting? The word husband and wife that slipped out of Shen Yuyan's mouth made Qin Bingyue's face flush red, hastily giving her friend an irritated glance. But deep down, Chen Nan quite appreciated Shen Yuyan's remark, a hint of smile curving his lips. After finishing lunch, Qin Bingyue and Shen Yuyan returned to their respective companies. Both women were now leading their family groups as top leaders, showing undeniable prowess as career-driven women. Chen Nan, on the other hand, returned to his villa at Cloud Peak Mountain, continuing his life as a disciplined ascetic. That night, it was pitch dark outside. Inside the bedroom of the villa, Chen Nan, who was sound asleep, suddenly felt something soft and warm sneak into his bed. Shoo, it's me. As Chen Nan abruptly opened his eyes, ready to speak, his mouth was quickly covered by a delicate hand. Then, a familiar mischievous voice sounded in his ear. Yalan, why are you sneaking into my room instead of sleeping in your own? Chen Nan glanced at Zhao Yalan lying beside him and whispered helplessly. With his superhuman senses, he had already detected her presence the moment she entered the villa gate. Chen Nan, after these busy days, my company will officially open soon. By that time, big financier, you have to come and cut the ribbon. Zhao Yalan said excitedly. All right, whenever your company opens, let me know. Chen Nan responded with a smile. He was somewhat amazed inside. The always playful Zhao Yalan turned out to have such high efficiency when serious. In just a short while, her media company was almost ready for business. Chen Nan, you're truly amazing. I can't help but love you. Zhao Yalan boldly took a bite of Chen Nan's cheek, leaving a red mark behind as she giggled flirtatiously. With a pause, her hand beneath the covers started to move restlessly. Her lips breathed seductive scents onto Chen Nan's nose as she said, Chen Nan, it's just us two in the villa tonight. Sister isn't coming back here. Don't you want to do anything to me? Her voice carried a mix of teenage girl nervousness and unrestrained yearning as she tremulously added, I can't wait anymore. If you want me now, I'm willing anyway. After all, sister and I are both bound to be yours eventually. In the vast villa, lying on the bed during the midnight hour, Chen Nan noticed Zhao Yalan's subtle movements, hearing her provocative words, making his breathing grow rapid and his body feel like it was wrapped in flames of heat. Bang, bang, bang. Second by second passed, and Chen Nan and Zhao Yalan could clearly feel each other's heartbeats racing faster and faster. It was akin to a match nearing the hay, about to ignite furiously. Wandering travelers miss you. Dear Mama. The wandering footsteps tread all over the world, with no home to stay. At that exact moment, an outdated ringtone suddenly broke the burning atmosphere. This was Wandering Song, which Chen Nan recently changed to as his phone ringtone. As his skills and abilities grew stronger, this orphan began to dream of one day finding his biological parents. When a call came through, Chen Nan coughed dryly, suppressing his arousal immediately. He quickly moved Zhao Yalan's restless hand away and smiled as he said, Yalan, I need to take this call. You should go back to your bedroom tonight, and we'll discuss our matter later. All right, then I'll go to sleep first. The atmosphere ruined. Zhao Yalan gradually regained her composure, realizing she had been overly hasty earlier. She stepped off the bed with her cheeks flushed red. As she was about to reach the bedroom door, she suddenly turned around again, her face still tinged with redness that spread to her ears. She quickly said, Chen Nan, starting from now on, whenever you feel like it, you can have me. I'm waiting for you. After finishing those words, she closed the bedroom door and returned to her own room. Yalan is too wild. Seeing this, Chen Nan chuckled lightly and thought in his heart, if Yaki had an ounce of this girl's wildness, I would have already done it long ago. Phew. He exhaled softly before picking up the phone on the bedside table and glancing at the caller display. Xuanhuan. Realizing who was calling, Chen Nan was instantly taken aback, feeling very surprised. He never expected Xuanhuan, the mayor of Jiangzhou City, to call him in the middle of the night. He wondered what urgent matter the other party had in mind. Nevertheless, at least this call from Xuanhuan helped him indirectly. Just moments ago, he had almost lost control and succumbed to Zhao Yalan's advances. Clearly, now wasn't the right time. Hello, Mayor Chong, this is Chen Nan. Chen Nan pressed the answer button and placed the phone to his ear. Master Chan, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I hope I haven't interrupted a good dream. Chong Yuanshan's voice, tired yet filled with regret, came through from the other end. You did interrupt my dream, but luckily you stopped it in time because this dream shouldn't come true so soon. Chen Nan silently complained within himself. However, out loud, he cut straight to the point and said with a smile, Mayor Chong, don't be too polite. I'm awake as well. Since you're calling so late, there must be some urgent matter. Chapter 210, Clues. Divine Dr. Chun, it's like this. Upon hearing Chen Nan's inquiry, Chong Yuanshan on the phone did not engage in further pleasantries and immediately got to the point. The last time you treated my daughter, didn't you say that our Jiangzhou area might very well be hiding a Guxian from Xiangxi who raises poisonous insects? After investigating for some time, we have found some leads. Director Chong, does this mean you've already located that Guxian? Hearing this, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and quickly followed up with his question. Not quite. Chong Yuanshan's tone on the other end of the line was filled with regret as he began to explain. This person is too elusive. Our regular police officers are at a complete loss when it comes to investigating him, so we could only report it to the higher authorities. They dispatched a special unit known as East Wind Sword to assist us, and only recently have we started to gather some clues. Pausing briefly, he went on before Chun Nan could ask any questions. Divine Dr. Chun, according to police records, There have been numerous mysterious deaths among the people in Jiangzhou over the past few years. The strange thing is that after death, these individuals all turned into mummified corpses, mostly strong young men. The police have always been stumped by these mummy cases, labeling them as unsolvable mysteries. Director Chong, your meaning is that these individuals turned into mummies due to the toxic effects of poisonous insects used by that Guxian? Chun Nen furrowed his brows slightly and gravely picked up the conversation. Yes, divine Dr. Chun. Chong Yuanshan nodded and continued. Although those individuals transformed into mummies, residual toxins still remained within their bodies, which we submitted to the technical department for analysis. The flowing gold killer toxin you expelled from my daughter's body was also analyzed in the laboratory, and the results confirmed that while these two toxins are different, they share a certain degree of similarity, meaning that both were the type of toxicity carried by biopoisonous insects. Based on this inference. At this point, he paused briefly, took a deep breath, and then added. Based on this inference, the real perpetrator behind these mummy cases is likely the same person who poisoned my daughter, the Xiangxi Guxian you mentioned who is hiding in Jiangzhou. After hearing Chong Yuanshan's words, Chun Nan pondered for a moment, then his eyes flickered, and he asked, Director Chong, if the murderer of the mummy cases is indeed this Xiangxi Guxian, surely you already have a plan to deal with him, right? The reason why those mummy cases became cold cases was because the police had never connected them to the Gu Master. Now that they understood, they could naturally start by investigating Gu poison and finding commonalities between those cases, which would give them a chance to uncover the trail of the true perpetrator. Divine Dr. Chun, we have indeed devised a strategy to counter him, explained Chong Yuanshan on the phone. From our analysis of the characteristics of the Gu poison, we discovered that this kind of insect has a preference for blood-sucking, and these victims in the mummy cases were not only physically strong young men, but predominantly had rare AB blood type. After conducting a large-scale data survey of those meeting the criteria, we have determined that there are 13 individuals with such rare blood type in our Jiangzhou region. Unfortunately, 12 of them have already turned into mummies, but luckily, one person remains unharmed. His name is Zhang Yang. The previous 12 victims all turned into mummies about every 2 months and during incidents occurring around midnight till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. If calculated accordingly, the last remaining person, Zhang Yang, will most probably become a victim tonight by that Guxian. Because we've reached this conclusion, our side is prepared to lie in wait around Zhang Yang, ambush and hopefully capture that Guxian. After listening to Chong Yuanshan's explanation, Chun Nan nodded, cautiously reminding him, Director Chong, forgive me for speaking out. I'm not doubting the police force's abilities, but that Guxian is no ordinary individual. He is a very dangerous person. Even if you locate his whereabouts, regular police officers would likely find it difficult to subdue him. You're correct, Divine Dr. Chen. That's why capturing that Guxian is actually handled by an officer from East Wind Sword. However, this task is too perilous, and originally, we planned to mobilize all our forces to assist. Came Chong Yuanshan's tone through the phone, revealing traces of frustration, but the officer from East Wind Sword insisted on bringing only one policeman along. Ultimately, having no other options and after much deliberation, I decided to call you in desperation late at night, hoping that you can lend a hand to help deal with that Guxian. He had already witnessed Chun Nan's profound medical skills, and, through his secret investigations, learned that just like that officer from East Wind Sword, Chun Nan was also an accomplished martial artist. Chun Nan is the most suitable person to deal with that mysterious Xiangxi Guxian. In his view, Chun Nan's intervention alone is enough to match the strength of 1,000 policemen. Director Chong, you're too kind. I already said when I treated your daughter that if we need to deal with that Guxian, it's my duty without hesitation, and you can call on me for help anytime. Upon hearing Chong Yuanshan's words, Chun Nen did not hesitate at all and immediately smiled in response. Send me the location of that Zhang Yang, and I'll head over there right away. The grudge between him and that Guxian had been established long ago. Even if Chong Yuanshan hadn't found any leads, he would have gone alone to expose this Guxian. How could he possibly stand by and do nothing? Alright, Divine Dr. Chen, I'll send the address to your phone immediately. On behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government, I thank you for your bravery, Chong Yuanshan said solemnly. Before hanging up, he seemed to recall something and added, Divine Dr. Chun, the comrade from East Wind Sword is named Yin Shuyao, and the police officer accompanying her is the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, xuanhuan. If possible, I hope you can ensure the safety of these 2 female comrades. Even though Yin Shuyao is a martial artist of ancient techniques, facing the mysterious means of the Xiangxi Guxian leaves him uneasy. He prefers to trust in Chun Nan's abilities. Director Chong, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Chun Nan immediately agreed and then ended the call with Chong Yuanshan. He was somewhat surprised in his heart, not expecting that the comrade from East Wind Sword mentioned by Chong Yuanshan would turn out to be Yin Shuyao, someone he had already met before. As for Zhuanglan being present, he wasn't particularly surprised since she represented the police force anyway. Xiangxi Guxian, huh? Chun Nan glanced at the address sent by Chong Yuanshan, a cold glint passing through his eyes. Then he moved swiftly, darting out of the villa window like lightning, leaving behind 2 chilling words in the bedroom. Let me, Chun Nan, see who you really are. Chapter 211, The Masked Man Appears. Jiangzhou. There was a village in the city called Beishi Village, where the houses were old and outdated, mostly from the 70s and 80s. The municipal government had not yet developed it. Jiangzhou was a natural capital of medicinal herbs, with rapid economic development and high consumption levels. Among these factors, rent was the most troubling point, which led many migrant workers to choose to live in urban villages like Beishi Village. Although the environment was poor, the key was the affordable price. In a secluded corner of Beishi Village, there was a dilapidated old red brick courtyard, inside of which there were only 2 small rusted iron-roofed rooms. There was also an abandoned garbage dump nearby, making this place rarely visited by people. Zhang Yang, a young man from outside the city working as a deliveryman in Jiangzhou, chose to live here because, even among the urban villages, the rent here was one of the lowest. It was just past 2 in the morning. After delivering his last order in the bustling downtown area, Zhang Yang returned to his place, tired beyond measure, riding on his electric scooter. He parked his electric scooter in the decrepit yard and was about to pull out his keys to open the iron house door. Suddenly, an icy and sinister laugh rang out without warning. Haha, my chosen fine pastry has finally appeared. You came back rather late, almost delaying my harvest time. The sudden voice in the middle of the night startled Zhang Yang, who bravely yelled outwards tremblingly. Who the hell is out there? Creak. The gate of the yard's broken fence was pushed open, followed by the entry of a strange man wearing a clown mask and draped in a black cloak. Who the hell are you? Upon seeing this strangely dressed man walk in, Zhang Yang was first startled, then immediately pointed at the other party and started cursing. What the hell are you doing here dressed up like that, scaring people by pretending to be some ghost or spirit at midnight? He was greatly frightened earlier, thinking that perhaps after 8 lifetimes of bad luck, he encountered the rumored dirty thing called Piao. Zhang Yang was tall and robust, fiery-tempered with a touch of fierceness characteristic of northern men. Previously, due to fighting, he spent several years in prison for assault and was just released not long ago. Thus, regardless of the man's bizarre appearance appearing suddenly in the dead of night, once he confirmed that the man wasn't some intangible entity like Piao, he would not back down an inch. Although you're just an ordinary person, your vibrant qi and blood might taste even better than the previous 12 delicacies. This trip was worth the risk I took to appear here. The masked man let out a sneering laugh, paying no attention to Zhang Yang's inquiry, speaking words that left the latter completely perplexed. Shit. Seeing the masked man ignore him completely, Zhang Yang became infuriated and rolled up his sleeves to advance toward the masked man while growling ferociously. You dare to ignore me when I'm talking? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm someone you can mess with easily. Having been recently released from jail because he couldn't find any steady job due to his criminal record, he could only survive by barely making ends meet as a deliverman. During the time he worked as a deliverman, he endured countless insults, bottling up anger with no outlet. Now, having someone come unprovoked at midnight to confront him, and with no one around and no cameras monitoring this place, he didn't mind using the other person as a punching bag for a good release. Noticing Zhang Yang trying to start a fight, the masked man did not utter any threatening words but instead, amusement danced in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smug grin. Shit, do you really dare to mock me? I'll kill you with one punch. Zhang Yang, noticing the undisguised mockery in the masked man's eyes, became even angrier, rushing forward in a few steps before fiercely throwing a punch towards the other party. However, before Zhang Yang's fist touched the masked man, the latter kicked Zhang Yang, sending him flying. Bang! Zhang Yang slammed into the iron shed, emitting a muffled groan before falling unconscious, severely injured. A mere ant daring to fight me, truly asking for death. The masked man glanced at the unconscious Zhang Yang, laughing coldly. I won't kill you so quickly. Pastries should serve their purpose. Your qi and blood are delicious, precisely what the bloodthirst worms love the most. Pausing a moment, he suddenly looked toward the entrance of the yard, his eyes behind the mask filled with a hint of mockery, as he coldly said, How about this? You use him as bait to lure me here. Now I'm standing right here. Are you still going to stay like rats underground? As soon as the masked man's words had fallen, a chilling voice rang out. Huh. The one who has been acting like a rat underground this whole time is you. The sound of her voice faded. Then, a beautiful woman with delicate features, sporting a short bob haircut and dressed in a set of black leather clothes, strode into the courtyard. This beautiful woman was none other than Yin Shuiyao, whom Chun Nen had briefly met before. Behind Yin Shuiyao, a tall woman with a striking appearance followed, her hair tied in a ponytail, radiating an aura of elegance and competence. This tall woman was naturally Deputy Captain xuanhuan of the Criminal Investigation Team, who had accompanied Yin Shuiyao to carry out this mission. As she stepped inside, xuanhuan firmly held her pistol with both hands, aiming it directly at the masked man as she shouted sternly, Don't move. Raise your hands. You're under arrest. If you resist, I will shoot immediately. A bead of sweat involuntarily formed in her palm. After all, he wasn't just some ordinary suspect. If it weren't for Yin Shuiyao's insistence that the police not intervene, she would have mobilized at least 100 officers for the operation. I know that the police in Jiangzhou have been investigating my whereabouts for some time now. The masked man let out a light laugh, ignoring Zhuang Lan's gunpoint warning. He only turned his gaze toward Yin Shuiyao, saying indifferently, I thought the authorities would send someone else to capture me, but it turns out that it's people from the Eastern Wind Sword Organization who've taken action. Unfortunately, your move is a bit too late. He continued, stepping toward Yin Shuiyao while casually adding, For all these years, the Eastern Wind Sword has relentlessly targeted our group. Yet we are simply cultivators who pursue eternal life and aim for immortality. But you so-called righteous ancient martial artists always label us as heretics. Don't you think this is a hypocritical joke? Seeing the masked man not only ignore her warning, but also take steps toward her. Don't move. Zhuang Lan couldn't help but change her expression, shouting again furiously, Raise your hands right now. or I'll fire. Chapter 212, Life and Death Crisis. Ancient martial cultivation focuses on strength, but more importantly, it enhances vitality. Which ancient martial practitioner doesn't want to improve their skills to increase their lifespan? Those of you from the Sword of the East. No, I should say all practitioners of ancient martial arts are on the path to pursuing eternal life. The masked man continued to ignore Xuanhuan's warnings, slowly stepping closer with each deliberate stride. His eyes revealed a wild desire and obsession as he calmly smiled at Xiao, whose face remained solemn. Let's not mention us ancient martial artists, those wealthy elites standing at the peak of secular power. Every single one of them yearns for immortality. In the underground world, they engage in countless filthy secret transactions just to extend their lives. The acts of such people far exceed what our organization does because they too understand this truth. Only eternal life holds ultimate significance. Bang! Just as the masked man finished speaking, an abrupt gunshot split the night sky in response. It was xuanhuan, who had seen her repeated warnings go unheeded, so she decisively pulled the trigger before the masked man could get any closer. After xuanhuan fired the shot, the masked man did indeed pause his steps. However, her expression turned grim when she saw that the masked man had actually caught the bullet she fired with his bare hand, suffering no injury whatsoever. Now she finally understood why Xiao didn't want police involvement. This man's power was beyond what regular firearms could handle. You foolish spear girl, not knowing when to die. The masked man opened his palm, letting the bullet inside crumble into powder under his internal energy before being scattered by the night breeze. He gave Xuanhuan a piercing look, sneering. The little toy in your hands is useless against me, but as retribution for your peanut, soon my blood-feasting insect will slowly devour your blood and energy until there's nothing left while you'll fully enjoy the process as you die. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan showed no fear, gripping her handgun firmly with both hands instead, ready to unload all bullets from her gun at him, regardless of whether it would have any effect or not. She wanted to tell him in this way that evil will never triumph over good. Elon, the gun in your hands is useless against him. Seeing Xuanhuan was about to shoot again, Xiao promptly stopped her, staying calm and saying, "It's nighttime now, and the sound of gunfire might panic nearby residents." After a pause, her gaze sharpened as she locked onto the masked man a short distance away, her face grave as she added, "I'll handle this guy. You protect yourself." The sight of the masked man catching a bullet barehanded startled her as well. This feat alone indicated his mastery in ancient martial arts must be at the Mingjing level. Thinking about it further, ever since she completed the task of eliminating the fugitive Li Tianhu and had yet to leave Jiangzhou, higher-ups had assigned her another temporary mission, cooperating with the Jiangzhou municipal government to investigate the dry corpse case and uncover the hidden Huanxiang insect masters lurking in Jiangzhou. Through recent investigations, she increasingly believed that this so-called Huanxiang insect master likely had ties with the Eternal Life Organization. After all, the three brothers Li appeared in Jiangzhou, and all possessed blood-slaughtering pills, which was too much of a coincidence. Now, having the man admit he was part of the Eternal Life Organization, the likelihood grew that these blood-slaughtering pills were given by this very masked man. "I understand, Sister Shuyao, be careful." Hearing Xiao's words, Xuanhuan calmed down gradually and immediately stowed her pistol away. Xuanhuan was transferred from outside Jiangzhou to work here. Both the Yin family and Zhuang family reside in Jinling City, where relations between the two families are good. Thus, she has known Xiao for a long time. This explained why Xiao allowed her, an ordinary vice captain of criminal investigation, to participate in this mission. At this moment, Xuanhuan was somewhat worried deep down, fearing that Xiao might not be a match for the masked man. Nonetheless, some comfort came to her heart. Just 10 minutes ago, she had received a message from the municipal government stating that an ancient martial artist would come to assist. This powerful person was personally invited by the city mayor. "I don't care who you really are, nor do I care if you're truly the perpetrator behind the dry corpse case." Xiao pulled out a military knife from her waist, cold killing intent flashing in her eyes as she coldly said to the masked man, "My mission this time is to capture you, but since you're a dangerous member of the Eternal Life Organization, I'll kill you right here." Now that it was confirmed that the masked man belonged to the evil organization, capturing him had lost all meaning. Because only she, as a member of the Sword of the East, knew clearly how bloodthirsty and funny these people from the Eternal Life Organization could be to achieve their goals. "Kill me." Upon hearing Xiao's words, the masked man let out a mocking chuckle and coldly snorted. "Young girl, for someone so young, your mouth sure is big. Let's see what you're made of. Die." Xiao wasted no time in further banter, letting out a cold shout before moving swiftly, like a leopard closing in on its prey. She rapidly narrowed the distance between herself and the masked man, while the military knife in her hand flickered with a cold glint, aimed straight at his neck. Seeking death, the masked man didn't bother dodging. He unleashed a palm technique, choosing to meet Xiao head-on by striking directly at her military knife with an open hand. The masked man's hands were covered in white mesh gloves, but despite this not being any special material, he still used bare palms against Xiao's military knife. Clang! When the military knife met his palm, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed through the air. Iron sandpalm. Xiao's face turned grim, filled with shock. Her blade hitting his palm felt like striking a diamond-hard rock, causing absolutely no damage. From this, she immediately identified that the opponent was wielding a cross-training secret technique known as Iron Sand Palm. Certainly, the palm technique itself wasn't enough to elicit such strong emotional fluctuations within her. What truly caused her countenance to darken was realizing that the masked man, aside from mastering bizarre methods involving goo worms, also possessed ancient martial arts cultivation that had already reached the pinnacle level of Ming Jing. Not long after completing her previous mission, she had officially broken through to the beginner stage of Ming Jing. She had thought that even if she suspected the man had ties to the Eternal Life Organization, she could handle the temporary assignment above alone, so she hadn't detailed the situation fully to her superiors. This lack of detail led to the higher-ups not dispatching other members of the Sword of the East to assist her. But now, she realized that her opponent was an ancient martial artist who had reached the peak of Ming Jing, and this realization sent shivers down her spine. Because the life and death crisis she faced this time was far worse than when she slew Li Tianhu. Chapter 213. Cultivating the Bloodthirsty Goo Insects. With this thought, Yin Shuiyao immediately stepped back, distancing herself from her opponent by a few steps, and began to adopt a defensive stance. No wonder you're so arrogant. You actually possess the strength of entering the Mingjin level. I didn't expect that the Dongfeng sword would send a young genius to deal with me this time. The masked man looked at Yin Shuiyao retreating, and, after this probing skirmish with Yin Shuiyao, he had already grasped her cultivation realm. He couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. He chuckled malevolently. What a pity. The martial arts prodigy of the Dongfeng sword will die under my hands tonight. This trip wasn't wasted after all. It seems that my bloodthirsty goo insects can feast properly now. Alan, honestly speaking, this guy's strength is incredibly powerful, far beyond my expectations. I am no match for him. Yin Shuiyao stared at the masked man opposite, her eyes full of gravity. She quickly whispered to xuanhuan, I'll hold on to him with my life. Find an opportunity to escape. An accomplished ancient martial artist of the Mingjin level. She could hardly believe that in Jiangzhou, such a small place, there existed such dangerous beings. After all, people with such formidable strength wouldn't even reach 10 fingers among all the members of the Dongfeng sword. Faced with a strong enemy like this, she had resolved herself to certain death. Now, she could only do her utmost to secure a glimmer of hope for Zhuanglan's survival. Sister Shuiyao, I won't run away. At this point, Zhuanglan also realized how terrifying the masked man was, but she still shook her head, gritting her teeth as she said, I am a police officer. I cannot flee in panic when facing criminals. Besides, how could I abandon you to escape alone? Even if it means sacrifice, we must face it together. She paused, not waiting for Yin Shuiyao to persuade her further. She hurriedly and honestly added, Sister Shuiyao, rest assured, we may not die here. City Hall has already sent reinforcements. He is also an ancient martial artist. The number of ancient martial artists in Jiangzhou is already scarce, let alone one at the Mingjin level. Even if someone were to come to our aid, they might still not be a match for this person. It would just add to the casualties. Yin Shuiyao shook her head and did not entertain any expectation for the reinforcements mentioned by Zhuanglan. Knowing Zhuanglan's stubborn nature and realizing that she couldn't change what the latter had decided, Yin Shuiyao changed her tone instead. Alan, since he refused to escape, fight with me then. When I engage him in combat later, find the right moment to shoot at his vital points. With the accomplished power of the Mingjin level possessed by the masked man, gunfire might not be able to defeat him, but it could certainly interfere with him. With good luck, it might even cause considerable harm. After all, the other party is not a rumored Huajin master who can render guns and cannons completely ineffective. Sister Shuiyao, Upon hearing this, Zhuanglan nodded. Just as she was about to respond to Yin Shuiyao, it happened. A piercing scream suddenly reverberated through the night. Yin Shuiyao and Zhuanglan's expressions both changed abruptly. They quickly followed the sound. There they saw Zhang Yang, who was lying unconscious on the ground earlier, now writhing in pain, his flesh being devoured, gradually becoming desiccated. What have you done to him? Yin Shuiyao's expression turned grim as she shouted fiercely. Jiangzhou had 13 individuals with rare blood types, 12 of whom had already been reaped by the masked man and reduced to dry corpses. Only Zhang Yang remained. Following the timeline, tonight would be the moment the masked man dealt with Zhang Yang. All these facts she knew thoroughly. But the issue was, the masked man had clearly been within her line of sight the entire time. When exactly did he manage to act against Zhang Yang? Ho ho, the delicious snack that I cultivated has now matured. Upon hearing Yin Shuiyao's accusation, the masked man couldn't help but burst into a cold laugh. Clearly, he had no intention of hiding anything. Smirking smugly, he revealed, in Jiangzhou, there are 13 people with rare AB blood type. Their special blood qi is the most delectable treat for my bloodthirsty goo insects. 3 years ago, I planted their eggs inside them, and now it's harvest time. With disdain, he glanced at Yin Shuiyao and Zhuanglan and mockingly added, how laughable. You two thought you could use this final snack to counter me, little knowing that he was destined to become the nourishment for my bloodthirsty goo. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Yin Shuiyao and Zhuanglan's faces turned ashen. They hadn't anticipated that the last survivor, Zhang Yang, was still unable to escape the masked man's clutches. In Yin Shuiyao and Zhuanglan's sight, Zhang Yang's screams grew weaker and weaker. In just over 10 seconds, he quickly turned into a completely desiccated corpse. Right after that, a goo insect with an eerie blood-red shell, as small as a thumb, flew out of Zhang Yang's shriveled mouth. The next second, bang! With raging anger, Zhuanglan pulled the trigger without hesitation, aiming directly at the goo insect. As a police officer, she had helplessly witnessed Zhang Yang's death before her eyes. Although she wasn't capable of saving him, She was determined to at least kill this goo insect. Unfortunately, however, the shell of the bloodthirsty goo insect was abnormally hard. Even though her bullet struck it, it failed to eliminate the terrifying creature. In the end, all they could do was watch as the goo insect flew toward the masked man, landing gracefully on his fingertip. You'll soon become its food. No need to rush. The masked man glanced disdainfully at xuanhuan, who seemed utterly helpless, showing no concern for her earlier attempt to shoot the bloodthirsty goo insect. He examined the goo insect on his fingertip carefully, noticing 2 stripes on its body, which filled him with silent joy. Indeed, it has evolved and grown to level 2 inside its host. The rare blood chi from people with AB blood type plays a significant role in cultivating bloodthirsty goo insects' eggs. During this stage, it is even more effective than having them parasitize within martial artists. His eyes behind the mask narrowed slightly. Adding the 12 bloodthirsty goo insects I cultivated earlier using the same method, I now possess 13 level 2 bloodthirsty goo insects. Even the leader will have to look at me differently. Why should that Qin person still be compared to me? As the masked man indulged in his private satisfaction, Yin Shuiyao and xuanhuan exchanged a glance, immediately understanding each other's intentions. The next moment, bang! A gunshot tore through the night sky, fired by xuanhuan at the masked man. Attempting a sneak attack? A trivial skill at best. The masked man instantly reacted, letting out a derisive laugh. He simply stretched out his palm and easily caught the speeding bullet. Chapter 214, Rank Division. Bring your life here. As the masked man probed with his palm to grab the bullet, Yin Shuiyao also seized the opportunity and had already flashed behind the masked man. A cold gleam emanated from her military knife as she lunged fiercely at his neck. Faced with Yin Shuiyao's relentless sneak attack, the masked man's face slightly changed color. He didn't have time to intercept it with his bare hands, so he abruptly crouched down, adopting a rather comical dog-pulling dung pose, thus dodging this blade. Little girl, you're asking for death. The masked man revealed a hint of anger in his eyes, shattering the bullet in his palm with ease, then sweeping up a gust of wind, delivering a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Yin Shuiyao's head. In his view, although Yin Shuiyao's ambush hadn't inflicted any substantial damage, it was extremely provocative and brought him a sense of humiliation. After all, given his overwhelming strength, if it weren't for his carelessness allowing Yin Shuiyao to find a crack to exploit, would he ever need to use such an undignified dog pose to dodge her blade? Faced with the masked man's powerful palm momentum, Yin Shuiyao dared not engage directly, but could only deploy a secret skill, narrowly escaping awkwardly. Every ancient martial artist who wishes to apply to join the Dongfeng Sword Organization must meet 2 rigid requirements. The first requirement is ideological qualification. Applicants should be justice-filled, patriotic, loving their people, and not prone to abusing ancient martial powers. The second requirement is that one must master a profound secret technique or body method at the Xian level or above to reduce the fatality rate during dangerous missions. Simply put, when faced with crises, these skills are used for escape purposes. After all, in this era, ancient martial artists are far too few. Each loss decreases their numbers further, and only by enhancing their ability to protect themselves can they better accomplish tasks. It's worth noting, according to the current division in the martial arts world, internal cultivation methods and combat skills are roughly divided into 4 levels based on complexity and profundity: Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. In today's martial arts circle, Xian-level techniques are already quite precious. Those who possess Di-level skills are usually peak-tier experts whose power stands at the apex of the ancient martial arts community. As for Tian-level techniques, those belong to legendary skills. At this moment, Yin Shuiyao employed a technique named Willow Down Step, which is a Xian stage martial art. Relying on this powerful step technique, facing an opponent far more skilled than herself, Yin Shuiyao managed with great difficulty to evade the barrage of palm strikes and temporarily preserve her life. However, the stronger the martial art, the greater its consumption of inner energy, Jinqi. With her current entry-level Ming Jing cultivation, even when fully deploying this step technique, she could barely last 3 minutes. During her previous encounter with Li Tianlong, while she wasn't yet at the Ming Jing stage, she managed to hold out for a while using this very same technique. Our leader is right. The means to survive for your members in the Dongfeng Sword Group are indeed quite formidable. Seeing all his palm techniques evaded and resolved through Yin Shuiyao's movements, the masked man continued unleashing ferocious palm winds while sneering. Your footwork is impressive, but how long do you think you can keep it up? When your Jinqi depletes completely, you'll be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. On the sidelines, xuanhuan watched with tense anticipation as Yin Shuiyao faced mortal danger under the masked man's palm, gripping her handgun ready to take any possible chance to shoot at him. Her heart raced anxiously, full of tension and worry. Although she isn't an ancient martial artist, xuanhuan knows Yin Shuiyao won't hold out for much longer. Now she could only hope that the helper requested by the capital governor arrives here quickly to provide support. Unlike Yin Shuiyao, who felt pessimistic about reinforcements, xuanhuan trusts the capital governor's judgment. Hence, she believed the person personally invited by the governor would definitely be a reliable, powerful ancient martial artist. After all, no matter what, this might be the only chance either of them has left to survive. Momentarily, trouble. Yin Shuiyao couldn't help feeling her heart sink. Pale-faced, she knew her Jinqi would soon be depleted, and sustaining the willow down step would become nearly impossible. By that point, the masked man could end her life with just a casual palm strike. A few seconds later, her steps faltered, and her Jinqi had already been entirely exhausted. Her body felt weary, trapped like in mud, unable to move freely. No matter how wildly ants squirm, they're still ants. The gap in our strength is too large. Tonight is when you will die at my hand. Seeing this scene, the masked man chuckled wickedly, coalescing another palm wind and attacking Yin Shuiyao again. Though he had called Yin Shuiyao nothing more than an insignificant ant, it was merely a form of sarcasm. After all, Yin Shuiyao was a martial artist who had just entered the Bright Force stage, and her strength was already considered top tier in the ancient martial arts world. Thus, he planned to first beat Yin Shuiyao into a state of near death, where she would completely lose any ability to resist, then let the bloodthirsty parasite slowly devour her life essence. Seeing Yin Shuiyao about to teeter on the brink of life and death, xuanhuan quickly pulled the trigger repeatedly, unhesitatingly unleashing every bullet from her gun towards the masked man without a single one left behind. Bang bang bang. Bullet after bullet tore through the midnight air with shrill whistling sounds as they raced toward the masked man. This time, however, the masked man did not choose to grab the bullets with his bare hands like the previous two times, but instead moved aside, temporarily evading this wave of dense gunfire. After all, he wasn't yet at the level of a transformation force master. His internal energy couldn't provide him with invincible protective chi armor. As the masked man dodged the bullets, he naturally could no longer strike Yin Shuiyao with another palm blow, allowing her to escape danger immediately. You defiant little girl. Once xuanhuan had run out of bullets, the masked man immediately started walking towards her, exuding an intense killing aura as he growled ferociously. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige your wish first. Xuanhuan's repeated firing had caused only minimal damage but extreme humiliation, enraging the masked man slightly. It's you who will die. Upon seeing him heading her way, xuanhuan showed no fear at all and coldly retorted. I advise you, best surrender peacefully. Our reinforcements will be here shortly, and there's no escape for you. Even at such a moment, she remained mindful that she was a detective. From the day she chose this career path, she had been ready to sacrifice her life for her country whenever necessary. Reinforcements. Upon hearing xuanhuan's words, the masked man reacted as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever and burst into a wild laugh. In this region of Jiangzhou, my power is unmatched. Tell me, who is worthy to make me flee? Right after the masked man's voice faded away, a faint, icy chuckle suddenly resounded piercingly through the night. Is that so? Chapter 215 came just in time. With a cool night breeze passing by, the masked man couldn't help but change his expression, abruptly turning his head to look at the short wall of the courtyard. On the old and dilapidated short wall stood a youth who looked somewhat delicate and had a slim yet tall figure, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. This young man was none other than Chun Nan, who had received a call from Xuanhuan Shan and rushed over promptly. Mr. Chun, Master Chun. Seeing Chun Nan's sudden appearance, Yin Shuirui and xuanhuan immediately couldn't help but exclaim in unison. After the exclamations, Yin Shuirui's eyes gleamed with a glint of light, her heart brimming with excitement. She hadn't been looking forward at all to the reinforcement xuanhuan had mentioned, but she never expected that the help summoned by the municipal government would be Chun Nan. Chun Nan's formidable strength was beyond doubt. The scene where he had fiercely slain Li Tianlong not long ago still remained vivid in her memory. In her view, right now, at this moment in Jiangzhou, if there was anyone capable of dealing with the masked man before them, it was perhaps only Chun Nan, whose combat power she felt was unfathomable. From the other side, compared to Yin Shuirui's excitement, Zhuanglan's emotions instead turned rather low. She had originally been confident and looked forward to the reinforcements sent by Mayor Chong, but upon seeing that the helper was actually Chun Nan, her confidence and expectations plummeted to rock bottom instantly. Chun Nan's medical skills were exceptional. He had even saved the life of Mayor Chang's daughter during the banquet on the same evening, something she found out afterward, so she had just addressed Chun Nan as Master Doctor. In her opinion, although Chun Nan's medical abilities indeed stood out, such talents didn't have much use in their current situation. Even if Chun Nan were also an ancient martial artist, how powerful could his cultivation and skills be given his young age? Could his prowess possibly surpass Yin Shuirui, who was a martial genius? So she concluded that with Chun Nan coming here for support as a helper, he would likely just be one more soul destined to perish. It seems like I arrived pretty timely after all. Chun Nan glanced at Yin Shuirui and Zhuanglan, noticing that although Yin Shuirui seemed weak and dispirited, neither of the two women had sustained any major issues, giving him no small sense of relief. He had finished talking on the phone with Xuanhuan Shan and had raced here without reservation, expending chi directly using nothing but his legs. Of course, Chun Nan possessed an extraordinary abundance of true chi. The chi consumed from rushing over was utterly negligible to him. Boy, who exactly are you? The masked man slightly furrowed his eyebrows, tightly focusing his gaze on Chun Nan, speaking severely. Despite arriving, Chun Nan had remained entirely undetected until his actual appearance, indicating his mastery in ancient martial arts wasn't weak at all, probably stronger than Yin Shuirui. For several years, he'd been hiding in Jiangzhou and was completely unaware of a martial talent like Chun Nan. Could the latter also be a member of the East Wind Sword? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that either you or me will be leaving alive tonight. Chun Nan stared down at the masked man from atop the short wall and calmly said, Could it be that you're the person who placed the flowing gold kill poison on Senior Mr. Shun and Mayor Chang's daughter? Flowing gold kill poison? The masked man first appeared surprised, then sneered mockingly. Kid, I can straight up tell you that it wasn't me. Only Qin successfully cultivated the flowing gold parasite, and I sure as hell don't want to take the blame for that guy. Hearing the masked man's words, Xuanhuan instantly frowned deeply, realizing the masked man's words hinted at many hidden truths. At this moment, he didn't dare to confirm whether the masked man was truly the charmer he had been searching for. If his words were indeed truthful, then there must be more than one hidden charmer from Xiangxi and Jiangzhou. Was there perhaps another named Qin? Do you really think I'll believe your words? Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a flash of light in his eyes, not thinking further, scoffing coldly. Whether what you said is real or false doesn't matter. Tonight you won't leave here alive either. Even if the masked man wasn't the charmer he was seeking, the man was undoubtedly dangerous, responsible for numerous desiccated corpses in Jiangzhou over these years, a criminal of unspeakable enormity. Boy, you seem to misunderstand one fact. The masked man laughed sinisterly, sarcastically saying, "It doesn't matter whether you trust my words or not. I just don't want to bear the blame for Qin. You should thank me because when I kill you, at least you won't die in confusion. You've talked enough nonsense. It's time to die." Xuanhuan snorted coldly, saying no more useless words, and abruptly moved, initiating the attack on the masked man first. Iron Palm Technique. Leaping down from the short wall like a soaring rock, he activated the inner chi within his body, unleashing the martial technique learned from Iron Madman, launching a palm strike towards the masked man. Looking for death. Seeing Xuanhuan take the initiative to attack him in a straightforward hard versus hard manner, the masked man's gaze couldn't help but turn icy. Without waiting for Xuanhuan to get too close, he immediately moved, unleashing the Iron Sand Palm Technique and throwing out a palm strike to meet Xuanhuan's assault. Bang! Xuanhuan and the masked man exchanged blows mid-air, their true chi colliding with each other, creating a powerful wind current from their formidable palm force that spread violently around them. After exchanging one palm strike in the air, both of them were affected by the opponent's palm force. After landing on the ground, they both slid back several steps, unable to stabilize their stances immediately. Among them, Xuanhuan looked somewhat more disheveled. It wasn't until he almost reached the corner of the courtyard wall that he managed to steady himself. After all, his cultivation level was still at the initial stage of Mingjing, just like Inshiru, which was 2 realms lower than the masked man. His fire eyes purple pupils had long enabled him to see through the masked man's cultivation level, the great completion stage of Mingjing. However, even so, facing such a formidable enemy, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he was brimming with fierce fighting spirit. Boy, it seems your strength isn't as great as your arrogance suggests. With only an initial Mingjing cultivation, you actually want to kill me? How utterly foolish. Having judged Xuanhuan's cultivation level from their one-palm exchange, the masked man displayed nothing but disdain on his face. He licked his crimson tongue, sneering and saying, "Boy, just like that girl, you will become the nourishment for my bloodthirsty parasite." Given his own strength, having one more martial artist with initial Mingjing helping made absolutely no threat to him. Earlier, he hadn't noticed Xuanhuan's arrival beforehand, assuming that the latter would have higher cultivation than Inshiru. It turned out not to be the case. Of course, for someone his age to reach the entry level of Mingjing, it indeed showed a rare talent in the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, Inshiru and Xuanhuan, these 2 martial talents, would both die at his hands tonight. Chapter 216, Xuanhuan vs. Masked Man. Enough talk, let's go again. Hearing the fierce words of the masked man, Xuanhuan chose to ignore him. He stepped forward fiercely, and the true chi within his body burst forth. He rushed towards his opponent like a bullet from a cannon. Xuanhuan was not stupid. He knew that if he went head-to-head with the masked man, he would not be a match for him. Therefore, he chose the same method as Inshiru, which was to use the fish swimming technique in combat. The fish swimming technique is an inherited martial art from Jin Hongmei's family and is also a magical martial skill. Of course, Xuanhuan did not do what Inshiru did, only dodge attacks using her technique to save her life. Instead, while executing the technique, he carefully found his opponent's weaknesses and attacked accordingly. This kind of fighting style consumed much more true chi than just merely dodging with the technique, as Inshiru did. If it were any martial artist at the beginning level of Mingjing, they would most likely dare not fight the masked man this way, because doing so would only lead to a faster death. But Xuanhuan was different. Since Xuanhuan practiced the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic, the true chi inside his body was incredibly robust, far beyond what any ancient martial artist could imagine and already surpassing the starting level of Mingjing. You ignorant boy, arrogant without understanding your limits. Seeing Xuanhuan bravely attack once more, the masked man snorted coldly and unleashed his own true chi to meet Xuanhuan. Their figures intertwined in the darkness, instantly engaging in fierce battle. The energy waves produced by their palm strikes crashing into each other formed gusts of wind throughout the courtyard. Sister Shurao, what should we do? Watching Xuanhuan and the masked man fiercely battling, Zhuanglan's face was filled with anxiety as she worriedly said, "Dr. Chin's cultivation is on par with yours, only at the beginner level of Mingjing. It's unlikely he'll be a match for this guy. We should think of a way to help Dr. Chun." Not only was Xuanhuan a martial artist, but his cultivation had even reached the beginning stage of Mingjing, which truly shocked her. However, in her view, this still couldn't change the current situation. Ultimately, Xuanhuan would not be a match for the masked man. Just now, Inshiru's battle with the masked man had drained her completely. Her complexion was as pale as paper, and she could barely stand. Moreover, all the bullets in her handgun were gone, making it impossible for her to help Xuanhuan. She had called for reinforcements again at a favorable moment before, and now a large group of SWAT officers armed with heavy weapons were heading here, but it was clear they wouldn't arrive in time. Sister Lon, calm down for now. There's nothing we can do right now. We can only wait on the side. Xuanhuan shook her head, her eyes flashing with a sharp gleam as she spoke. There are differences in strength between cultivators of the same level. Mr. Chun is not the same as me. Although he is also at the beginner stage of Mingjin, his actual combat power has far surpassed this level. She had some inexplicable confidence in Chun Nan. She didn't know why, but even though Chun Nan was at a disadvantage against the masked man, she believed that Chun Nan might not necessarily lose to the other party. After all, recently when Chun Nan killed another individual at the Mingjin stage, Li Tianlong, who had taken blood devil pills, it seemed relatively effortless. Such a scene left a profound impression on her. Let alone that. She could clearly sense that over this period, Chun Nan's current strength seemed to have improved even further since then. Sister Xuerao, I understand. Upon hearing these words from Xuerao, Xuanhuan nodded without saying anything else. She could only watch the two people in combat in the yard closely, silently praying for Chun Nan. Her heart remained hanging anxiously. She didn't understand why Xuerao had such confidence in Chun Nan's abilities, but it appeared there really wasn't any better solution now. Her only hope was that Chun Nan could hold out long enough for the SWAT reinforcements to arrive. At this moment, Chun Nan and the masked man were fighting intensely, with more and more true chi being used in their combat. The resulting force of destruction caused by their clashes was terrifying. Even the red brick low wall in the yard began to crack, appearing like a spider web. Chun Nan's rhythm never changed, showing composure and calmness. In contrast, the masked man started to get increasingly irritated. As time went on during the battle with Chun Nan, he felt more and more aggrieved. Each time he executed his martial art, Iron Sand Palm, to attack Chun Nan always managed to evade it with the fish swimming technique. After continuous palm strikes, when he became exhausted, Chun Nan would occasionally retaliate with a palm strike. At this point, he had also discovered this shocking fact. Although both were at the same level of Mingjin beginner, Xuerao's actual combat power was on an entirely different tier compared to Chun Nan's. If it weren't for the undeniable martial aura Chun Nan emitted, which truly corresponded to the Mingjin beginner level, he would have suspected that the other party was pretending to be weak, or even hiding their true cultivation with some secret technique. Primarily, Chun Nan's true chi seemed endless, as though he had a limitless supply. Even after a prolonged and intense battle, there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion from his side. It was all too bizarre. Even though Chun Nan's cultivation was far weaker in comparison, and his true chi less destructive than his own, the longer they fought, the more challenging it became to keep up with Chun Nan. In general, despite having an absolute advantage in cultivation, their fight made him feel like hitting cotton with his fists, useless strength without a proper release. What kind of cultivation method is this boy practicing? Why is his true chi so robust? At this moment, the masked man let out a frenzied roar in his heart, shouting this question aloud. As a matter of fact, until now, every strong enemy who had battled Chun Nan inevitably ended up asking the same question. After all, the actual combat power Chun Nan exhibited was excessively exaggerated. They could all associate one point, that it must be due to the heavenly cultivation methods Chun Nan practices. A short while later, brat, show some guts and face me head-on in combat. The masked man delivered another fierce palm strike toward Chun Nan, finally giving into his frustration with a scolding remark. Chun Nan never fought him directly, thus ensuring that as long as he didn't run out of true chi like Xuerao, he would remain invincible. He had no idea what the limit of Chun Nan's true chi was. If they continued to grapple like this, he might start to suspect that he himself, as a fully accomplished Mingjin martial artist, would be the first to collapse in exhaustion. Additionally, he had voluntarily revealed himself under the watchful eye of official forces this time, carrying considerable risks. If the confrontation dragged on too long, who knew when another formidable powerhouse of Dongfeng sword might emerge to take care of him. Chapter 217. Breaking through to the minor accomplishment of Ming power. As you wish. At this moment, a hint of a smile curved at the corner of Chun Nan's lips as he abandoned his evasive movements and directly unleashed the martial skill, Iron Palm, meeting the masked man's palm head-on. Foolish boy. Seeing Chun Nan switch from defense to attack, the masked man thought that Chun Nan had fallen for his provocation, and a cruel smirk appeared on his face. He seemed to already envision the grim scene of Chun Nan being severely injured by his palm strike. Mr. Chun, Dr. Chun, be careful. Upon witnessing this, Xuanhuan and Zhuanglan, who were nearby, their hearts leaped to their throats. Instinctively, they both let out cries of warning at the same time. Both women could see that throughout the intense battle between Chun Nan and the masked man, Chun Nan had been at a disadvantage all along. Of course, in the eyes of these two women, for someone with only an introductory level of Ming power cultivation like Chun Nan to have held off a battle with the masked man, who had achieved great accomplishment in Ming power, for so long without defeat was already considered a victory. If he could maintain this deadlock, Chun Nan might truly surpass his current state and defeat the masked man. But now, Chun Nan suddenly altered the pace of the battle, choosing to confront the masked man with brute force. This couldn't help but make them feel confused and worried, thinking in their hearts that Chun Nan was overly confident, falling prey to the masked man's provocations, and making such an unwise move. However, what happened next left the masked man utterly terrified and left them utterly astonished. Bang! The two palms clashed directly, and the two currents of true energy collided. The masked man's expression changed abruptly, followed by him being thrown backward uncontrollably, his feet gouging deep cracks into the ground. He ended up crashing against the short wall in the courtyard. Ultimately, the wall could not withstand the immense inertia and collapsed with a thunderous roar, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the contrary, Xuanhuan remained steadfast after the exchange with the masked man, his face showing no sign of strain. He slowly retracted his hand and gazed at the masked man who looked disheveled after colliding with the wall. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "The strength mastered by a grandly accomplished Ming power martial artist appears to be no more than this." Witnessing what just occurred, Yin Shuyao and Xuanhuan both widened their eyes, as if they were seeing illusions, momentarily doubting whether they saw it correctly. What was going on? How could Xuanhuan suddenly surge in power and manage to defeat the masked man with just one blow? At this point, only the masked man, the person directly involved in the fight with Xuanhuan, seemed to have realized a fact, causing his expression to instantly twist as though he had swallowed a fly whole. His eyes fixed intently on Xuanhuan. Despite having discovered this shocking truth, he still found it hard to accept. Boy, how is this possible? How could your cultivation break through at this critical moment? That's right. Xuanhuan was no longer merely a martial artist at the entrance level of Ming power. He was now a minorly accomplished martial artist in Ming power. This explained why the masked man had been defeated in the clash. To be honest, I owe my rapid breakthrough to you. Until there was no hiding it anymore. Xuanhuan shrugged, smirking sarcastically. Had it not been for the life and death pressure brought on by a formidable enemy like you, would I really have been able to break through so quickly to the minorly accomplished stage of Ming power? Recently, he had been meditating and cultivating at his villa on Cloudtop Mountain, where his progress had been almost at the threshold of achieving minor success in Ming power. Normally, he might have needed several more days of diligent cultivation to break through, under the stress of life and death combat. However, his inner potential was fully unlocked, allowing him to advance earlier to the minorly accomplished stage of Ming power. In fact, even knowing that the masked man had greatly accomplished Ming power, Xuanhuan's choice to engage in battle without fear also carried this gambit in mind. Judging from the present situation, he truly made the right gamble. The game of entanglement has ended. What follows will be the real battle. Prepare to die. Xuanhuan softly laughed, saying no more unnecessary words as he stepped towards the masked man, not concealing the killing intent radiating from him. After breaking through temporarily, his boosted strength now gave him the confidence to fight the masked man head-on, and he no longer needed to fear the masked man. Boy, even though you've reached the minorly accomplished stage of Ming power, your cultivation is still weaker than mine. You can't kill me, and who will die by whose hands remains uncertain. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the masked man's gaze flickered uncertainly as he snarled menacingly. Even though he sounded defiant, deep down, he had developed a profound sense of apprehension towards Xuanhuan. From the palm strike he just exchanged with Xuanhuan, although he hadn't suffered any substantial injuries, he had already realized that Xuanhuan's actual combat power was now on par with his own. If they were to continue fighting, there was a real possibility that he might die at Xuanhuan's hands. After all, the latter possessed an incredibly thick reservoir of true energy even at the entry level of Ming power, and now it was beyond imagination. Damn, I'll settle accounts with this kid another day. Since my objectives here are already achieved, retreating is the better option. There's no need for me to risk my life against him tonight. At this moment, the masked man had already conceived the idea of fleeing and clenched his teeth silently. Thinking of this, he immediately darted toward the outside of the courtyard, snarling at Xuanhuan as he went. Boy, the green hills remain unchanged and clear streams flow endlessly. You've now made an enemy of our eternal life organization. Although I admit defeat at your hands tonight, next time I will personally slay you to cleanse this disgrace. As these words faded away, the silhouette of the masked man had already swiftly disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with a cold glint, but he did not immediately chase after him. He knew very well that with his current combat strength, he could only possibly defeat the masked man. However, if the latter chose to escape, there would be no way to stop him. Moreover, the masked man was a master poisoner, likely equipped with strange survival skills. Without absolute, overwhelming strength, trying to kill him would undoubtedly be like chasing after a pipe dream. After all, the masked man was ultimately a formidable ancient martial artist who had attained great accomplishment in Ming power. Being able to defeat him and being able to kill him were entirely different concepts. Witnessing this scene, Yin Shuyao and Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh with relief. They then exchanged a silent glance, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. What shocked them was that an ancient martial artist who had greatly accomplished Ming power ended up fleeing for his life from someone who had only minorly accomplished it. Had they not been eyewitnesses, they would have found it hard to believe such an absurd event. What shocked them even more was that Xuanhuan's cultivation managed to break through temporarily under these circumstances. Even though Xuanhuan wasn't a martial artist herself, she understood what this meant. Xuanhuan's martial talent was impossibly high. Chapter 218, Transferring Qi. Mr. Chun, thank you for coming to support us in time. After the masked man escaped, Yin Shuyao and Xuanhuan walked over. With a pale face due to excessive consumption of true qi, she wore a faint smile as she said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, the two of us might not have made it out of here alive." She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear afterward. Who would have thought that behind the Jiangzhou dried corpse case lay the Eternal Life Organization? And furthermore, the insect master responsible for these cases was actually a powerful ancient martial artist who had reached the peak of Ming Qi. With great excitement, she had come here alone with Xuanhuan, intending to wait for their prey and arrest him, but instead, the two of them almost became his victims. In the end, she had underestimated her opponent, mistakenly believing that just having broken into the initial stage of Mingqi, she could now stand on her own in Jiangzhou. Seeing Yin Shuiyao thanking her, Chunnan glanced at Yin Shuiyao's pale face, shook his head without saying a word, then extended a hand, suddenly grabbing Yin Shuiyao's delicate hand. What are you doing? Chunnan's sudden discourtesy caused Yin Shuiyao to feel indignant and instinctively struggle free. But soon after, a warm stream of energy emanated from Chunnan's palm, causing her struggling movements to stop in surprise. He is transferring his true qi to me. Witnessing this scene, Xuanhuan was confused. She looked at Chunnan, who forcibly held Yin Shuiyao's hand, and at Yin Shuiyao, whose fair complexion had turned slightly red, before jokingly remarking, Dr. Chun, Sister Shuiyao, do you know each other already? But under such circumstances, your actions seem rather inappropriate. I'm still standing right here. Deputy Captain Zhuang, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Before Yin Shuiyao could explain, Chunnan chuckled and explained on his own. Miss Yin has consumed too much true qi and is almost in a state of depletion. Her body will suffer greatly, and it will take several days of recuperation to gradually recover. I'm simply transferring some of my true qi to her to help restore her physical condition. Chunnan did not say everything outright. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly transfer his true qi just to make the other person less uncomfortable for a few days. But Yin Shuiyao was different. She harbored a yuan yin qi within her body, making her someone he must protect at all costs. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Chunnan's explanation, Zhuanglan nodded slightly and smiled, saying, Dr. Chun, you truly live up to the name Divine Doctor. You can even do something like this. She paused. Then she also thanked Chunnan, laughing while saying, Dr. Chun, I really never expected that the helper invited by the mayor would be you. Although we didn't catch that guy this time, both Sister Shuiyao and I surviving is already an incredible stroke of luck. We really need to thank you. For some unknown reason, upon hearing Chunnan's explanation and realizing the relationship between him and Yin Shuiyao wasn't as she imagined, Zhuanglan felt inexplicably relieved. This young man with a refined demeanor, who not only excelled in medicine but also possessed formidable ancient martial arts skills, was bound to leave a deep impression on her tonight. And inevitably, her heart developed a slight admiration for this man. Deputy Captain Zhuang, you flatter me. Chunnan smiled politely and said, I intervened not only because of the mayor's request, but there are personal factors as well. Zhuanglan was Ouyang Guowen's favorite disciple, which made her not unrelated to him either. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, if Xuanhuan had died in the hands of the masked man, it's uncertain how heartbroken Uncle Zhao would have been. Personal factors? Xuanhuan was surprised at Chunnan's words and originally intended to converse more with him. However, before she could open her mouth, Chunnan finished explaining the process of transferring true qi and then let go of Yin Shuiyao's hand voluntarily. Miss Yin, how do you feel now? Chunnan asked with a gentle smile. Mr. Chun, I feel much better. Thank you. Yin Shuiyao's pale features returned to normal, and she promptly whispered her thanks. It was her first time engaging in such an intimate action with a man. Feeling somewhat bashful along with discomfort, she was not entirely comfortable with herself. The reason why she tolerated the discomfort and accepted the transfer of Chunnan's true qi was twofold. Firstly, she knew that although Chunnan's true qi was substantial, transferring such a small amount would not affect him at all. Secondly, and most importantly, she did not have the luxury of taking ample time to recuperate. As a member of the Dongfeng Sword team, she aimed to accomplish as many missions as possible to achieve her own aspirations and goals eventually. Mr. Chun, you helped me complete the mission last time by eliminating several wanted criminals, including Li Tianlong, and now you've helped me again. Regardless of whether you are here as support invited by the municipal government or not, I will still report to the organization, and our Dongfeng Sword team will once again give you credit for your contribution. That's the rule. Yin Shuiyao took a deep breath and continued. Miss Yin, you're too kind. Upon hearing Yin Shuiyao's words, Chunnan helplessly smiled and said, if it's a tradition of your Dongfeng Sword team, then let it be as you wish. As he spoke, something came to his mind, prompting him to change the subject and ask, by the way, Miss Yin, the masked man mentioned earlier that he was part of some Eternal Life organization. Could you tell me about this group? Last time, he had already heard the term Eternal Life from Yin Shuiyao, knowing that the blood fiend pills consumed by Li Tianlong and his brothers were supplied by this very organization. This time, during their fierce battle, although he wasn't powerful enough to slay the masked man and instead allowed him to escape, it confirmed an undeniable enmity with this so-called Eternal Life organization. Know thyself and know thy enemy. Only then can one triumph over 100 battles. He wouldn't foolishly wait around for them to cause trouble for him. Once his cultivation advanced further in due time and his strength became sufficient, he would personally track down and eliminate the masked man. Moreover, if there really was another individual named Qin, a poison master residing in Jiangzhou, then Chunnan would resolve that matter as well. Mr. Chun, even if you hadn't asked, I would have told you all I know about this organization. Mentioning the Eternal Life organization caused Yin Shuiyao's expression to become serious as she nodded gravely and said, this organization is both mysterious and terrifying. Its members are all ancient martial artists, and they're all madmen who delude themselves into pursuing eternal life. In their pursuit of immortality, they stop at nothing, their hands stained with blood, having committed countless immoral and inhumane acts. Chapter 219, The Leader Cactus. After a brief pause, The seriousness on Yin Shuyao's delicate face deepened as she added. Without exaggeration, the Eternal Life Organization has now become a major cancer globally, leaving all countries in constant headache. Miss Yin, if what you say is true, why don't all countries unite and uproot this cancer? After hearing Yin Shuyao's words, Chunnan couldn't help but furrow his brows, asking with confusion. Even if Eternal Life's influence is extremely strong, how can one organization possibly stand against the entire world? If the special departments of various countries could come together, resolve to unite, and get rid of the Eternal Life Organization, it would certainly be achievable. Yin Shuiyao shook her head and said in a deep voice. However, relations between countries are very complex. Each nation is playing its own game regarding interests. To unite and deal with this organization is almost impossible. She elaborated further. One reason is that the Eternal Life Organization has existed for a long time, longer than the founding of our Eastern Wind Sword. This group has always been strict in operations, and no one knows the exact number of members. Most countries don't have much information about them. The only thing that is sure right now is that the leader of this organization is called Cactus. Of course, this might just be a codename. She sighed and continued speaking. On the other hand, this organization's slogan of seeking eternal life truly triggers people's most primal survival instinct. It easily brainwashes individuals and makes some stubborn ancient martial artists go crazy. Even if we kill one batch, another soon rises, and we cannot fully exterminate them. Perhaps, only by thoroughly dealing with the person spreading the eternal life concept and bringing the leader of the Eternal Life Organization Cactus to justice can the desires of these people be suppressed. Speaking towards the end, she presented her viewpoint and strongly criticized the insane ideology of the Eternal Life Organization, adding, Mr. Chun, immortality after all remains nothing but a fantasy. For us ancient martial artists who practice cultivation, although we can extend our lifespans to a certain extent, we cannot break through the immutable law of birth, aging, sickness, and death. To my knowledge, even those at the peak of the world's Huajin masters have never lived beyond 250 years. Therefore, I think the most important practice for us ancient martial artists is cultivating our minds. Only by possessing a strong heart can we avoid being controlled by desire, thus not walking down an evil path, and then can we indeed walk further down the road of martial arts. Do you think I'm right? The final words spoken by Yin Shuiyao seemed aimed at rejecting the Eternal Life Organization's concepts, while also indirectly guiding Chen Nan, seemingly fearing he would also fall for the allure of eternal life. After hearing Yin Shuiyao's words, Chen Nan slightly nodded and said with a smile, Miss Yin is correct. Immortality is too far removed from reality, merely an unachievable illusion. Though outwardly agreeing with her statement, internally he was somewhat troubled. His own cultivation method, the Tai Xian 3 Live Scripture, was profoundly extraordinary and impossible for anyone else to understand or match its divine techniques. It had already surpassed the comprehension of the entire martial arts world. If anyone in this world were qualified to seek immortality, perhaps it would be himself alone, practicing this scripture. Of course, Chen Nan was merely musing. Regardless of how magical and powerful the Tai Xian 3 Live Scripture was, logic told him that even if he were to reach perfection in the 9th level of this scripture, he still wouldn't gain so-called immortality. That said, according to Yin Shuiyao, these legendary Huajin masters could transcend normal human lifespans, but still could not survive past 250 years, information that he had previously been unaware of. Miss Yin, Deputy Captain Zhuang. With the necessary understanding gained from Miss Yin, Chun Nan did not continue small talk and was prepared to take his leave, chuckling lightly. Now that matters here have been settled, I shall leave first. All right, Mr. Chun, thank you for your hard work. Our reinforcements will be arriving shortly, and our police force will handle the aftermath. Xuanhuan responded immediately, knowing that since Zhang Yang had been turned into a dry corpse by the masked man, they needed to temporarily seal off this area. Chun Nan gave a slight nod, refraining from further words. In a single movement, his figure quickly vanished into the night. Sister Shuiyao, he's already gone far. Are you still watching? Noticing Yin Shuiyao staring intently at the direction where Chun Nan had disappeared, Xuanhuan jokingly asked, could it be that you've developed feelings for him? This evening, Chun Nan's timely appearance to save the damsel, along with the grace he exhibited while fighting the masked man, left a deep impression on even someone like Xuanhuan, known behind closed doors at the bureau as the unconquerable mother dragon. Elam, I will not develop feelings for him. Yin Shuiyao shook her head, withdrawing her gaze, and softly said, you know, I live only to kill that man. It is my lifelong goal. Her voice was soft, yet filled with an icy intent to kill and a piercing hatred. Upon hearing Yin Shuiyao's words, Zhuanglan seemed to recall something, immediately falling silent. A long sigh escaped her heart. She had a close relationship with Yin Shuiyao, naturally knowing who the man Yin Shuiyao wanted to kill was. The things that man had done truly deserved death, but Snow Sister had been made to bear this hatred, along with that, sorrow, for a lifetime. Over here, Chun Nan returned to the Cloud Peak Mountain Villa as the sky began to lighten with the first glow of dawn. He went straight to the balcony and sat cross-legged, entering into his state of cultivation, making full use of this optimal cultivation time during sunrise to thoroughly consolidate his newly achieved minor success of manifested force realm. As the sunlight spread far and wide, he opened his eyes, thus ending his cultivation. The reason I could defeat last night's masked man across realms fundamentally lies in the merit of the Tai Xian 3 Live Scripture I cultivate. Chun Nan took a deep breath, summarizing last night's battle experiences in quiet contemplation. Given my current minor success of Manifested Force realm, the actual combat strength I possess should be greater than that of an average great success of Manifested Force ancient martial artist, but this is still far from enough. I must find ways to accelerate my cultivation speed so as to break through to the great success of Manifested Force as soon as possible. Now that he had formed enmity with the Eternal Life Organization, his urgent desire to become stronger surged up. After all, there was only a bit more than 2 years before the eruption of the Yang fire within him, while the next encounter with the masked man might happen sooner than expected. If he continued cultivating at his current pace, even if he spent every day in closed-door cultivation on Cloud Peak Mountain, it would probably take around 2 months before he could make further breakthroughs. 2 months' time. From having just broken through the minor success of Manifested Force to breaking through again to the great success of Manifested Force, this speed would already be considered extremely fast by any ancient martial artist. But in Xuanhuan's eyes, such a cultivation speed was still too slow. Chapter 220. Zhao Yaqi is in trouble. It seems I need to find time to visit Wang's home garden and check if there's anything I want at Wang Pizzi's place. Thinking about this, a glint of determination flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes as he made up his mind. If he wanted to quickly enhance his cultivation, the best method was to directly consume something filled with primordial energy, like the fragment of the Jade Seal. If he got lucky and found another such item, his abilities could skyrocket in no time. Xuanhuan, what are you doing on the balcony so early in the morning? I just went to your bedroom to look for you, but you weren't there. Just as Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the balcony, lost in thought, a lazy voice came from behind him. It was Zhao Yalan. Xuanhuan turned instinctively and saw her walking over in a knee-length nightgown, rubbing her drowsy eyes and wearing pink rabbit slippers. The white semi-transparent sleepwear she wore accentuated her delicate curves with every step, offering an enticing vision through the thin layer of fabric. It's only 6:30. Breakfast won't be ready yet. Why don't you sleep in instead of looking for me in my bedroom? Xuanhuan pushed down the agitation in his heart and responded with a smile. Hee. I heard that men's urges are strongest in the morning. What do you think I'm here for? To see if you need some relief. Zhao Yalan approached closer, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She placed both hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, subtly revealing the valley between her collarbones, her gaze gleaming invitingly as she enunciated slowly. Do you need it? Sitting cross-legged, Xuanhuan looked up at Zhao Yalan who leaned down towards him, making the valley even more noticeable. Instantly, his throat went dry. Cough. Blushing furiously, Xuanhuan coughed, hurriedly averting his eyes as he stood up from his seated position. This girl was getting increasingly bold and skilled at teasing him, almost more than he could handle. Oh yeah, guess I'm quite charming in front of you. Seeing Xuanhuan's awkward discomfort, Zhao Yalan giggled and gave him a victory sign, feeling both pleased and proud. Miss, we'll settle things when it gets real. Seeing Zhao Yalan's smug and proud expression, Xuanhuan responded sternly. He thought to himself about all the experience he had with Qin Bingwei and Jin Hongmei. Being teased repeatedly by Zhao Yalan, a naive young woman, left him frustrated and somewhat upset. He decided firmly that when the time came for taking her Yin energy, he would make sure she understood what it meant to be dominated by a man. Good. I'll wait for that day. Then I'll see how good your weapons truly are. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan lit up, completely unfazed by his threat, instead smiling cheerfully. After pausing for a moment, she suddenly stopped smiling and shifted the subject. By the way, Xuanhuan, hasn't my sister come to see you these few days? No, your sister is just as busy as you. Xuanhuan shook his head. Based on his guess, Zhao Yalan had been busy with her business venture and returned only last night, while Zhao Yaqi had not come over because of her workload related to the new drug developed by the Qin group. Xuanhuan, you idiot. You haven't even called to check on her these past days. No wonder you don't know her situation now. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's reply, Zhao Yalan immediately put her hands on her hips, clearly agitated. Is there something wrong with your sister? Xuanhuan couldn't help but change expression and asked urgently. Calm down, nothing will happen to my sister. She's perfectly fine. Seeing Xuanhuan's worried expression, Zhao Yalan's anger at him lessened a bit. She said with a pout, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister, but mentally, she has an issue. Pausing briefly, she continued before Xuanhuan could ask any further questions. To put it simply, it's a problem caused by my mom. Recently, Mom set up a blind date for my sister, and this guy has been pestering her. That's why she hasn't come here lately. She doesn't want you to know about this, fearing that you might misunderstand her. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan furrowed his brows and replied, it's just a blind date partner. Your sister can easily refuse him, right? He had no idea this was happening to Zhao Yaqi while he was practicing seclusion at the villa on the Cloud Top Mountain these days. With my sister's personality, you should know her. She is not like me. She is a shy person, Zhao Yalan said angrily. And even if my sister refused, would it make any difference? You know our family situation. Mom likes to do everything her way and Dad can't even control her. Then she specially added, Mom introduced this dating partner to my sister, and I heard that he is exceptionally talented, good-looking, too. Not only is he a returned overseas student who founded his own company, but he is also an official's son. Therefore, Mom loves him so much and is doing everything possible to make my sister accept him, regardless of whether my sister likes him or not. Although Zhao Yalan hasn't seen this guy either, no matter how great he might be, there was no way that he could ever be someone her sister would fancy. Her sister liked Xuanhuan. Moreover, in her view, finding a partner for her mother was the same as trying to find one for herself. After all, what if her mom really believed that old Taoist priest and decided that she should marry that man instead of her sister? There was absolutely no way she would agree. She would die before saying yes. I see. Your sister's current predicament isn't easy to deal with. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan nodded and immediately understood her thoughts, then asked directly, "All right, girl, what do you have in mind?" No wonder Zhao Yalan took the time to return to the villa late last night despite her busy schedule. She wanted him to help Zhao Yaqi get rid of that nuisance of a matchmaker. There was no way he'd agree to Zhao Yaqi dating another man. But since the matchmaker was arranged by Aunt Fong, they needed to figure out an appropriate and reasonable solution. Chapter 221, Blind Date Partner. You know to ask me first. That shows you're not entirely stupid. I've already thought it over. Zhao Yalan nodded slightly, her eyes glinting as she said, "My mom asked my sister to come home for lunch today. Her blind date partner will be there too. Let's go home together for lunch and seize the opportunity to sabotage deliberately so that the guy gives up and makes my mom give up on the idea of becoming his mother-in-law." Seize the opportunity to sabotage deliberately? Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Xuanhuan was momentarily startled, then sighed helplessly. To create chaos in front of your mom is not a good approach. If we do this, we will have to face your mom's anger directly. Although he had no objections to deliberate sabotage, the critical issue was causing trouble in Aunt Fong's presence. It could very likely result in intense arguments between Mr. Zhao and Aunt Fong again. That was not what he wanted to see. After all, whenever Uncle Zhao saw any trouble for him, he would always stand up for him in front of Aunt Fong. What else can we do? To completely free my sister from her blind date partner, we must get through Mom's barrier. Zhao Yalan wouldn't consider so much. She clenched one little fist and bit her teeth firmly, saying, "If all else fails, I'll just come clean with my mom and tell her my sister likes you. I might even deceive her and say that during our cohabitation, an intimate relationship has already occurred, thus sparing her the effort of introducing me to others. Anyway, I'll make sure my mom lets go of that hope." After Zhao Yalan said this, "Girl, don't act recklessly." Xuanhuan couldn't help feeling uneasy and immediately persuaded her. "If you say this to your mom, it's like pouring oil onto fire. Not only won't your sister's matter be well resolved, but it will also ignite family conflicts." Pausing for a moment, he added solemnly, "I disagree with you doing this, and your sister wouldn't agree either." He hadn't thought of a good plan yet to clearly show his relationship with Zhao Yaqi, the two sisters, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Xiaoguan. Moreover, right now, things between him and the two Zhao sisters had not developed to that extent. To put it differently, he still needed some time to properly communicate with Mr. and Mrs. Xiaoguan. If Zhao Yalan went wild now and really said those words, not only would it leave him unable to face Uncle Zhao, but Aunt Fong would also find it hard to accept. "All right, I understand." After hearing what Xuanhuan said, Zhao Yalan waved her hand, realizing that she indeed might have acted impulsively. She immediately pouted and said, "I'll listen to you. If I don't say it, then I won't say it." She sighed lightly and continued, "But we need to find a way to solve my sister's problem. When my sister called me, although she didn't talk much, I could obviously sense that my sister has been extremely tired these days because of that guy. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Xuanhuan suddenly chuckled softly and spoke, "Let's do as you suggested. We'll go home together for lunch and meet your sister's blind date partner. However, once you're there, just quietly observe. I have a way to make your sister's blind date partner give up. Also, I'll ensure your mom accepts this fact reasonably and calmly." Having inherited the legacy of the Chun family elder, one could say he was a genius who gained a cheat code in life. With his current abilities, how could a mere second-generation official outwit him? He just had to subtly use a little trickery, and this matter would be resolved perfectly. "Tell me, what's your plan?" Zhao Yalan's eyes sparkled as she quickly asked curiously. "For now, it's a secret. You'll find out later." Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Anyway, I trust you." Zhao Yalan held onto Xuanhuan's arm and cooed. Xuanhuan's skills were known to her. Since the man claimed he had a solution, it would definitely work fine. After finishing breakfast, the two first went to the mall to buy several new sets of clothes for the Zhaos and also bought some fruits. Then they headed towards the old urban area's Huafu residential complex where the couple lived. Ding dong. Upon reaching the Zhao's door, Zhao Yalan casually pressed the doorbell. "Old Zhao, don't just sit on the sofa. Hurry and open the door. It must be our excellent future son-in-law." "What son-in-law nonsense are you talking about? Don't blabber nonsense with that mouth of yours. Our daughter Yali hasn't even started anything serious with him yet. If anyone opens the door, it should be you. Look at you, stubborn as ever. Just keep being difficult. Sooner or later you'll regret it when you realize you can't find such an outstanding match like Xuanhuan. Don't meddle in Yali's affairs anymore. As her mother, I've decided to approve of him as my son-in-law and will open the door for him." Not long after, faint sounds of Fong Ying and Zhao Guan talking inside could be heard, followed by the hurried footsteps of Fong Ying. The two had deliberately lowered their voices during their conversation. Although Zhao Yalan might not have been able to hear clearly what they were saying, every word fell distinctly into Xuanhuan's ears. "Is this man named Xuanhuan the one who's here for a blind date with Yaqi?" Xuanhuan's eyes flickered momentarily as he quietly thought to himself. Judging from Aunt Fong's words, it seems she is very satisfied with this man. She's already referring to him as her son-in-law. Bang! Before Xuanhuan could think further, Fong Ying had already opened the door from inside. Ding dong ding. Seeing Fong Ying open the door, Zhao Yalan smiled brightly and waved the gifts in her hand, happily saying, "Mom, I'm back. This is the new clothes I bought for you and Dad. How is it that you're here, little girl?" Fong Ying paused for a moment and then said, "You came home, so just come back home. Why waste money on gifts? You really don't know how to save." While saying this on the surface, a hint of joy crept onto the corner of her lips. Evidently, as a mother, Fang Ying was quite pleased that Zhao Yalan had thoughtfully bought clothing for both her parents, viewing this as a sign that Zhao Yalan was growing up and becoming more mature. I'm not wasting money. Zhao Yalan cleverly shifted the topic and chuckled, saying, hee hee, I picked out the gifts, but I didn't pay for them. It was Chun Nan who paid. Chun Nan paid. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Fang Ying couldn't help but pause in surprise, shifting her gaze from Zhao Yalan and finally noticing Chun Nan standing off to the side near the doorway. She had assumed only Zhao Yalan would come back, but she didn't expect Chun Nan to also show up, returning together with Zhao Yalan, which brought some unexpected feelings to her heart. Aunt Fang. Chun Nan immediately stepped forward, smiling and greeting her. Is that you, Nan? Before Fang Ying could say anything after hearing Chun Nan's voice, Zhao Guowen quickly put down the newspaper in his hands and stood up from the sofa, looking toward the entrance. Upon seeing Chun Nan, the square face of Zhao Guowen lit up with a smile. He waved his palm toward Chun Nan while jokingly scolding. You've come back, just come back. Why did you have to waste money buying gifts? It's not easy for you to make money. Not only is this place Yalan's home, but it's your home too. Come in quickly. Chapter 222. Testing Zhao Guowen. Come in quickly, we'll have lunch together later. Fang Ying also nodded, and then said to Chun Nan, Uncle Zhao is right. It's not easy for you to make money as a security guard at the Qin family group. You need to learn how to save money if you want to get married in the future. There's no need to buy us gifts. She paused, and added 2 more sentences. You can consider this place your home. You can come back whenever you want, and there will always be food here for you. After saying this, she didn't wait for Chun Nan to respond and turned toward the kitchen. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's and Fang Ying's words, Chun Nan felt a warm current flow through his heart. This couple was kind-hearted and had never mistreated him. Although Aunt Fang spoke boldly sometimes, she was just tough on the outside but soft on the inside, not an unreasonable or cruel person. Soon, Chun Nan and Zhao Yalan walked into the living room. Zhao Yalan went straight to the bedroom to find Zhao Yaqi after coming home, since the 2 girls had already spoken over the phone. Therefore, Zhao Yaqi wasn't surprised by Zhao Yalan's return. Chun Nan, however, sat down on the sofa in the living room, chatting and drinking tea with Zhao Guowen. Inside the bedroom, the 2 girls closed the door and began to whisper. Zhao Yaqi grasped her sister Zhao Yalan's hand, her pretty face carrying a hint of tension. She couldn't help but reproachfully say, You girl, you came back home, so why did you bring Chun Nan too? Didn't I tell you not to let him know about this? My blind date will come over for lunch. What if Chun Nan misunderstands me? She would absolutely never be with that blind date, so to prevent Chun Nan from worrying unnecessarily, she chose not to tell him about it. Sister, I think you're overthinking it. Upon hearing her elder sister Zhao Yaqi's words, Zhao Yalan replied cheerfully, Don't worry, your blind date is something our mother forcefully arranged. Chun Nan isn't some brainless fool. He won't misunderstand you. He knows you'd never end up with that guy. She could understand her elder sister's extreme anxiety, as her sister's love for Chun Nan had been buried deep within for so many years, making it unforgettable. What made her feel somewhat exasperated, though, was the fact that her sister clearly loved Chun Nan dearly, yet because of her shyness, she hesitated endlessly to take that step, still lacking the courage to confess her feelings to Chun Nan. How do you know Chun Nan won't misunderstand you? Zhao Yaqi questioned doubtfully. I certainly know. What you said that night, Chun Nan knows. When Zhao Yaqi asked, Zhao Yalan subconsciously wanted to reply, but she quickly realized herself and swallowed the words back immediately. She originally intended to say Chun Nan knows you like him, but thinking of her sister's shy nature, it would likely make her uneasy to face Chun Nan afterwards. Her sister Zhao Yaqi currently didn't know that Chun Nan had secretly overheard her confession that night under the bed. In other words, Zhao Yaqi thought that Chun Nan didn't know about her secret admiration for him, hence her fear of being misunderstood by Chun Nan. What does Chun Nan know? Seeing Zhao Yalan abruptly stop speaking midway, Zhao Yaqi couldn't help but ask curiously. Sister, what I mean is that Chun Nan knows you wouldn't be with that guy. That's all. Zhao Yalan pulled her sister's delicate hand and playfully coaxed. Pausing a bit, she laughed and added, Relax, sister, Chun Nan came to help you drive away that blind date. He said he has a plan, so mother would eventually accept the outcome. What method does Chun Nan have? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaqi's eyes instantly brightened as she hurriedly asked. He didn't tell me. Zhao Yalan first shook her head and afterward replied with a chuckle, But I trust him. So do I. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Zhao Yaqi nodded, revealing a smile involuntarily. Without asking any more, she simply echoed the statement. For days, she'd been bothered by the persistent attention from her blind date. She'd repeatedly rejected him, overtly and subtly, yet he refused to give up and instead kept flattering her mother Fang Ying. If Chun Nan could indeed help her solve this issue, she would naturally be very happy. Even if Chun Nan failed to assist her, at least it proved he wouldn't misunderstand her. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan were talking quietly in the bedroom, in the living room, Chun Nan and Zhao Guowen were chatting idly about this topic. Uncle Zhao, I heard Yaqi is on a blind date, and the other party is an excellent young man. Are you and Aunt Fang really planning to marry Yaqi off? Chun Nan took a sip of hot tea and smiled as he asked. All this is your aunt's overactive scheming. Zhao Guowen waved his hand and said, The other party is xuanhuan, the son of Vice Mayor Huang. He does appear quite outstanding, but the kid isn't much of a person at heart, and Uncle Zhao wouldn't feel at ease marrying Yaqi to him. He paused for a moment. Then he suddenly glanced at Chun Nan and said in a half-serious, half-joking manner, In Uncle Zhao's view, you are 100 times better than that guy. If we had to marry Yaqi to someone, she would be happier with you. Uncle Zhao, if you're willing to let Yaqi marry me, I will certainly make her happy. Chun Nan felt moved inside, following Zhao Guowen's words and boldly smiling as he responded. This was a good opportunity to test a little how accepting Uncle Zhao was regarding the relationship between himself and Zhao Yaqi, giving them some mental preparation for the future. You little scamp, your aunt was right about you having designs on my daughter. Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, Zhao Guowen first froze for a moment before intentionally putting on a stern face to criticize him, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, if you can truly make Yaqi like you, then Uncle Zhao wouldn't oppose it either. Anyway, you two know each other well and have no blood relations. There's a chance. At Zhao Guowen's words, Chun Nan's eyes instantly brightened, his mind becoming more active, sensing prospects. If the conversation had progressed to this point, he immediately seized the momentum to further probe while mustering up the courage to ask with a smile. Uncle Zhao, if Yalan also likes me, would you agree to her being with me? Chapter 223, Shanlao about the case. Where does your confidence come from, you little rascal? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Zhao Guowen immediately shot him a glare and made a direct conclusion, laughing while cursing. What are you thinking? How could Yalan, that girl, like someone like you? It would be quite something if she didn't hate you. He thought he knew his youngest daughter very well and was aware that though Zhao Yalan dressed boldly and openly, her pride was high. Up to now, there had not been a single man who caught her eye. Based on his judgment, it would be hard to find a few men in the entire Jiangzhou city who could conquer her wild horse-like character. Moreover, ever since Chun Nan stepped into the Zhao family, his youngest daughter Zhao Yalan harbored prejudice against Chun Nan. Although after living together for some time, it seemed that his daughter Zhao Yalan's attitude toward Chun Nan became somewhat milder, but to believe that Zhao Yalan could actually like Chun Nan, he wouldn't trust it for a moment. Of course, during all the time when Chun Nan discussed such topics with him, he never got angry. Instead, he felt happy because in his eyes, this showed that Chun Nan had already moved past the hurt caused by Luo Weiwei. Uncle Zhao, this kind of thing is uncertain. What if Yalan really likes me? Not hearing any hint from Zhao Guowen, Chun Nan immediately smiled and questioned with one sentence. Haha, don't argue, little fellow. Uncle Zhao just thinks that you're not her type. Zhao Guowen couldn't help but laugh heartily after hearing this. Almost without thinking responded with a smile. Of course, if you can truly capture her heart, given that girl's personality and temperament, even I might not be able to stop the two of you from being together, assuming that she genuinely takes a liking to you. Anyway, no matter how he looked at it, he did not think that his youngest daughter Zhao Yalan would fall for Chun Nan. However, if it was his eldest daughter Zhao Yaqi, there might indeed be a possibility for that outcome in the future, which he himself would be happy to see. As a matter of fact, when he initially suggested that Chun Nan live with Zhao Yaqi, deep down, he did indeed harbor such an intention, trying to push for the union between Chun Nan and Zhao Yaqi. On the one hand, it was because he greatly appreciated Chun Nan, knowing that he was a reliable person with good character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adopted the latter from the orphanage back then. And on the other hand, his eldest daughter Zhao Yaqi was simply too shy and overly vulnerable in romantic relationships, making it easy for her to get hurt by other men. Uncle Zhao, I understand. After hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chun Nan couldn't help but reveal a smile, slightly nodding his head. From Uncle Zhao's perspective, he finally received the good answer he was seeking. The heavy burden in his heart relaxed significantly, since he discovered that both Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaqi possessed innate yin energy within them. He inevitably started to entertain thoughts about cultivating with these two sisters. Deep down, he always had a sense of guilt, feeling that his feelings towards the Zhao family were inappropriate, unsure of how to face Uncle Zhao properly. But now, with the answers he obtained from Zhao Guowen, this sense of guilt diminished considerably. Now, he began to truly gather the courage to embrace Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan. Now that both sisters liked him, Zhao Yalan's relationship with him had become obvious. Next, he planned to actively speed up the process, hoping to quickly clarify their relationship with Zhao Yaqi as well. When daughters grow up, they can't stay forever. Uncle Zhao has always believed that the happiness of these two sisters can only be determined by themselves. Zhao Guowen humorously summarized his views as a father, and subsequently did not say much more. Picking up the hot tea and taking a sip, he turned the subject smilingly. Nan, we'll drink a few more cups during dinner. Uncle Zhao is in a great mood today, let's go for it. Uncle Zhao, did something good happen to you? Chun Nan laughed and asked. Though he asked verbally, he had already formed a vague guess in his heart, knowing that what made Uncle Zhao feel so elated must be breaking some major case. After all, having lived in Uncle Zhao's house for many years when he was young, they frequently talked about cases. Of course, due to professional confidentiality, Uncle Zhao would only tell him about cases that had already been successfully solved, sharing the joy of solving a case. There's definitely something good. Zhao Guowen nodded, naturally shifting the topic to a case, smilingly saying, not long ago, Uncle Zhao mentioned to you, there was a very strange case in Jiangzhou. The newly appointed leader of xuanhuan City demanded that we investigate the leads of this case as quickly as possible, and our police force has already figured out the culprit. Hearing these words from Zhao Guowen, Chun Nan's heart couldn't help but stir, seemingly associating something. I'm afraid the case Uncle Zhao mentioned might be last night's dry corpse case. After all, the only cases that could get xuanhuan so invested are those related to the Gu masters of Western Hunan. Uncle Zhao, did you catch the murderer? Chun Nan smiled and asked without showing any emotion. No, he escaped. Zhao Guowen shook his head regretfully. That murderer is no ordinary person. Not only does he raise dangerous Gu creatures, but he is also a skilled ancient martial artist. Last night, a colleague from the special department took my apprentice, xuanhuan, for a stakeout arrest, and they almost fell into the hands of that murderer. In the end, they were saved by a high-level ancient martial artist invited by the mayor of Xuanhuan City. I don't know the specific situation either. Cases involving ancient martial artists fall outside the jurisdiction of me as the chief of detectives. Our director has completely transferred this case to the special department for handling. He paused for a moment. Then a smile reappeared on his face, and he said, "Anyway, the case has come to an end. Now that we've identified the culprit, it's only a matter of time before he is dealt with by the special department. The police can now give some closure to the victims and their families." As he finished speaking, Zhao Guowen looked at Chun Nan once more, who seemed lost in thought. He assumed that since it was the first time Chun Nan had heard about ancient martial artists from him, he must be curious about them. So, he added with a smile, "Nan, it's probably the first time you've learned about ancient martial artists from Uncle Zhao, but don't ask too many questions, and don't be curious about them. You just need to know that these people practice ancient martial arts, and they live in a different world from us. Most of us are ordinary people who just need to lead normal lives. The functioning of society always depends on ordinary people like us." Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chun Nan didn't say much. He simply nodded and replied with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, I understand." Chapter 224, The Blind Date Candidate, xuanhuan. At this moment, Chun Nan was secretly smirking to himself. Since inheriting the legacy of the Chun family's elder ancestor, in such a short time, his life had undergone a complete transformation. If he were to tell Uncle Zhao right now that he had already become an ancient martial artist with a basic understanding of Ming Jin power, and that he himself was the respected elder who saved Xuanhuan last night, it might just shock him into a heart attack. In the eyes of Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong, he was still just an ordinary security guard working for the Qin Corporation. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to hide things from Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong. It was just that his experiences over the past, while had been too extraordinary, far beyond the limits of normal comprehension. He didn't even know how to properly explain them. Anyway, sooner or later, as time passed, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Fong would eventually notice the changes in him. It would be better to let nature take its course. "Nan, have you visited Sunshine Home recently? Is Principal Chin doing okay?" Zhao Guowen took a sip of hot tea, not mentioning any cases, and instead started chatting about another topic. Sunshine Home was an orphanage where he had adopted Chun Nan from. Uncle Zhao. Hearing Zhao Guowen mention Sunshine Home, Chun Nan couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his face, preparing to say something. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang, indicating someone was visiting. "Oh, it must be my good son-in-law coming. I'll go open the door." Before Zhao Guowen or Chun Nan could react, Fong Ying hurriedly came out of the kitchen and rushed to open the door first. The sound of cheerful pleasantries between Fong Ying and the visitor could be heard outside the door. Moments later, Chun Nan saw Fong Ying, her face beaming with joy, leading a handsome young man with a clean face and a pair of golden wireframe glasses perched on his nose. He wore a custom-made dark blue suit and entered the living room. In the hand of this young man was an exquisite brand-name gift box. "Hey, Hanwen, you shouldn't have brought so many gifts each time." Fong Ying exchanged pleasantries again, then smiled and said, "Hanwen, don't be formal when you're here at Andy's. Make yourself at home. Sit down and chat with your uncle for a while. We can eat soon." After saying these words, she turned around and walked back into the kitchen. "Uncle Zhao, I know you like drinking tea. I've heard that the Southwest Pu'er Maojian of this season is the best tasting tea. This Pu'er Maojian is what I bought for you." After Fong Ying walked into the kitchen, Huang Hanwen immediately placed the gift box carefully on the tea table in front of Zhao Guowen, his face full of smiles, and respectfully said, "Little one, I've heard of Pu'er Maojian. Indeed, it's a rare and expensive tea." Zhao Guowen did not even glance at the gift box in front of him and replied blandly, "However, because it's an expensive tea, Comrade Zhao Guowen cannot accept such extravagant gifts. When you leave, please take it back with you. You know, both me and your father are public servants, and we have rules prohibiting us from receiving valuable gifts." He paused for a moment and added deliberately, "Little one, if you truly want to pursue Yaki, focus your efforts on her alone. If she likes you, I as her father will not object. However, in the future, don't send any more gifts to me or Andy. We don't need them." Huang Hanwen's slight schemes couldn't fool him. It was precisely due to his failure to win Zhao Yaqi's affection that made Huang persistently focus his attention on the two of them, which Zhao Guowen found objectionable to his character. After all, only in feudal ancient times would there be people wanting to use methods of arranged marriage to forcibly oppress a girl into marriage. Hehe, Uncle Zhao is right. My consideration has been lacking. Upon hearing these words from Zhao Guowen, Huang Hanwen looked extremely embarrassed and hastily dry laughed while taking the gift box away from in front of Zhao Guowen. Though he outwardly acted compliantly, inside, he was seething with anger. If he could make Zhao Yaqi like him, why would he need to do this? "Sit down and drink some tea together." Zhao Guowen poured a cup of hot tea for Huang Hanwen and said, "My tea may not be famous, but it is pure and clean, handcrafted by local villagers in Jiangzhou. It has a distinct tea flavor. Give it a try." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." Huang Hanwen sat on the couch and carefully picked up the hot tea cup, taking a sip. Even before he had time to taste the flavor, he smiled and said, "This really is good tea. I feel it even tastes better than Pu'er Maojian. Your taste is truly excellent, Uncle Zhao." He paused for a moment. He suddenly looked at Chun Nan on the sofa and asked impatiently, "Uncle Zhao, who is this friend?" The moment he was let in by Fong Ying, he had noticed how intimate Zhao Guowen was with Chun Nan and immediately glanced carefully at Chun Nan out of the corner of his eye. At this time, the sudden appearance of a young man in the Zhao family forced him to think twice. "He is Yaqi's brother," Zhao Guowen replied casually. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Huang Hanwen immediately sighed with relief and smiled as he wanted to introduce himself enthusiastically to Chun Nan. However, Chun Nan's words froze his smile. Mr. Huang, nice to meet you. My name is Chun Nan. Chun Nan extended his hand first and smiled, saying, I am Yaki's unrelated older brother. Unrelated older brother? Chun Nan's sentence was filled with profound meaning, which instantly made Huang Hanwen's smile stiffen as a flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. Though Chun Nan's words did not represent anything definitive, because Fang Ying had already approved of him initially, no matter what Zhao Guowen's attitude would be, Huang Hanwen had already considered Zhao Yaqi as his future woman, someone whom no other man was allowed to get close to. Very soon, he recovered and shook hands with Chun Nan while smiling. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chun. I'm Huang Hanwen, very pleased to know you. Uncle Zhao wasn't wrong when he said it. The blind date candidate Aunt Fang arranged for Yaqi really doesn't seem like a good person. Chun Nan silently thought to himself as he subtly pulled back his hand without any noticeable gesture. That slight flicker of irritation in Huang's eyes was very hidden, but how could it escape his notice? The father of his opponent was deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, Huang Zhen. He actually had quite a good impression of Huang Zhen, to the point they referred to each other as brothers. But Huang Zhen's son indeed left much to be desired. He would have to use some means shortly to ensure the other party stopped pestering Zhao Yaqi. Chapter 225, Sisters in Bloom. Following that, Zhao Guowen and Chun Nan continued to sip tea, as usual, chatting idly about the topic of the Sunshine Orphanage. Neither of them approached Huang Hanwen to strike up a conversation, leaving him cooling his heels on the sofa, which made him even more irritated with Chun Nan. From Zhao Guowen's and Chun Nan's conversation, he had already learned that Chun Nan was an orphan. With no family background for Chun Nan, this filled him with a sense of superiority. It was precisely this sense of superiority that made him even more irritable towards Chun Nan. After all, in his view, he was the son of the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou. It was understandable for Zhao Guowen, being an older generation, to be somewhat aloof, but how dare Chun Nan, an orphan, treat him so dismissively and not give him face? Not long after, everyone, come and eat. With Fang Ying's shout, Zhao Guowen and Chun Nan ended their idle chat. They got up from the sofa and sat down at the dining table. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan also finished their whispered conversation, hand in hand, emerging from the bedroom. At the moment the two women stepped out of the bedroom, Huang Hanwen's eyes instantly lit up, his gaze brimming with fervor. In his distracted state, the chopsticks he had just picked up clanged to the ground. He had heard Fang Ying say that Zhao Yaqi had a twin sister named Zhao Yalan, but he never imagined how identical the two women were, like they had been carved from the same piece of wood, a genuine pair of sisters in bloom. He had played with countless women. Zhao Yaqi was what he considered a rare treasure among virtuous beauties, and thus he clung stubbornly to her, unwilling to let go. Now, with Zhao Yalan added into the mix, just gazing at this pair of sisters ignited all sorts of lustful fantasies within him. Seeing this scene, Chun Nan immediately gave a cold snort in his heart, and secretly flicked a strand of true energy from his fingertip, injecting it into Huang Hanwen's body opposite him. The charm released by this pair of twins, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan, when they appeared together was often at its peak, capable of most effectively igniting a certain side in many men. How could Huang Hanwen's thoughts escape his notice? When Zhao Guowen noticed Huang Hanwen's improper behavior, he couldn't help but frown, genuinely displeased. A man with such self-control wanting to become his son-in-law was unacceptable. If the other party weren't the son of Vice Mayor Huang, he wouldn't hesitate to throw him out immediately. Zhao Yaqi herself also looked rather uneasy, feeling very uncomfortable under the invasive gaze of Huang Hanwen. However, since the person was invited by her mother to dine at home, she could only endure quietly. Hey, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Zhao Yalan wasn't one to overthink things. She directly extended a slender finger, pointing at Huang Hanwen, and rudely retorted. Your look is offensive. Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Despite his polished appearance, his lecherous demeanor reminded her of those thugs she used to encounter during her nightclub escapades, men who were driven purely by animalistic desires. Judging solely by the first impression Huang Hanwen gave her, she knew he was the type to wear a mask of respectability while being utterly despicable behind closed doors. She didn't understand what her mother was thinking. How could she possibly want her sister married to someone like this? Wasn't this just pushing her sister into the fire? You foolish girl, why are you acting so strangely today? Stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Fang Ying immediately frowned, rebuking her sternly. Apologize to Hanwen right now. If you don't apologize, you're forbidden from ever returning to this house. I, Fang Ying, do not have such impolite daughters. These words from Fang Ying left Zhao Yalan flushed with red cheeks, her heart full of grievance, as if she wanted to say something more. At that moment, Sister Zhao Yaqi gently tugged at her delicate hand, signaling her not to make a fuss over such a trivial matter and upset their mother Fang Ying. I understand. Zhao Yalan nodded slightly, first taking her seat beside her sister Zhao Yaqi at the dining table, and then begrudgingly muttered an apology to Huang Hanwen. I'm sorry. Hanwen, don't take it to heart. Seeing Zhao Yalan apologize, Fang Ying's expression softened, and she smiled towards Huang Hanwen. This girl is Yaqi's younger sister. She has been spoiled by me since she was little, wild, and unruly. Naturally, she had noticed Huang Hanwen's inappropriate behavior earlier, but she saw nothing wrong with it. Instead, she thought Huang Hanwen truly loved her daughter Zhao Yaqi, hence why he seemed so entranced by her daughter. No worries, Aunt Fang. Huang Hanwen chuckled dryly, smoothly recovering from the earlier incident, deliberately revealing a sentimental expression as he grinned and said, I've been busy with a big project at the company these past few days and haven't had time to see Yaki. So, when I just saw her come out, I felt very happy, momentarily losing my composure, making a fool of myself in front of everyone. His words were quite calculated, carrying a double meaning. On one hand, he was expressing his fondness for Zhao Yaki to Fang Ying, indicating that even during work hours, he never forgot about Zhao Yaki. On the other hand, he subtly emphasized before everyone present that he was a successful man with a strong earning capability. After all, he knew clearly in his heart that Vice Mayor Huang's family background wasn't the sole reason Fang Ying liked him. What mattered most was that he was also a wealthy, outstanding young entrepreneur. Upon hearing xuanhuan's words, none of the people at the table, Chunnan, Zhao Guowen, or Zhao Yaki and Zhao Yalan, showed any reaction, continuing their meal quietly as if they hadn't heard anything. xuanhuan's statement might have sounded good, but it was utterly hypocritical, likely appreciated only by Fang Ying among those present. Sure enough, big project. Fang Ying lit up immediately, promptly putting a piece of braised pork on a xuanhuan's plate while smilingly saying, Hanwen, try this braised pork specially prepared by Aunt Fang for you. This so-called big project must be very profitable, right? Aunt Fang, actually it isn't much. After this project is completed, I estimate I can make only around a few million yuan. Huang Hanwen replied with a chuckle. Though he feigned modesty in his words, his face showed a trace of pride. TSK, giggles, Hanwen, you're too modest. One project makes so much money, it's something Aunt Fang doesn't even dare to dream of. Hurry and eat the chicken leg I cooked especially for you. Fang Ying grew even happier after hearing Huang Hanwen's reply. Her smile became radiant, almost blooming like a flower. She immediately put another drumstick into his bowl. Chapter 226. I am a doctor. Mom, you guys are really enough. Whether it was Huang Hanwen's hypocritical demeanor or her mother Fang Ying's current attitude, Zhao Yalan could no longer bear to look at them. She put down her bowl of rice and couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Isn't it just about earning a few million? A mere few million. What's so great about that? There's someone in our family who's much richer than him. She paused for a moment, and then she added, Moreover, Mom, when did you become so money-obsessed? Whether we have money or not, we still live the same life, don't we? Chun Nin could casually come up with 100 million yuan to help her start a business. It's laughable that the other person would brag after earning just a few million. If Chun Nin hadn't reminded her before not to let her parents know this too soon, and to tell them only after her successful entrepreneurship, then it wouldn't be the other person's turn to act arrogant right now. You little girl, even when eating, you can't keep your mouth shut, saying nonsense again. When you get married, set up your own home, and start dealing with daily chores, you'll understand the importance of money. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Fang Ying immediately glared and rebuked with annoyance. Just a few million? You big-headed girl. Your sister works hard all year in research at the Qing Group, and can only earn 1 or 2 million. Who in our family can come up with a few million? Can you possibly manage it? She assumed that there's someone in our family who's richer than him. Zhao Yalan mentioned referred to her older daughter Zhao Yaki, and didn't think of Chun Nan at all. Mom, people change every 3 days, and you should see them with new eyes. I don't want to argue with you about this anymore. Anyway, sooner or later, you will realize that it's your limited perspective. Zhao Yalan gave a glance full of brilliance toward Chun Nan, and replied petulantly with her lips puckered. Then she said no more, picking up her bowl of rice to continue eating. Mom, what Linlin said actually makes sense. Zhao Yaki also glanced at Chun Nan's calm face with her bright eyes, and softly concurred. Working at the Qing Group, she knew perfectly well what Chun Nan is capable of now. Chun Nan is now entirely different from before. He possesses incredible martial arts skills. He's now the chief medical advisor of the Qing Group. He recently lent Zhao Yalan 1 billion yuan to start a business, and spent 500 million yuan to buy the most expensive cloud-top mountain villa in Jiangzhou, and many other unbelievable things. Even if she were to tell her mother all these things now, the latter probably wouldn't believe them anytime soon. Chi-Chi, look at your child. What your sister said are all unrealistic fallacies. Don't follow her example. Seeing Zhao Yaki surprisingly coming out to agree with Zhao Yalan, Fang Ying immediately shook her head disapprovingly. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yaki slightly lowered her head and continued to eat quietly, saying nothing more. Mr. Chun, may I ask what kind of work do you do? While eating, Huang Hanwen suddenly asked Chun Nan. The look that Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaki gave Chun Nan earlier might have gone unnoticed by Zhao Guowen and Fang Ying, but he had keenly caught it and felt extremely annoyed instantly. Jealousy surged within him. He had dated plenty of women and knew that the way the two sisters looked at Chun Nan wasn't how they'd look at a brother. To put it another way, since Chun Nan has no blood relation with the Zhao sisters, he has every reason to suspect that both women may have developed feelings for him. I am a doctor. Chun Nan smiled and casually answered. He knew why the other party suddenly asked about his job. It was undoubtedly an attempt to compare and flaunt superiority in front of him. After all, in the other's view, an orphan raised in an orphanage like himself definitely couldn't match up with someone from an official second-generation family. Doctor. Upon hearing this word from Chun Nan's mouth, Zhao Guowen and Fang Ying were instantly taken aback. The couple exchanged a look and couldn't help but be filled with doubt. Isn't Chun Nan supposed to have been a security guard at Qing Group? When did he become a doctor? But upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Zhao Yalan and Zhao Yaki couldn't help but simultaneously smile faintly at the corner of their mouths. Both sisters knew that Chun Nan was indeed highly skilled in medicine. What he said about being a doctor was absolutely true. Chun Nan, weren't you always working as a security guard at the Qing Group? When did you start healing people? Fang Ying frowned, feeling somewhat displeased and questioned directly. She wouldn't look down on Xuanhuan for being a security guard at the Qin group, but what she couldn't accept was that Xuanhuan was dishonest in front of her and her husband. Cough. Zhao Guowen coughed dryly, with a hint of smile on his face, and persuaded in a kind tone. Anan, being a security guard is not a disgrace either. Furthermore, the security guards at Qin group are very well treated, and it's not easy for an ordinary person to land such a job. You don't have to claim that you're a doctor just for the sake of saving face. Evidently, he also thought like Fang Ying did, that Xuanhuan was lying to save face in front of xuanhuan, so he claimed to be a doctor. After all, the social status of a security guard is rather low. Especially when someone in their early 20s becomes a security guard, it's very easy for them to be looked down upon, as if they were just idlers who preferred to lie flat. Oh, I see, Mr. Chun is only a security guard at the Qin group. I remember Yaki being one of the core researchers there. Xuanhuan immediately felt much better inside. He believed that the accomplishments of Xuanhuan and Zhao Yaki were too far apart for the two to be together. His face exuded immense superiority as he arrogantly laughed. I know Qin group. I've even eaten dinner with Ms. Qin Binghua, the president of Qin group. Ms. Qin is remarkable. She's like a snowflower in Jiangzhou's business world. She's both beautiful and exceptionally talented in business, and I admire her greatly. While this statement seemed like praise for Qin Binghua, it indirectly enhanced his own image. It's true that he had dined with Qin Binghua, but it was during a corporate forum event held in Jiangzhou where everyone present ate together. The market value of his company was merely a few tens of millions, nowhere near the level of Qin group, so he absolutely didn't have the qualifications to dine separately with Qin Binghua. In fact, if it weren't for his father being Huang Zhan, the vice mayor of Jiangzhou, his small-sized company wouldn't even have the qualification to attend that corporate forum. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Fang, I know you don't believe me, but now I really can treat patients. Upon hearing Zhao Guowen and his wife's words, Xuanhuan first responded with a slight smile. Following that, he suddenly pointed at xuanhuan and then switched topics with a laugh. Take this Mr. Huang here, for example. I can see that he leads an irresponsible private life and has now contracted AIDS. Chapter 227, Chaotic Private Life. When Xuanhuan said this, it was truly astonishing and instantly made everyone put down their bowls of rice. Xuanhuan, stop talking nonsense. Fang Ying's face turned somewhat unpleasant as she scolded. You can eat anything randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. She felt extremely displeased, unsure why Xuanhuan was suddenly like this. In her eyes before, though Xuanhuan wasn't much of a success, he was at least an honest person. But this time, Xuanhuan was really out of line. Not only did he lie to them about being a doctor in front of her and her husband, but he also boldly claimed that someone else had led a morally corrupt private life and suffered from AIDS. Could such accusations be made carelessly? Hearing what Xuanhuan said, although Zhao Guowen didn't speak out to reprimand Xuanhuan, his brows slightly furrowed, and the two sisters, Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yaoan, were lost in thought, their gazes on xuanhuan now carrying a strange undertone. Aunt Fang, Mr. Chun was just joking with me. There's no need to get upset over such a trivial matter. Xuanhuan flashed a smile, deliberately showcasing his grace in front of Aunt Fang Ying. However, he himself wasn't willing to let the topic pass easily, a flicker of coldness flashing through his eyes as he smiled toward Xuanhuan. Mr. Chun, if I am to tentatively believe that you are a doctor, then your claim that I have led an unchaste private life and am infected with AIDS is completely baseless. Even if you intended this as a joke, don't you at least owe me some reason? Reason? Xuanhuan sneered, saying indifferently, I am a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who practices the principles of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Through observation, I preliminarily determined that there's something wrong with your health. Your yang energy has dropped significantly within a short period. Through auscultation, I detected lingering traces of a woman's body odor on you. Her scent indicates a heavy accumulation of yin energy, implying that the woman is likely a carrier of a virus. I estimate that you probably contracted AIDS from spending the night with that woman recently. Upon hearing these words from Xuanhuan, xuanhuan involuntarily changed expression, instinctively lowering his head to sniff his own scent. He didn't know whether what Xuanhuan said was true or false, but one fact remained undeniable. The previous night, at a certain bar, he indeed engaged in a one-night stand with a housewife. This slight action by xuanhuan immediately drew unusual glances from Zhao Guowen's entire family, including Fang Ying. Even though Xuanhuan sounded very convincing, Zhao Guowen and Fang Ying still didn't believe in his medical expertise. However, this unconscious move by xuanhuan indirectly corroborated Xuanhuan's statement, causing the couple to frown slightly. Especially Fang Ying, seeing this reaction from xuanhuan, her heart immediately chilled, her enthusiasm for matching him up with her daughter, Zhao Yaqi, diminishing significantly. She wasn't foolish. xuanhuan's actions subtly revealed the likelihood that his private life might not be as clean as advertised. Xuanhuan, what you're saying is sheer slander against me. Total nonsense. My private life is disciplined, and I absolutely do not have that disease. Noticing the abnormal looks from the Zhao family, xuanhuan abruptly realized the situation, hastily stopping his ridiculous act of sniffing himself. He began to feel humiliated and immediately refuted Xuanhuan's claims forcefully. Now, he couldn't pretend to be gentlemanly anymore, desperate to prove himself innocent in front of Aunt Fang Ying. Though he did spend the night with that woman, he took safety precautions. Regardless of whether that woman actually had the disease, according to scientific research, using protection could reduce the probability of getting the disease by at least 90%. He didn't believe he fell into that unlucky 10% bracket. Therefore, he outright dismissed what Xuanhuan had said and was unfazed by verbally confronting him. Whether or not I have that disease isn't determined by what you say. Realizing the other party had taken the bait, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smirk, pointing to the red braised pork on the dining table as he spoke. Patients with AIDS should avoid high-fat meats. If you dare to eat a few more pieces of red braised pork, your body will definitely show signs of discomfort. That's enough, Xuanhuan. With a deep furrow on her brow, Fang Ying waved her hand, interjecting. Stop talking nonsense. Both I and Uncle Zhao know you aren't a doctor. Continuing this farce will only invite ridicule. Then, a hint of laughter appeared on her face as she turned toward Xuanhuan. Hanwen, don't argue with him. If you're genuinely concerned about your health, you can find time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Of course, any doesn't mean anything else by it. I'm simply looking out for you. Regardless of whether Xuanhuan had the disease or not, she had to reconsider her daughter Zhao Yaqi's relationship with him. At the very least, she would need to spend time thoroughly investigating Xuanhuan's personal lifestyle. If Xuanhuan's private life was indeed a mess, then there was no way she would push her daughter Zhao Yaqi into such a precarious situation. After all, no matter how excellent Xuanhuan's conditions were, they could not compare to her love for her daughter. Auntie, I'll heed your advice and find time to get a physical examination at the hospital, but I'm confident that my health is absolutely fine. My spat with Xuanhuan was just for fun. You don't need to pay attention to us. Upon hearing Fang Ying's words, Xuanhuan managed a forced smile on his face and immediately spoke up. Speaking, he swiftly brought the plate of red braised pork to his side before turning coldly toward Xuanhuan. Fine, Xuanhuan, I'll eat all the red braised pork in this dish right now, so you can see if there's anything wrong with my body. If I'm perfectly fine, I want you to slap yourself 3 times and apologize to me. This bowl of red braised pork would make one feel greasy if eaten in excess, but right now, all he wanted to do was prove beyond doubt that there was nothing wrong with his health. Thus, he didn't fear competing with Xuanhuan to the end. Xuanhuan already harbored deep hatred toward Xuanhuan because of these remarks made at the dinner table, knowing well that the good impression Fang Ying once held of him had by now gradually faded by half due to Xuanhuan's interference. Alright. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's statement, Xuanhuan gave a faint smile and readily agreed. Xuanhuan said nothing further, simply picking up his chopsticks and starting to stuff his mouth with the red braised pork. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao exchanged glances, then both shook their heads. As elders, they found no meaning in the childish showdown between Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. On the other hand, sisters Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan couldn't take their eyes off Xuanhuan eating the red braised pork. They fully trusted in Xuanhuan's medical expertise, believing there to be truth in what he had said. Before long, braving the bloated and oily sensation in his stomach, Xuanhuan finished the last piece of red braised pork on the plate. Chapter 228, Xuanhuan's Tactics. He had just swallowed the last piece of braised pork. Well, I've already proven with facts that there's nothing wrong with my body, so do you still have anything else to say? A victorious smile flickered across Xuanhuan's face as if he could already see the scene of Xuanhuan slapping himself 3 times, and he eagerly shot a cold sneer at Xuanhuan. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Have you carefully felt your body yet? Are you feeling a burning sensation all over now, with a stabbing pain in your lower abdomen? Xuanhuan smirked slightly and said nonchalantly, Xuanhuan, are you trying to renege on the deal? My body is perfectly fine. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Xuanhuan immediately became furious and wanted to say something, but soon his face turned pale, and his sentence was abruptly cut off. Noticing the abnormal expression on Xuanhuan's face, Zhao Guan and Fang Ying were suddenly bewildered and unable to fully react. What's going on? Could it be that Xuanhuan was right, and there was indeed something wrong with Xuanhuan's body, perhaps even suffering from AIDS? But this didn't seem quite right either. The 2 old folks had never heard of a rule stating that people with AIDS can't eat braised pork. So, you've now proven with facts that there's something wrong with your body. Do you still have anything to say? Xuanhuan said mockingly, throwing back at Xuanhuan the very words that the latter had used against him earlier. What is happening? This can't be possible. There's nothing wrong with my body. It must be the dish of braised pork that has issues. Xuanhuan's face turned white, cold sweat trickling down from his forehead as he endured the sharp pain in his abdomen, gritting his teeth while speaking. Even though what Xuanhuan had foretold came true, Xuanhuan still refused to believe he might have AIDS, preferring instead to blame the problem on the plate of braised pork. Hey, is that even human speech? You're just blaming others after being full. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Zhao Yalan immediately placed her hands on her hips and stood up angrily, saying, My mom's braised pork. Everyone ate it, and they're fine. It wasn't just you who ate it, so how could it possibly have a problem? If there's something wrong with your body, don't try to blame it on my mom. Although she seemed extremely angry outwardly, inside, she couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Xuanhuan's prediction completely came true on Xuanhuan, and it happened at such a precise moment. There couldn't be any more coincidences in this world. At this point, she was already 100% sure that this must definitely be the silent tactics Xuanhuan used against Xuanhuan. To put it another way, this was precisely what Xuanhuan referred to in the morning, the perfect method to both free Zhao Yaqi from the trouble of her blind date and make Aunt Fang Ying reasonably accept the situation. By letting Aunt Fang know that Xuanhuan had some health issues due to an improper private life leading to AIDS. Isn't this absolutely the best solution? In that case, regardless of how excellent Xuanhuan's conditions might be, Aunt Fang Ying would undoubtedly refuse to let him be together with her sister Zhao Yaqi. At this time, it wasn't just Zhao Yalan who realized this point. Zhao Yaqi also grasped it. She looked at Xuanhuan secretly with eyes brimming with admiration and joy. Hanwen, Aunt Fong guarantees that there's absolutely nothing wrong with the braised pork I made. But since you seem uncomfortable, why don't you go check yourself at the hospital first? Fong Ying frowned slightly and quickly spoke up. Her tone, however, carried a note of increased distance. She was rather displeased by xuanhuan's accusation about her braised pork, but at this moment, she wouldn't dwell too much on arguing with a junior like xuanhuan. Aunt Fong, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. Upon detecting the estrangement in Fong Ying's tone, xuanhuan's complexion grew even paler. Realizing he had said something inappropriate, he hastily tried to cover it up. As he spoke, he suddenly glared at the smug-looking Xuanhuan, anger flashing in his eyes as he ground out through clenched teeth. It's you. Absolutely you caused this. What did you do to me? Even now, he still refused to believe that he might have AIDS, attributing all bodily discomforts to some kind of scheme set up by Xuanhuan. Mr. Chun, do you really think I'm capable enough to pull off some scheme against you? Xuanhuan chuckled derisively without a shred of concern, but his lips curved into a colder smile almost immediately afterward. You're mistaken again. It's because of your own chaotic private life that led to these health problems. The reason you got AIDS is entirely due to your own failure to maintain proper conduct, and you have no one else to blame but yourself. Though xuanhuan's accusations stemmed from desperation and baseless conjectures, the other party was not entirely off mark. Yes, in reality, there was nothing wrong with xuanhuan's body. He didn't have AIDS, and it certainly had nothing to do with eating the braised pork. The reason for his current condition was naturally due to Xuanhuan's tactics. Earlier, Xuanhuan had secretly injected a strand of true energy into xuanhuan's body. All the issues with xuanhuan's health were entirely because Xuanhuan had just subtly channeled the Tai Xian San Sheng Jing, activating that strand of energy to move chaotically inside xuanhuan's body from afar. Of course, this strand of Xuanhuan's true energy was extremely weak. It wouldn't genuinely harm xuanhuan. It would only cause him discomfort for a while. On one hand, Xuanhuan's objective was simply to prevent xuanhuan from Jochen Zhaoyaki any further. On the other hand, since xuanhuan was the son of Huang Zhan, whom Xuanhuan called older brother Huang, he still needed to give him some face. You're talking nonsense. I definitely don't have AIDS. When xuanhuan heard Xuanhuan repeatedly mentioning the three words, AIDS, he finally began to feel panic and fear. His pale face flushed abnormally red with agitation as he attempted to defend himself, instinctively shouting in anger. I did sleep with a bar woman last night, but I used protection. Even if I contracted AIDS, I'm not stupid. I know that AIDS stays dormant in the body for at least several months before symptoms appear. There's no way I could have developed symptoms just by eating a plate of braised pork. In other words, you're finally admitting that your private life is quite chaotic? As soon as these words left xuanhuan's mouth, before Xuanhuan could respond, Zhao Yalan quickly seized the opportunity to reply with an undertone full of undisguised disdain. Me. Upon hearing Zhao Yalan's remark, xuanhuan instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, stumbling over his words as he realized his impulsive outburst had led to another slip-up. Hey, Hanwen, you should go see a doctor first. At this point, Fong Ying couldn't help but sigh deeply, shaking her head in disappointment without wasting any more words. She directly spoke to Xuanhuan. You and Aryaki aren't a good match. Don't come looking for her anymore in the future. Chapter 229, Leaving in Disgrace. At this point, regardless of whether xuanhuan currently has the so-called disease of love or not, just based on the fact that xuanhuan's private life is chaotic, there's no way she would let her daughter Zhaoyaki marry him. Fong. Aunt Fong, I understand. Then I will take my leave first. Upon hearing Fong Ying's words, xuanhuan turned bright red in the face and nodded slightly. He could no longer bring himself to continue eating. There was nothing more he wanted to say at this moment. Enduring the sharp pain in his lower abdomen, he left for the door looking disoriented and lost. He was unable to determine if what Xuanhuan had said was true or false, but the problems his body exhibited made him feel somewhat uneasy. He needed to hurry to the hospital for a checkup. Little one, remember to take back the box of Potala green tea tips you brought. Your tea is too expensive. Uncle Zhao can't afford it. As xuanhuan reached the doorway, Zhao Guowen's reminder came from behind, making his face even redder. Clenching his teeth, he picked up the gift box he had brought and left the Zhao household in a hasty retreat. His demeanor was as long-boy as it could possibly be. Oh yeah, perfect resolution. Sister, you're finally free from this guy's harassment. The moment xuanhuan left, Zhao Yalan immediately showed off a victory sign with a broad smile on her face. She then glanced at the empty plate on the table and pouted a little unhappily, saying, That was such a delicious plate of braised pork. Mom makes such good braised pork, but I haven't even had many pieces before all of it went straight into that man's stomach. Hearing Zhao Yalan's words, Fong Ying promptly tapped her daughter's head with her finger and scolded her without any warmth. You little brat only think about eating. Isn't it just a plate of braised pork? How can a mere plate of braised pork compare to your sister's lifelong happiness? Although it was hard to find a son-in-law as well off as xuanhuan, she didn't feel any regret, and instead felt a bit guilty for not uncovering xuanhuan's real character earlier. Mom, are you still talking about this? Zhao Yalan pouted and complained. My sister's lifelong happiness almost got ruined by you because you failed to identify the right person and blindly introduce suitors to her. If it weren't for your blindness, how would she have come to this problem? Hey, you're right. This time, I, as your mother, did make a mistake. I almost pushed your sister into a fire pit. In response, Fong Ying sighed softly and nodded, accepting Zhao Yalan's criticism frankly, a rare instance of not rebutting her daughter's comment. Speaking of which, she looked at her eldest daughter Zhaoyaki, and concern flickered in her eyes as she said guiltily, Chi-Chi, Mom was wrong this time. Will you blame me? Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Yaqi shook her head and smiled, saying, I know you were trying to do what's best for me when you introduced suitors. And here I am, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me. She paused for a moment. Then her smile dimmed slightly as she quietly added, but, Mom, in the future, please don't introduce any more suitors to me. I won't like anyone you introduce. I'll find someone I genuinely like myself. I hope you can support my pursuit of my own happiness. Upon hearing Zhao Yaqi's words, Fang Ying fell silent for a while, then nodded lightly and sighed. All right. Chi-Chi, Mom respects your decision. Fang Ying was very familiar with her elder daughter, Zhao Yaqi's nature. Zhao Yaqi appeared gentle and obedient, always doing as she was told, but once Zhao Yaqi made a decision, her mother couldn't sway her. Actually, the reason she tried to matchmake between her daughter Zhao Yaqi and xuanhuan was also to prevent her daughter from following in her footsteps, living her entire life laboriously for the family. She always hoped Zhao Yaqi could find someone with relatively better financial stability. However, now that her daughter Zhao Yaqi had clearly spoken her mind, she could no longer excessively interfere with the matter in the future. As for her younger daughter Zhao Yalan, as a mother, she wasn't overly worried, because she knew with Zhao Yalan's wild nature, this girl wouldn't be at a disadvantage anywhere. Mom, aren't you forgetting something? Seeing her mom completely letting go of the matter regarding suitors for her sister Zhao Yaqi, Zhao Yalan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Yet, she didn't forget that it was entirely thanks to Chen Nan. She glanced at Chen Nan, who had a faint smile on his face, and laughed mischievously. Mom, I think you should properly thank Chen Nan. If it weren't for him exposing the true nature of the Dark One, my sister might have been in trouble. What nonsense about the Dark One's true nature? Your mouth doesn't even stop for meals. Eat your chicken leg well. Fang Ying gave Zhao Yalan a fierce glare and immediately picked up her chopsticks to grab a chicken leg, shoving it into the mouth of her youngest daughter. After a brief pause, she grabbed another, the largest chicken leg, placing it in Chen Nan's bowl. She said, Chen Nan, you haven't had Annie Fang's chicken legs in a long time, right? Try this one. Regardless of whether it was by sheer coincidence or not, Chen Nan's timely intervention allowed her to discover that xuanhuan was not a suitable match for her daughter Zhao Yaqi, so naturally, she felt grateful to him. She had noticed earlier that her younger daughter Zhao Yalan's relationship with Chen Nan had been growing increasingly close lately. But at this very moment, this little brat suddenly stood up for Chen Nan. Wasn't this an obvious attempt to make her lose face? After all, she had just been scolding Chen Nan harshly at the dinner table, and now asking her to thank him would be embarrassing for her pride. Thank you, Aunt Fang. Looking at the large chicken leg in his bowl, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a warm surge in his heart. He quickly smiled, nodded, and started gnawing on the chicken leg. Could he possibly fail to understand Fang Ying's feelings? She had always been the kind of elder who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Everything unspoken, yet deeply understood. At this moment, Zhao Guowen, Zhao Yaqi, and Zhao Yalan couldn't help but exchange glances, all wearing knowing smiles. Fang Ying had a strong sense of pride, though she hadn't verbally thanked Chen Nan. Offering him the largest chicken leg already clearly conveyed everything. With xuanhuan leaving, everyone else enjoyed lunch together joyfully. Once lunch was finished, the Zhao sisters helped Aunt Fang clean up the dishes in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Guowen took the opportunity to pull Chen Nan back onto the living room sofa, sipping after-dinner tea while engaging in some idle conversation. Anan, tell Uncle Zhao, what tricks did you use on xuanhuan? Did you poison him? Just as he settled down on the sofa, Zhao Guowen's eyes gleamed with a sharp look, and he couldn't resist smiling as he asked. Chapter 230, Zhao Guowen's Physical Problems. Zhao Guowen was a veteran police officer with several decades of experience. His eyes had a much sharper observational ability than the average person. The coincidences that just happened to xuanhuan were too striking, leaving him no choice but to ponder deeply. Even though he thought it would be difficult for Chen Nan to achieve this silently, his professionalism as a seasoned officer allowed his thinking to transcend conventions and question all possibilities. Uncle Zhao, I admit I did use some tricks on him. Chen Nan chuckled lightly, without any intention of hiding anything, and replied candidly. It's not exactly poisoning him. I just injected a strand of true energy into his body. Earlier, when his body showed issues, it was my true energy causing it. Of course, my true energy won't inflict any substantial harm. It will only make him uncomfortable for a while. True energy? Upon hearing these words from Chen Nan, Zhao Guowen was momentarily stunned and then laughed scolding. You little rascal, you're becoming more outrageous. Do you really think Uncle Zhao is a fool? True energy is a force possessed by martial artists. How could an ordinary person like you have true energy? You're not going to tell Uncle Zhao that you're a martial artist, are you? Clearly, he didn't believe a word Chen Nan said. Before lunch, he had just informed Chen Nan about the existence of martial artists. After lunch, Chen Nan confessed to being one, which made it hard for him to believe. As a veteran police officer, Zhao Guowen indeed had a mindset that could break conventions and question everything. But such questioning must still be reasonable within the confines of logic. It would be like telling Chen Nan about the existence of Martians, and Chen Nan responding by saying he himself was one. Completely implausible. What's more, Zhao Guowen had adopted Chen Nan from an orphanage and had watched him grow up ever since. Uncle Zhao, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. Chen Nan shook his head and could only laugh helplessly. Uncle Zhao wouldn't believe the truth in the short term, which was expected. It wasn't necessary for him to deliberately prove anything to Uncle Zhao at this moment. With such outlandish talk from you, how am I supposed to believe you? Eyes glaring, Zhao Guowen continued. So let's change the approach. How did you figure out there was something wrong with xuanhuan's health? Could it be that he actually has love disease? Because of Chen Nan, Fang Ying gave up on her absurd idea of pairing Zhao Yaqi with xuanhuan, naturally making him quite pleased since, as a father, he had never agreed with this union anyway. Uncle Zhao, whether xuanhuan has love disease, I actually don't know. Regarding Zhao Guowen's question, Chen Nan saw no need to hide anything, answering truthfully and smiling. However, I do indeed know some traditional Chinese medicine techniques. I noticed Huang Hanwen's unstable gait, and although his face looks clean and bright, it reveals signs of declining yang qi due to excessive indulgence, indicating an unhealthy private life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guowen couldn't help but reflect thoughtfully and then suddenly chuckled, saying, "Hearing your explanation so meticulously and rooted in fact, Uncle Zhao cannot help but believe that you might truly have some knowledge of medical arts." Pausing for a second, he added with a joking tone, "Uncle Zhao has been feeling unwell lately. Why don't you take a look?" In Zhao Guowen's view, Chen Nan might be an amateur enthusiast who studied some TCM books on his own, learning a bit about medical techniques. This seemed the most plausible explanation. After all, Chen Nan used to excel in high school and even mentioned his ideal university, planning to apply for a TCM college after his college entrance exam. Of course, due to Luo Weiwei, Chen Nan dropped out before taking the exam, an unforeseen incident later in his life. "Uncle Zhao, extend your hand, I'll feel your pulse." Hearing Zhao Guowen's words, Chen Nan's expression turned serious as he spoke immediately. Though there was jest in Zhao Guowen's words, Chen Nan took great care of Zhao Guowen's health and dared not be negligent in the slightest. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. With the medical skills passed down to Chen Nan, he could roughly assess a person's health through observation alone. But because Zhao Guowen was significant to Chen Nan, in order to thoroughly and comprehensively check his physical condition, he opted for the most labor-intensive method, palpation. "Oh, you've learned how to feel the pulse too." As soon as Chen Nan said this, Zhao Guowen was taken aback, unable to hide his surprised expression. Even though he was not a TCM practitioner, one might say that while he hadn't eaten the pig, he'd certainly seen it run. Taking someone's pulse in traditional Chinese medicine is not an easy task, as there is much knowledge behind it. Could it be that Chen Nan had taught himself even this skill? Haha. Alright, young man, let Uncle Zhao see just how good your medical skills are. Feel my pulse and tell me what you find. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Guowen didn't overthink it anymore. He extended his hand and placed it on the tea table, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan nodded, then immediately stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Zhao Guowen's wrist, carefully diagnosing. After a moment, he finished taking the pulse, removing his fingers from Zhao Guowen's wrist. His expression turned somewhat strange, with a complicated gaze reflecting a desire to laugh, yet restraint towards Zhao Guowen. Cough. Noticing the complex emotion in Chen Nan's eyes, Zhao Guowen couldn't help but dry cough awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty, but still asking in feigned seriousness. "Nan, did you discover any issues with Uncle Zhao's health?" Seeing Zhao Guowen's demeanor, Chen Nan found it amusing inside but first adjusted his words before smiling and replying. "Uncle Zhao, overall, your body is healthy. The problems you have aren't major, but they're also not entirely trivial. Could this brat have actually figured it out?" Hearing Chen Nan's vague statement, Zhao Guowen suddenly felt uneasy. Since that particular issue wasn't confirmed by Chen Nan, he naturally wouldn't bring it up himself. Feeling uneasy and wanting to bypass the topic, he ambiguously laughed and cursed. "You're talking nonsense. What do you mean not major but not entirely trivial? Forget it. Apparently, your pulse reading skills need improvement. Don't bother trying to diagnose Uncle Zhao falsely. Everyone has minor ailments. I know my own condition. Uncle Zhao, if you insist on speaking like that, then I will speak plainly." Hearing this, Chen Nan grinned broadly and cut straight to the point. "Your recent marital life with Aunt Fang hasn't been great, but this is something I can treat." Chapter 231, The Awkward Uncle Zhao. After hearing what Chen Nan said, Uncle Zhao Guowen first blushed, then coughed dryly and opened his eyes wide to say, "Brat, what are you talking about? Your Uncle Zhao is fine. My married life with Aunt Fang is very harmonious." As he spoke, he was secretly shocked in his heart, not expecting that his problems in that aspect had really been detected by Chen Nan through pulse diagnosis. He was barely over 40, which wasn't old at all by reason, but his capabilities in that department had rapidly deteriorated in the past 1 or 2 years. Recently, it had worsened to an embarrassing 3-second man level. This made Fang Ying, who was already dissatisfied with her current life, become a true family resentful wife. They were both old couples, though Fang Ying didn't explicitly express dissatisfaction with his performance in that regard. Her attitude towards him, however, had been getting worse and worse, proving his failure in that area. This was also the indirect reason why Fang Ying couldn't wait to find an excellent match for Zhao Yaqi, while he himself lacked the confidence to firmly oppose her plans. In fact, he hadn't seldom visited the men's department of hospitals, trying to treat his issue, but the effect had always been less than ideal. Finally, he could only find some self-consoling reasons, attributing it to too many cases and great work pressure that left him without interest in a marital life. "Uncle Zhao, stop putting on airs and suffering. I've diagnosed your pulse. How can I not know if there's something wrong with your body?" Chen Nan shook his head and grinned. After pausing for a moment, he chuckled and added, "Uncle Zhao, I just want to ask you, do you want to gain Aunt Fang's recognition? Do you want to regain your youthful vigor?" For other doctors, restoring Uncle Zhao's capability in that aspect wouldn't be easy, but for him, it was extremely simple. After all, he inherited the medical legacy from the elder of the Qin family, where there were countless ancient prescriptions to effectively treat Uncle Zhao's issues in that area. Can you really find a way to cure my problem? Upon hearing what Chun Nan said, Zhao Guowen's face turned red with embarrassment as he coughed nervously. Since Chun Nan had brought it up this far, continuing to deny it stubbornly would only make him appear more ridiculous. Instead, he decided to see if Chun Nan really could solve his problem. After all, being able to diagnose his bodily issues from the pulse had greatly surprised him and sparked a little anticipation for Chun Nan's medical prowess. Of course, Uncle Zhao. Chun Nan nodded seriously and said, I have a prescription here, which will help you rejuvenate yourself. If you keep taking it for 10 days to half a month, you'll be as good as new. Inside, Chun Nan couldn't help but laugh slyly as he remembered how meticulous and serious Uncle Zhao usually was. He rarely saw Zhao Guowen feeling awkward. Having his physical problems exposed must feel like undergoing a form of social death for Uncle Zhao. Alright, Uncle Zhao is willing to trust you, kid. Just send the prescription to my phone later. Zhao Guowen nodded and coughed again as he spoke. After pausing for a moment, his face flushing, he leaned close to Chun Nan's ear and quietly added, only you should know about this. Whatever you do, don't let Aunt Fong and the sisters Yaqi and Yalan find out. One experience of social death was enough? He certainly didn't want a second, especially if Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan found out. How would he maintain his dignified image as a father? I understand, Uncle Zhao. You can relax. Hearing what Zhao Guowen said, Chun Nan slightly nodded and responded with a smile. Just then, Fong Ying and the Zhao Yaqi sisters came out of the kitchen. When they saw Zhao Guowen and Chun Nan whispering, Zhao Yalan immediately giggled and curiously approached. Dad, what secret conversation are you two big men having? Zhao Guowen quickly coughed and glanced at his younger daughter, Zhao Yalan, speaking in an official tone. You little girl, mind your own business. I'm discussing a very serious matter with Chun Nan. Uncle Zhao is right. You don't need to know. Chun Nan also solemnly nodded in agreement. Both of them knew that the last person they should tell about this was definitely Yalan. If you won't tell me, then I don't want to know either. Seeing Zhao Guowen and Chun Nan maintaining this mysterious exchange, Zhao Yalan didn't ask much more and soon replied in an irritated tone. Next, the rare visit to their old district home by Zhao Yaqi and Zhao Yalan. The two sisters went out shopping with Fong Ying. And Chun Nan didn't stay long with Zhao Guowen either. The latter had a habit of taking a nap at noon, so he left soon after. After leaving Zhao Guowen's place, Chun Nan took a taxi straight to Jiangzhou's Antique Street. He intended to find Wang Fatso at Wang's garden and see if the former had received any good items similar to the Jade Seal fragment recently. The potential threat brought by the masked man who claimed to be a member of the Eternal Life Organization was not insignificant, and he must enhance his power as soon as possible. About an hour later, Chun Nan arrived at the Antique Street in Jiangzhou by taxi. This antique street remained bustling with activity, with vendors' roadside stalls lined up on both sides of the street, filled with dazzling antique goods that dazzled the eyes. Chun Nan secretly used the divine fire eyes from time to time while walking and looking around, hoping to find valuable items for sale. Unfortunately, a glance showed no surprises. These antiques were basically all counterfeit. Not even one true artifact, let alone something as good as a jade seal fragment rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Soon, Chun Nan reached the depths of the antique street and then directly entered Wang's garden. As soon as he walked into the hall, a young female guide with delicate features greeted him with a smile. Her eyes carried a hint of excitement as she courteously smiled and said, Mr. Chun, welcome back to our shop. Would you like me to assist you? Miss Li, no need. I'm looking for your boss. Is your boss here? Chun Nan shook his head and asked with a smile. The elegant-faced female guide standing before him was none other than Li Xiaoying, who had previously provided him with guiding services. Li Xiaoying was still interning here, and he still held a good impression of her enthusiastic service without discrimination from last time. Chapter 232, Heading to Mr. Wang's place. Mr. Chun, our boss is in. Even though she had been told that Mr. Chun Nan didn't need her tour guide service, Li Xiaoying's smile remained unchanged as she politely said, Our boss is in the office on the second floor. He specifically instructed us last time that you are his friend, and if you come, you can go directly upstairs to have tea with him. Because of the reason Mr. Chun spent millions to buy all the Jade Seal fragments last time, she also received several million in performance bonuses. This was a huge sum of money that could change her fate. Moreover, after her internship finished, the store manager would promote her to deputy manager, and all this was brought to her by Mr. Chun Nan, so she always felt grateful to Mr. Chun Nan. All right, thank you. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun Nan smiled and nodded, then headed towards the second floor. Once on the second floor, Mr. Chun Nan stood in front of Mr. Wang's office door, lightly knocking on it, but there was no response from inside. What's going on? Isn't Mr. Wang supposed to be in his office? Thinking about it, Mr. Chun Nan frowned and knocked a few more times, but there was still no response. Fine, since he's not here this time, I'll just have to come back another time. Mr. Chun Nan shook his head, gave it no further thought, and prepared to turn and leave. However, just at that moment, clang. Suddenly, a sound of a vase falling and rolling on the ground came from inside. Something's not right. There's someone inside. This subtle sound made Mr. Chun Nan involuntarily change expression, paused his steps, and turned back around. He immediately activated his Fire Eye's golden pupils penetration ability, clearly seeing through the gate into the situation inside the office. In Mr. Chun Nan's line of sight, he saw Wang Fatso, whose figure was roundly shaped, being firmly controlled and held at knife point by two men wearing red masks over their mouths and red caps on their heads. At this moment, Wang Fatso had a face full of terror, facing the death threat with a knife against his neck, not daring to make any sound in response to Chun Nan's continuous knocks. Wang Fatso is a complete martial artist of concealed force, who theoretically shouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, the two men holding him hostage are also martial artists, and they're both consummate practitioners of concealed force. What is going on? When did Jiangzhou have so many ancient martial artists? Who are the two people holding Wang hostage? Should I rescue him at this point? In an instant, seeing the situation inside, Mr. Chunnan furrowed his brow tightly, various thoughts appearing in his mind. He and Wang Fatso only conducted one transaction, and couldn't really claim to have much of a relationship. Facing this troublesome situation, he could easily ignore it and walk away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After all, nobody knows what kind of power or background these two individuals belong to. He wasn't a naive newcomer to the martial world anymore. He understood that the world of ancient martial arts was like a constant killing field. It was best to avoid trouble if possible. Well, just because Mr. Wang reached out and initiated contact with me initially, I must help him this time. But very soon, Mr. Chunnan squinted his eyes slightly, having already made a decision in his heart. A hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, deciding not to directly burst through the front door to rescue Wang Fatso, but instead pretended not to notice anything inside, and turned to leave straight away. Meanwhile, Seven Shadow, do you think he's gone? Hearing the gradually fading footsteps of Mr. Chunnan, one of the kidnappers, a horse-faced man, anxiously whispered to the other, a slender man named Seven Shadow. He should be gone. This slim man known as Seven Shadow seriously nodded. Phew, that's good. Hearing the confirmation reply from the thin man, the horse-faced man sighed in relief, whispering, the small place of Jiangzhou truly cannot be underestimated. The person knocking just now was not ordinary. He is a master martial artist who has accomplished preliminary Ming strength. Luckily, he left on his own. Upon hearing this, the thin man didn't say anything but nodded heavily in agreement. Their cultivation methods within their sect were quite special. They were extremely sensitive to a person's martial aura, so even without actual combat with the opponent, they could sense the opponent's cultivation level within a certain short distance. When Mr. Chunnan approached the door, they had already sensed that Mr. Chunnan was a martial artist of preliminary Ming strength, causing them to tense up immediately, barely breathing as they quickly tightened their control over Wang Fatso. After all, they weren't fools. At this moment, anyone knocking on the door to find Wang Fatso must be associated with him, more enemy than friend. Upon hearing the conversation between the thin man and the horse-faced man, Wang Fatso's face filled with regret as he nearly jumped up and cursed. He had no idea that the person knocking on the door was Chunnan, nor did he know that the one at the door was an ancient martial artist who had achieved a preliminary understanding of Ming strength. He assumed it was just one of his regular employees, so he didn't bother shouting for help. Because he figured if he screamed, all it would do is add another innocent soul to the toll. Had he known the knocker was an ancient martial artist with small achievements in Ming strength, he would have shouted with everything he had, regardless of risking his life. Haha, the person who knocked just now was probably your friend, right? If he had burst in, things could have been troublesome for us. The horse-faced man noticed the regretful expression on Wang Fatso's face and immediately sneered. Unfortunately, this guy has no idea you're here. He's already gone, and there's no one left to save you. As he said this, he tapped Wang Fatso's cheek with the dagger and smirked mockingly. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Who knows? Perhaps our mood will change, and we'll spare your life if the son of the Qingshan sect's leader grovels before us. You two are nothing but evil cult scum. Upon hearing those words, Wang Fatso's face flushed with anger, cursing out loud. Do whatever you want with me, but my father will avenge me and make sure every one of you Blood Shadow sect dogs pays blood for blood. Revenge for you? At this, the horse-faced man chuckled derisively, adding with mocking sarcasm. Funny. In the entire Qingshan sect's eyes, you're nothing more than a waste. Doesn't everyone in the ancient martial arts world know that your so-called talented brother, the true prodigy of the martial way, is the apple of your father the sect leader's eye? You're merely a forgotten offspring discarded in the secular world. Killing you here might even count as helping the Qingshan sect clean its ranks. Your father should thank us instead. Chapter 233, Saving Wang Fatso. Don't waste any more words on him. At this moment, the slender man named Qi Ying directly cut off the long-faced man's speech and said in a low voice, Sure Ying, to avoid further complications, let's finish our task and retreat. Kill this kid immediately. Though they were both at the peak of their hidden strength cultivation, his strength was slightly superior to that of the long-faced man. Therefore, he had to forcibly suppress Wang Fatso's internal energy, making it impossible for the latter to resist. In fact, Wang Fatso had been attacked by surprise from the very beginning and had his acupoint sealed, unable to move. Qi Ying, I understand. Hearing what the slender man said, the long-faced man couldn't help but nod and lost interest in playing with Wang Fatso anymore. Die. It was then heard a low roar as the dagger in his hand flipped over and thrust fiercely toward Wang Fatso's neck. Huh. At this moment, Wang Fatso could not help but let out a desolate laugh, thinking he could not escape this fate. He closed his eyes in despair and could only accept the arrival of death with extreme reluctance. However, just at that time, suddenly, two faint groans sounded almost simultaneously. Wang Fatso instinctively opened his eyes and saw his pupils contract instantly. He saw the long-faced man and the slender man fall silently to the ground without warning. Upon closer inspection, a very small finger hole could be seen in the vital spots of both men's chests, with blood slowly flowing out. The expressions on these two people's faces still carried a look of disbelief. Evidently, they did not know who killed them even at the moment of their deaths. What amazing skills! After comprehending the situation clearly before his eyes, Wang Fatso was shocked beyond measure and could not help but draw a sharp breath. A flash of understanding passed through his eyes as he suddenly spoke towards the window. The kindness of the senior's rescue is deeply appreciated by me. May I know which senior has come to my Wang family garden? Would you step forward so that I can express my gratitude in person? The antique street is located in the suburban area of Jiangzhou. On both sides of the street, there was a river on the left and a dense forest on the right. Outside the second-floor window of Wang Fatso's place was the dense forest on the right. He was sitting in his office and got attacked by surprise by the cult members hidden in the forest outside the window due to his temporary carelessness. Otherwise, although his cultivation was inferior to these two cult members, he would not have been easily incapacitated by being struck on the acupoints without any resistance. That said, the elder outside the window just now, although also using surprise attack tactics hiding in the forest outside the window to kill those two members of the Devil Sect, already showed that his cultivation power far surpassed himself and those two Devil Sect members. Perhaps the one who came to his aid was precisely the martial master at the initial stage of manifest power who knocked on the door earlier. To such a master, he, merely having attained great mastery of the hidden force, naturally had to regard himself as the junior. It's me, Wang Fatso. As soon as Wang Fatso finished speaking, a light laugh quickly responded. Just as he was still puzzled by the voice, he saw a vigorous figure dart into the room from the window like lightning and finally land steadily in front of him. This figure, naturally, was none other than Xuanhuan, who had managed to ambush successfully by using an indirect approach. Actually, with his cultivation at the initial stage of manifest power, he could have easily broken through the front door and killed the two. But in order to attract as little trouble as possible, he chose to carry out a surprise attack without showing up openly. In the dark, he used the finger snap skill to send two streams of internal energy from afar to kill the two men. You? When Wang Fatso realized that the senior he referred to was actually Xuanhuan, he widened his eyes, nearly dropping his jaw, and found it hard to believe what he saw. Wang Fatso, why? Seeing Wang Fatso's appearance as if seeing a ghost, Xuanhuan chuckled and teased. It's been only a while since I last came here to buy antiques from you. Could it be that you no longer recognize me as your friend? He understood the emotional fluctuations that Wang Fatso currently felt. After all, in Wang Fatso's mind, he was perhaps nothing more than a boss spending tens of millions on a pile of broken antiques. Ho ho, really didn't expect it. Hearing what Xuanhuan said, Wang Fatso snapped back to reality, could not help but awkwardly laugh dryly, and smiled while shaking his head. Xuanhuan, I never expected you to be hiding so deep. Not only are you a martial artist, but you are also a powerful expert who has reached the initial stage of manifest power. Wang Fatso truly misjudged you. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded. He circulated his true chi to unblock his own acupoints and regained his mobility. Subsequently, in accordance with the ancient martial arts etiquette, he gave Xuanhuan a salute, earnestly stating, Xuanhuan, no matter what, it's you who saved my life, Wang Fatso. In the future, if there's anything you need me for, just say the word, and I'll have no objections. He was well aware that based on the shallow friendship between him and Xuanhuan, there was no obligation for Xuanhuan to get involved in such a dangerous situation. Yet, Xuanhuan still chose to rescue him, which was indeed a great favor. The words command are too heavy. Xuanhuan lightly chuckled, shook his head, and patted Wang Fatso, who was saluting, as he jokingly said, Fatso, haven't we already become friends? Just from these few sentences of Wang Fatso's, Xuanhuan felt that this person was worth befriending. Given his previous impression of Wang Fatso being greedy for wealth, Xuanhuan thought Wang Fatso would at most give him a large sum of money to express gratitude for saving his life. Friends. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Wang Fatso suddenly froze before immediately lighting up his eyes and directly rushing forward to give Xuanhuan a bear hug, laughing heartily. Huh? Xuanhuan, you're right, we're friends. No, in Wang Fatso's heart, you're my brother. Cough. Regarding Wang Fatso's passionate bear hug, Xuanhuan had no interest in that kind of fun, so he coughed dryly and used a clever force to break free. Afraid that Wang Fatso might again surprise him with another bear hug, he immediately pointed to the two corpses lying on the ground, quickly changing the subject. Fatso, how should we deal with them? If he were alone, he could easily use his heavenly blaze ability of fire, eye purple pupil to completely dispose of the bodies without making a sound. Now that his cultivation has broken through to Mingjin Xiao Chong, early stage of manifest power, using heavenly blaze to burn just two bodies wouldn't bring about the same severe side effects as it did the first time. However, since Wang Fatso was here, doing so clearly wasn't appropriate. Chapter 234. The Two Paths of Justice and Evil. Rest assured, I'll have someone come to deal with it. Wang Fatso nodded and immediately pulled out his phone to send a message. After sending the message, he waved his phone and smiled at Xuanhuan, saying, Xuanhuan, there will be official personnel coming to handle it soon. I've already informed them. Official personnel will handle it. Upon hearing Wang Fatso's words, Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, then asked in confusion, Fatso, are you talking about the people from Dongfeng Sword? The secular world has its own laws, and the ancient martial arts realm has its own rules. Wang Fatso shook his head and laughed, saying, Dongfeng Sword is a special department that maintains social stability, targeting only those who use ancient martial arts powers to commit crimes against ordinary people and negatively impact society. The feud and battles between the paths of justice and evil, as long as they don't disrupt normal societal functions or harm innocent civilians, the authorities will not intervene. To put it precisely, feuds and battles among practitioners of ancient martial arts, unless they involve commoners, most often won't garner any attention. He paused for a moment, then smiled and added, "Of course, even if the authorities don't interfere, it doesn't mean they wouldn't assist in handling the aftermath. After all, they also hope these incidents can be dealt with secretly, minimizing the influence of conflicts within the ancient martial arts world." I see. Upon hearing Wang Fatso's words, Xuanhuan nodded slightly, gaining a better understanding of the current situation in the world of ancient martial arts. Unable to help himself, his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked, "Fatso, who were those two? Why did they want to kill you?" Since he had already intervened and saved Wang Fatso, it was only natural to get more information. After all, although he secretly attacked and killed those two men, their affiliated forces might still trace it back to him. This is quite a long story. Wang Fatso wasn't particularly surprised by Xuanhuan's question. He pulled Xuanhuan's hand and walked towards the adjacent tea room while smilingly saying, "Let's go, Xuanhuan. These two followers of the evil sect lying here give off bad vibes. Let's drink tea next door. Since you want to know, I'll explain it to you in detail." In a short while, Wang Fatso led Xuanhuan into the neighboring tea room. On both sides of this tea room were large bookshelves filled with various precious antiques. Xuanhuan remembered sitting here with Wang Fatso drinking tea before. It left an impression on him. "Fatso, now tell me." Inside the tea room, Xuanhuan took a sip of the hot tea that Wang Fatso had just served, then couldn't help but ask, "Who were those two followers of the evil sect you mentioned? And what exactly is this evil sect?" "Xuanhuan, how could you not know?" Upon hearing Xuanhuan's question, Wang Fatso immediately looked at him as if he were an alien, responding incredulously. "You don't even know about the evil sects, yet you consider yourself a martial artist?" In the world of ancient martial arts, 10 sects represent the forces of righteousness, while 6 sects represent the evil side. How could you not know this? Within the ancient martial arts realm, leaving aside the official powers and disregarding the very few ancient hermit families with centuries-old traditions, the most potent factions are divided between the righteous and evil forces, a well-known fact among many ancient martial artists. Xuanhuan, already a master with accomplished skills in the realm of Ming Jing, was entirely unaware of the concept of the evil sects, which made Wang Fatso unexpectedly surprised and confused. Cough. Xuanhuan gave a dry cough and candidly admitted, "I indeed do not know much about the present power structure in the world of ancient martial arts." He had only serendipitously inherited the tradition of the Chun family patriarch and hadn't been practicing ancient martial arts for long, so he never came across such information. So far, all he knew about ancient martial arts forces were represented officially by Dongfeng's sword and the terrifying organization known for spreading the concept of eternal life, the Everlasting Organization. "Well, I understand now. You possess powerful abilities, but your knowledge of the ancient martial arts world is that of a complete novice." Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Wang Fatso nodded silently, though feeling somewhat perplexed, wisely refrained from asking further questions. He had no intention of hiding anything from Xuanhuan and began answering his question. "There are 6 schools representing the evil sections. The 2 people who attempted to kill me earlier belonged to the Blood Shadow sect, one of the 6 evil sections. As for why they targeted me, it's probably because my father is the head of Green Mountain sect, one of the 10 righteous sections." Pausing for a moment, he sighed and recounted. The feuds and conflicts between the righteous and evil sects have existed for a long time, and even in today's era, disputes and mutual killings persist. Ever since the great battle between the righteous and demonic paths 30 years ago, during which the unmatched demon sect leader Wu Tianxing was surrounded and killed, the 6 demon sects have essentially been fragmented, acting independently. Consequently, they've always been firmly suppressed by our 10 righteous sections. Over time, the hatred in the hearts of the demon sect followers has continued to grow, accumulating resentment leading to increasingly extreme actions. Many among them have even specialized in assassination, with members of the Blood Shadow sect being a typical example from the demon side. A while ago, my brother emerged from his seclusion for training and swiftly eliminated a number of Blood Shadow sect members. Fearing retaliation, the Blood Shadow sect didn't dare approach Qing Mountain sect to seek revenge on my brother. Besides, I am the son of the Qing Mountain sect's master. So, they came after me instead, seeking vengeance through killing me. Upon hearing Wang Fatso's words, Xuanhuan nodded slightly, finally understanding the basic reasoning behind it all. He also gained an even deeper appreciation of the dangers and cruelty within the ancient martial arts world. He couldn't help but silently sigh. In the world of ordinary people, the jianghu is about social graces and connections. But in the realm of ancient martial artists, jianghu truly means nothing more than fighting and killing. As an ordinary person once, he would never have dared to believe that such enmity-filled divisions between righteous and demonic factions could still exist in this modern era. Fatso, if the Blood Shadow sect wants to kill you, why don't you return to Green Mountain sect? Xuanhuan's gaze flickered as he asked curiously. Xuanhuan, you don't understand, Wang Fatso replied. I've worked hard to cultivate in Green Mountain sect ever since I was young, yet at best, I am merely a well-versed ancient martial artist who has mastered hidden strength techniques. Such an ability might be considered pretty good in the secular world. But in my father's eyes, I've always been nothing but a waste. No one in Green Mountain sect truly respects me either. That's why 3 years ago, I secretly left the sect and came to Jiangzhou. I'd rather stay in a small city like Jiangzhou, run an antique shop to get by, and occasionally go tomb raiding just for adventure. Wang Fatso let out a bitter laugh and sighed. My brother and I are different. He is a true martial genius. Perhaps, in my father's heart, I'm nothing but his other son, my brother. Chapter 235, Greedy for Wealth. Upon hearing Wang Fatzi's words, Xuanhuan immediately fell silent and did not ask any more questions. Wang Fatzi was born into a martial arts family, and his father was the master of the Xuanhuan sect, one of the 10 righteous sections. However, it seemed he didn't live a particularly happy life either. These were painful memories of his, and it wouldn't be right to pry too deeply into them. Hey Fatso. Xuanhuan no longer dwelled on this topic and changed the subject with a laugh. I came mainly to ask you whether your shop has recently acquired antiques similar to the jade seal fragment I bought last time. He paused. Then he took out a jade seal fragment from his bosom and smiled as he added, Fatso, take a look. If there are any similar seals or antiques made of this material, bring them all out for me to see. If I like something appropriate, I'll buy it. I can pay at market price. Given his current relationship with Wang Fatzi, there was no point in being coy about how urgently he wanted such antiques. Last time, he had completely consumed all the elemental energy contained within each jade seal fragment, while the rest were already cherished in his bedroom. He kept just this one jade seal fragment, which had been fully consumed, for comparison purposes. In his opinion, this kind of material could hold elemental energy for a long time without dispersing, clearly indicating a very special substance. Xuanhuan, what do you think I am? Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Wang Fatzi immediately widened his eyes and replied indignantly, we are brothers now. Even if I, Wang Fatzi, love wealth, I wouldn't let you overspend. Here, anything you fancy, you can take at a 90% discount. Fatso, you're a true friend. After hearing this, Xuanhuan was initially taken aback, but then couldn't help but give Wang Fatzi a thumbs up, nodding vigorously. He found himself rather speechless, having thought that Wang Fatzi would generously gift him a few antiques. Instead, Wang Fatzi still insisted he buy them with a discount, though a 90% discount was offered. Of course, recalling the absurd incident where Wang Fatzi claimed to offer a 99.9% discount last time, Xuanhuan felt somewhat comforted by this relatively generous 90% discount this time. However, overall, his impression of Wang Fatzi's greed had only solidified further. This man, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and even the son of the headmaster of the prestigious Xuanhuan sect, truly loved money above everything else. At this moment, he couldn't help but doubt whether Wang Fatzi had left the Xuanhuan sect merely due to poor martial talent or low cultivation. Xuanhuan began to suspect that Wang Fatzi might have left home simply to make money in the secular world, thus coming to Jiangzhou. Xuanhuan, we're brothers. Of course, I won't mistreat you. Seeing Xuanhuan give him a thumbs up, Wang Fatzi chuckled harmlessly and scratched the back of his head in feigned modesty. As he spoke, he took the jade seal fragment from Xuanhuan's hand and smiled, saying, Xuanhuan, as for ancient jade seals made from this material, I don't have any, but I do have a few other antiques made from this same material. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes brightened instantly and eagerly said with a smile, Fatso, hurry up, let me see them. He hadn't expected that Wang Fatzi actually possessed antiques made from this material. If he got lucky this time, he might find another artifact akin to the jade seal fragment. Regarding the 90% discount Wang Fatzi mentioned, although he felt somewhat exasperated, it wasn't something he genuinely worried about. After all, he wasn't short of money right now. If money could help enhance his cultivation, he'd willingly spend whatever amount necessary. Any ancient martial artist would feel the same way. Hold on, wait a moment, I'll go get them for you. Wang Fatzi laughed, nodded, and then left the tea house. The antiques displayed on the shelves of this tea house were indeed valuable, but some of the most precious ones would certainly not be flaunted here openly. A moment later, when Wang Fatzi returned, he already held 3 antique boxes crafted from nan wood. Nan wood is a rare and precious kind of timber whose value doesn't fall far behind some antiques themselves. Yet Wang Fatzi used this precious nan wood to craft these boxes for holding these antiques, signifying their extraordinary rarity. Without making Xuanhuan wait long after returning, he wordlessly opened these nan wood antique boxes without hesitation. Inside were several antiques, consisting of a round jade pendant, a pair of jade by discs carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, and an ancient sacrificial jade xuanji compass. Xuanhuan, take a look. After opening these nan wood antique boxes, Wang Fatzi pointed at the jade pieces inside and introduced them with a full face of smiles. These antiques are all made of the same material as the jade seal fragment in your hand. These jades are priceless. Their history can be traced back at least 1,000 years. They are truly the crown jewels of my shop. He paused for a moment and then added with a smile. To be honest, if it weren't you, Xuanhuan, no matter how much money someone offered, I, Wang Fatzi, would never sell these treasures. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded slightly, not doubting Wang Fatzi's words at all. After all, when he had inquired last time, Wang Fatzi firmly refused by saying there were none. This time, Wang Fatzi was willing to take out these treasures clearly as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life earlier. Xuanhuan didn't say much, eagerly picking up each of these jade antiques and inspecting them one by one carefully. The material of these jades is indeed the same as that of the jade seal fragment, but unfortunately, they only share the same material. There's no trace of any elemental energy fluctuations on them. Xuanhuan kept his expression neutral, yet inwardly sighed softly as he placed the antique jade pieces back into the nanwood box. Xuanhuan, how about them? Seeing Xuanhuan finish examining the jade antiques, Wang Fatzi immediately smiled and asked, Aren't my jade antiques great? Their material is the same as the jade seal fragment you bought last time, but these are unbroken, intact treasures. Their value far surpasses those fragments. He paused briefly, Then he patted his chest generously and laughed as he added, "If you fancy any piece, just let me know directly. Or if you want to buy all these jade antiques, that's fine too. I, Wang Fatsi, am not stingy, so I can give you an even better discount." Chapter 236, Emperor's Ancient Tomb. Fatso, these jade antiques of yours indeed have the same material as the jade seal fragment I bought. Complete items like this are naturally more expensive than fragments. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan first nodded and then shook his head, smiling faintly as he said, "However, your jade antiques are missing something that the jade seal fragment possesses. Therefore, I haven't found a single piece worth purchasing. Not one will I buy. You can keep them as part of your collection to hold the store down." These jade antiques contain no trace of yuan qi energy. If it was just about the material being similar, there was no reason for him to waste money buying them. Not interested in even one. On hearing Xuanhuan's words, Wang Fatso couldn't help but pause, then asked in confusion, "Xuanhuan, I don't understand what you mean. What does missing something refer to? Were the jade seal fragments you purchased before special?" "Fatso, I can't tell you what is missing, but I can confirm those jade seal fragments were indeed special." Xuanhuan nodded, speaking ambiguously but not revealing the secret within, namely, the yuan qi energy hidden inside, which he didn't disclose directly to Wang Fatso. This secret was linked to the Daxian Sansheng scripture he practiced, and he would never reveal any part of it to anyone. "Alright, I understand." After listening to Xuanhuan's words, Wang Fatso nodded, wisely refraining from further questioning Xuanhuan. As a martial artist with a minor accomplishment in manifest force, Xuanhuan hadn't even heard of the orthodox or demonic factions in the martial arts world. Just based on this, Wang Fatso already sensed that Xuanhuan had secrets. Everyone has their own secrets to guard, especially someone who has transcended the ordinary and stepped into the martial arts realm. Many possess secrets. He, Wang Fatso, was certainly one of them too. "Fatso, I told you before, the jade seal fragments you sold me came from an ancient tomb." Wang Fatso understood what Xuanhuan wanted, so he immediately changed the subject. "That ancient tomb belongs to an emperor's super-large burial site. When my fellow colleagues and I went there a year ago to conduct archaeological research, we only managed to reach the outer periphery of the tomb. Those jade seal fragments you obtained also came from the periphery." This Fatso talks about grave robbing as if it's archaeological research. Upon hearing Wang Fatso's explanation, Xuanhuan couldn't help but silently comment within his mind. Yet, he saw no need to confront Wang Fatso about it, quickly picking up on the dialogue. "Fatso, are you suggesting there might be jade seal fragments or similar antiques deeper within that tomb?" His thoughts started becoming more active, wondering if there really were other such relics inside. He himself wouldn't mind personally venturing into that ancient tomb. "Yes." Wang Fatso nodded, smiling and continuing. "Xuanhuan, truthfully speaking, all of us who explored that tomb remain obsessed with it. Calculating the time now, after about 3 months, we'll gather again to return to the tomb, aiming to delve deep into its core." Looking at Xuanhuan, whose expression indicated thoughtful contemplation, he continued, "How about it? Are you interested in joining us in raiding this tomb? There are many treasures inside, possibly the kind of jade seal fragments you're searching for." Pausing momentarily, he suddenly grew serious, adding firmly, "Of course, risks and returns always balance out. This ancient tomb, while filled with valuable artifacts, is extremely dangerous. Brother Fatso wouldn't mislead you, so I hope you understand this point well. To be frank, our team originally consisted of 7 martial artists heading into the tomb. However, when we returned, 3 members were seriously injured. For over a year since then, they've been recovering. This is precisely why, after such a long interval, we'll gather once more to explore that ancient tomb." Listening to Wang Fatso's narration, Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled inconsistently. After contemplating briefly, he nodded. "Fatso, I'm very interested in this ancient tomb. However, 3 months is too long a wait. I wish to visit the tomb tomorrow. Can't we two simply go ahead together without waiting?" If he were to wait for 3 months, following a regular path of cultivation would be enough for him to break through and reach the accomplished phase of manifest force. But he couldn't afford to wait that long. Faced with potential threats posed by the masked man, he could only strengthen his cultivation at the fastest speed possible, achieving explosive growth in his strength within a short period. We two alone may not suffice. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatso shook his head and spoke in a deep tone. That ancient tomb is filled with intricate mechanisms. Without special skills, brute force alone would make it incredibly hard to break in. However, soon after, when he noticed Xuanhuan frowning deeply, he immediately gritted his teeth and rephrased. "In fact, it's not impossible. Our group of 7 back then all possessed hidden force cultivation, while you are a manifest force level expert, much stronger than us. Hence, you could significantly reduce many obstacles inside the ancient tomb." He added further. "Still, I must call at least one more person to join us. She's an expert in deciphering the tomb's traps. Without her, it would be impossible." Though, his heart brimmed with immense curiosity, as he didn't quite understand why Xuanhuan was so eager to enter the ancient tomb. To put it another way, he didn't know what made those artifacts similar to the jade seal fragments so special that they could make Xuanhuan desperate enough to obtain them. Of course, no matter how curious he might be, he tactfully refrained from asking Xuanhuan even once. All he could do for Xuanhuan now was accompany him on this early visit to the tomb. For just 2 or 3 people exploring an ancient tomb actually increased the risks significantly, but since Wang Fatso considered Xuanhuan a brother, there were no regrets. "Alright, thank you Fatso." On hearing Wang Fatso's words, Xuanhuan showed a faint smile on his face and nodded. How could he not understand Wang Fatso's sentiment? For him to risk accompanying Chun Nan ahead into the tomb wasn't out of admiration for Chun Nan's minor accomplishment in manifest force cultivation. It was purely because of the two words, brotherhood. This also indirectly confirmed something. Though Wang Fatso loved money, he could still be relied upon when it came to important matters. Hey, between brothers like us, what's the need for thanks? Wang Fatso prepared to approach Chun Nan for a bear hug, but seeing him inconveniently take a sip of hot tea, he abandoned the idea and chuckled. I'll contact her right away. Let her come over to Jiangzhou. Within about 7 days, we can set off towards that ancient tomb. Chapter 237. The Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony begins. All right, I'll wait for your news. I'll head back now. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan nodded with a smile and bid farewell to Wang Fatso. If it was only 7 days, he could certainly wait. Chun Nan, what's the background of my friend here? Staring at Chun Nan's retreating figure, Wang Fatso's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity as he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seems like he is a few years younger than me. At such a young age, he already possesses a minor accomplishment in bright force cultivation. This martial talent might even be on par with my brother's. In the ancient martial arts world, he would definitely be considered a top-tier prodigy. He's not like me, a castaway. It's possible that he is an outstanding disciple from some ancient martial arts family who has come to secular lands to gain experience. 2 days later. On this day, Jiangzhou welcomed the annual Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony. This year's Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony was far more lively than previous years. Even ordinary local citizens knew by now that the 5 major families of Jiangzhou would all participate in this grand ceremony. The Xin family, Yang family, Su family, Feng family, and Zhou family. These clans were the most representative pharmaceutical merchants in Jiangzhou. These 5 families virtually controlled 80 to 90% of Jiangzhou's medicinal herb cultivation. In other words, this year's Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony was essentially a competition arena for these 5 families. The bid champion of the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony would inevitably end up in the hands of one of these 5 families, rendering participation from other herbal merchants unnecessary. The event venue for the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony was set in the largest open-air stadium in Jiangzhou. At this moment, the stadium of Jiangzhou was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder. At a glance, it seemed filled with countless attendees. Even though the viewing tickets for the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony cost 2,999 yuan each, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm for this event. At the center of the stadium, numerous stones of various sizes and shapes were already arranged. These weren't ordinary stones. They exuded a faint medicinal aroma. They contained wild herbs encased inside, known as medicine stones. Medicine stones were formed over long periods of time, fossilized through the interaction of dust and wild medicinal herbs. Thus, it was very difficult for common people to judge just how valuable the herbs within them were. Aside from the master appraisers who select medicine stones and professional old craftsmen who cut them, no one else was allowed to touch these stones. Hence, spectators at the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony could only stand outside a circular red warning line, observing these stones from a distance. Occasionally pointing to their favorite stones, they would passionately discuss which ones had the potential to yield rare herbs. Everyone look! One of the 5 great families, the Xin family, has arrived. At this moment, someone in the crowd let out a surprised shout. Many people immediately turned toward the stadium gate, seeing a group quickly walking over. Among this group, the 2 individuals walking at the front were an elder and a young man. This elder was none other than Mr. Xin Songrong, the patriarch of the Xin family, and the young man was Chun Nan, who had agreed to represent the Xin family as the appraiser. Following behind Xin Songrong and Chun Nan were Xuanhuan and several other core members of the Xin family. Divine Dr. Chun, last time you saved me when I was poisoned and unconscious, and I thank you sincerely. Our family owes you a favor we can never repay. Xin Songrong glanced at Chun Nan walking beside him and said with a smile, this time you are willing to represent our Xin family as the appraiser, and once again, we owe you a great favor. On behalf of the entire Xin family, I thank you again. Last time, while he was poisoned and unconscious, he never got to see Chun Nan face to face. This was his first meeting with Chun Nan. Although his granddaughter, Yu Yan, mentioned that Chun Nan was very young, he was still astonished by Chun Nan's youth upon truly seeing him. At such a young age, yet possessing such exceptional medical skills, truly demonstrated that new talents were always emerging. Unfortunately, even if the flowing water showed no interest, falling flowers still carried sentiment. Chun Nan had already been pre-engaged by Elder Qin to be his granddaughter's spouse. Otherwise, he would have done everything in his power to matchmake between Chun Nan and his granddaughter Xin Yuyan. Grandpa Xin, you're exaggerating. Chun Nan shook his head, responding with a smile. If I fail to help the Xin family secure the bid champion, please don't blame me for being inadequate. After all, this is my first time acting as an appraiser for medicine stones. Of course, this was just a joke. With his fire-eye purple pupil's ability to see through objects and also with the medical inheritance of the ancestral elder of the Qin family, participating in the medicine stone appraisal was almost like cheating. Winning the title of champion was incredibly easy. Divine Dr. Qin, there's absolutely no need for you to feel pressured. Just do your best. Chun Nan was joking, but Xin Songrong became serious. He immediately responded with heartfelt sincerity. Regardless of whether you help our Xin family secure the bid champion or not, everyone in the Xin family will be grateful to you and harbor no complaints. We will always owe you this favor. Though Chun Nan's medical skills were remarkable, there was still some difference between appraising medicine stones and treating patients. Moreover, while on the surface it appeared as though the 5 major families were competing for the title of bid champion, In reality, it was their Shun family facing off against the other 4 clans. This put them at a significant disadvantage from the start. After all, each family's representative was only allowed to select 3 medicine stones. This meant that the Yang family and the other 3 families combined could choose 12 stones. This greatly increased the probability of finding rare herbs within those stones. To claim the title of Bid Champion, one had to look at which selected stones yielded the best medicinal herbs after being cut open. Taking all these factors into consideration, Shun Songrong actually only had a 50% expectation for Chun Nan to secure the title. Upon hearing Shun's words, Chun Nan smiled faintly and nodded without offering too many explanations. He had already admired Shun Songrong when he learned about how the old man offended the other 4 major families by refusing to exploit the citizens of Jiangzhou. For Shun Songrong's respected and noble character, he felt obliged to win this year's Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony for the Shun family. Before long, Shun Songrong and Chun Nan walked side by side, laughing together as they entered the stadium and finally took their seats in the most prestigious front row area reserved for the Shun family. Witnessing this, the spectators who had gathered to observe the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony burst into lively chatter. Who is that handsome young man? How come esteemed Grandpa Shun is treating him with such respect? I don't know. I'm familiar with almost all members of the Shun family, but this youth is unfamiliar to me. Could he possibly be the appraiser Shun family hired for this event? Impossible. Are you kidding me? The kid looks barely grown. Do you think just anyone can become an appraiser? Unless the Shun family has completely given up on winning the title. Chapter 238, Song Xiaoqi, the granddaughter of the Medicine King. It's true, what you said makes sense. The Shun family isn't that stupid. Yes, I feel the same way. I also believe that this young man is impossible to be the chief examiner of the Shun family. A person with an age similar to my son can't have such capability. The majority of these people discussed topics all revolved around Chun Nan. After all, Old Master Shun in Jiangzhou was definitely a prominent figure because he was deeply loved by many local residents. His reputation could even be compared with Gu Yu, the god doctor of Jiangzhou. For such a highly respected elder to be so courteous to an unknown young man like Chun Nan, it was truly a rare occurrence that sparked the curiosity of everyone present. Mr. Chun, please don't mind them. Hearing these discussions often carried a contemptuous tone toward Chun Nan, Shen Yuyan frowned and quickly said, "These people simply don't know how formidable you are, which is why they are making blind guesses. Miss Shun, rest assured, I, Chun Nan, am not the type to get angry over such trifles." Chun Nan shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "Their mouths are theirs, let them say what they will." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuyan exhaled a breath of relief and nodded accordingly. Quick, the Yang family, Zhou family, Su family, Feng family, and the other 4 major clans are all here together. In no time, with a cry of surprise from the crowd, the discussions about Chun Nan among the group completely dissipated. Upon hearing this cry, Chun Nan unconsciously looked in its direction. At the entrance of the sports stadium, dozens of people were striding towards their location. The leader walking at the front consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. Among the 4 men were an elder and 3 middle-aged men. As for the woman, she had her hair tied up into 2 buns, a slightly chubby but clear-cut face, and wore simple gray short sleeves with shorts, making her age hard to determine. Oddly enough, the 5 individuals walking at the front had the beautiful woman right at the center, surrounded by the old man, and the 3 middle-aged men like stars circling the moon. At this moment, with the arrival of these individuals, the crowd at the entire sports stadium once again erupted into chatter and began discussions. Although Chun Nan hadn't met the heads of the other 4 families, through the murmurs of the crowd, he learned that the elder was Yang Hao's father, the patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Tianzan. And those 3 middle-aged men were respectively Zhou Xian, head of the Zhou family, Feng Liang, head of the Feng family, and Su Kuan, head of the Su family. Regarding the woman of unknown age, she became the main subject, causing intense discussion because, just like him, she had never appeared before and was a new young face. How could it be her? How could this girl be here? And how did the old man Yang Tianzan manage to bring her along too? Once recognizing who the beautiful woman was, Old Master Shun's face immediately turned somber. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Do you know that girl?" Perceiving the sudden change in her grandfather's expression, Shen Yuyan felt puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "I don't personally know her, but your grandpa Go mentioned her to me." Shun Songrong shook his head and spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, she should be Song Xiaoqi." Song Xiaoqi, the genius granddaughter of the Medicine King, Song Jingxi? Upon hearing these words from her grandfather, Shen Yuyan was greatly startled, her complexion turning slightly unpleasant as she blurted out, "Grandpa, don't joke around. Are you sure it's really her, Miss Song Xiaoqi?" Medicine King Song Jingxi, what kind of figure was he? Even the 3 holy hands of medicine, including Sun Tiange, looked up to him as a medical grandmaster. His granddaughter, Song Xiaoqi, was regarded as the most remarkable prodigy in the medical world. It was already rumored that at just over 20 years old, she had inherited 3/10 of Song Jingxi's genuine skills. Don't think lightly of her having only inherited 3/10 of Song Jingxi's expertise. To some extent, it was already sufficient to match the level of several holy hands of medicine, including Sun Tiange. Silly girl, though grandpa is old, my eyes aren't yet blind. Shun Songrong shook his head and bitterly laughed, saying, "That girl indeed is Song Xiaoqi, the genius granddaughter of Medicine King Song Jingxi. 3 years ago, when your grandpa Gu attended the National Medical Conference, Song Xiaoqi gave a speech at that meeting, and they took a picture together afterward." He sighed and added, "I saw that photo. Although Song Xiaoqi is taller now, Her face is exactly the same as on the photograph. It cannot be wrong. He had never expected that Yang Tianzan, in order to secure the bid champion at this pharmaceutical grand ceremony, would directly invite Song Xiaoqi, granddaughter of Medicine King Song Jingxi. It was almost certain that she had been invited as the Yang family's expert consultant. Now things have gotten complicated. With Song Xiaoqi's participation, his Shun family's chances of securing the bid champion were practically non-existent. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Nan, but rather the reputation and prestige of Song Xiaoqi were just too immense. Grandpa, if the Yang family's expert consultant is the granddaughter of the Medicine King, then it's understandable even if our Shun family doesn't secure the bid champion in this pharmaceutical grand ceremony. Shen Yiyan sighed deeply and nodded in agreement. Even though she wanted to believe in Chen Nan, she no longer had any confidence deep inside, so her words also served as a preemptive psychological reassurance for her grandfather. Mr. Shun, Miss Shun. Seeing the disheartened demeanor of Shun Songrong and his granddaughter, Chen Nan couldn't help but smile lightly and spoke candidly. I may not know the granddaughter of the Medicine King, but I certainly won't lose to her in terms of expertise. You don't need to worry. Chen Nan had indeed heard of Medicine King Song Jingxi. The longevity pill that Sun Tinga gifted him with, which he later presented as a birthday gift, was crafted by none other than Medicine King Song Jingxi. Putting aside that Song Xiaoqi was only the granddaughter of the Medicine King, even if Song Jingxi himself were here, it wouldn't be possible for the bid champion to be taken from him during this pharmaceutical grand ceremony. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Shun Songrong and Shun Yuyan exchanged a glance, and just as Shun Yuyan was about to say something, a cold laughter suddenly came through. How audacious! And you think you can win against me? Song Xiaoqi, along with Yang Tianzan and the others who had unknowingly arrived, had overheard Chen Nan's remarks. In an instant, Song Xiaoqi couldn't help but let out her voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Chapter 239, Yang Tianzan's face. Upon hearing these words, Chen Nan glanced indifferently at Song Xiaoqi and chose not to engage in a verbal spat at this moment, so he ignored her. Seeing that Chen Nan was completely ignoring her, Song Xiaoqi became all the more enraged, puffing with anger as she prepared to say something to Chen Nan. Miss Song, please don't take it to heart. Shen Yuyan stepped forward quickly and said to Song Xiaoqi with a smile, I am Shen Yuyan. He is called Chen Nan. He is the Palmai we invited from our Shen family. If anything Chen Nan said earlier upset you, then on behalf of our Shen family, I would like to apologize here. Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile to dispel Song Xiaoqi's fury. Miss Song, we know you are the granddaughter of Elder Song, the Medicine King. Our Shen family acknowledges that based on your medical expertise, you probably have the best chance among all the candidates to secure the title of the Chief Palmai at the upcoming Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony. While saying this, she covertly gave Chen Nan an apologetic look, indicating that her remarks were merely meant to defuse the tension and hoped that Chen Nan wouldn't overthink her words. The Shen family had no intention of looking down upon him. Your Shen family is not bad, possessing some self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoqi slightly nodded, her growing rage gradually subsiding. Smiling, she said, since you've put it that way, I, Song Xiaoqi, am not a person with a narrow mind, so let's consider this incident settled. Although she said it out loud, secretly she resolved that soon she would ensure Chen Nan admitted his defeat convincingly, making him understand clearly that the genius name of being the granddaughter of the Medicine King wasn't gained without reason. Shun Songrong, I see you've gone senile. At this point, head of the Yang family, Yang Tianzan, sneered, pointing mockingly at Chen Nan first, and then turning teasingly towards old Master Shun. This young fellow, where did you find him? You're letting such an unknown youth represent your Shen family as the Chief Palmai. Looks like your family has already realized they won't be able to compete against ours in this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony and plans to hand the title of Chief Palmai over to us Yang voluntarily. He paused, his aged face showing smug satisfaction as he added with a laugh. To tell you the truth, what you're doing now isn't even embarrassing. Perhaps you don't know yet, but the Zhou, Su, and Feng families have made last-minute decisions to withdraw their participation in this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony actively. These families have good sense. So why don't you Shen family also abandon your participation in the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony and directly surrender the title of Chief Palmai to our Yang family? This way, we'll save each other the trouble of going through time-wasting formalities. Upon hearing Yang Tianzan's words, Shen Songrong snorted coldly. Even though he thought the odds of Chen Nan's success had dropped significantly, he didn't intend to give the other party any face, responding directly. Yang Tianzan, don't be too smug in front of me. Even if you bring along the granddaughter of the Medicine King, who ultimately claims the title of Chief Palmai remains uncertain. If you think we will back out willingly from this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony, dream on. As he spoke, his sharp old eyes swept across the heads of three families, Zhou Xian from the Zhou family, Feng Liang from the Feng family, and Su Kuan from the Su family, laughing coldly. Our Shen family, regardless of circumstances, will never humiliate itself by bowing down before your Yang family. Once, our 5 great families joined forces and promoted the development of pharmaceutical cultivation together, allowing the people of Jiangzhou to earn their living honorably, becoming the 5 beloved great families of the common folk in Jiangzhou. But everything has changed completely now. Although you, Yang Tianzan, have taken a wrong turn due to ambition these past few years, I never expected that the Zhou, Su, and Feng families would join you in corrupt deeds. For the sake of greed, you've been oppressing and exploiting herb cultivators continuously for years, resulting in resentment from the people of Jiangzhou toward our 5 great families. I imagine that if Elder Zhou, Elder Su, and Elder Feng were still alive, they'd surely be filled with righteous anger and curse you as unworthy descendants. These three gentlemen upheld justice throughout their lives. They would absolutely not want to see their successors bring disgrace upon their names, becoming subordinates to the Yang family, and degrading into tyrannical landlords. Shen Songrong's resounding words were brutally straightforward, giving no face not only to Yang Tianzan, but also to the patriarchs of the Zhou, Su, and Feng families. After hearing Shen Songrong's speech, Zhou Xuanhuan, the head of the Zhou family, Feng Liang, the head of the Feng family, and Su Kuan, the head of the Su family, all had extremely difficult expressions on their faces, yet none stood up to refute or defend themselves. Because, regardless of how reluctant they were to admit it, what Shen Songrong had said was indeed the truth. Since their fathers, the patriarchs of their respective families, passed away, these three sons have become heads of their families. Over the years, they have not been able to withstand the pressure brought by the Yang family, nor resist the temptation of benefits gained from being subordinated to the Yang family. Yang Tianzan's expression was far from pleasant upon hearing Shen Songrong's words, and he let out a cold snort, replying, Shen Songrong, your sharp tongue is still as cutting as ever, but talking too much serves no purpose. Once we secure the top bid at this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony and subsequently sign the Cradle Pharmacity Cooperation Project with Han Corporation, at that time. He paused deliberately here, already assuming the arrogant demeanor of a victor, adding with a malicious smile, at that time, I will make you, this old man, realize just how laughably naive it is for your Shun family to hold on to integrity. I will ensure that your Shen family will no longer have any place to stand in Jiangzhou. By then, your people will live worse than dogs. Shen Songrong became so infuriated that his old face turned red with rage. No matter how sharp his words were, they couldn't match the utterly shameless and despicable mannerisms of his opponent. Shen Yuyan and other members of the Shun family present were also quite angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Tianzan. Upon hearing Yang Tianzan's words, Zhou Xuanhuan, the head of the Zhou family, Feng Liang, the head of the Feng family, and Su Kuan, the head of the Su family, all replaced their previously awkward expressions with an air of quiet relief. However, Song Xiaoqi, who represented the Yang family as the chief Pomai participating in the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony, could not help but frown slightly, feeling that Yang Tianzan's actions were excessive. She felt deeply uncomfortable about what Yang Tianzan had said, but considering the precious herb he had promised her as a gift, she chose to ignore his remarks. That herb was very important to her. Therefore, no matter what, since she had agreed to use her skills on behalf of the Yang family to secure the top bid, she could not break her word. Old man, speaking such harsh words represents nothing more than your family being destined never to obtain the title. Upon seeing Yang Tianzan's behavior, Chun Nin could no longer tolerate it. He immediately retorted with a mocking sneer. You'd better not get too excited too soon. During the Pomai appraisal session later, I will show you exactly what it means for evil to never triumph over good. Chapter 240. Ignore. He paused for a moment. With a sneer, he added, as long as I, Chun Nan, am here, the momentum of your Yang family will stop here, and you are destined to fail. It is said that like father, like son. The current head of the Yang family, Yang Tianzan, just like Yang Hao who died in his hands, both have an identical, troublemaking face. Where did this greenhorn brat come from? How dare you make big talk in front of me? There's no place for you to speak here. Yang Tianzan couldn't help but squinted his old eyes, frowned, and thundered with a cold face. Head of the Yang family, I know this guy. Before Chun Nan could speak, Su Kuan, the head of the Su family, stepped forward, glaring sharply at Chun Nan and viciously said, this kid is not an ordinary citizen. He is closely associated with the Goldfish Gang. I even suspect this kid is the protected Xiaobalan of that woman, Jin Hongmei. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, and his tone was filled with resentment as he added, head of the Yang family, let me tell you frankly, my son Su Liang is still lying painfully in the hospital, and the reason he became disabled is because of this kid. His son Su Liang had his testicles crushed by Chun Nan in one of the private rooms at the Goldfish Entertainment Center, thus becoming a castrated eunuch neither male nor female. He had remembered this account deeply all along. Originally, he intended to wait until the underground arena battles between Jiangzhou factions were over so that when the Black Wolf Gang dealt with the Goldfish Gang, he could then seek revenge on Chun Nan. But soon after, he heard news that the Goldfish Gang annihilated the Black Wolf Gang in the arena battle and forcibly subdued the Iron Fist Gang, instantly becoming the king of Jiangzhou's underground factions. Because of this, he had dared not cause any trouble for Chun Nan out of fear that Jin Hongmei would retaliate against the Su family for Chun Nan's sake. Your son used despicable means to harm a woman he should not have harmed, and having this end is exactly what he deserved. It is also the failure of your education as a father. Chun Nan paid no attention to Su Kuan's resentful gaze and calmly stated. Pausing briefly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he added two more sentences. You should be thanking me. By not sending him directly to report to King Yan, I've already given him the greatest favor. Initially, Su Liang attempted to drug Zhao Yalan at the Goldfish Entertainment Center. Had he not been there coincidentally, Zhao Yalan might have already been bullied by Su Liang. If such an event had occurred, not only would he never have obtained the half-Dao innate Yin energy within Zhao Yalan's body, but Zhao Yalan's entire life would have been completely ruined. You so cruel. Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, Su Kuan's heart was filled with rage and hatred. If glares could kill, Chun Nan would probably have died many times already. He trembled all over from anger, his face turning red, but due to the presence of the goldfish gang, he was constantly restraining himself. Boy, I ask you, is my son Zhou Long's death related to you? Just at this moment, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xuanhuan, suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Xuanhuan, shouting fiercely, "My son Feng Wenyuan's death. Boy, does it have anything to do with you too?" Feng Liang, the head of the Feng family, seemingly linked something together as well, stepping forward immediately, his face gloomy while questioning Xuanhuan. Being fathers, they were also very clear. Yang Hao, Feng Wenyuan, Su Liang, Zhou Long often ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves together, forming a small circle of 4 wealthy offspring who were referred to as the 4 young lords of Jiangzhou. Now, knowing that Su Liang had been incapacitated by Xuanhuan, who was standing before them, Zhou Long and Su Liang had also recently died inside a private room at some club, which led them to inevitably suspect Xuanhuan. Although according to the police autopsy, Zhou Long and Su Liang died from accidental alcohol poisoning, how could they, as fathers, believe this result? I don't know what you're talking about. Upon hearing the angry questions from Zhou Xuanhuan and Feng Liang, Xuanhuan burst out laughing immediately, shrugging harmlessly and calmly saying, "I don't know your sons, so don't blame their deaths on me, Xuanhuan." With his current strength, he wouldn't even look at these few families. However, even though Zhou family and Feng family suspected him, he wasn't foolish enough to verbally admit killing Zhou Long and Feng Wenyuan. Boyu. Seeing Xuanhuan's innocent appearance, Zhou Xuanhuan and Feng Liang became even more suspicious of him instead, making them angrier than ever, wanting to say something harsh to him. "Lord Zhou, Lord Feng, please calm down. The judges of the grand ceremony will be here soon." At this point, Yang Tianzan waved his hand to interrupt the two of them, speaking up. "Today is an important day for the Medicine Stone grand ceremony. Regardless of whatever grudges you have with this boy, we'll deal with them after today." He actually had some doubts about his son Yang Hao, who had disappeared without a trace up until now. Perhaps he suspected that it had something to do with Xuanhuan before him. However, after learning that Yang Hao had no blood relation to him and was the result of his wife's illicit affair with the butler, he no longer cared about Yang Hao's disappearance. Thus, he did not interrogate Xuanhuan with anger like Zhou Xuanhuan and Feng Liang did at this moment. "Kid, I don't care what your relationship with Jin Hongmei is, but let me tell you, in this Jiangzhou, the goldfish gang isn't powerful enough to make our Yang family wary." Yang Tianzan chuckled coldly as he threw these words toward Xuanhuan before leading the rest of the Yang family to take their seats in the nearby VIP area. Zhou Xuanhuan, Feng Liang, and Su Kuan also ignored Xuanhuan from then on and led their respective family members to sit down in their designated VIP sections. "Mr. Chun, you've offended the Yang, Zhou, and other families, so be careful moving forward." Shen Yuyan overheard the conversation between Xuanhuan and Yang Tianzan and couldn't help but voice her concerns. "If there's anything we at the Shen family can do for you, feel free to ask anytime." Although she knew Xuanhuan was an ancient martial artist, she didn't know how strong he really was. She thought that being young, his ancient martial skills might not be very formidable, and he would find it hard to face the challenges posed by those few families alone. "Dr. Chun, what Yuyan meant is exactly what this old man means." Shen Songrong also nodded solemnly, adding, "You can rest assured, if these families dare to target you, my Shen family will be the first one to object." As far as he was concerned, he didn't care at all whether or not the incidents involving the so-called 4 young lords of Jiangzhou were related to Xuanhuan. Because in his eyes, Xuanhuan was an outstanding young talent with high moral character, whereas those 4 were nothing more than arrogant rich kids who misused their family powers to commit countless wicked deeds. Chapter 241, 2 Medical Saints. "Grandpa Shun, Miss Shun, please feel assured." Hearing the Shun's staunch support for him, Xuanhuan felt warmth in his heart and could not help but smile as he said, "These young families cannot harm me. I do not fear them." With his current skills, how could he take seriously the threat from a few secular families in Jiangzhou? Yang Hao and others had tried again and again to kill him, and they ended up getting killed by him. If these young families just minded their own business, it would be better. If they dared to provoke him first, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He didn't mind letting 4 of the 5 great families of Jiangzhou be wiped out, leaving only the Shun family as the dominant power. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Shun and Shun Yuyan exchanged glances, both sighing with relief and smiling nodding without saying more. Both grandfather and granddaughter were very clear that Xuanhuan was not someone who liked to boast, and since he had already said so, there was basically no falsehood. "Grandpa Shun, do you know who the judges of this pharmacological grand ceremony are?" Xuanhuan did not dwell on this topic and deftly changed the subject with a smile. Earlier, Yang Tianzhan had mentioned that the judges were almost here, and now he really was quite curious about who the judges of this pharmacological grand ceremony were. After all, this pharmacological grand ceremony was different from previous ones. The title of champion bidder of this year's ceremony had an absolutely unprecedented amount of prestige because it was closely related to the Cradle Medicinal Capital project. In other words, since this pharmacological grand ceremony was so significant, even the son-granddaughter of the Medicine King was invited over by the Yangs, so the judges must surely also have impressive backgrounds. "I know. I've just learned this news from Guyu." Shen Songrong nodded and smiled as he replied. In the past, the judges of the pharmacological grand ceremony were mostly led by old Gu, consisting of a few relatively famous traditional Chinese doctors from Jiangzhou. But this time's ceremony is extraordinarily significant, so the city government has taken charge, inviting 2 out of the 3 medical sages to act as special judges. Pausing briefly, he glanced at Xuanhuan, smilingly adding, "According to Guyu, these 2 medical sages are Fang Nong and Huangfu Bailan." Unfortunately, the last one, Sun Tiangi, couldn't make it because he is attending a medical seminar abroad. Otherwise, it would have been a rare occasion for all three medical sages gathering in Jiangzhou, jointly becoming special judges for this pharmacological grand ceremony. The word unfortunate here was doubly nuanced. On one hand, it refers to how if all three medical sages gathered in Jiangzhou, the prestige of this pharmacological grand ceremony would rise another level, subliminally enhancing Jiangzhou's influence as the medicinal capital, with unspeakable benefits for the future development of the entire city. On the other hand, he also knew that when Sun Tiangi and Xuanhuan treated the Sha poison in his body, these old and young became lifelong friends. If Sun Tiangi came to this pharmacological grand ceremony, it would have increased Xuanhuan's chances of winning. To invite two medical sages to judge the pharmacological grand ceremony, the city government of Jiangzhou has indeed made a large move this time. Xuanhuan nodded upon hearing this and praised with a smile. The pharmacological grand ceremony concerns the Cradle Medicine Capital project, so the city government naturally pays great attention to it. Shen Songrong also nodded and smiled, saying, just as Shen Songrong and Xuanhuan were chatting happily, an exclamatory shout broke off their conversation at this moment. Everyone look quickly. The judges are here. The pharmacological grand ceremony is finally about to start. With the falling of this voice, the entire stadium immediately began to boil. Xuanhuan also looked towards the sound, seeing a group rushing through the stadium gates and walking briskly toward the main stage of the stadium. There were three people leading the way, one of whom Xuanhuan recognized. It was Deputy City Mayor of Jiangzhou, Huang Zhen. As for the other two individuals, one was male and the other female. The man was tall and thin with a full head of silver hair, but exuded remarkable vigor. The woman, on the other hand, had a fair complexion, a graceful figure, dressed in a refined white cheongsam embroidered with lilies, and seemed to be a beautiful middle-aged lady. Xuanhuan already knew without needing to guess that those who could come shoulder to shoulder with Huang Zhen must be none other than the two medical sages invited by the city government as special judges for the pharmacological grand ceremony. Clearly, these male and female figures were none other than Fang Nong and Huangfu Bailan. However, Xuanhuan felt somewhat surprised within his heart. He originally thought that the three medical sages were all old men like Sun Tiangi, never imagining that Huangfu Bailan would be so young. Right at the center of the stage, two seats were placed. They were the seats for the special judges. To the right, there was a precision machine for slicing stones open, while to the left, there was a simple podium similar to where the host delivers speeches. At this moment, after the group ascended to the main stage, Fang Nong and Huangfu Bailan respectively took their seats as special judges, while Huang Zhen stood at the simple podium, personally presiding over this year's pharmacological grand ceremony. Hello everyone, I am Huang Zhen, the deputy mayor of Jiangzhou. Huang Zhen stood on the podium, gazing down at the dense crowd of citizens from Jiangzhou, holding a microphone and speaking in a loud, cheerful voice. The people of Jiangzhou are so passionate about our city's annual pharmacological grand ceremony, which makes me very happy. On behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government, I would also like to thank you for your presence and participation. He paused for a moment. Then he smiled and continued. I believe many of you may have already heard the rumors. This year's pharmacological grand ceremony is different from previous years. This year's ceremony concerns the future development of Jiangzhou and is closely related to the Cradle project, led by the municipal government and the Han family conglomerate. Our 5 largest local medicinal herb merchant families in Jiangzhou would originally all participate in the bidding to be the official Pomai family. But I've just received news that several families, such as the Zhou, Su, and Feng families, have temporarily decided to withdraw from this competition for the title of Bid King. Therefore, the main competition in this year's pharmacological grand ceremony will now be between the Yang family and the Shin family. Whichever family wins the title of Bid King will officially become the cooperative medicinal herb supplier for the Cradle project. Upon hearing Huang Zhen's words, the citizens of Jiangzhou immediately erupted in uproar, but the crowd wasn't overly surprised either. The Zhou, Feng, and Su families had long been known to be subordinates of the Yang family, and these 4 families working together to oppress the local populace was no longer a secret. Thus, it was not surprising to everyone that these 3 families would voluntarily withdraw from participating in the pharmacological grand ceremony. As for the government's plan to develop Jiangzhou into the 4th renowned medicinal capital, this project called Cradle Medicinal Capital, it had already spread throughout the city over the past few days, and every resident of Jiangzhou already knew about it. Chapter 242, Selecting Stones with Expertise. That's all I have to say. Huang Zhen stood on the podium and paid no attention to the commotion below. He waved his hand and immediately announced loudly, I now declare that the pharmaceutic ceremony officially begins. Now, please allow me to invite Yang family's expert in charge, as well as Shin family's expert, to come onto the stage. Upon hearing Huang Zhen's words, Xuanhuan rose from the Shin family seating area and stepped toward the main stage. Song Shaoqi also rose from the Yang family seating area and similarly walked toward the main stage. When these 2 individuals reached the main stage, the people of Jiangzhou who had come to witness the pharmaceutic ceremony suddenly became extremely agitated, causing a significant uproar. Although everyone had guessed a little beforehand, they were still shocked to see Xuanhuan representing the Shun family and Song Shaoqi representing the Yang family standing up front on the main stage. For no other reason than this, both Xuanhuan and Song Shaoqi were too young. One must understand that being eligible to serve as an expert judge for pharmaceutic stones represents requiring a high level of medical skill, necessitating great familiarity with various Chinese herbal medicines. In everyone's view, How competent could such young Chun Nan and Song Xiaoqi possibly be? Haha, young brother Chun. Seeing Chun Nan stand on the main stage, Huang Zhen moved slightly closer to him, and without reservation showed a hint of smile, speaking in a low voice. Having not seen you for a while, big brother here would never have thought you would become the Shun family's key expert, participating in this pharmaceutics ceremony. Soon, I will get to watch your true skills on display. He did not bother with the commotion among the crowd below, having absolute faith in Chun Nan's medical skills, given he had already witnessed Chun Nan's remarkable medical abilities multiple times. As for Song Xiaoqi, there was even less doubt about her. After all, he already knew that Yang family invited her, who was the gifted granddaughter of medicine king Song Jingzi. Old brother Huang, let me not hide anything from you. The reason I became Shin family's key expert is that Shin family deserves my involvement. Chun Nan slightly nodded, saying with a smile. Pausing momentarily, his eyes flashing, the smile gradually fading a bit from his face, he spoke frankly. Old brother Huang, Chang Yuanshan just took office as the mayor and is not yet very familiar with the situation in Jiangzhou. But you should understand, compared to the Yang family, the Shin family is undoubtedly a much better fit to become the business partner for the Cradle Medicine Capital project. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Huang Zhen was initially taken aback, then chuckled bitterly, helplessly stating, Younger brother Chun, I understand what you mean. The Shin family is indeed the best business partner. Mayor Chang actually understands this point too. But this matter is not so simple. The Yang family has deep roots in Jiangzhou and does not engage in any visible rule-breaking behavior publicly. Thus, our municipal government cannot impose unilateral control. He sighed lightly and elaborated further. Actually, the Han Corporation originally had designated a business partner, which was the Yang family. However, Mayor Chang believed that the Yang family's reputation among the people of Jiangzhou was poor, so he resolutely rejected it. Mayor Chang advocated determining the cooperation partner based on which family won the top bid at the pharmaceutics ceremony. This is the most he could strive for, indirectly offering Shin family a chance. Their municipal government certainly knew that the Yang family, along with the other three families, had been oppressing the citizens of Jiangzhou over the past few years, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. Based on this fact, on one hand, their municipal government had always been paying close attention to the Yang family, but couldn't find any hard evidence against them. The actions by Yang family could at most be considered those of greedy merchants, but there was no violation of the law. On the other hand, the Yang family was one of the top taxpayers in Jiangzhou and received support from many municipal officials and even higher-ups. Without sufficient evidence, it was impossible to take action against the Yang family. Therefore, summarizing it all into one sentence, the municipal government felt equally helpless against the Yang family. After hearing what Huang Zhen said, Chun Nan pondered thoughtfully for a moment. Subsequently, his smile reappeared, and he nodded, saying, Old brother Huang, I understood what you just said. Pausing briefly, he added with a smile, Thank Mayor Chang for this opportunity. I will seize this chance and ensure that Shin family wins the top bid at this pharmaceutics ceremony. The several sentences he said earlier to Huang Zhen contained a hint of indignation, believing it was due to the municipal government's inaction that allowed the Yang family and three other families to collude in oppressing the citizens of Jiangzhou. However, now it appeared that he had misjudged the municipal government of Jiangzhou, and indeed, this matter wasn't as straightforward. After all, the secular world follows its own laws, unlike the ancient martial arts circle where problems could be resolved through brute force. It's good that you understand. After hearing this, Huang Zhen nodded and smiled as he patted Chun Nan on the shoulder. Leaning close to his ear, he said, Younger brother Chun, our Jiangzhou municipal government hopes that you can win the top bid at this pharmaceutics ceremony. It all depends on you now. After a brief low-voice chat with Chun Nan, Huang Zhen returned to the hosting podium. Huang Zhen's conversation with Chun Nan also reached Song Xiaoqi's ears, who stood on the stage nearby. She immediately furrowed her brows, feeling increasingly uncomfortable inside. She had never taken Chun Nan seriously, but the words Huang Zhen said to Chun Nan made her hesitate slightly, questioning whether she should help the Yang family achieve their goal. After all, her grandfather, the medicine king, had always taught her that one must first learn to be a good person before learning medicine. Medical ethics come before medical skills. The Yang family indeed doesn't seem like a good bunch, but so what? In order to acquire that precious herb, I will secure the top bid at this pharmaceutics ceremony for the Yang family, no matter what. But soon, Song Xiaoqi adjusted her mindset and clenched her teeth in determination. All right, everyone, please calm down. Standing back on the podium, Huang Zhen looked out over the crowd below, where people were still buzzing about Chun Nan and Song Xiaoqi, and picked up the microphone to loudly announce. Once everyone quieted down, he continued, saying, Next, please have Shin family's expert, Chun Nan, and Yang family's expert, Song Xiaoqi, proceed to the area where the pharmaceutic stones are displayed, and each select 3 stones. Upon hearing this, both Chun Nan and Song Xiaoqi crossed the red warning line and entered the display area. There were hundreds of pharmaceutic stones arranged neatly in the area, and as they stepped into this zone, the various scents of herbs immediately filled their nostrils. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can go first if you want. Song Xiaoqi glanced coldly at Chun Nan and spoke with arrogance. I don't need your favor. You pick yours, I'll pick mine. Chun Nan snorted derisively, and then calmly said, At this pharmaceutic ceremony, I'll make sure you lose convincingly, and leave the Yang family with nothing. Chapter 243, Chun Nan's Nonchalance. You. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Song Xiaoqi immediately stared with wide eyes, and turned bright red with anger. In her view, Serving as the connoisseur for the Yang family made her feel a twinge of guilt, which was why she wanted to give Xuanhuan an advantage by allowing him to choose the medicine stones first. However, Xuanhuan coldly and directly rejected her good intentions. This was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin without recognizing his kindness. She was utterly infuriated. Ungrateful. Song Xiaoqi forcibly suppressed the resentment in her heart and coldly snorted at Xuanhuan. This young lady would like to see what kind of skill you possess that will make me lose. If I win, this young lady will make you publicly slap yourself 10 times. Xuanhuan's arrogance pushed her to determine to give the man in front of her a lesson. And if you lose? Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a light laugh, responding with a counter-question. Song Xiaoqi had been behaving all along like a high and mighty young miss, exuding a sense of superiority in her bones, always speaking with the attitude of a victor. This annoyed him greatly. Could this young lady lose? Hearing this, Song Xiaoqi burst out laughing with rage. She then almost without hesitation responded arrogantly. If this young lady loses, you can do whatever you want. Choosing the medicine stones seemed to be about selecting herbs, but it actually tested one's medical knowledge. Could she lose? What kind of international joke was that? Since she had achieved some success in learning medicine, her medical knowledge was only admired by her peers. She had never lost to any of them. Fine, remember your words. Upon hearing Song Xiaoqi's statement, Xuanhuan nodded lightly with a faint smile. He no longer wanted to engage in further verbal sparring with Song Xiaoqi and started picking medicine stones among the hundreds present. Song Xiaoqi, meanwhile, stuck out her lips and began seriously selecting her own medicine stones. The rule of the medicine stone grand ceremony was this. Both Xuanhuan and Song Xiaoqi could select 3 medicine stones. All the stones chosen by the 2 individuals would then be cut open on the spot by professional elder craftsmen. The total value of the herbs revealed from the 3 stones selected by each person would determine who claimed the title of bidding king for this medicine stone grand ceremony. Of course, the valuation of the herbs would naturally be judged by the 2 special judges who were master healers in the medical field. At that moment, all spectators quietly watched as Xuanhuan and Song Xiaoqi examined and chose medicine stones in the designated area. Song Xiaoqi's face was serious as she stopped beside every single medicine stone to crouch down and examine it carefully. She would meticulously study the stone for several minutes, sniffing its aroma, sometimes even tasting it lightly with her tongue, using the mud taste from the outer layer to reinforce her judgment. On the other hand, Xuanhuan walked with his hands in his pockets, casually glancing at a stone for just a few seconds after activating his fiery purple eyes before moving on to the next one. Compared to each other, Song Xiaoqi clearly appeared very professional, while Xuanhuan's actions looked those of an amateurish contestant, seemingly clueless about how to properly choose the stones. Is he really Xin family's hired connoisseur? The way he examines the medicine stones is like he's just strolling around. How can he possibly pick anything valuable? In my participation in 11 medicine stone grand ceremonies in Jiangzhou, I have never seen anyone conduct the examination like this. It seems to me that this fellow has come here just to mess around. What a pity. Xin Enterprises is a responsible and reputable company, and old Master Shun is highly respected. I truly hoped from the bottom of my heart that Shun Enterprises could claim the bidding king. Unfortunately, old Master Shin misjudged this time and invited such an ignorant young man to serve as their connoisseur. Who could say otherwise? This medicine stone grand ceremony concerns the Cradle Project, and the local residents of Jiangzhou all hope that Shun family can secure the bidding crown so they can lead us to better days. But looking at the situation now, it seems Yang family will once again reap the benefits, leaving us no prospect of better lives. Seeing this scene, the onlooker citizens participating in the medicine stone grand ceremony couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Among these people, many openly criticized Xuanhuan under their breath, but even more lamented that Xin family might not secure the bidding crown because of him. The Cradle Project aimed to transform the entire city of Jiangzhou into the 4th largest medicinal capital, closely tied to the interests of every Jiangzhou resident. These local residents universally detested what the Yang family had done, hoping sincerely that Xin family could achieve victory this time. Grandfather, isn't there something wrong with Mr. Chun examining the medicine stones so casually? Watching Xuanhuan stroll around the medicine stones like it was nothing, Xin Yuyan couldn't help but furrow her brows tightly and ask. Faced with Song Xiaoqi, the prodigy granddaughter of the medicine king, her confidence in Xuanhuan winning the bid had dropped dramatically, from initially 50% to merely 10%. Now, upon seeing Xuanhuan's casual attitude towards selecting the medicine stones, even the 10% hope she initially held was gone. Let Dr. Chen choose the medicine stones however he likes. Yang family has invited Song Xiaoqi, the granddaughter of the medicine king, so our Shun family already has little chance to win. There is no need to put too much pressure on Dr. Chun. Shun Songrong shook his head with a steady mindset, bitterly smiling as he spoke. After a brief pause, he deliberately added in a serious tone. Yan, your grandfather knows that since you have taken over the company, the heavy burden rests on your shoulders alone, and the fate of our family lies entirely with you. If we succeed in securing the Bid King title, and through this become collaborators of the Cradle Project, then it would be ideal. But if we don't secure the title in this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony, you must not blame Dr. Chun. Instead, always remember his kindness towards our Shin family. Regardless of whether our Shun family prospers or declines, we will never be ungrateful people. Upon hearing these words from Shun Songrong, Shin Yuyan nodded and responded. Grandfather, I understand what you mean. I won't hold any grudges against Mr. Chun. I'm deeply grateful that Mr. Chin agreed to serve as our family's connoisseur. It's just... She paused here, then bitterly smiled before continuing. It's just that I feel somewhat reluctant. If the Yang family secures the Bid King title and becomes the collaborator of the Cradle Project, they will undoubtedly become an all-powerful family. At that point, our Shin family will have no means to resist. Things may truly turn out as Yang Tianzhan said earlier. Our entire Shin family will fall so low that we'll be worse off than dogs. Upon hearing these words from her granddaughter Shin Yuyan, Shin Songrong couldn't help but sigh lightly without saying more. He very well understood the reluctance in his granddaughter Shin Yuyan's heart given their current difficult situation. Chapter 244. Start cutting the stones. When everyone saw Chun Nan's casual selection of medicinal stones for the evaluation process, the people from the Yang, Zhou, Su, and Feng families all revealed smirks of satisfaction on their faces. In their hearts, they were certain of victory. They all believed that there wouldn't be any surprises now. This year's medicinal stone ceremony's bidding champion would undoubtedly belong to the Yang family. At the same time, on the main stage, one of the three great medical masters and special judge, Fong Nong, also witnessed Chun Nan's reckless stone evaluation. Immediately, he slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed irritably, "This guy named Chun Nan, what is wrong with him? Coming here unskilled to do an evaluation. Does he think I'm just a blind old man to tolerate such nonsense?" In essence, the medicinal stone ceremony was an event related to the medical arts. As one of the three great medical masters, Fong Nong could not stand anyone falsifying information in the medical field. He viewed evaluating medicinal stones as a way to indirectly promote traditional Chinese medicine practices. However, Chun Nan's haphazard selection of stones seemed extremely unprofessional. It was akin to playing music completely off-key. Elder Fong, calm down. At that moment, another medical master, Huangfu Bailan, who was also serving as a special judge at this ceremony, chuckled softly and remarked, "The current medicinal stone ceremony involves the Cradle Project. I've heard that the Shun family is a prominent clan in Jiangzhou. Since they've entrusted this young man, Chun Nan, with representing them for the stone evaluation, it means he must have some abilities in the medical field. Let's observe the stones he picks before jumping to conclusions." Most medical practitioners tend to remain composed. Among the three medical masters, both her and Sun Tian are known for their amiable temperaments, whereas Fong Nong is an exception, a powder keg waiting to explode at the slightest provocation. Thus, whenever she had to accompany Fong Nong on assignments, she always found it challenging to keep up with his fiery personality and often took on the role of mediator. It's worth noting, Huangfu Bailan, with her rosy complexion and curvaceous figure, donned a beautiful white qipao embroidered with white orchids. Her graceful demeanor highlighted the allure of a mature and elegant woman. Despite her youthful appearance, she was well past 50 years of age. This rejuvenation came entirely from her mastery of medical techniques and her use of beauty-preserving herbal remedies. Alright, this old man will see what sort of valuable medicinal stones this fellow can pick out. If he ends up selecting junk after wasting everyone's time, don't blame me for not showing any mercy in public. He will receive a proper scolding afterward. Upon hearing Huangfu Bailan's remarks, Fong Nong nodded stiffly, maintaining his stern expression as he voiced his agreement. Hearing this, Huangfu Bailan let out a helpless sigh but refrained from further comments. On the sidelines, Huang Zhun, upon overhearing the conversation between Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan, felt a twinge of anxiety rising within him. Silently, he prayed, "Young brother Chun, please take care during this evaluation. Just hope you don't fail spectacularly." Among those present, only he had witnessed Chun Nan skillfully apply medical knowledge twice. His trust in Chun Nan's expertise was unparalleled. Even though Chun Nan's method of selecting medicinal stones seemed somewhat arbitrary, Huang Zhen instinctively believed that Chun Nan might not necessarily lose to Song Xiaoqi. After all, when Chun Nan mentioned earlier that the Jiangzhou municipal government hoped for him to secure the championship, enabling the Shun family to become the collaborator of the Cradle Project, this wasn't empty flattery. Over at the stone selection area, Chun Nan, utilizing his Fire Eye purple pupil ability, quickly scanned each stone one by one and swiftly selected 3 specific ones. The entire process didn't exceed 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoqi hadn't even managed to choose one stone yet, still meticulously examining them one after another. However, although Chun Nan's speed in selecting 3 stones far exceeded Song Xiaoqi's pace, the crowd did not applaud for him. Instead, many displayed expressions of disdain and contempt. The manner in which Chun Nan chose the stones was so arbitrary that most considered him incompetent, merely seeking attention. Even Fong Nong, as a special judge, watched Chun Nan rapidly select the stones, his face darkening significantly with disapproval. If Chun Nan had taken more than 15 minutes to finish selecting 3 stones, perhaps Fong Nong might have thought that, despite lacking expertise, he tried earnestly. But using less than 15 minutes? It was definitely too reckless. To put it simply, not even Fong Nong himself, nor perhaps even the renowned medic Lao Jingxi, could accurately pick stones containing precious medicinal herbs from over 100 stones within 15 minutes. At this point, Fong Nong was convinced that Chun Nan was simply choosing randomly, with absolutely no technique involved in the process. Time passed slowly. About 2 hours later, Song Xiaoqi also finished her evaluation, picking out the 3 stones that satisfied her most from over 100 medicinal stones. She naturally noticed that Chun Nan had already selected his 3 stones long ago, much faster than she did. But she didn't care about this point, and continued to painstakingly examine all the stones. On one hand, the time spent evaluating the stones was secondary. Whether the herbs obtained from cutting the stones were precious or not was the most important aspect. On the other hand, she carried the prestigious title of Medicine King bestowed by her grandfather Song Jingxi, and she couldn't let him down. Therefore, she didn't care how long it took her, but focused on selecting the best stones from among these 100 stones. At this moment, Song Xiaoqi glanced at the 3 stones chosen by Chun Nan and couldn't help but sneer inwardly, believing that this time getting her hands on the top bid was a sure thing. Soon, in front of the eyes of everyone present, the staff carried the 3 stones picked by Chun Nan and the 3 stones chosen by Song Xiaoqi up to the main stage. Next, the most exciting moment arrived, the live stone cutting segment. Kid, there's no need to cut the 3 stones you picked. Just then, Special Judge Fong Nong suddenly rose from his seat with a stern expression and walked over, authoritatively speaking. Why don't they need to be cut? Upon hearing Fong Nong's words, Chun Nan immediately looked startled and instinctively asked, because you violated the rules of the medicinal stone ceremony evaluation process. The 3 stones you chose purely by luck have absolutely no value whatsoever and are unworthy of any appraisal. Fong Nong's face darkened as he stared at Chun Nan with sharp, electric-like eyes and said, Are you satisfied with this reason? Chapter 245, Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan. Relying on luck. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan immediately frowned, then calmly stated, I don't understand what you mean. The 3 medicine stones I have selected were carefully examined by me, and their value is immense. He paused briefly, then he added lightly, Apologies, but I am the representative of the Shun family responsible for examining the gemstones in this medicine stone ceremony. Even though you are a special judge, you have no right to deprive me of my cutting privilege. The other party's behavior was truly too overbearing. They hastily forbade him from cutting the stone without explanation. Even though the other person was one of the 3 great medical masters and a special judge for this medicine stone ceremony, since they acted so unreasonably, why should he give them any face? After all, to ordinary people, the title of Master of Medicine carries significant weight, but in his eyes, as someone who inherited extraordinary abilities, this person was just an ordinary elder. Chun Nan spoke reasonably and confidently, but in Fong Nong's view, a man accustomed to his superior status, this was Chun Nan deliberately challenging his authority. What did you just say, young man? Fong Nong's old face instantly turned grim as he snapped at Chun Nan. Whether I'm qualified or not, does it warrant your judgment, young upstart? Let me tell you, even the esteemed Mr. Chang from your Jiangzhou city government wouldn't dare speak to me like this. He continued angrily. And today, I'll state clearly, if I do not allow you to cut the stones, then you will not cut them. Witnessing this scene, Shun Songrong and Shun Yuyan in the VIP section beneath the main stage, along with some members of the Shun family, all began to look rather displeased. Regardless of how competent Chun Nan might be in judging, or the potential value of the stones he picked, not even allowing him to cut them was going too far. After all, Chun Nan represented the Shun family's expert eye. Refusing to let Chun Nan cut the stones would essentially amount to making the Shun family forfeit the medicine stone ceremony entirely. Meanwhile, Yang Tianzan and others, observing this situation, could not suppress their delight and joyous smiles. Though they had long assumed they had secured victory, getting the bid winner designation effortlessly would still be a very welcome outcome. Primarily, the people of the 4 major families, Yang, Zhou, Su, and Feng, all enjoyed seeing the Shun family facing such predicaments, their expressions filled with frustration and despair. Mr. Feng, please calm down. At this point, Huang Zhen, hosting the medicine stone ceremony, quickly approached with a smiling face to mediate, politely saying, Young Chun Nan may have been impetuous and said the wrong things. If there is anything that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Jiangzhou city government. Please forgive us. In reality, he thought that Chun Nan's words weren't wrong and also felt that Fong Nong's actions were somewhat excessive. Not allowing Chun Nan to cut the stones would indeed disrupt the rules of the medicine stone ceremony. However, despite knowing Fong Nong was being unreasonable, given his high-ranking position as a special judge designated by the top leadership, Huang Zhen, as deputy mayor of Jiangzhou, dared not openly contradict him. Why should the Jiangzhou city government apologize to me? If anyone needs to apologize, it's this young upstart to me. Fong Nong, upon hearing this, glared sharply and responded to Huang Zhen. Director Huang, don't think I'm making trouble unreasonably. My disallowance for this young man to cut the stones isn't about anything else. I simply can't accept that someone who has mastered his craft poorly dares to participate in the medicine stone ceremony and makes rash judgments in front of so many citizens. To a certain extent, this is a trampling on the way of Chinese medicine, losing face for all of us practicing doctors. Hearing these words from Fong Nong, Huang Zhen was momentarily speechless. Elevating the act of Chun Nan selecting 3 medicine stones to the level of trampling on the principles of traditional Chinese medicine left him unsure of what to say, leaving him awkwardly smiling in response. It was well known that among the 3 great medical masters, Fong Nong had the most stubborn and peculiar character and the furious temper, making him a difficult medical master to deal with. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Mr. Fong, don't take this so seriously. Just as Huang Zhen found himself in an awkward situation, another special judge, Huangfu Bailan, hurriedly walked over to smooth things over, smiling and saying, We all know you're absolutely correct, but there's no need for 2 elders like us to get upset with a young person. The successful hosting of this medicine stone ceremony by the Jiangzhou city government is crucial. If you don't let him cut the stone, it would be equivalent to forcing the Shun family to withdraw from the competition for the title of Bid King in this medicine stone ceremony. Can we just directly announce the Yang family as the Bid King? This will inevitably lead to disputes afterward. As she spoke, her tone carried a playful element, striving to ease the atmosphere on the scene, and she added with a smile. At that time, Those who don't know outside might think that the two of us have accepted bribes from the Yang family. Then, where will we put our faces as revered masters of medicine? Yes, Grandpa Fong, Aunt Lon is right. At this moment, Song Xiaoqi could no longer hold back and stepped forward, first giving Chun Nen a disapproving glance before speaking. I also hope you can allow him to cut the stones. Otherwise, even if I win like this, it would not be a fair victory. The three revered medical masters were all old acquaintances with Medicine King Song Jingxi, and Song Xiaoqi was the granddaughter of Medicine King Song Jingxi, naturally very familiar with both Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan. Fine. After several people's continuous persuasion, Fong Nong waved his hand and finally gave up on the idea of not letting Chun Nan cut the stones. He glanced at Chun Nan, whose expression remained calm, and said coldly, "Since all of you insist, let this old man see what kind of results can come from the medicine stones this young fellow picked randomly based on luck." Upon hearing Fong Nong's words, Chun Nan couldn't help but remain expressionless, too lazy to care about this eccentric old man anymore, as long as he himself could proceed smoothly with cutting the stones. This small interlude over, the formal cutting phase began next. A professional old master standing beside the cutting machine had already prepared himself, rubbing his hands in anticipation. The diligent old master first picked up a piece of medicine stone from Song Xiaozi, placed it into the groove of the cutting machine, and then started operating cautiously, slowly chipping away at the outer layer of hard mud covering the medicine stone. Soon, the outermost layer of mud was cleared away, and subsequently, according to his professional judgment, the master carefully carved intricate fine lines along the texture of the medicine stone without damaging the internal herbs. Chapter 246, Toxic Medicinal Herbs? Medicinal stones are not like jade rough stones, and cannot be processed by directly cutting them. Otherwise, the medicinal herbs inside might be damaged. Snap! When the fine cracks of this medicinal stone reached a certain extent, it cracked open like a ripe watermelon. Subsequently, a dried herb was revealed inside. Upon closer inspection, the shape of this herb resembled a willow branch, with a pale purple surface, emitting a strong medicinal aroma. Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan, as special judges of this medicinal stone ceremony, both approached to carefully identify it immediately. They then briefly discussed it in hushed tones. As everyone watched the herb cut from the medicinal stone, they whispered amongst themselves, all curious about the age and value of this herb. A moment later, Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan ended their discussion, both revealing a hint of smile on their faces, indicating that they had identified the herb. "Everyone, please quiet down." Fong Nong first gestured to silence the whispers among the crowd, facing the people below the main stage, and announced with a smile, "I will now announce the results of Yang family's palm cutting of the stone. The herb obtained from this medicinal stone is called Zikao. Based on our preliminary judgment, it is approximately 150 years old." Pausing for a moment, he knew that many of the commoners of Jiangzhou did not recognize the preciousness of such wild Zikao. He thus explained further, "This wild Zikao, over 100 years old, according to current market prices in the medicine trade, is estimated to be worth around 8 million. 8 million. Hearing this figure, the commoners of Jiangzhou present were instantly shaken, couldn't help but draw a breath in, deeply realizing the preciousness of this wild Zikao. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Song Xiaoqi on the podium, never imagining that someone so young could possess such an impressive palm ability. Many felt admiration for her. Many of them did not know that Song Xiaoqi was the granddaughter of Medicine King Song Jingxi. However, just this first medicinal stone already revealed precious herbs of this caliber, and they had already guessed that Song Xiaoqi must have come from a prestigious background. Next, after Song Xiaoqi's piece of medicinal stone was cut, it was Chun Nan's turn to begin cutting a piece of medicinal stone. The old master placed Chun Nan's medicinal stone onto the machine groove, then skillfully operated it as before. Snap! Very soon, Chun Nan's medicinal stone was successfully cut open, and an herb inside was exposed. This herb was a dried flower with 7 colored petals. As special judges, Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan merely glanced at it once, and then shifted their gazes away. There was no discussion between them. It seemed they had already made their judgment. "Miss Lon, it was you who insisted this fellow cut the stone. Now, why don't you announce his result? I do not want to embarrass myself by declaring that the medicinal stone chosen by his palm turned out to be worthless trash." Fong Nong gave a cold look at Chun Nan and muttered quietly to Huangfu Bailan. Although both of them belonged to the 3 great medical sages, Fong Nong's age was almost 100, a generation older than Sun Tiange, who was 80, making him the most senior one. Therefore, calling Huangfu Bailan Miss Lon was entirely normal. "Mr. Fong, I understand." Huangfu Bailan gave a somewhat awkward smile, nodded slightly, and replied softly. She also didn't expect that the medicinal stone selected by Chun Nan would yield such a useless harmful herb. In her view, Chun Nan simply had extremely bad luck. Because even if choosing randomly from hundreds of medicinal stones without any palm skills, it would still be hard to pick such a stone. Just as the crowd below was whispering about the herb yielded by Chun Nan's palm Humph! Huangfu Bailan coughed dryly, signifying for everyone to quiet down, then announced loudly. The herb obtained by Shun family's palm contained toxic residues. Its age is unknown, and its value is 0. As Huangfu Bailan's words were spoken, below, there was first a pause, a brief silence for several seconds, followed by bursts of loud laughter. Haha, is this a joke? How can he have picked something toxic with his palm? This young man's palm skill is far too poor. Haha, in my opinion, this fellow doesn't even have a clue about palm. If he had any level of expertise, he wouldn't have chosen such a terrible medicinal stone. I foresaw such a result the moment I saw how carelessly he used his palm eye to choose the stone so quickly. Yes. Haha. I believe this guy is merely someone recruited by the Xun family to make up numbers. Still, his luck has been awfully bad. He managed to select a medicinal stone containing such poisonous herbs. Their laughter was filled with ridicule towards Xuanhuan. In reality, they all hoped that the Xun family would secure the bid king. However, Xuanhuan's poor performance was vastly different from that of a potential bid king, and they couldn't understand why the Xun family would hire someone like Xuanhuan, who was very inexperienced and extremely unlucky, to serve as their palm eye expert. It should be noted that although Jiangzhou still lags far behind the three famous pharmaceutical capitals of Long Country in terms of development, it is still considered a natural hub for medicinal herbs, with a highly developed pharmaceutical industry. Most residents of Jiangzhou, as long as they had a bit of common knowledge, generally possessed some understanding of medicinal herbs. In other words, the characteristics of some stones containing toxic herbs are actually very distinct, one of which is the lack of any medicinal aroma. Even without the advanced medical insight of a seasoned palm eye expert, an ordinary citizen of Jiangzhou could easily discern this kind of stone. Notably, medicines usually carry a degree of toxicity, but these toxic herbs contain no medicinal properties whatsoever. Generally speaking, they had no curative effects at all. Hey, the granddaughter of the medicine king truly lives up to her reputation. Upon seeing the stark contrast in the value of the herbs cut by Song Xiaoqi and Xuanhuan, Grandpa Shun let out a wry smile and sighed inwardly. It seems fate cannot be defied, and it's heavens will that my Shun family is destined to fall beneath the Yang family. Expressions on Shun Yuyan and the rest of the Shun family members began to dim. Although the herbs selected by Xuanhuan turned out to be poisonous, the Shun family members did not harbor resentment towards him. They simply shared the same sentiment as Shun Songrong, attributing this outcome to the overall situation of the Shun family. On the other hand, Yang Tianzan, seated in the VIP area of the Yang family, wore an expression of unbridled satisfaction. The pathetic performance of Xuanhuan, the palm eye expert hired by the Shun family, delighted him immensely. Of course, Song Xiaoqi didn't disappoint, proving herself worthy as the granddaughter of medicine king Song Jingzi. Chapter 247, valued in the hundreds of millions. Next, the stone cutting continued. The experienced master took Song Xiaoqi's second medicinal stone and started to cut it on the machine groove. Soon after, the cutting was completed, revealing a plant inside that resembled a red carrot. The medicine had a very strong aroma, its color much darker than an ordinary carrot, appearing blood red, a peculiar sight indeed. Fang Nong and Huangfu Bailan stepped forward to identify it. After completing their identification, smiles again graced their faces, even more pronounced this time. The herb revealed from Yang family's evaluation of the second medicinal stone is called Shui Mo Tong, a wild medicinal herb, Fang Nong announced cheerfully, without further ado. Judging by the color of this Shui Mo Tong, it's approximately 350 years old, and its estimated value is 60 million. What? This herb is actually 350 years old, meaning it must be a genuine divine herb. Goodness. At this year's Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony, the Yang family has actually discovered a divine herb through their evaluation. It's incredible. After Fang Nong spoke, the civilians below the main stage erupted in noise, buzzing with astonishment. Though filled with clamor, these sounds were permeated with praise and admiration for Song Xiaoqi. You see, wild herbs over 300 years old are called divine herbs, and even wild ginseng over 100 years old is incredibly rare nowadays. They couldn't help but be astonished once again by Song Xiaoqi's second successful identification, or could say they were impressed by her medical expertise. In other words, among the over 100 stones displayed in the medicinal stone area, there was likely only a meager 2 or 3 containing divine herbs. However, despite such low odds, Song Xiaoqi had successfully identified a stone containing a divine herb. While many of them were commoners, they were not completely ignorant. They understood that since Song Xiaoqi possessed such an ability for identification, this indicated her medical skill was exceptionally high, too advanced to judge solely based on her youth. A moment passed. Before the murmurs from the crowd dissipated, the master started to cut Xuanhuan's second medicinal stone. Facing the completion of Xuanhuan's stone cutting, Fang Nong maintained a stoic face and showed no interest in going up to take a look. Only Huangfu Bailan went forward alone to examine it. Upon seeing the herb cut from Xuanhuan's medicinal stone, it was a dry leaf-like plant about the size of a finger. This leaf-like plant still displayed 7 colors. This young man must have terrible luck. How did he pick another medicinal stone, which yields useless toxic herbs? After the examination, Huangfu Bailan's brows gradually furrowed, and she began regretting allowing Xuanhuan to participate in cutting the stones. Actually, she couldn't identify this type of herb because both Xuanhuan's first and second stones didn't produce a complete plant. Instead, they revealed incomplete plants. But that wasn't the key point. The crucial aspect was the variety of colors on the herb. You see, in the general consensus of all practitioners of medicine, herbs displaying more than 3 colors signify highly toxic components with minimal effectiveness when used as medicine. Accordingly, the more colors an herb has, the higher its toxicity level becomes and its efficacy as medicine decreases. For herbs with 7 colors, they're nearly 100% poisonous and offer no medicinal value whatsoever. Thus, in her view, even if she couldn't identify the residual herbs cut by Xuanhuan, she could determine that the herbs cut from both of his stones were entirely worthless poison herbs. The second stone evaluated by Shun family resulted in another poisonous herb. After Huangfu Bailan finished identifying it, She didn't bother hiding anything for Xuanhuan and immediately announced the results to everyone, stating flatly, "Its age remains unknown, and its value continues to be 0. Damn, his luck's really bad, cutting out trash herbs again. That's right, this guy is so unlucky. Out of the 3 stones he randomly picked, 2 consecutive ones turned out to be poisonous herbs. I'd say this probability qualifies him to win the lottery with a big prize." Upon hearing the result of Xuanhuan's second medicinal stone cut, those under the main stage burst into another round of uproar. This time around, instead of ridicule in their laughter, it was mostly complaints about Xuanhuan's extremely poor luck. After all, they had already concluded that Xuanhuan clearly knew nothing about evaluating medicinal stones and possessed practically non-existent medical skills. Seeing the stark contrast between Xuanhuan's and Song Xiaoqi's second stone-cutting results, even though they had foreseen the Shun family's failure, the expressions on Shun Elder's face, along with others from the Shun family like Xuanhuan, became even gloomier. As for Yang Tianzan and others, needless to say, the smiles on their faces had never faded. They bore the demeanor of victors, almost as if they were about to step onto the main stage in advance to receive the trophy of the champion. In fact, with the results of the second stone cutting coming out, everyone present, including Huang Zhun, who initially had some confidence in Xuanhuan, already thought that the situation was set. All the people on site believed that the Yang family securing the title of champion at this year's Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony was a foregone conclusion. After all, the 2 medicinal stones cut by Xuanhuan both yielded toxic herbs without any value, whereas the herbs extracted from the 2 stones chosen by Song Xiaoqi were already appraised at a total of 68 million yuan. 10 minutes later, the third medicinal stone selected by Song Xiaoqi's keen eye was skillfully cut open by the experienced master, revealing yet another valuable herb. Although this herb did not reach the spiritual level of the devil blood vine, it was still a precious herb with an estimated age of about 200 years, assessed by Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan, the special judges, to be worth approximately 35 million yuan on the market. 35 million plus 68 million. The 3 medicinal stones selected by Song Xiaoqi's keen eye had revealed 3 herbs whose total precious value reached an exaggerated astronomical figure exceeding 100 million yuan. At this moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. The citizens of Jiangzhou below the main stage were all thoroughly astonished. If we disregard the Yang family behind Song Xiaoqi, every one of them believed that Song Xiaoqi deserved the title of champion in this Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony. Everyone, please quiet down. After announcing the valuation of the herb revealed from Song Xiaoqi's third stone, Fong Nong immediately subdued the excitement in the crowd, smiling broadly as he said, "I believe all of you have witnessed that the champion of the Medicine Stone Grand Ceremony has already been decided. I now announce the winner of this Medicine King contest is..." Wait. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted Fong Nong's words, and it was Xuanhuan stepping forward with a furrowed brow. Chapter 248, Xuanhuan's third stone. My third stone hasn't even been cut open yet. Why announce the winner of the bid now? Xuanhuan stepped forward, frowning as he said this. The third stone he had chosen hadn't been cut open yet, but Fong Nong had already begun to determine the conclusion of victory and defeat. How could he possibly agree? In fact, he knew that at this point everyone in the room didn't have faith in him. Even Shun Laishizhang and Shun Yuyan, among others from the Shin family, had already accepted failure. He was fully aware of this situation. For this situation, he didn't want to give too many explanations because talking more at this moment wouldn't help much. Only after all 3 stones were cut would it show the real value of his stones. Young man, do you think there is still any need to cut open your third stone? Seeing Xuanhuan having the audacity to stand up at this time, Fong Nong immediately let out a cold snort and opened his mouth to say, "The herbs you got from cutting the previous 2 stones were completely worthless, defective, poisonous herbs. Even if you get lucky with your third stone and obtain a complete herb, do you think 1 herb alone can be worth hundreds of millions?" After pausing for a moment, he added indifferently, "Young man, I advise you to have some self-awareness. My not allowing you to continue cutting stones is giving you some last shred of dignity. It's best if you understand this. Young man, old Fong is right. The stone cutting has reached its limit. There's no need to continue. There is absolutely no way for you to turn things around anymore." At this point, Huangfu Bailan also smiled slightly and spoke to Xuanhuan. "If you want to rely on just 1 stone to carve out 100 million valued herb, that would be an extremely low probability miracle event. This grand ceremony for herbal stones has already produced a miraculous herb known as Devil Blood Vine, which has already greatly surprised us all. That truly rare occurrence makes this achievement impressive indeed." She originally wanted to speak for Xuanhuan earlier, but after 2 failures in cutting the stone, she finally gave up the idea of letting Xuanhuan cut stones again. After all, the 2 times Xuanhuan cut defective poison herbs, they were both announced by her in front of the crowd, and she didn't want to lose face again. "Hey, just give up on cutting the stone." Song Xiaoqi looked at Xuanhuan and haughtily echoed, saying, "What Grandfather Fong and Aunt Lan said is correct. The winner between the 2 of us has already been decided. There's no need to continue." After pausing for a moment, she added while sticking out her lips, "Well, if you abandon cutting the stone, even if I am declared the winner, our bet can be nullified, and you won't have to slap yourself 10 times in public. Isn't that good enough?" It wasn't out of pity for Xuanhuan that she said this. She felt a sense of guilt for helping the Yang family, who had done many wrongs, win the bid. So, she intended to make amends in this way. In other words, she didn't want Shin family to lose too badly. Xuanhuan not cutting the third stone was the best solution. "Brother Chun, just forget about it." Finally, even Huang Zhun, The master of ceremonies of the grand ceremonial event sighed lightly and tactfully advised Chen Nan. You've already done your best. Regardless, your opponent is the granddaughter of Song Jingzi, the medicine king. Whether or not you cut the third stone doesn't matter, and losing to her isn't something to be ashamed of. Although he hoped that Chen Nan could help the Shen family win the bid, since the situation had reached a dead end where it was beyond saving, he could only step in and try to persuade Chen Nan to stop cutting stones. Otherwise, if Chen Nan's third stone turns out to be such a useless poisonous herb, not only will Chen Nan become a laughingstock, but the entire Shen family would also lose their family's honor. This was certainly not something the Jiangzhou government wanted to see. Brother Huang, I know what you mean. First, Chen Nan shook his head slightly, then confidently smiled and said, as long as we haven't finished the process of cutting stones, who wins or loses is still unknown. Since I'm the Shen family's appraiser, I should take responsibility for them and fight to win the bid for the Shen family. After pausing for a moment, he glanced at Song Xiaoqi and smiled faintly, saying, you said that if you win, you can spare me from slapping myself 10 times in public. Judging by that statement alone, if I win later, I will also nullify the bet between us and won't trouble you anymore. Speaking to the end, he turned towards Fang Nong and Huangpu Bailan with an attitude neither humble nor overbearing, saying, you two are both respected elder figures in medical science worthy of respect from someone like me. The standard rules of the herbal stone ceremony require comparing the medicinal value of 3 stones from each side. Since I still have 1 stone uncut, if the 2 elders wish to be seen as fair and impartial by the people of Jiangzhou, it would be better to let me cut this stone. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Huangzhen couldn't help but brighten his eyes, the previous disappointment and helplessness vanishing, replaced by an inexplicable sense of anticipation in his heart. He knew that Chen Nan was not the kind of person who liked to boast. For Chen Nan to be so confident at this moment meant that perhaps a miracle really could happen. Grandpa Fong, Aunt Lan, just let him cut the 3rd herbal stone. I'd like to see how he thinks he can win against me. Song Xiaoqi only heard one phrase among all that Chen Nan had said. If I win later. This made her face flush with anger. In her view, even at this point, Chen Nan still refused to admit defeat, completely unrepentant and too obstinate for his own good. Young man, since you have taken it this far, the 2 of us special judges will respect your wishes and allow you to cut open the 3rd herbal stone. Chen Nan's argument was reasonable and backed by the principles of fairness and justice, leaving Fang Nong and Huangpu Bailan both looking somewhat uncomfortable. Eventually, Huangpu Bailan had no choice but to change her tone and speak again. Soon, following the instruction, the experienced master moved Chen Nan's final herbal stone onto the cutting machine's groove and began to operate. Wait. Noticing that the master seemed somewhat absent-minded this time, his hands showing signs of carelessness, Chen Nan furrowed his brow and spoke up with a serious warning. Master, this herbal stone is no ordinary one. It contains the most precious medicinal material among all the stones. The value of the herb inside can be described as priceless. I sincerely hope you'll proceed with extreme caution, cutting slowly piece by piece, ensuring that the medicine's properties are not damaged in any way. When he first saw this stone in the medicine stone area through his fire-eye purple pupil, the preciousness of the herb within had left him truly astonished. If it hadn't been for the presence of so many people, fearing that his secret with the fire-eye purple pupil might be discovered, he would have wanted to cut the stone himself, lest the master unintentionally harm the properties of the medicine inside. Chapter 249, Golden Yellow Medicine. What kind of huge joke are you playing? Your 2 consecutive slices from the medicinal stone were both failed products. How could this piece of medicine stone possibly contain some invaluable herbs? It's simply a daydream of fools. In response to Chen Nan's request, the master couldn't help but show a trace of contempt in his eyes, secretly criticizing in his heart. Criticism was one thing, but this master still nodded slightly, choosing to follow Chen Nan's words, and began to take it seriously. He fully unleashed his professional capabilities, carefully cutting this medicinal stone with great caution. He knew well that Chen Nan represented the Shen family, and he had always held Shun Laoshu, the elder, of the Shen family in high regard. Since Chen Nan made this request himself, even if the result was still a worthless toxic herb, for the face of the Shen family, he had to seriously complete this task of cutting the stone. Upon seeing Chen Nan's demand on the teacher responsible for cutting the stone, Fang Nong and Song Xiaoqi couldn't help but smirk all over their faces. Huangfu Bailan also shook her head slightly. All of them thought that Chen Nan was putting on too much of a pretense. What kind of precious medicine could be worth being described as value beyond price? At this point, could any miracle really happen? On the chairman's platform, there was only one person, Huangzhen, whose heart was stirred with expectation upon hearing these words from Chen Nan. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the old craftsman who was about to cut the stone. Grandpa, why does Mr. Chen insist on cutting open the 3rd piece of medicine stone? On the lower side of the main platform, Shen Yuyin could not help but blurt out a question upon feeling a slight ripple in her heart. Could it be that under such circumstances, could Mr. Chen's 3rd piece of medicine stone still reveal an invaluable herb? The people standing under the chairman's platform naturally saw everything that happened. Fang Nong, acting as a special judge, wanted to directly announce the champion bid, but was forcefully stopped by Chen Nan. The latter insisted on slicing the 3rd medicinal stone. Sigh, it's hard. In all our previous medicine stone ceremonies combined, we've barely encountered medicines considered priceless treasures. If Mr. Chen's 3rd piece of medicine stone could indeed yield such a product, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Facing his granddaughter Shun Yuyin's question, Shun Laozhu sighed deeply, not explicitly saying it, yet delicately giving his own answer. Clearly, he also believed that at this point, the situation for the Shun family was almost irreversible. After pausing briefly, he smiled towards his granddaughter and said, "Nevertheless, I support Mr. Chin's decision to go through with this process. No matter what happens, our Shun family is not afraid to lose face. We will persist until the very end. We may lose a battle, but never the war. This is our family tradition." "I understand, Grandpa." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded and did not say more. The pitiful Shun family, struggling against fate. It's laughable. Hearing Shun Songrong and Xuanhuan's conversation, Yang Tianzan beside them instantly chuckled coldly in his heart. Meanwhile, back at the chairman's stage, the process of cutting Mr. Chin's third stone was reaching its final step. Snap! As the master made the last cut along the vein of the stone, a slight cracking sound emitted, revealing a herb within. This herb appeared to be a finger-length root shape, which, purely judging by shape, seemed indistinguishable from most other herbal roots. However, its striking color, completely golden yellow, hinted subtly at something extraordinary. Xuannan's third piece of the medicinal stone was now cut open. Fong Nong still did not get up to take a look, sitting steadily in his seat with his eyes closed for meditation throughout. Only Huangfu Bailan, wearing a look of resignation, stood up from her seat, stepping forward to identify the herb for Chun Nen extracted from the medicinal stone. A gold-colored herb. At first glance at this herb, Huangfu Bailan immediately expressed surprise, subsequently nodding gently and smiling, saying, "This time we have indeed unearthed a plant, albeit still defective. But at least, it carries some value." As she spoke, she picked up the golden-rooted herb and started examining it closely, explaining, "Root-shaped plants are common in medicinal stones, but the gold color here is rare. There's this particular medicinal aroma. Wait, could this plant be?" Midway through her sentence, realizing something, her whole body trembled as she abruptly widened her eyes. Seeing the sudden change in Huangfu Bailan's expression while identifying the herbs for Chun Nan, both Huang Zhun and Song Xiaoqi, standing on the chairman's platform, showed expressions full of perplexity. A flash of sharpness crossed Chun Nan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This herb was too precious, and its rarity made it even more so. He had been slightly worried that Huangfu Bailan might not recognize it, but seeing her unusual expression now, it was evident that she had already identified it. "Mr. Fong, please take a look at this herb quickly." Having recovered her composure, Huangfu Bailan called out to Fong Nong, who was still meditating with closed eyes, hoping for him to confirm her identification of the herb. "Miss Lan, what is it?" Fong Nong slowly opened his eyes, unwillingly getting up from his seat and walking over here. He instinctively sneered. Could this kid's third piece of medicine stone have cut out some junky herbs again? "Mr. Fong, I suggest you examine this herb carefully before jumping to any conclusions." Huangfu Bailan suppressed her intense emotions, took a deep breath, and offered no further explanations. Instead, she smiled as she carefully handed the golden herb over to Fong Nong. So this kid managed to cut out a golden herb from his third piece of medicine stone. The moment he took the herb, Fong Nong was immediately drawn to its color, which caused a slight flicker of surprise in him. After all, judging by its single-colored appearance alone, this herb already held some value. But soon, as he spent more time observing, it seemed like he had started recognizing the herb, his old eyes widening larger and larger, and his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. "Miss Lan, this is. A flush crept onto Fong Nong's face, his excitement causing his voice to tremble, preventing him from forming a complete sentence. Initially holding the herb casually in one hand, he now gently cradled it with both hands, as if he were holding his most precious treasure, for fear of it being damaged in any way. Chapter 250, Golden Dragon Ginseng. "Master Fong, it seems our identification result is the same. There's no doubt about this herb." Huangfu Bailan took another deep breath, trying to calm her excitement as she nodded with a smile. "This herb is the Golden Dragon Ginseng mentioned in ancient books. I can't believe we actually encountered one here. It's truly astonishing." As she spoke, she glanced at Chun Nan, feeling complex emotions. She originally thought that Chun Nan's continuous slicing of two poisonous herbs indicated his worst possible luck, but now his third stone had revealed such an incredibly valuable herb, a stroke of luck so good, it was almost supernatural. Regarding the words Chun Nan had spoken earlier to the old master, Huangfu Bailan did think about whether Chun Nan might have pre-identified the content of the stone, but then quickly dismissed the idea herself. After all, if Chun Nan's ability to identify stones were that impressive, how could he have chosen two stones containing poisonous herbs earlier? The young man's luck is indeed exceptionally good. Who would have thought that when he opened his last stone, a miracle really happened? Fong Nong said, suppressing his inner excitement and nodding in agreement. He didn't believe that Chun Nan picked the stone based on skill either. His view aligned with Huangfu Bailan's. Chun Nan just had incredible luck. "Grandpa Fong, Aunt Lan, what do you mean by a miracle? What kind of herb did he slice out from this stone?" "I don't understand what you mean by your comments," Song Xiaoqi asked anxiously upon noticing the change in Fong Nong's and Huangfu Bailan's expressions and hearing their astonished tones. "Xiaoqi, this time you performed well in your assessment. We can only say that it's due to the young man's incredible luck. Perhaps this is what they call the inevitability of fate." Fong Nong sighed without directly answering Song Xiaoqi's question. If Chun Nan had won purely through skill, Fong Nong wouldn't feel sorry for Song Xiaoqi, because in his eyes, victory by sheer luck doesn't reflect the significance of the great pharmaceutical ceremony. Upon hearing Fong Nong's words, Song Xiaoqi's face immediately changed, as if realizing something. She couldn't help gripping the corners of her clothes tightly, finding it hard to believe. At the same time, those below the podium noticed that both Huangfu Bailan and Fong Nong seemed unusually moved after seeing the result of Chun Nan's third stone cut, causing everyone to fall into deep suspicion. "Little Lon, let you announce the result of the young man's cutting," Fong Nong said upon noticing the audience's confusion. Although this herb Chun Nan cut was extremely precious, Fong Nong didn't consider it worth his dignity to personally announce it. "All right," Huangfu Bailan nodded, stepping forward with a radiant smile, and began announcing the result of Chun Nan's cut. "The result of this cutting has greatly surprised us all. The third stone assessed by the Shun family has cut out a herb named Golden Dragon Ginseng, which is about 1,000 years old. The valuation is..." Here she paused deliberately, took a light breath, and then added with a smile. "The valuation is 5 billion. 5 billion. When Huangfu Bailan announced the value, the audience fell into an instant silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to process the revelation immediately. It wasn't until a while later that people regained their senses, sparking thunderous commotion among the crowd. 5 billion? Shit, did I hear that right? Damn, neither of us heard wrong. This kid has really cut a herb valued at 5 billion yuan from the stone. Haha, who would have thought that the young man appraising herbs for the Shun family could turn things around like this? If my memory serves correctly, the herbs identified by the Yang family are barely over 1 billion yuan. It looks like the Shun family will take the title of champion of this pharmaceutical stone ceremony." The uproar among the citizens of Jiangzhou was undoubtedly more intense than any previous occasion. On one hand, they felt joy for the Shin family, while on the other, they were stunned by the herb's appraisal at 5 billion yuan. Of course, they also agreed with Huangfu Bailan and Fong Nong, believing that Chun Nan's luck was simply off the charts, allowing him to cut such a rare herb. "Ha, a miracle has happened. Looks like heaven isn't letting our Shun family perish." At this moment, Shun Tsongrong slammed his thigh, losing control and bursting into a loud laughter towards the sky. Shen Yuyan and the rest of the Shun family members also beamed with joy, their hearts filled with immense excitement. It truly was a situation where one thought there was no way out, only to suddenly find hope shining through again. None of them had ever imagined that at this critical juncture, the tides would turn for the Shun family in such an unexpected 180-degree reversal. In stark contrast to the elated Shin family, Yang Tianzan could no longer remain composed. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his face darkening as if a storm was brewing. To be precise, it wasn't just Yang Tianzan whose countenance soured. Su Kuan, Zhou Xian, and Feng Liang were in much the same boat, looking as if they'd lost their parents. None of them were faring well. The interests of these three families were long intertwined with those of the Yang family, tied together like grasshoppers on the same string. If the Yangs failed to secure the champion title, misfortune would likewise fall upon these three families. 3 minutes passed. Gradually, the uproar in the venue began to calm down. Huangfu Bailan nodded and continued with a smile. The Shen family's appraiser has given an estimation value of 5 billion for the herbs, while the Yang family's appraiser estimated theirs at 1.3 billion. Therefore, the champion of this pharmaceutical stone ceremony is... Wait, judges, are you sure about your evaluation? At this moment, Yang Tianzan, unwilling to accept this result, interrupted Huangfu Bailan from the podium below, shouting loudly with dissatisfaction on his face. "My Yang family, as the largest herb merchant in Jiangzhou, knows quite a lot about ginseng varieties, but I have never heard of any that could possibly be valued at 5 billion. He refused to let what he saw slipping through his fingers simply fall into the Shun family's hands without a fight. After all, this championship trophy of the pharmaceutical stone ceremony was something personally instructed by Master Qin, ordering him to secure it at all costs. He did not know how he would endure the terrible wrath of that master if the Yang family were to fail in securing the trophy this time. Seeing Yang Tianzan stepping out to publicly question the judging result, before Huangfu Bailan even had a chance to speak, Fong Nong frowned deeply and coldly sniffed. The Golden Dragon Ginseng is a rare medicinal herb recorded in ancient texts. Even I am seeing it for the first time. How could it be something your insignificant Yang family herb merchants would have access to? Chapter 251, The Seven-Colored Ginseng King. Master Fong, you've already said that you haven't personally seen the Golden Dragon Ginseng. How can you be so sure that this herb is the Golden Dragon Ginseng? Even if this herb really is the Golden Dragon Ginseng you mentioned, it can't possibly be valued at 5 billion yuan, right? Upon hearing Fong Nong's direct rebuttal, Yang Tianzan's face alternated between white and red, but he still stubbornly interjected, unwilling to let go as he protested once more. Making the head of a minor family like him directly challenge Fong Nong, one of the 3 grand medical masters, made him feel somewhat apprehensive inside. However, at this point, he had no other choice but to resort to this almost reprehensible method to make a grab for what was lost. How dare you? Seeing that Yang Tianzan refused to accept the verdict gracefully, Fong Nong couldn't help but roar in anger, speaking harshly toward Yang Tianzan down below on the platform. You persistently question the results of the evaluation here. Are you questioning the ability of 2 special judges, including an old man like me? Regardless of whether it was by chance or not, your family's chief evaluator has already been bested by Shun family's chief evaluator. Do you also intend to forcibly claim the title of the stone medicine bid champion of this session? Fong Nong had already heard that the Yang family didn't have a great reputation in Jiangzhou, and now witnessing Yang Tianzan's domineering actions confirmed that the rumors were true. For this very reason, even though Yang family did not win the championship of this bid, he would harbor no sympathy for them. On the contrary, regardless of whether Chun Nan obtained it by luck or otherwise, he felt that it was the best arrangement for the Shun family to gain the bid champion title. Director Yang, I know you have questions about the valuation of the Golden Dragon ginseng. At this moment, Huangfu Bailan also didn't want to see Fong Nong and Yang Tianzan continue their deadlock. She promptly revealed a piece of solid evidence, stating calmly, although Master Fong has never seen the Golden Dragon ginseng, I personally witnessed it once. 7 years ago, I attended an international pharmaceutical auction where a Golden Dragon ginseng identical to this one appeared. There's absolutely no way it could be fake. The Golden Dragon ginseng from that auction was sold for $1 billion. If we calculate based on the auction price back then, our current valuation of $5 billion for this Golden Dragon ginseng is already quite conservative. She paused briefly. A hint of coldness flickered across her eyes as she looked at Yang Tianzan, adding, Director Yang, with this precedent case here, do you still doubt our judgment of the result? Yang Tianzan's repeated questioning of the evaluation result was equivalent to doubting Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan's medical expertise. Both of them naturally felt extremely dissatisfied. If they weren't currently still in front of so many people from Jiangzhou, she wouldn't bother explaining any facts to Yang Tianzan. Chances are, she might even join Master Fong in delivering a sharp rebuke. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. After listening to Huangfu Bailan presenting these factual evidences, Yang Tianzan's elderly face showed a strained smile, far more difficult than crying. He immediately became disheartened and returned to his seat. Deep within his heart, he felt utterly despondent, realizing that his Yang family was already out of contention in this year's stone medicine convention. Well, seeing that Yang Tianzan wasn't causing further trouble, Huangfu Bailan didn't want to say any unnecessary words. She prepared to announce the ownership of this session's bid champion, loudly declaring to the audience below the stage, I hereby announce that the bid champion of this session. Wait, elders, have you made an error in evaluation? Right at this moment, another voice interrupted Huangfu Bailan's announcement, repeating word for word what Yang Tianzan had just said before. When everyone saw clearly who was the person speaking, each person present felt a bit surprised in their hearts. Because the speaker was none other than Chun Nan, the lucky individual in everyone's eyes who had already secured the bid champion for the Shun family. Young man, the Shun family is already the champion of this session. Why are you causing trouble? Fong Nong immediately glared and rebuked first. In the end, this Golden Dragon ginseng is merely a damaged herb. Our valuation of it is very reasonable. Are you saying you're dissatisfied with the current estimate of $5 billion? You truly think it should reach the same valuation of the previous auction, don't you? Young man, what exactly do you mean? Slightly frowning after being interrupted once again by Chun Nan, Huangfu Bailan voiced her discontent, saying, Master Fong is correct. Market valuation is market valuation, an auction is an auction. Naturally, the prices won't be the same. If someone happens to urgently need a Golden Dragon ginseng, its price at an auction might indeed be slightly higher. That is normal. Having used the actual case from the auction to dismiss Yang Tianzan's skepticism, she certainly hadn't expected that this would invite Chun Nan's doubts instead. Her thoughts mirrored those of Fong Nong. Both believed that Chun Nan simply found the current valuation of the Golden Dragon ginseng too low. After all, Chun Nan was representing the Shun family in evaluating the medicinal herbs. According to the rules of the great herbal classics, whoever identifies a specific herb will immediately take possession of it. This is also one of the major benefits of being an evaluator. In other words, this Golden Dragon ginseng was selected by Chun Nan. Regardless if Chun Nan found it through luck or skill, the ginseng belonged to him, and naturally, he would prefer a higher valuation. Seniors, you've misunderstood. Chun Nan shook his head slightly and promptly responded, This Golden Dragon ginseng I have indeed is a damaged herb, and its estimated value of 5 billion yuan is quite reasonable. I have no objection, but... At this point, a smile appeared on his face as he pointed toward the 2 pieces of 7-colored herbs cut from the previous herbal stones, before continuing. But, my Golden Dragon ginseng isn't just an ordinary Golden Dragon ginseng. It's the king among them, called the 7-colored Golden Dragon ginseng. Even though my damaged 7-colored Golden Dragon ginseng has powerful effects when used separately, it does still feel a bit lacking. If we combine it with these 2 accompanying herbs, it would no longer be a damaged herb, but a 7-colored Golden Dragon ginseng with fully preserved efficacy. The treasure he spoke of wasn't merely valued at 5 billion yuan. To him, 5 billion wasn't what he considered invaluable. The 2 pieces of herbs he had identified earlier that produced the 7-colored petals and leaves were actually part of the 7-colored Golden Dragon ginseng. Yet Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan mistook them for toxic herbs. He didn't argue about it back then. After all, without slicing all 3 herbal stones open, there was no way for his medicinal herb's true nature to be exposed. What kind of joke was that? He possessed the purple eye ability, so how could he possibly choose 2 completely useless poisonous herbs? 7-colored Golden Dragon ginseng. Upon hearing the name of this herb from Chun Nan, both Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan were deeply shocked, their expressions suddenly becoming grave. Chapter 252, the whole venue in shock. The next moment, Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan, who had realized the situation, immediately compared the 2 plants of poisonous herbs that were cut from the first 2 medicinal stones with this Jin Longshan. When the 2 saw that the 7-color petals and the 7-color leaf they had identified as poisonous herbs could perfectly connect to the missing parts of the Jin Longshan without any gap, they instantly sucked in a deep breath. 7-color Jin Longshan. It is indeed the 7-color Jin Longshan. At this moment, Fong Nong couldn't help but flush with excitement. his white beard even curling upwards as he burst into excited laughter. Haha, I never thought that I, this old man, would see such legendary and invaluable medicinal herbs at the Jiangzhou Stone Classic in my lifetime. Truly, I can die without regrets now. Among ordinary ginseng, there are ginseng kings, and naturally among Jin Longshan, there are also kings. This 7-color Jin Longshan is the king of ordinary Jin Longshan. An ordinary Jin Longshan is about 1,000 years old, while a 7-color Jin Longshan is at least 3,000 years old. One could say it is a fossil-level medicinal herb, and it's no exaggeration to say that such a medicinal herb is no longer something that can be measured by mere money. Incredible. Truly incredible. Huangfu Bailan was also extremely excited, feeling overwhelmed by excitement, as she couldn't help but repeatedly exclaim. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would have believed that this year's Jiangzhou Stone Classic actually produced the 7-color Jin Longshan? Medical practitioners are generally very sensitive and fond of precious medicinal herbs. Both she and Fong Nong are master healers, having saved countless lives over their lifetimes, so they feel the same way about these herbs. Wait, the herbs obtained from these 3 stones combined form one complete 7-color Jin Longshan. Then what about this young man? After marveling for a while, Huangfu Bailan suddenly came to her senses and abruptly looked at Xuanhuan, who still wore a faint smile, her eyes now full of shock. Previously, the 2 plants cut from the 2 stones by Xuanhuan were identified by them, the 2 special judges, using only simple color analysis, as valueless poisonous herbs. This led them to believe that Xuanhuan's ability to judge medicinal stones was just random luck due to bad fortune. Then, when Xuanhuan's 3rd stone yielded a Jin Longshan, they simply assumed his luck had improved. But now, upon rethinking, this wasn't a matter of good or bad luck at all. This was pure skill. In other words, both she and Fong Nong had underestimated Xuanhuan from the start, dismissing him because he had selected the stones too quickly, thinking he lacked talent. But none of them could have guessed that Xuanhuan was a deeply concealed expert. And once Huangfu Bailan made this connection, Fong Nong also thought along the same lines after his initial excitement subsided. His piercing gaze focused on Xuanhuan, his eyes flickering with a sharp glint as he internally sighed. I never thought that even I, this old man, could misjudge someone. This young man must not be an ordinary individual. By now, if he still underestimated or dismissed Xuanhuan's abilities and credited his earlier success to luck, he would truly be out of his mind. One must ask, if not for remarkable stone-picking skills, how could anyone pick out the exact 3 stones from among hundreds that contained the 7-color Jin Longshan? He himself had never personally witnessed Xuanhuan practicing medicine and healing others, so he didn't know the exact level of Xuanhuan's medical knowledge. But based solely on his exceptional ability to judge the stones, it was clear that Xuanhuan's medical skills wouldn't be anything less than remarkable. After all, the speed at which Xuanhuan judged the stones and the precision with which he picked out the 3 stones containing the 7-color Jin Longshan was something even Fong Nong admitted he could not achieve. Grandpa Fong, if the 2 plants he cut earlier weren't poisonous herbs, then is this 7-color Jin Longshan really that precious? Seeing Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan losing their composure more so than when they first identified the Jin Longshan, Song Xiaoqi, although already vaguely guessing the outcome, couldn't help but bite her lip and ask anxiously, Xiao Song, I can only tell you that this medicinal plant is much more precious than you imagined. His medical talents might surpass even mine, and you deserve absolutely no sympathy losing to him. Fong Nong shook his head and frankly sighed. This time, he didn't mention anything about Xuanhuan's luck at all. Upon hearing Fong Nong's words, Song Xiaoqi's expression darkened instantly, and her spirit seemed to fall into disarray. She originally thought Xuanhuan managed to cut the Jin Longshan purely by luck, but she now realized it was entirely due to his true abilities. She was extremely shocked by the palm-reading ability displayed by Xuanhuan. At the same time, however, she was extremely disappointed in herself for failing to secure the top lot for the Yang family. This failure meant she wouldn't be able to obtain the medicinal herb they promised her. And without that herb from the Yang family, it also meant she couldn't help extend the life of her mother, who was suffering from a rare illness. Girl, I know what you're thinking, Fong Nong, already aware of Song Xiaoqi's situation, quietly smiled as he leaned over to whisper in her ear. Trust Grandpa Fong. The 7-color Jin Longshan is precisely the type of medicinal herb that replenishes vital essence. The herb promised by the Yang family pales in comparison to this one. If you can. As Fong Nong and Song Xiaoqi were discussing in low tones, Huangfu Bailan had already stepped forward to announce the final identification results to everyone gathered below the main stage. She did not shy away from admitting their mistake, smiling and loudly declaring, Everyone, it was a misjudgment on the part of us judges earlier. Here, we would like to publicly apologize to Xuanhuan, the expert eye of the Shin family. After the final identification, we found that the 3 medicinal stones picked out by his expert eye are all very precious incomplete herbs. Together, they form a medicinal plant called the 7-color Jin Longshan. Pausing briefly, she added with a smile. The age of this medicinal plant is over 3,000 years, and we are unable to estimate its value. The moment Huangfu Bailan spoke these words, the whole venue erupted into astonishment. People couldn't help but sharply suck in their breath, feeling lightheaded and dizzy. A 3,000-year-old medicinal herb, unvalued. Each person present understood exactly what this implied, the unimaginable rarity of this 7-color Jin Longshan. After all, during previous medicine stone classics, rare herbs occasionally appeared, yet each always had an estimated value attached to them. This being the first instance in the history of the Jiangzhou Medicine Stone Classic where a medicinal herb could not be valued sent waves of awe and shock through the crowd. Chapter 253, Securing the Bid King. At this moment, all the citizens of Jiangzhou erupted into a frenzy, with excited discussions ringing out like waves growing higher and higher. Damn, did everyone hear that? This 7-color golden dragon ginseng cannot be valued. So just how precious is it? It's normal that it can't be valued. A medicinal herb over 3,000 years old. Forget its specific effects. Its age alone makes it priceless. Hey, it seems you all are only paying attention to how precious this herb is. Haven't you noticed yet? This herb came from 3 pieces of medicinal stone, which means the young man from the Shun family who appraised it must be incredibly skilled, don't you think? My goodness, you reminded me. He selected the 3 stones so quickly. I initially thought he was just fooling around. But who would have guessed he managed to cut such a priceless herb? Yes, initially, we all thought he succeeded purely by luck. The girl representing the Yang family already shocked us with her precious find, but look at him. He's actually a deeply hidden master. Ha. Anyway, no matter what, it was fortunate without danger. The bid king of this medicine stone ceremony didn't go to the Yang family, but ended up in the hands of the Shin family. Truly a gratifying outcome. The intense discussion among these people began with the rarity of the 7-color golden dragon ginseng and eventually extended to Chunnan. At this moment, everyone among the citizens of Jiangzhou had an expression of shock, unconsciously looking towards the main stage where Chunnan remained calm throughout. In their hearts, they silently gave Chunnan a thumbs up. On one hand, these citizens praised Chunnan's ability to appraise medicines. On the other hand, they also admired his help in securing the bid king for the Shin family. Grandpa, inviting Mr. Chun here was the wisest decision I've ever made. Kai Yuyan stood below the stage, her eyes flashing with excitement as she smiled and said, Yuyan, Grandpa agrees with you. Shin Songrong nodded with satisfaction and sighed. Judging by what happened now, both Grandpa and you underestimated Dr. Chen's abilities. No, probably everyone here seriously underestimated his level of medical expertise. This medicine stone ceremony was full of twists and turns, nearly making this elder unable to bear the tension. Upon learning that the Yang family invited Song Shaoqi, the granddaughter of the medicine king, his heart had turned icy. Afterward, when he saw that 2 consecutive medicine stones handled by Chunnan were identified as valueless poisonous herbs, his hopes had sunk entirely, convinced the Shin family had lost. However, when the 3rd stone was opened, revealing the golden dragon ginseng, their situation immediately turned from defeat into victory. Now, it wasn't just any golden dragon ginseng that Chunnan had revealed, it was a 7-color golden dragon ginseng even a medical master could not value. In one fell swoop, the Shin family had not only completely defeated the Yang family in this medicine stone ceremony, but also greatly enhanced their influence within the entire pharmaceutical industry. After all, Chunnan represented the Shun family during this medicine stone ceremony, and the recognition he gained became the Shun family's honor. How infuriating. Where did this kid even come from? The medicine king's granddaughter couldn't even beat him. Compared to Shun Songrong's joy, Yang Tianzan, standing beneath the stage, had a face darker than thunder clouds, filled with anger and unwillingness. With a fierce gaze that could devour someone alive, he stared fixedly at Chunnan on the stage and murmured inwardly, Kid, wait and see. Since you've ruined our Yang family's good deal, we'll remember this debt. The heads of Zhou, Su, and Feng families looked upon Chunnan with unfriendly glances, harboring thoughts much the same as Yang Tianzan. They, who already had conflicts with Chunnan, hated him to the point of grinding their teeth. Next, no further surprises occurred. Huangfu Bailan officially announced that the Shun family had secured the bid king of this medicine stone ceremony, signifying that the Shun family would soon become a collaborator of the Cradle Project. Yang Tianzan didn't wait for the Shun family to ascend the stage to receive the bid king medal, but left in a fit of rage, leading a group of the Yang family members. Naturally, those from the Zhou, Su, and Feng families followed shortly after, leaving with equally sour expressions. Mr. Chen, thank you. On the podium, Shin Yuyan, representing the Shun family to receive the bid king medal, took a deep bow toward Chunnan. With excitement, she laughed and said, Your kindness towards our Shun family is something we cannot repay. Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile, My grandfather has already decided that 30% of our company's shares will soon be transferred to your name, Mr. Chun. We hope you won't decline this. This 30% of shares was even more than what she, as the CEO, held, enough to control the life or death of the Shun family enterprise. But she thought her grandfather's decision was very wise. For no other reason but that the value represented by Chunnan alone far surpassed the worth of these 30% of shares. Miss Shun, I can't accept this. Chunnan shook his head and immediately declined with a laugh. Since I promised you that I would help your family win the bid king title, then it's naturally my responsibility. Besides, I wouldn't need any extra rewards from the Shin family. And cutting out that 7-color golden dragon ginseng has already rewarded me greatly at this medicine stone ceremony. The Shun family was about to become a collaborator of the Cradle Project, and in the future, this 30% shareholding would undoubtedly soar to unimaginable values. However, he already had plenty of money and wouldn't need more in the future. The critical point was that he didn't want to get entangled too deeply with the Shun enterprises. He wasn't interested in making money at all, only wanting to cultivate himself properly and resolve his personal Yang fire issue. Mr. Chun, rest assured, you don't have to involve yourself in business management. We will send your annual dividends directly to your account on time. Shen Yuyan completely ignored Chun Nan's refusal, teasingly winking at him, and said with a gentle smile, "Whether you accept it or not, our Shen family will transfer this equity to you. The Shen family is a grateful family." That was my grandfather's exact words. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan first looked somewhat surprised, then glanced at Shun Lao Yi sitting below the stage, who was smiling broadly while looking fixedly at him. He couldn't help but smile helplessly and nod his head. "All right, I understand." Chapter 254, Song Xiaoqi's Plea. That night, the municipal government organized a dinner at the Binjiang Grand Hotel. On one hand, it was to celebrate the successful hosting of this year's pharmacological classic. On the other hand, it was also an expression of gratitude towards two medical experts, Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan, for their service as special judges of the pharmacological classic. Given the significant standing of Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan in the medical field, they were personally accompanied by Jiangzhou's Mayor Chang Yuanshan and Vice Mayor Huang Zhen, marking a very high level of reception. Notably, Chun Nan and Song Xiaoqi were also invited to join the feast. Song Xiaoqi's transactional relationship with the Yang family had ended, but she was still the granddaughter of renowned pharmacologist Song Jingzi. Her close connections with Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan also meant that when they had come all the way from Yinjing to Jiangzhou, the municipal government couldn't avoid treating her properly. As for Chun Nan, he was personally invited by Chang Yuanshan, Fang Nong, and Huang Fubailan to partake in this meal. There was no help for it. Chun Nan's performance at the pharmacological classic had been truly dazzling. Even Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan, two masters in medical arts, were thoroughly shocked and had developed a deep interest in Chun Nan. At this moment, during the banquet, Chang Yuanshan and Huang Zhen represented the Jiangzhou government by first raising their glasses to toast Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan, followed by offering another toast to Chun Nan. Their government had initially hoped that the Shun family would become their cooperation partner for the Cradle project, so Chun Nan securing the bid champion title for the Shun family indirectly helped achieve the city government's plan. Everyone toasted joyfully. After several cups of wine had been downed, the conversation freely flowed. Chang Yuanshan, Huang Zhen, and Huang Fubailan conversed naturally with Chun Nan, maintaining regular personalities throughout. But Fang Nong, nearly 100 years old, had gone from disliking Chun Nan earlier at the day's pharmacological classic event to becoming an instant age-crossing brother figure, forming a remarkable friendship. Fang remarked himself. He and Chun Nan could be considered acquaintances through conflict, given how Chun Nan's masterful stone-picking technique impressed him immensely, making the elder even bow in admiration. Midway through the drinking session, "Mr. Chun, I toast you." At this moment, Song Xiaoqi, who had remained largely silent during the dinner and appeared distracted, suddenly stood up with her glass in hand and gritted her teeth to address Chun Nan. "My actions and words during the pharmacological classic earlier may have offended you, so let this cup serve as my apology. I hope you can forgive me." After uttering these words, she did not wait for Chun Nan's response and directly tilted her head to drink the entire glass in one go. Cough, cough. The instant she finished her drink, her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop coughing while gently patting her chest. "Miss Song, is this your first time drinking alcohol? If you cannot handle it, do not force yourself." Seeing her condition, Chun Nan shook his head slightly and lightly joked. "The incident from the pharmacological classic has passed. There are no grudges between us. You represented the Yang family's palm eye specialist, and I represented the Shun family's counterpart. The win-loss outcome is already clear, and there is no personal grudge between us. So, you don't need to offer this toast or apologize. Let me return your toast. Here's my drink." After speaking, Chun Nan also stood up, picked up his glass, and downed it all, serving as his respectful response. When someone offers respect, one must return it tenfold. This was always Chun Nan's principle of conduct. Moreover, from their encounter at the pharmacological classic, Chun Nan discerned that despite Song Xiaoqi's somewhat spoiled nature due to her noble background and the fact that she displayed certain airs typical of wealthy families, she possessed admirable character traits and was not someone incapable of discerning right from wrong. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Song Xiaoqi nodded slightly, then shook her head, appearing somewhat awkward and as if she hesitated to say something. "Miss Song, speak your mind?" Observing Song Xiaoqi's demeanor, Chun Nan immediately inquired with a smile. "Mr. Chun, can I buy your 7-colored golden dragon ginseng?" Responding to Chun Nan's inquiry, Song Xiaoqi took a deep breath before looking directly into his eyes and plainly blurted out without hesitation. She was well aware that an invaluable treasure like the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng would most likely be refused by Chun Nan, or anyone else, for that matter, since selling such an item would be foolish. However, to save her critically ill mother, even if there was just a slim chance, she had to request it from Chun Nan. Song Xiaoqi's sudden statement caused both Chang Yuanshan and Huang Zhen to look puzzled and exchange glances. They both failed to understand what she was playing at. Only Fang Nong and Huang Fubailan sighed inwardly, knowing full well that Song Xiaoqi was going to bring up this subject to Chun Nan. "Miss Song, I need a reasonable reason why you want to buy my 7-colored golden dragon ginseng." Upon hearing Song Xiaoqi's words, Chun Nan was also taken aback. He neither rejected her outright nor agreed immediately, but instead asked with a faint smile. "The 7-colored golden dragon ginseng is an invaluable herb worth a fortune. In this era, such precious herbs are even rarer and more valuable than national treasures." If Song Xiaoqi wanted to persuade him solely with worldly wealth, he would absolutely never sell it to her. At this, Song Xiaoqi's fair face turned somber, as if she were about to say something. "Hey, young brother Chen, let me tell you the reason." Fang Nong suddenly sighed heavily, stepping in to answer Chen Nan's question on behalf of Song Xiaoqi. He said, "This young lady wants to use the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng in your possession to prolong her mother's life. Her mother suffers from an extremely rare illness that has no cure and can only be sustained by nourishing tonics. This girl agreed to come with us to Jiangzhou and become the Yang family's palm eye specialist because they promised her a 300-year-old Taiyu ginseng root if she helped them secure the title of top bidder at this pharmacological classic event." He paused for a moment, not intending to withhold anything. A slightly awkward smile creased his elderly face as he added, "To be honest, young brother Chun, the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng in your hands far surpasses the effects of that Taiyu ginseng. It was actually this old man who suggested to her that she purchase it from you. Of course, whether or not you're willing to sell the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng to her depends entirely on your decision." Among the 3 great medical masters, only he and master pharmacist Song Jingxi had the closest relationship, since they were both of the same generation, and their ages were nearing 100. Thus, it was out of this closeness that he offered extra care towards Song Xiaoqi. "Mr. Chun, as long as you're willing to sell me this 7-colored golden dragon ginseng, please name your terms." Hope filled Song Xiaoqi's eyes as she picked up Fong Nong's words and earnestly addressed Chen Nan. Chapter 255, Exchange. At this moment, Song Xiaoqi's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Nan, her jade-like hands unconsciously gripping the corner of her own clothes tightly. Although she knew the possibility that Chen Nan would sell her the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng was slim, she still clung to a shred of hope. However, contrary to her expectations, "Miss Song, I accept your reasoning." Chen Nan directly nodded with a faint smile and said, "My 7-colored golden dragon ginseng is yours, but I'm not selling it to you. Instead, I want to make an exchange with you. You have to give me the blood demon vine in your possession. Do you agree?" He had a certain level of curiosity. Song Xiaoqi's grandfather was Medicine King Song Jingxi, yet he did not know what rare illness Song Xiaoqi's mother suffered from, one that even Medicine King Song Jingxi was powerless against. Of course, curiosity aside, it was their private matter. Unless they initiated the conversation, he would not ask. The 7-colored golden dragon ginseng in his possession was, after all, merely a great tonic herb for consolidating fundamentals and cultivating energy. For him, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts cultivation, it actually held little practical value, seeming somewhat redundant. Instead, he was more interested in the blood demon vine in Song Xiaoqi's possession. In the heritage of ancestors of the Qin family, there was a healing pill named Spring Returns Pill. The blood demon vine was a key ingredient in refining such pills. While there are many healing pills in the mortal realm, the crux was that these healing pills were specifically designed for ancient martial practitioners, which made their worth incomparable. You see, the physical fitness of ancient martial practitioners already sets them apart from ordinary people. Once injured, general treatment drugs have almost negligible effects on ancient martial practitioners. Therefore, ancient martial practitioners rarely go to the hospital when injured. Usually, they rely on self-cultivation through meditation to achieve self-healing. The refining of Spring Returns pills requires medicinal herbs of sufficient age. The blood demon vine in Song Xiaoqi's possession was about 350 years old, just enough to meet the requirements for its refinement. Seeing how easily Chun Nan was giving her the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng, Song Xiaoqi, who had already prepared to persuade Chun Nan forcefully, was instantly stunned, instead feeling a sense of unreality at that moment. "What?" Seeing Song Xiaoqi staring at him blankly, Chun Nan chuckled lightly and said, "Miss Song, do you disagree with exchanging with me?" No, I agree. "No, my meaning is I agree." Upon hearing these words from Chun Nan, Song Xiaoqi finally reacted, her cheeks turning red involuntarily as she became excited and started speaking nonsensically. To her, Chun Nan's proposal to exchange for her blood demon vine sounded more like polite discourse. After all, the blood demon vine she cut during the herbal classic event, though also over 300 years old, was nothing compared to a king-level medicinal herb over 3,000 years old. It should be known that herbs a few hundred years old, while quite rare, can ultimately be found with great effort. It was rumored that Yang family obtained their 300-year-old ginseng root from an unexpected find at a farmer who specialized in gathering herbs. Thousands of years old herbs, however, could be considered ancient fossil-grade herbs. No amount of effort could uncover any trace of them. They could only be discovered by chance personal fortune. Simply put, a medicine like 7-color golden dragon ginseng appearing for the first time in this session of the herbal classic wasn't solely due to Chun Nan's excellent ability to identify treasures. It also indicated Chun Nan's extraordinary good luck. Brother Chen truly is a straightforward man. Brother here offers you a toast. Drink as you wish. Seeing this scene, Fong Nong burst into laughter, immediately raising his wine glass happily toward Chun Nan and downing it in one go. He knew very well that the reason Chun Nan exchanged the 7-color golden dragon ginseng for Song Xiaoqi's blood demon vine partly involved saving face for him, which filled him with gratitude towards Chun Nan, making Chun Nan increasingly likable in his eyes. Huang Fubailan, upon seeing this, couldn't help but smile, subtly elevating her appraisal of Chun Nan in her heart. As for Chang Yuanshan and Huang Zhen, they felt extremely surprised at this situation. Even though they were novices in the medical field, they still understood the rarity of the 7-colored golden dragon ginseng. For Chun Nan to hand it over so easily to Song Xiaoqi was indeed astonishing to them. "Mr. Fong, don't be so formal." Chun Nan smiled as he returned Fong Nong's toast. Since the other party was older than Sun Tiange by a whole generation, he simply couldn't bring himself to call the man old brother Fong. His decision to exchange the 7-color golden dragon ginseng for Song Xiaoqi's blood demon vine was indeed partially out of consideration for Fong Nong's face. During their earlier drinking and conversation, he had gained a bit of an understanding about this eldest medical master. He learned that during the war era, Fong Nong had risked his life on the front lines to treat several famous figures, which made him greatly respect this somewhat fiery-tempered old man. Mr. Chun, your trade of the 7-color golden dragon ginseng for my blood demon vine is a very one-sided deal. Song Xiaoqi took a deep breath, calming her agitated heart, and sincerely said, I will transfer some money into your account shortly, to try and make up for your losses this time. Miss Song, forget about transferring me money, I don't lack for funds. Chun Nan waved his hand and straightforwardly said, to be honest, if you weren't planning to use the 7-color golden dragon ginseng to extend your mother's life, no matter how much money you gave me, I wouldn't have handed over this herb. Chun Nan was not lying. He had grown up in an orphanage, experiencing the bitter taste of growing up without motherly love. So Song Xiaoqi's filial piety was what mainly moved him to give up the 7-color golden dragon ginseng. After all, he wasn't stupid. The age of the 7-color golden dragon ginseng was evident, even though it was only of marginal benefit to himself, but he couldn't predict that it might come in handy later for someone close to him. Mr. Chun, I understand. Hearing these words from Chun Nan, Song Xiaoqi's face flushed with warmth, after which she smiled and nodded in agreement. She was deeply touched, silently noting this enormous favor that Chun Nan had done her. Ha, Brother Chun, let's continue drinking. Tonight, we will stay with me until I'm completely drunk. Seeing that Song Xiaoqi and Chun Nan had reached an agreement, Fong Nong immediately burst out laughing, then pulled Chun Nan to start drinking and chatting again. The two discussed topics related to medicine. Before long, Huangfu Bailan and Song Xiaoqi, who were also in the medical field, couldn't help but join the conversation. However, as the discussion delved deeper, Fong Nong, Huangfu Bailan, and Song Xiaoqi became increasingly shocked and alarmed, because they all discovered that Chun Nan's understanding and application of traditional Chinese medicine seemed to far surpass them, even touching upon many ancient and obscure concepts that not even someone like Fong Nong, an elder in his field, had encountered before. Chapter 256, Qin's Plan. This time, Fong Nong, Huangfu Bailan, Song Xiaoqi, and others couldn't care less about their own dignity or the doubts they harbored in their hearts. They all humbly sought advice from Chun Nan regarding medical questions. Thus, such a scene emerged. At first, there was a collective atmosphere of discussion, but eventually, Fong Nong, Huangfu Bailan, and Song Xiaoqi began solely questioning Chun Nan about medical knowledge. This entire scene felt just like three students earnestly asking their teacher for the answers to problems. In regards to this, Chang Yuanshan and Huang Zhen glanced at each other, both realizing their mutual awkwardness. They were hosts representing the municipal government organizing the gathering, but in the end, they were entirely sidelined. It seemed that the real host had completely transformed into Chun Nan. Of course, the surprise they felt upon witnessing this far exceeded any embarrassment in their hearts. After all, Song Xiaoqi could be disregarded, but Fong Nong and Huangfu Bailan were renowned masters of traditional medicine across the entire Dragon Nation. And yet these two grand figures of the medical world were humbly consulting with a young man who remained largely unknown in the field of traditional medicine. If this were to be publicized, no one on the outside would believe it. Meanwhile, over here, a villa located in the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. Inside the living room, sitting on the sofa was a strange man draped in a cloak, wearing a jester's mask. He clenched his hand so hard that he shattered the teacup in it, and angrily swore with a dark face. Absolutely useless. You can't even handle something this trivial. With us not securing the bid king, how dare you still stand before me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot? If the Yang family didn't get the bid king as planned, they wouldn't become collaborators in the Cradle project. This meant that his strategy would come to naught. Lord Qin, please calm down. Lord Qin, spare my life. Yang Tianzan, head of the Yang family, knelt trembling beneath him, pale-faced, cold sweat streaming down his face as he hurriedly begged for mercy. After participating in the herbal grand ceremony, he rushed here to report the situation fully to the masked man. He knew that the other party would surely erupt into fury, possibly even making him food for poison bugs, but he had no choice. For the survival of the entire Yang family, he had to swallow his fear and meet the person. Fine, rise. The strange man waved his hand, suppressing his anger, and said solemnly, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on your Yang family. What you've said is true. It can only be blamed on that kid named Chun Nan. To defeat the granddaughter of the medicine king under such circumstances was unforeseen by all of us. Though the strange man wished deeply to immediately kill this old useless man Yang Tianzan. Currently, the Yang family was still the largest medicinal herbs distributor in Jiangzhou, so Yang Tianzan still held some utility value. Therefore, he wasn't allowed to die yet. Upon hearing these words from the strange man, Yang Tianzan wiped the cold sweat from his aged face and let out a deep sigh of relief internally, knowing he'd passed this hurdle. He looked at the unfathomable strange man, gritted his teeth, and said, Lord Qin, this kid Chun Nan not only crippled Su Kuan's son, but also killed Zhou Xian's and Feng Liang's sons. Moreover, my son Yang Hao's disappearance may have been caused by this kid too. Now this kid has disrupted your plan. This kid truly deserves death. Pausing for a moment, he made a throat-slitting gesture and cautiously supplemented, Lord Qin, we mustn't let him go unpunished. Shouldn't we? Actually, he couldn't confirm if Chun Nan had indeed killed Zhou Xian's and Feng Liang's sons, nor was he certain whether his son Yang Hao's disappearance was related to Chun Nan. Besides, Yang Hao wasn't his biological son, so he had long ceased caring about Yang Hao's life or death. The reason he slandered Chun Nan in front of the strange man was simply for revenge and to incite hatred against Chun Nan. This kid isn't simple. He's not someone you ordinary people can deal with. I will arrange a proper way to deal with him. The eyes of the strange man flickered uncertainly. His feelings towards Chun Nan did not seem as hateful as expected, and it was impossible for anyone to know what he was actually thinking. He casually bypassed the topic about Chun Nan and changed the subject instead, saying indifferently, I have another task, and it needs to be carried out by your 4 families. The detailed information will be sent to your mobile phone. Your Yang family can organize the other 3 families to implement it. Pausing for a moment, his eyes behind the mask narrowed, and an icy gaze locked onto Yang Tianzan as he added, remember, this is the last chance I'm giving to your Yang family. If you fail me again, then you know the consequences. Since the Yang family had no way of securing the Bid King and becoming a collaborator in the Cradle project, he could only resort to the next best option, utilizing the existing resources of these 4 families to implement his plans within the Jiangzhou region. Understood. Upon hearing the strange man's words, Yang Tianzan's body involuntarily trembled as he hastily and respectfully said, Master Qin, rest assured, our Yang family will not disappoint you this time. Good, remember what you've said. You may leave now. The strange man waved his hand and didn't say much more. Yang Tianzan felt like he'd been given a great mercy and immediately turned to leave. Qin, have you not abandoned your plan yet? As soon as Yang Tianzan left, a figure emerged from the corner of the hall, casually sitting down on the sofa while smirking darkly. You want to widely spread the bloodthirsty worm to eliminate and cultivate it within countless commoners' bodies. But isn't my method better? I've precisely placed the eggs of the bloodthirsty worm into the appropriate blood types for cultivation. Through my method, I've already successfully cultivated 13 second-tier bloodthirsty worms. Pausing momentarily, he chuckled again and added, what do you think? If you ask me nicely, I might just teach you my method. Of course, on the condition that you take me to meet the leader. If Chun Nan were here, he would definitely recognize who this figure was. Because this figure was none other than the masked man who had confronted him that night. Jia, you have your methods, and I have mine. Don't interfere where you don't belong. The strange man seemed to have known of the other's presence all along, as he coldly snorted and said, the organization has its rules. Until you cultivate the bloodthirsty worm to the 3rd tier, you have no qualifications to meet the leader, nor will I ever take you there recklessly. Ho ho, you're still the same old self, utterly unapproachable. The mask-wearing man named Jia sneered darkly, with mocking undertones in his voice. No wonder many members of the organization have grievances against you. If you weren't the sole favorite in the eyes of the leader, they probably wouldn't have held back long ago. Chapter 257, Implanting Goo by Oneself. After saying that, the masked man gazed with amusement at the strange man, wanting to see the latter's reaction. His words carried a hint of probing and a touch of threat. The Eternal Life Organization operates with utmost secrecy. Every member wears a mask and never reveals their true face. Even among the same organization members, no one would ever know each other's identity or appearance. The leader of the organization, Cactus, is even more enigmatic, almost like a legendary figure. He also responded to Cactus's philosophy of eternal life, willing to undergo the process of implanting goo to join this organization in pursuit of the dream of immortality. However, since he joined the Eternal Life Organization, he had never seen the leader Cactus. In fact, except for the man in front of him known as Qin, none of the members, including himself, have ever met the leader Cactus. It is rumored that the leader of the Eternal Life Organization, Cactus, is the closest person to the concept of eternal life, mastering a path to immortality through the mysterious creatures known as goo. Therefore, every ancient martial artist who joins the Eternal Life Organization must implant goo into themselves, becoming a goo master. And if one wishes to meet the legendary leader Cactus of the Eternal Life Organization and come closer to this path, the threshold is cultivating a 3rd-tier goo insect. Among them, the bloodthirsty goo is the easiest species to cultivate and evolve successfully, so most members of the organization choose this type of goo. It is worth noting that, in this era where the energy of heaven and earth is barren, all things are declining and retreating. Even for the bloodthirsty goo, which is relatively easier to cultivate successfully, evolving it into a 3rd-tier goo insect is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Are you warning me with those words? Upon hearing the masked man's words, the strange man coldly snorted, and his martial arts energy explosively burst forth, as he coldly stated. You should understand clearly that from the moment you joined Eternal Life, everyone must follow the rules of the organization. If anyone oversteps these rules, I won't hesitate to clean up on behalf of the leader. Your cultivation? How is this possible? Man Jia's pupils contracted, unable to maintain his composure. The martial arts energy emanating from the other party has evidently reached the peak level of Ming Jing cultivation, leaving him somewhat incredulous. You see, both of them joined the Eternal Life Organization 15 years ago at the same time. Back then, he was already an accomplished martial artist at the beginning stage of Ming Jing, while the other party was just an ordinary person who hadn't started cultivation yet. 15 years later, he only managed to arduously advance from early Ming Jing to advanced Ming Jing as a martial artist. But the other party had surpassed him, becoming a strong practitioner at the peak of Ming Jing, merely a step away from entering the Hua Jing realm. Regardless of their abilities in cultivating goo insects, based on this alone in terms of martial arts talent, It is no wonder that the other party could gain the favor of the leader Cactus. Qin, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level so quietly, truly concealing your prowess well. The eyes of Man Jia passed through a flicker of caution, subtly lowering his demeanor compared to before, laughing and saying, "Don't misunderstand me. I've always been someone who strictly adheres to the rules of the organization. As for whether other members adhere to the rules or not, that's not something I alone can control, right?" While speaking gently on the surface, jealousy towards the strange man deepened within his heart. Before, the other party could only rely on the power of the leader Cactus to pass orders and commands from the leader to them, playing a small role within the organization. Now, his wings have hardened, his power no longer to be underestimated. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help but snort coldly, gradually reining in his martial arts energy, choosing not to say much more. "By the way, how do you plan to deal with that young man Xuanhuan?" Masked Man Jia, turning his topic skillfully, chuckled lightly. "That kid secured the top bidder for the Xun family during the great ceremony of medicine and stone, ruining your plans. You wouldn't possibly let him off, would you?" Pausing momentarily, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he grinned maliciously. "Coincidentally, I also have a debt to settle with this young man. Why don't we collaborate and find an opportunity to kill him?" "I will not act. Now is not the opportune time to eliminate that young man." A trace of unusual color passed through the eyes of the strange man as he indifferently stated, "The ruckus you created that night in Jiangzhou was not inconsequential. The people of Dongfeng Zhijian have begun to closely focus on Jiangzhou. I suggest that you best refrain from reckless actions during this period. If you're unwilling to act, that's fine. I alone may not be able to kill that boy, but I will call in a few others to handle him." Masked Man Jia sneered, completely ignoring the strange man's warning. He grinned wickedly and said, "That young man actually dared to make an enemy of our organization. I can hardly wait. When my few accomplices arrive in Jiangzhou, it will be that young man's time to meet his end." He noticed the displeasure flashing in the strange man's eyes and Bucheng Di with a sinister laugh. "But you're right. Jiangzhou will be under close watch by the people of Dongfeng Zhijian for a while. However, I don't plan on exposing the identity of an organization member when I kill him. I'll reveal my true face to kill him, and then even if Dongfeng Zhijian takes notice of me, they will only consider it as vendettas between martial artists." Upon hearing these words, the strange man slightly nodded, choosing not to say anything more. The next day, the sky showed a tinge of fishbelly white. Inside the bedroom, clothes of both man and woman were scattered untidily on the floor. On the pink bed, the seductive and charming Jean Hongmei was blushing, nestled against Xuanhuan's chest, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at the man in a daze. "May sister, it's almost dawn. Why aren't you sleeping?" Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes and gently caressed Jean Hongmei's alluring face with his fingers, chuckling. After ending the dinner with Feng Nong and others last night, he had rushed directly to the Goldfish Entertainment City, taking advantage of his drunkenness to throw Jean Hongmei onto the bed where they went through several rounds of passionate encounters. "Nan brother, you little rogue, you have the nerve to mention it." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Jean Hongmei playfully slapped the man's chest, her flirtatious face flushing deeper red as she teasingly said, "You've been even more vigorous in that department lately. Sister almost couldn't handle how much you tortured her last night. How annoying." Though her words sounded like a complaint, there was no trace of irritation in her tone. Instead, it was filled with the whining charm of a newly wedded wife being satisfied by her husband. Chapter 258, Xuanhuan's Cultivation Speed. "Sister May, if I hadn't pushed you so hard, how could you have broken through to the Dark Force Mastery so quickly now?" Hearing Jean Hongmei's coquettish voice, Xuanhuan's mind was momentarily swayed, and he couldn't help but laugh mischievously. Ever since they clarified their relationship, these days Xuanhuan and Jean Hongmei had spent a lot of time doing things like dry firewood and fierce flames. Both of them benefited greatly. Although Xuanhuan had not cleared a single bit of his yang poison, the Tai Xian 3 Lives Classic he practiced was continuously advancing towards the second level, just needing a final push to break through. Jean Hongmei's cultivation progress was also rapid, breaking her martial arts potential directly via dual cultivation. In a short time, she had advanced from the Dark Force entry-level realm to the Dark Force Mastery level. "Hee hee, you little rascal, really getting advantages and selling cheap." Upon hearing this, Jean Hongmei glanced flirtatiously at Xuanhuan with a playful smile. She naturally knew that her ability to advance so rapidly in her martial arts skills was entirely due to Xuanhuan's efforts. To put it another way, she had already discovered that Xuanhuan's physique and the cultivation method were very special. If she had been with any other man, even if she died on the bed, her cultivation would not have improved at all. Of course, compared to her cultivation advancement speed, Xuanhuan's advancement speed was truly terrifying. Because currently, only she knew that not long ago, Xuanhuan's cultivation level was the same as hers, merely at the Dark Force entry level. But now, he had become a strong one with the preliminary accomplishment of visible force. Such cultivation speed was nothing exaggerated when called unprecedented and unmatched. The first time she met Xuanhuan, he told her that within 3 years, he was confident of breaking through to the Transformation Force Master level. At that time, she laughed at Xuanhuan's ignorance, thinking that such an idea was too naive. But now, looking back, those ignorant people, the innocent ones, were actually herself all along. Judging from Xuanhuan's current situation, the man at that time was too conservative, saying it would take 3 years. It was likely he would break through to the Transformation Force Master level in less than a year. "Nan brother, your cultivation speed is so fast, I am genuinely happy for you." but I'm also afraid I will never be able to catch up with your pace. Thinking about Chun Nan's rate of improvement, Jin Hongmei's smile gradually disappeared, and she subconsciously moved closer to Chun Nan, wanting to meld herself completely into his heart. Her eyes carried a hint of light sorrow as she sighed lightly. With your martial arts talent, breaking through to the Transformation Force Master won't take long. The lifespan of a Transformation Force ancient martial artist can last more than 200 years, and you will age slowly. When I am old and worn out, will you still want me? Sister Mei, no matter what happens to you, you will always be my woman. Upon hearing Jin Hongmei ask this question, Chun Nan shook his head slightly and immediately answered. After pausing briefly, he reached out and embraced Jin Hongmei's smooth waist like a water snake and smiled, saying, Besides, Sister Mei, you don't need to catch up with my steps, because I will let you become a Transformation Force Master as well. Perhaps we can break the constraints of Transformation Force together and go further on the path of martial arts. Believe me, as long as I, Chun Nan, am here, anything is possible. Although the cultivation realms he understood seemed strongest at the Transformation Force level, he clearly knew that Transformation Force was certainly not the end of martial arts cultivation. To make me a Transformation Force Master, to break all the constraints of Transformation Force. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, the sadness in Jin Hongmei's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a joyful look. She wasn't happy because she had the chance to go further in martial arts, but rather because she could have the hope to be with Chun Nan for a long time. Nan brother, sister trusts you. Jin Hongmei nodded and smiled. Chun Nan's terrifying cultivation speed had already shown that he was a man who could create miracles, so she had no doubt about his words. As the saying goes, a day's plan lies in the morning, and a year's plan lies in spring. At this moment, Chun Nan had just woken up, his energy fully restored. He felt unbearably hot all over his body, and was preparing to ignite a passionate moment with Jin Hongmei. Wandering people think of you, dear mother. Wandering footsteps have gone all over the world, without a home. Just then, the ringing sound of an incoming call came from his mobile phone. Nan brother, who is so rude to call you at this time? Seeing someone calling Chun Nan, Jin Hongmei immediately said with some displeasure. Sister, it's a little girl. Chun Nan took his phone and, seeing the caller ID, immediately responded with a forced laugh. He didn't try to hide anything and pressed the speaker button in front of Jin Hongmei before answering the call. Hello, Yalan, it's me. What's up so early in the morning? The reason I called you so early is that I missed you. The other end of the phone immediately transmitted Zhao Yalan's coquettish nasal tone, full of implications. Hearing this from Zhao Yalan, Chun Nan couldn't help but cough dryly once and quickly turned off the speaker. Brother Nan, why did you turn off the speaker so fast? I already know, Jin Hongmei said with a meaningful smile on her face. She then whispered close to Chun Nan's ear, breathing out an alluring scent. It seems like the young lady calling is your little lover. Aren't you just a playboy? Having both me and Qin Bingyue isn't enough for you? As she was speaking, she, as if deliberately declaring her ownership to Zhao Yalan on the other side of the phone, or acting like an aggrieved young wife, twisted her jade-like hand hard at Chun Nan's waist and gently bit her lips, saying, No matter what happens in the future, right now, you're my man. Hiss. Jin Hongmei's action caught Chun Nan by surprise while he was talking on the phone with Zhao Yalan, causing him to involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. What kind of sound was that? Chun Nan, what are you doing? Zhao Yalan, hearing the noise from the other side, immediately asked curiously. I am exercising. Chun Nan awkwardly responded with an embarrassed expression. In this embarrassing situation, he wanted to end the call with Zhao Yalan as soon as possible and therefore proactively asked, Is there anything else, Yalan? If not, I'll hang up. Don't hang up so quickly. I do have something. Seeing that Chun Nan was about to hang up, Zhao Yalan immediately stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. My company is opening today. You must come to cut the ribbon for me, or I will get angry.